Family, just as Wayne was about to run away, he was blocked by Smoker at the door and got a beating. It turns out that Sengoku sent him to infiltrate the beast pirates. At first, he refused to do it, but then old debts were brought up. However, when he heard it was 100 million berries a year, he immediately agreed. Now that Smoker is blocking him, can this undercover path still work? Let me tell you, family, who understands? I was just about to run away when my buddy Smoker blocked my door like a gatekeeper. It was pouring rain, and he didn't even use an umbrella, just staring at me with fiery eyes, shouting, "Wayne, where are you going?" The next second, his smoking fist slammed right into my face. Goodness, I immediately raised a defensive shield, and a purple light buzzed around me. Smoker's fist hit it like it was a steel plate. I was furious at that moment, threw my umbrella into the sky, and the purple flames on my body erupted, transforming me into a giant purple figure dozens of meters tall, complete with wings and wielding 2 large swords. The entire Marine Ford was blinded by my purple light. You asked me why I made such a big scene? Sigh. This story starts with me being called to the office by Admiral Sengoku for tea. That day, I had just returned from the East Blue with Smoker, having achieved a great feat, and was eagerly waiting for a promotion. As soon as I entered the office, Sengoku, with his explosive hairstyle, looked at me with a smile and said he wanted to give me a huge fortune. I thought, oh, is he going to promote me to lieutenant? I was calculating how many times my salary would increase, but then he said, "Wayne, the organization has decided to send you to infiltrate the beast pirates." Let me tell you, I was dumbfounded, my head buzzing. What? Go to the beast pirates? To be a subordinate of the world's strongest creature, Kaido? I immediately stood up, slamming the table and shouting, "Are you kidding me? You wanted to go undercover? That's like a mouse accompanying a cat, purely handing over achievements." Who is Kaido? The Emperor of the Sea in the New World, who enjoys going to prison for further training and unleashes a Thunder Bawa combo whenever he's unhappy, turning you to ashes. Whoever wants to take on this task can go. Sengoku wasn't surprised by my reaction. He slowly pulled out a file from his drawer and said, "Wayne, don't get excited. Let's review your glorious deeds." Goodness, I knew it was going to be bad when I heard this. Sure enough, he started bringing up old accounts. You, abandoning your post, executed Arlong, who had just been released from Impel Down on the spot in Kokoyashi Village, right? I was immediately indignant and retorted, "Report, Admiral. That fishhead was running a gang on my territory, bullying my Nami. Bullying the people under my care. If I don't deal with him, should I keep him for the new year?" Sengoku raised an eyebrow and turned to the next page. "Then how do you explain secretly executing Colonel Mouse?" I crossed my arms, standing my ground. "He colluded with Arlong. As you said, those who consort with pirates share their guilt. I was cleaning up the house. Setting aside the facts, as an admiral, don't you have any responsibility?" Sengoku was choked up, his face turning dark. He flipped to the last page of the file and gritted his teeth, shouting, "You got drunk the night before last and cursed the celestial dragons in front of all the new recruits. How do you explain that?" I twitched at the corner of my mouth. "Oh no, I forgot about that. Let me tell you, this is pure slander. I was a bit emotional when I got drunk, but I clearly said the celestial dragons are even worse than beasts. That's a completely different nature." Seeing I had nothing to say, Sengoku changed to a serious tone and said, "If it weren't for your teacher, Zephyr, risking his life to protect you, you'd already be picking up soap and Impel Down." At this point, he changed the subject. "So, this mission was also recommended by Zephyr. He said you're the most suitable for it." I was petrified. "What? My most respected teacher, Zephyr? I consider you a mentor, and you treat me as expendable?" While I was thinking, the door opened, and a muscular man with purple hair and sunglasses walked in. It was Zephyr himself. He plopped down on the sofa, laughing heartily. "Wayne, how do you like the new job I found for you? Surprise, huh?" I felt like crying without tears. "Teacher, this isn't funny at all. Why don't you let Smoker go instead? We're all your students." Zephyr waved his hand dismissively. "That kid is too reckless. He's not suitable." I thought to myself, am I suitable? I dare to curse the celestial dragons when drunk. If I go undercover, I might sell out Kaido within 3 days. I shook my head vigorously. No way. No way. Aren't you bullying an honest person? I've bled for the Navy and fought for the world government. You can't treat me this way. Seeing that I was unyielding, Sengoku issued a firm order. "Bruce Wayne, I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm giving you a command." Then he started painting a big picture. "This undercover mission is very high level, called the SWORD unit." As he spoke, he pushed a document printed with SWORD toward me. I took a glance. Wow, this is indeed the secret unit that Drake later joined. Sengoku began to introduce it to me. SWORD, a top-secret intelligence agency of the Navy, has a very high degree of operational freedom and can even declare war on the Yonko without prior approval if necessary. I listened with a blank expression, even feeling a bit amused. Let me go to war with the Yonko? Why not just let me become the pirate king directly? I tentatively asked, Admiral, how many people are there in the sword unit right now? Are there any seniors or something? Sengoku's face turned serious. Currently, you are the only one. Zephyr added a knife. To be precise, you're the first member. This department was just hastily established by me and Sengoku. All right, so I'm a guinea pig, huh? I turned my eyes and asked the most crucial question. Teacher, then, does joining the sword unit come with a salary increase? Zephyr was taken aback by my question, then smiled wryly. You kid, only know about money. Don't worry, the salary is 20 times what you had before, 100 million berries a year, plus extra bonuses and comprehensive insurance. Let me tell you, 1 second I was about to curse, and the next second I heard 100 million a year. My eyes lit up. High risk, high return. This opportunity, if seized, would be regretted for a moment. If not seized, it would be regretted for a lifetime. I sprang up, gave Sengoku a standard military salute, and shouted like a bell, Admiral Sengoku. I made up my mind. To eliminate the inherently evil Kaido of the Beast Pirates, I am willing to join the sword. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction, gave a few more instructions, saying my task was to infiltrate and sow discord, letting them fight among themselves. He even patted my shoulder, saying something like, the heavy responsibility of taking down Kaido is entrusted to you. I pointed to my nose. Me? To take down Kaido. Walking out of the office, I had mixed feelings. But an undercover king is still a king. 3 years in the East Blue, 3 years in the New World. Don't underestimate the poor fish. When I come back, the position of admiral in the Navy might just be surnamed Bruce. So, I went to the finance department to withdraw all my salary and bonuses from these years, totaling 37 million berries. Then I headed straight to the equipment department, ready for a big spending spree. I was received by a very pretty female Navy officer, who probably had heard about my glorious deeds of cursing the celestial dragons and was very enthusiastic towards me. I didn't hold back and directly placed my order. 3 silenced pistols with sea-stone bullets and tranquilizer rounds. A military knife with a sea-stone tip. Ropes, daggers, poison. Preferably colorless and tasteless. The little girl was so scared that her face turned pale, continuously shaking her head and saying there was really no poison. When it was time to check out, the fat Navy officer saw that I was picking all top-quality goods, and his eyes squinted with a smile as he opened his mouth to ask for 25 million. When I heard that, I thought it was really Blackheart. I turned my eyes and came up with an idea. Well, I only brought 5 million today, the rest. When Smoker comes to pick up the sea stone tomorrow, he can pay for it together. How about that? The fat man thought about it and figured that since Smoker and I were both apprentices of Vice Admiral Zephyr, we wouldn't run away, so he agreed. I directly sold out my good buddy Smoker and made him take the blame for me. Carrying a large bag of gear on my back, I ran into Tina downstairs at the apartment building. She was leaning against the wall smoking, with pink long hair and an incredibly cool figure. She could see at a glance that I had something on my mind and asked if I had taken on some significant mission. Seeing no one around, I pulled her over and whispered in her ear, Sengoku wants me to go undercover in the Beast Pirates. Tina was stunned after hearing that. I thought since she was my old classmate, she might be able to help me out in a critical moment on the Grand Line, so I didn't hide it from her. As a result, she blew a smoke ring and asked leisurely, does Smoker know? I said I didn't know that guy was too reckless. I couldn't tell him. Tina clicked her tongue and said casually, whatever you want, but her eyes still showed a bit of concern. I felt quite touched in my heart and was just about to say some comforting words like I will win. However, she interrupted me directly. Wait a minute, Tina wants to say, remember to write Tina's name as the beneficiary on the insurance. The blade casualty compensation must be quite a lot, right? Damn, who understands family? I haven't even gone to war yet, and she's already calculating the compensation. I really chose my friends poorly. The next morning, I took off my Navy uniform, changed into civilian clothes, and packed all my belongings, preparing to run away. Just as I stepped out of the apartment building, it started to rain, and then I bumped into the scene at the beginning. Smoker stopped me like a madman, shouting at me angrily. Why are you quitting the Navy? Have you fallen? Do we not agree to become? General, shall we be partners in justice? What can I say? The Warring States period has given me too much. I can only learn from the famous lines in JoJo and tell him solemnly, Smoker, I've realized one thing. What the Navy can do is limited, so I'm not going to be a Navy anymore. Upon hearing this, he completely exploded, turning into a cloud of white smoke and charging at me, shouting that even if he has to break my arms and legs, he will take me to see teacher Zephyr. I still have to fight. I sighed, too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly activated my devil fruit ability. Animal type, human fruit, mythical beast, Kenmushi Raijin form. A purple light soared into the sky, and a giant purple deity clad in ancient armor with wings sprouted from its back rose up, resembling a towering fortress of the gods. Looking down at the tiny smoker in the square, I tell you, that thing was wearing a ghost mask that only showed its eyes, and there was a big gem embedded on its head. Those big eyes looked quite sacred. Goodness, this design, this aura, I would call it the ultimate complete form. Susanu. When this purple giant emerged, it looked down at the smoke below and shouted like thunder. Smoker, Smoker, not to be outdone, transformed into a smoke tornado and charged up, shouting vain. The next second, two fists, one wreathed in purple flames and the other in smoke, collided with a loud duong. The most absurd part was that they both shouted in unison. You rely too much on the power of the devil fruit. I was standing by the window in the marshal's office, completely stunned. The old man from the Warring States period beside me was also shocked, saying that this thing was truly noble, powerful, and terrifying. But the new recruits downstairs were completely freaked out. I'm telling you, the rumors spread like wildfire. At first, it was, look, what is that? The next moment, it turned into monsters are invading Marineford. Then it escalated to the monsters have captured the marshal. By the end, it was almost transformed into monsters are ruling the world. Does anyone understand the psychological quality of this batch of new recruits? It's unbelievable. Wayne's face was dark in that giant body, but he still stared at Smoker, saying, your strength has increased again. Smoker exploded at that moment, his eyes wide as saucers. TCH, you clearly didn't use any strength. He knew Wayne too well. That punch was so weak it could have flooded the entire square. He roared, don't underestimate me. His legs transformed into jet engines, blasting white smoke as he took off into the air, spinning around and launching a white snake attack. Wayne sighed, realizing that Smoker wouldn't stop until he was convinced, and said, sorry, Smoker. Then with a clang, the purple giant pulled out two large cleavers from the wings on its back. Let me tell you, those two swords are no ordinary weapons. One is called Buddha-Yuan, wrapped in white lightning, crackling with sound. The other is called Shikatsuken, burning with purple flames, evaporating the rain. The giant's most basic ability is to summon thunder and fire out of thin air. He crossed the two swords in front of his chest, gathered his strength, and then swung violently. Thunder Fire Sword. Buzz. Two crescent-shaped slashes, one of lightning and the other of fire, flew out in arcs of tens of meters. The torrential rain was split in half, creating a momentary vacuum in between. Smoker's white snake technique was like paper in front of these two slashes, instantly cut apart, and the residual force of the slashes continued unabated, flying towards the horizon and disappearing. Sengoku upstairs was dumbfounded, murmuring, terrifying power. On the square, the smoke gathered again, revealing Smoker. His right sleeve was completely shredded, and a deep wound that exposed bone appeared on his arm, blood mixing with rainwater flowing down. Wayne, having released his giant form, looked at him expressionlessly and said lightly, it's over, Smoker. Smoker said nothing, stubbornly walking step by step in front of Wayne, glaring at him with eyes that said, you won't get past me. Wayne didn't even look at him, his fist wrapped in pitch-black hockey, and he charged straight ahead, shouting four words, a serious punch. Smoker's pupils constricted, and he quickly braced himself with iron blocks. There was a muffled sound as the punch landed solidly on his stomach. Smoker spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight down. At that moment, the umbrella that Wayne had thrown into the sky floated down leisurely, and he caught it with one hand. He crouched down, looking at his unconscious yet unwilling brother. Feeling uneasy in his heart, he placed the umbrella over Smoker's head, extended two fingers, gently flicked his forehead, and whispered, forgive me, Smoker. I hope this is the last time. As soon as Wayne left, the dark clouds immediately dispersed. The heavy rain stopped as if by command, and Mariejoa was sunny again. The scene shifted to the marshal's office. Smoker, with thick bandages wrapped around his hand, was there crying to Zephyr, teacher, it's all my fault for being too weak. I couldn't stop Wayne. His tone was choked with emotion, completely oblivious to the situation, operating on a different information level. Zephyr and Sengoku, the two old men, remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Sengoku picked up a stamp and slapped it down on Wayne's resignation letter. Smoker exploded on the spot. What are you joking about? Marshal Sengoku, you actually agreed to let him leave? He couldn't understand. Why would they let go of a talent with admiral potential? What are these two high-ranking Navy officers thinking? Sengoku, too lazy to explain, directly said, enough, the transfer order has come down. You can go back to Lowtown. Smoker clenched his fists in anger, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh, and finally left a harsh remark. "Marshal Sengoku, you will regret this." With that, he slammed the door and left. After he left, Sengoku sighed to Zephyr, saying that Wayne was truly a talent. Zephyr laughed heartily, saying their 3 students, Wayne, Smoker, and Tina, would be the future of the Navy. Meanwhile, Wayne, regarded as the future of the Navy, was flapping a pair of large purple wings, flying rapidly over the new world. However, not long after taking off, the clear sky suddenly changed and dark clouds rolled in, signaling another downpour. Wayne cursed his luck and dove toward a small black dot on the sea, which was an island. He landed at the entrance of an old-fashioned tavern and pushed the door inside. There were quite a few people drinking inside, and when they saw this unfamiliar face enter, over a dozen pairs of eyes all focused on him, as if looking at some rare animal. Wayne didn't mind, walked up to the counter and threw down a few berries, 2 bottles of wine, 1 big bowl of beef noodles, no scallions. He found a corner to sit down, quickly finished the noodles, drank the soup clean, and then downed 2 bottles of wine. However, during the meal, people around him kept sneaking glances, making him feel uneasy, and he wondered, am I really that handsome? After eating and drinking to his fill, he took out a mini transponder snail and called Zephyr. "Teacher Zephyr, I forgot to ask a question." "Oh, what question?" "Did Marshal Sengoku really want me to become a pirate? He wouldn't actually send me to burn, kill, and plunder, would he?" Zephyr on the other end chuckled. "Ha, Wayne, you must not have seen the recent newspapers, right?" "Newspapers?" Wayne looked up and just happened to see the latest newspaper posted on the tavern's bulletin board. The big headshot on the front page looked so familiar. "Ah, isn't that me?" Wayne could no longer sit still and rushed over. The surrounding patrons immediately tensed up, their expressions serious. When Wayne saw the headline news, he felt as if the sky had collapsed. It was written in black and white. Former Navy Lieutenant Bruce Wayne, for repeatedly disobeying orders, colluding with pirates, assaulting colleagues, leaking intelligence, indulging in lust, ultimately falling from grace and betraying the Navy. And while escaping, he injured several people and stole equipment worth 50 million berries. He is now wanted globally, with a bounty of 57 million berries. Slander. This is slandering me. Wayne roared softly into the transponder snail. He finally understood why these people looked at him strangely, indulging in lust. And this 50 million berries is pure defamation. I clearly scammed the equipment department for 20 million. Teacher Zephyr, you can't wrongfully accuse an honest person like me. Zephyr on the other end was too lazy to listen to his ramblings and said directly, "Enough. The Navy will remember the sacrifices you made for justice, and now you can go to Wano without worries." "Easy for you to say. I need more money." Beep, beep, beep. The call was directly hung up. Wayne, feeling disoriented under the strange gazes of the crowd, angrily finished several large bowls of beef noodles to calm down. When the rain stopped, he got up to leave and casually took down the newspaper as he walked out. He flew towards Wano, and the closer he got to that sea area, the fewer ships there were on the sea. After all, that was the territory of the beast pirates. When he reached the iconic waterfall in Wano, he was pondering how to get in when he saw a pirate ship struggling to climb up. Wayne thought, this must be one of Kaido's subordinates, here for business. He directly flew down, landing steadily at the bow of the ship, smiling at the nervous pirates. "Don't worry, I'm one of you." One of the pirates with a scar on his face asked displeased. "One of us? Who are you?" "I'm here to find Kaido." Wayne pulled out the wanted poster. After a while, a nearly 6-meter-tall man with a full beard came out of the cabin, his eyes looking in different directions, giving him an exceptionally wise appearance. The little brother introduced him as their captain, Tep, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 87 million. Wayne went up and started with some commercial flattery. "I've heard so much about you. Your face is filled with stories." Although he had never heard of this person, who doesn't like to hear good things? Captain Tep was indeed delighted. "Wow, Wayne, my brother, you must be here in Wano to make a name for yourself, right?" "Yes." "Yes. Who hasn't heard of the reputation of the beast Kaido?" Captain Tep waved his hand. "Perfect. Let's go to Wano and have a big showdown. Everyone, speed up. A big showdown?" Wayne felt that something was off about this conversation. Soon, the ship surged up the waterfall and entered the inland sea of Wano Country. In the distance, the enormous skull-shaped ghost island loomed ominously. As soon as the ship docked, the pirates from Tepu rushed out like they were on adrenaline, shouting excitedly. Right in front was the palace where Kaido resided. "Ha! We're about to make a name for ourselves in the world. I want Captain Tepu's name to resonate throughout this world. Let's go. Kill Kaido." "Wayne?" He was completely bewildered. "What's going on? Aren't you guys Kaido's people?" Tepu walked over and patted him on the back. What's wrong, little brother Wayne? Wayne cautiously asked. Captain Teppu, what exactly are we here for? Teppu confidently pounded his chest. Of course, to kill Kaido and seize the throne of the 4 emperors. He even said they were a professional assassination team and didn't think much of Kaido at all. Damn. Wayne suddenly realized that this was not Kaido's subordinate group, but a suicide squad sent to assassinate Kaido. Just as few people? And they want to carry out an assassination? No way, I have to leave quickly. Captain Tep, we're actually not that familiar, so you carry on? I'm out of here, Wayne said as he jumped onto the dock and ran away without looking back. But suddenly, someone shouted in panic, Captain, look at the sky. He saw a dark cloud that had appeared in the sky, and within the cloud, a huge figure was faintly visible. The next second, a dragon had emerged. Wahaha, are there really fools who overestimate themselves again? It was a dragon, a green dragon hundreds of meters long. The real Kaido. Tep excitedly shouted at Kaido in the sky. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Today I'm going to take your head. The green dragon disdainfully snorted. Just a bunch of ants. Wayne had just run a few steps when he felt the ground shake. He turned around and saw, good heavens, thousands of members of the Beast Pirates rushing in from all directions, surrounding the entire port completely. Now he couldn't escape even if he had wings. He had no choice but to run back and quietly hide at the back of Tep's group. Seeing Wayne return, Tep laughed heartily. Wayne, I knew you wouldn't run away at the last moment. I can't believe you. Do you think I want to come back? Teppu has started the pre-war mobilization, talking about dreams and bonds, and his crew instantly burst into tears, each one looking like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Wayne watched from behind, his mouth twitching. This scene was simply unbearable to look at. Kaido in the sky couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Are you clowns from a circus? Teppu, still stubborn, pointed his knife at the sky and shouted, I'm going to be the pirate king. Then, Kaido opened his mouth. Blast breath. A terrifying flame surged down, and with a boom, the entire port turned into a sea of fire. When the smoke cleared, except for Teppu, his crew had all turned to charcoal. Teppu looked at his companion's tragic state and let out a mournful roar. Kaido, what have you done? Hurry back to Gotham. Batman said he won't hit you anymore. Kaido laughed mockingly, descended from the sky, transformed into his human form, and wielded a kanabo. Teppu, having lost his sanity, charged at him with his haki. As a result, Kaido used his Thunder Bagua and instantly smashed him into a pool of blood. Kaido hoisted the kanabo, saw that Teppu still had breath left, and told the ashes behind him to recruit him when he wakes up, threatening to throw him to the quarry if he resisted. Then, Kaido's gaze fell on Wayne not far away. That little brat had just dodged his blast breath. Everyone from the Beast Pirates focused their attention on Wayne. Wayne, with a determined look and steady steps, walked towards Kaido one step at a time. Oh, not turning to run, but instead walking towards me? Kaido grinned. Teppu, lying on the ground, silently shouted in his heart, Go for it. Kid, you must win against Kaido. Amid the expectant and curious gazes of everyone, Wayne stood before Kaido, expressionless and looking incredibly cool. But in the next second, he suddenly raised both hands, cupped his fist towards Kaido, and emotionally shouted, Kaido-sensei. Huh, everyone. As soon as I finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone looked at me with a questioning expression, as if they had seen a ghost. Kaido himself had a confused look on his face, probably thinking, when did I ever take such a thing as a disciple? I tell you, the atmosphere back then was so awkward it could be cut into 3 rooms and a hall. But I have thick skin, so I quickly pulled out my bounty notice from my pocket, just like submitting a resume, and shoved it right in Kaido's face. Speaking so fast, it was like I was on double speed. Teacher Kaido, that old fool Sengoku doesn't know a good thing when he sees it, bullying me. So I ran away. I wanted to come to you for a long time. You're my only idol in this vast sea. I ran away overnight just to join the Beast Pirates and build a career with you. After saying that, I suddenly knelt down on one knee and passionately shouted, having drifted for half a life, I only regret not meeting a wise lord. If you don't abandon me, I wish to be your disciple. Goodness, who understands this, my family? The moment my words came out, everyone's jaws nearly hit the ground. The guy lying on the ground, named Teppu, spat out a mouthful of old blood on the spot, probably cursing me for lacking principles. Principles? I sneered in my heart. Teacher Kaido's kanabo is my principal. The guy next to me, completely blackened and with flames erupting from his back, looked at me with such disdainful eyes as if he wanted to pierce right through me, directly saying to Kaido, Mr. Kaido, should we just send this guy to the rabbit bowl to dig coal? But Kaido, on the contrary, found it amusing. He took a glance at my resume and let out that peculiar, infectious laughter. Gene, Don't you think this little brat is quite interesting? He seemed pleased that I called him teacher. A bounty of 57 million? It is a bit low, but barely qualifies. All right then, little Wayne, do well from now on. I was so excited at that moment that I immediately pledged my loyalty. Thank you, Kaido-sensei. I will dedicate all my youth to the Beast Pirates. But deep down, I was thinking, hey, it worked. It seems like the Beast Pirates really need people. Even someone like me, who can jump ship at any time, got accepted. Kaido nodded, didn't say much, and directly transformed into that massive azure dragon, flying back to the palace on the mountaintop. As soon as he left, Jin's strange gaze fell on me. Don't get too happy too soon. In our place, weaklings can't survive. But he changed his tone and said, never mind, let's go. You're one of us now. Well, I just followed their main group back. Along the way, Jin coolly introduced me to the current situation in Wano Country. The gist was that the Kazuki family was finished, and now this territory was nominally under the control of someone called Orochi, but in reality, Kaido was the one in charge. The Beast Pirates were quite large now, but that kid Jack had just come of age, and the Flying Six were still nowhere to be seen. The upper management consisted only of him and Queen as the main attractions. I thought I should strive for a good position for myself, so I tentatively asked, Uncle Gene? He responded with a slight HM, and I felt the atmosphere around him drop by 8 degrees. I didn't understand at the time, but later I learned that he was only 37 and hated being called uncle. But how was I supposed to know? I continued to ask Uncle Gene, what will I do in the crew in the future? Can I be a big billboard? Jin's face under the mask probably was already speechless, and he coldly replied, the banquet is over. You can go to the rookie training grounds and be an instructor. Rookie training camp? Does the pirate crew even do that? It seemed Gene saw through my thoughts and continued, in the Beast Pirates, strength is the only truth. If you want to climb higher, or even want to become Mr. Kaido's apprentice, then work hard to become stronger. The way he said it sounded just like a mentor from a hot-blooded manga. I immediately put on a grateful expression. I understand, Uncle Gene. Thank you, Uncle Gene. You're really a good person, Uncle Gene. As a result, his expression turned even colder, and he looked so angry he was about to smoke. I thought to myself, why are pirates' personalities so strange? This isn't how you act cool, right? Soon, we arrived at the center of Ghost Island, inside that giant skull. When I pushed open the door to the lower level, let me tell you, the scene was unbelievable. The music inside was deafening, the ambient lights were flashing so much it made my head spin, and a giant fat guy with a pineapple head wearing black and white striped overalls was passionately dancing on a stage, his long golden braids swinging like little tails. That scene could only be described as a version of Spiritual Pollution Plus. Gene sighed with a face that was hard to look at. That's Quinn, another big draw in the crew, and he's a scientist. Quinn on stage also saw us and shouted into the microphone. Hey, newcomers, right? Come on in. The Beast Pirates welcome you. Hi. Gene walked in with a look of disdain. Quinn, can you stop doing this every time you throw a party? It's really boring. You don't understand anything. This is called art. Quinn shouted, and the atmosphere in the place got even more lively. In the end, Gene could no longer tolerate it and kicked the fat guy off the stage, then introduced me to the crowd. This is Wayne, your instructor for the newcomer training camp from now on. Just like that, I had managed to blend in at least a little. I casually found a place to sit down, and just as I was about to take a sip of water, I suddenly felt a sharp jab in my side. Who is it? Stabbing me in the side? I turned my head, and lo and behold, a little girl with white horns on her head was bowing down and head-butting me. That force was something else. Luckily, I had trained before, or an ordinary person would have had their side crushed by her. The little girl saw that I was as hard as iron and was stunned too. She lifted her head, wearing a mask, and glared at me angrily. When I saw her, I realized this was the little Ruth I knew from childhood. Quite cute. But then she bumped into me a couple more times, hurting her own forehead, before putting her hands on her hips and asking, Hey, what's up with you? Is your body made of iron? Before I could say anything, she continued to shout, Are you the new instructor? I want to challenge you. At that moment, Jean came over and explained to me, her name is Runny. Don't be fooled by her young age. She's really tough. Several instructors have been beaten by her. I nodded, thinking to myself that of course I knew about this girl with the hammer. She must be in her teens, and yet she's so violent. The corporate culture of the Beast Troop is truly harmful. Runny was still there holding his head, grimacing in pain. Hey, why is your body so tough? I laughed. Just as I was about to tease her, the banquet door was kicked open with a loud bang. A booming voice echoed. Where's the new instructor? I'm gonna knock him out. With heavy footsteps, a tall and burly figure approached, 2 large elephant tusks sticking out from his shoulders, and an expression as if the whole world owed him money. It's you. Damn it, Captain Jack. I recognized him at a glance. I didn't expect this guy to grow up so fast. At just 18, he looked like he was 30. That's a bit too eager. As soon as Runty saw there was excitement, he immediately climbed onto the table, holding a piece of watermelon, looking like he was watching a show. Jack walked up to Gene. "Brother Gene, why did you let a Navy guy be our instructor?" After saying that, he glared at me. "Hey, Fallen Navy, I challenge you." As soon as the surrounding pirates heard there was going to be a fight, they instantly surrounded us, and some even started placing bets on the spot. Wow, this atmosphere is all about lawlessness. Jack provoked me. "I can knock you out with one punch." I felt a stir in my heart. Wasn't this just the opportunity one needed? If I wanted to make a name for myself with Kaido, I couldn't just hide in the shadows. I had to show my skills. I stood up and glanced around. Are we fighting right here? If something gets broken, who else responsible? Whoever loses takes the blame. Jack shouted like thunder. All right, that's straightforward enough. I drew the military knife from my waist, and he saw it and prepared to pull out his two scythes. But just as he reached for them, I moved. I suddenly had a silenced handgun in my left hand and immediately pulled the trigger. Pow! Pow! Within 7 steps. The gun was fast. Beyond 7 steps, it was both accurate and fast. Jack's pupils constricted sharply. He probably never expected me to pull this. 3 bullets hit precisely on his shoulder and arm, and blood sprayed out immediately. Jack, you're too young. In the adult world, it's all about reality, all right? Before I finished speaking, the person had already rushed out. A flash of a knife, and with a thud, a half-meter-long cut appeared on Jack's chest, blood gushing out. The surrounding pirates were not afraid. Instead, they began to cheer. Runny was even munching on a watermelon, shouting, "Hooray! Well done!" Jack roared in anger, and despite the pain, swung a punch towards my head. I quickly crossed my knife to block his fist while my body flashed, leaping into the air and delivering a solid side kick to his face. Bang! With a loud crash, Jack's massive body knocked over a table. Bottles and jars shattered all over the ground, and then he fell down unwillingly. The whole place went silent for an instant before erupting into even louder cheers. I walked over and pressed the tip of my knife against his throat. He struggled for a moment, then sighed. I lost. I sheathed my sword, raised my eyebrows at everyone, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's sanitation will be taken care of by young Master Jack." After a night, I had become somewhat familiar with this group of newcomers. I heard that Tep, after waking up, refused to submit even at the cost of his life, showing great backbone, and thus successfully earned the opportunity to work as a glorious laborer at the Rabbit Bowl Quarry. As for me, because I easily took down Jack, the way these newcomers looked at me was filled with awe. I live on the middle floor of the Ghost Island Palace, the same level as Jack and Runny. On my way back to my room, I happened to run into Jack, who was wrapped in bandages and had just finished cleaning. He looked at me seriously and said, "Wayne, this time I lost, but I will definitely surpass you." Wow, he's fired up? I waved my hand dismissively. "Training starts tomorrow. Don't be late." After saying that, I went into my room. Jack stood outside the door, stunned, probably imagining an entire episode of a passionate anime in his mind, thinking about how he is clearly my rival, yet willing to teach me, and his affection for me was rising rapidly. Meanwhile, Runny was eavesdropping at the door and excitedly told her brother Pejuan, "Little Pei, did you hear that? The new instructor defeated Jack in just a few moves. Tomorrow, we'll learn well from him, and we will definitely get stronger." As a result, at 4 in the morning before dawn, while I was dreaming, the whole room started shaking. I grabbed my knife and rushed out, and Pejuan peeked his little head out from the next door, timidly pointing next door, Brother Wayne. "That's Jack's room." I kicked open Jack's door, and there he was, huffing and puffing on the floor doing push-ups, his physique making the ground shake. Jack looked excited to see me. "Wayne, is it training time already? I can't wait." My face has turned black. I asked Peggy Wan, "Has he always been like this?" Peggy Wan nodded with dark circles under her eyes. Without saying a word, I walked over and grabbed Jack by the back of his neck, slamming him against the wall. With a loud bang, the wall was shattered, and Jack flew out like a cannonball. I shouted at the hole, "Remember this, practice outside from now on." Peggy's eyes lit up, and she mustered the courage to say, "Brother Wayne, can I train with you? I want to be a man like you." I felt a bit better and smiled as I said, "Of course, today I'll teach you a trick, one of the 6 styles, the iron block." The next day, the training ground was packed with people. I stood on the platform and began to inspire them. The so-called iron block is a manifestation of willpower. If you want to master it, you need the determination to become strong and a loyal heart towards the beast pirates. The more sincere you are, the harder the iron block will be. Anyway, I'm just making this up. The core principle can be summed up in one sentence. Concentrate your strength on your defensive areas. How to do it? Figure it out yourself. If you can't master it, it just means you're not working hard enough. It has nothing to do with me as your instructor. As a result, these pirates were all fired up, shouting to learn. Jack even yelled, "Powerful willpower? Isn't that exactly what I'm talking about?" I jumped off the stage, and Jack immediately came over, respectfully calling out Brother Wayne. Runty beside him curled his lip. "Weren't you wanting to beat him up yesterday? Now you're calling him big brother?" Jack grinned honestly. Brother Wayne's the goal I want to surpass, so of course he is big brother now. I was feeling quite proud when I saw a tall, thin guy bringing a few boxes of chilled red wine over with his little brother, respectfully handing them to me. "Brother Wayne, you've worked hard." As soon as I looked, isn't that the future deputy warden of the Rabbit Bowl, Dave Go? He's still a rookie now. I took the drink and glanced at those pirates on the field who were still hitting themselves with sticks and said, "Let's distribute these drinks." Dave Go and the others were stunned, probably not expecting to encounter a superior who cares for his subordinates in the Beast Pirates. In an instant, their gazes towards me became more admiring. After a day of training, the training ground was strewn with people lying down. Jack had lost too much blood and had already been taken to the medical room. No wonder he relies on the Ship King. He really is tough on himself. Peggy Wan was quite happy, waving at me. "Brother Wayne, thank you. I feel like I've gotten stronger." Looking at his passionate demeanor, I surprisingly felt a little guilty. So I replied, "Yeah, keep training that iron block to get stronger." On the way back, I rode on a small dinosaur covered in brown spots. Let me tell you, this thing is a specialty of Ghost Island, and riding it is quite exhilarating. The group of younger brothers I just gathered, like Dave and others, 7 or 8 of them are following me around, flattering me like crazy. "Brother Wayne, from now on, you're my real brother. Whatever you say, I'll never go against it." And there's even one who said that as long as I accept him as my little brother, he's willing to marry the Empress. Dude, are you dreaming a bit too vividly? I know exactly what these guys are after. They just want to find a new strong supporter to cling to. After all, switching allegiances in the Beast Troop has almost become a corporate culture. But I'm not stupid either. Having someone do errands and gather intelligence for me is convenient. It's a win-win situation, so why not? As I was looking at the iconic gate of Ghost Island ahead, I was just thinking about what to eat for dinner when suddenly, my observation hockey buzzed and exploded. Let me tell you, it felt like a package, an Express 1 at that, was flying toward my face at missile speed. An assassin? There was no time to think. I quickly drew the knife from my waist and threw it out. Clang! With a crisp sound, the knife was bounced back by a tremendous force. But I caught it effortlessly. Just then, a figure shot down like a meteor, crashing right in front of my poor little dinosaur. Upon closer inspection, good heavens, it was a girl wearing a Hanya mask, with hair in a gradient of white, green, and blue, and 2 red horns growing from her head. She was dressed in a white kimono, with an enormous knot tied around her waist, and she was wielding a spiked wolf fawn club. The most striking thing was that she was wearing shackles on her wrists. At that moment, the gaze from behind her mask seemed like it wanted to eat me alive, staring intently at me. My heart skipped a beat. This look, this outfit. Isn't this the eldest daughter of Teacher Kai's family day? I haven't said anything yet, but the little brothers I just recruited are already scared to death. Dee-dee-dee-da, day young master. Run. The day young master is out again to randomly pick a lucky audience member to beat up. Let me tell you, that scene was a lightning-fast escape. 1 second we were facing danger head-on, and the next second there wasn't a trace of anyone left. What's even more outrageous is that the little dinosaur under me let out a roar and ran faster than anyone, suddenly accelerating and tossing me off. Wow, does anyone understand? My mount just kicked me off. I watched as those loyal little brothers disappeared into the dust. My face darkened. In the distance, I could still hear Dave's shameless shout, "Everyone run. Don't cause trouble for Brother Wayne." I can't believe you. Turning around, I looked at the person in front of me. Although she was only 18 with this scale, I can only say, you are truly a member of the D family. Hey, what are you staring at, you bastard? Yamato took off her mask, and wow, that face. Even in the world of One Piece, where beautiful women are everywhere, it's quite striking. What a pity she has a mouth. Are you mute? She shouted again. I said no. New here. I said yes. Then, can you lift your head up? I instinctively said, it's big and white. She was taken aback for a moment, looked down at her chest, didn't find anything, and continued to yell, "What nonsense are you talking about? Anyway, you're from the Beast Pirates, right? I'm gonna knock you out." Huh? Before I could react, she jumped up, her spike club whistling through the air as it swung towards my head. Thunderous 8 trigrams. My pupils shook, and you call this 18? What a joke. In a flash, I lifted my right leg fiercely, unleashing a light blue crescent-shaped slash that kicked out. 6th form, storm kick. With a loud bang, I sent Yamato crashing back to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. In the haze, her small face was filled with shock. It was clear that she realized I was different from those weaklings she had knocked out with a single blow before. Wait, sister. Why are you starting a fight without any reason? I relaxed my stance. Honestly, I had wanted to interact with this great filial daughter for a while, to see if there was a chance to trick her, but I didn't expect it to be in this way. She snorted coldly. That damn Kaido deprived me of my freedom. I must kill him with my own hands. The corner of my mouth twitched. I felt somewhat sympathetic. Then go find Kaido. Why are you beating me? And guess what she said? With a bold chest, she replied, I can't beat him. Huh? Is it something you can proudly say? Should I give you an award? You should take care of yourself first. She didn't even give me a chance to retort and charged at me again, this time with the spike club wrapped in dark color hockey, heading straight for my waist. I zipped behind her in a flash, drew my military knife, and was ready to stab her in the back. But this girl had a surprisingly high combat IQ. She drew a semicircle with her foot and twisted her body to deflect my knife with a swing of her weapon, then retaliated with a strike aimed at my head. With a dull thud, she froze again, because several rings of purple flames suddenly appeared around me, blocking her powerful blow. What is this? Before she could react, the purple flames leaped up her spiked club and onto her hand. The burning sensation made her jump back, frantically blowing on her hand. Damn it! This cursed thing is so annoying. She glared at the sea stone handcuffs on her wrist, stomping her foot in frustration. I was also worried. They said this thing would explode if she left Ghost Island, but could it really kill a monster like her? The next moment, she charged at me again, shouting, Kaido, I'm going to kill you. My face turned green. Sister, you're out to kill Kaido. What does that have to do with me? We fought for over 3 minutes, clanging and banging from dusk until dark, but we couldn't determine a winner. The surroundings had long been wrecked by our brawl. Those cowardly guys who ran away were actually hiding behind a big tree in the distance, sneaking peeks at us. In the end, guess what happened? While we were still fighting, Yamato suddenly collapsed, his legs giving way, and he fell to the ground like a deflated balloon, mumbling, I'm so hungry. If I had known, I would have eaten something before coming to fight you. If it weren't for my hunger, I definitely wouldn't have lost. I'm also exhausted, gasping for breath. Damn, relying only on physical skills and hockey. I'm just a little stronger than her with sea stone handcuffs. It seems that hockey really needs to be trained properly. I shouted at the group of cowards in the distance. Hey, stop hiding, come out. Only then did Dave and his crew come running over, grinning like flowers when they saw the fallen Yamato, as expected of Brother Wayne. So strong. All right. I waved my hand and took out the food. They quickly pushed over the food cart from the new recruits, which was filled with fruits and beast meat, even equipped with a barbecue grill. We made a fire on the spot and started the barbecue. The smell of the grilled meat, sizzling and oozing oil, immediately wafted into Yamato's nose. Meat? She suddenly turned her head, her eyes shining as she stared at the grilled meat in my hand, almost drooling. I waved the meat in front of her and teasingly asked, Do you want some? She snorted, even if I starved to death. I wouldn't eat a single bite of your food. I calmly responded with an O, then took a big bite right in front of her. Let me tell you, the meat was so delicious that my energy was instantly replenished. Dave and the others also started to wolf down the food, enjoying it immensely. Yamato closed her eyes, looking defiant and determined not to give in. But after a while, she couldn't hold back any longer and shouted with all her remaining strength, You bunch of bastards. Can you eat somewhere else? I walked up to her holding a piece of roasted meat and offered it to her mouth. Hey, let's have a meat-eating contest. Didn't you just say you lost to me because you weren't full? Huh, really? Her eyes instantly lit up. All right, I definitely won't lose to you. Saying that, she took a big bite and swallowed the meat without even chewing. In the next second, she sprang back to life, jumping 3 feet high from the ground and rushing towards the barbecue cart. Let go of that barbecue, let me have it. We both devoured an entire cart of food. And in the end, we both turned into big chubby figures like Quinn. So delicious, Daimao said, patting her round belly with a satisfied look. She even declared victory. I won. I let out a satisfied burp, feeling my stamina increase significantly. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, I took a deep breath and activated life return. With a bang, my balloon-like body instantly returned to normal. Family, it was like a breakthrough in technology. Daimao's eyes nearly popped out. How'd you do that? So despicable. You're cheating. I looked at her teasingly. Oh, didn't you say you were going to beat me up once you were full? She immediately waved her hand nervously. Well, next time. I laughed, still liking her rebellious demeanor from the beginning. That night, we sat around the campfire. Dave and the others were on a nearby hillside, actually thinking I wanted to mediate and ease the relationship between Kaido and his daughter, even shouting long live Brother Wayne. I was truly impressed. Daimao, this girl, was so pure-hearted that after just one meal, she considered me a friend. She clung to me, asking about the outside world. And of course, I couldn't miss this great opportunity to paint a grand picture. Beyond the sea, there is freedom. I described to her the snow of Winter Island, the flowers of Spring Island, the giant tribe, the little people tribe, as well as the sky islands and the land of gold high above. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, her mouth forming an O shape, and then she excitedly pulled out an old diary from her pocket. It's exactly the same as what S written in Lord Odin's diary. I glanced at it. It was Kazuki Odin's sailing diary. No wonder she was influenced, but honestly, who writes a diary like that? I really envy you. Her smile slowly faded, turning into an overwhelming sense of loneliness. I want to go out to sea too, but that damn Kaido. She looked down at the shackles on her hands, her fists clenched until they bled. I saw my chance. I patted her shoulder and said with the most sincere tone, "Let's go out to sea together in the future, Daimao. You're my friend. A little handcuff can't stop our dreams." I tell you, she was so moved right there that she threw herself at me and almost suffocated me. "Wayne, thank you. You're such a good person," I whispered in her ear, smiling innocently. "Of course, trust me, Yamato. I could never deceive a girl." For the next 7 days, Yamato completely became my shadow. She trained with the newcomers in the camp every day and held banquets at night, behaving exceptionally well. She even started a head-to-head competition with Runny and Peggy, utterly dominating them. One day, I was lying down enjoying the cool breeze when that battle maniac Jack came charging at me again. He yelled and transformed into a huge mammoth halfway through, shaking the entire training ground. "Brother Wayne, I absolutely won't let my guard down this time." Yamato wanted to help me, but I stopped her. I was afraid she wouldn't be ruthless enough. 10 minutes later, Jack was lying on the ground, bruised and crying, begging me to spare him. Meanwhile, in the top hall of Ghost Island, a drunken Kaido suddenly felt something was off. Strange. I just realized that Yamato, that foolish kid, hasn't come to challenge me for 7 days. He cursed, but a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. A guy named Hold'em quickly came up to report that young Master Yamato had been getting close to me and staying in the newcomers training camp every day. As soon as Kaido heard this, he sobered up halfway, and his gaze became dangerous. He asked about my strength, and Jean reported honestly about how I had beaten Jack. Kaido was silent for a long time, then took 2 big swigs of alcohol and ordered Hold'em, "Keep a close eye on that kid. Report to me immediately if anything happens." Days passed peacefully, and I heard quite a bit of news about red-haired shanks from the pirates coming in. Late one night, just as I returned to my room to sleep, my din mushy in my waist suddenly rang. BR. Who the hell is calling at this hour? I immediately hung up, then tiptoed out of the room and sneaked into the restroom at the end of the hallway. I locked the door with a quick motion and, after confirming that it was eerily quiet around me, I dialed the phone back. This device is a Navy-exclusive phone bug with top-notch security, aside from my immediate superior, Admiral Sengoku. A few generals can also reach me at any time. As soon as the call connected, Sengoku's voice, heavy enough to crush someone, came through. "Buka." I immediately got into character, lowering my voice and replying in a tone ready to dedicate myself to the organization at any moment. "I'm the Navy's most loyal soldier. Your most trusted subordinate, Bruce Wayne." The other side was silent for a full 3 seconds. "Speak normally, Wayne." "All right, Marshal, what is going on at this late hour?" I quickly switched back to my normal tone. "You tell me what is happening on your end first." I thought to myself, it's been almost a month, and I just remembered to ask. Well, who am I to say anything? He's the boss after all. I immediately spilled all the intel about Ghost Island like a falling bean. "Boss, let me tell you, there are way too many people in that ghostly place. With at least 10,000 residents on the island, and counting the samurai from Wano, it's at least 20,000 at the very least. And those 2 top dogs, one is called Jean and the other is called Quinn, they're quite fierce. Moreover, these pirates are rotten to the core. Even little kids have 'I'm a villain' written all over their faces. What will happen when they grow up?" On the other end of the line, Sengoku sighed after hearing this, then started his usual routine. "You did well, Wayne. I really didn't misjudge you. Here we go again, starting to paint a rosy picture. You're not even mentioning a raise, huh?" I was complaining crazily in my heart, but I had to express gratitude on the surface. "Don't worry, Marshal. I always keep the mission in mind. However, could you give me a hint about when we'll be wrapping things up? I can't just be a gangster here for the rest of my life. Can I? Wrapping things up? Cough, cough, soon. He chuckled, saying the Navy is thriving now. "Maybe in 3 years, after 3 years, you can return home in glory." 3 years? Fine, 3 years it is. For the sake of a life of wealth and honor, I can endure it. Then he changed the subject. By the way, there's something else. Recently, a group of pirates has gone to Wano Country. I was taken aback. The number of pirates coming to seek refuge with Kaido was like fish crossing a river. What kind of character could make the marshal personally name him? The pirate crew is called FacesSmoker, and their captain is also named FacesSmoker, with a bounty of 250 million. The key point is that he used to be a member of CP9. FacesSmoker. The image of that arrogant face with a red mask instantly popped into my head. One of the future Flying Six. The saber-toothed tiger who was taken down by Jinbe in just a few punches. The war language explained quickly, saying this guy messed up an important mission and got locked up. As a result, a few months ago, he escaped from prison, even killing the guards, and formed a crew to set sail. The Navy was about to corner him, but this guy had quite the counter-surveillance ability, running all the way to Wano, probably to seek refuge with Kaido. I understand it as soon as I hear it. What important task is there? Isn't it just transporting the Nika fruit? And it ended up being intercepted by Red-Haired? This matter is blown up, and it's hard to believe that the elders of the 5 stars will let him off the hook. I deliberately asked, "No way, Marshal. You don't want me to take care of him, do you?" "That's right. How did you know?" Zhangguo was stunned for a moment. I can't help but roll my eyes. "Your intentions are practically written on your face, okay?" I immediately started cry poor. "Oh, Marshal, this is difficult. You don't know. I've just managed to make a name for myself here, and Kaido might be plotting against me. Besides, you know I'm not strong. I really can't handle assassination techniques." "Can't handle it? Sengoku will directly make me unable to do it." "Veen, stop pretending with me. Your file clearly states that you've taken out at least 80 pirates with your dirty tricks. Even CP0 has to call you a master." "Oh, Marshal, what you're saying is not because I'm weak, right? How can I deal with those cunning pirates without using some underhanded methods?" All right, Sengoku is getting impatient. "You figure this out yourself. The main issue is that this fuzz fur, there are several big shots who are concerned about him, you understand." I pretended not to understand. 5 elders? Don't ask what you shouldn't. His tone suddenly became serious. Just then, who understands the family members? The bathroom door was knocked on loudly, and a sharp and demanding little girl's voice came in. "Hey, who's inside? Hurry up, I can't hold it much longer." "Runty." My face turned dark. Why did she have to come at this time of all times? On the other end of the phone, Zhangguo also heard it and, fearing I would give myself away, quickly wrapped up, "In short, take care of it when you have the chance. I believe in your abilities. Do your best." With that, he hung up. I put away the phone bug, opened the door with a dark face, and sure enough, it was Runny. The little girl was wearing light blue pajamas. Her hair was a mess like a bird's nest, and she was rubbing her eyes, looking completely not awake. When she saw me, she pouted and began to tease. "Oh, it's Instructor Wayne. What are you doing hiding here in the middle of the night? Are you secretly up to no good? I need to come in and check the trash can." My blood pressure shot up all of a sudden. Can a little girl really say such fierce words? Without saying a word, I gave her a hard knock on the forehead. "Ouch, I was wrong." "Just kidding, Instructor Wayne." She was in tears, begging for mercy. A little brat should act like a little brat. I threw that remark over my shoulder and turned to leave. The next morning, I was still dreaming about playing chess with the King of Dreams when I felt a weight on me. I groggily opened my eyes, and lo and behold, they had somehow snuck in and plopped down on my stomach, arms wide open, as if she were on a caffeine rush. "Hey, Wayne, wake up. It's time to train. For our dreams." This girl really has no sense of boundaries between boys and girls. Right after that, I heard Rwanti and Jack yelling outside. "Instructor Wayne, it's time for training." "Brother Wayne, I'm challenging you again." I rolled over and covered my head with the blanket. "You bunch of overachievers are really infuriating. I used to roll every day as a Navy, and now that I've finally become a pirate, why do I still have to roll? Was my undercover work all for nothing?" Just as I was on the verge of a breakdown, a pirate underling ran over and shouted, "Instructor Wayne, Lord Jean is looking for you. He wants you to go to the port." "Uncle Jean is looking for me?" I quickly scrambled out of bed, got dressed in a flash, first took the great Yamato to the training ground, and then, with Jack, Runty, and Peggy Wan, we charged towards the port. When we got there, Jean was already there, and behind him stood over 100 newcomers. Jean saw me and got straight to the point. "Wayne, there's a ship that has been anchored in the outer sea for a whole night. Take some people to check it out. If they're here, to join us. Bring them back. If they're enemies, deal with them on the spot. Can you handle it?" As soon as I heard it, I felt overjoyed. Isn't this just perfect? Just when I was dozing off, someone brought me a pillow. I guess it's most likely that unlucky guy, Fuzzfur. I immediately patted my chest and promised, "Absolutely. Thank you for the trust, Uncle Jean. I guarantee to complete the task." As soon as Jack heard there was going to be a fight, he got excited and said, "Brother Wayne, Take me with you. Runny also raised his little hand high. Jean ignored them and just stared at me. Don't mess it up, mister. Kaido is very interested in you. Don't worry, Uncle Jean. He frowned and finally couldn't hold back. From now on, call me Senior Jean. Okay, Uncle Jean, I replied with a grin. Then we prepared to board the ship. When I saw our beast pirates fleet, I tell you, I was speechless at that moment. Several shabby boats were docked on the shore, some modified fishing boats, and others were sightseeing boats with a few pieces of iron sheet welded on. It was quite a pitiful sight. I was stunned and turned to Jean. Uncle Jean, is this our Four Emperors ship? Did we get something wrong? Jin's expression was quite awkward, and he sighed. Not long ago, we attacked the country, and the ship was almost destroyed, so we sent it for repairs. Mister, Kaido got drunk that day and couldn't tell friend from foe, so he ended up smashing his own ship. Damn, I realized at that moment. In 100 beast pirates, the biggest enemy isn't the Navy, it's your own captain. No wonder it's Master Kaido. Forget it, it's good enough to have some usable ones. My clever little brother Dave Go has already picked out the 3 best ships from a pile of junk. With a wave of my hand, I led over 100 people, driving these 3 luxury yachts, rushing down from the great waterfall of Wano Country. Not long after, Dave Go spotted the target with his binoculars. Brother Wayne, I see the pirate ship. I grinned and waved my hand. Gunners, get ready, give them a good beating. Dave was stunned. Bro, they VE put away their weapons. It looks like they're here to join us. I let out a cold laugh and began to teach these young people who have never seen the world. I'm testing you. Do you understand? Testing? Run tilted his head, a face full of question marks. I cleared my throat and began to share my brilliant logic. Think about it. If they really came to seek refuge, they definitely wouldn't dare to fight back when faced with our attacks, right? But if they do fight back, it means they are enemies. Makes sense, right? Everyone nodded thoughtfully. Dave Go then asked, what if they don't fight back? Not fighting back? I slapped my thigh. That's an even bigger problem. It means they have something to hide and want to use a feigned weakness to deceive us. Doesn't that just prove they are enemies even more? Huh? Dave Go scratched his head, feeling something was off but couldn't quite articulate it. Only Jack, the simpleton, shouted in admiration, as expected of Brother Wayne. So smart. The other new pirates also got fired up upon hearing this. Who cares if they are allies or enemies? Being cooped up training on the island was driving them crazy. Let's fire a few shots first. Fire. With my command, dozens of cannonballs rained down. Fuzzfur was completely stunned. There was chaos on his ship and in anger. He shouted, what is going on? One of his subordinates asked, Boss, should we fight back? Idiot. Fighting back would just prove we are enemies, right? Fuzzfur still held onto a glimmer of hope. However, he quickly fell into despair. Our cannon fire not only didn't stop, but intensified. His ship was soon turned into a sieve, with heavy casualties among his crew. He finally couldn't take it anymore and gritted his teeth, shouting, Damn beast pirates. Retreat. We can't turn around, boss. The ship's wheel is destroyed. Counterattack. Fire. Boss. The ship's cannons are also destroyed. Goodness, Fuzzfur's CPU was about to overheat. He watched his hard-earned crew get wiped out just like that, howling to the sky, his eyes turning red. Immediately after, he used Moonwalk to step on the air and charge towards us. I squinted at the figure in the sky and calmly said to the gunner, Did you see that? It's definitely the enemy. Fire the cannon. The shell couldn't stop him at all. With a loud bang, he landed on the deck, roared, and transformed into a mighty, saber-toothed tiger. Jack, that fool, charged in with 2 large scythes. And what happened? In just a few rounds, he was beaten up like a pig, spitting blood as he flew towards me. I stepped forward, caught his mountain-like body with one hand, and gently placed him on the deck. Then, channeling my inner actor, I knelt beside Jack with a face full of sorrow, pounding my chest while choking back tears. Jack. My good brother, how could you? Just leave like this? Every time I struck, Jack would spout a mouthful of blood. The little brothers around us were moved, thinking that their big brother was so loyal and righteous. After hitting him a dozen times, Jack surprisingly woke up from the excruciating pain and said in a voice as faint as a mosquito's, W.A. Weigh in, big brother. I think I can still be saved. Huh? He isn't dead yet? His life is too tough. On the opposite side, Fuzzfair, witnessing this display of brotherly affection, completely lost his composure. A terrifying aura erupted from him, and he began his dramatic monologue. I want this sky to no longer cover my eyes. I want this earth to no longer bury my heart. I want this world to understand my will. He was ignited. He was on fire. I want your beast pirates to vanish without a trace. After shouting the last line, he transformed into an afterimage and rushed towards me, opening his gaping mouth as if to bite my head off. I didn't even raise an eyelid, just looked at him. In the next second, dazzling purple flames erupted from my body. and the military knife in my hand instantly grew to several meters long, its blade covered in burning purple flames. I heard my own indifferent voice rise, the passionate you. Full of flaws. Six Form's ultimate Fong spear. Fuzz F brought all his strength to bear on this one strike, and I, simply and straightforwardly, extended the knife in my hand. With a poof, the long knife pierced directly through his chest. He looked at me in disbelief, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the cabin floor. He covered the large hole in his chest, his face filled with the humiliation and unwillingness of having lived my life on thin ice, wondering how I could lose to a little brat like you. I retract my knife, fully aware of the situation. The truth is our strengths aren't that different. The main reason this guy just now exhausted all his energy on shouting slogans, thinking only of offense, and even forgot to activate his armed color defense. Isn't that just pure white giving? Fuzif struggled to lift his head, looking at his ship in the distance that had been burned to a skeleton, his expression instantly vacant. Who understands the family? Seeing his hometown being wiped out in one go, his heart shattered into a QR code, and his first reaction is to run. He even had the nerve to say, "Crew members, I will definitely come back to avenge you." Hilarious. Why don't you just get up first? As he was trying to crawl back up, a large hand slapped him back down, firmly, like an iron clamp. When he looked up, he saw Wayne's face grinning like a big villain. Fuzif's desire to survive skyrocketed, and he blurted out, "Big brother, don't hit me. I actually came to join Kaido." But Wayne ignored him, grabbing his neck and began a live judgment, revealing all his dark history of robbing, killing, and slaughtering villages in a one-stop service. He even added a golden line. "The incompetence of the world government is not an excuse for your evil deeds." Goodness, Fuzif was stunned at that moment, his brain almost overheating. Did a pirate just say this? That line doesn't fit. Could he be a Navy officer? Before he could figure it out, Wayne intensified his grip and whispered, "Relax, feeling dizzy is normal." Let me tell you, that tone was like the devil's whisper. The next second, a flash of a knife, and it was over for him. This guy's sinful life ended just like that. The pirates around, including DeVago and the others, were wide-eyed, their admiration skyrocketing. "Big brother Wayne, you're so cool, decisive in killing." Wayne flicked the blood off his knife, ignited the purple flame on it, and the bloodstains evaporated in an instant. Then he turned to his subordinates and said, "Next time enemies come, do it like this, got it?" "Yes, Big brother Wayne." That scene was like a fan meeting. Even Jack, lying on the deck in near death, struggled to give Wayne a thumbs up. Having won, it was time to celebrate. The entire Onigashima began to revel again. Yamato also ran over, angrily questioning Wayne. "Why didn't you take me with you to fight?" Runty, sipping juice nearby, rolled his eyes. "Tisich, did you forget about that thing in your hand? Leaving Onigashima will cause an explosion." Only then did Yamato realize, "Oh, that's what you meant." What a slow reaction. Wayne saw this and immediately patted Yamato's shoulder in provocation. "Forget about that. Come on, let us compete in eating meat again." Wow. As soon as those words came out, it poked a hornet's nest. Yamato, Jack, and Runny all joined this culinary contest. The scene was like a whirlwind, with Sea King meat and cream cakes being served as if they were free. In the end, Wayne won strategically, but Yamato ate the most and turned himself into a round ball. The most ridiculous part was that little Runny's appetite actually overwhelmed Jack's. Jack was left on the ground, questioning his life. Am I really not a genius? Yamato's cheeks were puffed up from eating, and he said to Runny, who was in the same state, "Runny, come sail with us in the future. I no longer dislike you." Runty, turning his head away in its sunder manner. "I don't want to sail with someone like you." But the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. Just when the festive atmosphere was at its peak, swoosh, a shadow fell from the sky. It was Jin. I could tell right away that something was about to happen. Wayne, still foolishly offering a bottle of wine. "Uncle Jin, want to drink a bit?" Jin shook his head, his voice as cold as ice. "Mister. Kaido wants to see you." Kaido is looking for me?" Wayne was stunned at that moment. Without saying a word, Jin grabbed Wayne by the collar, flapped his wings, and flew straight into the sky. Halfway up, Wayne was displeased. "Uncle Jin, just let me go. I can go it myself." Jin was puzzled. And then Wayne's back suddenly burst open, revealing a pair of magnificent purple wings. Jin was stunned. "You're a?" Wayne helplessly shrugged. "Yeah, but you didn't ask." Ha ha. It's all about asking before revealing, which made Jin so angry that veins popped on his forehead. Soon, the two arrived at the dome of Onigashima. Let me tell you, Kaido was standing there with his back to them, his cloak fluttering in the wind, looking so grand. But the aura he exuded was terrifying. Wayne's observation haki was almost screaming. Undoubtedly, This was the strongest creature, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Wayne tentatively called out, "Teacher Kaido?" Kaido turned around, his laughter booming like thunder. "Whoa, ha 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 ha, you brat have come." He first asked about Fusif, and Wayne was quite articulate, showering him with compliments, saying he acted to uphold Teacher Kaido's dignity, making Jin nod secretly beside him. But then Kaido changed the subject, his voice like thunder. "Well done, kid. But why have you been so close to my stupid son lately?" Here it comes, the main topic. Wayne had already prepared his words and immediately replied, "Teacher Kaido, I'm doing this to make Yamato understand your good intentions. I thought this guy should really be a top seller." Next, Wayne became more ambitious, asking if he could remove the sea prism stone shackles from her hands and feet to better sway Yamato. Wow, directly negotiating with the final boss. Kaido naturally flatly refused. No, but then he added, "In this country, the law of the jungle is the only rule. If you want something, rely on your own strength to get it." I understood. It meant you could try to remove them, but only if you had the ability. Wayne nodded, and Kaido laughed, suddenly pushing himself up with one hand. The smile on his face made my heart race. He picked up that thick and long kanabo, and Jin quietly retreated to the side. Wayne's mind was ringing alarms. Wait, the promised reward wound TB. Haha, Wayne kid, come spar with me. Kaido roared, and before the sound faded, a thunder bagua struck down. Boom! With a loud bang, Wayne narrowly dodged. "Teacher Kaido, are you serious?" Before he could catch his breath, Kaido charged again, a heavy blow landing directly on Wayne's chest. Iron block, armed hockey. Wayne activated his strongest defense, but still got knocked away with a bang, bouncing on the ground like a ball several times. It hurt so much. I sold. Oh no, Teacher Kaido, your strikes are truly ruthless. But guess what? On the brink of life and death, after a frenzied trial, Wayne felt his observation hockey was being forced to upgrade, and he could vaguely predict Kaido's next attack. He stopped pretending and unleashed his full power. Can you ride, Gene? Second stage. A 30-meter-tall, purple giant rose up, and two thunder swords emerged from his back, unleashing a massive crescent slash. What happened? Kaido stood there and took it head-on, completely unscathed, taunting him. Interesting ability, kid, but you need to put in a bit more effort. Saying that, Kaido also transformed into his dragon human form. While saying that only Haki can surpass everything, he skillfully switched fruit abilities, truly a double standard in action. Another blow came down, and Wayne used an electric shield to block, but still got hit and crashed against the horns of the Onigashima Palace before stopping. The gap was just too big. Jean was dumbfounded beside them, wondering how this kid could withstand 3 hits from Mr. Kaido. Kaido was quite satisfied and shouted at the collapsed and pretending to be dead Wayne. "Kid, stop playing dead and come over." Wayne had no choice but to awkwardly get up and run over with a cheeky smile, conceding, "Teacher Kaido is unbeatable. I admit defeat." He had no dignity as a strong person at all. Only then did Kaido get to the point. He wanted to promote Wayne. Upon hearing this, Wayne immediately pledged his loyalty, speaking passionately, and even saying he would not hesitate to marry off to the Empress for the Beast Pirates. Jean listened with great appreciation. Then, the real task came. Jean said, "Mr. Kaido wants you to take down the Dressrosa Kingdom in the name of the Beast Pirates." Dressrosa? Wayne was startled. Wasn't that the place where Doflamingo was about to stage a coup? Kaido had his eyes set on it. So early? He hurriedly asked how many people he could bring. Kaido casually replied, "How many people? Can't you just go by yourself?" Wayne almost knelt down. Was he really expected to take on a country alone? In the end, Jean spoke up, saying that those in the new recruit training camp could be sent with him. Although they were mostly cannon fodder, it was better than nothing. Wayne accepted the mission and went back to report it. Jack was so excited he could have collapsed the ceiling, shouting for Lord Kaido, "I must take down all the enemies this time." This guy was saved by Kaido and was fully loyal, having never been out to sea in 18 years. As a result of his loud voice, the 2 younger ones nearby were drawn in too. Let me tell you, that little brother Pejuan looked both scared and eager. Twisting like a pretzel, mumbling, "Brother Wayne, take me with you, I definitely won't hold you back." However, his sister Runny was different. She was straightforward and silenced him with a stern look, saying, "You little fool, going to sea is dangerous. Is this the right time for you to go?" Family, who understands? This was the everyday life of the siblings, simply ridiculous. Just then, Jack came running over with a backpack bigger than himself, looking like he was already prepared. "Brother, when are we leaving?" I was speechless and asked him, "Did you bring a crew?" He looked at me as if I was speaking nonsense, confidently replying, "Aren't we just the 2 of us? Taking down Dressrosa will be a piece of cake." I thought to myself, good heavens, are you going to Dressrosa or going on a pilgrimage? I held back my laughter and asked him, "Can you drive a ship?" He shook his head no. I asked again, then you can at least fly, right? He looked even more confused. I probably can't either. With that question, it seemed like this guy finally had an epiphany. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, oh, I get it. Bringing those useless people is to have them drive the ship and take us there, right? It made me laugh in frustration. Really, it was a revelation. This guy's head was filled with muscles. No wonder he dared to go alone and rob an admiral's ship later. After sending off this amusing character, I had to go say goodbye to Yamato. That silly girl was still wearing the sea stone handcuffs that Kaido had put on her. I thought my purple fire was pretty powerful, so I tried to see if I could burn them off. As it turned out, I spent over 10 minutes roasting those handcuffs, and aside from getting a little charred, it was completely useless. Sea stone truly is the bane of ability users, showing no mercy at all. Yamato, however, didn't mind and cheerfully pulled out a life card from her skirt pocket to give to me. I'll tell you, my heart sank at that moment. This thing is not something to be given lightly. The last person who received a life card from Yamato was Ace, and their relationship with Akainu was quite heartfelt in a physical sense. Yet this silly girl seriously said to me, Wayne, if anything happens and you can't come back, I will never forget you, my good friend. My face darkened. Can you wish me some good luck, sister? I really had no choice but to casually make up a lie, saying that there are giant mushrooms a few meters high in Dressrosa, and that the soup made from them is exceptionally delicious. When I said there was food, her mouth almost watered, and her eyes lit up again. But this girl, no matter how happily she smiled, couldn't hide the disappointment in her eyes. Sigh, she's also a pitiful person. When I arrived at the port, my blood pressure shot up. Those few shabby boats docked by the shore looked like they could fall apart with just a gust of wind. Going to sea on this? This isn't called a voyage. This is called a funeral procession. Just as I was worrying, that kid DeVego came over and said that Captain Quinn had just finished building a new ship, a real treasure. Oh, Quinn? I thought to myself, there's a chance here. I directly made my way to Quinn's laboratory in the back mountain. As soon as I reached the door and hadn't even knocked yet, I suddenly smelled a particularly sweet fragrance, and then everything went black. I just collapsed right there. When I woke up, a pig face larger than a basin was right in front of me, and I was so scared that I almost fainted again. It turned out that this old Quinn was working on biological weapons, and there had been a gas leak. He seemed quite pleased with himself, laughing heartily. My poison failed. It took effect too quickly, and I didn't have time to torture my enemies. I missed out on a lot of fun. I was taken aback. This twisted mindset is simply the pinnacle of madness. This fat guy saw that I was awake and started to pitch to me. The human body indeed has its limits. Why not? Join the glorious evolution. As he spoke, his mechanically modified head rotated 360 degrees, scooped a bowl of red bean soup from a large iron barrel behind him, and then turned it back. Well, blood and flesh are weak in mechanical ascension, right? I can only say, as I believe. I already have a plan in mind. First, I'll go along with what he says and take all his failed gas bombs and antidotes that can instantly take down a person. Then I'll start boosting him up, wildly flattering him. Oh, Uncle Quinn, you are truly a genius scientist. I've heard you're also great at shipbuilding. This fat guy will be so flattered that he'll immediately take me to see his new ship. When that ship made its appearance, my eyes went wide. A golden three-masted sailing ship with a huge brontosaurus statue at the bow, cannons lined up, big and imposing. It was simply a dream ship. I immediately smiled and asked, Uncle Quinn, I'm heading to Dressrosa this time. How about letting me take it for a spin first? His smile vanished instantly, dropping faster than anyone else. And he firmly replied, No way, I refuse. Hey, I knew it. I quickly changed my tone. Oh, right, you can't let your precious gem have any accidents. When I was in the Navy, I saw ships made by Vegapunk. They were full of technological flair. And I heard they wouldn't break no matter how hard you hit them. Guess what? As soon as Quinn heard the name Vegapunk, he turned red. I continued to stoke the fire, shaking my head regretfully. Oh, it seems Vegapunk truly deserves the title of the world's #1 scientist. But Uncle Quinn, don't be discouraged. Although your reputation isn't as good as Vegapunk's, your mind isn't as sharp as his either. Haha, Quinn broke down right there. He pointed at the ship and shouted at me. What are you talking about? You brat, just take my ship. I'll show you that my technology is way stronger than his. The offensive and defensive stance is different. I couldn't help but laugh inside while putting on a difficult expression on my face. This? How can I do that? Returning to the port on Quinn's golden ship, the people from Jack's crew were nearly dropping their jaws. That spectacle was impressive. Over 100 people boarded the ship, heading for Dressrosa, setting off. I thought it would be a pleasant journey, but within 3 days at sea, Jack, the hyperactive kid, couldn't hold back anymore, jumping up and down on the deck, driving everyone crazy. We found him annoying and handed him a fishing rod to go catch some fish, hoping for some peace and quiet. I even told him, "Jack, dinner depends on you tonight." I just put on my sunglasses and lay down. And before I could enjoy it for 2 minutes, I heard a commotion coming from the back of the boat. Monster! There's a monster in the sea. I quickly ran over to take a look, and good heavens, there was a shadow in the water 10 times bigger than our boat wriggling around. Then I looked at Jack's fishing rod. The fishing line was as tight as a steel wire, and on the other end, it was connected to that shadow. I shouted, "Jack, you bastard! How could you go fishing and catch a Godzilla?" That thing suddenly surfaced with a splash. It was a sea creature with a bull's head and a fish's body, its eyes blood red, clearly not a friendly one. Jack, the glutton, was drooling and shouting, "My dinner." In the next moment, that bull-headed fish leaped up and came crashing down like a mountain. Jack, the fool, actually dared to charge at it with his sickle. I couldn't just stand there, so I transformed into the thunder god form and punched it back into the sea. That beast wasn't giving up. It tried to ram our boat from beneath. Without hesitation, I rubbed my hands together to create a lightning strike and dove down, giving it a free electric therapy of 100,000 volts. It was instantly convulsing, its belly turning white, floating up to the surface. We were just sighing in relief when someone on the ship shouted, "Brother Wayne, look, that guy has something on his stomach." I leaned over to the edge of the fence and took a look. Hey, guess what? That white-bellied fish actually had a big treasure chest embedded in it. I tell you, these pirates who have never seen the world, as soon as they saw that box, their eyes turned green, and they immediately started making blind box wishes. One said, "It must be gold coins. A whole box full of gold coins." Another said, "Nonsense. It's definitely exquisite wine." And another one, good gracious, chimed in, "With such a big box, it must be a sleeping beauty princess inside, just waiting for a prince to kiss her." I saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone, glanced at that guy, and thought to myself, have you seen the patina in your fairy tale book? I'm too lazy to complain, so I just waved my hand, and the ship moved closer. "Everyone be careful." The queen slowly nudged forward, and the box became clearer. Wow, it even had small gemstones embedded in it, sparkling under the sun, making me a bit excited. Just imagine if it really was a chest full of berries. Wouldn't that mean we could all retire right there? However, I observed closely, and the box was wedged right in the seam of the bullhead fish's belly, with blood oozing out around it. I suddenly understood. No wonder this big guy was acting like it had gone mad, ramming its belly against our ship. It must have had something stuck in it, causing it pain, and it wanted to use us as a rubbing stone to get it off. A few brave guys jumped right onto the fish's belly, carefully poking at it with small knives, afraid of waking the creature. Before long, the box was pried off with a loud clank. Hey, it was pretty heavy. It took several people puffing and panting to lift it onto the deck. Everyone gathered around, excited as if they were looking at some rare treasure. Just then, the bullhead fish suddenly flipped over and came back to life. I thought to myself, oh no, are we going for round 2? But its big eyes looked at us without any hostility. Instead, it seemed a bit cute. It even made a couple of mooing sounds, as if to say, "Thanks, buddy, for helping me get that off my foot." Then it turned around and disappeared in a flash. That guy Dave Go, let me tell you, his imagination is absolutely world-class. He slapped his thigh and looked at me with admiration, shouting, "Family, who understands?" Brother Wayne must have seen the treasure chest long ago. That's why he intentionally only stunned it and didn't kill it, worried about damaging the treasure. Man, you're simply my god. I twitched my mouth and thought to myself, the way you guys think, it's a shame you're not screenwriters. All right, enough nonsense. Let's unbox. I leaned over to take a look, and there was a rusty iron lock on the box. That idiot Jack got excited again, shouting while holding his big scythe, "Everyone get out of the way. Let me do it." Saying that, he was about to chop down. I immediately used absolute defense. My arm instantly covered in armament hockey, and, with a clang, I deflected his sword. Gritting my teeth, I said to him, "Are you out of your mind? If you go down with that sword, what will happen to what's inside?" Only then did Jack react, grinning foolishly. I sighed, thinking that after spending so much time with this group of hidden talents, I felt like my IQ was being averaged out. I didn't use a knife. With a flick of my finger, a small purple flame burst forth. I reached out my hand, and as soon as the flame touched the iron lock, it seemed to have a mind of its own, burning only the lock and not harming the box at all. Soon, the iron lock melted into a puddle of molten iron, creating a small pit on the deck. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at my hand. With a click, I opened the box. In that instant, a flash of golden light erupted. It nearly blinded me. Gold coins. Someone started to scream. And what happened next? As the light faded, my family. Inside, it was emptier than my wallet. Empty. The entire ship was stunned. No, There was something at the bottom of the box. Everyone leaned in, and sure enough, at the bottom lay a solitary piece of parchment. A treasure map? Everyone's hopes were reignited. Under my gaze, Dayfuge carefully took out the parchment as if he were holding a sacred decree. He nervously unfolded it, took a glance, and then, let me tell you, his acting was Oscar-worthy. First, his pupils dilated, then sweat beaded on his forehead, and finally, he trembled all over. Jack was anxious. Dayfuge, what does it say? Just tell us. I was quite curious too. As a result, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Dave slowly raised his head and said with a serious expression, I suddenly remembered something. I can't read. The entire ship fell silent. At that moment, I really wanted to kick him into the sea. What are you doing here performing if you can't read? I snatched the parchment, and fortunately, it was in a common language. If it had been some ancient code, I would have been at a loss. I spread the parchment out and quickly scanned it. In simple terms, this was a will from a pirate named Plank. This guy was quite a ruthless character back in the day, with a bounty of 200 million, roaming freely in the New World. The letter expressed deep regret, saying something about giving up his wife and children for the sake of the great treasure, only to be killed by a mysterious little ghost with a single sword on an island called Wano Kingdom, without even seeing what the other person looked like. He mentioned being suspicious and had buried all the treasures he had stolen from a country beneath the cathedral on that island. He even ended with a line about how the sea breeze was a bit noisy, which made me think he was somewhat of a poetic soul. I looked at the letter and started to ponder. The Kingdom of Rommel? That place sounds familiar. Teacher Zephyr mentioned it back in the day, saying that the country was robbed and was poor as a church mouse. That guy Smoker even donated half a year's living expenses, which ended up with him mooching off my meals every day. So this treasure is probably real. However, when it comes to pirates, not a single punctuation mark can be trusted. What if it's a trap? But if I don't go, this matter will scratch at my heart like a cat's paw. You know, right? Who can resist the temptation of such what-ifs? Navigator. I gave the order directly. That guy hurried over and spread out the sea chart. I took a look and, hey, the Kingdom of Rommel just happens to be right on our route to Dressrosa. Taking a detour would only add 3 or 4 days. I smirked, thinking that even the heavens were helping me. Dave, being quite clever, immediately asked, bro, are we changing our route? That's right, I clear my throat. Looked at everyone, and with a forced smile said, we're going to the Rommel Kingdom. As for the reason, you don't need to know, but it's definitely not because this parchment says there's treasure. Do you all understand? The threat in my eyes was probably obvious even to a fool. Although these people usually seemed simple-minded, their will to survive was strong, and they all nodded like garlic being pounded. However, there was a foolhardy young man who looked like he had just boarded the ship not long ago, who stood up and shouted, Brother Wayne, I oppose it. Lord Jean said we should go early and come back early. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around shot him looks as sharp as knives. Before I could say anything, Jack was the first to charge forward, spitting in the young man's face and roaring, everything Brother Wayne does is right. If you oppose Brother Wayne, you're a spy for the Navy. Since the Navy is against it, then what Brother Wayne says must be right. This twisted logic left me bewildered. The young man was so scared he quickly admitted his mistake. Jack snorted coldly and said, next life, be careful. Then he kicked him into the sea. 2 days later, we arrived. Good heavens, the island was shrouded in fog, like Silent Hill, eerie and haunting, with faint sounds of wailing and howling in the distance. The tough guys on our ship, who usually killed without blinking, were now pale with fear, almost wetting their pants. Even Jack, the big brute, was curled up in a corner, trembling, and I realized he was actually afraid of ghosts. I can't do this. I think I've come down with a disease that prevents me from landing on the island. Miju. I looked at this group of useless people, feeling helpless. Well, bringing them along is just a burden, and treasures are much more enjoyable when kept to oneself. Forget it. You guys stay and guard the ship. I tore a corner off my life card and gave Dave a communication snail. I'll contact you if there's anything. As soon as I said this, everyone on the ship looked like they had received a great pardon, almost bowing to me and shouting long live Brother Wayne. Dave still wanted to struggle a bit. Brother, let me go with you. I directly replied to him. You're too weak. Going would just hold us back. He looked so aggrieved, with that little expression, like a little dog that has been abandoned. I changed into a black robe and went to the island alone. The city is shrouded in mist, with visibility only about 5 meters. The architectural style resembles the medieval period, with every household's door tightly shut, dark and desolate. Like a ghost town. The whole atmosphere is that kind of, standard horror movie opening. I was walking when someone rushed by and bumped into me. He was startled, and after seeing that I wasn't a monster, he quickly apologized and lowered his voice to say, It's getting dark. Hurry home. After saying that, he ran away without a trace. I was puzzled, but didn't think much of it and continued walking forward. I wanted to find a church, like looking for a needle in a haystack. Finally, I saw a small tavern with its light still on. I pushed the door open and walked in, where an old bartender was dozing on the counter, and jumped in surprise at my entrance. When he saw me in my black robe, his face turned pale with fear. I quickly took off my hood and said, "Don't be nervous, passerby pirate." Guess what? When the old man heard I was a pirate, he actually let out a sigh of relief, patted his chest, and said, "Oh my God, you scared me to death. So you're a pirate. I thought it was that murderer coming." I was stunned at the time. What's going on here? Are pirates becoming law-abiding citizens? Is there something even more terrifying than us? I sat down and asked him where the cathedral was. The old man enthusiastically pointed me in the right direction, saying it was just down this street and to the left, a 10-minute walk. I thanked him and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped me. "Mr. Pirate, listen to me," he said seriously. "You're not from around here, you don't know, but at night, you might encounter a murderer." He told me that about a year ago, a psychopathic killer had appeared in the city, only operating at night, killing anyone he saw in an extremely brutal manner. The king sent the finest royal guards to hunt him down, and guess what happened? They were all wiped out. When the bodies were found, they were covered in sword wounds. "Is that guy a swordsman?" I asked. "Does it matter if he's a swordsman? He's a monster." The old man's eyes were filled with fear. He urged me to stay the night and leave in the morning. Could I listen to him? I am vain. I put on a fierce expression and said menacingly, "I'm a pirate who kills without blinking, whether he's a murderer or a succubus. Get out of the way." I pushed him aside and strode out of the tavern. It was freezing outside, the wind sharp like a knife. I drew my sword and expanded my observation hotkey to the maximum, cautiously moving forward. Soon, I saw a medieval-style tower. It must be the cathedral. But strangely, the main doors of the church were wide open, and an orange glow was emanating from inside. I couldn't help but wonder, could the murderer be religious too? I walked in. It was pretty much as I had imagined. Rows of chairs, and at the end, an image of a deity. Below the image was a coffin. An old priest dressed in a black robe was standing with his back to me, praying over the coffin. "Priest?" I tentatively called out. The old man turned around, his beard gray and his gaze deep, showing no surprise at all. He calmly said, "Welcome, stranger. Aren't you afraid I'm a murderer?" I asked almost on a whim. "You are not," the old priest replied. "A murderer's knife carries the resentment of the dead. That stench of blood cannot be washed away." I looked down at my knife and muttered softly, "But mine is made of stainless steel, inlaid with sea tower stone, and it can be cleaned easily after getting stained with blood." The old priest. I feel like he wants to hit me. I found a chair to sit down and wondered how I could drive him away so I could search for the treasure. Or, should I just knock him out? Just as this thought crossed my mind, the old priest suddenly shot me a cold glance, as if he could read my mind. I was taken aback. This old man was not simple. Just then, a heavy sound of footsteps came from outside the church, getting closer. A strong smell of blood also wafted in. My heart tightened. They were here. The murderer. I instantly tightened my grip on the knife, staring fixedly at the doorway. In the next moment, a small, thin, middle-aged man walked in. He was wearing an ill-fitting suit, had unkempt facial hair, and bloodshot eyes, looking extremely haggard. As soon as he entered, the smell of blood disappeared. I was stunned. Could I have been mistaken? "Father." The man spoke, his voice very weak. "Carlo, you are here." The old priest seemed to recognize him. The man named Carlo walked to the coffin with a face full of sorrow, looked inside, and choked out, "I'm sorry, Marin, I'm late." I leaned in to take a look, and inside the coffin lay a young blonde woman. Her face filled with terror and dozens of grotesque sword wounds on her body. Clearly, she was the victim of the murderer, Carlo's wife, Melon. However, when I saw a wound on her neck, my expression changed instantly, and my gaze sharply locked onto Carlo beside me. At that moment, the old priest Vic spoke up, addressing Carlo in a calm tone. "Mr. Carlo, alas, that demon will eventually be punished. Although it may not be appropriate to say this now. Would you be willing to share your story with Miss Melon?" Carlo took a deep breath, nodded, and surprisingly looked somewhat relieved. "Melon and I have known each other since we were young. She was a good wife, very kind, never argued with anyone, and often went to the orphanage. She cared about me, asking every night what I had done during the day. Last night, I had to work unexpectedly and didn't go home. I never thought she would come looking for me. It's all my fault. I should just die." The more Carlo spoke, the more agitated he became, his emotions completely breaking down, and he instinctively reached out to hold onto the shoulder of the old priest. But let me tell you, that old priest was no saint. I watched as his shoulder shook like a ghost, and Carlo missed his grab, falling flat on his face. Wow, that fall was no joke. A clattering of metal rang out from his oversized suit, sounding like someone dropped a pot. The next second, this guy jumped 3 feet high off the ground, suddenly wielding a long knife that smelled so strongly of blood, I nearly passed out. Without a word, he swung it straight at the old priest's forehead. And what happened? The old priest vanished in an instant, reappearing over 10 meters away, looking completely unfazed. Carlo went wild, yelling that the demon knife would become stronger with his blood. But the old priest was even more formidable. He twisted his cane, and with a whoosh, a shiny thin sword was drawn out. I thought to myself, what kind of cyber priest is this, with transforming equipment? Carlo was stunned too, mocking him for being unserious. The old priest calmly replied, before I was a priest, I was a pirate hunter. Family, who understands this contrast? The two were about to fight, and my damned professional instinct kicked in. I thought there were still many doubts in this case, so I stepped forward and said, wait, can we clarify the motive, what the demon knife is, and what your levels are before fighting? Guess what happened? Carlo frowned, pulled out a gun, aimed at me, and bang. I fell. He disdainfully remarked, you talk too much. I tell you, those two really got into a fight, with blades flashing and swords clashing. The chairs in the church shattered like they were being thrown down like dumplings. And me? Of course, I was just pretending. I slowly crawled up from beside the coffin, my fingers still pinching that bullet like it was a game. I just sat there watching the show, and my heart was racing. Goodness, these two were purely dueling with swords, without a hint of intimidation. It's so rare these days. To be honest, when it comes to swordsmanship, I might not be as good as that green-haired kid in the dojo right now. But I could see the essence of it. These two were clearly students who hadn't gone through the 9 years of compulsory education and intimidation. They were wild masters. As they fought, both of them started to pant. The old priest asked him, why have you turned into this? Then, Carlo began his annual award-winning, confusing speech. He took off his suit, revealing a body full of muscles, and started talking about his tragic childhood, how he was bullied, how he vowed to become stronger, how good Maylin was to him, and then how she discovered his secret of killing, and how he accidentally killed someone. I was almost falling asleep listening to it. This routine was too old. He was still acting, saying things like, she must understand me. As long as I kill you, my magic sword will be forged. And his mid-teen angst was almost spilling off the screen. I really couldn't take it anymore, so I stood up and called him out. Stop acting, buddy. That so-called magic knife of yours is just an excuse. You enjoy killing, don't you? After killing your wife, didn't you feel relieved, thinking no one would control you anymore? Guess what? He completely broke down. He yelled at me to shut up. The old priest also added fuel to the fire. Kid, stop deceiving yourself. I see only 2 words in your heart. Killing. Once Carlo broke down, his combat power increased as if he had entered a berserk mode, and he elbowed the old priest, making him spit blood. The old priest got anxious and shouted at me. Kid, stop watching the show and help out. Only then did I draw my knife. But just at that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through outside the church, and a stronger smell of blood wafted in. Then, a handsome guy on a white horse trotted in. Let me tell you, his face was more enchanting than a woman's, but his smile was scarier than a ghost. I felt a jolt in my heart. The main character had arrived. This is the infamous Rommel S. Scythe Cavendish. By day, he is the charming prince, and by night, he turns into a murderous maniac, truly the epitome of split personality. That incompetent Carlo is just using his name to stir up trouble outside. Carlo naively thought he could team up with him, saying, hey, let's collaborate. Before he could finish, the handsome guy moved in a flash. And before I could see how he drew his sword, countless lines of blood erupted from Carlo, who fell with a thud. One move, and it was over, folks. This is the difference between a professional and an amateur. The old priest was dumbfounded and asked if I saw it clearly. I said I barely did. Then the handsome guy came at me. Let me tell you, that speed was no joke. I tried to withstand it with my armed color hockey, but I couldn't even touch him. He was as slippery as an eel. Eventually, I was forced to unleash a powerful move, almost demolishing the entire church. But he was dancing in the slash wave, and didn't he get hit at all? In that moment, I suddenly understood. I recalled what Uncle Kazura once said, speed is power, and to keep up with speed, you must first see the future. Suddenly, my mind cleared, and I mastered advanced observation hockey. The next second he drew his sword, it looked like slow motion to me. I immediately executed a shave and performed a white blade shot, passing right through his body. He froze in place, and then countless wounds erupted from him as he crashed to the ground. One down, and the other wouldn't get away either. Carlo, pretending to be dead, tried to escape, but I kicked him over and grabbed his hair, slamming his head against the ground until he was completely still. Dealing with scum like him requires a finishing blow. That's common sense. Once both of them were down, the old priest pulled out a large iron chain from the corner and tied up Cavendish. This priest is really unorthodox. In the end, I picked up Carlo's broken sword, and the old priest told me it was just a street market item, and the so-called magic sword was all in his head. I immediately set it on fire. When Carlo woke up and saw the sword was gone, he completely went crazy, crying and shouting for me to give him my flames, saying he wanted to become stronger. Folks, who understands? This guy's already been fooled into a frenzy just to get stronger. He is simply beyond saving. I think this guy really has no hope. Since he wants it so much, I'll just go with the idea that sincerity works wonders and fulfill his wish. I raised my hand directly, and a burst of purple flames suddenly erupted from my arm. The temperature was so high that it nearly deformed Carlo's face. I asked him, "Do you want it? Here you go." Goodness, that kid's eyes went wide. Really? Thank you. Once I get stronger, I will definitely. Before he could finish a sentence, I flicked my wrist, and the flame shot straight onto him. Let me tell you, that flame seemed to have legs, instantly engulfing his entire body. The next second, he transformed into a human torch, and his screams were heart-wrenching. In no time, he was reduced to a charred lump, and the air was filled with the smell of roasted meat. The old priest beside me took a deep breath and patted my shoulder. "Well done, kid, you're strong." I turned to him and asked, "So what's your background? Are you also an ability user?" He nodded and said he had eaten some kind of reading fruit, which allowed him to see people's thoughts clearly just by chatting with them. I was stunned at the time and said, "Wow, isn't that just a human lie detector? With this ability, you could be an interrogator instead of hanging out in this small church. It's like driving a Porsche as a tractor, such a waste." He countered, asking why I suspected Carlo from the beginning. I replied, "Do I even need to explain? The wounds on that woman's body were clearly off. The rumors say the murderer's blade is as fast as the wind, but Carlo's moves were as slow as flipping through a PowerPoint presentation. The force was completely wrong." After discussing the serious matters, I winked at him and said, "So, Father Vix, you should have read why I'm here by now, right?" He twitched the corner of his mouth, looking helpless, and said, "Do as you wish, just don't make too much of a mess." I laughed. This church is about to be demolished. How much worse can it get? I directly activated my armed color hockey. My hands turned pitch black, and I started digging at the floor. The effect was more powerful than an excavator. Before long, I unearthed a big, wet treasure chest, but the chest was locked. I was contemplating whether to smash it open with a punch when the old priest picked up a small stick and slowly walked over. He poked the lock a couple of times, and with a click, it opened. 3 seconds. Does anyone understand? This priest unlocked it faster than I can open a door. I had the same expression as an old man on the subway, looking at his phone. "Priest, what did you do in the past?" He wanted to reminisce about the glorious past, but I quickly crossed my arms and said, "Stop. I won't listen." I told him I was familiar with this storyline. It's just the old cliché of a pirate hunter who, tired of fighting, comes to be a priest seeking inner peace. He was momentarily speechless, finally managing to say, "You little brat." I couldn't be bothered with him and flipped the box lid open. Whoa. The golden light almost blinded my 24K titanium alloy eyes. The box was filled to the brim with gold and silver jewelry, and there was a pure gold crown. I estimated this must be worth 2 billion berries, right? My eyes were almost turning into symbols. The old priest coughed a couple of times beside me, and I quickly composed myself, saying with a righteous expression, "Well, Father, I'm not interested in money." I could tell by the way he looked at me that he was just short of writing, "Do you believe me?" on his face. However, the old man was still quite nice. He pointed to the guy tied up like a rice dumpling, Cavendish, and asked, "What do you plan to do with him?" "He has a bounty of 200 million berries in the Rommel Kingdom." 200 million. My mind immediately started calculating. This was a capture I made in my spare time. The full bounty would go to me, and I could make a huge contribution. I immediately took out my mini snail phone and called the Navy headquarters. At that moment, in the Admiral's office, let me tell you, it was quite lively. Old Man Carp was there boasting about Sengoku while eating, shouting, "Sengoku, that brat grandson of mine, says he doesn't want to be a pirate anymore." Sengoku thought the sun had risen from the west. But Carp's next line was, he said he wants to be the pirate king. Goodness, the 3 generations of this family, a Revolutionary Army leader, a naval hero, and a future pirate king, could start a world war just by sitting at a table together. This family relationship is undoubtedly the most explosive gossip of 2025. Sengoku was so furious he felt a headache coming on when my call came through. He asked Carp to step out, saying it was a top secret matter. Of course, That old man carp didn't listen and was picking his nose with a look of disdain. As soon as the call connected, I opened with, Admiral Sengoku. I have an urgent report. Then I began my carefully crafted performance, saying things like Kaido forced me to attack Dressrosa, and I dealt with the murderous demon in Rommel for the sake of justice, essentially packaging myself as an unparalleled undercover agent caught between two factions. After listening, Sengoku asked me, "So, what do you think about the situation in Dressrosa?" I originally wanted to play dumb. Me? I use my eyes to see. But then this old fox directly tempted me with a promotion and a raise. Let me tell you, before he could finish speaking, I immediately changed my tune. Hold on. Marshal, I have a plan. The speed of my change of expression would even earn me a thumbs up from a Sichuan opera master. My plan is simple. If you can't beat them, join them. Let Dressrosa pretend to surrender first, and I'll act as the middleman, while also developing some informants, so that when we fight Kaido, we can coordinate perfectly. I even made a sarcastic remark, saying that relying solely on fists is something only low-tier Navy does, which infuriated old man Garp next to me. In the end, Sengoku agreed to my plan. After hanging up the phone, I felt like I had 3 reasons to celebrate. I got 200 million berries, a box of treasures, and my observation hockey has leveled up. I said goodbye to the old priest and carried the treasure back to the Queen's ship, where those cowards were still scared of the ghosts in the mist. I threw the money bag onto the deck and shouted, "Everyone, get energized. Little ones, turn the ship's head towards Dressrosa and let them feel what the beast pirate's shock is all about." A few days later, when the ship docked, the people at the port saw our flag and were so scared that they were in a frenzy. An oblivious little brother excitedly asked me, "Big brother, shouldn't we start robbing now?" I was furious at the time, pointing at his nose and scolding him. Robbing civilians? What kind of education do you have? Illiterate. Thieving blind. The money of the common people has already been drained by the nobles. What is there to rob? I told them, remember this. From now on, our 100-beast pirate crew will not rob the poor, only the rich, and we will do it sustainably. After robbing their money, we'll leave the people behind so we can rob them again next time. This is called a beneficial cycle. I told you. Those pirates looked at me with admiration after hearing what I said, thinking I was simply a business genius in the pirate world. We marched into a grand restaurant, and Jack, being illiterate, couldn't read the menu. He slammed it on the table and boldly shouted, "Bring me everything on the menu." After finishing our lavish meal, I arranged for everyone to stay at a hotel and issued a strict order not to go outside. To prevent Jack, the combat fanatic, from causing trouble, I specifically called him into the room and, under the guise of sparring, beat him half to death. Once everything was settled, I slipped out alone. In the dead of night, as soon as I stepped outside, I felt someone watching me from the shadows. To my surprise, it was the princess named Violet and her country's strongest warrior, a tough guy named Cyrus. The princess must have had the ability of clairvoyance, as she could see through things. But in front of my advanced observation hockey, her little tricks were like waving a full map in front of me, exposing her coordinates directly. She even told the guy beside her that I had suddenly disappeared. In the next second, I had already flashed in front of them. Cyrus reacted decently, drawing his sword to block, but it was useless. The power gap was too great. In the face of my future-predicting observation hockey, all his movements were in slow motion. I feigned a move, kicked him in the chest, and then followed up with a punch, knocking him out cold. Done. Then, I grinned and walked towards the stunned princess. She tried to intimidate me by saying her father was the king, and I shot back, "Even if your dad is Whitebeard, it won't matter." Then I swiftly moved behind her and, using the prepared cloth strips, bound her from head to toe like a giant zongzi. But that wasn't all. Let me tell you, I also conveniently packaged the legendary strongest soldier, Cyrus. I dragged him to a small grove outside the city, stuffed a cloth in his mouth, and left him on the ground like a maggot in a pupa. I went up and ripped the rag out of his mouth, making him shout. In this remote wilderness, it wouldn't matter if he shouted his throat raw. As a result, this guy opened his mouth and spat at me. "Where's Violetta?" Well, he sure had a loud voice. I laid my cards on the table and said I was from the Beast Clan, and tonight, this country was going to change. He didn't believe me and was trying to act tough in front of me. Act tough with me? I went straight for the big guns. I said, "Cyrus, I know you have a thing with Princess Scarlet and even had a kid named Rebecca, right? Now the two of them are waiting for you back at the cabin in the flower field. Family matters, who understands?" Once I said that, his tough guy face instantly turned pale. His expression was like a network cable being unplugged, completely crashing. I added another jab, saying back in my hometown, we have a saying, a family should be whole and complete. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your wife and child, would you? This guy broke down right there. All his warrior dignity gone. He cried and begged me, saying he would do anything as long as I spared his wife and child. You see, dealing with tough guys requires some magic. I made him spill all the military deployments in the palace, and he told me everything like pouring out beans. To make sure he was completely honest, I conjured a purple fireball and, right in front of him, burned a huge tree that 3 people couldn't wrap their arms around into ashes. The look in his eyes turned to complete despair. After dealing with Cyrus, I flashed over to find the little princess. She was tied up, lying on the grass, and when she saw me coming, her little eyes looked as desperate as if she was about to face execution. She closed her eyes and tears started to fall. I thought, what did I even do? All I did was rip the cloth out of her mouth, and now she was blushing, calling me despicable. I was really at a loss. I explained to her that I was here to save this country. And guess what? She actually asked me shyly, "You went through all this trouble? Could it be for me?" At that time, there was an old lady on the subway looking at her phone, and I said yes. She cursed me as scum. I said no, and she still cursed me as scum. So is it all my fault? This thought process is simply convoluted. It could be listed as a heritage site. I was too lazy to argue with her, so I directly grabbed her and Cyrus, lifting them both up. Let me tell you, a pair of purple wings suddenly sprouted from my back, and I flew the 2 of them to the palace. Their jaws were almost dropping in shock. Sneaking into the palace was incredibly easy. The guards were as flimsy as paper. I directly broke through the window, threw the king's son-in-law and daughter on the ground in front of the king, and then casually sat down on the sofa. The old king was quite good at pretending and asked what I wanted to do. I dropped a bombshell. I want this country. Coupled with the threat of the new virus bomb package developed by Big Boss Quinn, the old king immediately lost his composure. He was scared and asked me for my conditions. Just as I was about to make a price, my phone bug rang. Goodness. My little brother reported that my fleet had already arrived at the port. I hung up the phone, smiled at the king, and revealed the whole situation about Doflamingo coming to seize the throne. Now the king was completely stunned. His daughter used her ability to see that indeed. The port was full of flamingo ships. The old man was decisive and immediately ordered the national army to go to the port to assist me and fight Doflamingo. Over at the port, my people were already ambushed. As soon as Doflamingo's cadres brought people ashore and hadn't even started to act, I gave the order, and dozens of shells rained down on them, instantly blowing them away. Then my big guy Jack led the brothers to charge forward, shouting, "Who do you think you are, daring to invade our beast pirates' territory?" And inside the palace, the most exciting part came. We turned off the lights and pretended to sleep, setting up a trap. Doflamingo, in his flashy pink feather coat, quietly climbed in through the window and started spouting nonsense at the bed where I was pretending to be the king. As soon as he made his move, I grabbed the line directly. He was dumbfounded at that moment. I jumped out of the quilt and casually threw a gas canister. This guy reacted quickly, sealing his insides with a thread, but it was too late. I didn't give him a chance to catch his breath and kicked him out of the palace, crashing through 3 walls. He shot out countless thread-like bullets from the ground. But with purple fire spraying from my feet, I dodged them easily, like I was flying with a rocket. In the end, right in front of his terrified face, I conjured a massive purple giant made of lightning and flames. As soon as this big guy appeared, let me tell you, I didn't waste any time talking. I threw a punch right at Doflamingo's arrogant forehead, smashing him straight into the ground. With a loud crash, blood splattered everywhere, as if it were free. I could feel every cell in his body howling in agony. After that punch, he probably lost half his life. But could that be the end? Of course not. I pulled him out of the pit like a chick and slammed him back down onto the ground. Bam! Another hit. Goodness centered around him. The entire street in front of the palace shattered like a spider web, completely destroyed. Even then, he wasn't discouraged. Lying in the pit, he raised his hand, and a thick red line shot towards the face of my giant, shouting something about a super strong, twisting thread. I couldn't help but laugh. When it hit my purple armor with a clang, it felt like a tickle, leaving no mark at all. I grabbed that thread and yanked it hard, pulling him back up into the air. Then, with my armed hockey-coated fist, I slammed it solidly into his chest. Boom! With a huge bang, this guy hit the ground like a broken sack, completely unconscious this time. I stood there, looking at him, who had fainted, feeling a bit puzzled. Wait, is this it? My impression of Doflamingo was that he had an overwhelming presence, right? How could he be so easily defeated? I was just getting warmed up with my Susanu's second stage. Later, I realized, it turns out the version hadn't been updated yet. At this moment, he hadn't even awakened his devil fruit powers. He was just a newbie fresh out of the North Sea. His title as a warlord of the sea was merely a result of his previous identity as a celestial dragon, and compared to Mihawk and Boa Hancock, he was far behind. I released my giant form, walked over, and saw that although he was unconscious, the hatred and unwillingness in his eyes were practically overflowing. Hey! I directly took out a rope and tied him up tightly, then flew him back to the king's palace. The king and Princess Violet were both stunned by the window, probably with their jaws about to drop to the ground. I threw Doflamingo to the ground and asked the king, "Where is the stuff I asked you to prepare?" He quickly had a guard hand over a pair of handcuffs. "Let me tell you, those things are good, made of sea prism stone, specifically designed to restrain us ability users. Although this guy wouldn't be getting out of bed for at least 10 days to half a month, it's better to be safe, so he had to be cuffed." I exchanged a glance with the king, and he understood, personally going up to secure the cuffs tightly. Once that was settled, I flew out of the window again, heading towards the northern port. I had to see how my brothers were doing. After I left, the princess was still analyzing me with her father, saying that I didn't seem like a regular pirate, being strong and decisive in my actions. Her father, on the other hand, had a bizarre focus, remarking, "Yeah, these pirates always like to come through windows. It's really strange. Who understands family?" If I had heard that at the time, I would have gone back to educate him on what efficiency means. As for the port, when I arrived, it was already a chaotic mess. Although our 100 Bees crew was small, with just over 100 people, we were far ahead in momentum. The people from the Don Quixote family were shouting about their warlord title, but our side didn't pay them any mind at all, especially that idiot Jack, who was overly excited, yelling to go fight. Let me tell you, when he stomped his feet, the ground cracked, and then he roared, "I'm going to take on 10, and charged in first. Then all of our 100 or so people followed suit, with blades flashing and cannon fire. It was intense. The Don Quixote crew was completely stunned. They couldn't understand how our 100 or so people all acted like fierce tigers coming down the mountain. Diamante, with his flap fruit, was holding up an iron umbrella to block cannonballs, mumbling, "100 Beast pirates? Are they Kaido-esque people? Of course, they are." But even knowing we were from the Yonko crew, they couldn't back down. After all, in the new world, face is more important than life. The three top executives, Diamante, Pika, and Treble, directly teamed up to attack Jack. And guess what happened? That kid Jack went crazy, his form exploded, transforming into a giant mammoth as big as a small mountain. The three of them struck him, and all they heard was clang, clang, as if they were hitting steel plates, and it had no effect. Jack had been beaten up on Onigashima every day, so his body was as tough as iron. After transforming, Jack became a bulldozer on the battlefield, charging through, sending opponents flying and smashing into pieces. The three executives couldn't stop him. Just when it looked like it was about to collapse, a tough guy charged out from the opposite side, dressed in a ridiculous baby outfit. Wearing sunglasses and smoking a cigarette, it was the water fruit user, Senior. He stood there and shouted, "Running away at the last moment is not welcome by ladies." Then he merged into the ground like swimming, and with a whoosh, he appeared in front of the mammoth, grabbing a tusk and executing a beautiful bridge slam, taking Jack down hard, with a loud bang. Although Jack was tough and quickly got back up, the morale of the opponents surged, and they rushed in, starting a wheel battle. At the same time, the Kingdom's army from Dressrosa also came to support. We had communicated with them in advance, so it was 2 against 1, a righteous beatdown. But to be honest, apart from Cyrus, those soldiers really lacked combat power. As soon as the opponent's ability user made a move, the situation became a stalemate again. My subordinate Dave Gunna was caught in a tough battle. On the opposite side, there was Jorah with the art fruit and Galadius with the bomb fruit. Both of their abilities were particularly disgusting. Those two were so arrogant, mocking us that the 4 Emperor's crew was nothing special. Just then I arrived. I was still in midair when the military knife in my hand flew out like lightning. The gladiator was still pretending, completely caught off guard, and his chest was directly slashed open, collapsing to his knees with a scream. In the next moment, I swiftly caught the knife, landing in a half-crouch, and the entire venue fell silent. Then, when our Beast Legion members recognized me, they erupted into thunderous cheers. "It's Brother Wayne. Brother Wayne is here." The scene was incredible. That old lady named Jola was so shocked that she couldn't even react. Just as she was about to call for help, she felt a gust of wind rush past. When she turned around, she found my knife already pressed against her neck. I leaned in and softly said in her ear, "Did you hear it? The sound of the wind." As soon as I finished speaking, I was already back in my original position, sheathing the knife. A sword aura suddenly erupted from her body, killing her on the spot. I glanced at the battlefield and shouted to my people, "You all retreat first. The upcoming battle is not suitable for you to watch." I'm just joking. Once I activate my Jinyu Thunder God, the AoE is too large and could easily harm our allies. After saying that, I charged directly to the center of the battlefield, and purple flames erupted violently. Everyone on the opposite side looked up at me, and the few executives from Diamante were filled with terror. Jack, who was being beaten and bruised, saw me and shouted like he saw his own father. "Brother Wayne, save me." I thought to myself, what a fool. Why charge in so recklessly without the strength to back it up? Does he really think he is Whitebeard? Forget it. Let us clear the field first. I raised my sword and calmly said 2 words. Switch out. A purple light soared into the sky. A massive purple giant descended once more, crashing down in the center of the battlefield with the force of thunder. Boom! The earth shook violently, and countless pirates were sent flying by the shockwave, screaming in agony. Jack took the opportunity to release his ability and scrambled off the battlefield. He knew very well that even standing on the sidelines could get him killed by my attack. As the smoke cleared, the ground was littered with corpses. Before the survivors could rejoice, purple flames ignited on their bodies, and no matter how they tried to extinguish them, the flames wouldn't go out, causing them to roll on the ground in pain. Diamante, Pika, Toripole, along with Lao Ji and Senor, all the officers gathered around, their faces pale, probably terrified by this divine spectacle. I controlled the giant, made a hand gesture for a seal, and my voice boomed like thunder. "This is the power of the gods, Susanu." Diamante was the first to dismiss it, charging at me with his sword. What happened? The tip of his sword barely touched my leg, and couldn't even break through my energy shield. I responded with a serious punch, sending him flying out without knowing whether he was alive or dead. Pika tried to trap me with rocks, but I unleashed my ultimate move, Magma Volcano Fist. The molten lava rained down, turning him into a charred lump. That big-nosed Toripole panicked, pointing at me and cursing, accusing me of cheating and relying solely on my devil fruit power. I couldn't help but laugh, looking down at him and retorting, "What cheating? All I see is my relentless effort and hard-working sweat. My strength comes from myself. What does it have to do with the fruit?" He was left speechless by my rebuttal and pulled out a Den Den Mushi to call for help. I casually tossed Doflamingo's Den Den Mushi at his feet. When he saw it, he completely broke down, crying while holding the Den Den Mushi. As for the others, the bald old man Lao Ji fell after taking a few hits from me, and before dying, he felt somewhat content, saying that dying at the hands of a strong person wasn't a loss. In the end, only the tough guy, Senor, remained, a true man who neither fled nor resorted to sneak attacks. I respected him for being a real man, giving him a dignified death, and we exchanged punches, sending him deep into the ground. At this point, the battle was over, and the Don Quixote family was nearly annihilated. My crew of pirates watched from a distance, dumbfounded, each of them looking like they were on a high, thinking that Brother Wayne was going to become the main attraction. "No, it's the vice captain." It made me feel a bit giddy too. I had them bring over Don Quixote's ship to eliminate the threat completely. As a result, DeVego found a few kids on the ship and brought them over to me like he was carrying little chicks. I recognized them at a glance. Delinger Buffalo, and that May-dressed baby 5. That baby 5, the little girl was quite feisty, and even while being captured, she was restless. Her arms suddenly turned into a cannon and aimed at DeVego, ready to fire. I dodged quickly and sliced the cannonball in half. DeVego was drenched in cold sweat and drew his sword, ready to kill her. I stopped him. Looking at this little girl, I felt happy inside. Who understands the family? Baby 5's setting is that she agrees to do things for anyone who asks, right? Isn't this just delivered to my doorstep? I walked directly in front of her, extended my hand, and said in the gentlest tone, "Baby 5, I need you. Be my maid for life, and I will never abandon you." Guess what? This little girl, who looked fierce just a second ago, turned bright red the next moment, covered her face, and shyly asked me, "Really? Will you really need me?" I nodded frantically, and she burst into tears, directly throwing herself into my arms, rubbing against me, asking if I would really never abandon her. I stroked her head and whispered in her ear, of course, I could never use a girl's feelings like that. The pirates nearby were dumbfounded, probably thinking I had some kind of PUA skills. That big mouth, Phalo, couldn't take it anymore and angrily shouted at me, "Bastard, what did you do to baby 5? The other one, Derlinger, also had some backbone, spitting and saying, "What do you take us for? Betraying the young master is more humiliating than death." Well, they were quite righteous. I appreciate those with backbone, so I turned to DeVego and said, "Take these principled ones back and send them to Rabbit Bowl to work." In one night, a warlord pirate crew was gone just like that, and I found it a bit unbelievable myself. While I was pondering whether I was too strong, Baby, 5 in my arms, tightened her grip on my arm. Her eyes turned into heart shapes, gazing at me affectionately. Lord Wayne, how should I address you from now on? Should I call you master? I twitched my mouth and quickly said, it's better to call you Lord Wayne. All right, Lord Wayne. Feel free to give me any orders. Let me tell you, this girl was all soft and cute 1 second, and the next second she transformed into a fierce warrior. That guy named Buffalo just called her a traitor, and baby, 5 shot back with shut up, you trash. Then bam, she kicked him right in the face, knocking out his front teeth. Wow, the speed of that transformation is incredible. Just when I had just tamed this battle-hardened maid and hadn't even had time to celebrate, suddenly, a huge military ship's searchlight lit up the entire port like it was daytime. The Navy is here. My little brothers were almost scared to pee their pants. All surrounding me, Brother Wayne, it's the Navy, a large warship, at least of the rank of a lieutenant general. What should we do? Should we retreat? They were all nervously fidgeting, but I was as clear as day in my mind. Let me tell you a secret. This Navy actually came because I called for them. Ha. Didn't see that coming, did you? I was originally thinking, what if I can't handle that old guy Doflamingo? I should call for some backup, just in case. Who knew that Doflamingo would be so easy to deal with? I barely even tried before he went down, which was quite awkward. However, it's just as well. Saves me from having to deal with the aftermath myself. I glanced at the bow of the ship. Leading the team was still Senior Crane. She's a close comrade of the Warlord of the Sea, so she definitely knows my undercover identity, which makes things easier. My little brothers were anxiously running around, and that kid Dave looked worried, afraid I would get into a fight with the Navy. I thought, what fight? They're my people. I just slightly raised my hand and said casually, it doesn't matter, I'll take action. Then I grabbed the little maid, Baby 5, pushed off the ground with my feet, and swooshed towards the warship. I had to take Baby 5 with me. Her character was too dangerous. I was afraid that if I left, some jerk would easily trick her back. I couldn't let the maid I just got slip away. So guess what happened? Just as I took off, all my little brothers at the port knelt down behind me, crying their hearts out. Brother Wayne, you're so great. Brother Wayne, don't go. Woo! At that moment in the air, I stumbled and almost fell headfirst into the sea. Who understands this among my family? I was going to meet with the Allied forces, not to pay respects at a grave. And here you are, crying for me. Before long, I landed above the warship, exchanging glances with 3 ladies standing at the bow. Chief Crane, Senior GUN, and another. Oh, isn't that little Pepper Peacock? Familiar faces. The Navy soldiers on the deck didn't recognize me. When they saw this pirate-looking guy descending from the sky, they all pointed their rifles and cannons at me, whispering, isn't that Bruce Wayne who defected a few months ago? How did he become a pirate? Senior Crane understood me. Seeing the situation, she immediately began to act. She deliberately asked loudly, Bruce Wayne, what is your current identity? A pirate? I understand immediately. It's just acting. I'm familiar with it. I got into character on the spot, showing an extremely arrogant expression. Of course, that broken place of the Navy, I won't stay there. I am now a member of the Beast Pirates. As soon as I finished my harsh words, the peacock beside me exploded. Bruce Wayne, you degenerate bastard. Just as the words left my mouth, with a crack, a whip came flying towards my face with the sound of wind. I caught the whip with one hand, and at that moment, I was completely thrown off. I thought to myself, I haven't offended you, have I, girl? I swung the whip back, and before I could say anything, my Baby 5 in my arms couldn't hold back anymore and shouted at her through gritted teeth, you dare to attack Lord Wayne? Apologize to Lord Wayne right now. Upon hearing this, Peacock became even angrier. She glanced at Baby 5's maid outfit and sneered, ha, I didn't expect you to even find a maid, and a minor at that. My face has turned black. Don't slander me. I'm helping a homeless little girl. But the peacock wouldn't listen at all and continued to say, you guy, have you forgotten what you said? That night, didn't you say that the celestial dragons are worse than beasts and that one day you would lead the Navy to the Red Line? Look at what you've done now. Oh, I remember now. I seem to have drunk too much at the previous newcomer banquet and indeed boasted about such things. At that time, the peacock was also present. Why did this girl take it seriously? Senior Crane saw that the situation was not right and quickly stepped in to smooth things over, stopping the peacock, and then continued to follow the script to ask me, Vane, since you are from the Beast Pirates, why are you in Dressrosa? What happened with the Don Quixote family? I continued acting, grinning like a villain. That clown Doflamingo, who wanted to meet our esteemed teacher Kaido, has already been killed by us on the spot. Captain Crane, if you came looking for him, I'm afraid you're late. Also, I advise you to leave quickly because Dressrosa is now the territory of the Beast Pirates. What? Peacock's beautiful face turned red with anger, her chest heaving like jelly as she incredulously shouted, do you know what you're saying? That is a world government member country. However, Senior Crane remained unusually calm and said in a deep voice, "I understand, Bruce Wayne." She then directly issued the order to retreat. Peacock was stunned. But Senior Crane only said that this was not the time to fight the Beast Pirates. In fact, I knew she was just there to support me. Now that the mission was accomplished, she couldn't be bothered with this mess and went home to relax, watching the Navy ships retreat in disgrace. As soon as I returned to the port, my little brothers were all excited. Brother Wayne is awesome. He actually scared away the Navy. They were all pumped up like they had been injected with adrenaline. Next came the serious business. I went straight to negotiate with King Riku, starting by demanding to build a port in Dressrosa, and that we would receive a protection fee of 1 billion berry annually, most importantly, to publicly declare that this place is under the protection of the Beast Pirates. I thought he would haggle, but the old king listened for a long time in silence, then had a look on his face that seemed to say, "Is that it?" Family members, who understands? He seemed to think I was asking for too little. Compared to the scenes he imagined of pirates invading, burning, killing, and plundering, my conditions were practically charitable. He agreed on the spot, the two shook hands, and they were smiling like flowers. A few days later, the news exploded. The headline featured a photo of me and King Riku shaking hands warmly. Titled Dressrosa and Wano Country reach friendly cooperation. Next to it was an even more explosive piece of news. The rising warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo attempted to challenge the Beast Pirates and was killed on the spot by Bruce Wayne of the Beast Pirates. Now, I've completely become the most noticeable figure in the new world in 2025. However, trouble followed. On a small island near Dressrosa, a guy named Sword, the captain of the Great Gorge Spider Pirates under the Whitebeard Pirates, also saw this newspaper. Let me tell you, this guy is an ultimate Whitebeard fanboy, and he really hates our Kaido sensei because of what happened with Odin back in the day. He always thought Whitebeard was too cowardly to take revenge. Now, seeing me, a newcomer from the Beast Pirates, being so arrogant, killing the 7 warlords and taking territory, he just snapped. How dare he? He shouted, claiming territory for the world government's allied nations. Isn't that something only our world's strongest Whitebeard pirates can do? He immediately gathered his subordinates and ordered, "Dressrosa isn't far from us. Get the ship ready. It's time the Beast Pirates paid a price." His men advised him to check in with Whitebeard first, but he shot back. "What are we afraid of? Who dares go against Whitebeard's will on this sea? I've killed more than one Navy captain." So, just as I was sorting out the situation in Dressrosa and chatting with the prisoner Doflamingo in the dungeon, a soldier came rushing in, rolling and crawling. "Lord Wayne, a pirate ship has arrived at the port, flying the Whitebeard pirates flag. Whitebeard's people. This is perfect. I brought people to the port." That guy Jack was originally seriously injured and bedridden. But as soon as he heard there was a fight, he jumped up from his sickbed, all wrapped in bandages. More eager than anyone else. The sea breeze was howling, and that Sword, who looked like a spider, had already landed on the island with hundreds of people, directly colliding with us. He shouted aggressively, "Hey, who is Bruce Wayne?" As soon as I saw it, I realized this is the first great filial son who stabbed Whitebeard in the future Top War, right? This is a KPI delivered right to my doorstep. I casually replied with my hands in my pockets, "Grandpa is here." He immediately exploded, "Damn it, do you know who I am? We're the Whitebeard Pirates." His little brother beside him shouted proudly. I tugged at the corner of my mouth and thought to myself that Whitebeard really spoiled you guys. I pretended to be clueless on purpose. "Who is Whitebeard? Kid, are you trying to play dumb with me?" Sword gritted his teeth in anger and said, "Let me tell you, don't be so arrogant. When you fall into our hands, we'll chop off your hands and feet and hang your head on a flagpole." I first pretended to be extremely frightened, backing away in terror, exclaiming, "Oh no, Whitebeard is actually so scary. I'm really so scared." This made everyone around me laugh. Then, I slowly stood up straight, my expression changed, and I couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of my mouth. I looked arrogantly at Sword and said word by word, "Let me tell you, Whitebeard is just a decayed corpse in a grave. Sword you." When Roger was alive, he knelt behind Roger, bowing and submitting. After Roger's death, he was still a failure who couldn't become a king. My teacher Kaido personally killed Odin, so what? Or was Whitebeard at that time? Huh. Go back and tell your old man that if he dares to go to Wano. I drew my pistol from my waist, took out a bullet, and waved it at them. "I'll give him a bullet. Don't you dare insult my old man." Sword was completely ignited by my words, roaring that this era is named Whitebeard. He charged at me with that 5-meter-long greatsword. Come on, filial son sword. But in my eyes, his movements were full of flaws. I simply sidestepped and perfectly dodged his downward strike. In the moment the blade fell, clang, there was a sound of metal clashing as I drew my military knife with my other hand. and the black blade, wrapped in hockey, struck forcefully against his great sword. Ding! In his astonished expression, his finely crafted steel sword was directly broken into 2 pieces. He was stunned, and his battle instincts told him to retreat. But it was too late. My fist, as big as a sandbag, was already in front of his face, and with a loud bang, I smashed it down hard. Sword flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground, blood covering his face. Captain Sword. His crew rushed over, exclaiming, "I haven't even used my full strength, and you went down?" I continued to stoke the fire, fearing the situation wasn't chaotic enough. It seems that the Whitebeard pirates are all a bunch of weaklings, an old useless man leading a group of little useless ones, which is quite reasonable. Damn it, don't you dare talk about my old man. Sword gritted his teeth in pain, pushed away the ship's doctor, and stood up again, drawing his long sword from his waist. Roar, you're not running away, but coming towards me? I planted my military knife into the ground, slowly extended my right hand, and a dazzling white light began to gather in my palm. Zzz. Countless silver lightning bolts intertwined and emitted a piercing sound like 1,000 birds chirping. Just right. Let me try this new technique that combines hockey, guaranteed to be far ahead. Thunderbird. In the next second, I flickered and directly appeared in front of Sword. The speed was too fast. He couldn't dodge at all. Swish. I thrust my hand, wrapped in lightning, directly through his body. The raging lightning rampaged within him, destroying every single cell. Within a few seconds, Sword fell to the ground, his chest having a fist-sized blood hole, charred from the electricity, dead beyond recovery. Lord Sword! Several pirates cried out and rushed over. My gaze turned cold, and I suddenly lifted my leg, unleashing a wave of slashing force that instantly knocked down several more. The remaining pirates were all stunned, stepping back one by one, and no one dared to approach anymore. I coldly glanced at them and said, "Go back and tell Whitebeard to keep his head down and be humble in the new world. If he doesn't accept it, let him come to Wano and fight me. Our beast pirates will make him see reality." Once the pirates realized what I said, they turned and ran, even jumping directly into the sea, desperately swimming towards their ship as if there were ghosts chasing them. Watching their embarrassed retreat, I couldn't help but smirk. Now, it seems I've really offended Whitebeard. Just the thought of the strongest creature and the strongest man possibly clashing made me a little excited. At that moment, a sound of an engine came from the sky, and a huge inflatable airship slowly descended, with a birdman standing on it. Morgan's the president of the World Economic News. He held a camera in one hand, wildly taking pictures of me, while waving at me with the other. I suddenly appeared on the airship, standing behind him, and asked in a harsh tone, "Let's not talk about that for now. Was that headline about my fallen navy you wrote?" Meanwhile, on the great WRM Spider Pirate ship, a survivor trembled as he picked up the snail phone and dialed, shouting in a near panic, "D-Dad, bad news." On the other end of the phone, Whitebeard's deep voice came through. "What is it? My dear son, don't panic. It's Dad. Captain Sword has been killed by the beast pirates." "Oh, it's just Sword being." "What did you say?" On the Moby Dick, the usually composed Whitebeard let out a thunderous roar, causing huge waves to rise around the sea. On the deck, the pirates who were drinking and celebrating all gathered around. "Dad, what happened?" A man with a pineapple head, 1st Division Captain Marco, stepped forward to ask. Whitebeard's expression was grave as he looked at his sons on the ship, saying each word clearly. Sword was killed by a brat from the beast pirates. What? Everyone was stunned, and that brat's attitude was so arrogant, as if he completely disregarded us. Whitebeard's gaze was profound. Damn it, that bastard Kaido. A man dressed as a geisha, Izo, clenched his fists tightly and shouted with tears in his eyes, "Dad, I want to go kill Kaido." "Yeah, Dad, give the order. Let these arrogant guys know who the true king of the seas is." Diamond Jozu also joined in asking for battle. The pirates on the ship were all excited, demanding to go to war. Whitebeard sat in his tall chair, lost in thought. He certainly wanted to dispatch troops immediately, but reason told him that going to war with the beast pirates would come at too great cost. "No," Whitebeard finally said firmly, "we can't fight this battle." "Dad, but..." Izo wanted to persuade him again. "Dad," Marco interjected, "I understand your concerns. However, we can't just let Sword's matter slide." Saying that, he turned and walked to the railing, looking out at the distant sea. "Bruce Wayne, right? I'll be the one to take that guy's head. I tell you." As soon as Marco said that, the Whitebeard pirates made a decision on the spot. He turned to his father and requested, "Dad, Dressrosa isn't far from here. I can fly over in no time. We have to deal with those bastards before they return to Wano." Goodness, he was really gritting his teeth. Logically speaking, it's a bit beneath him, a seasoned figure in the underworld, to take down a rookie. But what time is it now? His father's reputation had been trampled on. So who cares about the rules of the underworld? Whitebeard downed a big gulp of alcohol without even raising an eyebrow, calmly saying, "Go ahead, my good son. In the world of pirates, the rules are simple. If you touch my treasure, I'll take your life." For Whitebeard, these sons of his are his most precious treasures. Marco received the order and briefly exchanged information with the members of the Great Whirlpool Spider. Then, without hesitation, he stood at the ship's railing. His gaze locked on Dressrosa like a GPS target. Beside him, Isa looked worried and said, "Marco, that guy is not simple. Be careful." And guess what? Marco confidently tossed his head and waved his hand, saying, "Oh, don't worry, that guy's abilities are a bit strange, but I will win." As soon as he finished speaking, his hands transformed into wings emitting blue flames, and he shot off like an immortal phoenix rocket with a whoosh. Meanwhile, over at Dressrosa, on the airship, I tell you, Vane was confronting that big news Morgan's, and the atmosphere was incredibly tense. That headline slandering me was written by you, right? Vane's tone was cold enough to freeze ice shards. Morgan's bird-like eyes darted around, and seeing Vane's hand moving towards his gun, he stuttered, maybe, probably? Don't, Vane. Seeing things were going south, Morgan's hurriedly explained, "It's all a misunderstanding. It was Admiral Sengoku who pressured our newspaper, insisting we blacken you. Besides, now that you're a pirate, the more negative news, the bigger your fame. Isn't that a good thing?" Vane twitched the corner of his mouth. This birdman actually made a bit of sense. "So why are you here this time?" Morgan saw an opportunity and immediately became familiar, slapping Vane on the shoulder. "Of course. It's to give our pirate superstar, Mr. Bruce Vane, an exclusive interview." "Exclusive interview?" "Absolutely." Morgan's was so excited he was practically dancing. Just think about it. The former righteous Navy has now transformed into the big pirate of the Beast Pirates, and he even took down Whitebeard's crew. If this news gets out, it's going to explode. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. "And I've had a long-standing relationship with your boss, Kaido. We can collaborate and join forces." Vane calculated in his mind and thought this could work. Stirring the pot is all about making it bigger. Otherwise, how would it escalate? "All right, seeing how dedicated you are to come here in person, I reluctantly agree. Let me tell you, at the beginning of the interview, Wayne was simply channeling an Oscar-winning performance." Morgan's asked, "Why did you leave the Navy to join the pirates?" Wayne replied, "The Navy was okay, but being a pirate is much freer." He then inserted a commercial break. "The Beast Pirates are actively recruiting. If you're looking to switch jobs, hurry up. We provide food and lodging, and the benefits are excellent." Morgan's, "All right. So, was the provocation of Whitebeard Kaido's idea, or your own?" Wayne directly fired back, "Whitebeard pirates. A bunch of weaklings. Do they even deserve the title of strongest pirate crew? It must belong to us, the Beast Pirates. And that strongest man, besides my esteemed teacher Kaido. Who else dares to claim that? Folks, this guy knows how to manage upwards." With just a few words, he elevated Kaido to the heavens, leaving Morgan stunned beside him. He then asked a sharp question. "I heard you were once a disciple of Navy Admiral Zephyr?" Wayne waved his hand dismissively, looking disdainful, irrelevant. "My heart only belongs to teacher Kaido." Goodness, after this interview, Morgan's was grinning from ear to ear. This headline was definitely going to explode. Finally, he cheekily asked a personal question. "Mr. Wayne, do you have a lover?" Wayne raised an eyebrow. "Is this going to make the headlines too?" "Not really. It's part of the entertainment section," was the reply. "I tell you, this entertainment news is just a gossip tabloid. They even wrote something like Whitebeard occupies Fishman Island. Has a special preference for mermaids? It's simply ridiculous." Wayne's mouth twitched, and he directly threw out a famous saying, "What lovers? Women only affect my speed of drawing the sword." After saying that, he wasn't satisfied and stood up, laughing loudly at the group of newly recruited underlings below the airship. "Women and treasures are too lame. Betting everything to conquer the sea and sky. Even if I die, I will hold my head high and laugh at this world. That's the romance of a man." As soon as these words came out, the pirates below were like they had been injected with adrenaline, instantly ignited. Wayne leaned out, raising his arm and shouting, "You guys, are you ready? The era belonging to our beast pirates has begun. Roar, roar." The cheer shook the waves, making them crash against the shore. "Brother Wayne, we admire you. We will follow Brother Wayne to the death." Morgan's watched in amazement from the side, thinking this kid has quite an ambition. He quickly took out his camera, clicked, and captured this highly provocative scene. The result, a day later. "Wayne, who told you to be such an undercover agent?" The roar from teacher Zephyr came through the transponder snail, nearly shattering Wayne's eardrums. "Lower your voice, teacher. I'm lying in the royal palace bedroom drinking juice right now. If someone hears it, Will my undercover identity be exposed? Stop talking nonsense. Explain the latest news to me. Wayne picked up a newspaper beside him, and goodness, that headline was explosive. The man who publicly humiliated Whitebeard, Bruce Wayne? The content inside was even more outrageous. It was ridiculous to the core. It said Wayne killed Captain Sword under Whitebeard's command with just a glance, even planning to establish a new Yonko crew, and even claimed he would occupy Amazon Lily and make Empress Hancock his woman. The newspaper was accompanied by a photo from yesterday, showing Wayne standing on the airship, his gaze arrogant and unruly, with his underlings wildly waving below. Wayne shook his head with a wry smile. Teacher, I'm also quite helpless about this. It's all Morgan's fault with that pen. Next time I see him, I'll have to pluck all his feathers. All right. Zephyr knew he did it on purpose. I know you want to incite a conflict between the beasts and Whitebeard, but doing it this way is too ostentatious. Kaido will get suspicious. There's no way. Teacher, Wayne laughed. I just want to progress too much. He knew that Teacher Zephyr was genuinely worried about him. But he also understood that the pirate worldview emphasizes freedom and recklessness. If Kaido found out, not only would he not be suspicious, but he would also pat his thighs and praise him for doing a great job, being born to be a pirate. So Wayne's attitude was sincere, immediately admitting his mistake. Teacher, I was wrong. Zephyr couldn't do anything about him, sighed. Fine, it's because you're clever that I let you go. By the way, with such a big commotion, the Navy high-ups can only increase your bounty. You're now a big shot, so be prepared. Prepared? What preparation? Of course, for becoming a great pirate. As I tell you, at the same time this newspaper was published, a new bounty notice spread across the world. The Great Route. The terrifying three-masted ship, Moonlight Morio, was furious, cursing while drinking cola. Damn, Kaido. Once I build my army, I will personally take you down. On Fishman Island, Jinbei told King Neptune, Your Majesty, this guy has started a war with Dad. We must help. On Music Island, a little girl with red and white hair, Yuta, looked at the newspaper with cold eyes. Another annoying pirate. In a certain sea area of the New World, Ben Beckman of the Red Hair Pirates, with a cigar in his mouth, said to Shanks, Shanks, it seems that the Beast Pirates have a formidable character, Fallen Navy Bruce Wayne bounty. 560 million berries. On Cake Island, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin was happily eating dessert. Mama, Kaido has recruited an interesting little brat. Katakuri, holding the bounty notice, coldly said, Mama, this bounty is enough to make him an officer. The eldest son, Perispero, had a sudden idea. Mama, Kaido and Whitebeard are going to war. This is a good opportunity for us. Why don't we team up with Kaido to take down Whitebeard? Then no one in the New World can stop us. Upon hearing this, Big Mom's eyes lit up, and she immediately made a decision. Katakuri, you lead a team to Wano, and Smoker, you go too. If you can make that handsome little brat fall in love with you and bring him back to Mary, then he will be one of us, Mama. Meanwhile, the whole world was in an uproar because of him, and Wayne himself had just learned from Zephyr about his new bounty. How much? 560 million? He was shocked himself. Teacher, can I go claim the bounty myself? Sure, as long as you can bring your own head over. Then I'd better pass. After ending the call with Teacher Zephyr, Wayne had just walked out of his bedroom when he bumped into someone. Baby 5 directly pounced on him, hanging on to him, wearing a crop top and super short shorts. Those long legs were something else. Good morning, Wayne-sama. A flash of guilt crossed Wayne's mind, but he quickly reassured himself. I'm helping a delicate girl. Yes, that's right. He confidently pinched Baby 5's little face and then headed straight for the underground prison of the palace. In the dim cell, Wayne crossed his legs again, sitting in front of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Where do we leave off last time? Doflamingo was still stubborn. With a mocking smile, is this your attitude for a conversation? You need to understand your situation. Doflamingo, Wayne's tone suddenly turned cold. Your life is now in my hands. With just a few words, Wayne suppressed Doflamingo's arrogance. He was more afraid of death than anyone else. All right, what do you want? Tell me everything you know about the Celestial Dragon's secrets. I'll spare your life and send you to the quarry in Wano. Doflamingo's face twitched. Is there any difference from dying? Of course there is, Wayne sneered. At least there's a chance to escape from the quarry. When you're dead, you really have nothing left. Doflamingo remained silent for a long time. He knew he had no choice. Last question. Why should I trust you? Because you have no choice, and you no longer pose a threat to me. Doflamingo laughed, looking worse than crying, a true pirate indeed. All right, I'll tell you. He began to recount things Wayne already knew about the 20 Kings, the Nefertari family. Wayne frowned, realizing this guy was not being honest. Doflamingo, isn't it good to be alive? Wayne stood up, reaching for his gun. Doflamingo panicked. Hey, I was only 8 years old when I left the Holy Land. 8 years old? Wayne ripped off his sunglasses, staring into his eyes. Let me remind you, the celestial dragon's national treasure and the immortality surgery. What? Doflamingo's pupils shook. His face full of disbelief. You? How could you? Good Lord, his CPU must have overheated. My patience is limited. At this point, Doflamingo completely caved, knowing that if he played any more tricks, it would be the end for him. He almost gritted his teeth and spilled all the secrets he had kept hidden. The immortality surgery is the ability of a devil fruit. It can grant eternal life. But the price is that the user who performs the surgery will die immediately. The 5 old geezers in the Holy Land, the Gorosei, have no idea how many years they have lived. I suspect they must have undergone the immortality surgery to control this world for hundreds of years. When Wayne heard this, he was also shocked. Doflamingo saw that he hadn't interrupted, so he continued to drop bombshells. Moreover, the immortality surgery is related to the celestial dragon's national treasure. That treasure is actually the legendary ancient weapon. It is said that only those who have undergone the immortality surgery can use it. After listening, Wayne nodded, feeling that this guy probably knew all there was to know. He stood up, revealing a kind smile. Very good, Doflamingo. You have successfully been accepted into the rabbit bowl quarry. After dealing with Doflamingo, the story's focus shifted to another side of Dressrosa, on an island called Greenbit, home to the Tontata tribe, which looked like a primitive forest with no signs of human life. But let me tell you, this place looks like a no-man's land on the surface, but it's actually bustling with activity. The 4 of us, me, Wayne, Baby 5, and Cyrus, were stumbling around in the forest like headless flies for over an hour. That guy Jack was all wrapped up like a mummy, swinging a sickle to cut through the vines while shouting, Wayne, we're in this godforsaken place. Is there a miracle doctor? You weren't fooled by some influencer, were you? Wayne, however, was calm and told him to be patient. I'll tell you, bringing Jack here was just a cover. The real purpose was something Cyrus, the local, quickly guessed. Mr. Wayne, you're looking for the legendary little people, aren't you? As soon as he finished speaking, Wayne made a shushing gesture and fixed his gaze on a bush, then shouted at the top of his lungs, Stop hiding, come out. Well, that bush actually started shaking. Suddenly, a fluffy little creature darted out. For those who know, this thing looked like an elf, only about 20 centimeters tall, with a big head, a pointy nose, a green hat, and a bushy tail like a squirrel. It was adorable. Baby 5's love-struck brain exploded at the sight. Her eyes filled with little hearts as she squealed how cute it was. However, this little creature was quite cautious and asked us in a baby voice what we were doing. Wayne, being straightforward, simply said, Don't be afraid, we are pirates. The little guy initially relaxed, thinking, oh, so you're pirates, but then suddenly realized what? The legendary evil pirates. Jack was laughing so hard on the side, thinking the little guy was hilarious. Then this little creature got serious, pulled out a large silver needle from his waist, which was like a sword to him, and dramatically introduced himself. Listen up. Your opponent is the captain of the Holy Dongtata Kingdom's Youth Guerrilla Squad, Leo. Let me tell you, the Dongtata clan has a uniquely unconventional way of thinking. In their world, the concept of lying doesn't even exist. So, this guy Wayne is all about sincerity, getting straight to the point. Rio, right? We mean no harm. My brother is seriously injured, and we would like to ask your Princess Manxueli to use her fruit ability to help him recover. The 3 of us were stunned, our jaws almost dropping. Big brother, are you asking for help or demanding protection money? So direct. Who would agree to that? But the next second, something outrageous happened. That little guy, Leo, paused for a moment and then suddenly realized, oh, so that's how it is. I'm really sorry. After saying that, he put away his weapon, ran over to Jack, and looked at his injuries with sympathy. You must be in a lot of pain. I'll take you to find that barbaric princess Manchely right away. We were all stunned, with question marks all over our heads. Is it really that easy to believe? He has a grudge against their princess, right? Wayne just smiled, clearly having anticipated this. When dealing with these naive little guys, any tricks are unnecessary. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Leo led us through a winding path to a giant tree. Wow, it was full of tree holes, resembling a beehive. This was their hometown. He shouted loudly, and from the grass, the tree trunk, and the flowers, hundreds of little people emerged, chattering and surrounding us. Baby 5, feeling a surge of girlish enthusiasm, tried to reach out and touch one, but the little guy disappeared in a flash, moving at an incredible speed. Wayne explained that despite their small size, these little ones had strength and speed far beyond ordinary people. They were like superhuman templates, just a bit too simple-minded. At that moment, the crowd parted, and a little girl who looked like a doll, dressed in a white dress with golden hair, stepped forward. This was Princess Mancherry. It was her first time seeing adults like us, and she was a bit shy. But then Leo ruined the moment. "Hey, Slowpoke Mancherry, hurry up and heal him." At that moment, I felt those two had a spark. Mancherry glared at Leo with an annoyed expression, then lightly jumped onto Jack's head, saying in a soft, sweet voice, "Everyone don't move." That voice made even the rough Jack instinctively nod. Immediately, the little princess spread her arms, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. And those tears instantly transformed into countless glowing dots, scattering all over Jack like dandelions. Let me tell you, that scene was nothing short of a miracle. The deep wounds on Jack's body visibly healed in an instant. Even the old scars disappeared. Jack was fully revived on the spot, shouting in joy and pounding his chest, saying he would protect Princess Mancherry from now on. But then Leo, the ironclad straight man, chimed in. "She doesn't need anyone to take care of her. She's just pretending. Actually, she's the most headstrong." Wayne's mouth twitched as I saw the murderous intent almost overflowing from Mancherry's cute smile. "Dude, you really are single by choice." At that moment, an old man resembling a clan leader stepped forward and asked, "Great ones, you're not just here to heal, are you?" Wayne walked up with a smile and then blurted out a shocking statement. "Of course not. I'm planning to capture all of you and make you my slaves." In an instant, the venue fell silent. Then, hundreds of little people erupted in chaos, fleeing in all directions. Leo was so angry he jumped up. "You scoundrel. That's too evil." Wayne shrugged innocently. "Don't blame me. I already said I'm a pirate. Isn't being treacherous our basic operation?" Upon hearing this, Leo actually thought it over seriously, then suddenly realized, "Oh, it seems so. My apologies, pirate sir." At that moment, I really almost couldn't catch my breath. How did this brain circuit develop? Princess Mancherry was so angry that she stomped her feet on Jack's head and shouted at Leo, "You big idiot. He is about to capture us as slaves. Why are you thanking him?" Jack and Cyrus were also anxious, urging Wayne to spare these little guys. Only baby 5, without saying a word, transformed her hands into 2 submachine guns, ready to open fire at any moment. Wayne waved his hand, signaling everyone to calm down, then cleared his throat and announced his terms for slavery. "Listen up, I will implement a 6-hour slavery system for you. First, I will build a dedicated community for you in Dressrosa, complete with 5 insurances and 1 fund. 3 meals a day plus snacks and juice will be provided for free, but only breakfast will have milk. Nap time is only 3 hours. Every day, besides sleeping and entertainment, you must do 6 hours of planning work. Moreover, I guarantee that there will absolutely be no opportunity for overtime pay." The entire place fell silent again. Cyrus's eyes nearly popped out. This treatment was even better than that of ordinary residents in Dressrosa. It made him tempted. The little people blinked their big eyes, digesting the information for a while. Then one little person tentatively shouted, "So, does that mean we can live in big houses and eat good food and do the work we like?" After understanding, the whole tribe erupted in cheers like a mountain torrent. "Hurrah! It's the kind-hearted adult race. The great hero, Wayne Lando. Wow." Wayne's image instantly transformed from an evil pirate into a savior. In fact, Wayne's plan was very simple: to bring the little people into human society, let them help develop agriculture, while also providing them with protection. These little guys were too innocent. If they were targeted by bad people, it would be a disaster. Once the deal was made, Wayne invited Princess Mancherry onto the ship as his exclusive nanny. The little princess had longed for the outside world and was incredibly excited. The tribe leader was worried and sent Leo, the strongest warrior, to accompany her as a bodyguard. Wayne was of course happy. Leo's sowing fruit ability could be developed into a divine skill. Thus, our trip to Dressrosa not only conquered the country, but also gained 2 powerful partners, a total win. On the day of departure, let me tell you, the scene was incredible. The entire population of Dressrosa lined the streets to see us off, sending vegetables and offering hugs. So enthusiastic. We pirates enjoyed the treatment of heroes for the first time. All of us were overjoyed, realizing this was much more enjoyable than robbing. There was even an old lady who insisted on marrying her 2-ton granddaughter to Wayne, almost scaring him away. Under the farewell of the entire city, we boarded the Queen and officially set sail. Wayne stood at the bow of the ship, already imagining the ecstatic expression on Kaido's face when he saw this achievement. The ship sailed smoothly on the sea, and we set up a barbecue grill on the deck, grilling the sea kings we had just caught. It was so pleasant. Jack, since being nursed by Mancherry, had become the #1 sycophant, carefully cutting meat for Manchuali. When it was Leo's turn, his face darkened. You cut it yourself if you want to eat. This double standard was truly something else. Wayne and I were wearing sunglasses, enjoying the sea breeze when Devego suddenly ran over to report that Marco from the Whitebeard pirates had been spotted in Dressrosa. As soon as Wayne heard this, he threw away the big piece of meat in his mouth and cursed. That old man Whitebeard really has no sense of honor, sending such a monster to launch a sneak attack. Devego quickly took out the sea chart and analyzed. Don't worry, big brother, we're fast. We'll reach Wano in half a day. No matter how strong Marco is, he wouldn't dare to chase us into Kaido's territory, right? At that moment, I felt something was off with his words. He was clearly setting a flag. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, I turned my head and saw a giant bird engulfed in blue flames, charging towards us at supersonic speed. The pirates on the lookout were dumbfounded. What was that? A roasted flamingo? Wayne's face darkened, and he kicked Dave Go, who was still explaining Marco's fruit abilities, saying, "Is this really the time for you to be a commentator?" The blue flames grew larger, resembling a small meteor, and it looked like it was about to crash onto the ship. The people on the ship frantically opened fire, but the bullets were as ineffective as throwing a cow into the sea. Just as we were in a critical situation, a purple flash shot up from the deck, instantly transforming into a giant thunder god wielding a long sword, who struck down fiercely on the blue flames. With a loud bang, the surface of the sea exploded. It was Wayne. He had directly summoned the god of thunder to block Marco's attack. The flames in the air recoalesced into a giant phoenix, which was Marco. He spoke human words and shouted at Wayne, vowing to take revenge for the slain Squirtle. Wayne, within the massive purple giant, sneered and thundered, "Sorry, Marco. I killed your brother. How about I apologize? Would that make you feel better?" Just as I was being pulled to the limit with little Marco, the scene shifted to another sea where a pink, cream-covered, singing ship was sailing. This was the main ship of the Big Mom Pirates. On the deck, Katakuri stood coolly, while a group of unruly kids were causing chaos behind him. The long-legged lady, Smoothie, walked over and suddenly posed a philosophical question. "Brother, what does marriage mean?" Next to her, BRLE looked at her dreamily and explained that marriage is when two people love each other forever and stay together. Smoothie then turned to Katakuri. And guess what happened? Katakuri, our legendary perfect man, noticeably leaned to the side, pretending to admire the scenery, clearly not wanting to answer the question. That's right. He's also a single bachelor. Hilarious. Smoothie, being carefree, directly tossed the topic to Katakuri, asking him, "Brother, how can I make that guy fall in love with me?" I have to say, Ka-Air's way of thinking is just bizarre. He actually started to think seriously about it. And do you know what answer he came up with? He said, "It's simple. Just beat him until he can't take care of himself, and he will definitely think about you every day, carving you into his heart." Wow. I was just like, wow. Family, who understands? What kind of tiger wolf words are these? Is this the love philosophy of the Big Mom Pirates? It's all about physical domination, right? Even more ridiculous, Smoogie actually believed it after hearing that, nodding along. "Oh, so marriage is that simple. Just give him a beating." And Bruley beside him had that expression of "my brother is so right," fanning the flames, saying, "That's right, Smoogie, you're so strong. That guy will definitely be crazy about you. I really can't believe this family of yours." Just when they were plotting how to beat me up, a little soldier ran over and said, "We're almost at Wano. All right, let us cut back to my side." Marco over there was already furious, his blue flames bursting out all over, and that aura, let me tell you, I could feel it burning my face from a distance. I was cursing in my heart. This phoenix fruit is just too overpowered. It's like a moving spring of water. For someone like me who relies purely on effort, this is just too hard. I transformed into a purple giant, drew another knife, and pointed at a nearby deserted island, shouting, "Marco, it was me who killed Squirtle. If you have the guts, come and fight me one-on-one." But this kid was quite clever. He saw through at a glance and said, "Oh, trying to distance the battlefield. Afraid of affecting the people on your ship, huh?" I darkened my face. "How are we supposed to talk now?" I said, "You're a well-known powerhouse in this new world. You and T play the ambush game, would you?" Guess what he said? He actually replied, "Guess my head." I got furious right then and there, no more talking. I went straight into battle. Marco turned into a blue meteor, his wings folded, rolling through the air with terrifying wind pressure, clawing at me. I couldn't afford to be careless. I filled both my blades with all my dominance, lightning, and purple fire, crossing them to meet his attack, shouting dramatically, "Evil Falls Thunderfire Sword." He countered with Blue Flame Crane Claw. There was a huge explosion. I felt my arms go numb. Purple and blue flames clashed violently, devouring each other, a scene that left my crew, who had never seen such things, dumbfounded. Just then Jack, that fool, shouted, "Brother Wayne, I'm here to help." And with a powerful leap, the whole ship sank down under his weight. Then he jumped up like a cannonball, swinging his scythe towards Marco's head. What happened next? Before Jack could even reach Marco, he was sent flying back by a single flap of Marco's wing, crashing down with a loud bang and creating a huge hole in a newly built deck by Uncle Quinn. My heart shattered at that moment. After all, it was a new ship. Did I care about the ship? No problem. Just then, Mansherry's healing dandelion floated over, instantly restoring Jack's health. And I felt my stamina refill as well. That guy Dave go down below, I really couldn't believe it. He actually said to Jack, who was lying in the pit, "Hey Jack, I heard that being heavily injured and near death give you a chance to awaken. Why don't you skip the healing and just try your luck with a blind box?" I was like, wow, Jack wanted to stab him right then and there. How is this a teammate? This is basically a cybernetic hua-ta. The battle in the sky continued, with both of us trading blows. The wind pressure from our fight blowing the people on the ship all over the place. As Marco fought, he suddenly realized something was off. He noticed Mansherry was healing me below, and if this dragged on, he would undoubtedly lose. This guy was tough too, with a quick thought. He actually changed direction and charged straight at our ship, braving my lightning attacks like a kamikaze. I was anxious at that moment, predicting his trajectory, and, threw a punch from a distance, finally managing to deflect him a bit. But it was still too late, with a loud bang. Our ship was directly hit, and a big hole was knocked out the side, taking out several compartments as well. The lookout tower was tilted, and Leo, holding Manchueli, used the power of the sowing fruit to catch the falling people back like Spider-Man. But as soon as they landed, the straight guy said, "Princess Manchueli, you should lose some weight. You're so heavy." This made Manchueli so angry that she punched him on the head. Meanwhile, in the compartment that was breached, there sat Doflamingo, handcuffed and shackled, looking confused as he read a newspaper. He was probably wondering why the ceiling suddenly disappeared while he was singing along with the newspaper. Seeing the scene, I was completely furious. "Marco, you've made me lose so thoroughly. You have already chosen the path to death. All right, no more playing around with you guys. I'm laying it all on the table." I directly ordered Dave and the others to get the ship out of here. These people thought I was going to sacrifice myself for a noble cause. Crying as if it were the end of the world. "Brother Wayne, don't worry. We will take good care of Duh and the others. Brother Wayne, we'll offer you incense when we have the feast. Thank you all so much. Hurry up and get lost." As soon as they left, I immediately unleashed my ultimate skill. Kaminari no Kami, Stage 3. Activate. In the next moment, I transformed into a 100-meter tall thunder giant. Let me tell you, the scene was like dark clouds pressing down, with flashes of lightning and booming thunder. It felt like the sky was about to collapse. I was the center of the storm. Marco was dumbfounded, his face turned pale. He probably had never seen anyone completely transform into lightning, and with such a domineering aura. In this form, I embodied the very concept of lightning itself. Physical attacks and domineering attacks were all ineffective against me. Marco knew he had to fight back, wrapping himself in armament hockey, and charged at me head-on. And what happened? His attacks passed straight through my body, while the lightning on me shocked him, making him scream in pain. I sneered, "Lightning, you can't catch me." Then I raised my hand and summoned a lightning spear, striking like a bolt from the blue. I threw it directly at him. With a thunderous boom, Marco was blown away, but the blue flames ignited, and his injuries began to heal again. Damn, this recovery ability is insane. He's practically an indestructible meat shield. Seeing he couldn't win, he started talking back, saying something about dreams and pursuits. I shot back, "You call a weakling your father, and you still have the nerve to criticize me?" As a result, this kid got fired up, saying his dream was to see his father become a king, and until then, he would never fall. As soon as he finished speaking, flames erupted around him, even taking on a hint of gold, and he activated an immortal flame shield, clearly intent on enduring to the end. "All right, you've got guts. I, Bruce Wayne, will call you the strongest. Time is running out. The final blow." I concentrated all my strength into a lightning giant bow several dozen meters long, pulling the string taut. And an arrow inscribed with the words "Thunder Arrow" was aimed at him. With a shriek, the lightning arrow shot through the air, and the whole world was filled with white light and deafening thunder. When the light dissipated, Marco was nearly obliterated, with a transparent hole in his chest and missing limbs. But he was still hanging on. He couldn't possibly be alive. Just when I was shocked, guess what I heard? "Mommy, mommy. Mommy, mommy." I was completely stunned at that moment. Who is it? Who is opening a KTV at the battlefield? Turning my head, lo and behold, a gigantic and flashy cake ship was heading our way, and standing at the bow was none other than Katakuri. The crazier part was that our shabby ship was actually following right behind them. Dave and the others were still waving on the deck. "Brother Wayne, reinforcements have arrived." I exchanged a glance with Marco, and we both said in unison, "The person you called? Well, it seems like a third party is causing trouble." When Cuddy arrived, he first mocked Marco, saying that a prominent member of the Whitebeard pirates was bullying a newcomer, which was really shameful. Marco's face turned green, thinking, "Are you blind? I'm about to be killed by this newbie." But I felt particularly comfortable listening to it. Yes, that's right. Cuddy really has good judgment. As soon as I saw the reinforcements arriving, I immediately transformed back and jumped onto the ship. My bravado was almost depleted. If I didn't get down soon, I would embarrassingly disconnect in front of everyone. I jumped onto the second ship and enthusiastically put my arm around the guy's shoulder, saying, "Bro, don't let him get away. Let's team up and take him down." But the guy on the second ship looked at me with a cold expression and said, "You're right, but I refuse." Wow. I was taken aback. I had forgotten that this guy's character was that of a principled young man who never takes advantage of the weak. "Fine. You think you're so great and high-minded." So I just watched as Marco escaped with low health. While I was complaining, a tall ice queen, even taller than me, approached with her stunning long legs. Charlotte Smudge. She looked me up and down, then cleared her throat and, after holding back for a while, said something that left me completely stunned. "Be my husband." I was stunned for a moment, and my mind went blank. What the heck? While I was in the middle of a fight, how did it suddenly switch to a dating show channel? I even started having hallucinations, feeling like cherry blossoms were floating in the sky, with a violin BGM playing in my ears. Then I looked up and wow, it was those kids from the Charlotte family throwing flower petals from the top of the cabin, while a few Hammett soldiers were over there playing the violin. I took another glance at this smuggie in front of me. Goodness, she just stood there, staring at me with a pair of dead fish eyes like Marco's. That look was as cold as if she were looking at some unrecyclable trash. "Hey, have you made up your mind?" she asked again. I wanted to reply, "What kind of international joke is this?" The words were on the tip of my tongue, and then suddenly my CPU started smoking. Wait, she is Big Mom's daughter, and Katakuri is here to help Kaido. So, are these people serious? Is Big Mom really trying to form an alliance with Kaido? Does anyone understand? I feel like I've accidentally broken the timeline. If these two emperors hold hands right now, who else in this sea can fight? No way, absolutely not. I squinted my eyes, lifted the corners of my mouth, tilted my head, striking a handsome pose, ready to say that classic line. "Although you're very beautiful, I refuse." But before I could finish that last word, I caught a glimpse of Katakuri out of the corner of my eye. That guy was staring at me with a blank expression, his trident almost sparking from how tightly he was gripping it. The meaning was clear. "If you dare to say that word, I'll make sure you're cut off today." That's when I remembered that this guy seemed to be an ultimate siscon. Forget it. Forget it. A wise person knows when to yield. So, at the moment I was about to say I refuse, I abruptly changed direction, turning it into, "But I refuse." I feel a bit dizzy. After saying that, I instantly put on my acting skills, found a particularly comfortable position, and plopped down on the ground. Vainland. The man Sherry on my shoulder was in a panic, tears pouring into my mouth like they were free. The little guy was confused, wondering why it wasn't working. Smuggy was also bewildered. Did he just agree? Next to him, Bruley shook her head. "Doesn't look like it, huh?" Just at that moment of chaos, someone suddenly shouted from the nearby ship, "Oh no, the Quinn is sinking." Everyone looked up, and sure enough, Quinn's precious ship had cracked open even more for Marco's attack, and the whole ship was starting to tilt to one side. We're done for. If Quinn finds out, he'll definitely turn us into decorations. Jack, the silly one, shouted, "Where are the bandages? Hurry, get the bandages. I'll wrap it up." DeVego had just sighed in relief. Right, use the bandages. But the next second, he realized, what the hell is that going to do? While this group of clowns was in a panic, Katakuri moved. He suddenly leaped into the air, and his hands began to unleash a torrent of sticky white rice, flowing down like a waterfall. He waved his hands and shouted, "Rice cake," with a whoosh. A massive amount of rice dough precisely plastered over the ship's breach and inadvertently buried the tied-up Doflamingo alive. Poor Doflamingo didn't dare to make a sound. Then, those rice lumps began to wriggle and actually transformed into the shape of planks, fixing the ship. Incredible. Everyone's eyes began to sparkle with amazement. I lay on the ground and secretly opened one eye, wondering to myself how incredible this guy's ability to develop fruits is. He can control the shape so finely. Huh. Can his ability also be used like Mr. Three's to unlock things casually? Katakuri landed steadily beside me and spoke. I saw you. You're very strong. Join us. Vane, marry Smoothie, and you'll be one of us. Mom promised to make you the king of a nation. Huh? I blinked and thought, are you telling me to live off a woman? It sounds quite tempting. No, this absolutely won't do. Let's not even mention that I'm a normal human height, while she's a 5-meter tall leggy giant. The size difference is just too ridiculous. The key point is, once the marriage is settled, Kaido and Big Mom would be officially bound together. Can a world government just sit back and relax? The reason the Gorosei don't move against the 4 emperors is that they mutually restrain each other. If these two form an alliance, it would be like an old lady flipping the switch, sparks flying everywhere. I can already imagine it. On our wedding day, the Gorosei and the 3 admirals would drop from the sky, enraged and fierce, turning the wedding into a funeral, and I, as the mastermind, would definitely be the first to go down. No way, I can't wade into this muddy water. He, as expected of Brother Katakuri, he saw right through my disguise. Impressive. I awkwardly smiled and got up, glancing at Smoker, who looked like a door god with his arms crossed, and cleared my throat, saying about this marriage thing, it's a big deal, so we should first ask our teacher Kaido's opinion. What do you think? As soon as I said this, Smoker's face immediately fell. Let me tell you, as a genius girl from the world, probably no one has dared to oppose her since she was a child, except for her mother. Today, she actively proposes to marry down, and I actually dare to hesitate. She said in a harsh tone, isn't that a rejection? You think you're rejecting whose love? Fine. Just right, let's have a fight. If you lose, you obediently become my husband. Saying this, she started to walk towards me. Hey. No. I quickly waved my hands. Are you kidding? In my current state, even Jack could take us both down, let alone you a combat star? But I still couldn't help but ask, what if I win then? Then I will obediently become your wife. You're dreaming. Luckily, her second brother Katakuri stopped her. Katakuri actually found me quite likable, muttering to himself. He disregards the promise of a country. Looks like this guy respects his teacher a lot. The 2 ships sailed side by side, heading towards Wano Country. Soon, we arrived at the base of that big waterfall, and under the lead of the Queen, we smoothly entered the inland sea of Wano Country. From a distance, the huge skull of Onigashima was already visible. The pirates on the island also received the news and all rushed to the port to greet us. Yah! Around, chubby man laughed like a ball, you little ones. Soon you'll get to see my queen. No need to ask, this was the real queen. Ever since he lent me the ship, he probably hasn't been able to sleep at night, fearing his precious vessel would get into trouble. As the ship got closer, the golden brontosaurus head at the bow became clearer, and Queen's smile was almost reaching his ears. Yahaha. It should have returned intact, right? But then, as the ship got even closer, the big hole on the side covered in glutinous rice paste was fully exposed. Queen's smile instantly froze, and then a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the sky. My ship. Let me tell you, that scream was so terrifying that even the seagulls over Ghost Island would be scared enough to lay an egg on the spot. As soon as I saw the situation, I knew something bad was about to happen. I immediately said seriously to everyone, I'll go report to Teacher Kai first. You all have to treat the Katakuri brothers well. After saying that, I handed a communication snail to Baby 5 and reminded Leo to take good care of the ladies. Then, with a swish, I spread my purple wings and flew up towards the top of Onigashima without looking back. This left a group of little brothers in disarray, watching Quinn by the shore, who was already completely red and about to explode, nearly crying in fear. Lord Quinn is so scary when he's angry. Just as Quinn was about to explode, he noticed the larger 3-masted sailing ship next to us, flying a skull flag with red lipstick. He paused for a moment. Oh, they came along too? The big MOM pirates. I can't care about so much anymore. I raced through, flying past ports and forests, into the depths of Ghost Island. As I was flying, suddenly a crisp boy's voice came from below. Big Brother Wayne, is that you? Have you come back? I looked down and saw a little kid wearing a horned hat waving at me on the training ground. It's Peggy 1. I landed and saw him sweating profusely, smiling as I said, just finished practicing, huh? Not bad, little Pei working so hard. Pei was embarrassed by the compliment, scratching his head and chuckling. I told myself that as long as I run 50 laps around the training ground, I can protect my sister. Just thinking about this gives me energy. Wow, at such a young age, he is already burning with youthful passion, right? I gave him a thumbs up, saying yes, keep it up. Striving to become stronger to protect the ones you love is what being a man is all about. Yeah, thank you, Brother Wayne. Little Pei seemed energized like he had just been given a shot of adrenaline. All right, you continue practicing. I have things to do. Just as I was about to leave, he called me back. By the way, Brother Wayne, I think I've developed something a bit different from the iron block you taught me last time. Can you help me see if I practiced it wrong? I was in a hurry to see Kaido, so I didn't have the time to pay attention to this. It's just a piece of iron. How can it be made into something impressive? I raised my hand and gently flicked 2 fingers on his forehead, imitating Itachi's tone. Forgive me, Xiao Pei, next time. Xiao Pei obediently nodded. I then took off again and quickly reached the dome of Ghost Island. As I got closer, my observation Haki sensed 2 powerful forces colliding. Who is fighting with Teacher Kai? Oh no, it can't be Yamato again, right? I flew above the dome and looked down, and sure enough, Kaido was there laughing wildly with his kanabo. In front of him, Yamato was beaten and covered in wounds, lying on the ground unable to move, and even her was broken in half. I just got back and saw such a scene. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Kaido also noticed me, grinned, and shouted at me, "Hey kid, come here." I really don't want to get involved in the touching father-daughter drama between them, but there's no choice. I can only grit my teeth and fly down. As soon as I landed, Yamato saw me lying on the ground and immediately became excited, grinning widely to reveal a half-missing set of white teeth. "Wayne, you're back. You idiot, didn't I tell you not to challenge Kaido?" I looked at her helplessly. "I'm sorry, but She first glanced at me apologetically, then glared at Kaido with gritted teeth. "I must kill this bastard." "Ha ha ha." Kaido laughed maniacally. "Good, keep hating me. Remember, Yamato, only strength can dominate everything in this world. Once you understand that, put away your unrealistic dreams and obediently be my son." Yamato spat directly. "I am not your son. I am Kazuki Oden. One day, I will open the country of Wano." This father-daughter drama made my teeth ache. At that moment, Kaido suddenly slammed his kanabo into the ground and pointed at me, saying, "You silly son, don't you really like this kid?" I was startled at that moment and said, "Teacher Kai, please don't say anything reckless. We're innocent." Then Kaido continued, "This Wayne, although he looks careless and always pretends to be weak, he knows how to pursue power. Last time I fought him, I could tell that even though he relies on his fruit, his physique is definitely trained. It's just that his talent and haki aren't strong enough, right, kid? Hey, I have to admit, this time Teacher Kai was actually right." Kaido then looked at Yamato, who still had that hungry expression. Kaido found it boring, so he turned to me and said, "Forget about that silly son. Kid, you're back." "Yes, Teacher Kaido. The mission is complete. Dressrosa is now our territory," I said, looking up. Kaido nodded, then changed the subject. "However, about the Whitebeard pirates, shouldn't you explain that to me, kid?" "Here it comes." I knew I couldn't avoid it. I took a deep breath and put on a wronged expression. "Teacher Kaido, it's all those Whitebeard guys forcing me." Then I started embellishing the story about how SWORD came to confront me, while conveniently denying all the rebellious things I'd said about wanting to go solo and become the Pirate King, completely shifting the blame onto the News King Morgans. After listening, Kaido had a look of understanding on his face. That bastard Morgans, he'll write anything for the news. I haven't trusted him for a long time. And you, this kid, really wouldn't dare say such things. Wokagagag, "Teacher Kaido, you really don't give me any face at all." I continued to stoke the fire. "Teacher Kai, on our way back, we also ran into Marco. That guy not only damaged Uncle Quinn's new ship, but almost killed your lovely student, me. Teacher Kai, Whitebeard is practically shitting on us from above. Can you tolerate this?" After hearing this, Kaido's eyes flickered, but he didn't speak. Just then his phone bug rang. It was Quinn calling. "Mr. Kaido, Big Mom's people have arrived in the hall. And it's that famous Katakuri." "I know," Kaido replied, hanging up the phone. He gave me and Yamato on the ground a meaningful glance, and then said, "Kid, take this silly girl to heel. Don't let her die." I quite like that look of hatred in her eyes that can't kill me. With a hearty laugh, he leaped up and transformed into a blue dragon, flying away. Watching his departing figure, I couldn't help but sigh. He's clearly worried about his daughter. "Teacher Kai, you're so gentle." After Kaido left, I squatted down to check Yamato's wounds. Wow, those injuries were visibly healing. No wonder they are from the Oni clan. Their physique is simply monstrous. "Wayne, Yamato's dirty face is full of happiness. Was it fun outside?" "It was okay, just ran into a group of bad guys. But I dealt with them all." "That's great. I want to fight with you too." "You'll have the chance, but you should take a shower first," I said, directly lifting her onto my shoulder and flying back to my room. "The treatment in the Beast Pirates is really good. My room has everything, and the cabinet is filled with snacks and fruits. The bathroom is over there." I pointed. "Oh." Yamato answered obediently and then asked seriously, "Wayne, are you coming with me?" "Huh?" I was stunned at that moment, staring at her pair of silly and cute big eyes. And only then did I realize that this girl had always regarded me as a good buddy. She didn't understand, but how could I not? So, in order to uphold the spirit of chivalry, I thought for only 2.5 seconds before decisively agreeing. Just kidding. Only a real man can accept a woman's unreasonable demands. The bathroom was steaming, and we were squeezed into a large bathtub together. He lay there without any reservations, comfortably humming. Let me tell you that scene. Who could withstand it? My body was getting redder, and it was definitely not from the hot water. Wine. You are so strange, He said with a puzzled expression. You turn red as soon as you take a bath, and you turn redder when you look at me. What nonsense? I denied while gritting my teeth. Oh, then can you take your hand off my leg? It's a bit ticklish. This is a special massage technique taught to me by teacher Zephyr to help you heal. Don't slander me, a virtuous gentleman, I explained with righteous indignation. Then quickly turned my head to look outside to calm down. Is that so? Wine, you're really a great person. He actually believed it. Forget it. I need to go take care of something. Oh no, there are outsiders coming today. I need to hurry over. I quickly slipped out of the bathtub like an eel and rushed into the shower to cool down with cold water. Damn, Vane, this is the enemy's daughter. You absolutely cannot fall. After a few seconds of internal repentance, I confirmed that no one was around and quickly pulled out the mini phone bug to make a call. The matter of Ant and Kaido forming an alliance must be reported. As a result, the phone rang for a long time with no answer and was automatically redirected. The appearance of the phone bug transformed into a serious-looking middle-aged man. I am Sakazuki. A deep voice came through. Akainu. I raised my eyebrows. I actually reached him. Vane, right? I've heard of you. You're doing well, Akainu said. We're not familiar with each other. But I went straight to the point and told him everything about Marco attacking me and Karakuri leading the team to Onigashima. After listening, the expression of the phone bug changed. You call this a small matter? Akainu exclaimed. Just as he was about to speak, Yamato's voice came from outside the bathroom. Vane. I'm done showering. Akainu was stunned. Vane, what are you doing? It's nothing. She's my informant. I replied immediately. An informant? So soon? Akainu surprisingly complimented me a bit, then reminded me not to be careless. I responded with while thinking to myself, it's nothing, just Kaido's daughter. Akainu asked me, what are your plans? Shouldn't you be giving the orders? Admiral Sengoku said you're full of clever ideas, so go ahead. Wow, Akainu, are you this straightforward? All right, I do have a plan. And if it succeeds, it could take down the Emperor of the Sea in one fell swoop. The transponder snail's eyes lit up. Hurry up and tell me. I chuckled and slowly spoke. Admiral Akainu, your troops are strong and powerful. If you call on Admiral Kizuru and Admiral Akiji when the Beast Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, and Whitebeard Pirates start fighting, we can directly intervene and launch a total assault to wipe them all out. Let us put an end to this era of great pirates. After listening, Akainu fell silent for a long time and lit a cigar. Vane, your idea is a bit extreme. He certainly wouldn't agree. The plan was too absurd. However, he did think that I, as his junior, had a temperament he appreciated. Moreover, Vane, Akainu reminded me, pirates are cunning. If they find out the Navy is planning a crackdown, they are likely to temporarily unite, and that would be troublesome. I felt a tightness in my heart. As expected of the hawkish representative, he really understands pirates. Yes, my senior is right. I was too radical. I will consult Admiral Sengoku about this matter. But if it were up to me, I would still hope you could stop them from forming an alliance. Me stop them? I almost shouted. You magma guy really overestimate me. After that, we exchanged some intelligence and hung up. I dried my body, changed into a suit, and went outside, only to see Yamato already wearing the new outfit I had specially prepared for her. A white shirt, a black pleated skirt, and barefoot, she was bouncing on the sofa. In that moment, I was dazed. This is exactly the kind of Sundara childhood friend I grew up with, right? So cute. But the next second, Yamato saw me, energetically jumped off the sofa, and pulled out that half of a Wolfong club from who knows where, shouting loudly. Wayne, let's fight. I've gotten so much stronger these days. Damn, I almost got distracted. This is her true self. I want to take back what I just said. Let me tell you, this guy is just a walking troublemaker. Right after I warned her to behave in the hall and not to talk nonsense, she went ahead and caused a huge mess. As soon as we arrived at the entrance of the conference hall, we ran into Jean. That guy, always has a sly demeanor. The moment he saw us, especially Day, who was dressed quite well today, he immediately said, "Oh, are you two dating?" I was sweating profusely at that moment, frantically waving my hands, saying no. Uncle Jean, you misunderstood. It's pure friendship, pure friendship. And what happened next? Family, who understands? This illiterate young lady beside me, with her innocent face tilted up, curiously asked me, "Wayne, what is dating? What can I do?" I could only suppress my anger and explain it briefly. Goodness, after she finished listening, her eyes lit up directly, and in front of hundreds of pirates at the door. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Oh, I see. Then Wayne and I are dating." I was dumbfounded, my mind buzzing. The air on the entire ghost island seemed to freeze for 3 seconds, and then everyone's gaze suddenly focused on me, filled with admiration, as if to say, "Dude, you're amazing, even daring to flirt with Kaido's daughter." I felt like I was about to die. If this got back to Kaido, wouldn't he made me perform a thunderous gossip right there? I quickly covered her mouth and dragged her into the hall. Once inside, wow, the atmosphere was intense. Kaido was sitting at the head of the table, with Jean and Queen on his left, and Kaido too and Smoothie on his right. The funniest part was that Big Mom's gang of kids, like little firecrackers, climbed onto the table, pointing at Kaido, saying, "Wow, is that Kaido? What a big guy." I thought Kaido was going to blow up, but guess what? He actually looked at those little brats with a doting expression, smiling like a kind uncle. At that moment, I thought, these two must have some scandalous secret from their youth. As soon as Kaido saw me, he waved his hand and said, "Kid, come sit up front." As soon as he said that, the pirates around me looked at me differently. That was a spot reserved for big shots. I knew exactly what was happening. I'd started this, so I might as well sit down. I pulled over Yamato, who was still munching on chips, and sat down next to Queen. As soon as Queen saw me, he got angry, banging on the table and yelling at me about messing up his ship. I quickly put on a grin and leaned over. "Uncle Queen, you really can't blame me for that." He huffed and said unless I brought him a whole bucket of red bean soup as an apology. I tentatively asked, "What about 2 buckets?" He immediately laughed, saying, "You're starting to understand. This fat guy really knows how to play it." At that moment, one of my subordinates, a kid named Devego, started his commentary, explaining to Yamato who was who across the table. Yamato, the battle maniac, lit up and asked, "Are we going to fight that Charlotte Linlin?" I was really exasperated. "Can you chill for a moment? That is your Aunt Linlin." Just as we were talking, Kaido shouted, telling Kaido too to bring Big Mom's snail phone over. The snail looked just like Big Mom, heavily made up, and had an eerie vibe. Once the call connected, let me tell you it was spectacular. The 2 old geezers started verbally sparring, like a comedy routine. Kaido mocked Big Mom for still having kids, and she called him a stinky brat. After arguing for a while, Big Mom finally got to the point. "Kaido, I thought you understood. Of course, it's to get rid of Whitebeard together." When Kaido heard this, he went wild, swinging his kanabo and laughing. "I alone am enough. That old man's era should have ended long ago." But Big Mom shot him down with one sentence. "Idiot Kaido, you might be able to take down Whitebeard, but can your bunch of useless fish fight against his entire crew? By the time you finish, you'll have lost your fortune from decades." That hit hard. Kaido's side was indeed a bit lacking. He fell silent after hearing that. Then Big Mom switched her tone and started making demands. "How about this? You hand over Jean to me. I'll send troops to help you clear all obstacles." I saw Jin's body tremble slightly at that moment, and his eyes looked towards Kaido as if seeking help. I exchanged a glance with Quinn, and neither of us could hold it in, almost bursting out laughing. Being targeted by this rich ant is quite a hassle. Fortunately, Kaido is loyal and directly refused. That old hag. Jin is my man. When the ant saw that this route was blocked, she started setting her sights on me again. She actually said, "How about your new little brat marry my daughter Smoogie? He could be my son-in-law. If he doesn't like Smoogie, I have plenty of other beautiful daughters." I was looking at the subway old man on my phone. "And my family. Are you speaking human language? What do you take me for?" Even more outrageous, that old Kaido actually tilted his head and thought for a moment, saying, "Sure, as long as that kid agrees." Damn, it's my turn to see Jean and Quinn snickering over there. Just at that critical moment, my savior, Lady Yamato, struck again. She had just finished learning from Dave about what marriage is, and immediately clapped her hands and loudly declared in front of everyone, "Oh, then I want to marry Wayne and be together forever." The whole place fell into a dead silence. I could feel the murderous glare from Smuggy directed at Yamato. It was like daggers were about to fly out. On the other end of the phone, Big Mom was furious. "Who is it?" "Kaido. Who dares to snatch my son-in-law?" Kaido laughed heartily. "Huh. Sorry to disappoint you, old lady. She's my stupid son." Well, that settled it. The marriage was off. But then these two started arguing about the alliance. Kaido wanted to split Whitebeard's territory, but Big Mom refused because she thought it was poor. Just as it seemed like the talks were about to collapse, I breathed a sigh of relief. But then Big Mom made a surprising turn. She grinned and said, Mommy, my foolish brother. I've changed my mind. It's fine if we don't cooperate. I'll still help you. The armies of the world will help you fend off all the troublemakers. Kaido was stunned. You'd be so kind? Big Mom's laughter became even more twisted, because I think you can't possibly win against Whitebeard. When you get defeated, you'll just have to cry and beg me to save you. Just thinking about that scene gets me excited. What the hell? Are these two acting like it's Sundra big sister and a stubborn little brother here? Just pamper him. Anyway, you're determined to help, right? Kaido is also fired up, directly accepting the challenge. The two exchanged a few more curses before hanging up. Then, Kaido stood up and gave a pre-battle rally to all the pirates, saying that only war can determine a person's worth, and that money, status, and women are all meaningless. The pirates were so fired up they were practically shouting, and the whole Onigashima was about to be turned upside down by their roars. After the meeting, Kaido called me to the rooftop alone. My heart sank, thinking that I was in trouble and that he was going to settle the score regarding his daughter. He had me sit down and placed 3 big bowls of alcohol in front of me. I was sweating bullets. In the end, he was actually there to act like a father. He stared at me and said, "About your thing with that silly son. I don't care, but you should know what I want." I instantly understood. This is to persuade Day to submit. I quickly nodded. "I know, Teacher Kai. I will persuade Day to join the Beast Pirates." Only then did he nod in satisfaction, and then said with great enthusiasm, "Kid, work hard. Once we defeat Whitebeard, you'll be my next big star." After saying that, he was about to pull me to drink. I dare not drink with him. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I picked up the first bowl of wine and poured on the ground. "Teacher Kaido, this bowl is for the brothers who will soon fight alongside us." Then I picked up the second bowl and poured it out. "This bowl is for our comrades who died in Dressrosa." Finally, looking at the third bowl, I made up a story on the spot. "This third bowl, I will pour it out on the head of Whitebeard when I take it." You know what? This move really stunned Kaido, and he praised me for being interesting and let me go. After slipping away from Kaido, I immediately took out a miniature transponder snail and hurried to report to Admiral Sengoku. I embellished everything, saying how I infiltrated deep behind enemy lines, swayed Kaido's daughter, instigated a battle among the 4 emperors, and made great contributions to the Navy. In the end, I shamelessly boasted, "Admiral, a comprehensive undercover agent like me is really hard to find." Guess what Sengoku said? He was silent for a long time, then replied thoughtfully, "That may be true." "Vane, why are you so skilled at being a pirate?" I almost couldn't hold it together. In the end, I asked him what to do next, whether to continue being an undercover or seize the opportunity to cause some trouble. As a result, he pulled off an amazing move and said, "Perhaps helping Kaido win this war is also a good choice." I was dumbfounded at that moment. What the heck? Asking me to help the inherently evil Kaido of the beasts? My mind buzzed and I almost couldn't hold it together. I almost replied on the spot, "Admiral Sengoku, come clean. Are you Kaido's 007 planet in the Navy?" But guess how that old fox Sengoku responded? He leisurely started to reason with me, and the tone he used was as if he was saying, "You, kid, are thinking too small." He said if he were just a small pawn, then survival would be the priority and he would have to run away quickly. But now it's different. He's almost the second in command in the Beast Pirates, so he needs to have a broader perspective. He mentioned that the balance in the new world is very delicate, and even if Kaido and Whitebeard fought to a standstill, it would just be internal strife among pirates. They would catch their breath and be back, and they might even ramp up their aggression to recover. It seems I somewhat understand now. This old man's intention is to incite conflict? Sure enough, his next sentence stunned me. He said, "Rather than watching from the sidelines, it's better to send you in directly to facilitate a larger-scale war and completely annihilate one faction." Wow, I was taken aback. Family, who understands? This old man's heart is too dark. What he means is for me, as an undercover agent, to help Kaido deal a heavy blow to Whitebeard, preferably wiping him out completely. He even painted a picture for me, saying that after Kaido wins, he will definitely recruit a bunch of underlings, and at that time, as a senior officer, I will be able to gather even more critical intelligence. I think I finally understand. So, the more successful I am in this pirate nest, the higher my rank, which means my undercover work is more successful, right? Getting promoted and earning more money while being a big brother is all for justice. This class is really exciting. All right, what else can I say? Okay, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, your most loyal subordinate, received the order. Sengoku grunted in satisfaction and even pretended to remind me to pay attention to safety, saying I could judge for myself in case of danger. Just as he was about to hang up, I quickly called him back and chuckled. "By the way, Admiral, about that colonel rank of mine." There was silence on the other end of the phone, and I could imagine Sengoku's face turning as dark as a pot bottom. At a time like this guy is still thinking about promotion. All right, Colonel of the Navy Headquarters, Bruce Wayne, I will handle your promotion paperwork. If this mission is successful, promoting you to Rear Admiral is not out of the question. He painted a big pie for me, and I felt delighted. Rear Admiral. That's a rank that can directly manage a Navy base. No. How can I be swayed by such a minor position? Everything I do is to eliminate evil pirates. Yes, that's right. On the other side, at the Navy Headquarters, Marineford. As soon as Sengoku hung up the phone with me, he called Kizaru over. That old brother still looked like he hadn't woken up, with his hands in his pockets, lazily saying, "Oh dear, I feel like something bad is about to happen. Just so you know, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, if it's a particularly dangerous mission, I will be applying for extra bonuses. I tell you, during the Warring States period, the wrinkles on their faces could squash mosquitoes. They must have been cursing. Vane and Porcelino, you two are indeed good disciples of Zephyr, one better at asking for money than the other. But there's nothing to be done. Right now, the only active admiral in headquarters is Kizaru. Relying on just one admiral to stop Big Mom and her crew is still a bit lacking." Just then, the office door was kicked open with a bang. Old Garp rushed in like a cannonball, his muscles so defined he didn't look like an old man at all. He burst into laughter at Sengoku. "Why? Sengoku, I just beat my idiot grandson up, and he finally said he doesn't want to be the pirate king anymore. He said he wants to be the freest person on the sea and find a group of partners to look for that great treasure." Kizaru, who was nearby, added calmly, "Isn't that still wanting to become the pirate king?" "Huh?" Garp was momentarily stunned, staring blankly for 3 seconds, then instantly exploded in anger, exclaiming, "That brat actually dared to fool me." He was about to rush back and beat Luffy up again. "All right, Garp, you're just in time. There's something big." Sengoku quickly called him back and explained the situation about Kaido and Whitebeard getting ready to clash. "So, our goal this time is to stop Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, and anyone else trying to take advantage, and let Whitebeard and Kaido fight it out. Ideally, we can make one of them completely finish." After Sengoku finished speaking, he called in a group of vice admirals and began urgently formulating a battle plan. Meanwhile, my good buddy Smoker couldn't sit still anymore. Seeing my arrogant image in the newspaper, he thought I had really fallen, disregarding Zephyr's advice, and rushed to Marineford overnight with a warship. In the training ground, Smoker earnestly pleaded with Zephyr. "Zephyr-sensei, please, you have to take me on this mission. I will personally bring Vane back." Nearby, Kizaru and Tina stood with their hands in their pockets, purely watching the show. Kizaru smirked. "What a headache this junior is. By the way, Tina, why are you joining the fun?" Tina smiled, knowing my background, but still said, "Of course, I don't want to see that guy get into trouble. After all, he's an old classmate." Or maybe Tina also wanted to see the outcome of that brat with her own eyes. Kizaru played along. "Oh, you two have a really good relationship. It's a pity that Vane has actually fallen." Only Smoker was completely in the dark about it, thinking about saving me. The lost youth. Zephyr had no choice but to agree in the end. "All right, Smoker and Tina, you two will follow Porcelino on the mission. However, you must absolutely obey orders." Just then, the climax came. A chubby officer from the equipment department rushed over, panting, and asked, "Hey, I just heard you say you have a deep friendship with that traitor Vane, right?" Smoker, still full of righteousness, replied, "That's right, that guy is my close friend, and I will end his evil." "Perfect." The chubby officer was overjoyed, pulling out a bill and handing it over. "Colonel Smoker, you forgot to pick up the sea stone military stick you ordered last time. Also, your close friend Vane owes the equipment department 30 million berries. How about you settle this evil first?" Smoker stared at the long string of zeros on the bill, his eyes nearly popping out. He turned around and found, wow, Zephyr-sensei, Kizaru-senpai, and Tina had all vanished. His mouth twitched wildly, and he flipped out, shouting, "I take back what I just said. Vane is not my close friend. He stands on the opposite side of justice. He's evil. He's the enemy. I have already drawn a clear line with him. Just cut him off at lightning speed." In the end, he pulled out all his savings from his withered wallet and retrieved that military stick. Meanwhile, all corners of the world were in turmoil. On a floating sky island, an old man with golden hair and half a ship's helm stuck in his head, Golden Lion Shiki, was reading a newspaper while smoking a cigar. "Whitebeard, Kaido, it must be another boring battle with no results," he scoffed, waiting for his army to be fully assembled and destroy the East Sea. Then everyone would know who the true overlord of this world is. Ha ha ha. Another one living in a dream. On the other side, aboard the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, the atmosphere was tragic. Marco, all wrapped in bandages, was crying like a baby to Whitebeard. "Dad, it's my fault. I'm too weak. I couldn't avenge Squardo." The surrounding pirates also had red eyes, shouting for revenge. Whitebeard looked at his sons with a gentle gaze, but he was also having doubts inside. He asked, "Sons, do we really have to fight this battle?" As a result, his captains became more and more excited. "Dad, how can we mix in the future without avenging? It's just Kaido. With our family together, let us do it." Seeing their fervor, Whitebeard got fired up as well. "Wahahaha. I guess I'm really getting old. I'm Whitebeard. That little brat Kaido actually dares to bully me. Pass my orders. Gather all pirate crews. Prepare for a war meeting. This will be an all-out war. Long live Dad." The ship instantly turned festive. Swords and guns raised to the sky, vowing to turn Kaido into minced meat. Back to my side, Onigashima. After Kaido's negotiation with Big Mom fell through, I naturally became the temporary tour guide for the Charlotte family, taking Katakuri and the whole family on a day trip around Onigashima. Come everyone. This beautiful palace is the headquarters of our beast pirates. I don't know when or who built it, but it's magnificent. I led Katakuri and Bruli, holding a bunch of kids, walking up. Watch your step. Let us go check out the next attraction. Here is the dome above. Do you see that muscular man drinking in front? That's our esteemed governor, Lord Kaido. I was just about to take them closer to admire the might of the strongest creature when Kaido finally couldn't hold it in anymore and roared, "Get lost. You little brats. Don't disturb me while I drink." That roar blew all of us off on Onigashima. In the air, I didn't forget to add, I forgot to mention his temper isn't very good. Is this really the time to say that? The little girl from Big Mom's family, Flambe, who was chewing bubblegum, was so scared she started crying. Just at that critical moment, Katakuri and I exchanged glances, and time seemed to slow down. We both moved at the same time with a look and a gesture and caught all the little kids from the air, landing them safely. When masters face off, it's this in sync. Katakuri looked at me with a slightly different gaze. He probably confirmed that my observation hockey was on the same level as his. He asked me, "How far into the future can your eyes see?" I just put down the sauce when a scream came from behind me. "Instructor Wayne, idiot Yamato is fighting that long-legged guy." I turned around and saw Runty. I exchanged a glance with Katakuri and quickly ran in the direction she pointed. Wow, on the training ground, Yamato and Smooji were facing off against each other. Smooji crossed her arms and coldly said, "Leave Vayne's side obediently. He is my future husband." Yamato didn't back down. "I am the strongest combination with Vayne. The one who will be with him forever is me." The little brothers around them were all cheering. I love watching women fight. No wonder Brother Vayne is so popular. He's got them all. I wanted to say at that moment, only children make choices. I want them all. Ahem, no. I am a principled and upright naval star. How can I be corrupted by such a beauty trap? I asked Katakuri next to me, "Aren't you going to step in?" He just crossed his arms and watched the show, saying, "That's a battle between them. All right, you're something else." My eyes scanned and landed on the shackles in Yamato's hands. And suddenly an idea struck me. I grinned at Katakuri and said, "By the way, how about you help me out with your mochi fruit? It shouldn't be hard to make a key, right? Why should I help you?" He replied flatly, "True, he just had a falling out with Kaido, so he had no reason to help me. But then I thought, this guy doesn't seem that loyal to his mother either." I went for the emotional approach. "How about you just consider it a favor I owe you?" "A favor?" Katakuri clearly paused for a moment, not expecting such words to come from a strong person like me. I was laughing my heart out, begging you? This is a matter of repaying favors from the Warring States period. My ability to swindle future enemies with the Navy's resources is, let me tell you, already leading the way in the undercover world. As a result, he actually agreed. Since you beg me like this, I agree. So straightforward. I even began to doubt whether this kid really had any ulterior motives. I saw him walk up to Yamato, place his finger on the keyhole, and the white rice cake seeped in, wrapped in armed color hockey, and with a gentle twist. With a click, it opened. Great! Yamato jumped up excitedly, grabbed the shackles, and suddenly threw them against the nearby building. Boom! There was a huge explosion. Everyone was stunned, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Above the dome, Kaido watched this scene, took a big swig of alcohol, and couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha. Well done, kid. Only Smoker's face turned cold. Seeing that they were about to fight again, I decisively pulled Yamato and ran outside, shouting as we ran. We're going to discuss tactics. You guys make sure to treat our allies well. Leaving Smoker in the wind, confused. Next came the preparations for battle. Jean went to Wano to ask Kaido for troops, and Queen locked himself in the lab to develop new weapons. As for me, I decided to take a trip to the Rabbit Bowl Quarry. Since I was going to help Kaido, I wouldn't slack off. I needed to expand our forces. I set sail for Rabbit Bowl with Yamato, who insisted on coming along, and Runty, who secretly sneaked onto the boat. Along the way, Yamato was as excited as a bird just released from its cage, while Runty wore a face full of disdain. As we approached our destination, Runty lay on Yamato's lap to rest, but the next moment she sat up in a huff, gritting her teeth and saying, "I can only see half the sky." She glared intensely at Yamato's chest. As soon as I saw it, I thought, wow, this is really overwhelming due to the scale of the Yamato. I could only silently complain in my heart, "Sister, you're still young. There's room for growth." When I arrived at the rabbit bowl, I originally wanted to sneak in and see if I could learn some of the re-wise dominance from that old man called Bigor. However, the chief guard Babanuki brought all the prison guards to welcome me, loudly calling out the names of Lord Wayne and young Master Yamato. My face darkened. Now everyone recognized me, and there was no way I could sneak a lesson. Forget it, let's get down to business. The quarry was filled with talent, including defeated samurai and captured pirates. I even saw Don Quixote Doflamingo and Captain Tep, whom I had previously tricked into this situation. He had become a model worker. So, I directly called all the prisoners over, stood them on a high platform, and began my pre-battle mobilization. I know you all have ambitions. Now, I'm giving you a chance to confront the Whitebeard pirates. If you don't want to rot here for the rest of your lives, follow me. The venue was initially silent. Then it erupted in excitement. The chance for freedom. Babanuki was worried they might run away. But I sneered and had someone bring a large bag of Quinn's specially made explosive handcuffs. Anyone who dared to run or do something stupid would be blown to pieces. I deliberately pretended to be the ruthless pirate. Doflamingo even volunteered with the handcuffs, but I outright refused. "You can't, Doflamingo." "Why?" His face darkened. I smirked. "Because you're too strong. I'm afraid you'll explode and run away, and that would give me a headache." He fell silent. Who understand the family? When did being strong become a mistake? A few days later, all the forces of the Beast Pirates gathered and arrived at the port in full force. Whitebeard's fleet also made no attempt to hide, heading straight for Wano Country. "Master Kaido, Whitebeard's ship has been spotted to the north." "Master Kaido, Big Mom's ship has been spotted to the east." "Master Kaido, a Navy admiral's warship is facing off against Big Mom's ship." Information came pouring in like snowflakes, and my scalp tingled as I listened. This battle looks incredibly tough. No, why am I worrying about this? I turned to Yamato beside me. Last night, I just bragged to her that I would eventually knock Kaido out. So now we had to team up to defeat Whitebeard first. Yamato is a straightforward person. As soon as I finished bragging, she picked up her giant kanabo, which was bigger than her, and came to the port with me. Her little face filled with the desire to fight. I was puzzled at the time and said, "Didn't your break?" She cheerfully told me that this thing is called a Jien, and every time it breaks, she can always find a new one on the road. I tell you, when I took it and looked at it, wow, top-notch material, with sea tower stone inlaid on the stick, the craftsmanship is exquisite like a luxury item. Kaido really knows how to be a father, with a tough exterior but a soft heart, afraid that his daughter would go out without something to defend herself, right? Just then, Kaido's signature laugh echoed from the top of Onigashima. He didn't take Whitebeard's intel seriously at all. Instead, he was incredibly excited and roared at us below. "Boys, don't let me down." With that command, the entire Beast Pirates went wild, howling as they rushed towards the ship. Kaido was even more exaggerated. He stomped his foot and transformed into a massive azure dragon, soaring into the sky and charging towards the horizon. On the other side, Whitebeard's massive fleet was already approaching in a dark mass. On the lead ship, the Moby Dick, Whitebeard held a large knife, exuding a calm and powerful presence. Their plan was also simple and brutal. First, to take out our surrounding affiliated islands to force Kaido out for a final battle. With Whitebeard's command, "Sons, open fire." Dozens of cannons fired simultaneously, and cannonballs rained down on our nearest island, called Genie Island. Let me tell you, are these people really foolish or just pretending to be? I had anticipated this move from them long ago and evacuated all the people on the island several days in advance. The two brothers responsible for lookout on the island were still laughing. "Huh, Lord Wayne is impressive. Isn't this just an empty island?" But as soon as I finished speaking, I looked up and was met with a sky full of cannonballs. One of the guys was instantly blown to pieces, turning into a small red flower in the sky, while another was thrown into the air by the shockwave, covered in blood. In his last moments before kicking the bucket, he pulled out his phone bug and pressed the enemy attack alert, using his last breath to point towards Ghost Island and shouted, "Lord Kaido, don't stop." Then the next cannonball hit accurately, and he was completely finished. Who understands this? This guy was still thinking about the captain's KPI before dying. It's so touching that he deserves to be named Employee of the Year. Just then, the blurry shadow in his vision was not an illusion at all. Kaido, transformed into a green dragon, had arrived. The two sea emperors faced off from a distance. Kaido laughed maniacally in the sky. Newgate, you old fool have come to die again. Whitebeard on the ship was also unwilling to back down. Kaido, you brat. If you want to kill me, hand over your subordinate named Wayne to die in his place, and I'll let you go today. The two exchanged fierce verbal blows, neither yielding. Whitebeard turned to let Marco and the others proceed with the original plan, splitting up to occupy other islands. He knew that in his fight with Kaido, his sons would just become cannon fodder. But Kaido could no longer wait. He opened his mouth and unleashed a devastating blast of heat. The column of flames crashing down like the sky was falling, heading straight for the Moby Dick. Whitebeard grinned, not retreating but advancing, leaping off the ship and swinging his blade in midair. That slash was imbued with the power of the tremor fruit, and with a booming sound, it shattered the column of fire, sending flames soaring into the clouds, turning the sky red. Whitebeard landed steadily on Jinyu Island, causing the ground to tremble thrice. Kaido was even more excited upon seeing this. He instantly transformed from dragon form to hybrid form, wielding his kanabo and crashing down from the sky. Whitebeard met him with his blade. The next second, before their weapons even collided, the air between them exploded. Dark Red Conqueror's haki surged wildly, and with a crack, a massive tear was ripped open in the clouds. The sky was split apart. This was no ordinary fight. It was like gods undergoing tribulation. Seeing this situation, Marco shouted urgently, "Disperse. Split into teams as planned. If we get caught in this, there will be no survivors." Immediately, Whitebeard's fleet broke apart and scattered. Marco led Team 1 straight to the nearest cactus island. Just as they planted their flag and hadn't even had time to celebrate, Marco shouted, "Watch out." Everyone looked up to see a completely black pterosaur, its back aflame, diving down like a fighter jet. It was Enel. The speed was absurdly fast. Marco quickly transformed into his phoenix form to meet it, and the two massive birds collided fiercely in the air. However, Enel didn't want to engage and quickly changed direction, heading straight for the crowd and the ships below. Marco couldn't catch up. Enel transformed into hybrid form, unsheathing his blade and unleashing a Fire Dragon King attack. A gigantic flame dragon that engulfed the pirates below, setting their ships ablaze, and screams filled the air. Enel hovered in the air, arms crossed, enjoying this hell on earth, mocking Marco. "Your subordinates are really a bunch of useless fools. No wonder Whitebeard can't become the Pirate King." Marco's eyes turned red with anger, roaring that they were his family. He charged up again. On the other side, the battle's periphery was no less heavyweight. Admiral Kazuru and Old Man Garp had arrived, coincidentally running into Big Mom's pirate crew, who had come to watch the excitement. And guess what happened? Both sides faced each other across the sea, neither willing to strike first. Kizaru was just lounging around, while Big Mom seemed to be waiting for the outcome, both sides playing a spectator game, peace first, making the situation quite awkward. The other captains under Whitebeard weren't faring any better. 8th Division Captain Fishman Muir, along with the sea hero Jinbe, had just landed on a desert island when they were ambushed by Queen the Plague. The rolling yellow sand was filled with poisonous gas, instantly taking down hundreds of men. If it weren't for Jinbe being a fishman and using Fishman Karate's water dragon to summon seawater to disperse the poison, they would have been completely wiped out. Just as they finished clearing the battlefield, Queen transformed into a gigantic brontosaurus and started fighting Jinbe. The situation was even worse for 5th Division's Swordmaster Vista. He and his team landed on a grape island, only to find it completely deserted, not a single ghost around. It was a total trap. As for me, I was on standby on a small island with Yamato, Jack, and our talent team rescued from Rabbit Bowl Prison. Jack was anxious, yelling to go fight. I shot him a glance. "What are you in such a hurry for? War requires strategy. I have long figured out the operational patterns of the Whitebeard pirates. Their tactic of splitting forces to occupy islands may seem stable, but in front of me, it is full of flaws. When all their personnel are scattered, thinking they have the upper hand, that will be our moment to make our move." Messages keep coming in through the communication snail. Lord Wayne, Diamond Jaws has landed on Pineapple Island. Flower Sword Vista has landed on Grape Island. I smirked the moment had come. I turned around and ordered my elite team. Attack as planned, prioritize destroying their ship. Dave, go. You lead the defense at the front. Leo, Baby 5, protect Mancherry and handle the logistics and healing. After assigning the tasks, I took Yamato and set sail. Our first target was the one who looked the most gentlemanly and was also the most isolated, the rapier-wielding Bista. Our ship had just appeared in the waters off Purple Island when Bista noticed us. Bista drew his sword, looking serious, and was about to instruct his subordinates to notify Jaws to meet up. But the next second, I unleashed my ultimate move. A flash of purple light erupted on the sea, and a massive purple lightning giant, dozens of meters tall, rose from the water, wielding dual blades and sprouting wings, charging across the waves. It was that Vayne, ready for battle. Bista roared in anger and led the charge, but I completely ignored him. As I approached the shore, the purple flames on my body erupted violently, turning a large ship anchored nearby into ashes. The small minions below tried to fire cannons, but I countered with a wave of slashing energy, wiping out a dozen of them instantly. Bista struck me with his sword, producing a clanging sound. But what was the result? It was like scraping skin. He couldn't even break through the energy armor surrounding me. I struck him back with one blow, soaring directly into the air. The cannons on our ship fired simultaneously, raining down shells that sank the remaining ships of Bista. Now, they were completely isolated. Bista's face turned pale, and he was probably calculating how to drag this out until Jaws could save him. Seeing his expression, I mocked him from the sky in a giant's voice. Bista, you're not waiting for backup, are you? I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. His pupils contracted. I continued. I've always wondered why you insist on bringing along this group of weak and useless crew members. What else can they do besides holding you back? Bista's face flushed with anger. Bastard. The Whitebeard pirates never abandoned family. What do you pirates know? Family? I laugh. Fine. Then I'll show you just how weak your so-called family is in front of me. The game of pirates playing house is over. As soon as I finished speaking, the purple flames on me receded, replaced by blinding white lightning. I began to soar higher into the sky, and the dark clouds above quickly gathered, thunder rumbling. Bista seemed to realize what I was about to do and shouted frantically, Bastard! If you have the guts, face me one-on-one. One-on-one. Huh. I'm going to kill all your family right now. If you have the ability, come and stop me. I raised my hands high, and the lightning sphere in my palms crazily expanded, growing larger and larger, until it became even more massive than the entire island below. That terrifying energy caused the surrounding seawater to start boiling. The group of pirates below was completely dumbfounded, each one gaping with their faces turning pale with fear. What a joke. What kind of monster is that? Old man, come save us. But all that responded to them was the increasingly bright doomsday lightning ball in the sky, which seemed ready to fall at any moment. That thing finally charged up fully, and let me tell you, that purple giant, with all its might, slammed that lightning ball down fiercely. It even roared something about feeling pain. Goodness, that guy, Flower Sword Vista, wasn't a pushover either. He jumped up and danced with his two swords like a whirlwind, sending a flurry of slashing waves flying towards the sky. But the problem was in the face of that gigantic lightning ball. His attacks were like poking a tank with toothpicks, totally useless. The descent of the lightning ball didn't slow down one bit. Vista was dumbfounded, letting out a desperate roar. But the next second, his voice was completely drowned out by the deafening thunder. I only heard that guy, Wayne, shout something overly dramatic. Art is an explosion. Boom. I tell you, that loud bang almost shattered my eardrum. The whole world turned white in an instant, blindingly white, and then there was endless thunder, plowing through the entire Grape Island from the sky to the ground. That scene was simply a calamity descending from the heavens. The whole island was directly blown into a massive sinkhole, with vines and buildings all gone. Even the fish in the sea floated up with their white bellies exposed, all cooked by the electric shock. But that wasn't the end. Within the shock wave of the explosion, there was a deadly power of lightning, reaping the lives of those pirates like the Grim Reaper's scythe. The wails echoed one after another, making my scalp tingle. It lasted a full 10 minutes before this hell on Earth finally calmed down. When the smoke cleared, what did Grape Island look like? It was just a charred wasteland. That purple giant, who was Wayne, floated in the sky, looking down at his masterpiece, casually saying, "One strike to annihilate the island, family. Do you understand?" And guess what? In this ruin, Bista, that flower sword, surprisingly stood up again like a cockroach, propping himself up with two swords, his eyes red as if he wanted to eat people, staring fiercely at Wayne. Despicable bastard. I will kill you. Wayne had already transformed back into human form, floating in the air with his arms crossed, looking very relaxed. I say, buddy, are you mistaken about something? If it's not despicable, then what is the point of being a pirate? At the same time, on Pineapple Island, Jozu from the Whitebeard crew was still directing his subordinates. He ordered half of them to stay behind and half to accompany him to find Bista. He kept shouting, "Stop gnawing on that rotten pineapple. What if it's poisonous?" But his men, who were used to running rampant under the name of Whitebeard, had no sense of vigilance. A captain next to him patted Jozu on the shoulder, confidently saying, "Don't worry, Joseph. That bunch of cowards from Kaido. As soon as they hear Dad's name, they'll be scared and run away." Hearing this, Jozu seemed to find some reason, and just as he was about to relax, that captain suddenly stuttered. "Look at this island. Besides our people, there's nothing else." "Wait, what the hell? Who's that big white-haired beauty behind you?" A white-haired girl with a wolf fawn club was grinning with excitement. "Finally, I can fight." Jozu was stunned. "Who are you?" But Yamato completely ignored him, bent her legs, and with remarkable jumping power, leaped high, swinging the wolf fawn club down. Kaminari no Shiru. The club was wrapped in a layer of ice, exuding a chilling aura. Jozu didn't hold back either. His fists turned into diamonds, and he countered with a diamond star punch. There was a loud bang, and the two remained locked in a stalemate. The one named Andre, who wanted a sneak attack, found that he couldn't move his feet. Looking down, he saw that the ground and their feet were all frozen into ice blocks. Yamato flipped in the air, swung her wolf fawn club, and unleashed another wave of cold air, instantly freezing dozens of pirates into ice sculptures. Jozu frowned, realizing he had encountered a tough opponent. Yamato landed steadily, pointing her club at Jozu, muttering to herself, "Pretty strong, but compared to Kaido and Wayne, still far from it." As soon as she finished speaking, she charged again. Jozu could only brace himself with his diamond fists, but he had to consider the comrades frozen nearby, making him feel restricted. But Yamato didn't care. One swing sent both the person and the ice block flying, which felt great. Jozu was frustrated. He finally found an opportunity and unleashed a barrage of punches like a machine gun. But Yamato transformed. White hair sprouted, her teeth elongated, her body grew larger, and her gaze turned fierce as she entered her hybrid form. Ora ora. Yamato wielded her wolf fawn club, creating gusts of wind. Muda muda. Jozu refused to back down, his diamond fists raining down like raindrops. The two exchanged hundreds of blows before separating again. Jozu was puzzled. Where did this girl come from? So fierce. She shouldn't be unknown in the Beast Pirates. He hurriedly shouted to Andre. "Quick, contact Bista. Tell him to come for support." Andre was sweating profusely. "No way. I've been trying to contact since this girl appeared, but the Den Mushy 1T connected all." Jozu's heart sank as an ominous premonition surged up. "Are you done chatting? I still want to knock you guys flying." Yamato grinned and transformed into a huge white wolf, spewing out a destructive wave of cold air. "Mushy no Kiba. Little brat. Don't underestimate the Whitebeard pirates." Jozu retaliated fiercely, transforming his whole body into shining diamond, shooting forward like a meteor to confront the cold air. Diamond meteor punch. With a loud crash, Jozu forcefully shattered the cold wave, charging through a storm of ice shards, delivering a fierce elbow strike towards Yamato in midair. But Yamato was already prepared. The cold air surged on her wolf fawn club, delivering a heavy blow from above, like hitting a baseball, smashing Jozu down. Jozu crashed into the ground like a cannonball, creating a massive pit in the ice surface. But the next second, he crawled out like nothing happened, brushing off the dirt. "I'm Diamond. Your attack can't hurt me." Yamato smirked, finding him truly troublesome. Just then, another piece of bad news came from Andre's side. "Not good, Jozu. Not only Bista, but several nearby squads can't be contacted. Our fleet attacking Wano has also been ambushed and trapped." Now, Jozu was completely panicked. He suddenly realized that this group of lunatics from the Beast Pirates weren't just going head-to-head with them. They were playing tactics. And indeed, the Whitebeard's advanced troops had been cruising smoothly, thinking the Beast Pirates were softies, burning, killing, and looting with arrogance. But when they reached a small island nearby, suddenly a row of black cannon muzzles emerged from the woods on the shore. Fire! Hit them hard. A rain of cannonballs bombarded down, instantly throwing the Whitebeard crew into chaos. And that wasn't all. On both sides, the dark fleet of the Beast Pirates was also encircling them. "We're done for. We're surrounded." Devego, who was in charge of commanding on the island, looked at this scene and smiled brightly. Family who understands. Brother Wayne's tactic of luring the enemy deep and closing the door to beat the dog is simply brilliant. No need for more words. The scene shifted back to Grape Island. Wayne flapped his wings, looking at the furious Bista below, his gaze icy. He thought about the so-called family bonds of Whitebeard's crew and felt both ridiculous and pitiful. Such complex emotions, in this cruel sea, really move people. Wayne's voice was as cold as ice, so a family should be neatly together. Today, let you all gather well in hell. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple flames on his body surged violently, forming a skeletal barrier in an instant. He drew his sword, the purple flames covering the blade, and transformed into a purple meteor, diving down. Vista exerted all his strength, unleashing countless slashing waves, but they struck the purple barrier like scratching an itch, shattering with a few clangs. As a mythical beast, we prioritize being unreasonable. In the final clash, their swords collided fiercely. Vista gritted his teeth, holding on, but the purple fire on Wayne's blade seemed to come alive, rapidly spreading over him. The searing pain made him unable to hold on any longer, and with one slash, he was sent flying hundreds of meters. Wayne didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, instantly catching up and delivering another slash. Vista just raised his blade to block, and Wayne sneered, "Vista, watch closely, this is how you use the flying slash." He casually unleashed several slashing waves imbued with purple flames, their speed and power far surpassing Vista's by countless times. Vista's pupils contracted sharply as he watched helplessly as his dual blades were severed, and then those slashing waves struck fiercely against his chest. Accompanied by a scream, Vista completely collapsed, losing consciousness. Wayne lifted him as if he were a little chick and flew directly towards Pineapple Island. As soon as he arrived, Jaws noticed the unconscious Vista in Wayne's hands and instantly erupted in anger. "Let Vista go. What's the rush?" "You're next," Wayne said calmly, then tossed Vista to the ground. Seeing Wayne arrive, Yamato excitedly shouted, "Wayne, this guy is too tough. I can't hit him." Wayne grinned. "Is that so? Then let's use that move, Yamato." Yamato's eyes lit up instantly. "Wayne and I are the strongest combination." Jaws felt a tightening in his heart, sensing an ominous premonition. In the next moment, purple flames ignited on Wayne, and a chill emanated from Yamato. Two streams of energy, one purple and one white, surged into the sky, and a giant flaming serpent and a fierce ice wolf roared as they charged out, and then they bizarrely intertwined. I tell you, that scene was all about an ice-fire elemental reaction. The two forces not only did not cancel each other out, but instead amplified each other, ultimately merging into a dark purple energy ball, shooting towards Jaws. How is this possible? Jaws roared in disbelief, activating his diamond form and haki to the maximum. Boom! The dark purple light engulfed everything. When the light dissipated, there was a crisp crack. Who understands family? The so-called hardest diamond in the world was actually shattered. A large hole was blown in Jaws' chest, and as blood gushed out, it was immediately frozen, while purple flames raged inside his body. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, but still desperately charged towards Wayne, tried to protect his comrades behind him. Wayne swung his sword, and Jaws' diamond arm was severed with a snap, followed by the blade passing through the severed arm, killing a pirate behind him. No! Jaws completely went mad, unleashing an astonishing aura, his eyes bloodshot, and he punched towards Wayne. Unfortunately, in front of the future-predicting observation haki, his punch was as slow as a snail. Wayne easily dodged, while Jaws, due to the excessive force, painfully knelt on the ground. "Captain Jaws!" The remaining pirates cried out, rushing towards Wayne like madmen. "Do you also want to dance?" Wayne stood still, allowing their attacks to hit him, unable to even break the skin. Meanwhile, the purple flames on him seemed to have eyes, darting onto those pirates, instantly turning them into torches. Then it became a one-sided massacre. Wayne and Yamato, like tigers entering a flock of sheep, took countless lives with every slash and every strike. "Run! That's an order!" Jaws shouted with his last ounce of strength, watching his comrades fall one by one, filled with regret. At that moment, a violent explosion was heard from the ship anchored nearby. The escape route was cut off. Jaws desperately put his broken body in front of the last few comrades. Wayne looked at him, his gaze carrying a hint of pity. "I acknowledge your determination to protect your comrades. However, a pirate who still plays the self-sacrifice card. Even a navy like me can be a better pirate than you." After saying that, he gathered a blinding ball of lightning in his hand. "Don't underestimate our bond." The last pirates let out a desperate roar. Thunderous lightning. The lightning erupted, consuming everything. As the black smoke cleared, only scorched earth remained, along with charred corpses. The once invincible diamond Jaws lay lifeless among the bodies of his comrades, with severed arms and a gaping hole in his chest. "Ha ha!" Looking at the pirates turned to charcoal before him, Wayne let out a villainous laugh. I can't imagine how much my salary will increase from this achievement under Admiral Sengoku. Also, how about the bounty for the head of Diamond Jaws? Several 100 million berries. Battles erupted everywhere. After dealing with Jaws, Wayne and Yamato used the same method to eliminate several squad leaders of the Whitebeard pirates. Then, Wayne used his fruit ability to bring Yamato back to the logistics team, and conveniently used Manchuri's ability to recover their stamina and injuries. Although those injuries were like minor scrapes to them with their mythical Zoan bodies. Meanwhile, at another battlefield, boom, the roar of cannonballs resounded endlessly, echoing across the sea and sky. The pirates caught in a semi-encirclement were trying to counterattack while quickly retreating. Haven T contacted Captain Jaws yet? Icewitch Waydibe yelled at his subordinates. Beside him, a pirate holding a cold-faced transponder snail said in panic, not only Captain Jaws, but also Captain Bista and Captain Muir. We can't reach them. Captain, what should we do? Damn, retreat. Get back to Dad. As long as Dad is there, we can turn any dangerous situation around. After several captains conveyed the orders, the fleet began a rapid withdrawal. Although they initially faced strong firepower attacks, the large fleet was still far from being broken. On the coast, DeVego watched the fleeing fleet and took out a transponder snail from his pocket, a smug expression on his face. Brother Wayne, they VE retreated. Hearing the report from the snail, Wayne gazed into the distance, looking at the sky. Next, it's up to Teacher Kai. Yamato, let us go, Wayne said to Yamato beside him. Then his body began to grow suddenly, transforming into the form of the Thunder God, and reached out a hand towards Yamato. Wayne, your ability is so cool. The white-haired girl jumped into the palm of the purple giant, curiously tapping on the giant's palm. The lightning and purple flames granted by the Thunder God are inherent abilities of the fruit, and Wayne can release and use them at will. Naturally, it wouldn't harm Yamato. Then, Wayne reached out another giant hand, grabbing Bista, who had been knocked out, along with two other captains. The round, ball-shaped 6th Division Captain, Pummel. The brown-haired, mustached 7th Division Captain, Lakeu. These are the only 3 living captains left in the Whitebeard pirates. The others were either unaccounted for or had been accidentally killed by the violent white-haired girl. Whoosh! The purple giant spread its wings and soared towards the northern seas of Wano Country. At the same time, on Genie Island, the battle between 2 of the world's strongest was earth-shattering. Every strike released an incredibly strong shockwave, blasting outward. The once densely forested Genie Island was flattened by their fierce clash, and trees were uprooted and destroyed. It was as if it had returned to prehistoric times. It would take decades to recover. Not bad. Kaido. Whitebeard slightly bent his knees and swung a punch towards Kaido in the distance. A translucent white light sphere appearing on his fist. Bang! A crisp sound like shattering glass rang out. The air was instantly torn apart, revealing spiderweb-like cracks. Kaido was hit by this punch, stepping back a few paces, a fine wound appearing on his chest. But he immediately grinned savagely, leaping into the air again, raising his spike club charged with purple lightning and smashing it down. Thunder roar 8 trigrams. Quake. Whitebeard swung his blade horizontally, colliding fiercely with Kaido's attack. In an instant, the sky darkened and a storm raged. The seawater surrounding the island was once again shaken back, as if fleeing from this terrifying battlefield. Whitebeard was secretly astonished. Kaido was no longer that brat from the Rocks Pirates who needed to be protected by Charlotte Linlin. He was now a true top-tier powerhouse who could fight him. However, I am Whitebeard. Kid Kaido, if you want to defeat me, you still have 20,000 years to go. Whitebeard threw his head back and roared, suddenly exerting force in his hands. The outcome of the battle between him and Kaido would directly determine the outcome of this war. Therefore, bearing the title of the strongest man, he could not lose. Damn, Whitebeard, you are too arrogant. Kaido is not backing down in the trash-talking department either. Remember, you are the challenger. With a thunderous sound shaking the heavens and the earth, the 2 men with the strongest titles clashed fiercely once again. In the distance of Genie Island, the Moby Dick and several pirate ships swayed on the sea, their decks filled with pirates who all watched the monstrous battle. The chef of the Whitebeard pirates and captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, said to a dark, greasy fat man beside him, Teach, do you think Dad will win? The greasy fat man was none other than the future Emperor Blackbeard. Teach, Dad will definitely win. Though he said this, the beads of sweat on Teach's forehead betrayed his inner feelings. He was really panicking now. To be honest, Teach was the least willing for this war to happen because his plan was to hide under Whitebeard's protection. He never expected such a thing would occur. Dad, you mustn't die, Teach murmured. This was a heartfelt statement because once Whitebeard died, there would be no reason for the Whitebeard pirates to continue, and he would likely become the target of the Beast Pirates' pursuit. Just then, Sachi suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there. Is that the Beast Pirates?" Hearing this, the pirates began to look toward the direction pointed out by Sachi. Sure enough, near Genie Island, a sailing ship flying the Beast Pirates flag was struggling to advance toward the island amidst the waves. Another expert, "Hey, is Kaido trying to sneak attack Dad?" Sachi's expression tightened, and he quickly shouted to Teach, "Teach, we have to help Dad." Teach, however, furrowed his brow as he placed everyone behind him. "Are you kidding? If you dare to interfere in that level of battle, it will only end in death." Teach still had his own ambitions and dreams. How could he risk his life by joining in? On that ship, it was none other than the most daring man of the Beast Pirates, the future Calamity Jack. At this moment, on the deck, some pirates were desperately trying to dissuade him. "Brother Jack, don't go." "Yeah, Lord Kaido probably doesn't want us to interfere in their battle." "You'll die, Brother Jack." But Jack frowned and shouted angrily, "Cowards! Who do you think I am? Get the ship closer." He then looked at the two powerful figures battling on the island, feeling a rush of excitement. "Lord Kaido, I'm here to assist you." As the pirate ship was about to approach the dilapidated shore, Jack sprang into the air like a cannonball, charging toward the island, just separating from Whitebeard after an exchange. "Ha ha, you've shown a flaw, Whitebeard." He excitedly waved his scythe, already imagining the scene of cutting off Whitebeard's head. But in the next second, Whitebeard merely frowned and casually punched the air. Bang! The giant figure of Jack, like a small mountain, was instantly drenched in blood, as if he had slammed into an invisible wall. He was then violently flung away, crashing into the sea and splashing a huge wave. In the distance, upon witnessing this, Sachi's corner of the mouth twitched, his face filled with admiration. "I always thought that the one who dared to go to war with the Whitebeard pirates, Wayne, was ruthless enough. But I didn't expect this guy to be even more ferocious, daring to attack Dad. Whose subordinate is this?" After casually sending Jack flying with a single strike, Whitebeard raised an eyebrow and looked at Kaido across from him. Kaido also appeared somewhat awkward. He had naturally seen Jack charging over, but at this moment, admitting that Jack was one of his subordinates would likely earn him ridicule from this old man Whitebeard. "Right? TCH, I didn't see anything. Don't let your guard down, Whitebeard." As soon as he finished speaking, Kaido roared again, stomped the ground, and black-red lightning surrounded him as he raised his kanabo and slammed it down toward Whitebeard. The air slightly distorted, and the tangible lightning seemed to tear through space as Kaido suddenly exerted his strength, producing a series of sonic booms. Like a meteor crashing to the ground, Whitebeard clenched his right fist, and with a bang, a semi-transparent, circular light sphere appeared around his fist. He let out a low shout, his muscles tensed, and with all his might, he fiercely met Kaido's kanabo. Boom! The ground trembled violently again, shockwaves radiating outward in all directions. The earth beneath them was already a mess, unrecognizable. Bang! The intense sound of their bodies colliding echoed. Whitebeard forcefully repelled the kanabo, then quickly slashed at Kaido's chest, propelling his massive body upward into the sky. Boom! Kaido crashed into a heap of ruins, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Whitebeard panted heavily, bending down as he was about to continue his pursuit, but from within the smoke, the beast Kaido, whose face had become incredibly ferocious, charged out once more. Wahaha! Not bad, you bastard Whitebeard. The battle between the two lasted a full hour. Although from the situation, Whitebeard, through his desperate fighting style, firmly held the upper hand, even managing to push Kaido back each time and leaving numerous wounds on him. It was true, as rumored, that Whitebeard was indeed getting old. Now he was fighting with the energy and physical condition of his remaining life. Every punch and slash inflicted irreversible injuries on his body. Moreover, he was facing the peak version of Kaido, and he couldn't afford to let his guard down for even a moment. If they continued fighting, regardless of the outcome, this could very well be his last battle in this life. On the other hand, Kaido, although currently at a disadvantage, was growing more and more courageous. Both his stamina and the speed at which he regained his haki were clearly stronger than Whitebeard's. Could it be that the current Kaido is the strongest? Thinking this, Whitebeard and Kaido's attacks clashed fiercely once again. But soon, in the sky above Genie Island, a massive purple figure rushed in rapidly, hovering at an altitude of about 100 meters above the island. Looking down, the two top-tier strongmen were transforming the terrain. Mountains and vegetation were completely shattered. Each collision emitted a terrifying shockwave. Wayne was secretly amazed. Is this the battle between the strongest? It's so intense. How exciting, how thrilling. Being able to witness the battle between Teacher Kaido and Whitebeard with my own eyes is truly worth dying for. I want to see this. However, at this moment, it seems that Teacher Kaido has a great chance of winning. Wayne stared at the fierce battle below, murmuring, because he could see that with each of Whitebeard's large movements, there was a hint of strain. Hey Wayne, let's take this opportunity to kill that bastard Kaido. Yamato shouted excitedly, waving his arms. Yamato, stop teasing me. Besides, with this level of battle, even if I join forces with Yamato, it won't change much, right? We could really die from the aftershocks. But Wayne lowered his head, looking at the 3 captains who had fainted in his hands, thinking to himself, don't forget, Whitebeard, this is a life-and-death war. In the distance on the Moby Dick, Sachi also noticed the purple giant above Giant Island. What? Are there still experts? This is bad. Captain Sachi, that flying guy, seems to be the Wayne that Captain Marco mentioned. A pirate with a telescope exclaimed. What a joke. That's Wayne. The Wayne from the Beast Pirates is a troublesome enemy, even Marco finds difficult. The moment Wayne appeared, Whitebeard's gaze shifted, noticing the anomaly in the sky. But after a careful glance, his pupils suddenly constricted. Is that Vista, Brannick, and Lockhew? Just as Whitebeard's gaze focused on the figures in the purple giant's hands, Kaido seized the opportunity while his attention was distracted and struck him in the chest with a club. Phew! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Whitebeard staggered back a few steps, his face filled with anger. Don't let your guard down, old man. Give it your all. Whoa-ho-ho! Kaido laughed maniacally, as if he had gone mad. Whitebeard slightly bent his legs and suddenly stomped the ground, creating a significant distance between him and Kaido. What are you doing, kid? His gaze turned particularly cold. Then he raised his fist and swung it fiercely at Wayne in the sky. Shatter! Bang! Wayne felt a powerful, invisible shockwave engulf him. His internal organs suffering intense attacks, and a sense of suffocation followed. He couldn't help but let out a roar. Damn it! Why is Whitebeard coming for me? Teacher Kai, are you just idling? Meanwhile, near Tamei Island, Charlotte Lean's massive ship and the Navy warships were still in a tense standoff. The pirates and the Navy were standing by the railings, glaring at each other. Senior Kizaru, are we just waiting here? Smoker asked unwillingly. He was still thinking about finding Wayne and capturing him personally. Such a headache of a junior. Kizaru rubbed his forehead and smiled wryly. The big MOM pirates opposite clearly didn't want to engage in a fight with the Navy. Isn't this good? Everyone just quietly waits and sees who wins between Kaido and Whitebeard, and then goes back to their own homes. In fact, if Charlotte Lin gets a sudden urge to fight the winner, that would be even more welcomed by the Navy. So, clashing with Charlotte Lin was clearly a foolish act. But just then, Smoker hurriedly said, Senior Kizaru, those pirates are changing direction. Kizaru came back to his senses and squinted to look. He saw the massive pirate ship slowly turning its bow. Mama. Charlotte Lin stood at the bow, laughing heartily. Hey, Navy over there, isn't it boring, just waiting? You must want to see that battle with your own eyes, right? Let's go see. I can't wait to see a scene of rivers of blood. This is not good. Kizaru's expression tightened. Admiral Sengoku would not allow these guys to interfere in that war. Wahaha. Meanwhile, Carp burst into laughter. Yes, Borsellino, let's go take a look. After all, it's just watching, right? If someone wants to cause trouble, the Navy can just step in to stop it. That's true, eh? What are you saying? Vice Admiral Carp? The 2 strong figures below each have their own weaknesses. Whitebeard's weakness is his family, and Teacher Kai's weakness is a bit strange. It seems that because he believes in the legend of Joy Boy, he somewhat lost his composure when he saw Nika appear. At this moment, Whitebeard was seething with rage. Kid, what have you done? He raised the huge kanabo in his hand, pointing at Wayne in the sky. Kaido also noticed something was off, his expression somewhat displeased. But upon seeing that it was Wayne and his foolish son, he laughed wildly again. Whoa-ho-ho, Whitebeard, it seems your sons are not up to par. They have already been captured by my underlings. Kaido grinned. Stop looking around, Whitebeard. But Whitebeard had no intention of fighting Kaido anymore. He saw that the purple giant had thrown Brannick down violently after taking one of his hits. Bastard. Whitebeard's face turned extremely gloomy, his eyes twitching slightly, an invisible pressure emanating from him. Then he suddenly leaped like lightning, charging into the sky, his hands tightly embracing the round Brannick. After landing steadily, Whitebeard's eyes were filled with anger and concern. He saw that Brannick's eyes had completely lost focus, his body covered in the marks of electric shocks, his skin charred, emitting a pungent odor. Whitebeard clenched his fist. Kaido, is this the despicable brat you raised? Kaido, however, didn't care and grinned. Not taking advantage of the earlier opportunity to launch a sneak attack was already the best he could do. What nonsense are you talking about, Newgate? Since the incident at God Valley, You should know that only absolute violence can rule this world, and your sons are nothing but failures, having lost their value of existence. The game of pirates playing house should have ended long ago. Newgate. Kaido grinned ferociously, the dragon scales on his body shifting again, his form suddenly increasing in size. Turning blue, his teeth becoming sharp fangs, his eyebrows turning cloud-like, his gaze growing more brutal, his pupils turning blood-red and savage. Beast human form, killing mode. Whitebeard. If you still haven't recognized reality, you will really die. Whoa-ho-ho, crack. Black-red, lightning coiled around the dragon man's body, the terrifying aura causing the surrounding seas to begin to boil. Damn it. Whitebeard looked at Kaido as if facing a great enemy, then glanced at Wayne in the sky, his expression very troubled. This situation is truly too tricky. Meanwhile, Wayne, after receiving a hit from Whitebeard, was also feeling a surge of blood. After stabilizing his form, he stretched out a hand, placing Vista and Lakyu in front of him. Whitebeard, attack here. Seeing this, Whitebeard was furious. This brat is harming his family. A naturally evil brat. I will personally. But Wayne clearly didn't care about Whitebeard's threats and shouted at Teacher Kai below. Teacher Kai, the Navy and Charlotte Linlin are waiting outside. This is clearly not a good time for a fair duel. And even if we continue to fight this old man, the victor is destined to be you. Teacher Kai. The situation is urgent, so let's kill Whitebeard. Teacher Kai values martial ethics, but Wayne doesn't care about that. If war is a dirty game, then he is a dirty player. And Whitebeard, don't call me despicable. You are the strongest man. For some reason, just as Wayne's words fell, Vista suddenly opened his eyes wide as if coming back to life. Upon seeing the scene before him, he immediately reacted and roared, Dad, don't worry about us. Kill these guys and avenge our fallen family. Whitebeard's body trembled. How could this be? Silly son. But Kaido clearly didn't want to witness such a touching father-son moment. He swung his kanabo, the Conqueror's haki wrapping around it, charging fiercely at Whitebeard. Get serious, old man. A massive purple lightning shockwave instantly pierced the sky, crashing down from above, obliterating everything in its path. Whitebeard protected K with one hand while gripping his blade tightly with the other, his black-red haki spreading rapidly like a spider's web to meet the attack. Boom! The storm created by the Conqueror's haki instantly engulfed the entire sky and sea. Then an incredibly strong haki shockwave shot up into the clouds, coming into Wayne's view. You two are in cahoots, right? Why are you always hitting me? Wayne couldn't help but curl his lips. Then Yamato stepped off Wayne's palm, gritting her teeth, bracing against the wind pressure, and smashed her stick down on the fierce shockwave. Thunderbot Waboom. Below, Kaido and Whitebeard were locked in a fierce clash, evenly matched. Wayne steeled himself and threw Vista down. Don't you love shouting? Go Vista! Slash! The blinding shockwave instantly engulfed Vista. Already heavily injured and barely holding on, Vista could no longer withstand the terrifying force, and his vitality dissipated in an instant. What? Whitebeard's observation, haki, sensed this scene, and indescribable pain surged in his heart. Whitebeard, look at what you are protecting. Wayne's psychological warfare was incredibly effective. It was just this moment of hesitation that Whitebeard ultimately could not withstand Kaido's attack, and was smashed away, his body carving a deep trench in the ground before crashing heavily onto the surface. Kaido felt bored. This victory was clearly not what he wanted. So, he roared at Wayne in the sky, his voice like thunder. Kid, don't get in the way. Teacher Kai, it wasn't me. Yamato made me do it. Wayne knew Teacher Kai was angry and immediately shifted the blame to Yamato. Although Yamato didn't understand Wayne's meaning, she felt it was impressive, so she laughed and said, That's right. It was my idea. Is that so? Who would believe that? Kaido snorted coldly, but didn't blame Wayne too much. Because Wayne's philosophy was actually the same as his. Only the victors can write history. The Whitebeard before him, he truly looked down upon. How could he still be worried about the safety of his companions at a time like this? What a joke. This is not how a strong person should behave. On the other side, Whitebeard, who had gotten up from the ground, first placed K steadily on the ground, then wiped his damp eyes with his hand. Seeing the once proud man from the Rocks Pirates now in such a weak posture, Kaido felt a bit dazed. Are you crying, Newgate? What nonsense are you talking? Bastard Kaido. Whitebeard's tone was low. How could a father not feel sorrow for the loss of his son? Cactus Island. On the battlefield between Marco and Jin. Jin's footsteps paused in midair, looking down at Marco. Since the battle began, the two had been evenly matched. The Lunalaria tribe's special physique and Marco's phoenix fruit made them unable to harm each other. However, Marco's subordinates were not so lucky, as almost all were burned alive by the sadistic Jin. Jin, I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Marco roared, blue flames blazing on his body. How pathetic, Marco. Jin mocked, listening to the wails of those weaklings. Don't you feel pleased? What a joke. Those are my companions. You cold-blooded monsters. Huh. The Phoenix accelerated toward Jin, and the two engaged in fierce combat again. Only Lord Kaido can become the one true king. Shut up. The name of this era is Whitebeard. Boom. Two large birds collided in the air, creating sparks and explosive sounds. But at that moment, the din-din mushy in Marco's arms suddenly rang. Bururu bururu bite. Marco paused midair. Can I take a call? Jin's eye twitched. At this moment, are you kidding me, Marco? But Marco in the distance had already pressed the answer button. Marco, come back. Dad is in danger. The panicked voice from the other end made Marco shiver. Dad is in danger? Damn it. It must be that inherently evil Wayne's doing. Marco instantly thought of the fallen Navy Bruce Wayne, who possessed terrifying abilities. Whoosh. Without a second thought, Marco turned around and rapidly flew toward Jinyu Island. Not done yet. Marco. Jin also followed closely behind. He fled, and he chased. Desert Island. Fishman Karate. Shark Wave Fist. The blue fat man, Jinbei, had waves flowing in his hands, gathering fierce and surging power, then suddenly unleashed a punch. Ha! Catch this, my mechanical heavyweight. The energy gathered in the mechanical arm of the Ankylosaurus was as thick as magma, eventually condensing into a shockwave at the launch point, which was suddenly fired out. Boom! A huge explosion erupted, shining with dazzling light. Brother Jinbei. At this moment, a fishman holding a din-din mushy shouted urgently, Brother Jinbei, it's bad. Captain Sachi wants us to return and support Dad. What? Jinbei was taken aback. ISNT Dad fighting Kaido. Could it be the Navy has arrived? Or are there other disruptors? All right, let's hurry back. Without a moment's hesitation, Jinbei agreed. After all, they were a fishman unit and could freely traverse the sea. So even without a ship, it wouldn't take long to return. This fight is destined to have no outcome. Let's go. Jinbei unleashed a waterball punch, exploding in the air to block Queen's line of sight, then leaped into the sea with the other fishmen, quickly swimming into the depths. Damn it, you bastard. By the shore, Quinn watched the group of fishmen leave and couldn't help but curse. So they think they can bully me just because I can't swim or fly. On the Moby Dick. Damn it, that damn Wayne. What should we do? Sachi was extremely anxious. Now Dad is in danger, and we as sons can't do anything. Captain Sachi. Not good. Two large ships are coming from our rear. They seem to be Naval Admiral's warships, and also Big Mom's big ship. What? Another pirate with a telescope exclaimed, Captain Sachi, Captain Waydive's big ship is back too, and it looks like the fleet has suffered severe shelling. Sachi was even more puzzled. He wasn't surprised that other forces were intervening. But why did the family retreat? Could it be that the beast pirates are really stronger than them? Above Genie Island, Wayne looked at the tearful Whitebeard, his gaze shifting slightly. What a touching scene. However, Wayne smirked and raised the captain of the 7th Division, Lackey, and shouted down, Hey, Whitebeard, don't cry just yet. There's still one here. Enough. A thunderous roar shot into the sky. But it wasn't from Whitebeard. It was from Teacher Kaido. Kid, just watch from there. Don't interfere anymore. In kill mode. Teacher Kaido had a fierce expression, and his voice was filled with madness. This old bastard can't beat me. Wah! Wayne tugged at the corner of his mouth. What's going on? I'm just like the worst one. I really can't do anything about you, Teacher Kaido. It's unclear whether Teacher Kaido was overly confident or remembered the faint bond of pirate camaraderie he once had with Whitebeard on the same ship. Or perhaps he wanted to personally end this man he once looked up to. Wayne didn't know, but he understood that messing with Whitebeard's mentality right now was not a good thing. All right, Teacher Kaido, you must win, Wayne said earnestly. After that, the purple giant soared into the sky, hovering between the sea and sky, ready to closely watch this epic battle. Just as he left, two large birds came rushing towards Genie Island, one in front of the other. Uncle Gene and Marco, the two almost unharmed, were stunned at the brutal scene on the island. This is the battle between top-tier powerhouses, a level they could never reach in their lifetime. Marco was shocked for a moment and then shouted at Whitebeard Dad. What happened? Upon seeing Marco, Whitebeard's eyes softened, apologetically saying, Son, I might fail. He threw the nearly charred Brayman K, who was barely alive, to Marco. Next, I will give the final order. Dad! Marco's voice was choked with emotion, as if he realized something. That is to retreat with all the family. Get back safely. Whitebeard shouted this final command with all his strength. The surrounding sea began to boil, splashing massive waves onto the shore. In the sea, right below Wayne, a group of fishmen emerged from the water, all with teary eyes, gazing at the towering figure on the island. Whitebeard understood that this battle with Kaido would likely end badly for him, and at the moment of his defeat, this war would also come to an end. Therefore, he must do everything he can to ensure his son survive. Looking at Whitebeard before him, Kaido's gaze shifted slightly. The invincible Whitebeard he remembered was no more. In his place was just an old man bound by the bonds of pirate family. Newgate, you now resemble a withered leaf in autumn, truly desolate. Mama, I can already see those two bastards. A colorful large ship passed over the sea, heading towards Genie Island. But as it passed the Moby Dick, it and the blue-white warship next to it stopped in sync. Charlotte Linlin stood at the bow, looking at the two men in the distance, unconsciously licking her lips. One exciting battle, Mama, on the warship. Senior Kizaru, I see Wayne. Yes, right there. Smoker was extremely excited. Even hundreds of meters away, he recognized the purple giant in the sky. That's Wayne's fruit ability. Smoker, don't be impulsive. Over there is the battle between Kaido and Whitebeard, those two monsters. Tina crossed her arms in front of her chest and said lightly, Damn it, can you really bear to watch your close friend fall into piracy? Smoker gritted his teeth. Wahaha, what a passionate kid. Go ahead, Smoker, you'll be fine. Carp, watching this uninformed junior, had a look of special concern for younger generations in his eyes. Kizaru and Tina simultaneously looked at this loose-tongued old man with unusual glances. Carp realized he'd said the wrong thing and hurriedly stuffed several pieces of sanbei in his mouth, awkwardly laughing. I take it back. I didn't say anything. Obviously, Smoker didn't catch Carp's meaning, just gratefully saluted. Thank you, Rear Admiral Carp. After that, his legs turned into smoke, leaping into the air, flying towards the purple giant. Meanwhile, Wayne scanned the fishmen below and immediately recognized a round, chubby figure. It's you, Doryman. Oh no, it's you, Jinbei. And upon noticing that these fishmen were looking at the lackey in his hand, Wayne understood. You want to save someone, huh? The purple giant placed Yamato on his back and then dove downward. Just as he was about to crash into the sea, he suddenly stopped, and the impact created a wave that splashed onto the fishmen as faces. Then, the purple giant's holy pupils gazed at Jinbei. Don't move, Jinbei. Not good. It's Wayne. The fishmen exclaimed in shock. Jinbei put his hands in the sea, already starting to gather the sea currents. But the next second, Wayne said something shocking. Old Jinbei, that Arlong used to be your brother, right? He was wreaking havoc on my territory and has already been killed by me. Moreover, if you dare to make any small moves now, after this war is over, I will personally lead my troops to destroy Fishman Island. Believe me, I mean what I say, wahahaha. Upon hearing this, Jinbei was initially stunned, then beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead, because he knew that Wayne was very likely not just trying to scare him. This madman would really do something so cruel. Jinbei, you wouldn't want anything to happen to Fishman Island, would you? So just obediently watch from here and don't entertain any crooked thoughts. After another cold warning, Wayne shot up into the sky. At this moment, the brilliant smile on his face could not be suppressed. So, this is what it feels like to be a villain? It's kind of exhilarating. Just then, a fist made of smoke rushed towards him, only to be shattered by Yamato's stick. Wayne looked back and saw a man wrapped in smoke, wearing a navy uniform, flying towards him. Smoker? Why is this guy here too? Wayne thought. Is he an enemy? Yamato's small face was filled with fighting spirit, clearly eager to enjoy a battle again. It's fine, Yamato, he's an old acquaintance. However, when old friends meet, there's bound to be some tension. Wayne, you bastard, it's one thing to betray the Navy, but why become a pirate? Smoker shouted angrily after taking a deep drag from his cigar. He thought Wayne had retired because he couldn't stand the outdated world government. Or maybe he had become a pirate hunter, doing his best to eliminate some evils. But he never expected Wayne to become a pirate, and even a high-ranking officer in the Beast Pirates. Could it be? Smoker looked at Yamato. Is it because of her? No, we're just friends. Don't get ahead of yourself, Smoke Man. Wayne immediately denied it. Then he slowly spoke. Smoker, you don't understand pirates. Just like you don't understand the Navy. Smoker frowned. I'm in the Navy. Why should I understand pirates? So you really don't get it, Smoker. Did you forget what I told you last time? Justice sometimes has to be carried out in the dark. I've hinted at it so clearly. Do you get it now? Smoker blew out a puff of smoke. What justice can be carried out in the dark? Stop spouting nonsense, Wayne. You've fallen into darkness. Wayne's expression darkened. No wonder Smoker was last in cultural studies at the training camp. His comprehension skills were indeed worrying. All right, fine. Let's say I've fallen. Are you satisfied now? Indeed. Bruce Wayne, my former close friend, you really. Smoker clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Wayne, one day you'll regret this. And remember, once a pirate, always a pirate. This sin can never be washed away. Wayne crossed his arms and quietly watched Smoker's performance. After Smoker finished passionately ranting, breathing heavily, Wayne calmly said, "So what? You?" Smoker turned red with anger, almost fainting from frustration at Wayne. "Fine. I'm too lazy to reason with you. You don't deserve to hear it. At this moment, I can only fight." After months of training, Smoker felt he had caught up to Wayne's pace. So, White Mist Jet. The smoke beneath Smoker's feet suddenly accelerated, and he drew the military baton from his back, charging towards the purple giant. "Let me end your evil." Wayne's eye twitched. "So you think you're capable now, huh? Yamato, you can hit him now." "Oh, I can't wait. What has this guy been rambling about? It's so annoying." Yamato raised her wolf fang club excitedly. Seeing this, Smoker immediately shouted angrily, hiding behind a woman, "Wayne, don't you feel ashamed?" But as soon as he finished speaking, a wolf fang club, carrying strong wind pressure and fierce purple lightning, appeared in front of him. How can it be so fast? Boom! The attack even used He, and Smoker was instantly sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the ship's cabin, his body sinking in, unable to get out. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the lecherous expression of Admiral Kizuru, the laughing face of Admiral Garp, and the disgusted look of Tina. Damn it! Smoker covered his forehead with one hand and pointed to the sky with the other. "Pirates! I will eliminate all pirates." So many. Wayne scanned the sea below. The pirates under Whitebeard had also retreated, countless pirates weeping as they looked at Whitebeard on Jinyu Island. Following that, dozens of ships from the Beast Pirates chased after them. In the distance were the Navy, Big Mom, and various factions with ulterior motives. Ultimately, the outcome would be decided by these two men. Wayne murmured, "Will we win?" "Teacher Kaido." "Wayne, that old man is really strong. Almost as strong as that bastard Kaido." Yamato sat cross-legged on the shoulder of the purple giant, pointing at Whitebeard. "Indeed. I wonder if we can reach that level in the future." "Of course." Yamato confidently tilted her head back and grinned. "We can definitely do it. Wayne, we will definitely defeat that bastard Kaido. Don't forget, we are the strongest duo on Jinyu Island. It's now or never." Newgate. The Dragon Man roared as the earth trembled. The battle between the strongest and the strongest finally reached its climax. Whitebeard's expression darkened, and the terrifying aura he emitted reached an unprecedented height. The aging lion unleashed his will to die and faced the challenge of the new generation of kings. "Waha, Kaido, you little brat. Not bad. You're no longer that stinking brat hiding behind Linlin. But don't forget I am Whitebeard. If you want to step over my corpse to become king, then come at me." Wokakok, this is how it should be. This is a clash between the kings of the old era and the kings of the new era. And only death can thoroughly end it. Crackle, crackle. Black-red lightning wrapped around both of them, and the powerful He surged into the sky, instantly crushing in all directions. Ha! Ha! The wind pressure carrying He almost covered the entire sea area. Almost everyone crossed their arms in front of them, trying to avoid this terrifying edge. Even from a great distance, many people gradually felt weak in their legs, collapsing onto the deck, their pupils dilated in a daze. What a joke. These two guys have reached this level? Aunt Lean-Lean's eyes twitched, her heart already in shock. "So terrifying," Kizuru said with a playful tone. But a drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "What formidable bastards." "Waha." The old hero Garp's eyes were blazing. Wayne said to Yamato, "Yamato, watch closely, don't blink. It's rare to see a battle between such strong fighters up close." "Oh." Yamato nodded, but then asked with some confusion, "But if I don't blink, will my eyes get dry?" Wayne couldn't help but smirk. "No." "Really? Wayne, you're amazing." Yamato's eyes were filled with admiration. Hearing this, Wayne sighed lightly. "Here's the translation of your provided content. It's like this for me. Yamato only needs to foolishly challenge Kaido every day. While I have to consider many things due to my ignorance of Yamato, let us not get tangled in this anymore. They're about to start." Below, Whitebeard thrusts the enormous Kanabo beside him, stabilizes his stance, slightly bends his arms, and suddenly throws a punch. The air is instantly torn apart, turning into a spiderweb of cracks. In the next moment, a shock wave surges and rolls. The ground beneath the Dragon Man suddenly collapses and deforms, with large stones being cut apart. Immediately, they surge up from all directions and crash down, as if wanting to bury the Dragon Man. Boom! Accompanied by manic laughter. The fierce Dragon Man leaps up, surrounded by purple lightning, shattering all the stones. Rumble rumble, 8 trigrams. The Dragon Man swings his kanabo, black-red lightning swirling, rapidly attacking Whitebeard. With an overwhelming aura surging instantly. Quake break. Whitebeard does not hold a sword. His right fist suddenly turns black, and he fiercely meets the Dragon Man's kanabo with a punch. Bang! The two attacks collide violently, and the ground beneath them rapidly crumbles. The shockwave pierces the sky, and the heavens split open once more. Yeah, Kaido's eyes gleam with ferocity, and after a loud roar, he suddenly exerts force, smashing the kanabo forward with unstoppable momentum. Whitebeard's pupils constrict, instinctively wanting to extend his other hand to block, but is struck in the chest by a blow, his body flying backward like a meteor. Go die, old man. Thunder descends from the sky, and Kaido's body rapidly transforms in midair, instantly growing into a massive blue dragon, swirling in the sky. The air around him turns into a tornado, dancing wildly, generating countless strong wind blades that shoot out. The wind blades, wrapped in aura, slice through the air without any blind spots and rush towards Whitebeard, creating a series of slicing sounds. In an instant, smoke fills the air and the aura overflows. Suddenly, Whitebeard's figure bursts out from the smoke. A trace of blood spills from the corner of his mouth, revealing the power of Kaido's strike. However, his speed does not diminish at all. He swings his large sword casually, cutting through 2 incoming wind blades. Then, he steps forward, wielding the enormous kanabo carrying terrifying waves, and fiercely strikes down towards the blue dragon. Quake Blade. This slash contains the power of the Quake fruit, distorting the very air itself. Flame Breath. The blue dragon twists its body and instantly spews forth a torrent of flames, engulfing Whitebeard. Dad! The members of the Whitebeard pirates kneel and cry. Dad is using his life to buy them time to retreat. Captain Marco, give the order. On the Moby Dick, Blackbeard Teach returns to the deck and loudly shouts to Marco in the sky. We, the sons, cannot go against Dad's last wishes. Teach speaks earnestly, shedding a few hot tears. At the same time, he keeps an eye on the movements of the surrounding major forces, fearing an accidental clash. It's a joke. If we don't run now, we might get caught in a massive brawl soon. Damn, has it really come to this? Marco looks worriedly at the battlefield in the distance. Now, Dad's situation is also extremely dangerous. That bastard Kaido is like an unkillable monster. Marco's thoughts surge, his expression bitter. After a long time, he takes a deep breath and loudly shouts to the remaining captains and crew, execute the captain's order to retreat. In the sky, yahaha, this is just too intense. If this news makes the headlines, people around the world will go crazy when they see it. A hot air balloon with a comical bird head floats towards the purple giant, where a birdman is excitedly flailing his arms. Wayne turns his head and says with a strange look, Yo yo yo, isn't that BIG and EWS Morgans? You gave me fake news last time, and I haven't settled the score with you yet, but you actually dare to come here. Oh, Wayne little brother, what you said, the reason I, Morgans, can't survive in the new world is because of accurate and precise big news. Huh. The hot air balloon hovers in the air, and Morgans bows respectfully to Wayne. A gentlemanly gesture. It shows his respect for the strong in the new world and for the next high-ranking officer of the Beast Pirates. Then, he glances with interest at Yamato on the shoulder of the purple giant, his expression becoming rich. I had the honor of meeting this beautiful princess when I visited Kaido before. He recognizes Yamato. So, Wayne little brother, are you two dating now? Upon hearing the Birdman's question, Yamato instinctively begins to respond. We are just. Don't talk to him, Yamato. He is a very bad person. Wayne immediately interrupts. Oh, Yamato obediently replies, no longer paying attention to Morgans. There's no way around it. After all, Wayne is her only good friend. Then, Wayne almost angrily shouts at Morgans. How many times do I have to say it? Pure friendship, understand? Hey, don't rush, don't rush. Understand. Morgans waves his hands repeatedly, but a sly smile appears at the corner of his mouth. By the way, Wayne little brother, you should thank me. Thank you? Wayne is almost laughing out of anger. You describe me as so heinous, and I should thank you? Yahaha. Wayne little brother, are you saying you're a pirate who likes to keep a low profile? That's really rare. Upon hearing this, Wayne is first stunned, then suddenly realizes. That's right. I'm a pirate now. Being notorious is my trademark. So, I should really discard that former image of a justice-driven, righteous Navy officer. Forget it. I won't dwell on that. However, you're quite dedicated. You dare to get this close without fearing for your life? Even Wayne can feel an invisible pressure here. let alone the weak Morgans. Ah, a mere life. How can it compare to the big news that shakes the world? Morgan's face bears a manic look, as if for the sake of big news, he would not hesitate to pay the price of his life. He tightly grasps the bird wings, opens his bird mouth, and laughs loudly. That is my dream. Is that so? That's really intense. Wayne praises. But the Birdman looks at the two fiercely battling below, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Those two guys are my old friends. I really don't want to see either of them lose. Wayne raises an eyebrow. I'm afraid you'll be the most excited when that happens, right? Wayne, little brother, don't casually reveal others' true thoughts. Morgan says somewhat angrily. But to be honest, Wayne, little brother, I still have more faith in your Captain Kaido. On Ginny Island, boom. Another fierce clash of flames and shockwaves occurs. Around the island, the sea is torn apart, triggering the highest level of sea quakes, almost penetrating the sky and sea, the scene resembling the arrival of the apocalypse. In the vast center of Ginny Island, a deep chasm opened up, creating a gaping divide. Kaido, the dragon man in his killing form, rose into the sky, the black-red lightning on his spiked club raging like a dragon. And the overwhelming momentum made the entire world feel suffocated. Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, Devil Fruit abilities, all pushed to their limits. Newgate, I will build you the grandest tomb. Amidst the rolling dark clouds, several thick bolts of white lightning struck down, enveloping Kaido, condensing on his spiked club into twisted characters. The strike moving like thunder, swift as lightning. Conqueror's Haki entwined. Vayne's gaze narrowed, reminding Yamato beside him to watch and learn. Yamato was already dumbfounded, not even blinking, as Kaido's move looked incredibly strong, but was, in reality, not weak at all. Vayne's eye twitched, uneducated, truly terrifying. What you said is like saying nothing at all. Meanwhile, Whitebeard gritted his teeth and let out a low growl, a layer of red light immediately covering his bicento. Outside the red glow, there was another layer of circular transparent shockwave. Shock release, airstrike. Boom! Kaido's spiked club collided with the Tontada's blade in an instant. To be precise, it was a collision at the moment of near contact, because the two weapons clashed from distance. In the center appeared a black sphere of condensed aura, from which countless black-red lightning bolts erupted. The storm raged, and the earth roared. The recently closed sky split open again. Newgate, Kaido, both of their bodies were enduring unspeakable pain, the intense battle leaving both monstrous figures exhausted. At this moment, a flash of light crossed the sky, and suddenly a light rain began to fall, as if mourning the future loser of this grand war. The intense pain in Whitebeard's hand gradually faded, and his thoughts drifted, as if he were back decades ago on that sunny afternoon. Hey, Newgate, it's really strange. You have no interest in treasure or women. Why did you go to sea? Yeah, you don't like men, do you? Huh. The aged Whitebeard seemed to see the golden-haired youth leaning against a small boat. That was his younger self. He slowly spoke, his tone calm, yet extraordinarily firm as he revealed the answer. Family. Time seemed to slow down countless times, and he saw images flashing by like a revolving lantern. Joining the pirate crew for the first time, drinking with Roger for the first time, meeting Marco for the first time. Later, there were countless warm moments spent with family, vividly remembered. Hey, Newgate, do you want to know? That great treasure, that bastard Roger, is flaunting it to me. If you want to know, I can tell you, listen closely, the great treasure is... No, Roger, I've already found my great treasure. Marco, JoinsSWORD, Vista. One by one, the members of the Whitebeard pirates approached him, calling his name. This truly was a long journey. Opposite, Kaido's eyes were filled with ferocity. Voices crossed the barriers of time and space, reaching his ears. This guy is the strongest warrior of vodka, and he is only 10 years old. If trained, he would be a force not inferior to a Marine admiral. As long as you hand him over to us, your vodka kingdom will qualify for the next World Conference. In the Grand Palace, at the bottom of the steps, stood a boy bound tightly by chains, his face filled with intense hatred. Let me go. I am not your trading tool. I am a living person. I am a warrior of this country. I defeated all the rebels for you. The boy shouted, but all he received were countless cold stares. No, bastards. You all deserve to die. On the escort ship, flames burned fiercely, and the air was filled with a foul smell of blood. I am Kaido. I will personally plunder everything. Several figures flashed by, either reaching out to him or cursing at him. Ha ha ha. A little brat who only knows how to use brute force is too easy to trick. Hey, how can you still stand? Don't kill me. Damn monster. Go die. Kaido, if you want to challenge me, you're still 800 years too early. Hey, can you talk? Mommy, what a stubborn young man. Listen well. I am Lingling, the woman who will become the king of the sea. Kaido, if it's you, then Joy Boy shouldn't he appear. Kaido, let's cooperate. As long as we cooperate, then this country. Kaido, will you win? The scenes came to a halt, freezing at the night when he drank with Vayne. Is my life like this? T-Seach, this is a damned world, truly lonely as snow. As his thoughts returned, Kaido grinned savagely, his roar echoing across the sea and sky. The spiked club in his hand grew heavier, almost suffocating Whitebeard. Gahaha, kid, watch closely, I will win. Kaido, thunderous 8 trigrams. Ultimately, Kaido, dragging his injured body, swung down hard, smashing the club solidly into Whitebeard's chest, sending him crashing deep into the ground. Boom! An unprecedented massive impact sound erupted, shaking the entire sea area. Everyone held their breath, not daring to miss any details. After this collision, in almost everyone's hearts, the outcome was already decided. Kaido was going to win. They could already uncork the champagne. On the battlefield, the Dragon Man soared into the air, transforming into a massive azure dragon dancing in the sky, with scorching lava surging around him, flowing over his body. A fire dragon, burning with flames, appeared in midair, glaring down at the unknown fate of Whitebeard in the deep pit below. This is it. Whitebeard, fire dragon great torch. Below, bloodied Whitebeard also let out a deep battle roar, a massive transparent circular shield enveloping his fist, putting forth his last ounce of strength towards the sky. Kaido kid, do you think I am who? I am Whitebeard. Mommy. Both of them had reached their limits. Charlotte Lingling stood at the bow of the ship, laughing wildly, her eyes revealing madness, her pupils shimmering with a faint red glow. These are 2 undeniable monsters, Kizaru said in a low tone, sweat or rain dripping from his forehead. The new flavor of Senbei is really good. Garp munched on Senbei, seemingly indifferent to the battle between the two, but his eyes never left the battlefield. The members of the Whitebeard pirates cried as they fled from the sea area. Meanwhile, on the Beast Pirate side, Daifugo was still excitedly commentating. Look, the Azure Dragon Beast is about to exit the stage. Next up is the fiery beast of the Beast Pirates. Witnessing such a battle in person, I'm truly ecstatic. Lord Kaido, go, kill Whitebeard. Deep in the ocean, although Jack was powerless, he saw through the blurred water shadows that the fire dragon was illuminating the depths of the sea. Lord Kaido, is this the peak of burning youth? In the sky, Wayne's gaze was intense. Go all out. Teacher Kaido, the fire dragon roared, and the high-temperature flames ravaged the air. Rising dragon, flame 8 trigrams. The head of the fire dragon was entwined with Conqueror's haki, diving down with a fierce momentum, producing sharp sonic booms. Seaquake, Whitebeard's face showed no expression, as if he had already foreseen his fate. In the next moment, the overwhelming attacks collided, and a fierce wind carrying Conqueror's haki surged out, forming several tornadoes piercing the sky on the surrounding sea surface. Boom! Whitebeard's pupils constricted. The world before him was filled with brilliant flames, and his vitality rapidly faded under the intense impact. Roger, I lost to this brat Kaido. You'll laugh at me, right? Forget it. It doesn't matter anymore. My journey has come to an end. In the end, the sea quake should be used like this. In an instant, everyone felt the sea surface shake violently, as if Whitebeard's strike had hit the water itself. Wayne's expression changed. What is this? Others were equally puzzled. But the next second, a loud sound of surging sea currents erupted. The ocean seemed to be cut open, first revealing the sea floor deep below. Then, the sliced water rose like blocks. The sea quake was upon us. Surprisingly, this area of the sea was actually split into several parts due to the impact of the sea quake. In the farthest distance, a deep trench formed between the Whitebeard pirates' fleet and other faction ships. At this moment, everyone understood. Whitebeard's strike had not completely clashed with Kaido, but instead, he realized he could not win. So he used the power of the Tremor fruit to trigger the sea quake, buying time for his crew to escape. Was that last strike still for these sons? Carp watched this scene and murmured, "What a man you can't help but admire." Dad! Marco and the crew shouted in agony. Blackbeard Teach kicked the helmsman over, personally took the helm, trying to escape this place of trouble quickly. The ship's wheel spinning in his hands like an afterimage. In the sky, a block of seawater surged towards the heavens, about to engulf the purple giant and the hot air balloon beside him. The seawater is about to crash in. Wayne, help me. Morgans flapped his wings in fear. Interestingly, although he was a user of the bird fruit, albatross form, He couldn't fly. Meanwhile, the purple giant remained still, suddenly drawing out the sacred sword, Kusanagi, tightly gripped in his clawed hand, with purple flames and lightning intertwining along the blade, and then slashed down fiercely. Thunder Fire Sword. Whoosh! The magnificent slash split the incoming seawater in half, turning it into countless droplets that fell down. Impressive, Wayne, Morgans exclaimed. Not only does he possess monstrous abilities, but he also has a teacher like Kaido, and most importantly, he is so young. I'm afraid Wayne will really become Kaido's successor. Then, Morgans looked down again. Jinny Island had completely sunk into the sea amidst the earth-shattering battle of the two. The Azure Dragon, covered in ghastly wounds, floated in the air. Before him was a pile of stones formed from smoke and clouds, with Whitebeard standing atop, drenched in blood, still gripping the Tontata's blade. This man stood firm until death. The Dragon Man gasped weakly, showing no concern for the other predatory forces, nor did he laugh maniacally in victory, merely gazing complexly at the man before him, lost in thought. Thus, the war between the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates came to a close. The clash between the strongest and the strongest finally reached a conclusion. After this battle, the Whitebeard Pirates, which had dominated the New World for decades and were unified under the title of the strongest pirate crew, were pulled down from their pedestal. In their place rose the Beast Pirates, synonymous with violence, chaos, and evil. The landscape of the New World would undergo a dramatic change due to this battle. The hero-s twilight. What a pity, that old bastard Whitebeard. Morgan's eyes twitched, his pupils already a bit moist. Wayne casually remarked, I never expected you, the Dark Emperor of the Underworld, which shed tears. Morgan sighed, I should have worn sunglasses. A bond between bad guys? Wayne thought to himself, boring, I want to see rivers of blood. Then, the purple giant looked towards the Whitebeard pirates who were crying and hastily fleeing, and shouted in a voice everyone could hear. I didn't say you could leave. Marco, I didn't say you could go. Wayne's words reached the ears of everyone present. The scene grew somewhat chaotic. Members of the Beast Pirates raised their weapons and shouted loudly. Yes, Wano Country is not a place they can just come and go. Brother Wayne is right. Kill them. Damn Whitebeard pirates. I'll do it myself. Meanwhile, on the Moby Dick, Teach was drenched in sweat upon hearing Wayne's words. Damn, isn't Whitebeard supposed to be the strongest man? Why did he lose to Kaido? My plan is ruined. Marco transformed into a phoenix in the air, blue flames blazing around him, his eyes filled with hatred towards Wayne. Clio is still in that bastard's hands. He wanted nothing more than to kill Wayne and Kaido right now, avenging Dad and his deceased comrades. But this hard-won chance to retreat was bought with Dad's life. Captain Marco, let us fight them. I want to avenge Dad. Woo, yes. We can't give up yet. Marco's face showed determination. Dad is dead, and he must carry on Dad's will. Everyone, follow orders, retreat. Upon hearing this, all the pirates could only continue to do their jobs and retreat. Hey, Wayne, isn't that enough? For the Beast Pirates, they no longer pose any threat. Morgans attempted to mediate. How about giving me some face? Wayne pulled at the corner of his mouth. Did you also eat the face fruit? No way, unless you sever an arm. But just then, before Wayne could issue the order to pursue, two powerful figures rushed towards Jinny Island, one after the other. Wayne looked over, and his pupils immediately contracted. Dressed in an oversized pink baby outfit, the rotund Annie Lingling was riding on a cloud, flying over. Behind her was the yellow flash of Kizaru. I almost forgot about these few experts. Teacher Kai in the sky also slightly raised his head, watching the arrival of the two people. Mama, well done. Kaido, you actually killed that old bastard. A distinctive, sinister laugh echoed, and Wayne also saw the world's strongest woman for the first time. She seemed very unique. Lingling, you really came to seek death. Although severely injured, Teacher Kai still refused to take a step back in momentum, with a tone dripping with sarcasm. He, still so unlovable. Kaido, aren't you afraid that I will kill you right now? Charlotte Lingling grinned and sneered. If you want to try, go ahead, old hag. Teacher Kai said, preparing to greet Aunt Lingling in the unique way strong people do. Ahem. The yellow monkey, who was watching the brother-sister bond scene, awkwardly spoke up. This naval admiral is still right here. Oh, you are that Admiral Kizaru, right? I wonder what you Navy are here for? To annihilate us all? Charlotte Lingling licked her lips with interest. She actually hoped that the Navy was here to exterminate them. Because if that were the case, Kaido, that stinky brother of hers, would have no reason not to cooperate with her. It's really giving me a headache. The yellow monkey sighed and rubbed his forehead, then cast a strange glance at Wayne before saying lightly, although capturing you is indeed the Navy's duty, however, With such a situation in the new world, it's already chaotic enough. Or rather, we Navy would also prefer to settle this matter. Just don't know about you. Wayne looked at the yellow monkey. Do you also want to save face? Mama, you Navy really are strange. Sometimes you want to kill all the pirates, and other times you shout about balance to negotiate with pirates, even bowing to them. Isn't that right? Navy. Charlotte Lingling spoke without reservation. And upon hearing this, the yellow monkey wasn't angry. He had always adhered to ambiguous justice. Moreover, one of Fleet Admiral Sengoku's orders was to never allow Kaido and Charlotte Lingling to form an alliance. Say what you want. What an annoying guy. Charlotte Lingling snorted coldly. Then she looked far away at Carp sitting on the warship. It seems today will end without any gains. Whether it's killing Kaido or fighting the Navy, both would put her in a disadvantageous position. But Charlotte Lingling suddenly noticed the purple giant not far away. Wayne, are you a special race? Upon hearing this, Morgans laughed heartily. Lingling, you're still interested in collecting people from various races. Charlotte Lingling, Morgans, you really are everywhere. Wayne shook his head repeatedly. I'm just an ordinary person. What a joke. Why am I being targeted for no reason? Am I being eyed by Aunt Lingling? Mama, that's not important anymore. Do you know that Smoogie is crying and shouting to marry you after returning home? How about it? Wayne, be my son-in-law. Aunt Lingling threw out the olive branch. Huh? Crying and shouting? That aloof guy? Who believes that? Wayne was about to refuse. But the big Yamato on his shoulder roared first. What are you talking about? I'm the one who wants to marry Wayne. Charlotte Lingling's expression suddenly turned cold, her eyes widening as she looked at Yamato. Those bullhorns like Kaido's, and that Wolf Fong Club, and this equally reckless nature. Kaido, this must be your daughter. Wokakok. Yes, old lady Lingling. It seems your daughter has no charm at all. Teacher Kai's words were also vicious. At this moment, Morgan said, I say, you two, isn't this a bad time to be competing for son-in-law? During the conversation among several people, various forces' ships in the sea below had already started several small clashes. Meanwhile, Whitebeard's pirate fleet was speeding away. Hey, Wayne, you must not agree to that old woman's request. Yamato was very afraid of Wayne being taken away. This is her only friend in this world. Don't worry, Yamato, I will definitely do what I promised you. Don't forget, I can't do things like using a girl's feelings. Wayne grinned and said, Today, I have urgent matters, so I managed to write out 2 chapters, a bit short, sorry. Also, I have urgent matters tomorrow, so I will take a day off. Lastly, thank for the gifts, everyone. Thank you for your support. Is that so? Yamato excitedly grinned, her eyes crescent-shaped, and raised her small fist at Aunt Lingling, as if declaring her position. This little brat is just as annoying as you, Kaido, Charlotte Lingling said ominously. But enjoy your victory, my foolish brother. Then she turned her gaze to Wayne and said, And those 2 little brats, I warmly welcome you to my whole cake island. Upon hearing this, Wayne immediately nodded heavily. Next time for sure, Aunt Lingling. What a wasted trip. Charlotte Lingling snorted coldly, then turned and rode on a cloud, descending onto the singing ship. At this moment, she noticed that below the sea, the fishermen led by Jean Bay were quickly fleeing this sea area. Seeing this, a hint of greed flashed in her eyes. From Fishman Island? How interesting. Mama, are we heading back directly? The big-tongued Parasparrow stepped forward. Since Katakuri stayed behind to guard the base at Whole Cake Island, he is now the first mate on this ship. Mama, it's really boring here, let's head back. After receiving her order, the singing ship began to turn around and sail towards the outskirts. On the deck, the long-legged Smoogie looked coldly at the purple giant in the distance. Wayne, one day, I will make you my husband. Seeing the Charlotte family return, the yellow monkey didn't linger either. He cast a meaningful glance at Wayne and the beautiful white-haired, big-breasted girl on his shoulder, then returned to the warship and began to head back to Marineford to report. Morgan said, Congratulations, Kaido. You defeated Whitebeard and have become the true, strongest man. I will write all of this in the headlines. Do as you wish. Smelly bird. Teacher Kai seemed very unhappy. He glanced at the various forces gradually leaving below, then with a sweep of his tail, flew towards Onigashima with the stone carrying Whitebeard's corpse. Oh dear, is it because Newgate didn't go all out in the end that he's angry? Morgans shook his head and then said to Wayne, There's no helping it. Wayne, let's continue with the interview. Why should I accept your interview? Wayne raised an eyebrow. This guy is an unscrupulous reporter. But the next second, Morgan suddenly pulled out a golden card from his pocket, which sparkled under the sunlight. Wayne, here's a little gift for you. This is the Super VIP card for Joy Street. You can enjoy all the services for free at Joy Street in the underground world. Joy Street is run by one of the Dark Emperors of the underground world, Stussy, who is known as the Queen of Joy Street. However, that place is actually used by Stussy to gather intelligence and infiltrate various forces. Her true identity is a clone under the command of Vegapunk. Wayne stared at the shiny VIP card and said seriously, "What do you take me for?" But as he spoke, he quickly extended a giant hand and snatched the golden card. "Isn't it just an interview for the winning side? Ask away. I must say, as expected of the King of News, you really know how to pick your targets." He. Morgan smirked. "Well then, let's get started. Mr. Wayne, as the leader of this war, what do you think were the factors that led to this war?" The first question was quite tricky. There's nothing much to say. My teacher Kaido is invincible, and our beast pirates have been enduring Whitebeard for a long time. The title of the strongest pirate crew in the world should have been ours long ago. If anyone disagrees, come away Wano and face us. Wayne was very arrogant. "Oh, right, and that guy named Shanks, I heard you've been quite active lately. You better listen. Don't let the beast pirates catch you, or you can forget about your other arm." Morgan chuckled awkwardly. How did this guy become so irritable once he started the interview? Moreover, Wayne was talking about the red-haired pirate Shanks, who seemed to be quite a strong monster himself. So, the next question is, why did you refuse Charlotte Lean's offer? Her conditions were quite tempting, weren't they? Wayne immediately replied, "Do you understand respecting teachers and valuing them? Teacher Kaido is not only my beloved leader, but also my best teacher. So, I will never betray the beast pirates." Upon hearing this, Morgan's expression became somewhat strange. Why did he say he wouldn't betray the beast pirates instead of Kaido? "I see, Mr. Wayne." Subsequently, Morgan asked a few more questions, including the recruitment standards of the beast pirates, the future development plans of the beast pirates, and Wayne's evaluations of the major forces. Wayne's answers were as arrogant as they could be. After this report is published, countless pirates will probably come to challenge the beast pirates. That's it. Let's keep in touch. Mr. Wayne, Ghana. Morgan was excited to have gotten the news he wanted and seemed eager to get started writing after a brief farewell. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave Wayne a communication snail. After he left, Wayne also helped the beast pirates clean up the aftermath. Genie Island was completely destroyed. Uncle Gene and Uncle Quinn's Battle Island was almost flattened. There were also dozens of small islands burned by the pirates under Whitebeard. If we were to say that the beast pirates suffered the most significant losses this time, it would be these surrounding small islands. However, achieving such a victory made such losses inconsequential. Wayne smiled. This way, he not only perfectly completed the task of the warlord, but also had a high chance of becoming a big shot, blending into the true upper echelons of the beast pirates. It was simply a win-win situation. Below, on a pirate ship, Jackland, pull yourself together. It's okay. Jack was rescued. Leo and several ship doctors were anxiously checking his injuries. It was just that all his ribs were broken, his thigh was shattered, and nearly all his bones, including his collarbone, arms, and scapula, were crushed. The amount of blood loss was just twice the lethal amount. His breathing was so weak it was barely detectable. His heart was almost stopped. So it's okay, Jackland. Beside them, Princess Mancherry was preparing to use her healing fruit ability for emergency treatment on Jack. Seeing Leo shouting, her face darkened, and she angrily shouted, "Stop shouting. Leo, the patient needs a quiet treatment environment." Looking at the fierce Princess Mancherry, Leo immediately quieted down. But in his heart, he silently prayed for Jack. Although Jackland, you have a bad temper, a dull mind, weak strength, an ugly appearance, no culture, and are always so arrogant. But you must not die. The battle is over. The Grand War has finally come to an end. However, the impact of this war is gradually starting to spread to the whole world due to the distribution of newspapers. On the Red Land, in Mary Geos, amid the power struggle, 5 elderly men sat on sofas in various poses. They're the 5 elders who hold the highest power in the world. The bald elder holding a famous sword, finance martial god Nasishu, spoke first. "I didn't expect it to get this big. Whitebeard was really killed by Kaido." His voice was cold, clearly displeased. The death of Whitebeard means that the balance will be broken, and the pattern of a new world will undergo significant changes. This is what the 5 elders do not want to see. Bang! The elder wearing a black hat with curly hair, scientific defense martial god Satan, slammed a newspaper onto the table. The headline detailed the events of this incident and extensively promoted the ambitions of the beast pirates. It also included a photo of Whitebeard and Kaido clashing, with even the observing purple giant captured in the shot. This was taken by Morgans at great risk. "Actually, I care more about this guy, Bruce Wayne," Satan said expressionlessly. This guy was actually a Navy before, defected from Marineford a few months ago to join the Beast Pirates. And not long ago, he even planted the Beast Pirates flag in Dressrosa. This is outrageous. The elder with a long beard, environmental Marshal Godmaz, said angrily. He seems to be only 20 years old. If what the newspaper says is true, then he has the potential to become an admiral. What is Sengoku doing? Such combat power should belong to the world government. But now he has joined the Beast Pirates. If he is allowed to grow, he could very likely become a headache, like Kaido. The Beast Pirates might become a double Emperor crew. It's useless to talk about what has already happened. The current issue is how to handle this matter. The round-bodied elder with a crescent-shaped beard, legal Marshal Godvacheli, said calmly. Let's talk about the Beast Pirates first. The bounty must be raised. Their existence has seriously threatened the world government and the celestial dragons. Just kidding if they dare to fight Whitebeard today. They'll dare to fight Kaido tomorrow. And who knows when they'll dare to fight the Marines. Moreover, unlike Whitebeard, who only knows how to play pirate games, this Kaido has grand ambitions. Satan nodded, agreeing that they needed to suppress his arrogance a bit and not let him get too carried away. The others also nodded in agreement. Nasu Shuru continued, I say, why not recruit Wayne to be a warlord of the sea? A warlord? Satan was somewhat surprised. Are they really considering recruiting a high-ranking combatant from a pirate crew to be a warlord? What's the big deal? Nasu Shuru scoffed. Don't forget he used to be in the Navy. He should know the privileges of the warlords. Besides, isn't the purpose of the warlords to balance out the other great pirates? That's right, he killed Don Quixote da Flamingo, which indirectly helped us a bit. And if we can use him to split the Beast Pirates, that would be even better. So, I have no objections to recruiting Wayne as a warlord. Wakiri was the first to express his stance. Soon after, the others pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement as well. Let's do it this way. First, set the bounty, and then send CP0 to Wano Country to secretly contact Bruce Wayne. Early the next morning, this super big news from the waters of Wano Country was delivered to every corner of the world by the newspaper seagulls. Along with it, the bounty for the Beast Pirates was also distributed. Wano Country, Onigashima Palace. In Wayne's room, Wayne was sound asleep, exhausted from yesterday's battles. Just as he was dreaming of defeating Kaido and becoming a Navy hero, returning home in glory, a crisp female voice suddenly rang in his ears, loudly calling his name. Hey Wayne, it's time to get up. The sun is shining on your butt. Wayne groggily opened his eyes. A young girl's delicate face came into view, with sunlight shining behind her, casting a halo around her. Wayne was momentarily dazed. Is she an angel? Hee, what silly things are you saying? It's Yamato. Yamato grinned, revealing a set of small white teeth. Wayne instantly woke up. Upon a closer look, the will of D was taking up almost half of his vision. Yup, it was indeed Yamato. But seeing isn't always believing. Some things won't be understood without touching them. Wait, what am I thinking about? Wayne quickly threw aside his distractions. Looking at Yamato, she had gone through such battles yesterday. Yet today, she was still so energetic. This girl is really a monster. And didn't I say it before? Yamato, you need to knock before entering my room. Wayne scratched his messy hair. I know, so I came in from over there. Yamato blinked, then pointed to a large hole in the other window, through which cold wind was blowing in. You. Wayne twitched the corner of his mouth, a surge of unnamed anger rising in his heart, but there was nowhere to vent it. All right, Wayne, look at this. Yamato pulled out a warm newspaper from her chest and stuffed it into Wayne's hands. I found this morning. Your name is on it. So fast. The efficiency of Morgan's is really high. Wayne climbed out of bed and got dressed in front of Yamato without any hesitation. After all, they had already seen each other honestly. Besides, they were buddies. Then, Wayne opened the newspaper to look. The headline read, shocking, the battle of the world's strongest man, and the winner is actually him. Wow, you really know how to write headlines. The content below was all right. It seemed not to have been influenced by other factors and almost completely described the whole process of the battle. Of course, there was still a bit of bias. For example, it mentioned that Wayne fought 10 opponents at once, defeating several captains of the Whitebeard pirates and killing Jozu and Vista on the spot. It seemed Morgan's intended to befriend Wayne. The rest was not far from the actual situation. Whitebeard and many senior officers of the crew were killed, and the remaining crew members fled, whereabouts unknown. Many forces were eyeing Whitebeard's territory. Once at its peak, the Whitebeard pirates fell into decline overnight. The report also stated that the Beast Pirates were growing stronger, and Kaido had become the strongest Sea Emperor in the New World. Speaking of which, there are only 2 Sea Emperors left in the New World, right? Wayne commented. However, the guys in the Beast Pirates would probably go crazy upon seeing this newspaper. For pirates, being recognized as strong is a matter of pride. Thus, this newspaper was like a certificate of honor. After reading the contents of the first page, Wayne flipped to the next page to look at the entertainment news. But when he saw the headline, His pupils suddenly contracted. Pirate news star. Bruce Wayne may become the son-in-law of the Beast Pirates? Wayne, huh? The son-in-law of the Beast Pirates? What the hell? Wayne rubbed his eyes, even doubting if he was hallucinating. But as he looked closely, his expression immediately darkened. According to reliable sources, Fallen Navy Bruce Wayne is currently in a relationship with Kaido's daughter, and Kaido intends to cultivate him as a successor. Moreover, for Kaido's daughter, Wayne even rejected an invitation from Charlotte Linlin and stated that he would always be loyal to Kaido. This is pure slander. Wayne was already feeling a bit heated. How am I supposed to explain this to teacher Zephyr? Yamato asked in confusion. What's wrong, Wayne? And nothing. Wayne gritted his teeth and spat out. Oh, and here's this. Yamato pulled out a bounty notice from her chest and handed it to Wayne. Wayne glanced at Yamato's impressive assets with a strange look, unable to help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Is this place a gateway? How come you have everything? This bounty notice, of course, was Wayne's. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Overthinking will only cause more trouble. Just keep it simple. In any case, being a good pirate won't be wrong. After all, Admiral Sengoku's order is for me to play the role of a pirate well. With this thought, Wayne felt a little more relaxed. Looking at the bounty notice again, Wayne even felt a hint of anticipation. I wonder how much the bounty will increase. Name, Bruce Wayne photo. JPG bounty, 800 million berries bounty level. No death or alive. Yamato excitedly rubbed Wayne's neck. Wayne, your bounty is so high. I'm really envious of you. Envious? You don't think this is something to be proud of, do you? It seems Yamato's understanding of pirates isn't very clear. I should find a chance to give her a good lesson. Meanwhile, with the pirate mentality, Wayne slightly pouted in dissatisfaction. Only 800 million? Who do you look down on? If the Revolutionary Army next door sees this, they'll think we're worthless. Add another billion. Based on age, add 1 billion for each year. I'm 20 this year. If I add 20 billion, that makes 28 billion. Wayne felt that he could bear this amount. At the same time, on Fishman Island, in Dragon Palace. What? How could this happen? The princess of Fishman Island, Odoheim, said in surprise. Just a moment ago, Jinbe called with a message about the recently concluded battle in Wano Country. Whitebeard was dead, and the remaining pirate crews had become insignificant. Damn it, without Whitebeard's protection, how can we fend off those who have sinister intentions toward Fishman Island? The king of Fishman Island, Neptune, said angrily. He had thought that with Whitebeard's protection, Fishman Island could finally avoid being plundered by those scoundrels who trafficked in humans and pirates. But now Whitebeard was dead. Odoheim, the situation is urgent. Fishman Island must strengthen its defenses, and the signing matter should be put on hold for now. Neptune continued. A few months ago, Odoheim had sailed for a week with a celestial dragon named Don Quixote and Mozargurud, returning with a signature from the world's nobility agreeing to a peaceful coexistence between fishmen and humans. So during this time, Odoheim had been collecting signatures from the island's residents. But Odoheim clutched the signature tightly, her tone heavy, as this was about the future of Fishman Island and its people. In any case, let's pause for now. You also saw that not only are humans reluctant to accept us, but there are also some opposing voices from within Fishman Island. Neptune shook his head. There are some radicals among the fishmen who have been brainwashed by evil rhetoric, believing that fishmen are the noblest race and that they are the rulers of the world. Because of these fishmen, Odoheim faced significant obstacles while collecting signatures. After a long contemplation, Odoheim reluctantly nodded, her eyes filled with worry. She was increasingly unable to see the future of Fishman Island. In a certain sea area of the New World, the Moby Dick sailed across the Azure Sea. The deck was crowded with pirates, all showing expressions of desolation. Damn it, it's all my fault for being too weak. I couldn't protect anything. The captain of the 4th Division and head chef, Sachi, knelt on the ground, crying. Many pirates around him were also saddened and in tears. Whitebeard's death was an extremely heavy blow to them. Marco stood at the bow of the ship, staring blankly at the distant sky. Enough. The Whitebeard pirates will not die just like that. We must carry on with Dad's will and live on. Yes. Everyone trembled and wiped their tears, responding solemnly. For killing Kaido, for avenging Dad, we must become stronger. Right, Teach? Sachi vowed through gritted teeth. But unlike usual, no one was echoing his words this time. Huh? Sachi turned to search, but couldn't find the usually cheerful black fat man. Where's Teach? Captain Sachi said. Since yesterday, it seems we haven't seen Teach. A pirate stepped forward and said, What? Sachi was struck by lightning, realizing something, and said heavily, Did he go to fight the beast pirates alone? Damn it, that fool. Upon hearing this, everyone was deeply moved. Teach was truly too loyal and righteous. In a room on Onigashima, Wayne was looking through a newspaper. On the last page was a bounty poster of Kaido. Governor of the Beast Pirates, Kaido, bounty of 5 for 157,000,000 berries, dead or alive. For pirates around the world, no one had a higher bounty than Kaido. Calling him the most wicked pirate was not an exaggeration. That bastard Kaido. I will one day knock him flying, Yamato said angrily after seeing the fierce expression on Kaido's bounty poster. All right, you can do it, Wayne casually replied. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. Wayne-sensei, are you dressed? We're coming in. Runty and Pejuan walked in. When Runty saw Yamato in the room, she had a playful expression and said, Wayne-sensei, are you two living together? Shh, don't talk nonsense, Wayne waved his hands. If Kaido hears this, he might chop me into 5 pieces. Wayne, brother, congratulations. Pejuan cheered happily, following behind Runty. The news of yesterday's battle had spread throughout Onigashima. Besides Lord Kaido, the one who contributed the most was Wayne, brother. Truly worthy of Wayne, brother, achieving what we couldn't do so easily. Wayne only chuckled and ruffled Pejuan's little head. Keep training hard. Little Pejuan will definitely become strong. Yes, I got it. Wayne, brother. Pejuan nodded excitedly. At this moment, Yamato asked in confusion, Hey, little Runny, why are you two wrapped in so many bandages? Wayne had also noticed that the siblings had some bruises on their faces and were wrapped in several bandages. Looking like they had just been beaten up, he more or less understood the reason. This was the Beast Pirates, where there was no law or order. There was only violence and chaos. It was common for the strong to bully the weak. If someone coveted what you had or found you displeasing, they would attack without a word. The Beast Pirates operated this way, and Runny was a stubborn, proud little girl. So it was inevitable that she would conflict with other pirates. However, these two kids were somewhat capable. Although they hadn't eaten devil fruits, they should not suffer too much in fights with other pirates. Wayne didn't bother with them. Little Runty, who beat you two like this? I want to go beat them up, Yamato asked Runty excitedly. It's nothing, just some clowns, Runty said nonchalantly, jumping onto the soft sofa. But a hint of joy flashed in her eyes, which was not easily noticeable. This certainly did not escape Wayne's eyes. Were these two kids really becoming friends? In the original story, they couldn't stand each other. After a moment of surprise, Yamato suddenly showed a mischievous expression, extended a finger, and loudly exclaimed, Oh, right. I know a place that hides something that can make people stronger. Huh? The three looked at her. Wayne's eyes narrowed. Something that can make people stronger? Devil fruit? Soon, Yamato led the group into the jungle on the outskirts of Onigashima. They hadn't walked long when they saw a small fortress, which was entirely made of refined steel and looked very sturdy. Additionally, several pirates dressed in spiked leather were standing around the fortress. Sister Yamato, that seems to be a place where Lord Kaido has explicitly forbidden anyone to enter, Pejuan quietly reminded. It's fine, they can't see us, Yamato said. Runny, huh? Can't see? After Yamato finished speaking, she walked straight over. The guards, upon recognizing the visitors, immediately pretended not to see them, whistling and looking up at the sky. Wayne smirked. This was clearly something that Teacher Kaido had specifically instructed. The three of them followed Yamato over. Just as the guards were about to step forward to stop them, they all recognized Wayne and tactfully stepped aside. No way. The newspaper said that Brother Wayne is Lord Kaido's recognized son-in-law and the heir of the Beast Pirates. Who dares to block his way? Do they want to die? Wayne ignored their envious looks and followed Yamato into the fortress. Once inside, a bright light rushed towards them, so blinding. After seeing the scene inside, Wayne's pupils instantly contracted. The floor was covered with gold and treasures. The walls were adorned with countless famous swords and scepters symbolizing power. At the end of the room was a table with several exquisite wooden boxes. On the other side, there was a display of delicious food and fresh fruits, looking as if someone replaced them regularly. Is this a treasure trove? Wayne seemed to understand. Yamato, your devil fruit couldn't have come from here, right? Yeah, Yamato nodded, walking to the table and opening one of the wooden boxes, which was already empty. The thing was found here, but it really tasted horrible. Just thinking about that hard-to-swallow patterned fruit made Yamato stick out her tongue in disgust. I'm a bit moved. What should I do? Wayne's mouth twitched, nearly fainting from the father-daughter bond between Teacher Kaido and Yamato. Little Runny, little Page-Eye, look at this. At that moment, Yamato excitedly opened several other boxes. Runty and Pejuan curiously walked over, tiptoeing to look inside. Each box contained a peculiar fruit wrapped in twisted patterns, looking extremely strange. Oh, there are 4. Wayne also became interested because, besides the dog fruit that Yamato got here, there were 4 other devil fruits. He had seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia when he was in Mariewa. Though his memory wasn't that good, he could barely recognize the abilities of these 4 fruits. Dragon Fruit, Spiked Back Dragon Form, Dragon Fruit, Bulbous Head Dragon Form. These 2 were the same devil fruits that Runty and Pejuan stole in the original story. The remaining 2 were also Zoan types. Fish Fruit, Mackerel Form, Dog Fruit, Husky Form. Wayne fell silent. These 2 fruits were probably not even fit for dogs. Even artificial devil fruits were better than these 2. They perfectly inherited the drawbacks of the devil fruits without any of their advantages. And this husky fruit, would eating it make one dumber? This belongs to Lord Kaido. Is it really okay, Yamato? Pejuan timidly asked. Yeah, Lord Kaido will get angry. The quirky Runty hesitated at this moment too. She had naturally heard of the devil fruits and knew that having the powers from the fruits could make one stronger. But stealing something from Lord Kaido could very likely get them killed. Trust me, nothing will happen. Yamato looked firmly at the 2. Even if that bastard Kaido comes looking for trouble, I'll knock him away. Because we're friends. Upon hearing this, Runty and Pejuan felt their eyes moisten. In this violence-filled pirate crew, friendship was such a luxury. Moreover, they were still children. The bond between kids was even more precious and rare. A blush appeared on Runty's face, and after pondering for a moment, she nodded firmly. Yeah, Lord Kaido said that to live with dignity, one must go to any lengths to gain power. Yamato, I will accept this favor. Sister Yamato, we are friends. Pejuan was also excited, giving Yamato a thumbs up, and while grinning, one of his teeth dinged, reflecting a gleam of light. Then it's settled. Let's get stronger together from now on, Sister Yamato. Yamato's eyes sparkled with joy as she said, okay. Wayne sighed helplessly. No wonder Yamato was called the female version of Luffy. She really had a knack for charming kids. However, in a situation that could change the timeline, he wondered which fruit they would choose. In the next moment, Runty and Pejuan climbed onto the table as if they couldn't wait any longer, each picking up a devil fruit. They felt an impulse to eat them. Runty curiously held a blue fruit and said, Yes, sis, I've decided to choose this one. I wonder what ability I'll get. Pejuan unhesitatingly chose an orange-yellow fruit and took a bite. But as soon as it entered his mouth, his face displayed the classic expression of Agni from Flame Fist, showing extreme pain with a hint of smile. So hard to eat. But thinking of his sister, Brother Wayne, and Sister Yamato, he endured the immense pain and swallowed the entire fruit. Gulp. Phew. It's finished. So hard to eat, Brother Wayne. Was the devil fruit you ate also that awful? Pejuan asked. Wayne gently shook his head, casually replying, Actually, you only need to eat the first piece of the cut. Huh. On the side, Runny, who had also finished an entire devil fruit, looked displeased. Instructor Wayne, why didn't you say that earlier? Wayne crossed his arms and said, You didn't ask, and besides, seeing how well you were eating, Where did you see that I was eating well? Runty was exasperated, directly pushing off the table with her feet, leaping towards Wayne. Wayne slightly raised his hand, blocking Runny's little head. Feeling the strength coming from his hand, Wayne was a bit surprised. This little brat's talent was really strong, much stronger than that of an average adult. Sigh. Us hardworking types really have it tough, encountering talent freaks everywhere. She's got some strength, but it's still not enough. Runny, being held down by Wayne, couldn't move forward, her hands flailing in the air, but being too short, she couldn't reach Wayne, which made her a bit frustrated. How dare you? Huh. Runny's emotions began to change rapidly, and her body started to grow quickly, ultimately transforming into a tall and strong bulbous head dragon. Her strength increased significantly, though in front of Wayne. It was still not enough. Sister, Pejuan shouted, arms wide open, you turned into a dinosaur. Yeah, is this my fruit ability? Runny also realized, with his head touching the ceiling of the room, looking at his massive body in surprise. Great. With such abilities, we will never be bullied again. Shall pay. Runny was very excited. The devil fruit wouldn't really choose its own master, would it? Seeing this scene, Wayne muttered. The fruit that Peggy-1 just ate was the dragon fruit, spiked back dragon form, just like in the original story. This matter was soon known to Teacher Kai. But Teacher Kai just coldly said a sentence, letting those 2 little brats have it. The gentlest creatures of land, sea, and air are like this. After resting for a few more days with the beast pirates, Teacher Kai had also healed his injuries. On this day, he summoned everyone to the entrance of the Onigashima Palace and solemnly appointed Wayne as the 3rd big figure of the beast pirates. That is the 3rd disaster, having the same status as Jean and Quinn. The pirates below were envious, some were jealous, but they were all extremely excited. It was really unexpected that Brother Wayne joined the beast pirates for only a year and became a big figure. That's amazing. Not only that, haven't you heard that Lord Kaido is going to marry young Master Yamato to Brother Wayne? Really? I heard that Lord Kaido is already thinking of passing the position to Brother Wayne. On the other side, TCH, although I knew this kid would become a big figure, I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. I'm really a bit unhappy. Quinn crossed his arms and pouted. What's so surprising? Wayne's strength is very strong. This position is what he deserves. Besides, this is a great thing for the Beast Pirates. Jean said casually. Although that was said, Quinn replied, but this kid is really impressive. He actually managed to handle the troublesome Yamato. Jean, isn't that great? Mr. Kaido would be very happy. Just as the two were talking, they saw Wayne, dressed in a black suit, walking onto the stage with a microphone in hand. Ahem. I'm very honored to take on the position of a big figure. First of all, I want to thank Teacher Kai for giving me the opportunity to stay on Onigashima and for nurturing me. Then I want to thank Uncle Jean. At this moment, Kaido, who was behind him, could no longer hold back, roaring, Enough, you little brat. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just tell these guys your title. Hearing this, Wayne pulled the corner of his mouth. I don't get many chances to give a speech on stage. I really can't do anything about you, Teacher Kai. Then, he cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, Thunder Disaster. Is it possible to ask for something? That is, well, you know, Wayne's undercover plan was progressing smoothly, and within just a few months, he became the third high-ranking officer of the Beast Pirates, codenamed Thunder Disaster. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Inside Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. Sengoku was sitting opposite Zephyr. Zephyr, although your disciple has completed the task very well, far exceeding our expectations. But I still want to ask why is he, a Marine, so skilled at being a pirate? Well, Zephyr smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect that Wayne would have a talent for being a pirate. Oh no, for being an undercover agent. However, what confuses me the most is that you deliberately concealed this guy's strength, didn't you, Zephyr? He can match the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, and has killed several captains with bounties over 100 million. Now he has stood out in the strong Beast Pirates and become a big figure. His true strength might even be able to exchange a few moves with the headquarters admirals. Wayne, and you say he's not strong enough. Haha. Zephyr laughed heartily, indeed. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Zephyr simply stopped pretending. Because I'm also looking for a different path. A path? What path? Sengoku listened in confusion. We're getting old. Sengoku. Zephyr's tone became solemn. The future of the Navy still relies on these young people. But you also see that, even though there are many strong, monster-like people in the Navy, the justice of the Navy has become increasingly absurd in the eyes of the common people at the bottom. Clearly, every Marine carries the burden of justice, but it still allows the so-called noble privileges to exist, even allowing those who were once pirates to become warlords of the sea under the world government. Is this a problem with the pirates or with our world government? Sengoku was first taken aback, then frowned tightly, staring at Zephyr, and said sternly, I will pretend I didn't hear what you just said, Zephyr. Haha, getting old. Always like to talk nonsense. I was just joking. Zephyr also realized he had misspoken and waved his hand with a smile. Sengoku would not think that Zephyr was joking. His remarks were very dangerous. So, letting a Marine with Admiral qualifications go undercover is also the path you are looking for? Sengoku continued, You old guy are really reckless. In fact, I don't know whether this is right or wrong, but I always think about trying it out. Zephyr paused, hesitating to say, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Compared to the past, you have restrained your sharpness a lot now. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere fell into silence for a time. Although Zephyr was wearing sunglasses, from his tone, Sengoku could imagine that it was a pair of lonely eyes. After a while, Sengoku finally spoke slowly, obviously not wanting to discuss this sensitive topic further, and said, For example, that new Navy you established? Yes, recently I have recruited 2 good young people, one named Ein, and the other named Bins. Really? Then congratulations to you, Sengoku said blandly. After Zephyr left, Sengoku's gaze shifted slightly, murmuring, Zephyr, are you also searching for what true justice is? He subconsciously turned his head to look at the plaque on the wall. On the plaque, the powerful calligraphy exuded grandeur, writing the words, the justice that rules the world. He seemed to have pondered this question before. But when was that? Many years ago, on Onigashima, in the hall. The 3 big figures, Jean, Quinn, and Wayne, were sitting around a table. Wayne, you brat have a new scar on your face again. Quinn teased as he looked at the bruise on Wayne's face. Uncle Quinn, please don't joke about me. I'm already having a hard time. Wayne sighed helplessly. This story began a few days ago. He had just been promoted to a big figure and finally didn't have to get up early every day to teach those new pirates to practice with iron blocks. But Teacher Kai, for some reason, called him and Yamato almost every night, forcing him to join the challenge against him. So for the past few days, Wayne had been enduring Teacher Kai's loving beatings with Yamato. There's a benefit, though. I can now withstand 5 hits from Teacher Kai. It seems that taking hits from Teacher Kai is quite useful. Uncle Gene, you say it's one thing for Teacher Kai to discipline his daughter. But why does he hit me too? Don't get too cocky just because you got the personal guidance from Mr. Kaido. That's an incredibly honorable thing. Gene said. Wayne said, how about we go together tomorrow? Let's skip that. Haha, why are you so unmotivated? Quinn patted Wayne on the shoulder. Oh, by the way, why don't we leave the meeting with those bastards from the world government to you? Kaido has black dealings with the world government. For example, the brutes stationed at the Ghost Island Palace are failed experiments from the giant race, traded with the world government. World government? Wayne pretended not to know and feigned surprise. Since Mr. Kaido trusts you, there are some things you naturally need to know. Gene began to explain. The reason we have made Wano our base is partly due to the sea stone mines in Rabbit Bowl. You used to be in the Navy, so you must know the value of sea stone. Therefore, whether it's that bastard Charlotte Linlin or other great pirates, even the world government, all want to trade sea stone with us. I see, I understand now. Wayne nodded. He naturally knew this. And he also knew that as long as sea stone is installed at the bottom of the ship, it can cross the doldrums without needing to go through the Grand Line to reach various seas. There's one more thing. Quinn raised a finger and angrily said, when you meet Kaido, you must torture that bastard well. Let him know who's in charge of this country. Why? Wayne asked in confusion. He remembered that Quinn had no grudge against Kaido. At this moment, Gene snorted coldly and said, of course, it's because of the recently ended war. That fool seems to think he has made a great contribution and is throwing a big banquet in Flower City. TCH, it's really ridiculous. Those samurai didn't help at all. Clearly, both Gene and Quinn looked down on this arrogant clown. I really want to kill him, but Mr. Kaido said to keep him as a general to manage those samurai. Gene said, Teacher Kai is definitely using Kaido. Wayne's eyes flashed with a strange light. If it's Wano, then let's go. Haha. Yeah. Remember to bring your little girlfriend, Quinn said with a grin. All right. Wayne nodded helplessly, too lazy to refute. After all, this is all for the sacrifices that justice requires. Even if he really had no choice but to become Teacher Kai's son-in-law, it would still be in service of justice. Marshal Sengoku and Teacher Zephyr would definitely understand him. Ghost Island, port. Wayne and Captain Tep stood side by side, looking at the distant sea. Before the war with Whitebeard began, Wayne had gathered many talents in the Rabbit Bowl prison. Oh no, quarry, and promised to grant them freedom after the war ended. But of course, such promises don't count. It's a joke. I'm a pirate. Being cunning and treacherous fits my character. Therefore, Wayne explained to those laborers that the reason was, you are not working hard enough. This statement immediately sparked outrage in the quarry, making Wayne the second most hated figure among the laborers in Rabbit Bowl, the most hated being Teacher Kai. Of course, there was one exception, which was when Wayne first arrived in Wano and challenged Captain Tep, because Wayne received information from Captain Tep when reporting to Marshal Sengoku. The Tep pirates are indeed an assassination group. However, they only take contracts to assassinate pirates, and occasionally they help impoverished countries. The pirates are only because the world government doesn't allow such groups to exist. Wayne was stunned at the time. Good guy, you really are something, Captain Tep. By the way, your dream isn't to create a world without pain, is it? At this moment, Captain Tep opened his arms and shouted loudly at the boundless sea. Ha! I've gained my freedom again. It seems my dream won't end here. Bastard Kaido, just wait for me. 30 years in the East Sea, 30 years in the West Sea. I will definitely come back for revenge. Wayne smiled beside him and said, to be honest, I envy you, Captain Tep. Oh, why? Young man, you not only lost your ship, but also your crew. Your once lively pirate crew is now just you. Can you still laugh so loudly? This situation for a pirate is not an exaggeration to say it's at the end. Captain Tep, after hearing this, just paused slightly, then burst into laughter. What nonsense are you talking about, young man? Haha. This is the life of a pirate, putting everything on the line for your dreams. As long as there's still breath in you, you must fight on unwillingly. Aren't all men of the sea like this? At this moment, the sunset fell, and the golden dusk spread across the entire sea. He pointed at the distant sea and sky, speaking with great spirit. Remember, young man, pirates will never lose everything, because the sea is always there. The warm sea breeze blew in, lifting his hair, revealing a face full of scars, yet still full of confidence. For a moment, Wayne was also a bit dazed. What a tough man. Wano, Flower City. This is the most prosperous city in Wano. At this moment, on the top floor of the castle, the current general, Kaido, held a geisha in one arm and raised a wine glass in the other, laughing excitedly. Ha ha! That old bastard Whitebeard actually dared to set his sights on Wano. He got what he deserved. The bald-headed, long-eared Fukuro Kuju said, "Your Excellency Kaido, we received news from Ghost Island that the one called Thunder Disaster, Wayne, is coming to Wano to participate in the talks with the world government." Oomph. Can't I trust him completely? Kaido rolled his eyes and said, "Whatever, as long as they don't mess around in my flower city, they can do whatever they want." Then he drank a glass of fine wine and greedily looked at the singing and dancing geishas on the stage. He let the music play and the dance continue. But soon, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared on his face as he said to a squinty-eyed samurai with a huge bun next to him, "Kaishiro, is Little Purple's illness not getting better? Little Purple is a new geisha in Flower City, and because she is so beautiful, she became the top courtesan at just 16. Kaido really likes her and invites her to perform every time he holds a banquet." "Yes, Your Excellency Kaido," Kaishiro said with a smile, "but it's just a fever. I believe she'll be better soon." "That's good. It's just a bit lonely without her performance." Kaido lost interest and walked into the inner room with two beautiful geishas. Kaishiro chuckled a couple of times, then walked into a room in the backyard and respectfully addressed the purple-haired girl inside the room. "Please rest assured, Princess Hiyori, the black charcoal snake has no suspicions." Thank you, Mr. Tanjiro. If it weren't for you last time, I really wouldn't know what to do." The girl replied with a weak voice. She was about 15 or 16 years old, with long blue hair, a youthful face, yet extremely beautiful, a natural beauty. Her name was Kazuki Hiyori, the eldest daughter of the former shogun Kazuki Oden of Wano Country. After her father was killed and the samurai failed to restore the country, she disguised herself as a geisha, attempting to lurk by Orochi's side to find an opportunity. But unexpectedly, that inherently evil Orochi was so perverted. Last time, after getting drunk, he almost forced himself on her, who was only 16. Fortunately, Mr. Tanjiro intervened, and she narrowly escaped his clutches. Sigh. Tanjiro, in disguise as Kaishiro's side. He was a vassal of the Kazuki family, lurking by Orochi's side for the hope of restoration, and had always been loyal to the Kazuki family. How could he bear to see the princess suffer such humiliation? "Princess Hiyori, how about I escort you out of the flower capital? Or we could fake your death to escape. In any case, you shouldn't stay here any longer." "No." Kazuki Hiyori shook her head, holding back tears. "My fate is the fate of the Kazuki family. For the hope of the Kazuki family, no matter what happens, I must continue to stay by Orochi's side. Mr. Tanjiro, I'm already prepared." "TCH." Tanjiro sniffed, kneeling solemnly on the ground. "If Lord Oden from another world knew about this, he would certainly be proud of you, Princess Hiyori." A day later, in the flower capital, on a bustling street, cherry blossoms fluttered down like snowflakes. "Vane, this place is so beautiful." "Vane, this three-color dango is so delicious." "Vane, give me money, I want to buy this." After receiving instructions from two seniors, Vane came to Wano Country, of course, bringing along Yamato, Jack, Runny, and Leo. It was just a trip. The white-haired girl seemed to have opened a new world, finding everything to be novel and exciting, looking around everywhere, eager to explore the entirety of Wano Country. After all, she had been oppressed on Onigashima for over a decade, where every day was either a challenge against Kaido or a journey to challenge Kaido. Now that she was finally free, it was natural to indulge a bit. Vane looked at the several folding fans and animal masks in his hands, feeling somewhat helpless. These were all little trinkets that Yamato thought were fun to buy. Why did it feel like he was playing a dating game with her? "Vane, what is this place?" At that moment, Yamato suddenly stopped in front of a beautifully decorated entrance, pointing at a flamboyantly dressed woman at the door. Upon seeing the plaque on the pavilion, Vane couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, as this was a place for geisha, commonly known as a geisha house. Vane didn't know how to explain it to Yamato, so after pondering for a moment, he said, "This is a place where men and women fight." Hearing this, Yamato's fighting spirit instantly ignited, and she raised her little fist, ready to charge in. "Fight? Then let's go in." Vane quickly grabbed her. "Listen to me, Yamato. The people inside are very strong, even stronger than that bastard Kaido. We'll come back after we get stronger." "Oh, is that so?" Yamato nodded, turning her gaze to the heavily made-up women at the entrance, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. "The first volume is about to end. This chapter won't be finished. There's one last chapter, which will be posted later." At this moment, on the other side, Runny discovered something new and shouted excitedly, "Hey, there's a clothing store here. Yamato, come here." Yamato waved her hand. "Forget it. It seems boring." "Oh, come on, we came all this way." Runty playfully grabbed Yamato's hand and rushed into the clothing store. Vane smiled. It was good for Yamato to change her style since she had only had one outfit since childhood. After a while, under the watchful eyes of Vane and the others, a white-haired girl in a loose pink kimono walked out. She looked like she had stepped out of a painting, with a youthful face radiating the unique purity of a young girl. Her originally high ponytail was let down, cascading smoothly over her shoulders. As long as she didn't speak, she would be a perfect score. So beautiful! Big Sister Yamato is so beautiful, Peggy exclaimed, admiring Yamato, who resembled a gentle older sister next door. Yeah, Leo, perched on Vane's shoulder, stared wide-eyed. She's way prettier than the savage princess Mancheri. Huh, Leo, what did you just say? Mancheri, overhearing, instantly became furious. Her small body erupted with fierce power as she jumped up and delivered a fist-bone impact right to Leo's head, causing 3 large bumps to swell up. Wow. Princess Mancheri is so scary, Leo cried, holding his head. Vane's eyelid twitched. This was something he brought upon himself. Meanwhile, Jack crossed his arms, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor. Behind Yamato, Runny, wearing a matching kimono, also jumped out, removing her mask to reveal a tender and beautiful little face, flashing a smile with her small white teeth. Sisters? Huh? Vane was taken aback. Instructor Vane, that expression of yours is one of a pervert. You must be thinking something wicked. Runny teased with a smirk. Ah. Vane came back to his senses. I'm a gentleman. Don't slander me. At the same time, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, it is worth mentioning that today is the last day of the year 1512 in the Sea Circle calendar, which is the day before the new year. The Navy personnel, returning from the waters of Wano Country, stayed in Marineford to prepare for the new year together. In the square, a group of Navy soldiers held lanterns and firecrackers, decorating various corners. The old hero Garp held a bag of sunbae, with a smile on his face. Ha ha, today is a joyous day. Too bad those 2 grandsons aren't here. Nearby, Peacock raised an eyebrow. 2 grandsons? I remember Vice Admiral Garp only has 1 grandson, right? The next moment, Garp looked up at the sky with a guilty expression. I take that back. I didn't say anything just now. Everyone. Peacock then asked Wano's War Peach Maru, who was hanging lanterns. By the way, why haven't I seen Admiral Kizaru? The round and robust War Peach Maru replied expressionlessly. I won't tell you that Uncle is too scared to stay here and work overtime. That's why he didn't come to celebrate the new year. But soon, he realized he had let it slip, quickly covering his mouth. Oh no, it seems I said it out loud. No. I wanted to report, Uncle. Not that I let something slip. I'm the tightest-lipped man. Peacock tugged at the corner of his mouth. Yes, isn't that obvious? Just then Akiji, who had just walked over, chuckled softly at the scene. Despite his professional training, no matter how funny something was, he wouldn't laugh unless he couldn't help it. Garp greeted Akiji upon his arrival. Yo, Kazan, what were you doing earlier? It has been several days since I last saw you. It's nothing, teacher. I was just tracking a group of pirates, Akiji said, unconsciously touching a photo in his pocket. The photo was of a black-haired beauty, her expression indifferent yet exceptionally cool, looking like she was just in her 20s. On the other side, in Zephyr's office, Tina, that guy Wayne must have told you about his identity as a blade long ago, right? Zephyr smiled at Tina. Tina was a bit surprised, but quickly calmed down, letting out a breath. You really can't hide anything from you, Teacher Zephyr. Ha ha ha, that's because you're my disciples. However, that brat Wayne is still as reckless as ever. Now that the topic was open, Tina couldn't help but ask. Teacher Zephyr, I don't understand. Why did you let Wayne go undercover? Upon hearing this, Zephyr adjusted his sunglasses, his gaze becoming resolute, and slowly said, I can't answer that question right now. But I believe in Wayne. If it's him, he will definitely provide a satisfactory answer. In Smoker's apartment, the floor was littered with beer bottles. Damn it. Smoker sat on the floor, showing pain on his face. Wayne, how could you fall to this state? Didn't we agree to become partners in justice together? He looked at his hands, helplessly roaring. Is it because I'm too weak? Not strong enough? With such thoughts, he immediately put on his military uniform, ran downstairs, and started running around the entire Marineford. 50 laps. If I can't complete it, then I will jump rope 1,000 times. If I still can't, then I will do push-ups. In Wano Country, flower capital, happy times are always short-lived. In this bustling flower capital, the laughter of boys and girls echoed through the streets. Before long, it was night. Wayne, look, there are fireworks over there. It's exactly like what was written in Prince Whitebeard's diary. Yamato excitedly pointed to the distant sky, where fireworks were shooting up, their fiery tails flickering, exploding into beautiful starry blooms. It's fireworks, so wonderful. Mancheri and Leo, rare to not argue, held each other as small hands, admiring the dazzling fireworks that looked like stars. Runny was riding on Pejuan's head and exclaimed, "I see it. Beautiful fireworks." Pejuan sighed helplessly. "It seems my sister has gotten heavier again." And Yamato, holding Wayne's arm, joyfully danced. "Wayne, I really wish I could watch fireworks with you every day. Such a pure child. You are the princess of Onigashima. You can watch them whenever you want." However, Wayne looked at the sky full of fireworks, his eyes slightly moved. It seemed to celebrate the defeat of Whitebeard. Above the flower capital, fireworks were ignited like they were free, each box bursting into the sky, blooming. Indeed, they were beautiful, much prettier than Marineford. Wayne couldn't help but recite a line of poetry. "The east wind releases flowers on 1,000 trees at night, and it blows down stars like rain." Yamato, hearing this, tilted her head in confusion. "Wayne, what are you saying? I don't understand." Wayne was taken aback, shaking his head helplessly. Lack of culture is truly scary. In another open area, Jack and Baby 5 stood together, both watching Wayne. "I will definitely become a strong man like Brother Wayne," Jack said in a deep voice. "I will always follow Lord Wayne." Baby 5's face turned red. Whoosh! Bang! At that moment, a splendid firework shot up, bursting into brilliant light, illuminating the entire sky. The white-haired girl suddenly leaned close to Wayne, looking up with her face almost touching his. "Wayne, what is your dream?" Wayne was surprised. "A dream? Why is she suddenly asking this?" He casually pinched the girl's soft, delicate little face and made a funny face. Yamato said with a smile, "Because Prince Waita's diary says that those without dreams will not have freedom." Is that what Waita thinks? Wayne didn't care about that. He just fell into thought. When he heard this question, Wayne actually first thought of ninja. His dream seemed to be a casual ninja, earn some money, find a woman who is neither ugly nor beautiful to marry, and then live a leisurely retired life. But that guy's wishes seemed to have not been fulfilled at all. Wayne murmured, "My dream? I really haven't thought about it carefully. To honestly finish this mission, get promoted to Rear Admiral, and continue to improve? Or to elope with Yamato and live a shameless life? Or to gather grain and wait to be king? To defeat the entire world with my own power?" Wayne gently shook his head. "Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time and do my best." "Do your best?" Yamato blinked her big, innocent eyes. Although she didn't understand, she felt it was impressive. "But as long as it's Wayne's dream, I will definitely help." Yamato cheered excitedly, as if as long as the two of them joined forces, there would be no dream they couldn't achieve. As the last firework fell, this joyful day came to an end. Wayne pressed the dial button on the transponder snail in his arms, and after connecting, he quietly said, "Happy New Year, Teacher Zephyr." At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. Sengoku was wiping a photo album, the photo showing a boy with deep eyeliner, laughing heartily. For some reason, a tear rolled down the corner of Sengoku's eye. "Happy New Year, Razanani. By the way, an incredible guy has defeated your brother." And on the desk in front of him was a letter of appointment regarding Bruce Wayne's promotion to Rear Admiral. This was the last day of the year 1512 in the sea calendar, and also the first day of the year 1513. Bruce Wayne, 21 years old, is a Rear Admiral. Volume 1, end, watermark word count crossed out. Write a summary. The content of Volume 1 is almost finished. I originally planned to end with Whitebeard's chapter, but unexpectedly I wrote so many chapters afterwards, and the more I wrote, the more I felt it dragged on, so I decided to split it and leave the Wano Country plot for the next volume. Overall, I'm still quite satisfied with myself. I didn't find it too embarrassing or awkward, and I tried my best to restore the character traits from the original work while writing. Of course, there are still many shortcomings, such as overusing jokes, poor original writing, some logical dialogue errors, etc., which are things to pay attention to in the future. Finally, the author wants to be able to afford meals next month, so I'm asking for some free little gifts to support me. Don't make me kneel down to beg you. In the year 1513 of the sea calendar, early in the morning, Wayne took Yamato to the castle tower. This is where the talks with the world government will take place. Wayne yawned, thick dark circles under his eyes. Yamato was just too energetic. They had been partying all night in the Flower City and hadn't slept at all. However, just now, Wayne received a call from Marshal Sengoku, informing him that he had been promoted to Rear Admiral. Just a few months ago, he was a Navy lieutenant, and now he had jumped 4 ranks. He went straight from lieutenant to Rear Admiral, skipping major, lieutenant colonel, and colonel. His rank now surpassed Smoker and Tina, making him their superior. Wayne could only say one thing about this. "Sorry, I wanted to interact with you on equal terms. But now, There is a sad, thick barrier between us. Wayne, it looks really boring here. Yamato looked at the lavishly decorated loft, feeling a bit uninterested. It's fine, you just need to eat later. Oh, the white-haired girl nodded but still clenched her fists, biting her small white teeth, really wanting to fight that bastard Kaido again. Seeing this, Wayne sighed lightly. What a good girl, if she was so deeply influenced by Odin and teacher Kaido's abnormal thoughts. It seemed he should find an opportunity to instill some positive energy education into her. Then, the two entered a room on the top floor of the castle. The general of Wano, the nominal ruler, Kurizumi Orochi, stood up to greet them, wearing a hint of flattery on his face. Behind him stood more than a dozen ninjas. His loyal Onishi. He, you must be Wayne, right? Congratulations on becoming the third big banner. Please take a seat. Although Orochi looked down on these pirates in his heart, he still spoke politely. Wayne ignored him and directly brought Yamato to sit in the main seat. This, Kurizumi Orochi's eyes twitched. That was his position. This kid was too disrespectful. Damn it, pirates really are bastards. Naturally, Wayne noticed the embarrassment on Orochi's face and just smiled. Calling himself the general of Wano. He was just the second-rate clown of Wano. Even if Wayne wasn't a big banner, he still had teacher Kaido's daughter by his side. Why should he give Orochi any face? Moreover, the strong should bully the weak. At that moment, the door was pulled open. The captain of the Onishi, a long-headed man with two big earlobes, Fukuru, walked in. General, the CP0 people have arrived. Orochi moved to the other side and sat on the floor, telling Fukuru to let them in. As you command, General. Then, Fukuru turned around and came back in with two tall men in white suits, white hats, and white masks. The two masked men first bowed to Orochi, General Orochi, and then looked at the handsome and distinguished man in the main seat. Just from his sitting posture, one could tell he was terrifyingly strong. Disaster Wayne. This strong man was also one of the purposes of their visit. Nice to meet you for the first time. Lord Wayne. The leader of CP0 bowed to Wayne. Wayne slightly nodded. Meanwhile, Yamato boldly picked up the fruit on the small table and started munching. CP0 looked at Yamato in surprise, secretly pondering. With her unique horns and being so close to Wayne, could this beautiful girl be Kaido's daughter as reported in the newspaper? It seems Morgans was right. Wayne really is Kaido's son-in-law. Please sit down, gentlemen. Orochi said blandly. The two CP0 sat down across from Wayne. Once seated, the white-masked man got straight to the point. We won't waste time. This transaction mainly concerns Sea Prism Stone, and the higher-ups hope to increase the purchase amount. Money and resources are not a problem. CP0 was quite confident because the Beast Pirates were in a critical period, having just defeated the Whitebeard Pirates, and would certainly need a large amount of resources and time to recover. Moreover, Sea Prism Stones are very expensive. Only the world government has the capacity to swallow such a large amount of rare Sea Prism Stones at once. Kurizumi Orochi grinned. This wasn't the first transaction with the world government, and both sides had reached a certain consensus, so it was easy to negotiate. How much do you want this time? The white mask paused, twice the amount from last time. What about the price? A hint of greed appeared on Orochi's face. Sea Prism Stones are different from others. Buying more won't come with discounts, but rather will increase in price. After all, many wealthy nations and the underground black market are interested in Sea Prism Stones. Even the Revolutionary Army would find ways to obtain some through underground channels. The white mask clearly knew Orochi's character. He took out a bill from his pocket and said calmly, the price, we can add 10 to the previous amount, that's the limit. 10% is already a significant sum. Upon hearing this, Kurizumi Orochi's eyes nearly lit up. But immediately, he felt a bit disappointed. Damn it. If Kaido hadn't sent someone, he could have pocketed all this money himself. He nodded and spoke, of course. Wait. Wayne interrupted him. Orochi looked a bit displeased. Wayne, what do you mean? General Orochi is quite impressive, Wayne said, tapping his finger on the table, his tone provocative. You really don't take Master Yamato seriously, do you? As soon as he said this, Yamato, who had stuffed her mouth with fruit, looked at Wayne in confusion. Pointing at herself, huh? Me? Yamato instantly became flustered, not knowing what to do. Wayne hadn't taught her anything. Meanwhile, Kurizumi Orochi and CP0 felt a tightening in their hearts. What did Wayne want to do? Orochi, I hope you understand one thing. The Sea Prism Stones of Wano belong to Teacher Kaido. I don't care what the previous transactions were like, but since we are here, it's a bit inappropriate not to ask for our opinion, don't you think? Wayne's words were very imposing. He spoke this way on a whim because, although Teacher Kaido was an evil guy, he didn't seem to be very good at trade. Kurizumi Orochi, on the other hand, was just a fool, only knowing to ask for money and resources, then foolishly trading with the world government at what he thought was a high price. Of course, Wayne wasn't trying to make money for Wano. He just had a bold idea. If he could also get involved in the Sea Prism stone trade, or even control this trading chain. Lord Wayne, do you have any opinions on us? The leading white mask asked, somewhat displeased. What if I do? Wayne stared at him. The face under CP0's mask showed an awkward expression. Normally, as the high and mighty CP0 under the Tenryubido's organization, being this polite while talking with pirates was already a big concession. Lord Wayne, you used to be a Navy officer. You should know what CP0 represents. Upon hearing this, Wayne smirked, adopting an arrogant posture, and began his performance. CP0, huh? I know, they're just the dogs of the celestial dragons, right? What did you say? You. Another CP0 member instantly flushed red upon hearing Wayne's words. Hey, don't get excited, I'm not targeting you. While saying this, Wayne pulled up Yamato, who was still eating heartily, and continued, I'm talking about everyone present. You're all trash. Everyone present is trash. Kaido's Orochi felt offended. So, does that include me? After a long moment, his not-so-smart brain finally reacted. Wayne just insulted him. Damn, that pirate. However, he couldn't let it out. Not to mention Wayne's strength. Just the presence of Yamato beside him was something he couldn't provoke. She was Kaido's daughter. Thinking of this, Orochi felt furious. What's so good about Wayne? How could Kaido's daughter be so infatuated with him? Is it just because he is handsome, strong, young, and has good charisma? Isn't that all there is to it? Besides these, he has nothing. Lord Wayne, your attitude is not suitable for negotiation. The tone of the white mask had become somewhat displeased. Hell, what else? Do you really think you're that important? Do you really believe that sea stone can only be sold to you? Let me tell you, there are plenty of buyers for sea stone. Wayne said indifferently, with a look of contempt and strong sarcasm on his face. What a joke. What do you mean by monopoly? The mine with the largest reserves of sea stone should naturally be in a dominant position. However, although Wayne's attitude was extremely arrogant, he knew that it wouldn't be difficult for the world government to eliminate the beast pirates. As long as the world government wanted to, the 5 elders and the marine admirals could easily flatten Wano Country in no time. However, as long as it doesn't threaten Emu as absolute rule, the world government wouldn't easily go to war with pirates. Moreover, they still needed pirates to balance various forces and to collect the heavenly gold from the world government's member countries. The world government is this chaotic and evil. Thinking of this, Wayne secretly sighed. This world seems hopeless. Then, the white mask calmed down for a moment, returning to his previous submissive posture. The sea stone business cannot fall apart in their hands. They couldn't afford that kind of price. After a pause, he respectfully said, Lord Wayne, my name is Guernica. Please state your demands. A smart person, Guernica. Guernica was the one who interfered in the battle between Luffy and Kaido during the Onigashima War, causing the Nika form to be unleashed. Wayne smiled slightly. Before discussing the sea stone business, I'd like to inquire about some matters and also see your side sincerity. Please go ahead, Mr. Wayne. Guernica gestured. Previously, Morgan's told me some intelligence, saying that your world government had obtained Kaido's genes to have the genius scientist Vegapunk conduct research and even created a devil fruit. Is this true? Huh. Even Guernica, a world-class intelligence expert, was momentarily stunned upon hearing Wayne's words. That is quite a lot of information. Genes? Creating a devil fruit? How do these relate? But he thought for a moment. Vegapunk is indeed currently part of the world government's research department. He had heard a bit about genetic technology. Moreover, Wayne wouldn't randomly bring up such a topic. The next moment, Wayne put on an angry expression. I'd rather believe my friend Morgan's than your world government. That unscrupulous reporter has tricked himself so many times. Wayne didn't hesitate to put the blame on him this time. However, that fruit indeed exists. It was the one later mistakenly eaten by Momonosuke. The fish fruit, mythical Zoan, azure dragon, to be exact, is in the form of a pink dragon. I also heard that the fruit was a failure and had not been consumed by anyone. Saying this, Wayne slammed the table in front of him, startling Yamato beside him, saying we wouldn't easily forgive you if someone had eaten it. What kind of product dares to be on the same level as my beloved Kaido? Upon hearing this, beads of sweat appeared on Guernica's forehead. From Wayne's attitude, this matter was most likely true. Please don't get excited, Mr. Wayne. Allow me to consult for a moment. After receiving Wayne's permission, Guernica stood up and walked outside, respectfully taking out a den mushy from his pocket. Once connected, the den mushy became vivid, presenting the image of a cold-faced old man. Lord Satan, this is Guernica. There's a special situation. Morgans? Vegapunk? After listening to Guernica, Lord Satan also seemed a bit confused. Does Morgan's know about such a confidential matter? But thinking it over, it's quite possible. That stinking bird has been active in the New World for decades, even being called the Dark Emperor of the Underworld. With an information network spread all over the New World, perhaps a leak occurred somewhere. The artificial azure dragon fruit. Lord Satan pondered. ISNT is just a failure? Vegapunk wouldn't deceive him on that point. What does that Wayne mean? Lord Satan asked. They might very well want that fruit back. Guernica speculated. I see. That is indeed Kaido's style. Lord Satan's gaze tightened. The inherently evil Kaido still cares about face? That fruit is gathering dust in an abandoned laboratory. He said indifferently, as if everything is under his control. If those fools want it, let them have it. It's just a failure. If it can be used as a bargaining chip, the beast pirates might make a small profit, but the world government will never lose. Yes, Lord Satan, I understand. After reporting this matter, Guernica then reported on Wayne's situation to Lord Satan. That Wayne seems to have completely become a member of the beast pirates, both arrogant and confident, looking like he doesn't take the world government seriously at all. I see, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Lord Satan snorted coldly. He now seriously suspected that there was something seriously wrong with the air or water quality in Wano. How did the Navy become so foolish after the betrayal? After the call, Guernica returned to the room. Mr. Wayne, that artificial fruit can be given to you, but we hope to discuss the price of sea stone properly. Of course. Wayne forced himself not to laugh. Is it really that easy? No. It should be said that Vegapunk's reputation is too loud. When someone like him speaks, others believe it without doubt. He said it was a failure product, so it must be a failure product. But as Wayne, who knows the future plot, is aware of the inside story, that artificial fruit is not a failure product at all, but a complete and perfect replica. As for why Momonosuke couldn't fully utilize the fruit's abilities at the beginning, it's because he was too timid. And why Vegapunk thought it would be a failure product. Only because the color was wrong. Aside from the color, that artificial fruit has no flaws. The azure dragon fruit is incredibly powerful. It can control the wind, spit fire, and even create flame clouds to lift pirate ships or islands into the sky. It can go to heaven and earth and launch elemental attacks. Even an ordinary person who eats it can instantly rise to the ranks of the strong. If it were put up for auction, compared to the 5 billion price of the surgery fruit, the price would only be higher, not lower. By trading with Teacher Kaido and the world government, Wayne truly felt ecstatic. No, he couldn't laugh yet. The transaction was still ongoing. He absolutely couldn't laugh out loud. Mr. Wayne, can we continue? Guernica asked. Of course. I've seen the sincerity of the world government. So let's do this. I won't make it difficult for you regarding the price of sea prism stone. Saying this, Wayne picked up a previous bill from a few sea prism stone transactions from the table, examined it carefully for a moment, and said, let's increase the original price by 5 times. What? Guernica's white mask showed an expression of shock, staring incredulously at the young man in front of him. 5 times? Are you speaking human language? How? Is the price so cheap that you're stunned into silence? Too cheap. Guernica suppressed the urge to curse, gritting his teeth, and said, Mr. Wayne, please don't joke around. 5 times? What do you think the world government is? A fully automated bank? Where you can input any number you want to withdraw money. After a pause, Guernica said, as we discussed earlier, let's increase the original price by 10, and after the transaction is complete, we will bring the money and that devil fruit to you as quickly as possible. 3 times. Wayne crossed his arms and said lightly, no way. You've been joking since the beginning. Guernica's tone became urgent. Wayne, okay, I'll take a bit of loss. How about adding 50? That should be acceptable, right? 50% is still too much, because Wayne's initial asking price was so outrageous that he almost couldn't react. 50% is way too much. It might even be enough for their entire lifetime salary. 20%. Guernica gritted his teeth. The young man in front of him was not comparable to that foolish Kaido. So he had to be decisive. What did I do wrong that made you disrespect me like this, Guernica? Are you trying to force me to turn against you? Wayne smirked, striking a pose of arrogance like the return of the Dragon King. Guernica's eye twitched. He was almost driven mad by Wayne's shameless behavior. Who was forcing whom? But to be honest, Guernica had to put on a smiling face. Sigh, in this black market deal, the higher-ups don't have to worry, and the seller isn't in a hurry. It's the ones like them, caught in the middle, who suffer. Huff, Guernica exhaled, seemingly resolving himself. I understand, Mr. Wayne, 30. It can't be more. He stood up excitedly, also out of respect for Governor Kaido, who had just defeated Whitebeard. If 30 still doesn't work, then it would be as if our world government was being toyed with. So, please consider it carefully, Mr. Wayne. Well, I didn't expect that the wealthy world government would be so stingy in business. I thought money was just a string of numbers to you. Wayne acted as if he had suffered a great loss. How could it be? Well then, let us wish for a pleasant cooperation. Wayne stood up and shook hands heavily with Jernica. After the transaction with CP0 ended, Wayne took the liberty of instructing the servants of the general's mansion around him to set up a feast. This left the nearby Kaido in a daze. What? Am I the unnecessary one? No, I am clearly the general. Damn, Bruce Wayne, you will regret this. And after seeing the servants bring out so much delicious food, Yamato's expression instantly soured. I just ate too much fruit. I can't eat anymore. After the banquet ended, the few of them agreed on the specific trading time. Afterward, the members of CP0 left Flower Capital. After they left, Wayne smiled at Kaido beside him and said, General Kaido, for this Sea Prism stone transaction, I will have the people from Onigashima help you out. You have no objections, right? Of course, the Sea Prism stone originally belongs to the Beast Pirates, Kaido said reluctantly. What on earth is Wayne up to? In the past, Kaido never cared about the Sea Prism stone business. Forget it, I'll endure it. Kaido put on a fake smile, raised his glass. By the way, Lord Wayne, congratulations on becoming the big banner of the Beast Pirates. Since I can't provoke you, I might as well try to make a friend. Wayne gently shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't drink. Hearing this, Kaido's face was filled with embarrassment. What kind of joke is this? You're a pirate and you don't drink? Do you think I believe that? But Kaido was inherently a very insecure and sensitive person. So he didn't put down the raised glass and looked at Yamato. Ah, beautiful Miss Yamato, I toast to you. But Yamato frowned and bluntly said, Hey, I don't want to drink with you. You look really annoying. That is very Yamato. How infuriating. Kaido's mouth twitched. Since becoming the general of Wano Country, it was the first time he had received such humiliation. So, in a fit of anger, he got angry again. I can't take it anymore. Just like Fukaru said, a ninja is a man who can endure everything. I must be as patient as a ninja, as long as I am the general. As long as I can take revenge on the Kazuki clan and protect this country, then I will live with dignity. Kaido numbed himself this way. Afterward, Wayne finished eating and drinking and prepared to leave with Yamato. However, just as they walked out the door, the communication snail in his arms suddenly rang. Wayne took out a shell snail and, after glancing at the number, felt a bit puzzled. Why is Uncle Gene calling? Buka, call connected. What's up? Uncle Gene. Just call me Senior Gene. Jin's cold voice came through. Okay, Senior Gene, what do you need me for? Uncle Gene. Gene was somewhat speechless, really unsure if this kid was doing it on purpose. He asked, how is the Sea Prism stone deal going? That stupid Kaido didn't do anything foolish, right? Wayne answered truthfully, but he casually brushed over the matter of the artificial devil fruit. In Jin's eyes, Wayne was being considerate of Mr. Kaido, going out his way to retrieve that failed product. This kid is getting more and more pleasing to the eye. Maybe he really can become Mr. Kaido's successor. There's nothing else, right? Uncle Gene? Wayne asked. Oh, there's one more thing I almost forgot. Mr. Kaido has something very important for me to tell you. After hearing Uncle Jin's words, Wayne instantly lost his composure. Such a big deal, and you didn't say it earlier. After hanging up the phone, Wayne smirked and looked with interest at the general's mansion behind him. After a while, Kaido's big snake gathered a group of followers to prepare to send Wayne and his party away from the Flower Capital. On the bustling streets, Kaido's big snake stood on a palanquin carried by several subordinates, bouncing around, which was his twisted way of proclaiming his dominance. The residents on the surrounding streets all kept their distance, avoiding him. This guy is psychologically twisted. He can't be provoked. But suddenly, as they reached an alleyway, a ragged samurai burst out, wielding a long knife. He shouted loudly, Die, you bastard snake. Clearly, this was a samurai who once pledged loyalty to the Kazuki family, attempting to assassinate Kaido's big snake on the street. Hey, Kaido's big snake panicked instantly, falling off the palanquin and landing next to Wayne. The samurai was quick, ignoring the screaming bystanders and bypassing the palanquin, charging right in front of the snake. Wayne, save me. The snake grabbed Wayne's pant leg as if it were a lifeline. No, I'm scared too, Wayne said lightly, grabbing Yamato's arm and quickly retreating behind everyone, shielding them in front of him. You. The snake was taken aback, watching as the samurai's blade was about to fall on his head. But the next second, fire release, great fireball technique. A masked ninja from the Onmitsukid flashed in front of the snake, quickly forming hand seals, then placing 2 fingers to his mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the samurai. It appeared, a unique ninjutsu of Wano Country. Ah, the samurai let out a horrific scream. The next second, the samurai, covered in ashes, appeared before everyone. Ha ha, Kaido's big snake instantly changed his expression, revealing an evil grin of a petty man reveling in his triumph. Damn rebel. How dare you attack this general? This is your fate. The Kaido family was once a prominent noble family in Wano Country. However, many years ago, they attempted to usurp power but ultimately failed. Consequently, their clan became a shameful traitor, marked with a disgraceful stamp. Kaido's big snake grew up under the scornful and contemptuous gazes of others. Therefore, he blamed everything on the ruling family at the time, the Kazuki clan. He believed he was enduring humiliation while lurking within the Kazuki family. 10 years ago, with the help of Kaido and the clan elders, he successfully stole this country. But what followed was a mind twisted by hatred, a twisted inferiority complex. Bring it here. Kaido's big snake had someone bring him a spiked whip, and he struck the barely conscious samurai with all his might. Damn it, you can't hurt me anymore, Kazuki family. With each lash of the whip, the samurai was beaten to a pulp, groaning in pain. Meanwhile, the snake wore a joyful expression, his eyes filled with madness. He vented all the humiliation Wayne and Yamato had brought him today onto this samurai. This is how it should be. Anyone who resists me deserves such punishment. You all saw it, right? Clap, clap. Kaido's big snake laughed maniacally. The onlookers couldn't bear to watch. This general is simply a madman. They even wished that the samurai from earlier could kill him with a single blow. But that was just a wish. On the other side, witnessing this cruel scene, Yamato said with a displeased expression, "What a disgusting guy. I really want to beat him up." Manchuri and Leo stood on Jack's shoulders. Wayne Rando, that person is so pitiful, Manchuri said, unable to watch, covering her eyes with her hand. Leo nodded, yeah. How about we go help him? Wayne Rando, right? Where's Wayne Rando? Thud. Just then, Wayne suddenly appeared in the street, slapping Kaido's big snake's arm, knocking the bloody whip away. With a crisp sound, the entire area fell silent. Everyone held their breath, incredulous as they looked at the young man who had intervened. Kaido's big snake looked at Wayne in confusion, his eyes twitching. What are you doing? Bruce Wayne, I put up with you for a long time. Hell, look, you're getting anxious. Wayne smiled. You can do this kind of thing anytime, but we need to leave now. Shouldn't you escort us back first? The snake was taken aback for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. Well, okay. After all, you are Kaido's son-in-law, but I will remember this grudge. Thus, the snake had no choice but to escort them away. However, after walking a short distance, Wayne stopped and turned his gaze towards the geisha house nearby. He asked the ninja beside him, "Which gang is this geisha house under?" "Oh, well." The ninja, not understanding the reason, could only answer honestly, "Lord Wayne, this is under the territory of Brother Kanjuro. The flower capital has a gangster culture. Places like geisha houses or casinos are all protected by families. And this Kanjuro's true identity is actually one of the Akaze 9 loyal to Kazuki Oden." Wayne smirked. "Let everyone inside come out to see me." Huh? What did you say? Everyone present, including the bystanders, was confused. Roar. Only Yamato rolled up his sleeves excitedly, saying, "Wayne must be about to fight those powerful guys inside." Beside them, Runny looked puzzled. Huh? Did Instructor Wayne say that to you? Yamato replied, "Little Runny, have you seen the people inside?" Well, only in those evil comics." Runny stuck out his tongue, "But you have to be careful of those guys inside. They might steal Instructor Wayne from you." "What? That won't do. I won't let Wayne be taken away," Yamato said angrily. After hearing their conversation, Wayne couldn't help but flash over, giving Runny a hard knock on the head. "What are you thinking? I have no such evil thoughts." "Really? I don't believe it." Runny retorted, "Isn't your behavior just trying to establish a harem?" Wayne fell silent. "Forget it. You'll know soon enough." "Wayne, what exactly do you want to do?" Black Charcoal Snake jumped down from the palanquin, pointing at Wayne and shouting loudly. First, he humiliated himself time and again. And now he was selecting geishas in such a public place? How could he be more shameless than himself? Ugh, disgusting. I even turn off the lights and sneak in. Wayne looked at the snake. "General Snake, is my request too much?" The snake was already so furious that his lips were twitching. With Wayne's identity and strength, it was certainly not excessive. As long as he could handle it, even if he took dozens back, it would not be too much. However, Kaido's daughter was still here, and Xiaoji was inside. If Wayne took a liking to her, it would be troublesome. "Hurry up, General Snake. It won't take too long," Wayne urged. Fine then. After experiencing Wayne's unreasonable behavior multiple times, the snake had become somewhat numb. He just wanted to get rid of this bastard as soon as possible. Soon, people from the geisha house began to come out one after another. But Wayne was obviously a bit impatient and directly flashed inside to find someone. A few minutes later, he dragged out a young girl with cyan hair. The girl looked panicked, her eyes filled with fear. When the crowd saw her, they were all captivated by her beauty. So beautiful. That must be the youngest courtesan, Xiaoji. Hey, isn't that General Snake's recent? Humph. So Wayne instructor likes this type? Runny crossed his arms and pouted. Oh, is that so? Yamato carefully looked at the young girl, then glanced down at his own superior features, and his expression couldn't help but show a hint of melancholy. It really is a bit different. The snake became visibly flustered. He had just hinted to his subordinates to quietly send Xiaoji away. What the hell is this bastard Wayne doing? Could it be intentional? Wayne grinned. General Snake, Onigashima is just short of a musician, so I'll take this woman with me. Wait, you could take anyone else, but not her. Oh, why? Wayne provocatively said, even reaching out to pinch Xiaoji's cheek. It happened. An NTR act in front of him. Although the snake hadn't laid hands on Xiaoji yet, this action finally made him unable to endure any longer. You bastard. I've had enough. You're doing this on purpose. You haven't stopped. Damn, Wayne. I'm the general of Wano. Is that so? But I'm a member of the Beast Pirates, Wayne replied lightly. Beast Pirates? What are you joking about? Without our black charcoal family, how could Kaido possibly win this country? Everything is what I deserve. What does it have to do with you damn pirates? Black Charcoal Snake roared this out. For a moment, he was out of breath, but he felt much more at ease inside. Looking at his beloved Xiaoji, Wayne, you remember this. You're just Kaido's subordinate. You don't have the qualifications to treat me like this. Hurry up and return Xiaoji to me. Oh, is that so? Wayne had a triumphant smile on his face. Pulling out a Kong from his pocket, he said to it, Teacher Kai, you heard what General Snake just said, right? Teacher Kai. The snake was stunned, feeling something was off. Then, from the other end of the phone, an angry voice came through Wokakok. Snake, you've really made something of yourself. Tom had to go back a few hours earlier. Uncle Gene, what is it? Actually, it's nothing much, just that I and that bastard Quinn asked Mr. Kaido for permission, wanting you to kill Snake and replace him as the general. Oh, I thought it was a big deal. Turns out it's just about getting rid of Snake and letting me be the general. Let me be the general of Wano. In the future, I'll try to update a few more chapters, but the time and quantity aren't certain. I can only say I'll write as much as I can. Kill Snake, and let me be the general of Wano. Wayne was surprised. Although he knew Teacher Kai thought highly of him, it wasn't to the extent of letting him become the general of Wano, right? Even in the original story, Teacher Kai's intention to kill Snake was something that happened 10 years later. Wayne, the Beast Pirates are currently at a critical moment. Whether facing the world government or dealing with that Charlotte Linlin bastard, the weak black charcoal snake is no longer worthy to stand with us, Gene explained. That being said, Uncle Gene, you really surprised me. Just like that, you want to take over? Shouldn't it be Yamato? Wayne suppressed his inner excitement and said. Gene snorted coldly, speaking with a harsh tone. Don't play coy. Whether it's you or Yamato, it's all the same. Anyway, that guy only listens to you. Uncle Gene, you're right. Or rather, I'm the most suitable choice. Teacher Kai doesn't care about these state affairs. Uncle Quinn only likes studying viruses, and Uncle Gene is uneducated. As for Yamato, it's even more unnecessary to say. Letting her be the king, Wano might fall the next day. All right, Uncle Gene, I know what to do now. Time returned to the present. Wayne looked at the shocked snake and shouted at the conch in his hand. Teacher Kai, you heard, right? This is the true face of Black Charcoal Snake. He doesn't look down on your student at all. He's openly slapping your face. Since he wanted to bring down a king who had been in power for 10 years, he had to find a reason. Although it was clumsy, it was better than nothing. At least it could ease some of the public's resistance. Kaido, how could it be? The snake broke into a sweat upon hearing Kaido's voice. Snake, actually, from the day Kazuki Oden died, you lost your value. Now, let this kid replace you. Wokakok. Kaido laughed heartily, casually announcing the death sentence of the snake. Wayne pulled at the corners of his mouth. Teacher Kai, you really don't even try to hide it at all. But wouldn't this be a bit too hurtful for him? Sure enough, upon hearing Kaido's words, Black Charcoal Snake immediately stomped his feet in anger. He never expected Kaido would treat him like this. Clearly, he had agreed to all of Kaido's demands, whether it was building factories or trading with the world government. He did it all. Why? Kaido, have you forgotten our agreement? As long as I help you plunder this country, I am the next general. Huh, are you talking about keeping promises with a pirate? I have no habit of keeping promises. Kaido certainly had a way of playing with people's minds. Black Charcoal Snake gritted his teeth, trembling all over. Kaido, without me, how will you govern this country? A mocking voice then came from the conch. Wokakok, it's very simple. I can just establish another king. Do you see this guy in front of you? He will plunder everything from you on my behalf. You. Kaido's eyes were filled with rage, but he was powerless to refute. He knew how strong Kaido was. That kind of monster was an existence he could never defeat. After a long time, he could only helplessly bare his teeth and say, "Kaido, you'll regret this. Enough. I am a true master of Wano." Kaido roared, "Kid, you don't need me to teach you what to do next, right? Don't let me down. If you can't deal with him, then I'll kill you myself." Wayne sighed. "As expected of you, Teacher Kaido." After hanging up on the snail phone, Wayne slowly drew the military knife from his waist and pointed it at the snake. Openly insulting the beast pirates and disrupting the internal unity of Wano, Kurizumi Orochi. Do you know your crime? What? When these words were spoken, not only Kurizumi Orochi and his subordinates, but even the ordinary residents of Wano around them looked incredulous, saying that the general of Wano was guilty in front of the general of Wano. It was as outrageous as accusing an official in court. What a reversal. However, since he had Kaido backing him, it wasn't too surprising. Speaking of which, is this young man going to become the new king? I really look forward to it. After all, it can't be worse than Orochi, right? Among the Anawabanshu, the most loyal to the Kurizumi clan, Fukurokuju roared, "Damn pirates. General Orochi is the king of Wano. You should get out of Wano." As soon as he finished speaking, many ninjas jumped out from the shadows. "Evil little pirates, I'll take care of you personally. We are the most loyal subordinates of General Orochi. A mere 4 emperors Kaido, I'll kill him for you." The sound of drawing swords and forming hand seals suddenly rang out. The surrounding crowd instantly began to scream and flee in all directions. In a corner, the flamboyant Kin Eamon took advantage of the chaos to slip out and rescue the frightened Kamurasaki, bringing her to the rooftop of a building. "Things are getting complicated, Your Highness Hiyori. But don't worry, I will protect you," Kin Eamon reassured Kazuki Hiyori. Meanwhile, Kazuki Hiyori's beautiful eyes moved, looking at Wayne below. That person, could he be the next general of Wano? On the street, Wayne shrugged nonchalantly, revealing a lazy expression similar to Akiji's. "Oh, it seems that you, General, intend to rebel. So I have to take action." Thud, thud. Jack, Leo, Baby, 5, and others appear beside Wayne, all drawing their weapons and standing ready. Baby, 5 even used her abilities to conjure a grenade rocket launcher. It was bigger than her entire body. This weapon fruit is really overpowered. "So what now, General Orochi?" Wayne said mockingly. Wayne wasn't a killer, but if Kurizumi Orochi was this complete bastard, he wouldn't hesitate to use his knife. The ninjas under Kurizumi Orochi looked at each other, then at the cannon in Baby 5's hands and the mountain-sized Jack. Their loyalty to Kurizumi Orochi was rapidly dissipating. At this moment, a ninja suddenly knelt on one knee, respectfully shouting, "General Wayne, I have lived half my life adrift, only regretting not meeting a wise lord. Today, to meet you, Lord Wayne, truly makes me see the light and understand everything. If you do not reject me, I am willing to abandon the darkness and follow the light. From now on, I will only look to General Wayne." As soon as he finished speaking, many other ninjas spoke up. "Yes, we are the most loyal subordinates of General Wayne. Now Wayne is the general. We will pledge our loyalty to General Wayne. This is our ninja way." Those who know the times are wise. As the ninjas knelt one by one, pledging allegiance to the new General Wayne, only a few of Orochi's closest confidants remained. "Bastards, what are you doing? I am the general." Orochi couldn't help but curse. "How did I really become a rebel?" Hearing the ninja's words, Wayne frowned. "General, that's too unpleasant. Call me king." Wayne was somewhat resistant to the term general. Kazuki Oden and Kurizumi Orochi had truly tarnished the title of General of Wano. "Since I want to pursue excitement. Oh no, since I've decided to take over this country, I might as well be thorough from the start. Starting from the title." The ninjas paused for a moment, then immediately changed their words. "Yes, Your Majesty the King." Wayne nodded slightly. As for these turncoats and the ministers of Wano, Wayne certainly wanted to clean them out, and he could do it at any time. However, not now. Creating a river of blood here would be somewhat unsightly. Is there anyone else who wishes to surrender? Time's almost up. Kurizumi Orochi angrily shouted at the kneeling ninjas. "Are you really going to betray me?" The only response he received was dead silence. The silence of the ninjas was deafening. Fukurokuju walked forward with a face full of sadness. "There's no choice, General Orochi. Now we can only fight it out." Whoosh, whoosh. One ninja could no longer hold back, forming hand seals with both hands, quickly creating a shadow clone, with a kunai in his mouth, rushing towards Wayne. Capture the leader first. Secret technique. Shadow, clone jutsu. Buzz. He split into dozens of figures, all identical to the original. Wayne's mouth curled into a slight smile. Still forming hand seals. Clearly a low-level ninja. He made no movement, releasing his observation haki, and in an instant detected the original ninja's position. Is this the one? Clang. Wayne stepped forward, directly meeting the ninja's attack. The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. The sharp kunai pressed against Wayne's abdomen, where a hard purple shield appeared. No matter how hard the ninja tried, the kunai couldn't advance a bit. The next second, a small purple flame burst forth from shield, attaching itself to the ninja and then igniting fiercely. A piercing scream shattered the air. In no time, the ninja, scorched and smoking, fell to the ground, unable to resist. Ancient and simple ninjutsu ultimately became the tears of the era. What is that? The residents hiding in the corners trembled. The Anawabanshu, who usually acted tyrannically, were actually defeated so easily. Kazuki Hiyori's eyes sparkled with an unusual light as she murmured, "So only strength can seize the hope for the future?" On the battlefield, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Another ninja leaped into the air, extending 2 fingers to his mouth, about to spew flames. Horse phantom blade. Yamato's figure flashed and appeared beneath him in an instant, then struck out fiercely with a wolf fawn club imbued with bone-chilling coldness. Whoosh! The ninja's form froze at that moment, his entire body immobilized, emitting cracking sounds of ice, before crashing to the ground and shattering into several pieces of ice. That guy is so strong. Damn it! How can I defeat such a monster? On the rooftop, observing the battle, Kazuki Hiyori's eyelids twitched, and she unconsciously clenched her fists. Her heart was already in turmoil. What will become of Wano's future? How can we grasp that elusive future? Beside her, Kyushiro looked at her with concern. What happened to Princess Hiyori? Could it be that she was really frightened by that Wayne? At the same time, Kaido was witnessing the strength of Wayne and his companions, and his heart had already sunk to the depths. Damn it! If Kurazumi Shamaru were still here, no one could harm me. Kurazumi Shamaru's barrier fruit could even block Kazuki Oden's slash, let alone these kids. But unfortunately, that old man is already dead. Charge! He roared, ordering the remaining ninjas to rush forward. Meanwhile, he himself fled in a panic towards the back. But in the next moment, Wayne unexpectedly appeared in his escape route. A wind-slicing slash. The sharp military knife cut through the air, creating a refreshing breeze. Pucci! With a single slash, the giant snake's head separated from its body. Blood gushing out, splattering droplets in the air that shattered upon hitting the ground. The king's execution should be done by beheading. In midair, the giant snake's eyelids were still twitching, and he saw his own body. Thud! That ugly, filthy head rolled on the ground. Upon seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Some commoners whispered among themselves. It's undeniable that Kurazumi Orsuke was really tough. Even with his head cut off, he didn't utter a single word of plea for mercy. Indeed, he couldn't plead for mercy when his head was severed. Fukaru rushed over, collapsing onto the headless body of the giant snake, crying out in heart-wrenching agony. Lord Orsuke! Lord Orsuke! How can I live without you? Take me with you. Lord Orsuke! But Wayne wore a meaningful smile, shaking the blood off his knife, and said, "Stop pretending. Orsuke, do you take me for 3-year-old? Huh?" Fukaru turned around. "What did you say?" Sizzle. Wayne ignored him, a dazzling thundercloud appearing in his palm, gently tossing it towards the giant snake's body on the ground. The moment the thundercloud made contact with the giant snake, it exploded with a deafening roar, causing the headless giant snake to flail its limbs. Is it resurrecting? Everyone was taken aback, and Kurazumi Orsuke's painful wails suddenly echoed, nearly reaching the heavens. How many lives does the Yamada no Orochi ability have? Forget it. It must be reduced to ashes now. Wayne thought. Damn Wayne, I will kill you. The exposed Kurazumi Orsuke, furious and ashamed, extended several ferocious snake heads from his dark neck, lunging at Wayne to bite him. Wayne's gaze sharpened, retracting his military knife, stepping back, and assuming a boxer stance. Sizzle. With a sound, the power of thunder wrapped around his fists, the terrifying energy distorting the air around them. Boom! As the snakeheads attacked, Wayne stepped forward, his body shooting out like a bullet, directly grabbing 2 snakeheads, performing a magnificent front flip in midair, and forcefully throwing the giant snake's massive body down onto the ground. In an instant, the 2 snakeheads were ravaged by the terrifying lightning, turning into charcoal, emitting plumes of dark smoke. The giant snake's breath was also growing weaker. It should have lost a few more lives. The snake fruit, mythical Zoan Yamada no Orochi form, a divine fruit that grants multiple lives upon consumption. But unfortunately, it was wasted by the giant snake. Wayne stepped forward, ready to continue his assault. Stop! Korizumi Orisuke struggled to raise his head. I won't be a general anymore. I'll give the position of general to you. Spare me. Just give me Kamurasaki, and I am willing to submit to you. Goodness, still thinking about Kamurasaki? You really have a big heart. Huh. Wayne's lips curled into a strange arc. Foolish Orisuke. Killing you means this position is also mine. Today's wind is quite noisy. The dessert shop in the flower capital is half price, yet no one cares. This day in Wano is destined to be a sleepless night. Ha ha ha. Orisuke, rest assured and die. I will take good care of Kamurasaki. Wayne wore the characteristic evil grin of a pirate. In the moment, Orisuke thought that the soon-to-be-obtained Kamurasaki would fall into the hands of such a guy, to be toyed with and tormented. His heart was instantly reignited with rage, his eyes filled with resentment, wishing he could directly kill Wayne. Killing must strike at the heart. I will kill you, Wayne. The giant snake roared, recklessly lunging at Wayne. Wayne lifted one foot, twisting the other foot forcefully on the ground. Suddenly, a sharp crescent-shaped slash shot out, quickly flying towards the giant snake. Raging foot, the slashing wave was entwined with blazing purple flames, and as soon as it made contact with the giant snake, it immediately ignited fiercely, sizzling, releasing a foul-smelling smoke and the scent of burning. Ah, it hurts. It hurts too much. The giant snake began another heart-wrenching scream. Another few lives were lost, and the lives granted by the Yamada, no Orochi's ability, were running low. But now he was in so much pain that he wished he could die on the spot. Whoosh. Wayne's hands were suddenly covered with pitch-black armament hockey, his fists raining down on Korizumi Orisuke's body like raindrops. It must be said that this giant snake is truly difficult to kill. Wayne, you devil. You really deserve to die. And that bastard Kaido. Your whole family are bastards. The giant snake was unable to move, only able to curse with his last bit of strength. Wayne said nothing, only continuing to throw punches. Bang, bang, blood splattered, flesh flying. In no time, Korizumi Orisuke's vitality completely dissipated, embarking on the road to the other world. Looking at the piles of giant snake fragments on the ground, Wayne thought to himself, now, he should be unable to win the resurrection match, right? At this moment, the surroundings fell silent. The crowd was in shock. That Wayne, just like that, killed Korizumi Orisuke? His Highness the King is heroic. Just moments ago, Fukaru, who was shouting to kill Wayne, rushed over, kneeling on the ground, respectfully exclaiming, that guy Orisuke deserves to die 1,000 deaths. I've long been displeased with him. Wayne couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, I hold grudges. What did you say? Fukaru's pupils shrank, just as he was about to get up and flee. His vision suddenly darkened, and a huge figure fell from the sky, its terrifying weight smashing him into the ground. Ha ha ha. This is the fate of opposing Brother Wayne. Jack stood up, provocatively smiling at the dazed Fukaru in the deep pit. The crowd began to stir, and soon everyone rushed into the streets, shouting loudly, Your Majesty, Your Highness. On the roof of a building, Kazuki Hiyori was tightly closing her eyes, a look of pain on her face, as if she had made up her mind about something. What's wrong, Princess Hiyori? Denjiro asked in confusion. Mr. Denjiro, I've made my decision. Kazuki Hiyori opened her eyes, her gaze fiery as she looked at Wayne, her beautiful face filled with determination. Only the strong can grasp everything. Only violence and absolute power can seize the future. Only that can save this country. Wait, Princess Hiyori, you can't mean. Denjiro seemed to realize something, his face changing drastically. Just as he reached out to stop her, Kazuki Hiyori shook off his hand and jumped down directly. My father is dead, and Orochi is dead now, too. Bearing the name of the Kazuki clan, I cannot let any opportunity slip away. Even if it costs me everything, I must seize the future. Bang! Ouch! She had overestimated herself, originally intending to land smoothly. However, in that instant of jumping down, she suddenly remembered it was the 3rd floor. Immediately, everything went dark. She fell to the ground in an extremely awkward position. The residents recognized her. It's Kamurasaki. Are you okay? Who is so cruel to throw such a beautiful Kamurasaki down? Quick, get some bandages. Kazuki Hiyori, also known as Kamurasaki, struggled to get up from the ground, staggering toward Wayne amidst everyone's surprised gazes. Wayne looked at the pure and charming girl. What do you mean? Could it be that she came to thank him for killing her enemy? No, no. With Orochi dead, according to the rules of succession, he was now her #1 enemy. Your Highness. Kazuki Hiyori grit her teeth against the pain, staring directly at Wayne. Please let me join the beast pirates. Everyone. What is going on? Did she hit her head? Why would a perfectly good courtesan want to become a pirate? Wayne was the most confused. What kind of madness was this? Did she think she could save the country in a roundabout way? For instance, marrying him and having a child who would become the next general, so the Wano Country's general would still carry half of the Kazuki bloodline. But that thought vanished in an instant. Kamurasaki knelt down, her cold voice laced with a hint of pleading. I am not completely useless. I am a musician, and I am ready to become a pirate. So this is my lifelong request. Please, just let me join the Beast Pirates, and I will do anything. Wayne tugged at the corner of his mouth. It seemed he had misunderstood. However, what pirate crew started equipping musicians? Historians, snipers, he could tolerate. But this musician part was truly incomprehensible. The key was that everyone thought it was reasonable. Wayne Lando, this is great. We have a musician now. And she's a beautiful one. Leo cheered excitedly, jumping up and down. Leo would compliment girls, just not Princess Mancheri. Jack said solemnly, the weak cannot survive in the Beast Pirates, but if Brother Wayne agrees, maybe it would work. Yamato said with a smile, yay. Just like Lord Odin wrote in his journal, musicians are really interesting people. Wayne, let her join us. Hearing Odin's name, Kamurasaki's body visibly trembled. Only Runny, hands on her hips, carefully approached to examine the green-haired girl, curling her lips and saying, this suddenly appearing beautiful girl actually wants to request to join a dangerous and evil pirate crew. This doesn't seem right. Little Runt, you found a blind spot. Wayne didn't know Kazuki Hiyori's exact thoughts. People from this family didn't seem to think straight. So, it was better to take her to Onigashima first. After all, she wouldn't pose a threat to him. If she were to get herself killed, he had plenty of means and strength. Thus, under Kazuki Hiyori's gaze, the tall man walked toward her, the sunlight behind him casting a halo around him. He extended a hand toward her, looking incredibly warm. Could that be the future? The future that the Kazuki clan had been waiting for, and that she had been searching for? She raised her hand, moving toward the direction of the light. Could this really make her stronger? Hiyori didn't know, but she would rather make a mistake than do nothing at all. In the following days, Wayne also experienced the joys of being a king. During this time, he eliminated the remnants of the Kurizumi family. It must be said that Kurizumi Orochi was truly weaker than a dog. There were hardly any loyal samurai and ministers to him. They were all ministers who would choose to kill their lord. Thus, the process of taking over Wano Country became incredibly smooth. However, afterward, Wayne began to have a headache. Managing the affairs of a country and making decisions left Wayne at a loss. Not to mention that he was an undercover agent and couldn't help the enemy. Even if he wanted to work hard, he couldn't do such a job. After all, his highest position in his past life was a math class representative in elementary school. In this life, he had been a base commander at a naval base in the East Sea, but that was of no use. During that time, he would kill pirates when there was work and listen to music when there wasn't. It had nothing to do with governing a country. However, soon, Wayne thought of a simple solution. Just find someone to do it. As long as he ensured that the person he found could be controlled, that would be enough. The first choice was Doflamingo, letting him handle business with the world government and other pirate crews, as well as some economic matters. Although Doflamingo's strength was lacking, he knew a bit about other areas. Then, the factories in other regions would be managed by members of the Beast Pirates. He wouldn't need to worry about that, and couldn't intervene for now. Additionally, he would suppress the gangs and various family forces in Flower Capital first, then arrange for those new pirates who went with him to Dressrosa to infiltrate. After all, Wayne had no experience. He could just make do. Whether he was a good king or not was uncertain, but he certainly wouldn't be worse than Orochi. After all, even if they let that big fool Jack be king, he would do better than the clown Orochi. A few days later, Wayne was about to take a bath with Yamado when he received a call from Admiral Sengoku. Hello, Admiral Sengoku? Why are you calling at this time? I'm busy. On the other end of the phone, Sengoku was taken aback. What's with this kid's tone? Wayne, you haven't reported in a long time. I was worried something happened to you. Oh, I see. Wayne smiled and said, I was actually planning to report to you. He recounted how he became the king of Wano, though he did embellish the story a bit. That's right, Admiral Sengoku, I initially refused strongly. But that evil Kaido forced me to become king. Hearing this, Sengoku furrowed his brow, his tone already laced with coldness. Are you saying he has decided on you as his son-in-law and insists you become a high-ranking officer in the Beast Pirates? And if that's not enough, he wants you to be the king of Wano as well? Yes, exactly. When Sengoku could no longer suppress his inner agitation. Have you forgotten your responsibilities? Don't forget, you're a Navy officer who upholds justice. Win tugged at the corner of his mouth. But you chose this path, idol. No, Admiral Sengoku. I'm speaking the truth. I was just enjoying hot pot and singing when I randomly received a call from Uncle Gene and ended up becoming a king. Trust me, you have to believe me. Sengoku's silence was deafening. Admiral Sengoku? If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now, Win tested. Just then, Yamato's voice suddenly came through. Win. The water is ready. Come take a shower. Admiral Sengoku, don't misunderstand. This is part of my undercover plan. Win. You. Sengoku gritted his teeth. I think the beast pirates are too dangerous. Your mission needs to end early. Hello? What did you say? Huh? Admiral Sengoku? I can't hear you. Don't worry. I will remember my mission well. Rear Admiral Bruce Win, loyal. After saying this, Win directly hung up the den mushy. What joke? My undercover plan is in full swing, serving justice at its peak. How can I go back at such a crucial moment? This comrade, Sengoku, really needs to elevate his awareness. A few days later, the deal with the world government was completed and Win obtained the artificial dragon fruit. However, how to deal with this god-tier fruit? Sell it on the black market? That would be a waste. Or keep it for Zephyr-sensei? No. Zephyr-sensei would definitely say, I rely too much on the powers of the devil fruit. That all things are inferior. Only Haki is supreme. And Smoker, Tina, and Leo, as well as Baby 5, are all ability users too. Forget it. I'll just keep it for now. A few more days passed. Kaido might have felt lonely since no one was fighting. So after the matter in Wano concluded, he summoned Win back to Onigashima to continue giving him and Yamato a loving beating. This was also the first time Kazuki Hiyori stepped onto this eerie and terrifying island. Her room was one floor below Win's, but she had neighbors like Leo, Man Shelley, and Baby 5. Moreover, the pirates all knew she was brought back by Big Brother Win, so no one dared to mess with her. In the early morning, Kazuki Hiyori had a nightmare, dreaming once again of that scene from 10 years ago. When she woke up, her tears had soaked the pillow. Have I really become a pirate? She looked at the ceiling in disbelief. When she had asked to join the Beast Pirates, Mr. Denjiro had hidden away, not knowing where he had gone. Now, she was truly all alone. Regretful? Not really. Just a bit confused. Creak. At this moment, the door to her room was suddenly pushed open. Two sneaky little heads peeked in, looking at Hiyori. Hee, you're awake. By the way, are you hungry? Yamato stood at the door, holding a big bag of snacks. Hiyori was a bit surprised. You are. Yamato pulled Lunny forward and said, I'm Yamato, and she asked Lunny. Hiyori nodded, looking at the smiling Yamato and the cautious Lunny. I'm Shoko. The next moment, Peggy 1's voice came from outside. Sister, big sister Yamato, and little sister Shoko, it's time to eat. So, Yamato directly took Hiyori's hand and ran towards the cafeteria. Although it was breakfast, it was very lavish, probably because most people needed to work out, and nutrition must keep up. Looking at Yamato, who had a meal size more than 10 times her own, Hiyori was secretly astonished. Even little Lunny finished food that would take 5 adults to eat. Are these guys monsters? Shoko, why are you eating so little? Don't you have an appetite? Yamato, with her mouth full of food, mumbled. For a moment, Hiyori felt a bit embarrassed. How long would she have to train to catch up with these guys? After breakfast, she went to the new training ground on Onigashima. She saw Peggy 1 running laps around the playground and Jack diligently training with iron blocks. Huff, I'll start today. The girl's face was resolute as she joined the training team. Although she was weak in stature, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Then came lunch, followed by afternoon training. By night, she returned to her room, exhausted and covered in injuries. Lying on a soft bed, tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. Damn it, it's just not enough. I'm working so hard, yet I can't see any hope of catching up with them. If this goes on. Just then, a sneaky figure slipped to her room door and gently knocked. Hiyori immediately wiped her tears and asked, Who is it? Shoko, I want to talk to you. Yamato pushed the door open. Taking a deep breath, she said, Shoko, I want to be friends with you. Friends? Hiyori instinctively frowned. This girl in front of her is Kaido's daughter. Ignoring Hiyori's surprised gaze, Yamato continued, Actually, I used to be like you, unable to see hope, unable to grasp my dreams. I was once disappointed and cried a lot, but I found companions. Companions? That's right. Win, Lunty, Peggy 1, and you're all my companions. As long as we have the power of companions, there are no dreams we can't achieve. We have agreed to realize our respective dreams together, to become stronger than anyone else, to be freer than anyone else. Do you consider me a companion? Hiyori was stunned. What nonsense are you talking about, Shoko? Of course, you are a companion. You are our musician. No matter when, we will never abandon you. Yamato smiled, revealing a set of white teeth, then leaned closer to Hiyori, placing her hands on her shoulders, looking straight in her eyes, and said seriously, Trust me, Shoko, I could never betray my companions. Hiyori felt her nose tingle, wanting to cry but forcing herself to hold back the tears. Is this what it means to have companions? Is this the feeling of being cared for by companions? Clearly, she is an enemy. But her words are so sincere and so appealing that I can't help but accept her kindness. Forget it. Let future me worry about what comes next. At least for now, I am no longer alone. Thank you, Yamato. My name is Wayne, and I am an undercover agent. I thought that after becoming the king of Wano Country, I could enjoy the pleasures of being a king every day. If it weren't for Teacher Kai challenging me to fight every day, I might have believed it. On Onigashima, above the dome. Waha, Wayne, Yamato. You two are too dependent on the powers of the devil fruit. Don't use that ability. Teacher Kai, holding a spiked club, was grinning and looking up into the sky. In the sky, Wayne had already transformed into a giant purple figure. On top of the giant's head, Yamato struck a pose similar to Teacher Kai's, also resting a spiked club on her shoulder. Determination was written all over Yamato's small face. Don't underestimate me and Wayne. Damn, Kaido, I'm coming to knock you down. The girl, unaware of her father's good intentions, kept issuing challenges. She stepped forward and jumped off the head of the purple giant, activating her fruit ability in midair, transforming into a werewolf with pure white fur that flowed like clouds. The true form of the god of thunder, human beast. Still so disobedient, you foolish son. Teacher Kai chuckled. Who wants to listen to you? Thunder, Bawa. The spike club was wrapped in the aura and coldness brought by the fruit ability, fiercely smashing toward Teacher Kai. Yet, Teacher Kai didn't move. He simply waved his spiked club lightly, colliding with Yamato's smaller one without even using his aura, relying purely on his physical strength to catch her attack. Teacher Kai frowned. Yamato, what have you and that kid been training? Why are you still so weak? Bang! With a casual wave, Teacher Kai sent Yamato flying, and during the gap, he took a couple of swigs from the wine gourd at his waist. Meanwhile, Wayne's face darkened in the air. How can I fight with this gap? Teacher Kai looked at Wayne. Hey kid, why are you just watching? Teacher Kai, can we postpone the challenge to another day? Wayne wanted to improve, but unfortunately, Teacher Kai was just too brutal. He almost always beat him to the brink of death. When dealing with Yamato, he just casually threw a few punches. Even when being hit, as long as he could exhaust Yamato, that was enough. But with himself, it was always full on. What thunder but what ascending to the three realms, summoning the underworld, that was literally calling for death on himself. Hurry up, kid, Teacher Kai roared, creating a gust of wind that blew over Wayne. I really can't do anything with you, Teacher Kai. The next moment, Wayne released his fruit ability, clenched his fists, and wrapped them in pitch-black armed hockey, his aura suddenly increasing. He rapidly dove downward, passionately shouting, Don't underestimate me too much, Teacher Kai. After a while, hey, can we make up? Teacher Kai. Wayne lay on the ground, covered in injuries, feeling terrible all over. Beside him, in her human beast form, Yamato could still barely fight. But that was because Teacher Kai hadn't really gone all out against her. The reason she was panting heavily was simply due to exhaustion. Wayne, on the other hand, had taken a real beating. Seeing Teacher Kai approach him again with the spike club, Wayne exclaimed, No way. Teacher Kai, I'm going to die. Waha, you should still have some strength left, kid, Teacher Kai scoffed. Have you figured me out? Teacher Kai sat cross-legged, placing the wine gourd aside, and said, Kid, you must really dislike me, right? Huh? Wayne was taken aback for a moment, then immediately replied, How could that be? Teacher Kai, I really respect you. But just then, Yamato rushed over and smashed her club into Teacher Kai's face, causing his face to cave in. Yamato gritted her teeth and said, That's right. Wayne and I dislike you the most. Not enough, Yamato. Teacher Kai smirked, grabbing Yamato with his bare hands and then violently throwing her out. Wayne watched in shock. Teacher Kai ignored Yamato and said to himself, A great era is coming, kid. Whitebeard's death will only make the new world more chaotic. You must have seen that too, right? Of course. Wayne understood the information from outside even better than Teacher Kai. The new world was a place where the principle of survival of the fittest was executed to the fullest. Ever since Whitebeard's death, pirates have been waging wars almost every day to compete for territory. There were also those from the four seas, driven by their dreams, rushing into the Grand Line, risking everything for fame and power. This is the best of times, as the sea can accommodate everyone's dreams. It's also the worst of times, with countless dreams being shattered under cruel competition. The beast pirates naturally wouldn't fall behind. After a short rest, they would go to war again to expand their territory and seize resources. Waha. Next up is the slaughter between monsters, where the victors enjoy the throne and the losers are robbed of everything. This is the fairest. Kaido roared with his wild black hair, his face full of defiance. Then, He looked down at Wayne. So set sail, kid. Take that foolish son with you to meet those bastards out there. Let them know your name, Thunder Disaster. Wayne's expression tightened, and he weakly raised a finger to point at himself. Huh? Me? No way. I'm the king of Wano Country now. Can't I enjoy it after fighting for a few months? Don't talk nonsense. I'm not sending you out for fun. Kaido said seriously. The few guys you brought back before are quite good. Each has the potential to become an officer. I want you to conquer a few more countries. And if you can recruit some strong ones, that will be even better. So, Teacher Kai had this in mind? Also, take that foolish son with you this time. Let her see the cruelty of the outside world, and stop saying those silly things. You can manage that, right, kid? Teacher Kai's gaze suddenly turned cold, looking very intimidating. Wayne's mouth twitched, and he smiled helplessly. Is this really your true intention, Teacher Kai? These words also reached Yamato's ears, who had just rushed back. After thinking for a while, she stood there, her face filled with excitement. So, Wayne are going to set sail? That's right, set sail, foolish son. But don't die out there, wah! Teacher Kai laughed heartily. Wayne looked at Teacher Kai disdainfully. Don't be too cocky. If you really die, you'll just cry endlessly. That's great. Yamato ran over and hugged Wayne, excitedly bouncing around. Wayne, we're going to set sail. Feeling the overwhelming waves on his face, Wayne felt awful all over. I'm an injured person. Take it easy. The next day, at the port of Onigashima, Instructor Wayne, take us with you. Beside Wayne, a blue-haired girl wearing a lace mask looked up, speaking with a pleading tone. Runny also wants to set sail. Peggy Wan's gaze was fixed on Wayne. Yes, Brother Wayne. We are strong too. Yamato added from the side, Wayne, why not take little Run and the others along? I will protect them well. But Wayne just shook his head and sighed. Who? You are still young. Wait until you grow a bit more. As he said this, Wayne reached out with his index and middle fingers to flick Run Ti's forehead. Run T immediately jumped back, hands on hips, angrily saying, Instructor Wayne, you're not going to say something like next time or forgive you again, are you? How do you know? Wayne rubbed Peggy Wan's little head. Little Pei, remember to train hard. Peggy Wan nodded emphatically. I will burn my youth. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to want to show off, throwing a punch forward. With a buzz, the pitch-black armament Haki instantly wrapped around his fist. Wayne? Haki? Yes, Instructor Wayne, every time I train using your method. This happens. Am I too stupid? Peggy Wan's little face showed some disappointment. This. Wayne twitched the corners of his mouth. I didn't expect you to be a genius. You can even train armament Haki while practicing with iron blocks? Can I go with that, Prince? At this moment, a gentle voice came from behind. Wayne turned around. A timid blue-haired girl in a kimono was looking over. She was holding a shamisen in her arms and a white fox mask in her hand. Yamato excitedly said, Oh, Little Purple, you're here. Of course we have to take you along. It would be boring to sail on the sea without a musician. Huh, is that so? Yamato knows a lot. Leo jumped onto Yamato's head. Yamato explained, it's written in Lord Odin's sailing log. Log? Little Purple's heart tightened. That log truly belonged to her father? But how could it be in Yamato's hands? Of course, Little Purple, Wayne said with a smile while looking into Little Purple's eyes, but don't call me king anymore. Just call me Wayne. Kazuki Hiyori, Little Purple nodded. Okay, Captain Wayne. She was obviously a bit excited. Her face flushed. Yay! Yamato was as happy as a child. We are finally going to see. Baby, 5 rushed over, hugging Wayne's arm. As long as I'm with you, I'm willing to go anywhere. Muncherly also jumped onto Wayne's head. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. The legendary, exciting, and fun adventure stories. And Wayne squinted his eyes, looking toward the turbulent sea in the distance. He didn't know if it would be fun, but it would definitely be thrilling. Speaking of which, this combination seemed to make sense. He was the captain, Yamato was the fighter, Muncherly was the ship's doctor, Little Purple was the musician, Baby 5 was the chef, and Leo was the tailor. However, it seemed like they were missing someone. At this moment, not far from the port, a golden pirate ship sailed over. The Beast Pirate's flag fluttering in the wind on the mast. Here comes Uncle Quinn. Wayne waved to the plump man at the bow of the ship, dressed in overalls. TCH, you brat, you better take good care of my precious queen. He was originally supposed to set sail on a new ship. However, after hearing that Uncle Quinn had repaired and modified the damaged queen, Wayne went directly to him and successfully persuaded him to lend him a ship with 10 barrels of red bean cake soup. Got it, Uncle Quinn. I will cherish this ship like I cherish you. Didn't you say the same thing last time? Quinn scratched his head, suddenly feeling a sense of DJVU. By the way, aren't you bringing more people? After sending Wayne out to sea, Mr. Kaido was thinking of sending some elite members of the crew along. Wayne shook his head and said seriously, Uncle Quinn, we want to train properly this time. Actually, they just didn't want any dead weight. With their strengths and devil fruit abilities, they wouldn't easily be defeated unless they encountered monsters like Teacher Kaido or Charlotte Linlin. Moreover, the Queen's performance was perfect. A few of them could operate it entirely. Most importantly, Wayne didn't really intend to help Teacher Kaido conquer any country. Just a little fun. Maybe find a beautiful country to travel to, bring back some local specialties, and the mission would be complete. Why take it seriously? Oh, that's not like your style? Huh, Quinn said somewhat unexpectedly. Then I wish you good luck. After everyone boarded the ship, Wayne and the others waved goodbye to Little Run, Little Pei, and Uncle Quinn on the shore. Goodbye, Little Run, Little Pei. Yamato waved vigorously, bidding farewell to the two little friends. One day, Little Pei and I will also go to sea, Run T said stubbornly. But after a brief hesitation, she lowered her head and softly said, Don't die, you bunch of bastards. Although they had known each other for a short time, the bond between children was pure and sincere. Peggy once spread his legs, opened his arms, and shouted loudly to Wayne, Brother Wayne, while you're gone, I will also burn my youth fiercely. This is a man's promise. Right. On the deck, Wayne smiled helplessly. Oh, that's right. After receiving Wayne's approval, Peggy 1 instantly felt invigorated and turned to run toward the training ground. All right, we should set off. Wayne gave the order. Yes, Captain Wayne. Everyone responded loudly. But after the pirate ship sailed away from the waters of Wano Country on the deck, Wayne suddenly remembered after setting up the sunshade. Right, it seems I forgot to notify Jack. Leo also realized, hey, that's right. Jack Landu didn't board the ship. Muncherly said worriedly, he must be very sad, right? By the cabin, Little Purple, holding the shamisen, rested her forehead with some helplessness. So you didn't notify him? I thought he was on the list to go to sea. At the same time, at the port of Onigashima, a large figure was running over, panting, looking somewhat desolate and extremely dejected. It was Jack, who had just learned the news. Looking at the empty port, Jack couldn't help but roar at the sky. I haven't boarded the ship yet. The azure sky, the white clouds. Several seagulls circled above a golden pirate ship. On the deck of the Queen, Wayne was lying on a comfortable lounge chair under the sunshade, leisurely reading a newspaper. The man claiming to be the son of Whitebeard, Edward Weevil, appeared on Sphinx Island and had a fierce conflict with the remnants of Whitebeard's crew. It seems that some events have already started to unfold ahead of time. In the original story, Zephyr, the teacher, was attacked by Whitebeard 2 this year, losing his arm, which subsequently triggered a series of tragedies. Now it seems that Zephyr's arm has been indirectly preserved, and he no longer needs to be reminded. He then took out a navigation log and began to flip through it. If I were to travel, which island would be better? Got it. One of the best travel islands with natural volcanic hot springs is Hot Spring Island. The direction is slightly southeast. All right, it's decided. Vane stood up and walked over to Baby 5, who was steering the ship, and pointed out the direction. Without a helmsman, Baby 5 had to take over. Okay, leave it to me, Lord Vane. Baby 5 was full of enthusiasm. On the other side of the pirate ship, Yamato was extremely excited, feeling that everything at sea was fascinating. Even though the sea and sky looked the same everywhere, she was like a restless child, running from the bow to the stern, greeting Vane, and then running back again. She even had to shout a greeting when she saw a seagull. Psychologically, she is still a child. Teacher Kai, look at how failed your education is, Vane sighed. However, after sailing for a few days, the scenery at sea remained unchanged, monotonous. The childish group of people lay on the deck like deflated balloons, bored, gazing at the white clouds changing with the wind in the sky. That cloud looks like a dog. Leo pointed at a cloud. I think it looks more like Jack Rando, Mancheri said. No matter what it looks like, it's so boring. Vane. Yamato suddenly appeared beside Vane, who was lying on a chair, soaking up the sun, complaining. Leo also came over, jumping on Vane. Yeah, Vane Rando, tell us more about Naruto's story. I've already told it several times. In the end, Naruto defeated Aizen, gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, resurrected his lover, and became the strongest sorcerer in history. Vane had shared some anime content from his previous life with them a few days ago. However, after telling it so many times, Vane himself was getting annoyed. At this moment, Little Purple also walked over, holding a shamisen, and shyly said, well, how about I play another song? Although it had only been 10 minutes since her last performance. Vane scratched his head. Or, should I tell a story about Kamui's tears? Then when can we land on the island? Yamato's soft white hair gently rubbed against Vane's arm, clearly uninterested in these stories. Since they set sail, she had lost interest in the stories she had heard. Those interesting things, she had to experience them personally. About 5 days, maybe we can reach in 4 days. Sailing on the sea is like that. Plus, we don't have a navigator, so we must pay attention to the course and not go off track, Vane explained. Whoa, why is it like this? Yamato dejectedly stood up and walked back and forth on the deck like a resentful spirit. But when she looked up, she saw Baby 5 steering the ship. Then she remembered the several acceleration jets installed at the stern and suddenly came up with a good idea. That night, Vane had a strange dream, dreaming that he arrived at the amusement park on Joy Street and even rode a roller coaster. It was very thrilling. When he woke up, he found the room in disarray, as if it had experienced a sea quake from Whitebeard. That wasn't a dream. Did an earthquake really happen at sea? Vane hurried to put on his clothes, walked out of the cabin, and went to the deck. Looking around, directly ahead, a deserted little island stood out prominently. On the golden beach, there was a notice board. It read, "Warning, ahead is a windless zone. Sea kings are present. Danger." Where the hell is this? Not just Vane, everyone except Yamato came out of their rooms looking confused. Baby 5? Weren't you steering the ship? Vane looked at Baby 5 and asked in a bit of a panic. Well, last night Yamato insisted on starting the ship, so... What? Yamato is steering the ship? Hearing this, Vane felt as if struck by lightning and ran to the bow, seeing Yamato leaning against the helm, fast asleep. "Wake up, Yamato! Where have you brought us?" Vane grabbed Yamato by the collar and shook her awake desperately. "I'm so hungry, Vane." Yamato groggily woke up, and when she opened her eyes, everyone was staring at her with strange looks. What's wrong? After a while, Vane finally understood what had happened. So, Yamato got bored and, to reach the destination faster, activated the acceleration device of the Quinn and sped in the direction pointed out by Baby 5. Thus, after a night of high-speed sailing, they finally arrived at the South Sea. Yes, they crossed the windless zone and the red land overnight, bursting out of the new world. One must say, the performance of the Quinn is indeed fierce. However, now is not the time to think about this. Yamato, do you know we don't have a navigator? Without the maps of the 4 seas, how are we going to go back? Vane was now filled with anger. Well, that's it. The travel plans are completely ruined. He looked up at the sky again. Let's first figure out where this is. They only knew that this sea area was close to the windless zone, but did not know the specific location. Soon, after wandering around the area, they found a sailing ship flying a pirate flag, with about 50 pirates on board. When both sides met, they were very excited. "Ha! I'm a big pirate with a bounty of 20 million, and I actually ran into the beast pirates here. Guys, attack." It didn't matter if the other party was an emperor or an admiral. As long as they met, they would boldly attack, classic cannon fodder braver than Jack. 5 minutes later, "Stop fighting, we were wrong. Spare us. We have already felt the pain." Looking at the pirates lying on the ground, all wailing and raising white flags to surrender, Vane sighed. Can't people coexist peacefully? The world is tough. Vane stepped forward, grabbed the neck of the so-called big pirate with a bounty of 20 million, lifted him up, and asked, "Where is this?" This is the South Sea." "That's not helpful. Do you think I wouldn't know this is the South Sea?" Vane's face darkened, and he suddenly exerted force. The pirate cried out in pain. This is the Sobel Sea." "Sobel? Is the Sobel Kingdom nearby?" Vane suddenly thought of something. "That's right, my lord, but I advise you not to go there." "Why?" The pirate was eager to live, so he revealed all the information he knew, saying that a war was going on there. Moreover, one side is a monster. He is fighting against the entire country's army all by himself. The timeline issues will be explained in the following chapters. South Sea? Sobel Sea? No way. Vane suddenly remembered that if he wasn't mistaken, the red line and the calm belt divide the world into 4 seas. And there is still a red line between the New World and the South Sea. So how could we reach the South Sea from the New World? Yamato, who was nearby, grinned and proudly patted his chest, saying, "Hee Vane, I found this on the ship." She jumped onto the Queen and pointed to a red button on the ship's wheel, which had the rocket logo engraved on it. At that time, I did see a huge wall, but after I pressed this button, the ship flew up. Ha! Everyone. Vane twitched the corner of his mouth. "Are you proud of yourself? Should I give you an award? But speaking of which, Uncle Quinn, you really are impressive. You managed to research this thing? Then, my lord, we can give you the sea chart and compass. Just let us go." The pirate begged again. Vane looked at him and revealed a warm smile, saying, "It's fine. I don't hold grudges." So, after plundering this pirate's ship, he jumped back onto the Queen, drew his saber from his waist, and slashed the pirate ship in half. "Since we are here, we won't let them go." After that, Vane began to ponder again. The Sobel Kingdom in the South Sea should have experienced the so-called one-man revolution event 3 years later. But now it sounds like, perhaps because of his appearance, there have been some subtle changes in this world, which is the butterfly effect. So, Did the one-man revolution happen earlier? A man named Bartholomew Kuma fights against an entire country's army alone and eventually wins, destroying the king's regime. But after that, the world government fabricated false news and gave Kuma the title of tyrant. Veen muttered, "The survivors of God Valley, the revolutionary army that travels the world with dragon. The honest man who was cuckolded by the celestial dragons, and the future warlord of the sea, a powerful man with the paramecia devil fruit, the pawpaw fruit." If he remembered correctly, after the one-man revolution event ended, he went to Egghead Island to treat his daughter Bonnie's illness and accepted Dr. Vegapunk's human experiment plan, becoming a template for pacifism. Sigh. Thinking of this, Veen felt sorry for this honest man for a second. Then he felt that Kuma was too pathetic. With such strong power, he didn't go to join Dragon in a revolution and humiliate this world. He actually thought about believing in Dr. Vegapunk. Are the 5 elders serious? They just want your body. They are despicable. But Veen instinctively looked at Princess Mancheri. His arrival was indeed timely. Veen thought of something. A bad smile appeared on his face, secretly thinking, Kuma, you wouldn't want Bonnie to die in pain, right? The right or wrong of Kuma's actions is not something to consider for now, but his strength and character are definitely not a problem. Moreover, this man is very gentle, especially towards his daughter Bonnie. It is not an exaggeration to say that as long as he can help him cure his daughter, he would be willing to die 1,000 times. He can subdue a strong person, help a father and daughter, handle Teacher K's task, and ultimately fulfill his own justice. It's simply win 4. This trip is definitely worth it. I just don't know if Kuma knows that Bonnie has Jadehorn disease now. In any case, let's go check out the Sobel Kingdom first. Yamato. Veen gave Yamato a thumbs up. Thank you. Yeah. Everyone looked at Veen in confusion. Captain Veen is actually thanking Yamato? Moreover, the captain seems to have been talking to himself just now, both sad and happy. Could it be that he was so sad that he went a bit crazy? Veen didn't know their thoughts. He just quickly flipped through the sea chart and soon found the specific location of the Sobel Kingdom. All right, set sail. Next stop, the Sobel Kingdom. Sobel Kingdom. On the ravaged land, a group of kingdom soldiers held their weapons, vigilantly looking at the tall and strong man in front of them. The man had a round figure, wore spotted pants, and was holding a Bible. Bartholomew Kuma, the rebel who recently appeared in the country's impoverished area. He was staring expressionlessly at the army in front of him. Even though he was alone, he appeared very relaxed. Behind the kingdom's army was the king's palace. Damn it, he's clearly all alone. King Beckley roared. I have an army of thousands. Shouldn't the advantage be mine? Why did he come here? His heart was filled with panic. That guy's a monster. A few years ago, he teamed up with a bastard named Dragon to force me to cancel the policy of splitting the country. He must have come back this time to seize my throne. Go, you bunch of fools, kill him for me. I am the king. After receiving the order, the soldiers in the army began to load the dark cannonballs into the cannons again, then lit the fuses and fired them. Whoosh, whoosh. Cannonballs rained down on Kuma. Useless. Kuma casually took off the glove from his right hand, raised it toward the sky, and aimed at the dense cluster of cannonballs. His hand had soft pads, just like a real bear's paw. Bear repel, he shouted. A transparent bubble appeared at the center of Kuma's paw and began to expand. He gently pushed it upwards. A strange sound rang out. Then a magical scene occurred. The cannonballs did not explode upon contact with the bear paw-shaped bubble. Instead, they were bounced back by an unknown force and fell back into the crowd. Boom! The sounds of explosions erupted, waves of sound rolled, and smoke filled the air. Ah, so hot. What kind of ability is that? So terrifying. A monster. That is a living monster. We can't win. Heart-wrenching screams suddenly rang out, and the heat waves reached Kuma's ears. Salty. Facing those who intended to kill him, Kuma's face even showed a hint of apology. Then he raised his head and looked at the king on the castle terrace, who was high above. At this moment, King Beckley's face was no longer angry, but filled with deep fear. Bartholomew, I didn't want to hurt you, but why are you implementing such policies again? A few months ago, while taking care of Bonnie in a church, he heard about the events happening in the Sobel Kingdom. King Beckley came up with an extremely cruel policy to reduce the heavenly gold he had to pay, which was to separate the poor and the rich in the country and abandon all the poor. When Bear learned about this, the outlaw zone, which was the poor area, had all its houses burned to the ground. Unforgivable, Bear whispered, stomping the ground hard, kicking up a cloud of dust, and leaping into the air, slamming down towards the magnificent palace ahead. Bear shockwave. Whoosh. A huge buzzing sound rang out in the sky. A bear paw bubble created by the meatball fruit ability rapidly descended. Just before reaching the palace, it transformed into a dazzling and powerful shockwave. accompanied by a fierce wind that struck down without reservation. Boom! The next moment, the originally magnificent palace vanished, turning into ruins. Meanwhile, as Bear landed on the ground, he frowned and slightly looked up at the sky. Above, a gigantic purple figure was watching Bear, engulfed in blazing purple flames. With an astonishingly high temperature that distorted the surrounding air, those enormous pupils radiated light, as if containing divine brilliance. Another enemy? The previous chapter has been revised, and a patch has been made regarding the timeline, so everyone can take another look. It's okay if you don't. This chapter will briefly explain it as well. Bastard! As Bear and the purple giant locked eyes, King Beckley's roar echoed from the ruins. Soon after, King Beckley lifted a stone slab and crawled out of the rubble, glaring at Bear, panting with rage. To be fair, people in the pirate world generally have high physical fitness, whether being knocked away, shot, or crushed by buildings. As long as they don't die on the spot, they can recover, even if they just lie in bed for a few days. Right? Kuina. Bear turned his head to look at King Beckley, his tone flat, asking why he would implement such a cruel policy again, as if he had forgotten how he guaranteed things back then. A few years ago, King Beckley had thought about splitting the country, but was defeated by the Revolutionary Army united by Dragon and Bear, which forced him to abandon that policy. TCH. King Beckley snorted coldly, a mocking smile on his face as he shouted at Bear, saying those poor people were a burden, dragging the country down. I split the country in half to protect my subjects. People without money don't deserve to be subjects of the Sobel Kingdom. This statement left Wayne in the sky, speechless. This king is even more foolish than Orochi. Although it's cruel, the fact is, for a complete country to accumulate wealth, labor force is essential. If you send away the workers and only leave those who indulge in pleasure, where will the resources come from? Cutting off all the poor and leaving only the rich? Then this country will perish in no time. King Beckley really messed up. However, Bear below, after hearing this, surprisingly displayed a difficult expression, as if he was genuinely contemplating King Beckley's words. Wayne shook his head helplessly. No wonder this King Beckley was spared multiple times in the original work. Bear is truly too kind to the point of being somewhat foolish. Bear stared at King Beckley, his gaze deepening, slowly opening his mouth to say, if you can. But before he could finish, King Beckley's expression suddenly turned extremely ferocious as he pulled out a golden pistol from his waist, exposing a flaw. Deep bustat. Bang, with the sound of a gunshot. A pitch-black bullet cut through the air, flying towards Bear. Ding! Bear merely waved his hand and deflected the bullet. What are you thinking? Didn't you see that even cannonballs didn't work on him? You still want to use a pistol? King Beckley's actions were truly perplexing, causing Wayne in the sky to involuntarily comment. Damn! Who the hell is this monster? King Beckley shouted angrily at the purple giant. Wayne did not respond, but looked down at Bear and said blandly, if you let him go, next time he won't just split the country, but will send troops to kill all the poor. You've participated in many revolutions in various countries before. You should know what kind of people these kings are. Hearing this, Bear slightly lowered his head, realizing that to ensure everyone could live safely in this country. Saying this, he stepped towards King Beckley. What are you going to do? I am the king. I am the king. But as Bear's expression darkened, King Beckley finally realized that Bear truly intended to kill him. No, I will give you the position of king, and I will leave this country forever. Spare me. King Beckley did not realize his mistakes, but understood that he was about to die. Thus, he desperately begged Bear for mercy. Fortunately, this time Bear's rationality was somewhat intact. After a moment's hesitation, he struck down King Beckley with one blow, clean and swift. It's over, Bear said, looking again at the purple giant, just about to speak when a little girl's shouting was heard from another direction. Let me go. Let me go. I want to find my dad. Both of them looked in that direction. They saw several figures coming out from behind the collapsed building. It was Yamato, Little Purple, and others. In Yamato's arms was a pink-haired little girl, shouting and flailing her arms and legs. She had long hair that almost reached her waist and looked very cute. However, her originally fair face had a few small, hard-to-see crystals on it, resembling freckles. Yamato tightly held the little girl and helplessly said, Hey, it's dangerous over there. At this moment, Little Purple held a paper umbrella over the little girl's head and shouted to Wayne in the sky. Captain Wayne, this child was hiding behind the building all this time, and she seems very afraid of the sunlight. Bonnie? Bear and Wayne exclaimed in unison. Immediately, Bear reacted, an evil profession flashing in his mind. Could she be a child trafficker? Thinking this, he quickly dashed towards Yamato and the others, wanting to snatch Bonnie back. Meanwhile, Wayne had already released his observation hockey before Bear was ready to act. Stop. You'll tear her apart. In Wayne's envisioned future, in the first second, Bear grabbed Bonnie's hand. In the second, Bear exerted force to pull Bonnie from Yamato's embrace. In the third second, Yamato instinctively tightened her hold on Bonnie, and the two's immense strength directly. The scene that followed was too brutal. Wayne's gaze tightened, and he shouted in his heart, "You two brutes!" Whoosh! Fortunately, with high-level observation hockey, combined with Teacher Kai's special training, Wayne's reaction ability and speed had increased several levels, significantly faster than the current Bear. In an instant, the purple giant flashed to the middle of the two, and a massive, powerful claw suddenly grabbed Bear's arm. Bear was taken aback. What exactly is this guy? So fast, and, in this posture, is it a devil fruit ability? Whoosh! Bear's form violently retreated, plowing two deep grooves in the ground. Who are you? Yamato replied. Don't worry, we're not bad people. We're pirates. Upon hearing this, Bear relaxed and let out a sigh. So you're pirates? What? Pirates? Born evil pirates? Bear was taken aback. Looking at Bonnie, who was struggling in Yamato's arms, his expression instantly darkened, his brows furrowing as he seemed to tremble slightly from extreme anger. Let go of Bonnie or else. Bear gritted his teeth, his face becoming extremely ferocious. Everyone anxiously stared at Bear. This man seemed like he was about to explode at any moment. However, the next second, Bear fell to his knees at lightning speed, his eyes already moist. Pleading in an extremely humble tone, "Please, let my daughter go." Bear's change of expression was so rapid that a few people almost couldn't react. However, Wayne smiled, first releasing his devil fruit ability, then stepping forward to pinch Bonnie's smooth little face. Bad guy, Bonnie shouted angrily, opening her mouth wide to bite Wayne's big hand, revealing her small white teeth. Wayne quickly withdrew his hand, only to hear a crack. Bonnie's face showed pain as she cried out, "Whoa, I bit my tongue, it hurts." "Please, don't bully her," Bear pleaded with Wayne, feeling heartbroken. Wayne smirked. She bit her own tongue, right? By the way, Bear, you're really spoiling her. She actually dared to follow you here alone. At this moment, Bear finally reacted. Right, Bonnie, why are you here? Did they bring you here? Yamato waved his hands repeatedly. No, she just came over from there. The white-haired girl clearly disliked being misunderstood. Daddy, I'm worried about you. The pink-haired little girl cried while shouting loudly. It's Daddy's fault for letting you fall into the hands of bad people. Bear felt very guilty. Wait, Bear, don't jump to conclusions. It's like we've really done something heinous. Wayne took Bonnie from Yamato's arms. This child can't be exposed to the sun for too long, right? How do you know? Bear asked in surprise. Perhaps we can find a quiet place to sit down and talk. Without a hint of hesitation, Bear nodded heavily. Okay, please follow me. Because Bonnie was in Wayne's hands, Bear would agree to whatever Wayne said. This is Bear. Soon, the group arrived at a secluded little church. After pushing the door open, an elderly man immediately greeted them. Bear, you won? But upon seeing Wayne and the others, he questioned, who are they? Wayne recognized the old man. His name was Bartolomeo, the former king of the Sabiti archipelago, and he was the one who took care of Bonnie during the revolution, and after Bear's one-man revolution. He handed the country over to Bartolomeo to govern. After Bartolomeo asked this question, Wayne directly tossed Bonnie to Bear. Bear's expression tightened, quickly reaching out to catch her. Then looked at Wayne. What are you doing? I'm not joking, Bear. We really don't have any ill intentions. Wayne said lightly, his slightly aggressive gaze scanning Bear up and down. Just thinking about such a powerful ally potentially becoming his crew member made Wayne extremely excited. Bear felt uncomfortable under Wayne's gaze. May I ask what your intentions are? Bear couldn't help but be on guard against Wayne's strength. A powerhouse like Wayne could almost walk sideways in the South Blue. Actually, I want to invite you onto my ship, Wayne said with a smile. Our beast pirate ship is quite large. You're welcome to come aboard and play. If you get tired, you could just sleep, no problem. Board the ship? Become a pirate? Bear murmured. Then, he gently shook his head and apologetically said, Thank you for your kindness, but I must decline. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, Wayne continued. Do you know that your daughter has a terminal illness? Terminal illness? The little girl lying in Bear's arms opened her big eyes. Daddy, what's a terminal illness? Bonnie, a terminal illness is... Bear was about to answer, but suddenly remembered something and asked Wayne, the terminal illness you're talking about, could it be? That's right. You should have noticed to some extent that Bonnie is different from other children. She is afraid of sunlight. And there are those tiny gem-like particles growing on her body, just like Ginny. Ginny was Bonnie's mother, but not Bear's wife. It was a very complicated, regrettable, and sad story. Decades ago, Bear participated in the God Valley incident as a slave. But with the help of Ginny and Ivankov. He ate the pawpaw fruit and escaped with a few people. Later, Bear lived with Ginny, participated in the Revolutionary Army, and, after overcoming many hardships together, they fell in love and pledged their lives to one another. Those are the happiest times of Bear's life. Unfortunately, later, an accident occurred. During one of Bear's missions, Ginny was captured by the Celestial Dragons and became their wife, giving birth to Bonnie, and she contracted a disease known as green jade scales. Later, Ginny was abandoned and returned to the Sabaody archipelago. In her final moments, she entrusted Bonnie to Bear. What? Upon hearing Ginny's name, Bear was struck by lightning, and a look of pain instantly appeared on his face. The young man said, like Ginny? Memories of the last time he saw Ginny began to surface in his mind. At that time, Ginny was covered in those gem-like crystalline substances, looking at him with tears in her eyes, and her last words were, "I love you, Kuma. Please take care of Bonnie." Drip. A tear slid down the corner of Bear's eye, falling to the ground, making a distinct sound in the quiet little church. "Daddy, why are you crying?" Bonnie reached out her little hand, wanted to wipe away Bear's tears. Wayne's gaze shifted. "If you don't believe me, you can look for some famous doctors. With your abilities, it shouldn't be hard to do." Bear held back his sadness. "No need, I believe you. When those things first appeared on Bonnie, I thought of it. I just didn't dare to believe it. Does that mean Bonnie will end up like Ginny?" Thinking of this, Bear's tears couldn't be stopped any longer, and he began to cry, completely at odds with his fierce image. "Daddy, am I going to die?" Little Bonnie is very smart, although she's only 3 years old. During the conversation between her and her dad, she thought of the scary word death. Soon, both the father and daughter, along with the old king beside them, began to cry loudly. "Bonnie, my daughter, Dad, I don't want to die. Wah, wah, wah." Bonnie, poor little thing. Watching the three of them cry, the onlookers were somewhat moved. Bonnie, how pitiful. She is so small. Little Z felt her nose getting sour. Bonnie's appearance reminded her of her helpless and desperate self when she was young. "Bonnie, don't." Wah, wah. Leo and Mengshwali hugged each other, joining the weeping crowd. For a moment, the church seemed to turn into a mourning hall. The few of them cried louder than the last. All right, little Princess Mengshwali, why are you crying?" Vane couldn't stand it anymore and poked Mengshwali on the head. Because Bonnie has a terminal illness." Mengshwali sobbed. The little people were very straightforward. A terminal illness means death, and they believed it without a doubt. Since Vane said it was a terminal illness, it must be incurable. Sigh. Vane sighed helplessly. In fact, Bonnie still had hope. "Huh? Really?" Mengshwali said excitedly, her eyes sparkling with tears. Vane smiled, "Of course, as long as you are willing." He then whispered a few words in Mengshwali's ear. After hearing this, Mengshwali nodded excitedly. "Yes, Vane Landor, I am willing." "That's good." Vane stood up and walked over to the big bear who was squatting on the ground crying, patting his shoulder. "Big bear, you don't want Bonnie to die from her terminal illness, do you?" "Of course not." The big bear replied loudly, tears streaming down his face. "As long as I can cure Bonnie's illness, I am willing to do anything." "Good, that is what I wanted to hear." Vane didn't rush to show Mengshwali's abilities, but first said, "In fact, in this world, terminal illness is not necessarily incurable." "What? Are you serious?" the big bear exclaimed, his eyes regaining their sparkle. "Yes, the sea is not lacking in miracles. To my knowledge, there are precedents of glass-lead disease being cured. And your old friend, the Shemale King, should have also saved many who were supposed to die, right? Are you talking about Ivankov?" The big bear's heart trembled as he remembered the comrade he had formed a partnership with in the Valley of Gods, who later joined the Revolutionary Army together. Ambrosia Ivankov. He is an ability user who ate the hormone fruit. With his abilities, he can indeed treat severely injured patients. But can he cure internal diseases like green jade scale? Besides that, Vane continued, there are several fruits in the world that can create medical miracles. I know there are surgical fruits and healing fruits. Of course, the most reasonable method still relies on science. The world's #1 scientist, Vegapunk, and his former subordinate, now the most evil scientist, Vinsmoke Judge, and Playquin. In Vane's view, the most effective and safest method is still Princess Mengshwali's healing fruit, along with Vegapunk's scientific treatment. After all, in the original work, Bonnie was able to recover thanks to Vegapunk. And Princess Mengshwali's healing fruit is said to be able to heal all injuries and illnesses of living beings. It's a perfect match. So, the big bear looked at Bonnie with determined eyes. "Bonnie, don't worry. Dad will definitely find these people to cure you." "Dad." Wah, wah, wah. Bonnie hugged the big bear tightly. For this poor little girl, it seems that the only places she could cry were in the bathroom and in her dad's arms. Vane shook his head gently. The big bear indeed searched many places in the original work, But the places he searched were all islands suitable for cultivation, which were the places where the Straw Hat crew was later blown away to. Even going to the Magnet Drum Kingdom, where famous doctors are abundant, might lead to someone who can treat Green Jade Scale. It really is misfortune that picks on honest people. Honest people. Oh no, Big Bear, actually I have a friend. Vane smiled. She is a healer who ate the healing fruit. Huh, really? Where's she? Upon hearing this, the Big Bear instantly appeared in front of Vane, asking earnestly. The nearby Yamato also realized, healing fruit? Isn't that referring to Manxueli? Yes. Yamato went to Princess Manxueli and lifted her up, bringing her in front of the Big Bear. The Big Bear looked down with eager eyes. In Yamato's palm, the beautiful little people girl with golden hair shyly pinched the corner of her white dress, feeling a bit embarrassed under his gaze. May I ask if you can cure Bonnie's illness? If you can cure Bonnie's illness, I am willing to do anything. He believed Vane's words without doubt. Or rather, in his view, as long as there's a glimmer of hope to cure Bonnie, he must hold on tightly. Please, cure Bonnie, the Big Bear said, about to kneel at lightning speed, giving Princess Manxueli another French salute. All right, Big Bear, we are not interested in your kneeling thanks. Vane supported the Big Bear's arm. Yes. Please state your requests. I will do anything. Looking at the Big Bear's extremely humble demeanor, Vane even felt helpless. How can someone like you change? Then, Vane gave Manxueli a look. Manxueli understood and gently nodded, saying to the Big Bear, well, Big Bear Landor, if you are willing, please be our companion. Vane had just told Princess Manxueli that as long as they brought Big Bear onto the pirate ship, oh no, brought him into their group, they could go to any island in the world at any time and experience various adventures. Princess Manxueli was instantly moved. However, taking advantage of others' feelings was something the little people could not do. So, Manxueli continued, if you don't want to join, that's okay. I will also help cure Bonnie. Upon hearing this, the Big Bear's tears could no longer be stopped and flowed out uncontrollably. Manxueli is so kind. He is really going to cry to death. Thank you, Princess Manxueli. Thank you, everyone. I am willing to join you. Indeed, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Vane looked at Bonnie. The little girl was holding back tears. Her eyes reddened. Healing tears. Manxueli jumped into Bonnie's palm, and a few crystal-like tears fell from the corners of her eyes, transforming into glowing points like dandelions drifting towards Bonnie's body. Bonnie felt a warm and moist force surge into her body, making her feel a bit itchy. The effect of the healing dandelion should be adaptive. Vane commented from his side. Heal injuries with injuries, cure diseases with diseases. If there are both, then heal them all. What a divine auxiliary fruit. Soon, the treatment was over. The Big Bear nervously stepped forward to check Bonnie's condition. After seeing the gem-like substances on Bonnie's face disappear, he was overjoyed. Bonnie also touched her smooth and delicate skin, feeling an unprecedented lightness. Dad, I think I'm better now. Oh, that's great, Bonnie, my daughter. Whoa. Watching the father and daughter embrace and cry again, Leo excitedly patted Manxueli's shoulder. It seems they are both crybabies, but it's truly wonderful that Bonnie can recover. Princess Manxueli isn't useless after all. Hearing this, Manxueli's face suddenly changed, and she lunged at Leo with her claws. Leo, what did you say? Soon, Leo, with a head full of bumps, ran away to complain, Wayne. I followed your advice and praised Princess Manxueli a lot. Why is she still so savage? Wayne's mouth twitched. Is that how you compliment someone? At this moment, the old king, Burdug, stepped forward and said to Wayne, thank you so much. I don't even know your names yet. At this time, Big Bear also remembered. He had been so overly excited about Bonnie's situation that he hadn't had the chance to ask for the names of his benefactors. Big Bear asked, you guys aren't pirates from the South Sea, are you? There aren't any strong pirate groups like you in the South Sea. We are from the Beast Pirates. My name is Bruce Wayne. Aye. I'm Yamato. Yamato raised her hand high, afraid no one would notice her. This is Xiaoji. This is Leo. Yamato acted as a commentator. Hello, nice to meet you. Big Bear shook hands and greeted everyone. Burdug looked at Big Bear. So, are you really going to become a pirate? Big Bear. Actually, the residents here want me to become the new king of the Sobel Kingdom. I've already made up my mind, and I have a strong feeling that going out to sea with Captain Wayne and the others will yield something different. A strange light flashed in Big Bear's eyes. I see. Since it's your decision, I won't stop you, but what about Bonnie? Burdug said worriedly. A 3-year-old child can't adapt to life at sea. It's simple. Wayne handed him a din mushy. You can continue to take care of her. After all, when Big Bear wasn't around, it was you who took care of Bonnie. If anything happens, Big Bear can always come back. That makes sense. Burdug took the din mushy and muttered to himself. But soon, he furrowed his brows and thought, before Bonnie's illness is cured, I will take care of Bonnie. And after her illness is cured, I will still have to take care of her. Doesn't that mean her illness was cured for nothing? Thinking of this, Tisich Burdug snorted coldly. Looking at the lovely Bonnie, that's best. To be honest, if you were to take Bonnie away, I wouldn't be willing. In the ruins of the Sobel Kingdom Palace. Captain Wayne, are you sure you want to do this? Big Bear stood on a stone slab, asking Wayne across from him. Of course. Wayne smiled, since you joined us. Let's see your strength, just in time for me to test the results of my training during this time. When fighting with Yamato, Yamato always held back. Teacher Kai's strength is too brutal. Fighting with him is just one-sided beating, lacking that feeling of a worthy opponent. The others are too weak, and Big Bear is just the right opponent. The innate monster physique of the Bacchania tribe, combined with the god-level Machi fruit. A truly gifted player. Perfect for being a diligent opponent like me. Wayne clenched his fists, feeling the power surging within his body, grinning widely. I have a feeling this will be an exhilarating fight. All right, Big Bear nodded, looking at the somewhat manic Captain Wayne. Wayne was laughing wildly, you know how I've been spending these days on Ghost Island? I've been getting beaten up non-stop. That's why I've been longing for and searching for such a thrilling battle. In the distance, Yamato and others, as well as some residents of the Sobel Kingdom, were nervously watching this battle. Some held binoculars, their eyes wide open, afraid of missing any details. How exciting. To witness Big Bear's battle in person is worth dying for. I want to see this. I want to see this, quack. How could Big Bear lose? Take down that bastard. This land has never lacked bloodthirsty spectators. And Leo said, somewhat worriedly, I hope no one gets hurt. Yamato grinned. Nope, because Mangshwali is here. At this moment, Mangshwali was nestled in Yamato's soft chest, peeking her little head out of the deep valley, smiling and nodding. As long as the battle ends, they can quickly treat the injured. Mangshwali had gradually adapted to her role as a doctor. On the contrary, why were they so excited? Xiaoji looked at the cheering crowd around, puzzled. Burdug said lightly, because Big Bear single-handedly defeated the rule of King Beckerly. Everyone is very grateful to Big Bear. Or maybe they want to see how strong the one who can be Captain Big Bear is. On the ruins of the palace, without any unnecessary words, after exchanging glances, the battle between the two had begun. Wayne's face showed a fierce expression. Since the opponent is Big Bear, let's see what I can do. Big Bear's pupils contracted, staring intently at Wayne, rushing toward him at high speed. The black-haired man's fists were enveloped in a dark, flowing, armed color. Not using abilities? Starting with physical skills and armed color? It seems a bit underestimated. Step, step. Wayne's steps quickened, raising a large cloud of dust behind him. The armed color on his right hand was already showing signs of being released. Just a little more, just a little more, just a little more. He could reach that realm. That supreme new realm of armed color. Armed color release. Boom. In the next moment, Wayne leaped up, suddenly raising his right fist, and then heavily smashed down. Wayne knew how strong Big Bear was, so he wouldn't hold back. Damn, the power gained from 200 times the effort. Day after day of training. Serious punch. This punch from Wayne was his strongest without using fruit abilities. That terrifying punch carried strong wind pressure and surging arm color. And before it fell, Big Bear's face felt like it was being cut by a knife. Big Bear also did not hold back, raising his soft bear paw to unleash a transparent air bubble. Bear shockwave. Then, Wayne's fist slammed down. The dark fist collided violently with the bear paw bubble. Boom! A huge sound erupted, like the roar of a giant beast, spreading outward from the center of the clash. Dazzling light accompanied by a terrifying shockwave instantly engulfed the entire space. The ground cracked beneath their feet, and the already dilapidated ruins were reduced to dust under the impact. The bear shockwave, capable of destroying an entire palace, was now at a standstill against Wayne's punch, unable to knock him away. The onlookers shielded themselves from the fierce wind with their arms while desperately trying to keep their eyes open, wanting to record everything happening on the battlefield in their minds. How powerful, how powerful. These two are so strong. This is it. This is what I want to see. Quack, quack, boom, with another dull sound. The terrifying aftershock finally declared an end. Wayne and the bear both retreated dozens of meters, then steadied themselves. What is that? Baby, 5 gaped in disbelief. In the center of the spot where Wayne and the bear had stood, a deep chasm appeared, almost splitting the entire battlefield in two. Who? Wayne let out a heavy breath. Not evenly matched, the bear seemed to be somewhat surprised as well. Speed and strength. Aren't they all abilities granted by the fruit? Even Haki is so formidable. Captain Wayne, Among all the young people I have seen, no one is stronger than you. That's why you're taking this seriously." Wayne moved his limbs and grinned, saying this is just the beginning. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Wayne's body vanished from the spot, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he moved. Paper drawing and shave, distorting his body while significantly reducing air resistance to further enhance his speed. Observation-He, anticipating the bear's next defensive position. Boom! A pitch-black fist quickly smashed into the bear's face, the powerful force directly sending him flying, and then Wayne's figure followed, raining down punches like raindrops on the bear. Bang! Bang! Wayne's fists were so fast that they left afterimages. The bear's eyes bulged in pain. This guy's not holding back at all. The bear gently clapped his body and instantly shook off Wayne's continuous attacks, appearing high in the air. He brought his hands together, releasing a large circle of bubbles. As they rapidly left his palms, they transformed into a magnificent shockwave, shooting out. Wayne clenched his fists at his waist and covered his entire body with armament-He. Iron block. Boom! Wayne's figure was blasted away like a cannonball, rolling in the air several times before getting close to the ground, gritting his teeth in pain. He braced himself with one hand on the ground, twisting for leverage, and quickly stomped on the air to attack the bear suspended in the air. Storm leg chaos. Countless crescent-shaped, slashing shockwaves shot out, obscuring the sky and covering the air as they attacked the bear from below. The bear's gaze darkened, and his palms wrapped in He dispersed the approaching shockwaves. But just as the last shockwave was shot off, a sharp military knife stabbed toward him, aiming for his chest. Clang! Right below, Wayne, holding the knife, looked serious. The knife was about to stab, but something blocked it. Unbeknownst to him, a faint glow began to emanate from the bear's body, and a smooth, bubble-like soft barrier started to seep toward Wayne, enveloping his knife entirely. The bear calmly uttered, "My ability can deflect any object." Bear pressure cannon, using the power of the pawpaw fruit to rapidly compress the air around him, gaining the strength to bounce off any object. The bear trapped Wayne's military knife with bubbles, embedding it completely, and then exerted force. Bear pressure cannon. Boom, not good. Wayne's observation-He gave a strong warning, and he quickly vanished from below, dodging a powerful shockwave. The shockwave whooshed as it slammed into the ground below, creating a large crater in the shape of a bear paw, looking particularly terrifying. Wayne's figure rapidly retreated in the air, his blood surging, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his entire skeleton cracking. The bear shockwave was truly ferocious, an attack capable of invading the body and wreaking havoc on every cell. It was similar to Whitebeard's quake, though not quite as strong. Is there really a limit to the human body? Well done, bear, well done. Wayne stepped on the air, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he noticed his empty right hand and belatedly realized, "Where's my knife?" Was it knocked away? The bear, not giving Wayne a moment's respite, landed on the ground and once again compressed the surrounding air, creating an air bubble 10 times larger than before in front of his palm. "I'm sorry, Captain Wayne, but let me show you some pain." It was clear that the bear was also very excited. Today, not only did he cure Bonnie's illness and overthrow King Beckley's tyranny, but he also encountered a group of interesting people. Threefold joy folded over one another. This should be a happy time to enjoy battle and vent freely. Bear's supersized pressure cannon. Crash! A massive bubble condensed again, shattering the ground below while wrapping around an incredibly strong He, instantly collapsing the atmosphere and transforming into an astonishing shockwave, blasting out. Whoosh! A long, dragon-like roar suddenly echoed. The air bubble exploded violently the moment it was launched. Boom! Thick dust rose, and the entire area was covered by the shockwave. From a distance, one could even see a bear paw-shaped air wave spreading outward. Wow! Leo's mouth formed an O shape, staring incredulously at the battlefield. Is Wayne and the bear really just sparring? An attack like this could be fatal. Meanwhile, Yamato grinned at the rolling smoke, reassuringly saying, "Don't worry, Wayne won't be defeated so easily. That kind of attack is far weaker than that bastard Kaido." Bastard Kaido. Little Purple's eyes flickered as she repeated Yamato's words, looking at her in confusion. At this moment, on the already ravaged battlefield, boom! The air seemed to be torn apart. Amidst the thick mist, a strong purple light suddenly erupted, dimming the surrounding buildings. The light grew ever more intense. Finally, a purple giant wielding twin blades burst out of the smoke, rushing swiftly toward the bear. He wore an ancient mask, his body covered in barrier-like purple armor, and his large pupils emitted a divine glow. Kaniago no Kami second phase. Is it a mythical beast? The bear had been prepared, compressing the air into a gas bag around his body and then stepping forward to charge head-on. Fallen Thundersword. In the hands of the purple giant are two divine weapons, one wrapped in flowing lightning and the other completely covered in purple, blazing flames. Then, combined with armed color hockey, the values stack upon one another, reaching their maximum power. This is the nature of the mythical beast type. Other ability, users only need to analyze different abilities and use corresponding tactics against different enemies in battle. However, we mythical beast types have more to consider. Just then, the massive bear's body collided head-on with Wayne's dual blades, resulting in a fierce clash. The sound of the collision echoed through the heavens. The bear's large hands firmly gripped the two blades, and lightning and purple flames instantly spread onto his body, invading his insides. The bear endured the excruciating pain and roared, displaying the unique brute strength of the Baccarina clan, forcefully throwing the two blades aside. Then his arm, wrapped in armed color hockey, swung fiercely, landing an elbow strike on the purple giant's chest. Bear's elbow strike. Whoosh! Gale winds howled, and the air wailed. The purple giant fell to the ground like a meteor, kicking up countless clouds of dust, making a classic entrance like the dutiful child of the earth. The rich purple glow on his body visibly dimmed. Swish! The bear pressed the attack, raising a heavy fist in the air, covered by a transparent bubble. Wayne immediately thought of something bad. This move looks so much like Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit. That time he suffered a blow from Whitebeard was unforgettable, as it shook his very insides. Gritting his teeth, Wayne began to counterattack. Electrostatic explosion. The purple flames on the giant transformed into lightning, flowing into his fists. Crackling with the sound of 1,000 birds distorting the air. Extreme electric 1,000 birds. Wayne abandoned his dual blades, enveloping his massive fists in terrifying thunder, striking with all his might against the bear's fist. Boom! A tangible wave of heat erupted in all directions. Lightning flashed, and the world changed color. There were no pure techniques, only pure value collisions. After this fierce clash, the purple giant first couldn't hold on, soaring out in the impending tornado of shockwaves, crashing heavily into the ground. His armor already battered and torn. Meanwhile, the bear's figure, like a kite with a broken string, rapidly retreated, finally landing with difficulty, his feet plowing deep grooves into the ground. The already ruined palace was further ravaged by their fierce attacks, leaving shattered stones scattered across the ground and some slightly moist soil surfacing. No wonder the bear is considered a monster by countless people. He is considerably stronger than Marco. Blood spewed from Wayne's mouth. Since he had not yet released his fruit form, the blood evaporated as it overflowed, turning into sizzling mist from the residual flames still burning at his lips. The onlookers in the distance were left dumbfounded. Are these still humans? These two guys are monsters capable of destroying an entire country. Baby Five's eyes were filled with worry. Will Lord Wayne win? Yamato spread his hands and shouted towards Wayne. Go for it. Crackle, crackle. The bear clutched his chest, his bones creaking as he gasped for breath, staring at Wayne. Sorry, it seems I've won, Captain Wayne. This taunting remark reached Wayne's ears on the wind. Saying such things now is premature. The purple giant trembled as he stood up, meeting the bear's gaze. Since he couldn't compete in terms of values for now, then, let us cheat. He spread his arms wide, as if accepting the power of light. His momentum suddenly surged, and a blinding white light erupted from his battered body. Kaminari no Kami, third stage. Activate. So boring, I don't want to type. Don't want to play games, don't want to sleep, don't want to watch anime. Don't want to do anything, I just want to be a lonely jellyfish surrounded by the cold sea, wandering in the dark and deep seabed. With my robust physique, my unparalleled wisdom, and my tenacious will, consuming 90 of my stamina and haki, I fully transformed the second stage of Kaminari no Kami into pure lightning, transforming into the lightning giant. From the sky, thunder rumbled like war drums. Lightning struck down, illuminating the earth. The giant came with the storm, bringing the wrath of the gods. The intense currents twisted around Kaminari no Kami like a white python. A terrifying sense of suffocation enveloped everyone's hearts. Wayne named this third stage form, the Flying Sky Storm Limitless Lightning, Frenzy, Youth Time, Link Beast, Ultimate Thunder God. For short, Thunder God. Thunder God, activate. Has it elementalized? The bear stared incredulously at Wayne's transformation. The momentum emanating from him was wildly increasing. and it seemed that the lightning, after elementalization, was also intertwined with Haki. Something's off. The bear dared not slacken, facing the dangerous lightning giant. He slowly placed his hands on his chest, transparent bubbles beginning to appear from his hands, faintly glowing red. The greatest ability of the meatball fruit is to expel the pain and fatigue from the human body. The bear reminded Wayne. Although this ability would be significantly weakened when used on the user themselves, the bear clearly felt much more relaxed during the battle. It doesn't matter. My pain is beneath you. The lightning giant roared, now resembling the legendary demonic god, transformed into a natural disaster that could destroy heaven and earth. His physical form is the thunder of annihilation. This is the true thunder disaster. Outside the battlefield, Yamato's mouth dropped open, staring at the distant lightning giant, exclaiming, "Wayne, is that Wayne's ability? So cool." Meanwhile, Mancheri clung tightly to Yamato's towering figure, trying not to be blown away by the shockwave gale, nearly bursting into tears. So terrifying. If this continues, they will both be severely injured. Additionally, the citizens of the Sobel Kingdom clung to the large stone pillars. Even as their bodies were swayed in the air, they still grinned and laughed. So beautiful. This is the battle between the strong. On the battlefield, the bear was ragged and fierce-eyed. His wild black hair added a touch of madness to his image. Then come on, bear pain shockwave. The bear clapped his hands together and then forcefully spread them apart. A massive bear paw bubble embracing his chest, emitting red steam that hissed and bubbled outward. Gently pushing his hands forward, the bubble rapidly expanded, instantly surpassing 50 times his size, occupying half the area of the palace. The immense weight caused the ground beneath the bear to crack and sink. Instant thunder flash. The thunder giant descended like a god or demon, carrying the power to destroy the world within its terrifying body. Suddenly, a spear of electricity formed in its massive hand and charged forward. The grand battle erupted. "Big Bear," Captain Wayne shouted. In the next moment, boom, the thunderous form of the thunder god collided violently with the bubble of energy from Big Bear's paw. A surging wave of shock waves erupted, creating a deafening roar akin to an earthquake. Dazzling light blinded the eyes. The attacks from both sides appeared fierce, but in reality, neither was weak. The aftermath of their clash began to alter the surrounding landscape, turning everything upside down. As time passed, the attacks of the Thunder Giant and Big Bear dissipated, leading to close-quarters combat. The Thunder Giant unleashed a straightforward fighting style, throwing powerful punches at Big Bear, with thunder coiling around its fists, ferociously overwhelming. Big Bear gritted his teeth and fought back against Wayne's onslaught. He felt somewhat frustrated in this battle. He had seen strong opponents, even those he couldn't defeat, but this was the first time encountering someone much younger than him who could match him in every aspect. Burning with fierce resolve, giving it everything he had, Big Bear unleashed dark punches again and again with all his might. Watching Big Bear's ferocity intensify, Wayne secretly rejoiced while also letting out a light sigh. The two continued their exchange for a while longer. Soon, Big Bear realized something was off. His powerful attacks, infused with domineering energy, couldn't hit Captain Wayne's physical form. What a joke. Isn't this elementalization? Everyone knows that attacks infused with Haki can touch elemental-type abilities, right? After enduring the relentless strikes of thunder and heavy fists, Big Bear was nearing exhaustion, feeling helpless against the Thunder Giant. He was knocked away and quickly pursued by the Thunder Giant, who rained down countless glowing punches from above. In this all-out battle, Wayne felt an unprecedented thrill. When fighting against Teacher Kai, he never felt this kind of matchup or desire for victory. With every passing second, Big Bear risked collapsing, and Wayne's stamina wouldn't last much longer either. The urgency of the moment was exhilarating. Only when pushed to the limit can one break through. The Thunder Giant's body expanded wildly, crackling with electricity, and the pervasive domineering energy rapidly gathered at its right fist. Its visage grew even more menacing. A surge of energy erupted, and the Thunder Giant's right fist shot up, aiming directly at Big Bear in the sky. "It's over, Big Bear." Thunder roar cannon. The Thunder Giant roared, and a brilliant white lightning orb began to form in its hand, unleashed without reservation towards Big Bear. However, the orb astonishingly transformed into black lightning upon leaving its palm, a manifestation of emitted Haki. Black flash. The pitch-black lightning twisted and expanded rapidly from a small black point at the center, ultimately striking Big Bear. Pwah! Big Bear let out a heart-wrenching scream as he felt an incredibly powerful energy surge into his body, nearly tearing his insides apart. His form plummeted like a cannonball, consciousness gradually slipping into darkness. Victory was decided. High above, Wayne, gradually returning from his thunder god form to his human shape, murmured, "Information is crucial. Big Bear's combat experience is still not as rich as Marco's." When Marco realized Haki couldn't touch him, he immediately abandoned his attack in favor of full defense. But Big Bear didn't respond right away. Wayne understood Big Bear's abilities very well. Therefore, part of the reason Wayne could win was due to the advantage in information. Big Bear Lando. The onlookers rushed over to provide emergency treatment upon seeing this, while the spectators were left agape at the terrifying destruction, staring blankly at the flattened palace ruins. Big Bear actually lost. It was unbelievable. Was that lightning monster a god? Quack. Who? Wayne exhaled a breath of foul air and rapidly descended towards the ground. Upon landing, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked in a certain direction. Is someone else approaching? Just as Leo, Mank Shueli, and others arrived at Big Bear's side to administer treatment, Wayne glanced towards the perimeter. Yamato also walked over, raising his fist excitedly, saying, "Wayne, I can feel it too. It seems to be a very strong guy. Is it an enemy?" Soon, a man dressed in a white suit and draped in a white cloak approached, wearing a chicken-headed mask. This attire, CP0? Wayne pulled out a handgun from his waist and warily eyed him. In response, the man in the chicken mask waved his hands repeatedly, then pulled out a bounty poster from his pocket. After a brief comparison, a panicked expression crossed his face as he spoke first. "Prince Wayne, please don't shoot. I mean no harm." Wayne crossed his arms, watching the comical chicken mask on the CP0 agent with great interest. "This guy came alone. What brings you here?" Wayne asked indifferently. "Prince Wayne, actually, we've been looking for you for several days." The man in the chicken mask sighed helplessly. "Why did your ship come to the South Sea?" The chicken mask didn't hide anything and explained to Wayne. The gist of it was this. During the last meeting with Wano Country, the world government intended to make direct contact with Wayne. However, at that time, the general of Wano, Kaido, seemed very angry about Wayne's interference in the sea stone trade. So they had to temporarily abandon the idea and look for another opportunity. Later, upon learning through various channels that Wayne was setting sail, the world government planned to track his whereabouts. But they never expected Wayne's ship would make its way straight to the South Sea. It was simply unfathomable. "Did he fly here?" The chicken mask muttered in a strange tone. Just then, Wayne asked in confusion, "But how did you know I was here?" "Oh, you mean that? Do you remember the pirate crew you eliminated not long ago? There were our people among them, which is why." Upon hearing this, Wayne couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The infiltration of the world government spies was impressive, even in such a small pirate crew in the South Sea. They had their people. By the way, it seems I'm also a spy, but probably more professional than the others. However, the true undercover kings are those who eliminate their leaders and take their place. "Prince Wayne, we have heard about the situation in Wano Country. Congratulations on becoming the new king of Wano." The chicken mask bowed respectfully. "Enough with the nonsense. What does the world government want to discuss with me? Is it about the sea prism stone business? Didn't I leave that to Devago to handle?" Wayne said impatiently, as he was feeling weak and eager to seek treatment. "Please wait a moment, Prince Wayne." The chicken mask had heard of Wayne's deeds. He was an extremely brutal and cold man, and the culprit behind the war between Whitebeard and Kaido. Typically, powerful pirates have eccentric temperaments, so the chicken mask was very afraid, worried that Wayne might suddenly decide to kill him if he was displeased. He carefully took out a transponder snail from his pocket and held it in front of him. "Prince Wayne, please take the call from the representative of the world's highest authority, the Gorosei." The Gorosei? Wayne's pupils contracted, and his heart tightened. What could the Gorosei want with him? Did they know about his undercover plan? Or was it because of his identity as the new king of Wano? "What do the Gorosei want with me?" Wayne asked cautiously. "You'll find out once you answer the call." The transponder snail was obviously encrypted, and after CP0 fiddled with it for quite a while and connected several departments, it finally went through. The transponder snail began to display a vivid image of an elderly man with a big beard, wearing a black headscarf and a serious expression. "I am Saint Saturn. Wayne, you were once in the Navy, so you should know what the Gorosei represents, right?" Saint Saturn said lightly from the other end. Wayne's tone was laced with disdain. "Of course, it symbolizes the world's highest authority, but I don't know why you went through so much trouble to contact me. Are you planning to go to war with the Beast Pirates?" "Huh." Saint Saturn chuckled coldly. "The world government has no interest in the Beast Pirates, but we can have a good discussion about you." "About what?" Saint Saturn stated directly that the world government wants to invite you to become a Shichibukai. Shichibukai? That's right. You were once in the Navy, so you should be familiar with the Shichibukai system. The Shichibukai are essentially pirates who have been granted a pardon by the government. The world government established this system to balance power on the seas and to intimidate other pirates. Additionally, the gene experiments and the bloodline factor project that Vegapunk is currently working on require the extraction of excellent genes from a Shichibukai. Currently, the Shichibukai on the seas have already lost 2 members under Wayne's intervention. One is Jinbei, who felt that the world government was not genuinely cooperating with Fishman Island after Wayne killed Arlong, who had just been released from prison, so he turned to Whitebeard. The other is that fool Doflamingo, who was used as a stepping stone by Wayne to gain fame. The other Shichibukai are even more eccentric. Gecko Moria, a deadbeat. Dracule Mihawk, a drifter who neither forms a crew nor seeks pleasure, just wanders the seas. The new Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, is just a kid. She became a Shichibukai largely because of the overall strength of Amazon Lily and its strong connections. Crocodile has retreated from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line, seemingly trying to establish a money-making organization called Baroque Works. King of Lizards Floor de la Floor is holed up on a small island in the first half of the Grand Line, acting like a local emperor, enjoying himself. The most important thing is that none of them are obedient. However, Wayne is different. He was once in the Navy. Moreover, Saint Saturn has reviewed his profile. The reason he defected from the Navy was that he was infatuated with women, beat up his colleagues, and robbed equipment. Thinking of this, Saint Saturn twitched his lips. What a ridiculous reason for defection. Come on, you know what I mean, right? As Saint Saturn thought this, his expression darkened. Sure enough, a Navy officer who defected to become a pirate must have something wrong with him. For what so-called dream or great treasure, he actually gave up his identity as a Navy officer. However, Wayne, you don't want to be a pirate for the rest of your life, do you? Saint Saturn continued. By joining the Shichibukai, the Navy can withdraw the bounty on you and recognize the legitimacy of your pirate identity. Even if you want to return to the Navy in the future, that could be negotiated. Heh, it's too late to make me a Shichibukai now. Wayne snorted coldly and said, Do you know how I've been living the beast pirate for the past year? It was quite enjoyable. Although I was often subjected to loving beatings by Kaido, my strength has improved tremendously. The old me would probably not have been able to defeat Bartholomew Kuma. Moreover, I have become the thunder disaster of the beast pirates, the king of Wano, and the spokesperson for Dressrosa. Now, if I want to, I could even become the king of the Sobel Kingdom. Most importantly, I've gained so many skilled companions. To be honest, everything I have is a pirate. Even a marshal of the warlords Wound T want to trade for a position of rear admiral. Oh, not interested? Saint Saturn said expressionlessly. Then, as such a strong individual, are you content to remain under Kaido? Saint Saturn continued to tempt him. Since you won't agree to become a Shichibukai because of your Navy identity, it must be for that unrealistic pirate dream. The world government can see the emergence of the 4 emperors and great pirates, but absolutely does not allow one to dominate. Therefore, if Wayne can grow and split the beast pirates, that would be a situation the world government would be happy to see. Wayne, becoming a Shichibukai not only acknowledges you by the world government, but you might also receive their assistance. Hearing this, Wayne smiled. It seems Sengoku really didn't deceive him. At least for now, the identity of Blade is only known to the admirals and the chief of staff. Even the Gorosei are kept in the dark. He really doesn't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Saint Saturn's lips curled up. Doflamingo is a good kid, but he isn't strong enough. That's why he was defeated by you. But you should also know that if it weren't for you, he would have become the king of Dressrosa. Do you want to be a king? It's quite reasonable to become a Shichibukai after defeating one. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Wayne's face showed the classic expression of an old man looking at his phone on the subway. Damn it, I'm already the king of Wano. And if I wanna, I could become the king of 2 more countries as well. Also, do you think I care about being a king? Wayne is now seriously doubting that the Gorosei's rhetoric for recruiting the Shichibukai is all standardized. Who do you think I am? Wayne's voice suddenly rose, startling the chicken mask. I am a disciple of Teacher Kai, the king of Wano, a man who will become the pirate king in the future. You dare to test me with this? Which pirate can withstand such a test? Wayne has a deep hatred for the world government, especially for the celestial dragons. Their corruption and arrogance conflict with the justice he believes in. When he was in the Navy, he lacked the ability and influence to do more. But now it's different. During this year's pirate experience, he has faintly grasped a glimmer of hope for the future. Even if that light is very weak, Wayne is willing to give it his all this time. At this moment, he suddenly recalls the words of his teacher Zephyr, that justice will not be extinguished, because there will always be someone who carries the justice in their hearts and walks the path of changing the world. Perhaps he could persuade Teacher Kai, Aunt Lingling. and the golden lion to fight against the celestial dragons? Thinking of this, Wayne chuckles softly. Pirates in the Navy, it's really just a matter of mindset. On the other side, within the power dynamics, the Gorosei communicate through their souls. So after some discussion, another Gorosei, holding a famous sword, angrily declares, Wayne, offending the world government will not end well for you. The red-faced one has arrived. Do you know how many pirates want to become one, but can't? Remember Jinbei from Fishman Island? He has already come knocking on the door for the second time regarding Fishman Island. Without Whitebeard's protection, Fishman Island has become a no-man's land, and countless human traffickers, pirates, and underground forces are eyeing that treasure land. Wayne laughs heartily. All right. It sounds like I'm the one who is utterly clueless. How about this? I'll think about it. After all, the beast pirates are all my beloved friends and brothers. Even if I want to persuade them to come out and do something on our own, it will take some time, right? Wayne does not directly refuse the Gorosei's invitation. The purpose of the Shichibukai is to maintain a balance against the emperors of the sea. By saying this, Wayne is, in a sense, painting a grand picture for the Gorosei. Who knows, maybe one day he can trick the world government. Sure enough, after hearing Wayne's words, the tone of the Gorosei softened. This is what they wanted to see. Wayne, you're not beyond saving yet. Saint Saturn rejects. However, you should know how complex the world situation is now. Today we can invite you on equal terms, but tomorrow we might send troops to pacify Wano. Saint Nazashru also coldly states, so give us your answer as soon as possible, Bruce Wayne. I got it. Wayne laughs wildly again, fully displaying his pirate demeanor. After the call ends, Wayne lowers his head and looks at the still holding the den mushy chicken mask with a kind expression. Brother Chicken you. The chicken mask is sweating profusely from being stared at. He suddenly remembers that this evil guy, Wayne, seems to never leave any survivors. His lips tremble. Lord Wayne, I'll just leave the phone here. If you think it over, feel free to contact us. After placing the den mushy on the ground, he uses the fastest shave of his life, even breaking through his limits, and quickly flies away. A second later, he disappears from Wayne's sight. Wayne's mouth twitches. Am I really such a bad person? After dealing with the matters of the Sobel Kingdom, everyone prepares to set off. The user of the meat ball fruit can bounce themselves, others, and objects to any place in the world. But the prerequisite is that the user must have been to those places. However, coincidentally, Bartholomew Kuma has traveled the world with Dragon. Therefore, aside from some remote places and the territories of dangerous forces, Kuma can be considered a human map transporter. Super practical. At the port, a large ship decorated with a brontosaurus at the bow is docked. After several people board, a little girl stumbles over, shouting loudly, Daddy. Daddy, Bonnie doesn't want you to go. Bonnie doesn't want to leave Daddy. Take Bonnie with you. Upon seeing his healed daughter, Kuma immediately jumps off the ship and tightly hugs Bonnie. His face shows reluctance, and tears begin to well up in the corners of his eyes. Bonnie, I'm sorry. Forgive Daddy next time. Wayne is momentarily stunned and can't help but say, as long as you want to come back, you can come back any day, right? Why does it sound like you can't come back? Hearing this, Kuma smiles awkwardly. Bonnie then sticks her tongue out at Wayne and raises her little fist. You guys can't bully Daddy. Otherwise, Bonnie won't let you off. Wayne helplessly shrugs. Okay, but your dad is the easiest one to bully, right? We're all still kids. Now on the ship, half of the crew is underage. Before Kuma arrived, Wayne, the oldest, was only 21. With the addition of Kuma, the average age of the crew has increased significantly. Below, Kuma rubs Bonnie's little head, smiling widely. Bonnie, you have to listen to Mr. Bulldog and study hard. The little girl sniffs, looking stubborn. Bonnie doesn't want to study. Bonnie wants to become a pirate. To punch Daddy. Wayne scoffs. What a scene of a loving father and filial daughter. So familiar, so familiar. He glances at Yamato beside him, who now looks at Bonnie with admiration, as if she has found a kindred spirit. Yes, they both love their daddies. By the way, Wayne finds the temporary King Bulldog and hands him a Beast Pirate's flag engraved with a skull. If anything special happens, and Kuma happens to not be able to return, use this to deal with it. Bulldog nods blankly, looking down at the fearsome pirate flag, momentarily lost in thought. Pirate protection? But aren't you forgetting that we are a member of the world government? After the warm father-daughter farewell, everyone excitedly boards the ship, their faces beaming with anticipation. Captain, if we're traveling, where are we going? Kuma gently asks Wayne. Wayne takes out a sparkling gold card from his pocket and grins. Now that we have Kuma, the all-map transporter, we don't need to worry about travel distances anymore. Of course, we're going to the happiest place in the world, Joy Street. Joy Street? Upon hearing this name, Kuma's face turns red. That is a place of indulgence and extravagance. Moreover, in the eyes of this former revolutionary, Joy Street is synonymous with depravity. He thought Captain Wayne was a person with ambition and dreams. Didn't he expect to go to that kind of place, huh? Don't get me wrong, Bear. Wayne noticed Bear's concerns, rubbed the gold card in his hand, and said, that place is not just for entertainment. It's also one of the largest intelligence stations in the world. So that's how it is. Captain, are you going there to gather intelligence? No. I just want to take everyone to relax a bit. Bear. Just kidding. After fighting for a whole year, can I enjoy myself a bit? Let us go. Joy Street. Bear sighed. There is really no helping you, fine? Buzz, accompanied by a strange sound. A supersized air bubble shaped like a bear paw enveloped the entire Queen's ship, and then Bear lightly clapped his hands, causing the bubble to instantly disappear from the sea surface and shoot straight into the sky. Daddy. Daddy flew away. On the shore, Bonnie was bouncing with excitement. All right, Bonnie will also form a pirate crew and become a stronger captain than anyone else. Meanwhile, Bulldog patted her little head and said, before forming a pirate crew, you need to finish today as homework. Huh? Why is that? Bonnie's face instantly fell on the verge of tears. Thus, Captain Bonnie's plan was met with strong resistance from homework. On the first day, officially declared a washout. On the Queen's ship, everyone looked curiously at the small black dots below, shouting excitedly. Leo, how amazing! How amazing! We really flew up, thanks to the protection of the bubble. No one was blown off, and they didn't even feel a slight shake. If one ignored the scenery retreating around them, it felt like riding a roller coaster. Wait, I just remembered something. Wayne stretched out his right hand and grasped at the air. Where's my sword? During the fight with Bear, his sword had been knocked away. He had forgotten about his treasure in the rush earlier. Bear also realized, scratching his head in embarrassment, when I was fighting with you. I accidentally threw that sword onto an island. It seems to be a small island in the EC. I'll get it back for you after we land. Although he said this, why do I have a bad feeling? At the same time, in the EC, Frostmoon Village, at the village entrance, a sharp, glinting long sword was stuck straight into the ground. Nearby, a boy was cautiously observing the surroundings. The boy had short green hair, resembling seaweed, almost blending in with the dense grass. He had been planning to go to the dojo, but accidentally got lost, ending up at the village entrance, coincidentally spotting a sword that had fallen to the ground ahead. Damn, did this sword fall from the sky? Could it be that someone has heard of my great name, and specifically came to challenge me? The green-haired boy thought it was bad luck, gripping the white-handled sword at his waist, which was longer than he was tall. But after a long time, his stomach began to rumble. I'm so hungry. Forget it. Let's go take a look. The green-haired boy crawled out of the grass, cautiously approaching the long sword. Upon seeing it clearly, his eyes lit up. What a good sword. Although it's not a famous sword, it's definitely not something an ordinary blacksmith could forge. He scanned the surroundings again, finding nothing unusual. Could it be? The boy grinned joyfully. Is it a gift from heaven? He pulled out the long sword with force, and the unblemished blade shone in the sunlight. Not bad, but it seems like there is something embedded at the tip of the sword. I should ask about it at the dojo. Saying this, he walked in a certain direction. At this moment, a villager saw him and helplessly reminded, Zoro, that's the way out of the village. The green-haired boy suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Then he let out a frustrated sound and ran off in another direction. I got it. You know what? That direction is also wrong. In the New World, Joy Street, as the largest Joy Street in the world, it occupies the area of an island. Whether they're villains or righteous people, coming here feels like entering paradise. Of course, the prerequisite is having money. The one in charge here is one of the Dark Emperors of the Underground Forces, Stussy. At this moment at the port, several dock workers looked up in astonishment at the sky, their jaws dropping. What is that? They saw a golden yellow large ship descending from the sky, and just a few seconds later, it crashed onto the sea surface. Splash. As soon as it hit the water, it splashed a massive amount of water, and the waves almost flooded the entire port. Then, looking at the drenched people standing there in shock, Wayne smiled apologetically, sorry. The distance from the South Sea to Joy Street in the New World is very far, but didn't take much time. The ability of the meatball fruit is really useful. Have we arrived? Yamato cheerfully jumped onto the port, looking at the brightly lit city in the distance. Yes, that's South Joy Street. Wayne took out the gold card, the one Morgans gave him, which allows free access to all entertainment options. Why not use it? Soon, they entered Joy Street. The scene inside was somewhat reminiscent of the later De Solo's Golden City. Of course, it wasn't all made of gold, but it was still grand and impressive with all kinds of entertainment facilities. Large light signs divided all the street areas. Casinos, hotels, shopping streets, and amusement parks, everything included. As soon as they stepped onto the street, a few sexy bunny girls in black stockings with stunning figures approached them. Oh my, could this be the new pirate superstar from the New World, Lord Wayne of the Beast Pirates? He is just as handsome as in the newspapers. Lord Wayne, if you have any requests, please feel free to let us know. Joy Street will definitely do its best to satisfy you. Wayne's fame in the New World is quite significant, thanks to Morgan's, his old friend, helping with the publicity. Wayne, why are they wearing so little? Yamato tugged at Wayne's sleeve, asking in confusion. Go, 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 this is adult business. Kids shouldn't interfere. Such knowledge is still too advanced for Yamato at this stage. If you want to teach Yamato, you should start by teaching her to read. After that, Wayne took everyone to indulge in Joy Street. At the amusement park, they experienced almost all the facilities. At the shopping street, they bought several new outfits. Bear even picked out a cute children's outfit with a bear print for Bonnie. Finally, in a VIP room of a high-end restaurant, they began to feast voraciously on dinner. The dining table was filled with delicious food from all over the world. Various oddly shaped, but exceptionally sweet fruits. The roasted big bone meat sizzled with oil, sprinkled with a seasoning made from some unnameable plant, and with one bite, satisfaction filled the heart. Vane even suspected whether there were some banned substances in this food. Otherwise, how could it be so delicious? It was much better than what those cooks from Ghost Island made. Eat to your heart's content. It's on me, Vane said generously. Captain is the best. Leo, Mancelli, and Baby 5 cheered. Yamato remained silent, only focused on eating. Only Kuma and Little Purple had strange expressions. Didn't they say it was free? But that's understandable. After all, it was Captain Vane who paid with his gold card. While eating, Kuma collected a few cute candies from the table, preparing to take them back for Bonnie. Kuma, the old daughter slave. I just wonder if Bonnie gets taken away by the blonde guy in the future. What kind of expression will Kuma have? Thinking of this, Vane couldn't help but chuckle. After a while, when several people were almost full, the door opened and a tall, beautiful woman walked in. She had short yellow hair and wore a tight white miniskirt, paired with seductive fishnet stockings. After entering, she smiled, her eyes fixed on Vane. Stussy. This name flashed in Vane's mind. A clone of Miss Backen from the Rocks Pirates, Stussy. Her public identity is the controller of the Pleasure District, the Dark Emperor of the underground world. Her hidden identity is a member of CP0 under the world government. And her actual identity is an undercover agent planted by Vegapunk within the world government. It's even more complicated than Vane's identity. Nice to meet you for the first time, Mr. Vane. Stussy greeted Vane with a smile. Hello, Miss Stussy. Vane replied lightly. Just then an excited voice came from outside. Oh. Vane, long time no see. A birdman covered in feathers, flapping his wings, burst in behind Stussy. Wow, it's really you, Morgans. As soon as he heard that familiar voice, Vane guessed the identity of a newcomer. On the surface, he is the president of the World Economic News Agency. In reality, he is an unscrupulous reporter who only uses fake news as a gimmick. Vane, I heard from the people at the port that you fell from the sky. Morgans asked curiously. It's a secret. Vane knew this guy's character, and not explaining was the best option. Haha. Morgans laughed awkwardly. What you take me for? He found an empty seat, and then looked at Kuma with great interest. Revolutionary Army. Huh. Mr. Vane, are you having fun here? Stussy also found a spot to sit and smiled. Of course. Thank you for the hospitality. That's good. I've known your teacher, Kai, for a long time. Speaking of which, you are still my junior. Can it be counted like that? Vane twitched his lips. When I was young, I almost got into a fight with a golden lion. In that case, I am also a man who can come out unscathed under a legend. By the way, Vane looked at Morgans again and noticed some scars on his face and the bandages wrapped around his chest. Why are you here in the Pleasure District instead of searching for big news all over the world? And what happened to those injuries? Oh, don't mention it. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Morgans clenched his bird claws and slammed the table angrily. But upon seeing Stussy's displeased expression, he restrained himself a bit and said in a low voice, I don't know which bastard is spreading rumors about me, saying I know the secrets of the world government. Not long ago, a lot of bastards came to ask me for information, and some even spread false information, saying I know where the great treasure is. Damn it. If I knew where the great treasure was, I would have announced it already and let everyone go grab it. How exciting would that be? The most annoying thing is that those bastards in the world government actually believed it. They sent a lot of people to follow me. It's really a headache. The more Morgan spoke, the more excited he became, even standing on the table. If I find out who did this, I will definitely kill him. Upon hearing this, Vane's mouth twitched involuntarily. I didn't expect a small lie from me to cause you so much trouble. I'm really sorry. Forgive me, Morgans. I admit I was wrong this time. I want to do it again. So, Vane remained calm. Those injuries on your face. Did CP0 do that? Impossible. Morgans curled his lips with a confident expression. I'm still strong. How could those guys hurt me? These injuries. As he spoke, he tore open his gentleman's suit, revealing a large bandage that almost covered his entire chest and was still seeping blood, and resentfully spat out. It was that old bastard Golden Lion who did it. Only 2 chapters today. I really can't write anymore. Forgive me, dear readers. Taps forehead. Golden Lion? You mean the captain of the flying pirate crew, known as the Flying Pirate, who ate the float fruit, the first and only criminal to escape from Impel Down, and one of the 3 legendary pirates who were once equal to Roger and Whitebeard? Vane said somewhat unexpectedly. Stussy raised her eyebrows slightly. Oh, you seem to know him well. Vane's gaze darkened. Of course, that old guy went crazy over a decade ago, ran to Marineford to cause destruction, not only destroying his own apartment, but also almost dying in that unprecedented storm. Although Vane doesn't hold grudges, if he sees this old predecessor, he wouldn't mind giving him a thunder gun. But Vane did not respond to Stussy and continued to ask Morgans. Why did the Golden Lion come to the Pleasure District? Well, Morgan spread his wings, about to speak at length. Stussy, who couldn't stand his passionate narrative, interrupted. Let me say it, you stupid bird, just sit there quietly. What the heck? Stussy, your words really hurt. Stussy looked at Vane, her eyes smiling. Morgan's brought this upon himself, don't mind him. Who asks such private questions about a legendary pirate right off the bat? If it were me, I wouldn't let him off either. Upon hearing this, Vane nodded slightly. Given Morgan's character, he must have asked something presumptuous again. So what did you ask him? Vane quietly asked Morgans in his ear. He. Morgans revealed a gossip expression, grinning. You don't know, the Golden Lion had an old lover many years ago, and that woman was on Rock's ship. From my investigations, that woman is very likely the former empress of Amazon Lily, Shirahoshi. Ah, that old lady who had a lovesick disease? Vane was quite surprised. So you mean the man that old lady pursued back then was the Golden Lion? Is your information reliable? Ah, Morgans' expression changed, and he said seriously, I can almost be certain, because when I asked that question, he angrily stabbed me. What did you ask? I asked him if the ancient lowly OSA of Nine Snake Island was his old lover, and if that Boa Hancock was his illegitimate daughter, and when they would acknowledge each other as father and daughter. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. Immediately, Leo, Mancherry, Baby 5, and Little Purple shouted in unison. Of course he would want to chop you up. Asking such a question to an ambitious pirate is just asking for trouble. Isn't it? You really dare to ask. Vane tugged at the corner of his mouth, and then said to Stussy, So, what is the Golden Lion doing in Pleasure Street? A cunning smile appeared on Stussy's face, like a greedy fox. Mr. Vane, this is a top secret. The underground world's transactions, you should understand, right? Ah, that's really difficult. As you can see, I have no money and no valuable information. Vane smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Seeing this, Morgans hurriedly tried to ease the atmosphere. Oh, Stussy, what are you talking about? Vane is my friend. Did you forget what you said before coming here? Of course not. We in Pleasure Street also want to cooperate with Mr. Vane, but I just don't know. Stussy stood up, walked behind Vane, patted his shoulder, and whispered in his ear, Is our cooperation partner the Beast Pirates, or you, Mr. Vane? Vane was taken aback. Was he trying to split the Beast Pirates? Humph. Vane snorted coldly. Teacher Kaido is my most respected teacher. I will not betray the Beast Pirates. Sorry, it seems I was rude. Stussy quickly apologized upon seeing this. Ha! So Mr. Vane is a pirate who values loyalty. Morgans tried to smooth things over. All right, Stussy, just tell Mr. Vane what happened. Anyway, that Golden Lion guy is about to be eliminated by this world. The future belongs to the young. Stussy intentionally showed a troubled expression and after thinking for a moment, said, All right, maybe Mr. Vane will be very interested in this information. Yeah. Yamato, while wolfing down food, asked with puffy cheeks, Didn't you just say this was a secret? How can you just say it? Stussy smiled and looked at Yamato. Don't forget, this is Pleasure Street, and I am the queen of Pleasure Street. It is well known that I don't keep my word. After a pause, Stussy looked at Vane and said in a deep voice, That Golden Lion guy is looking for something that can trigger animal mutations. Animal mutations? Vane was clearly taken aback. He didn't know the Golden Lion's purpose. This old guy wanted to study mutated animals using a plant called IQ to destroy the EC. But at this time, wasn't the Golden Lion already occupying the island known as Vermiu, which has IQ? Stussy continued, However, although that old guy has concealed some things, I still found out his true purpose. Golden Lion is actually looking for scientists who research genetic technology, and he seems to be in a hurry. Is that so? Could it be that Whitebeard's defeat stimulated this old senior, leading him to want to advance his destruction of the EC plan? Stussy licked her lips, so Mr. Vane, are you interested in challenging this old guy? If you want, we can help you find him. Morgans also added fuel to the fire. Yeah, Mr. Vane, let's show him some colors. You two really don't want things to be too small, do you? Vane shook his head and said lightly, you may not understand me well. I'm not a fighter by nature. Not a fighter? Stussy and Morgans's expressions darkened. Who was at that last claim they would take down Whitebeard? Who openly provoked the world government? Who had their bounty rise by 800 million in a year? Then forget it. Stussy said, I believe Mr. Vane must have his own thoughts. Morgans also looked somewhat worried, thinking Vane would help him take revenge. But then again, who is the Golden Lion? Even Kaido now wouldn't dare to provoke him easily, right? Although the Golden Lion is getting old, after so many years without making a move. No one knows what this old guy's true strength is now. Besides, the power of the float fruit is not to be underestimated. If the Golden Lion is unhappy, moving a few islands to float over Wano would be like the sword of Damocles. Also, Mr. Vane, I could give you a few more pieces of information. Just a few days ago, the kingdom of Sizker on the island of Kurega was destroyed in a war, and the warlord of the sea, Dracul Mihawk, occupied that island. Dracul Mihawk? That guy who sails a coffin and uses a black sword as an oar? He's a drifter. It seems he joined the warlords of the sea because he hates trouble. Morgans added, but compared to that, Fishman Island is really lively. Because of Whitebeard's death, Fishman Island has become a no-man's land, and many guys are rushing to go underwater. Go underwater? Vane found that term a bit strange. Yes, because of this, the coding business has been booming lately, Stussy said with a smile. Just then, the transponder snail in Vane's arms suddenly rang. Taking out the transponder snail, it was a call from Teacher Kaido. Byuka. After connecting, a loud voice came through the phone. Wokakok. Kid, where are you now? Teacher Kaido. I'm fighting for the bright future of the Beast Pirates. Vane replied confidently. If you don't enjoy yourself, how can you have the energy to work? So I was right. I see. You don't have to worry about anything else for now. Take your people to Fishman Island. Huh? Fishman Island? Vane exclaimed in surprise. Aren't you not interested in that territory? The Beast Pirates are currently expanding outward centered around Wano. How could it possibly extend to the remote and even deep-sea Fishman Island? Wokakok. Teacher Kaido laughed heartily, because that old lady Lingling wants that island too. I heard she has already sent her son there. How can my people fall behind? Teacher Kaido, what a strange competitive spirit. Vane weakly asked, can I not go? Oh. Teacher Kaido's transponder snail raised an eyebrow, then coldly said, you can. Just come back to Onigashima immediately. Then I guess I'll go. What a joke. Go back and get beat up? Or go see the mermaids underwater? Leo jumped onto Vane's shoulder, his eyes sparkling. So we're going to that legendary Fishman Island? I've heard there are many beautiful mermaids there. As soon as this was said, Mang Shuili immediately looked at Leo, her eyes filled with killing intent. Wayne smiled helplessly. You little brat, your body is so small, yet your lust is so big. Still thinking about mermaids? If you really go, can you handle it? Or should I take you to meet that old lady Kokoro? All right. The break time is over. Next stop, Fishman Island. Stussy was also thoughtfully stroking his chin, wondering why Kaido and Lin would want Fishman Island. It really puzzled him. But Jinbe would surely be happy. After all, he's currently struggling with the issues concerning Fishman Island. Oh, by the way, Stussy, is there a coding place in the Pleasure District? Wayne asked. Coding the ship is essential for any journey to the deep sea. There's a profession in the world specifically for coding ships, the coding craftsman. That former Pirate King's first mate, Dark King Rayleigh, is a coding craftsman. Of course, the Pleasure District is not far from Fishman Island, and we have trained a few coding craftsmen. If you're going to Fishman Island, the Pleasure District can help anytime. Much appreciated. The next day, after being coded, the Queen's ship docked by the shore, and Yamato and Leo were bouncing on the soft coating of the ship, having a great time. Let's get started, Kuma. Wayne said to Kuma. Just then, a birdman rushed over in a panic. Hey, take me with you. Brother Wayne. Not good. It's Morgan's, Kuma. We need to go quickly. Wayne exclaimed urgently. If we bring that guy along, all of our secrets will be exposed. That unscrupulous journalist. How terrifying. All right, Kuma replied, then immediately placed his hands on the deck, and a huge bubble in the shape of bear paws rapidly expanded, adding another layer of bubble coating to the already coated Queen's ship. With a whoosh, the pirate ship shot into the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Damn it, how could this happen? Brother Wayne, I thought we were good friends. Morgans looked dejected. Hoo-hoo. Stussy came over and mocked him, saying, "It's different from what you said, stinky bird." TCH. Morgan scoffed. "Next time I'll write an even more explosive news for Brother Wayne. Then he'll definitely be very happy." Stussy was somewhat speechless. "You really have high hopes for this guy." "Of course, he is Kaido's heir," Morgan said firmly. "Many big news in the future will rely on him." Soon after, at the boundary point of the New World, in a sea area near the Red Land, a pirate ship descended from the sky, landing smoothly on the surface of the sea. Then, with the help of the bubble coating, the Queen's ship began to sink slowly into the deep sea. As they went deeper, the surroundings started to become blurry, and the light dimmed. Sounds of whimpering and a dull water flow echoed around, giving everyone a sense of varying levels of oppression. "This is my first time going under the sea," Wayne said to Baby 5, Leo, and Manxueli, looking at the ones clinging tightly to him, unable to pull them off no matter what. "And Leo, weren't you excited when we set off? This is so scary." "Wayne Lando, are we going to be eaten by a big fish?" Leo trembled. Manxueli was also tightly pulling Wayne's hair, not daring to open her eyes. Xiaozi instinctively grabbed Yamato's arm. Just as she realized and wanted to pull her hand back, a warm and strong hand grasped hers tightly. Yamato smiled confidently. "Don't worry, Xiaozi. There's nothing to be afraid of." Xiaozi felt a warmth in her heart. But the next moment, her face suddenly turned crimson as she felt a warm sensation at the base of her thigh. "Oh no." Xiaozi's heart sank. She was so scared when they entered the depths of the sea that she didn't even realize. "What's wrong, Xiaozi?" Yamato felt the girl's hand trembling. "And nothing." "Thank you, Yamato." Xiaozi was so embarrassed she wanted to cry. "My underwear is wet. I'll definitely be laughed at." Just as she was thinking of a solution, she suddenly felt a tightness around her waist, as a long black blanket that could serve as a skirt wrapped around her. "Don't catch a cold, Xiaozi," Wayne casually said. Just as they entered the sea, he had released his observation haki, being vigilant about the surroundings, which is how he sensed Xiaozi's predicament. Then, sparks of lightning danced between his fingers, and with an extremely skillful maneuver, he gathered a lightning ball to illuminate the area around the pirate ship. "Wayne Lando is so amazing," Leo exclaimed. "Thank you, Captain." Xiaozi's face flushed as she looked at Wayne. "By the way, how did he notice me?" Wayne waved his hand casually. "Don't let your guard down. The depths of the sea are very dangerous." As soon as he finished speaking, a roar suddenly erupted from the side of the pirate ship, and countless bubbles came rushing in, causing the entire ship to shake. "What is that?" Xiaozi shouted in surprise. Everyone looked over and was stunned. A gigantic sea king with a gaping maw and eyes larger than the Queen's ship appeared in their line of sight. It was a bull-headed fish. The bull-headed fish, with its full of sharp teeth, was aimed at the pirate ship, only less than 100 meters away, ready to bite. Manxueli let out a sharp scream. "Ah, we're done for," Leo shouted in fear. "A monster scarier than Princess Manxueli." "Leo, what did you say?" Manxueli was instantly furious, forgetting her fear, and directly punched Leo. Wayne comforted. "There's no need to be afraid. It's just a sea king that is over 1,000 meters in size, with teeth sharp enough to bite through steel, and it's about to swallow us whole." Leo breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew. So it's just going to eat us? That really scared me. Shouldn't we be more afraid of that?" Even Kuma was somewhat at a loss, because if they acted in the deep sea, it could very well break the bubble of the pirate ship. At that moment, Wayne patted Yamato's shoulder. "Go. It's up to you now, Yamato." "Oh." Yamato, filled with fighting spirit, grinned, and then focused her gaze on the Sea King. A dangerous red glint flashed in her eyes, and crackling black lightning suddenly condensed around her, piercing through the bubble and shooting towards the Sea King. Roar! The giant Sea King instantly became motionless, its pupils starting to turn white, trembling all over, stirring the seawater around. After the sensation of being shocked slightly subsided, the Sea King turned to flee, as if there was some terrifying monster hidden on this ship, which was dozens of times smaller than it. "Is that Conqueror's haki? I didn't expect Yamato to have such qualifications." Kuma looked at Yamato with some surprise. "In a sense, that is the qualification of a king, possessed by only one person in hundreds of thousands." "He, how are you?" "Wayne." Yamato ran up to Wayne, almost pressing his nose against his face. "Not bad," Wayne said, pinching Yamato's little cheek and smiling. During the training on Ghost Island, one of the tasks was to help Yamato learn to use Conqueror's haki. This type of haki is a powerful tool for clearing small monsters in the initial stages. However, if not controlled well, it can also affect those around. During the subsequent descent, there were no further accidents. Soon, a light appeared beneath the sea, growing brighter until it illuminated the entire underwater world. "Look, that's an island." It must be Fishman Island. Mermaids. Mermaids. Beautiful mermaids. Everyone cheered and pointed at an island bathed in golden light ahead. Arriving at Fishman Island, please disembark in an orderly manner. The outer layer of Fishman Island was surrounded by a massive bubble, enclosing the entire island. It not only provided air, but also prevented the surrounding seawater from flooding in. Wayne pointed to a tall tree in the distance that seemed to reach the surface of the sea, saying, "That's the tree of miracle, the sun tree Eve. The sunlight on Fishman Island comes from that tree." "So amazing," Yamato exclaimed excitedly. "Wayne, let us hurry inside." "All right, bring the ship closer," Wayne commanded, and the helmsman, Big Bear, tightened his grip on the helm, steering straight for the entrance of Fishman Island. It was a thick membrane layer. At the entrance, a group of uniquely looking fishmen armed with tridents patrolled. They were the inspectors of Fishman Island, responsible for checking passing ships. Even pirates had to undergo inspection. However, upon seeing the Beast Pirates flag on the mast of the Quinn, they all dropped their jaws, trembling and speechless. "Kaido, the Beast Pirates have arrived. Quickly inform His Highness the King." Thud! The pirate ship crashed into the bubble membrane with a strange sound. Then it slowly sank into it, and the layer of coating on the ship merged into the bubble membrane. Finally, with a pop, the entire ship completely entered, sailing into a wide river. The river and the sea. It was like this inside. Yamato widened his mouth in disbelief, looking at everything around. Blue skies, white clouds, and bright sunlight. If it weren't for the shells and coral reefs scattered on the ground, along with the colorful and peculiar buildings, one would think they had returned to land. Moreover, in some smaller tributaries, there were beautiful mermaids curiously observing the people on the deck. Wow, wow, Leo's eyes went wide. It's not his fault. Even Wayne was admiring the beautiful mermaids with appreciation. Not only were their faces beautiful, but they also wore little clothing, covering only the key parts with a few shells. Who could resist that? Or rather, who would want to resist? Yamato said with a unique perspective. "Wayne, they look so pitiful. They can't even afford clothes." Wayne smiled helplessly. "Yeah, if they were a bit poorer, it would be better." Moreover, the mermaids were very enthusiastic, even blowing kisses to Leo. Leo was so excited he nearly fainted, his eyes turning into heart shapes, feeling so happy. Beside him, Manchery could no longer bear it and punched Leo hard. "Lao, you're too much." Wayne also gave Manchery a thumbs up. He expressed disdain for Leo's shrimp head behavior. Why not like the perfectly fine Princess Manchery and instead fancy mermaids that are reproductively isolated? It was as absurd as the clay demolitions artist next door, who chose to play with clay instead of good, old black soil. How outrageous! At the end of the river was a port. The port had already gathered over 100 ships. "That's even more than I imagined," Wayne sighed. "At least 100 ships, and there are even a few warships." Big Bear analyzed with a serious face. Merchant ships coming and going, slave ships with ulterior motives, pirate ships trying to conquer Fishman Island, and Navy warships looking to intervene. At this moment, in the Dragon Palace, King Neptune had received news of the Beast Pirates landing on Fishman Island. Shocked, he instructed his fishmen, quickly summoned the sea hero Jinbei. Also, gather the royal army and head to the port. The future of Fishman Island cannot be destroyed on our watch. "Yes, Your Highness." Just then, Princess Odoheim, with jeans from Goldfish, rushed in a panic. "Don't do this. Are you going to war with humans?" "Odoheim, the Beast Pirates are the ones who killed Whitebeard. They are definitely here to bring disaster to Fishman Island. Please, don't start a war." Odoheim held tightly to the signed document, tears welling in her eyes. Ever since some uninvited guests arrived on Fishman Island, she had been running around every day, from the chaotic Fishman Street to the port filled with large ships. Not only did she try to persuade the fishmen to sign the petition, but she also had to convince the outlaws not to disturb the citizens of Fishman Island. This exhausting effort had taken a toll on her already fragile health. After a long while, the sea knight, King Neptune, exhaled a breath of frustration, his eyes becoming incredibly resolute. Perhaps mere compromise wouldn't save Fishman Island. Only force could save this race and protect this country. After saying this, he walked out of the palace door without looking back. Princess Odoheim watched his gradually departing figure, finally unable to bear the fatigue, collapsing to the ground. Her eyes were filled with pleading, staring blankly at the ceiling. "God, please save this country." At the port, the arrival of the Quinn caused quite a stir. Various discussions erupted among the pirates. "Not good. It's Wayne from the Beast Pirates. We need to retreat. Avoid their sharpness, and let's endure for now." This is fear of the Beast Pirates. And there were also comments like, "What a cool big ship." I want to rob it. Yo, yo, yo. ISNT that the Beast Pirates? Why do they only send a few kids over? So weak. My time to shine has come. It's just the Beast Pirates, right? I'll make them fly. Jinbei, what do you think? King Neptune rode on the back of a whale, leading a group of fishmen soldiers towards the port. Beside him, Jinbei, who had put on the fishmen soldier armor again, looked troubled. Hearing the king's question, Jinbei replied, "That Wayne is an extremely evil guy, and he's very powerful. He's definitely not here with good intentions." Exactly how despicable. Is there still no news from the world government? Jinbei shook his head helplessly. It should be because I participated in that war. The world government wouldn't recruit a failed pirate to become a warlord of the sea. In the battle between the Beast and Whitebeard, Jinbei was both a participant and a loser. A failed pirate, of course, cannot intimidate other pirates. There's no way out. King Neptune gazed deeply into the distance. Your Highness, are you planning to use force too? That's right. King Neptune spoke firmly. Fishman Island can no longer tolerate this. We must take the initiative and let the people on the scene know that mermaids and fishmen are not a species to be slaughtered at will. Jinbei actually despises war. But at this moment, he is at a loss and can only ask blankly, what do you want to do? Defeat the Beast Pirates. Among the pirates that have come, the Beast Pirates are the strongest. Once we defeat them, others will also fear us. King Neptune said confidently, this time, I have mobilized thousands of elite soldiers from Fishman Island, and it seems that less than 10 members of the Beast Pirates have come. Our advantage is enormous. There is no better opportunity than this. Jinbei fell silent. King Neptune didn't seem to listen to a word he said. That kind of monster, it's not something that can be defeated just by numbers. At the same time, at the convergence point of the rivers within Fishman Island, which is also the port, pirates from a new world are indeed as numerous as the fish crossing the river. Wayne sighed. In front of the Queen, 5 large ships had already lined up, with the pirate flags on their masts particularly eye-catching. Other ships chose to watch from the sidelines, showing great interest in this conflict. Kaido killed Whitebeard, and the Beast Pirates are now a hot topic of discussion. Many even believe that Kaido could be the next pirate king. The battle of the world's strongest pirate crew? It must be incredibly exciting and cannot be missed. Lord Wayne, please accept us. We are willing to join the Beast Pirates. We admire Lord Kaido. 2 ships directly expressed their intentions. In this cold sea, they long for a warm harbor like the Beast Pirates. He. However, the captain of another pirate ship sneered, a group of weaklings truly showing an ugly posture. Someone recognized him. Isn't that the captain of the Chainsaw Pirates, Chainsaw X? A superhuman, chainsaw fruit user, capable of turning his body parts into sharp chainsaws, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 111 million. If it's him, he will definitely win. Ha ha ha. Hearing the exclamations of those around him, the tall and muscular man, X, laughed wildly. Today is a great opportunity to kill Bruce Wayne and make a name for the Beast Pirates. As soon as this was said, his pirate crew became extremely excited. Boss is mighty. After killing Wayne, the next one will be Kaido, right? Boss, when will you become one of the 4 emperors? X grinned and shouted, today. Boom. His confidence was at an all-time high. He bent his legs and leaped into the air, various buzzing, rapidly spinning chainsaws sprouting all over his body. Just as he was about to land on the deck of the Queen, a cannon suddenly came into view. Baby, 5 closed one eye and aimed with the other, then pulled the trigger. Boom! A black cannonball exploded on X's body with a scorching temperature. Damn, are you playing tricks on me? X was furious, enduring the pain as he escaped from the smoke created by the explosion, raising a sharp chainsaw to slash at Baby 5. Thunder Bagua. Yamato, holding a wolf fawn club wrapped in black lightning, swung it vigorously and struck X's chest just as he was about to step onto the deck. Pooh! X spat out blood. His body, like a kite with a broken string, was violently smashed away and fell directly into the sea. Hiss! Those around him gasped in shock. Who is that beautiful woman? She's so strong. Such a powerful individual is indeed a rare sight, even in the entire New World. Truly terrifying. Just short of saying, this person must not be left alive. Yamato smiled as she rested the wolf fawn club on her shoulder and turned to Wayne. How is it? Not bad. There's already some sign of hockey being released. Receiving Wayne's praise, the white-haired girl's south eyes curved into crescent shapes. Then, Wayne looked at the 3 pirate ships that had come to challenge them. The pirates on board, seeing X's swift defeat, began to retreat. Are you kidding? That unknown girl is that strong. One can only imagine how strong Wayne must be. He is Kaido's heir. But Wayne did not want to let them go. Don't easily deny your dreams, you bastards. Saying this, Wayne leaped into the air and landed steadily on a pirate ship. A blazing purple flame ignited in his hand. In an instant, the entire ship was set ablaze, and the fierce fire spread rapidly. The pirates screamed in agony from the heat. Before long, 5 pirate ships sank one after another. The other pirates were too shocked to speak. The 2 ships that originally wanted to join the Beast Pirates shouted in resentment, "Wayne, we came to join the Beast Pirates. Why are you doing this to us?" "Huh," Wayne sneered. "I hate those who cling together at the peak. Or rather, even if you don't come, we are still the strongest pirate crew." After doing all this, he looked up. On the other side of the port, the gigantic King Neptune had already led the fishmen over. "Your Highness, shall we act now?" Jinbei asked. A cold sweat trickled down King Neptune's forehead. Just now, he had witnessed Wayne using his powers to eliminate the pirates. That terrifying ability. "No, I think this matter still needs to be well planned." Seeing a group of armored fishmen approaching him, Wayne raised an eyebrow. Logically speaking, fishmen should be a very powerful race. Their arm strength is 10 times that of humans, and they can survive in both land and sea environments. However, strong fishmen are extremely rare. Among the living fishmen now, Jinbei ranks first, Jack second, and there is no need for further rankings. Shirahoshi should not be mentioned. She is more like a cheat. Wayne of the Beast Pirates, what brings you to Fishman Island? A whale slowly swam over, with a giant male fishman sitting on its back. The fishman had long brown hair, wore a dazzling crown, and tightly gripped a trident. He was the king of this island, King Neptune. Mermaids and fishmen are different. Mermaids have a human upper body and a long fishtail for their lower body, consistent with the structure of the legendary mermaids. Moreover, female mermaids can split into 2 legs after the age of 30 and can marry human males. Fishmen, on the other hand, are more like half-human, half-fish monsters, possessing both human and fish characteristics. "King Neptune, are you going to go to war with the Beast Pirates?" Wayne said calmly. "Of course not. If possible, please don't get excited. We can sit down and talk slowly." King Neptune ultimately did not come with the same bravado as before. After all, behind Wayne stood Kaido. And even if it were just Wayne, he was still someone Fishman Island could not afford to offend. "I'll take my leave." Wayne responded politely. The other pirates at the port naturally did not dare to say much. This was the treatment that the Beast Pirates should receive. Soon, the Queen's ship followed the Fishman soldiers to a magnificent palace. The Dragon Palace was wrapped in an independent bubble, with many passageways connecting it to Fishman Island, allowing access to various parts of the island. Upon entering the bubble, everyone gasped in amazement. They had arrived at the depths of the sea, the Dragon Palace. It was so beautiful, the Dragon Palace. Looking up, a gigantic green dragon sculpture loomed at the top of the Dragon Palace, its mouth wide open as if silently roaring, looking very intimidating. It somewhat resembled that bastard Kaido. Yamato's expression darkened as he muttered softly. Meanwhile, Leo, feeling somewhat disappointed, whispered in Wayne's ear, "Wayne, do mermaids actually have males?" Wayne was taken aback. "You little brat. By the way, let me tell you a secret. Actually, many beautiful mermaids are born from those fishmen." "Oh, is that so? I thought mermaids appeared out of nowhere in the sea." Leo suddenly felt deflated, as if a fantasy had been shattered. Mantry secretly laughed at his expression, giggling. Leo is such a big fool." Under King Neptune's guidance, everyone entered the Grand Palace. The main hall was exceptionally spacious, and King Neptune treated Wayne with the highest standards. A lively gathering took place in the hall. Almost all the ministers of the Dragon Palace were present to show respect to the Beast Pirates. Among the royals were the golden-haired mermaid Princess Odoheim and the first Prince Sharkstar, along with the second prince, Carambola Star. "Fishman Island welcomes you, Lord Wayne." Odoheim stepped forward and extended a hand to Wayne. Wayne gently shook Odoheim's hand and smiled. "Thank you, Princess Odoheim. She is a saint, a true saint. Her body is extremely fragile. Even hitting a person could break her arm. But her heart is very strong, having devoted almost everything for the future of Fishman Island." Everyone took their seats. Yamato looked at the sumptuous food on the table, frowned, and called out to Wayne beside him, "Wayne, I want to eat fish." As soon as the words left his mouth, all the mermaids looked at Yamato with strange expressions. Odoheim smiled and explained, "This beautiful lady, mermaids do not eat fish." "Oh, I see." Yamato nodded. However, aside from the absence of fish, the food on the table was incredibly lavish, not inferior to that of the Pleasure District. And here, deep in the sea, there were many rare deep-sea ingredients extremely delicious. Everyone was not one to hold back and quickly began to feast. Even little Z Purple was eating with great enjoyment. King Neptune was somewhat bewildered. These guys were still a bunch of kids. But he couldn't help but wonder. He looked at Wayne, his eyes revealing a worried expression. Also looking troubled was Jinbei on the other side. Although it was Wayne's first time at Fishman Island, the difficulties currently faced by Fishman Island were largely caused by Wayne. Sigh. Jinbei took a deep breath and murmured, I just wonder what their purpose for coming to Fishman Island is. Soon, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. Princess Odoheim raised a final cup of wine to Wayne and asked, Lord Wayne, what do you need from Fishman Island? Wayne's face revealed a friendly smile as he said lightly, the Beast Pirates want to cooperate with Fishman Island. King Neptune took over the conversation from a high position. Cooperate? May I ask how your group wants to cooperate with us? Very simple. Plant the beast flag on every inch of Fishman Island. That way we'll be friends. And as friends, we will help each other. I heard that Fishman Island is facing quite a bit of trouble. Wayne said seriously, accepting the protection of the Beast Pirates will naturally resolve Fishman Island's crisis. What does Fishman Island need to provide for the Beast Pirates? King Neptune was already somewhat tempted. Although this behavior was somewhat unethical, after all, the last protector of Fishman Island, Whitebeard, was killed by Kaido of the Beast Pirates. However, from a king's perspective, this approach could indeed help the citizens of Fishman Island. He truly could not bear to see his compatriots being trafficked and sold into slavery. It's very simple. Wayne took a sip of juice. Fishman Island will become the territory of the Beast Pirates, and every year it will need to submit specialty food and handicrafts. Additionally, I need some fishmen to move to the inner sea of Wano Country. To be slaves? King Neptune's tone darkened. Of course not. I just want them to map out the terrain of the inner sea. It won't take many people, just a few dozen will do, and they will be provided with food, lodging, and a salary. The Beast Pirates truly value talent and will treat fishman warriors who can fight from the sea well. Deep beneath Wano Country lies one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton. However, Wayne did not know the specific location. During his time in Wano, he also sent people to search existing books, but found nothing. So, Wayne suspected that Pluton likely existed at the bottom of the inner sea of Wano. And what else? King Neptune continued to ask. That's it, just the ease. I'm quite sincere, right? Wayne smiled. What? King Neptune was very surprised. If what Wayne said was true, then these conditions were too simple. He couldn't believe these were the terms proposed by the inherently evil Beast Pirates. But Princess Odoheim stood up beside him, tears of excitement welling up in her eyes. Lord Wayne, is what you said true? Are you really willing to help Fishman Island? Wayne suddenly remembered. Princess Odoheim naturally possessed a special observation haki. Not only could she sense other people's emotions, but she could also influence them. The celestial dragon who initially wanted to come to Fishman Island to capture slaves must have been influenced by Odoheim's special ability, which made him become close to the fishmen. King Neptune's expression changed. He certainly knew of his queen's abilities. Since Odoheim said so, it must be true. Odoheim slightly bowed to King Neptune. Your Majesty, please agree to Wayne. A future obtained through force is not the future Fishman Island should have. Only peace and friendly coexistence with humans can help the fishmen emerge from the deep sea and embrace the sunlight and sea breeze. Really? Jinbei looked at Wayne in surprise. Is this guy really that kind-hearted? Noticing the puzzled looks from Jinbei and some of the fisherman ministers, Wayne stood up and said, Actually, many people misunderstand me. I'm not a fighter by nature. I only resolve conflicts. Regarding the Whitebeard pirates, I can only say that it is a private matter between us, the beasts, and Whitebeard, and it has nothing to do with Fishman Island. Therefore, there is no need for you all to be concerned. To put it bluntly, Princess Odoheim's thoughts are a bit naive. Without strength, where does peace come from? All right. Looking at the tearful Odoheim and the other ministers with earnest expressions, King Neptune nodded. Indeed, at this point, aligning with the Beast Pirates seemed to be their only way out. As for those blue skies, sea breezes, and lands that fishmen yearn for, they are simply too dangerous. Okay, Lord Wayne. King Neptune was about to agree when suddenly the communication device beside him rang, reporting, Your Majesty. A large ship belonging to Charlotte Linlin has appeared at the port. Charlotte Linlin? Everyone was taken aback. Another member of the Yonko crew has arrived? Wayne frowned slightly. It seemed the territory grabbers were here, but he didn't know who was coming. It wouldn't be that smuggy who insisted on marrying him, would it? Just thinking about her gave him a headache. His taste in aesthetics was perfectly normal. Wayne patted Yamato's head, finding her so adorable. What's wrong, Wayne? Nothing, let's go. After eating, it's time to get to work, Wayne smiled. Then he looked at King Neptune. Your Majesty, you should have seen our sincerity, and I hope to see yours as well. After finishing, Wayne led everyone outside Dragon Palace. King Neptune's gaze shifted to Jinbei. Jinbei stood up and said, "Your Majesty, although Arlong was my former brother and my father was someone I respected, for the sake of the people of Fishman Island, I believe we should accept the assistance of the beast pirates." "Thank you, Jinbei." King Neptune no longer hesitated. He waved his hand and ordered, "Assemble the Fishman troops. Head to the port and support the beast pirates." "Yes." At the port, the pirates stared in shock at a large ship slowly approaching. On that brightly colored ship hung the pirate flag of Charlotte Linlin. "Another member of the Yonko crew has come." On the singing ship, the cookie-armored Cracker scanned the surrounding pirate ships and snorted, "A bunch of trash. It seems Fishman Island isn't that great after all." Beside him were the tall Charlotte Pudding and the 20th daughter of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Prim. Prim, an octopus mermaid, wore a low-cut red dress on her upper body, while her lower body had 8 thick, long octopus legs. She curiously looked around. It was her first time visiting Fishman Island as a mermaid. Just as they were about to move forward, a black-haired young man suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the deck. All eyes turned towards him. "Wayne, it's you," Pudding exclaimed, recognizing Wayne. "Hey, long time no see, Miss Pudding. You didn't come with Katakuri this time?" Wayne said to her. Upon hearing this, a hint of resentment appeared on Pudding's face. She originally didn't want to come, but Cracker insisted on taking her in front of their mother. The reason was that he was afraid of encountering danger underwater and thought he could use her mirror fruit powers to escape into a mirror if needed. So, Pudding was extremely reluctant. If the mission failed, their mother might go crazy. After their last return from Wano without any results, their mother was so furious that she demolished the palace on Cake Island. "Bruce Wayne?" The tall cookie warrior glared at Wayne and said, "What are you doing here? Are you also here to fight for Fishman Island?" "That should be my line." Wayne provocatively smiled, effectively admitting it. "Don't you know that Mom has already released the news? Fishman Island can only belong to the big MOM pirates." Staring at the furious cookie warrior, Wayne shrugged indifferently. "I think you should say those words after you step out of the cookie." "What?" Cracker's pupils shrank sharply, incredulously shouting, "What did you say?" "Yes." Right now, in front of Wayne, this large man in cookie armor was not Cracker's true form, but a Gundam created using his fruit powers. Cracker is a Paramecia-type cookie fruit user, able to create many cookie warriors. The reason for doing this was simple. He was afraid of pain. Actually, the members of the Charlotte family's sweet commanders are all a bit eccentric. Katakuri loves donuts so much that he insists on swallowing them whole, which led to his mouth cracking, unwilling to let others see his appearance under the scarf. Cracker is afraid of pain, even afraid of getting a shot. So he hides in his cookie armor every day. As for Smoothie, she is a juice queen, and she is a total sadist. Wayne doesn't know much about the other commander, but assumes they are also quite strange. "Just consider me joking." Wayne waved his hand. "So, you all came here for Fishman Island, right?" Hearing this, Cracker relaxed his heart and put on a cocky face again. As long as he had the protection of these cookie armors, he was invincible. "Of course," Cracker shouted loudly. "Do you think I'm someone to be trifled with? Hurry up and take your people and roll out of Fishman Island." Sigh. Can't people communicate amicably? Wayne felt a bit helpless. He really wasn't a fighter by nature. "All right, then let's decide the ownership of this island the pirate way." As soon as he finished speaking, the long knife in the cookie warrior's hand suddenly spun, and white sword energy spiraled towards Wayne directly. "Roll, salted pretzel." Wayne's eyes narrowed, and a burst of purple fierce flames suddenly erupted from his fist, smashing down hard. At the same time, in a shadowy corner of the shore, a tall, cruel-looking shark fishman was watching all of this. Beside him was a broad-striped tiger shark fishman. Shark fishman Hody Jones said coldly, "Did you see that? These despicable humans actually think Fishman Island belongs to them. Their arrogant demeanor makes it seem like they are the superior race." Next to him, the broad-striped tiger shark fishman, Vander Decken, who ate the target fruit, said cheerfully, "What? You don't agree? If you don't agree, just go kill them, you little brat. Bastard, don't think I'm afraid to kill you." Hody Jones said with a fierce look, "As a noble fishman, the rulers of the world, are you willing to watch those lowly humans act arrogantly on Fishman Island? We can gather a large group of fishmen and wipe those bastards out." "Oh, what is your plan?" "Our respected king, Neptune, doesn't allow us to conflict with humans." Vander Decken squinted his eyes. "Huh." Hody Jones gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fierce light, looking towards Dragon Palace. "Have you heard? That Princess Odoheim has started collecting signatures again on Fishman Street." A massive spiral-long knife whistled through the air, the sharp sword aura rapidly approaching. The cookie soldier grunted. "Can you withstand this blade, forged with 20 years of power?" Huh. Purple flames erupted from Wayne's right fist, and he covered it with a layer of pitch-black armed color hockey, forcefully striking the long knife. Boom! Wayne's full-powered punch smashed into the tip of the blade, abruptly halting the rapidly spinning knife, sending a tremendous gust of wind that blew everyone around him away. In an instant, a rolling wave of air surged forth. The cookie soldier looked surprised, quickly withdrawing his sword, then swung horizontally at Wayne's waist again. This time the blade had completely transformed into the hardened form of armed color hockey in midair. Don't underestimate me, kid. You are too reliant on the power of the devil fruit, you bastard. The scorching purple flames spread across Wayne's body, and a barrier resembling a skeletal frame appeared around him. Clang! The long knife struck the hard frame, producing a crisp sound, but could not advance an inch further. Then, the raging purple flames soared into the sky, engulfing the cookie warrior with an overwhelming force that melted everything in its path. Ah, so hot, so hot. A shrill scream came from within the cookie soldier, the voice starkly different from the deep, mature voice before. The cookie armor was charred black under the high temperature and started to crack and disintegrate into the air. In the next second, Wayne charged forward, delivering a plain but powerful punch to the already damaged cookie armor. Boom! A muffled impact sounded, and the massive cookie soldier could no longer withstand it, shattering under the blow. Wayne, without losing speed, forcefully knocked the internal Kleejack out from the shattered cookie armor. Let everyone see your true self, Kleejack. Just as the words fell, a tall man with 3 clusters of purple long braids and a vicious scar over his right eye fell onto the deck. Damn it! Kleejack wiped the blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, struggling to rise, his eyes filled with hatred staring directly at Wayne. The surrounding pirates were also surprised upon seeing Kleejack's appearance. He looked completely different from the bounty poster. Was he hiding in the cookie armor all along? What a strange person. Does it hurt? Wayne raised an eyebrow and asked Kleejack, "What do you think, bastard? It hurts like hell. Even a shot hurts, let alone being hit by your punch." But then Kleejack grinned wickedly. "You can fight well, huh? How about this?" He clapped his hands. Cookie escape. Infinite cookie technique. 3 tall cookie warriors appeared in front of him, glaring at Wayne like bodyguards. I'm a cookie person who has eaten the cookie fruit. As long as I clap my hands, I can summon as many of these soldiers, which you barely defeated with all your might, as I want. Kleejack drew a long sword from his waist and pointed it forward. Go! Whoosh! Whoosh! The cookie warriors charged forward at high speed, taking small, rapid steps. Wayne stomped his foot, raised his right arm in the air, and concentrated his armed color hockey. Black lightning crackled, as if it were tangible. Then Wayne unleashed a powerful strike. Black flash. Armed color released. Boom! The 3 cookie warriors were instantly repelled, visible cracks forming on their cookie armor. And then with a thud, they collapsed from their feet to their heads, turning into a pile of cookie crumbs. But Kleejack laughed heartily. "I can summon as many cookies as I want. Just a clap of my hands." Kleejack raised an eyebrow, realizing he couldn't move his hands at all. At that moment, he heard Wayne's whisper, "I told you, you rely too much on the power of the devil fruit." Kleejack turned his head sharply, only to see Wayne tightly gripping his wrist, with another fist about to smash into his face. "No, I surrender." Bang! In an instant, Kleejack felt countless little stars spinning around his head, the indescribable pain making him wish he could die right then and there. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed around, making everyone shudder. That sound must have hurt so much. But in truth, it was just Kleejack being overly sensitive to pain. Perhaps influenced by this, his hockey was weak, not even at the level expected of a Yonko officer. Wayne approached the bruised Kleejack, raising his fist the size of a sandbag, ready to smash down again. No, I give up," Kleejack shouted. "Oh, is that so?" Wayne smirked, revealing a wicked smile. "Hand over all the treasures on your ship. Not even a single berry can be left." "Ha ha ha. All right." Kleejack gritted his teeth, spitting out a reluctant "all right" with immense resentment in his heart. But he had no other choice, because Wayne's punch was just too painful. As the captain of the ship, Kleejack's strong command made the other members of the Charlotte family dare not defy him, and they busily began collecting the treasures on the ship. Wayne, not entirely trusting, had the Dragon Palace soldiers and Leo check the ship thoroughly. After moving the treasures and valuable goods down, the Charlotte family's grand ship, the Singing Soul, surprisingly began to laugh heartily, feeling so relaxed. "I can sail for a whole day now. The soul fruit is truly interesting," Wayne said casually. "Can you let me go now?" Kleejack's face darkened as he spoke to Wayne. But the next second, Wayne scoffed, When did I say I would let you go? I just want you to hand over the treasures. What? Kleejak's pupils shrank. Are you messing with me? Heh. Are you trying to reason with a pirate? Wayne tapped his forehead. Don't worry. I'm just taking you to the rabbit bowl for some good exercise, so you won't scream in pain from a little injury. By the way, you should thank me. Kleejak was about to curse when he saw the visible ferocity in Wayne's eyes. Scaring him into swallowing back the curse, he was about to blurt out. Damn beast pirates. I'll remember this grudge. Don't you dare take my brother Kleejak. At that moment, two other officers from the Charlotte family, Bruley and the mermaid Prim, stood behind Wayne. Bruley extended her hands with a pleading look. Wayne, I beg you. Don't take my brother Kleejak. Otherwise, Mom will go crazy and everyone will die. Yeah, Prim, aware of their disparity, could only lower her posture. You don't want to be targeted by Mom, right? Hearing this, Wayne's heart leaped with joy. ISNT, that just perfect? If Teacher Kai and Aunt Lingling were to fight again, this would be a win-win for me. I'm really looking forward to that scene of Rivers of Blood. Bruley, I'm only letting you go for Katakuri's sake. Don't be ungrateful. Go back and tell your mother that I have decided on Kreeja, and Roger can't keep him either. I'm telling you. Why is it like this? Buell's face was filled with panic. Behind her, the members of the Charlotte family were also at a loss. Are they really going to watch Wayne take Lord Kreeja away? Wayne smiled, grabbed Kreeja by the scruff of the neck, and said in a very kind tone, Hey, as the older brother, you should say something. Are you coming with me? Or should I leave everyone here to feed the fish? Sweat beads formed tightly on Kreeja's forehead, feeling as if his fate was firmly held in Wayne's hand. Gulp. He swallowed hard and said in a terrified tone, I'll go with you, but you can't hit me. Wayne was taken aback, shaking his head helplessly. There was no one left on Aunt Lingling's side to let such a guy be a cadre. His mental quality was simply inadequate. All right then, Wayne said lightly. Seeing this, Buell and the others dared not say anything further and drove the light and singing ship towards the outskirts of Fishman Island. Then Wayne scanned the surrounding pirates and various forces, jumped onto a pirate ship, snatched a loudspeaker from a pirate's hand, and addressed everyone in the port. Gentlemen, as you can see, Fishman Island is now the territory of the Beast Pirates. I'm giving you half an hour to leave Beast territory. Otherwise, I will let you know my strength and methods. His voice was not loud, but to everyone's ears, it sounded like the whisper of a devil. They had just witnessed the fate of the Charlotte family. Even that man, Charlotte Kreeja, was captured alive by Wayne. Who would dare to compete with the Beast Pirates for Fishman Island? After a brief silence, almost all the pirates carried their ships away from Fishman Island. Of course, there were some stubborn ones who, after being beaten by Wayne and the Fishman troops, obediently chose to leave. Among the ships leaving Fishman Island was a medium-sized Navy warship, commanded by Rear Admiral Mura, known as Thousand-Man Slayer. Damn, it's that cursed beast pirates again. Mura slammed the railing and shouted angrily. An officer stepped forward, saluted, and said, Admiral, what should we do? Should we just go back to Marineford? Admiral Sengoku specifically told us to wait for orders at Fishman Island. Mura snorted coldly. What else can we do? Can you beat that Bruce Wayne? The officer frowned. Huh? Me? Are you drunk? Admiral? He muttered to himself. If I could beat Wayne, would I still be a mere subordinate under you? However, on second thought, Mura gazed towards Fishman Island, his eyes deep. Have you noticed that this Wayne has become increasingly ruthless lately? After dealing with the crisis at Fishman Island's port, the residents of Fishman Island secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For most mermaids and fishmen, as long as there was no war, being protected by pirates was acceptable. In Dragon Palace, another grand banquet was held. Leo was having a great time in the mermaid's wide embrace, completely oblivious to Princess Manx Seely's terrifying expression. Bear also rarely relaxed, drinking with King Neptune and many ministers. Lord Bear, you were actually a revolutionary army before? King Neptune said in surprise. Bear nodded. Captain Wayne and Princess Manx Seely saved my daughter, and no matter what I do, it won't be enough to repay this kindness. Moreover, he looked at Leo, who was being chased and beaten by Princess Manx Seely, and smiled. They are a very interesting group of people. Ha! King Neptune also laughed, raising his glass to Bear. Lord Bear and Lord Wayne are kind people. On behalf of all the commoners of Fishman Island, thank you. Bear and King Neptune raised their glasses and drank it all. On another side, Princess Odoheim was discussing specific cooperation matters with Wayne. Lord Wayne, is this the quantity of ingredients? Princess Odoheim was almost shocked to the point of dislocating her jaw when she heard Wayne's conditions. Is this really the infamous Beast Pirates? She originally thought Wayne would demand a lot for deep-sea ingredients, but unexpectedly asked for so little, she even found it hard to believe. Don't worry, Princess Odoheim. I've said many times I sincerely want to help Fishman Island, and if there are any fishmen who want to live on land, I will help. Wayne smiled sincerely. Odoheim's expression froze for a moment. Then she said, "Thank you so much." Meanwhile, Yamato, who had eaten to the point of bursting, patted her belly and said, "Wayne, let's go out and play." Odoheim looked at Yamato with a kind smile. "Let Shark Star take you to see Fishman Island." A serious-looking shark fishman floated over. "The eldest prince of Dragon Palace, Shark Star. Then I'll trouble you, your highness," Wayne said, about to get up and walk outside, but found that Princess Odoheim was also going towards the outside of Dragon Palace. So he asked, "Princess Odoheim, are you going out too?" "Yes," Princess Odoheim said joyfully. "I want to notify the residents of Fishman Street." As soon as she said this, Wayne had a bad premonition and said, "I'll go with you." "No need, Lord Wayne. Fishman Street is a chaotic place." Odoheim did not hide it and explained directly, "Many fishmen there hate humans, but I believe that one day, humans and fishmen can live in peace." "I see. That's a great dream, Princess Odoheim. But please take me with you. I want to feel the enthusiasm of the fishmen." Feeling Wayne's strong emotions, Princess Odoheim smiled wryly and shook her head. "I really can't do anything about you, Lord Wayne." "All right. If I offend you in any way, please forgive me." "Don't worry, I never hold grudges," Wayne smiled. Upon hearing this, Odoheim's expression became strange. Lord Wayne was lying. Fishman Street was not in the huge bubble of Fishman Island, but under the roots of a tree that received no sunlight. The abandoned ship of Promises Noah was also there. Fishman Street was home to tens of thousands of fishmen. And under Princess Odoheim's years of efforts and the influence of recent events, the fishmen here had two voices. Wayne was surrounded by a large bubble of air as he and Princess Odoheim stepped into the main street area. Suddenly, many fishmen came at the sound, forming a magnificent crowd. Princess Odoheim smiled and said, "Fellow fishmen, this is Mr. Wayne from the Beast Pirates. He has promised us that he will protect Fishman Island and will help us live on land." As soon as she finished speaking, the fishmen looked at each other. Then, a fishman raised both hands and shouted, "Damn, this must be a human conspiracy. Don't be fooled, everyone. Yeah, have you all forgotten how Lord Tiger died? It was because of those damn humans. They are a bunch of devils. Don't think fishmen are easy to bully. Remember, 30 years of Fishman Street. 30 years of Fishman Island. Don't bully the fishmen. Born evil little demons of humanity, I will take action myself." Of course, there are still some fishmen eager to try. Can joining the Beast Pirates really lead to a life at sea? If I could join that strongest pirate crew, it wouldn't be impossible. Brother Wayne, we respect your words. Do you see that? That's Bruce Wayne, the man with an 800 million bounty. In a hidden corner of Fishman Street, a group of fishmen gathered together, secretly watching Princess Odoheim and Wayne. Shark Fishman Hody Jones sneered, "It's Princess Odoheim. She's really come to Fishman Street. Huh, what a great opportunity." Vanderdecken nearby reminded him that Wayne is also next to her. "Ha ha ha, isn't that just perfect?" Hody Jones laughed widely. "If it were Fishman Island, I might be wary of that guy's abilities, but this is Fishman Street. He is a devil fruit user, right? As long as we pop the bubbles around him." As soon as this was said, the tall and strong fishmen all revealed cruel smiles. Most of them were orphans wandering Fishman Street, heavily influenced by Arlong, harboring extreme hatred for humans, believing that noble fishmen should be above all. "Kill him, and we will split the bounty." "But what about Princess Odoheim? If we kill her in the street, King Neptune will execute us." "He," Vanderdecken sneered, "Don't worry. I'm a man who ate the target fruit. As long as I touch Princess Odoheim, I can kill her from a distance. I can even frame that Wayne." "Good." The fishmen were overjoyed. On the noisy street, Wayne slightly raised the corner of his mouth, watching the fishmen's performance. "Lord Wayne, please don't mind," Princess Odoheim said with concern. "It's fine." Listening to the fishmen's praises and curses, Wayne realized that promoting a century-long reconciliation between humans and fishmen might be a huge project. He then looked into the distance, where a large ship lay. "Noah." Princess Odoheim noticed Wayne's gaze and explained to him that it was a large ship named Noah, also known as the Ship of Promise, which had been docked there for a very long time, but what the promise was, we are not clear. It was the promise between Joy Boy and the Mermaid Princess. Wayne said indifferently, "Joy Boy?" Princess Odoheim exclaimed, but her innate special ability told her that Wayne was not lying. Wayne continued, "Joy Boy promised the Mermaid Princess to use that large ship to take the fishmen to live at sea, allowing them to enjoy the warm sunlight and vast land." "Is that so?" Odoheim was surprised. "Lord Wayne, how do you know this?" "It doesn't matter." Wayne stared into Princess Odoheim's eyes, the things Joy Boy couldn't do. Isn't someone like you already doing them? Princess Odoheim was taken aback for a moment, then smiled with her lips pressed together. Indeed, there will always be someone to bear the dreams of the fishmen. At that moment, a fishman walked over from behind them. Hey, Princess Odoheim, I want to sign the signature letter, and can I shake your hand? Vanderdecken tried hard to put on a flattering expression, saying with a fawning face. Of course. Princess Odoheim was very happy. But at that moment, Wayne, wrapped in a large bubble, blocked the two of them. Princess Odoheim, let's save this for next time. We are only here to deliver a notice this time. Wayne said lightly. All right, then next time for sure. Princess Odoheim showed an apologetic smile to Vanderdecken. At this time, the fishmen in the corner were eagerly watching. What is that bastard Vanderdecken doing? Wayne is right in front of him. Just pop the bubble. Brother, don't wait any longer. If that kid gets away, it will be troublesome. There won't be a better opportunity than this. The fishmen urged Hody Jones. The shark fishman flashed a fierce look in his eyes. Good. Take advantage of the chaos to kill Wayne. Go. The next second, dozens of tall and strong fishmen rushed out from the corners of the street, shouting loudly to kill Wayne. Kill the human. Dare to invade Fishman Island. We will make him return in defeat. For Lord Tiger's revenge. Mere Bruce Wayne, watch me take you down with one blow. Many fishmen in the crowd were influenced and began to join the ranks. Those close to Odoheim, wanting to accept the protection of the beast pirates, shouted back loudly. Kill Wayne, and the beast pirates will kill us all. Are you trying to destroy the fishmen? Don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. Meanwhile, Wayne was watching the surroundings with great interest. A group of cruel-looking fishmen were surrounding him. Leading them was the extreme racist Hody Jones, who later became addicted to drugs. Hody grinned widely, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Human, despicable species, how dare you come here? It seems the local fishmen are not very friendly. Wayne crossed his arms over his chest, saying nonchalantly, Ha ha ha, you dare to be so arrogant even when death is imminent. Hody laughed wildly, already celebrating victory in advance. Please don't do this. Odoheim stood in front of the fishmen, tears in her eyes. Princess Odoheim, don't be so deluded. What good is humans that makes you defend them so? Don't forget, you are a mermaid, a noble mermaid. No, Lord Wayne is a kind human. You fishmen are the real deluded ones. Odoheim spread her arms, shielding Wayne, with a determined look on her face as if ready to die. Fishman Island needs peace. Humans and fishmen need reconciliation. So I won't let you harm Wayne, not even if it costs my life. As soon as she finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. The fishmen looked at Odoheim, their faces slightly moved. Amazingly, they could feel Princess Odoheim's passionate and gentle heart. I believe in Princess Odoheim. With a voice rising, almost all the fishmen stopped cursing and slandering, starting to chant Odoheim's name. I believe, too, Princess Odoheim will lead us to freedom. We want to live at sea. Looking around at the crowd opposing him, Hody's face turned red, roaring, What are you saying? A bunch of despicable bastards. Vanderdecken realized something was wrong. Even if they killed Wayne now, they wouldn't survive. So he directly retreated behind the crowd, appearing to protect everyone. Hody, furious and embarrassed, disregarded the unusual atmosphere around him, picked up the trident in his hand, and stabbed it fiercely. Vane, I'll take your head. And Odoheim bravely pushed her chest forward, shielding Wayne, with a face showing a willingness to face death. Lord Wayne, I'm going to die. Please take care of Fishman Island's matters. She tightly closed her eyes, seemingly accepting her fate. In that moment, she thought of little White Star. That little guy would be very sad if he woke up and couldn't see her. I'm sorry, White Star. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye. But the imagined pain did not come in the next moment. She opened her eyes in surprise and found the front filled with white light. It was a mass of lightning. Zap, zap, a provocative voice from the lightning said. Who gave you the courage to challenge me? Tiger? The lightning mass began to condense. The white light blossomed, revealing a humanoid figure. Don't forget, I'm a pirate, and pirates do not fear the sea. Hody was dumbfounded, his pupils contracting sharply. The bubble was broken by his own lightning. But why was this guy unharmed? Isn't he a devil fruit user? Monster! Monster! The fisherman stepped back in terror, shouting in panic. Wayne looked at Hody, coldly laughing in his heart. How bold of you to attack me. You have already chosen the path to death. The seawater had no effect on Wayne in this state, because Wayne had completely transformed into lightning. This was a concept. In the next moment, the raging lightning surged through the seawater, striking Hody Jones. Accompanied by a scream, the terrifying lightning struck the fishmen with exquisite precision. Even Vanderdecken, who attempted to sneak away, was caught up in it, instantly reduced to a charred corpse, emitting the smell of grilled fish. Ah! The fishmen began to scream in despair. Princess Odoheim couldn't bear to look. Is there lightning in the sea too? A devil fruit user who is not afraid of seawater. Is this scientific? No. After the last scream filled with unwillingness, Hody Jones' life was completely ended. The remaining fishmen, upon witnessing this, all opened their mouths wide, staring incredulously at the lightning monster. So terrifying. Lord Wayne did well. This group of scoundrels should have died long ago. Lord Wayne is exterminating the pests for the fish. The previously radical faction also swayed like reeds in the wind, joining the ranks, supporting Princess Odoheim. In most cases, friendly communication needs to be based on strong power. Wayne said softly to Princess Odoheim, "Let's go. I can't maintain this form for long." Okay. Odoheim was first taken aback, then quickly reacted, gathering her subordinates and leaving Fishman Street on a giant whale. Upon returning, King Neptune quickly expressed his apologies. "I am truly sorry, Lord Wayne. I didn't expect something like this to happen on Fishman Street." Wayne waved his hand indifferently. "I'm used to it. Wayne, take me out to play." Yamato, seeing Wayne return, grabbed Wayne's hand and refused to let go. "Sai, what can I do with you?" "Then let's take a good stroll. After all, since we are here." Moreover, Fishman Island is a world-renowned tourist destination that Wayne has long yearned to visit. Bartholomew Kuma and Baby 5 stayed in the Dragon Palace to help King Neptune arrange for the fishmen to head to Wano Country. Leo was still being chased by Princess Man Shirley, and the two little people looked very lovey-dovey, but when they heard about going to the island for fun, they immediately reconciled and jumped onto Wayne's shoulder together. Little Purple was a bit shy, timidly following behind Wayne, admiring the island's amazing scenery. Upon arriving on the island, many enthusiastic mermaid ladies approached and pounced on Wayne. "Lord Wayne, thank you for protecting Fishman Island." Some even started to touch him all over. "Damn, am I a celebrity now? A pirate star?" A bold young mermaid lady exclaimed. "Lord Wayne is so handsome. Please accept my confession. I want to marry Lord Wayne and have many mermaid babies. For the future of humans and fish, I am willing to marry Lord Wayne." Wayne's face darkened. "Are you all lusting after my body? Why say such grandiose things?" In the blink of an eye, Wayne was surrounded by beautiful mermaid ladies, pulled into their embrace, caught in a soft wave feast. Just like that, the powerful Wayne was surrounded by the physically delicate mermaids and couldn't escape at all. Leo, who was caught up in it, happily sprayed a large stream of nosebleed and then fainted. At this moment, Yamato's expression was angry, feeling inexplicably displeased. "Don't you dare snatch Wayne from me." She charged into the crowd, throwing the mermaid ladies out one by one, baring her teeth in warning, as if declaring her sovereignty. "You guys listen up. Wayne can only marry me." After the warning, Yamato turned her head, her eyes fierce as she gritted her teeth, and said, "Right, Wayne?" Sure. Sure." Wayne tugged at the corners of his mouth, deciding not to argue with the child. Leo was secretly astonished. How did Yamato suddenly become so fierce? She must have been infected by that barbaric princess man, surely. It has to be. Then, Wayne and Leo took a reluctant last glance at the mermaid ladies and headed to the next sightseeing spot. Little Purple was slightly moved, sighing, "Their relationship is really good." In the distance, Jinbe smiled wryly. "These young people on the island really have a lot of energy, but they probably can't compete with that Yamato, haha." The group visited several more attractions, and Yamato even took a liking to the colorful corals, insisting on taking a few back to plant on Onigashima. Corals are marine organisms. They can't survive on land. Wayne earnestly educated her. "Oh, is that so?" Yamato pouted, looking unhappy, then suddenly thought of something, her eyes lighting up. "Then can't we just sink Onigashima to the seabed and plant them there?" Leo agreed. "You're right. Yamato, you're really smart." Watching these two big fools, Wayne shook his head and said to Little Purple behind him, "These two are really hopeless, don't you think, Little Purple?" Little Purple appeared thoughtful, then said with some expectation, "Captain, if we really sink Onigashima to the seabed, please be sure to take me along. I will help." After the noisy commotion, the group arrived in front of CAF. Yamato read the name of the CAF. Wayne proudly patted Yamato on the head. "Not bad. You can recognize these characters." During their training on Onigashima, Wayne had set aside plenty of time to teach Yamato to read, so she wouldn't be illiterate. They pushed the door open. A young and beautiful mermaid lady in a waitress outfit walked over. She was very young and pretty, but had a hint of coldness on her face, giving off a feeling of keeping people at a distance. "Welcome to the Mermaid CF," she said, but upon seeing Wayne, she noticeably froze. "Why is it you?" At this moment, Jinbe rushed in quickly, looking a bit flustered. Charlie, regarding Arlong, I'm very sorry, but that has nothing to do with Mr. Wayne. Seeing the scene, Wayne remembered. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I met Shirahoshi. This young mermaid lady is the fortune teller of Fishman Island, and her predictions are extremely accurate. She predicted the birth of Odoheim when she was just 3 years old, and later foretold the arrival of the Great Pirate Era, even predicting the Marineford War. The reason Jinbei said that is because Arlong, who was killed by Wayne, is Shirahoshi's brother. No need to explain, Jinbei. Wayne stared into Shirahoshi's eyes and said, when I was in the Navy, Arlong wanted to commit crimes on my territory, so I killed him. It's that simple. Hearing this, Shirahoshi's mouth twitched, and her expression showed struggle, as if she was contemplating something. After a long while, she let out a heavy sigh and said, although you killed my brother, I have no reason to resent you because you saved Fishman Island. Please come in. Shirahoshi gestured for everyone to enter. This is the bigger picture, or rather, in the world of pirates, family ties are the least important thing. Biological family members can't compare to the friends you choose. After a few people took their seats, Yamato said, fortune-telling? That sounds interesting. After hearing that Shirahoshi was a fortune teller, Yamato moved closer to her. Actually, my recent predictions seem to have been affected by something, and there have been many mistakes. For instance, Whitebeard's death and the crisis that has come to Fishman Island ahead of time. These shouldn't have happened at this time. Shirahoshi said lightly, but she still took out a blue round crystal ball from under the counter. Want to get a try? Yes, yes. Yamato nodded repeatedly. Leo and Manshiri also came over, clearly very interested in such legendary matters. My fortune-telling is a form of prediction, although the accuracy rate is very high. The things I foresee are all unfortunate events. Upon hearing this, Leo and Manshiri instinctively retreated behind Yamato, looking very frightened. It's okay. I really want to see it, Yamato smiled cheerfully. All right. Shirahoshi began to place her hands on the crystal ball, rubbing it. Then, strange images were reflected in her line of sight on the surface of the crystal ball. The fortune-telling lasted for about a few minutes. After it ended, she looked at Yamato with a strange expression and said, I see you fighting a giant dragon engulfed in flames, and you seem to be gravely injured, as if you're about to die. Huh? Isn't that something that happened in the past? Yamato pouted, somewhat dissatisfied, wanted to move closer to the crystal ball to take a look for herself. Wayne directly pulled her back and said helplessly, it means you'll still be fighting with Teacher Kaido in the future, silly. Oh. Yamato realized and said, Wayne, you're so smart. You're the one who's too foolish. Wayne patted Yamato's head and was about to take her back to her seat. But at this moment, Shirahoshi called out to him. Don't you want to see your own future? She was very curious about what kind of future the man who killed her brother and saved Fishman Island would have. Yeah, Wayne, hurry and take a look. I'm curious too. Yamato grabbed Wayne's wrist and pulled him to the counter. Seeing a hint of worry on Wayne's face, Shirahoshi asked in confusion, you seem to have some concerns. This man is clearly an absolute powerhouse with supreme power and fame. Would someone like him also have worries? The others also turned their gaze to Wayne. Wayne smiled and said, actually, it's nothing much. I just don't want to see my limits. I see. Shirahoshi shook her head in disappointment. Wayne, I want to see something delicious. Just as Yamato was about to say something, Wayne stuffed a piece of delicious thigh meat into her mouth. Seeing that his future wasn't anything good, Wayne thought to himself that at least for now, that's what he believed. The future shouldn't be predetermined. After eating and drinking to their fill, everyone bid farewell to Shirahoshi and left the mermaid CAF. However, Shirahoshi's gaze flickered slightly as she continued to watch Wayne's departing figure. Ultimately, driven by curiosity, she took out the crystal ball again and began to predict. Bruce Wayne, what will your future be like? Shirahoshi focused her attention. The next second, the surface of the crystal ball suddenly burst forth with white light. Then, the light began to concentrate rapidly, forming a magnificent scene. It was a sky filled with lightning, and above the sky were two figures. One was Wayne, transformed into a giant of lightning. The other was a tall shadow, shrouded in darkness, revealing only a pair of terrifying pupils. Who was he fighting? The content of the image ended there, leaving the follow-up unknown. Did he win? Shirahoshi muttered to herself, feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis for some reason. After a day of excitement, the energetic Yamato finally couldn't bear the fatigue and collapsed into Wayne's arms, falling into a deep sleep. With the thought of caring for the people, Wayne carried Yamato into his room, preparing to experience the softness of having a Yamato pillow. But just as he hugged Yamato and drifted off to sleep, a snail phone rang. Brew, huh? Wayne frowned and took out a snail phone from his clothes. He pressed the answer button. What is it, Teacher Sengoku? He originally wanted to call Old Dinga, but Wayne reacted quickly and changed his words. Sengoku had a strange expression and said, Don't call me that. I'm not your teacher. Never mind, that's not important. Wayne, there's an important task that needs you to handle. You say. First, let me confirm. Where are you right now? Sengoku asked. I'm at Fishman Island. Wayne turned to look at the sleeping Yamato on the bed and added, I'm at Fishman Island caring for the people. Oh, so you went to help the fishmen because you heard about the situation on Fishman Island? Good job, Wayne. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction. He had thought Wayne had forgotten his mission, but it seemed he was mistaken. Regarding the situation on Fishman Island, after discussions between the world government and the Navy, it was decided to re-recruit Jinbei as a warlord of the sea. This way, it would be beneficial for both the fishmen of Fishman Island and the civilians on the Grand Line. Sengoku said seriously, therefore, what you need to do is to use the name of the beast pirates to facilitate this matter. Do you understand? Understood, Admiral Sengoku. Good. I will contact the Navy heading to Fishman Island. After ending the call, Sengoku took out another phone and dialed it. Once connected, a particularly anxious voice from Kizuru came through. Admiral Sengoku, you finally called? We have an urgent situation to report. Huh? Sengoku asked in confusion. If there's an urgent situation, why didn't you call me? Why wait for me to call you? Admiral Sengoku, isn't your task to have us stay on Fishman Island, avoid conflicts with other forces, and wait for your call? Your instructions didn't include proactively calling you. Since this is the first time executing such an important task, especially Mu La memorizes every word of Admiral Sengoku, not daring to neglect a bit. Sengoku fell silent, unsure whether to praise him for being responsible or to scold him for being crazy. Forget it. Report your emergency situation. Let me see how urgent it is. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Mu La recounted the events that occurred on Fishman Island. Wayne, representing the Beast Pirates, threatened the ships of Fishman Island and announced the intention to occupy Fishman Island, claiming it as territory of the Beast Pirates. What the hell? Wayne, what have you done? Sengoku roared in his heart, nearly losing control of his emotions, almost fainting from anger at Wayne. Who taught him to act like this as an undercover agent? Sengoku's expression visibly darkened. Wayne had truly surprised him this time. To occupy Fishman Island in such a short time without reporting to him, does he still have any sense of justice? Does he still recognize me as the Marine Admiral? Furious, Sengoku called Wayne again. Major Wayne, please explain. Why did you act on your own, without orders, and plant the beast flag on Fishman Island's land? Wayne tightened his gaze and said softly, Admiral Sengoku, I did this indeed, and I didn't report to you because I was afraid of exposure. Moreover, although I'm working for Kaido, I did help the civilians of Fishman Island out of their predicament, didn't I? Setting aside the facts, am I not serving justice? This. Sengoku was taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, he found some reason in Wayne's words. However, why does Kaido want to occupy Fishman Island? Isn't all the territory of the Beast Pirates near Wano Country? That's exactly it, Admiral Sengoku. Wayne smiled and explained that the fool Kaido only had ideas about Fishman Island because he heard that Charlotte Linlin also wanted to occupy it. In other words, it's just sibling rivalry, trying to outdo each other over trivial matters. Then, Wayne informed Sengoku about the cooperation between the Beast Pirates and Fishman Island. Sengoku secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Well, at least it protected the civilians. But he then shifted his tone. However, Wayne, you cannot make such mistakes again in the future. You are still young, and the road ahead is long. Heed my advice. The new world is very dangerous, and you might not be able to handle it. Seeing Admiral Sengoku about to start a long lecture, Wayne directly rubbed the transponder snail, feigning a burst of static noise. Admiral Sengoku, what did you say? I can't hear clearly. If there's nothing important, I'll hang up for now. Gana, Buka. Sengoku frowned at the miniature transponder snail in his hand, realizing that the equipment department's specially made snails were not that great after all. The next day, Wayne woke up from the turbulent sensation, holding a plush pillow of Yamato that felt excellent, soft, and comfortable, making him reluctant to get up. At this moment, he heard Jinbei's voice outside the door. Lord Wayne. There's a problem with sending the fishmen to Wano Country. Disturbed by the good news, Wayne reluctantly got out of bed. What happened? The fishmen are unwilling to go? It's understandable, as humans don't have a good reputation among the fishmen. But Jinbei shook his head, saying, you should come and see for yourself. Wayne followed Jinbei out of Ryugu Palace to a square on Fishman Island. A crowd of fishmen was gathered there, and upon seeing Wayne's arrival, they immediately shouted loudly, Lord Wayne, I want to go with you to the Beast Pirates. Lord Wayne, take me with you. Boo-hoo, we all admire you. Almost all the fishmen raised their arms, eager to join the beast pirates. Damn, so they're fighting to go? Wayne watched these fishmen, his mouth twitching. Roughly counting, there must be several thousand fishmen, right? On the platform, Princess Odoheim was also present. Smiling as she said, Lord Wayne, it seems yesterday's events made everyone feel your sincerity. After all, deep down, the fishmen yearn for the sky and the sun. It's truly wonderful to earn your trust. Wayne politely replied. Then he told Jinbei that the first group of fishmen going would play a leading role. I believe they will enjoy life on the sea. Wayne looked down at the enthusiastic fishmen and asked Jinbei to select some young and strong fishmen, preferably with combat experience, for registration. After staying on Fishman Island for a few more days, Wayne prepared to return to Wano Country. Speaking of which, being a king really feels stifling. Who as a king personally going to seize territory? Teacher Kai, are you trying to force me to rebel? Ah, are you leaving already? I haven't had enough fun. Yamato looked reluctant. Wayne placed his index and middle fingers together and gently tapped Yamato's smooth forehead. Forgive me, Yamato. I'll bring you back to play again when I have time. Well, that's not good, but Yamato took a couple of steps back and then looked at the colorful coral reefs around, her eyes lighting up as she directly pulled a few and moved them onto the queen. Goodbye, mermaid ladies, boo-hoo. I will miss you. Leo was tearfully waving goodbye to the mermaids on the shore. Why don't you just stay here, Leo? Wayne said. Yeah, if you don't want to leave, just stay here. Man Shirley pouted and chimed in strangely. Huh, is it really okay? Leo's mouth dropped open in excitement, forming an O shape. But then he saw Princess Man Shirley's terrifying expression, and he shuddered. Forget it. Without me, the clumsy Princess Man Shirley would surely get into trouble. Upon hearing this, Man Shirley clenched her fists, gritting her teeth in anger. Humph. Leo, I want to talk to you anymore. Ah, the princess's characteristic mood swings are showing. Leo pointed at Man Shirley, expressing his disdain. But the next moment, Man Shirley bit at Leo's finger. With a scream, Leo covered his swollen finger and cried out in pain. Boo-hoo, the evil Princess Man Shirley. Hee. Man Shirley's expression changed, and she stuck her tongue out at Leo with a smile. The fishmen on Fishman Island were already prepared at the port, coating the big ship with a membrane. The fishmen waved goodbye. Princess Odoheim's eyes were filled with tears as she watched the queen depart. She had a strong premonition that the future of the fishmen would begin to change from this moment. The queen sailed smoothly, bursting through the huge bubble membrane surrounding Fishman Island and entering the dark deep-sea area. Listening to the sound of the massive ocean currents around, Little Purple's face changed, and she instinctively squeezed her legs together. Meanwhile, Leo, Man Shirley, and Baby 5 clung tightly to Wayne, not daring to open their eyes. Kuma skillfully steered the helm, and soon, light appeared above as the queen surged forward, breaking through the surface of the sea. Bang! The membrane shattered. The fishmen erupted in excitement upon seeing the azure sky and the sun hanging high above. Sunshine. It was warm sunshine. Is this the scenery of the sea? If possible, I never want to return to the dark Fishman Street again. The sea breeze actually has a scent. A fishman opened his arms, as if embracing the long-lost freedom. Why are they so excited? Little Purple murmured as she watched the cheering fishmen. Wayne walked up to her side and said lightly, because they feel freedom. Freedom? Little Purple repeated the word. Since birth, it seemed she was very unfamiliar with the word freedom. Her father's death, the departure of loved ones, the sacrifice of her retainers. In these short years, she felt like she had never stopped, living in confusion and her own misguided quest for revenge, unable to see any hope for the future. She thought that as long as she lurked by the great serpent's side, she would eventually find an opportunity. But the scene of Wayne killing the great serpent changed her perspective. At that time, she thought violence was the hope for the future. However, now seeing these free fishmen, she felt somewhat at a loss. Do the weak also have freedom? Or is it that having a powerful strength to rely on can lead to freedom? She didn't understand. She was confused. Wayne gazed at the girl filled with sadness and then turned his eyes to the distant sea. Being able to do whatever you want is not freedom. True freedom should be about being able to do whatever you want without any worries. That's what I believe, Hiyori. Little Purple was taken aback at first. Then her expression changed as she instantly realized, you know my identity? Wayne nodded. Yes, I've known for a long time. Then why would you still let me on your ship? Although Little Purple was in a panic, she still asked curiously. The sea breeze gently brushed her hair, revealing a forehead as smooth as jade and a cool face. For a moment, Wayne was somewhat dazed. He felt a bit of sympathy for this pitiful girl. Not only did she have a clown-like father, But after the land of Wano was taken over, she had to bear the so-called family hatred and honor, enduring immense pain at such a young age just to please the great serpent. Thinking of this, he silently cursed in his heart, so disgusting. Whether it was Kazuki Oden's way of dealing with the world or the so-called samurai spirit, it was all too uninteresting. Wayne spoke directly. How should I put it? I have no deep hatred towards the Kazuki clan, and as you can see, I'm not particularly interested in the King of Wano. Little Purple looked at Wayne's serious expression, her expression becoming somewhat strange. She remembered that Wayne seemed very happy when he was king. So, what do you plan to do with me? The daughter of a former general, someone who wants to kill Kaido. At this moment, Little Purple appeared quite calm. Huh. Wayne suddenly let out a sigh of relief. That's good. What? Little Purple's face showed more confusion. Wayne just grinned at her. As long as you're not planning to kill me, it's fine. Huh? Little Purple exclaimed. Aren't you Kaido's disciple? So what? Wayne clasped his hands behind his head, leaning against the railing, and said with a smile. If Master Kaido knew someone wanted to kill him, he would probably be quite happy. Besides, you're not the only one who wants to kill him. Wayne waved at Yamato, who was fiddling with Coral on the deck. The white-haired girl immediately ran over energetically. Yamato, tell Little Purple what you want to do the most. Me? I want to marry Wayne, and then we can become the freest people on the sea. Yamato said with hands on her hips, grinning. Wayne's face darkened. Not that. Like who you want to kill? Oh, of course it's Kaido. Yamato said angrily, I will definitely kill that bastard with my own hands. By the way, Little Purple, come help out when the time comes. That's it. Wayne nodded knowingly. You're kidding, right? Little Purple looked astonished, but she could feel Yamato's sincerity. Just like the night Yamato sincerely invited her to become a companion. Yamato really hates Kaido. Wayne briefly recounted Yamato's hatred towards Kaido. Little Purple kept her head down, her nose feeling sour. By the time Wayne finished, she was already in tears. Little Purple, why are you crying? Did Wayne bully you just now? Yamato asked worriedly. Little Purple shook her head vigorously and then excitedly hugged Yamato. No. Little Purple felt that she was happy at this moment. Her friends would not be her enemies. This feeling was so good. Thank you, Yamato. I will do my best to catch up with you all for our common dream. Little Purple's eyes were filled with determination. After the fishmen cheered for quite a while, Bartholomew Kuma used the powers of the pawpaw fruit, wrapping the entire ship in bubble-like paws. With a strong slap, several circles of white waves rolled back from the ship, and the Queen's ship shot up into the sky like a cannonball. Soon after, the Queen's ship arrived at Onigashima. Wokakikoko. Once everyone disembarked, Master Kaido was extremely excited. Kid, you're back. After finishing negotiations with King Neptune, Wayne informed Master Kaido about Fishman Island. Therefore, Master Kaido was in a very good mood now. It seems you brought a lot of interesting guys. Master Kaido scanned the fishmen. Is this the strongest creature? The fishmen stared in shock at the enormous figure before them. They are all powerful warriors of the Fishman tribe. I want to arrange them in the inland sea of Wano, and there are many sunken ruins below, just right for them to live in. Wayne said. Master Kaido nodded and then looked at the tall Kuma. This guy seems a bit familiar. Bartholomew Kuma, formerly of the Revolutionary Army, with a bounty of 600 million berries, is a very strong man. However, he has now decided to stand on our side. Wayne introduced. Wokakikoko. Master Kaido was delighted. He didn't care whether Kuma used to be in the Revolutionary Army or the Navy. He was a person who loved talent. Being able to survive in the violent beast pirates means one can accept the view that strength is paramount. As for whether he is someone with ulterior motives or a Navy spy, it doesn't matter. This is a kind of confidence, and it is a privilege that only natural-born kings like Kaido can possess. Subsequently, Wayne had the fishmen bring up a man wearing sea prism stone handcuffs with a prominent knife scar on his face. The man was terrified and did not dare to look directly at Kaido. Who is this guy? Charlotte Karakuri, the 10th son of the Charlotte family. One of the sweet commanders and a user of the mochi fruit. Because he has always disguised himself in a cookie armor, many people do not know his true identity. Wayne grinned, thinking that this guy wanted to represent the Charlotte family to compete with our beast pirates for territory. Who could tolerate that? So I brought this kid back on the spot. Wahaha. Well done, kid. Go ahead and throw a party. Teacher Kaido laughed heartily. This made him happier than getting Fishman Island. Just thinking about the possibility of that old lady Lin Lin calling him humbly for her son filled Kaido with an inexplicable excitement. Let's send this guy to the rabbit bowl. After saying that, Teacher Kaido transformed into a green dragon and flew away, not knowing where he went to drink and celebrate. The crowd landed on the island. Runny, Peggy Wan, and the other pirates like Dave Go had been waiting for a long time, and when they saw Wayne return, they all ran over excitedly. Instructor Wayne. Brother Wayne. Dave Go ran ahead, tears following behind. That scene was simply too beautiful. Brother Wayne, I miss you so much. Dave Go leaped and was about to pounce on Wayne, but Wayne sidestepped and sent Dave Go tumbling into the dirt. Don't say such cheesy things, you brat. Wayne said disdainfully. Instructor Wayne, did you come back after playing enough? Runty pushed his head against Wayne's waist, but couldn't budge him. How do you know? Oh no, what are you joking about? The outside world is very dangerous. You almost didn't get to see us. Isn't it almost not seeing you? If Yamato had sailed for a few more days, we might have gone to Antarctica to see penguins. Instructor Wayne, I've gotten stronger again. Peggy unhappily raised his fist. At this moment, the fallen Dave Go suddenly remembered something, jumped up, and respectfully reported to Wayne, Brother Wayne, the matter you arranged last time has made progress. Oh, did you find it? After becoming the new king of Wano, Wayne not only took over the Seastone business, but also assigned another task to the subordinates of Wano. That was to collect devil fruits in various regions of Wano. From what Wayne knew, many of the ability users in Wano had eaten their devil fruits during this period. Especially in Kuri's Kabuto village, a little girl named Koyuki had eaten the Paramecia-type dango fruit, which was a bug-level ability that could control a beast army and manipulate artificial fruit users. Wayne still wanted to get his hands on it. Brother Wayne, Dave Go said, we found one fruit in Kuri, confiscated another from a gang family in Flower City, and found one on Onigashima. But Lord Kaido said it was a Zoan-type fruit and took it away. Teacher Kaido, you still love collecting Zoan-type devil fruits so much. I'm crying. I see, I understand. Show me the remaining 2 fruits. Yes. Dave Go returned, holding 2 treasure chests. After opening them, 2 twisted-patterned devil fruits lay inside. After taking a glance, Wayne was overjoyed. Sure enough, one of them was the Paramecia-type dango fruit Wayne wanted, while the other was surprisingly the Paramecia-type stone fruit. It was the fruit of Pika, a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family who was killed by Wayne half a year ago. He didn't expect it to reappear in Wano. Brother Wayne, what do you plan to do with these 2 fruits? Dave Go's eyes were fixed on the 2 fruits in Wayne's hands, his desire to eat them evident on his face. After all, a certain unnamed man with a black beard once said, compared to the side effects of devil fruits, their accompanying advantages are more. Also, there are no trash devil fruits, only trash fruit users. Of course, the persuasiveness of the latter statement is still a bit weak. For example, if I eat a dog fruit, husky form, turning into a silly dog that attacks. You could turn into a thunder god or bounce me to Antarctica with a meatball shockwave. How can I argue about that? Moreover, there are hierarchies among the fruits. Under equal conditions, a fire fruit user will be restrained by a magma fruit user. However, even so, for pirates like Dave Go, who are far from the top but have some strength compared to the lower ranks, eating a devil fruit can still provide such a wonderful start. Which one do you want? Wayne asked. Upon hearing this, Dave Go was overjoyed. Anyone is fine, Brother Wayne. Choose one. Dave Go had never seen a fruit pictorial and could only randomly point at one. How about this one? This one won't do. Then this one. Dave Go pointed at the other fruit. This one also won't do. What a joke. Such a precious fruit is too wasteful for a weakling like Dave Go to eat. At this moment, the snail phone in Wayne's arms rang again. Brew Buka. Who is it? Wayne, did you forget about me so quickly? I'm so sad. The voice of Morgan's, that Birdman, came from the other side. I've heard that you kidnapped Charlotte Cracker and occupied that territory on Fishman Island. That's so awesome, so exciting, so explosive. I'm about to report on this matter. Is there anything else? Wayne said somewhat impatiently. He was in a hurry to arrange those fishmen. Don't hang up, don't hang up, Morgan said urgently. I received some interesting news. I wonder if you're interested in devil fruits? Devil fruits? Is someone trading devil fruits? Haha, Wayne, you're so clever. But this time it's not a small deal. It's an auction, a super large devil fruit auction from the dark world. Devil fruit auction? Wayne wasn't too surprised. How do underground forces make money? It's nothing more than selling weapons, trafficking people, illegal transportation, etc. Those who can put devil fruits up for auction are considered powerful big shots. So what do you think, Wayne? Are you interested? Morgans certainly hoped the beast pirates would get involved. If they could clash with those bastards, it would be even better. That would be big news. How many devil fruits are there? What abilities do you know? Oh, you really think highly of me, but according to the news they released, there are at least 2. Moreover, one of them is a super rare ancient Zoan type. Devil fruits are hard to find. Among the billions of people in the world, there are only a few thousand ability users. Having 2 devil fruits for auction is already a huge deal. So, who is the host of the auction? Wayne didn't know many people in the underground forces, but someone who can host such an auction must be a giant in the underground world. Haha, in the past. When hearing about such an auction, everyone would think that the organizer was the Don Quixote family. However, ever since you took down Doflamingo, a young man has gradually taken his place, Guild Tesoro. 3 years ago, during the auction held by Doflamingo, he led a group to snatch the gold fruit that was about to be auctioned for an astronomical price. Since then, he has been developing his power in the underworld and has now become an impressive mafia family. Wine frowned. The young Golden Emperor? It's worth mentioning that the gold fruit is a paramecia type, which cannot create gold out of thin air, but can manipulate gold and turn the body into gold. So, it's mostly due to his own efforts that Tesoro has amassed such great wealth over the past decade. What do you think, Brother Wine? Want to take a look? Kaido seems very interested in forming an all-Zoan pirate crew, right? Morgans continue to stir the pot. All right, I'm indeed a bit interested. Just tell me the time and place, Wine said directly. After all, anyone can take it, so why not do it himself? Awesome, Morgan said excitedly. 3 days later, on Sabaody Archipelago. Right under the Navy's nose? Wine questioned. The Sabaody Archipelago is located directly above Fishman Island. Less than half a day's journey from the Navy headquarters at Marineford. He, but it's also a place for the Celestial Dragons to rake in wealth. As long as we don't cause a big commotion, the Navy won't intervene. Besides, how could the Navy ever think that pirates would be auctioning off devil fruits there? Morgan said confidently. I got it. Bookka call ended. Wine said to everyone, Bartholomew, it seems we need to take a trip to Sabaody Archipelago. Devago, you're in charge of settling the fishmen. I want to go with Brother Wine too. Devago said sadly. Don't worry, if I find a suitable devil fruit for you, I'll consider rewarding you, Wine promised. Really? Thank you so much, Brother Wine. Devago instantly became excited and full of energy. That's how Wine is. His subordinates just need to do their jobs well, while he has to think about more things. Afterwards, Wine briefly consulted Teacher Kai and then took everyone back on board, heading for Sabaody Archipelago. Not long after they left, Jack rushed to the empty port, panting and scratching his head in confusion. Where's Brother Wine? Didn't they say he was back? Meanwhile, at Whole Cake Island, in a palace decorated in pink. Mama, you really brought back some great news. That brat took Cracker away. The fat and bloated old woman, Charlotte Linlin, sat on her throne, drooling, looking down at her trembling children. The fishman hybrid woman, Charlotte Prim, didn't dare to meet her mother's eyes and spoke in a terrified, stuttering voice. Mama, it's all that Bruce Wine's fault. The tall, slender woman, Charlotte Brule, also explained, yeah, Mama, that bastard is too strong. Oh, Charlotte Linlin's mood was at an all-time low. Why had she ever suffered such humiliation, especially from that stinky brother Kaido? For a woman like her, mere territory and reputation can no longer satisfy her inner greed. Only what she cannot have is the best. Kaido's submission and this Fishman Island are both what she wants. That wine is too strong? Maybe you're too weak. Charlotte Linlin's tone turned cold, her eyes glinting with a dangerous red light. And the temperature around her rapidly dropped. No, it seemed they realized something. The subordinates kneeling below, those underlings of Cracker, began to howl in fear. Even though their legs felt weak with terror, they still desperately ran toward the palace exit. But in the next second, Soul Pledge, one of the terrifying abilities of the soul fruit, as long as there is absolute fear of Charlotte Linlin herself, those struck by this move will have their souls controlled by her. The dozens of fleeing people and those kneeling behind Brule froze in place, their pupils dilated, as if they had seen something terrifying. Mama, please. Brule and Prim collapsed in fear, begging, hoping to awaken a non-existent maternal love deep within Charlotte Linlin. Mama. Charlotte Linlin cracked a gruesome smile, her face contorted, saliva dripping with corrosive properties onto the floor, creating large holes. Meanwhile, Brule's small face turned pale with fear, hiding behind Katakuri's legs and clutching his pants tightly. Katakuri's eyes twitched, his face written with struggle. How could she bear to punish her beloved daughter? Mama. Charlotte Linlin laughed maniacally, but the coldness in her eyes did not wane. With a wave of her hand, several homies brought up a large roulette, each section filled with cruel punishments. Brule, Prim, let me teach you the rules of the ship. Losers cannot survive in the sea. Mama. As soon as she finished speaking, it was as if she had pronounced a death sentence, personally spinning the terrifying wheel. Mama. A loud voice echoed through the hall. Katakuri could no longer bear it and stepped forward, shouting, let me take their place. Whether it was taking lifespans or losing limbs, Katakuri couldn't bear to see his two younger sisters suffer such punishments. Perhaps Mama would show mercy if she saw him pleading. There was still a glimmer of hope in Katakuri's heart. That one do. Mama, how could I punish my good son who has never made a mistake? Charlotte Linlin coldly glanced at Katakuri. Step aside. Mama, Katakuri wanted to say something more, but Perispero and Smoothie pulled him back. Don't do anything foolish, Katakuri. Brother Katakuri, it's useless. Though both had grievances in their hearts, they didn't dare to express them and could only advise Katakuri. Perispero was already drenched in sweat, silently praying that no matter what, it would end quickly and that Mama wouldn't fall into a food coma. Katakuri's cheeks stiffened, his eyes filled with reluctance. Although Brule was terrified inside, she still struggled to say to Katakuri, Brother Katakuri, don't. Finally, reason prevailed, and Katakuri lowered his eyelids, slowly taking 2 steps back. Click! Just then, the roulette stopped. Charlotte Linlin burst into wild laughter. Mama, Prim, 30 years of lifespan. Brule, what a pity, one arm. However, it seems that it doesn't affect your ability to use the mirror fruit. You must be so happy that you want to cheer. Mom, soon after on Cake Island. In a hospital ward, Brule lies on the bed in pain, her right arm completely empty, wrapped in thick bandages, with blood oozing out. Brule, I'm sorry. Katakuri stands by the bed, an unusual look of guilt on his face. For the first time, he feels his powerlessness. A feeling called confusion rises in his heart. Is she really our mother? Is such a mother really worth following? Mom, Katakuri murmurs, as if the endless darkness is swallowing him, unable to see any glimmer of hope for the future. Creak! At this moment, the door of the room opens and a homies soldier sways in. Homies are the subordinates created by Charlotte Linlin using the soul fruit, who obey commands absolutely, with various professions and appearances within the territory of Tado land. Lord Katakuri, Mom has assigned you a task. Mom said that the meat in Tado land is too unappetizing and wants you to find ingredients from fierce beasts. Ingredients from fierce beasts? Katakuri is somewhat surprised. Usually, searching for ingredients and recruiting chefs are tasks handled by ordinary ministers. It shouldn't fall to him, because many islands with fierce beasts are very dangerous, Lord Katakuri. The homie's soldier explained. Moreover, Mom said the stronger the beast, the more delicious the meat. Our people found an island full of rare creatures in the calm belt, but that island is quite close to Amazon Lily, which is said to be under the jurisdiction of Amazon Lily, the country occupied by one of the 7 warlords. Katakuri has heard of it. Located in the calm belt, Amazon Lily is ruled by Boa Hancock, known as the Pirate Empress. It doesn't matter, I understand, Katakuri said lightly, his gaze deeply fixed outside the window. For him, it doesn't matter whether it's the 7 warlords or the Pirate Empress. He's very angry right now, and it's just the right time to vent. Under the red line, at the port of Sabaody Archipelago, a golden pirate ship descends from the sky, splashing a large amount of water, which then breaks apart and falls like a light rain, drenching several nearby large ships. Damn, where did this bastard come from? The people on the ship roar, but upon seeing the skull flag flying high on that ship, they promptly shut their mouths. The beast pirates. If it were an ordinary pirate crew, it would be one thing, but it's actually the strongest, most domineering, and most powerful beast pirates. Damn, there are so many ships. On the deck of the golden ship, Wayne gazes around. The port is already crowded with large ships, with more than half being pirate ships. Bartholomew, park the ship properly, Wayne said. After all, it's a rare devil fruit, and many people have lost their lives at sea for just one devil fruit. Wayne nodded. Wayne, are there good things to eat at the auction? Yamato asked with a grin. Wayne poked the girl's cheek. Don't just think about eating. Be careful once we get inside. It might get violent. Huh? Are we here to buy things? Wayne's mouth slightly curved, finding Yamato adorably silly. We didn't bring any money. How can we buy? Upon hearing this, Mancheri and Leo simultaneously questioned. Is Wayne going to dine and dash? Wayne's expression darkened. We're pirates. Pirates don't need to pay for things. Also, the auction isn't a place to eat. Listen carefully. You all stay on the ship with Bartholomew. I'll go inside with Yamato. This auction is a mixed bag, so it's best to leave Bartholomew and the others here. If anything happens, he can have Bartholomew take care of those guys, and he can just fly away with Yamato. Wayne is quite confident when it comes to escaping. At the same time, on a large ship docked not far away, inside the cabin, a burly man in a black suit is peering out the window, observing the situation outside. If Kaido or Charlotte Linlin were present, they would immediately recognize this suited thug. Once a member of the Rocks Pirates, he now occupies Hive Island and is a major pirate in the New World, Wangji. Interesting, Kaido's people are actually here, and it's that fallen Navy, Bruce Wayne. Lighting a costly cigar, Wang Ji said casually, "Boss, they must be here for the devil fruit too." One of his underlings stepped forward and poured him a glass of red wine. No matter who it is, no one can stop me from getting that devil fruit. Wang Ji gritted his teeth. After Whitebeard died, he felt a strong sense of crisis. The age of big pirates is intensifying. If he doesn't come up with a strategy, Hive Island will eventually be occupied by other pirates. He used to hate devil fruits. He didn't want to become a landlubber. But now he made a decision that went against his ancestors. That is to do everything he can to bid for a powerful devil fruit. The devil fruit is mine. Wang Ji's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Kaido can't keep it either. That's what I say. Marine headquarters, Marineford. One arrogant pirate. They actually dare to hold a devil fruit auction at Sabaody Archipelago. Admiral Sengoku sat at his desk, listening seriously to the report from the Den Mushi. The call was not from Wayne, but from the Marines informant stationed at Sabaody Archipelago. Admiral Sengoku. These pirates intend to go directly to Fishman Island after the auction and then escape to the New World. I see. Sengoku's pupils slightly contracted. After thinking for a moment, he called for the most diligent admiral in the Marines, Kizaru. After hearing the combat mission, Kizaru's face instantly showed a fearful expression. That's scary. There must be a lot of pirates there, right? Don't joke around. Borsalino, take your men and go now. All right. Kizaru helplessly shrugged. He felt he should find an opportunity to go out for a while. If he stayed at Marineford all the time, Admiral Sengoku would really keep sending him on errands. At Sabaody Archipelago, under the giant red tree number 5, inside a massive auction hall. I didn't expect so many people to come. I'm really worried about being discovered by the Marines. A strong man with gray-green hair, dressed in a pink suit, frowned as he listened to his subordinate's report. A short man with a large head, Mr. Tanaka, chuckled, "Don't worry, boss. Even the Marines wouldn't dare to do anything. After all, there are quite a few tough characters among the pirates who came this time." A red-haired, voluptuous woman named Bakara opened 3 boxes on the table, looking at the 3 devil fruits quietly lying inside, unable to help but lick her lips. "I almost lost my life for these few devil fruits. I hope they sell for a good price." The sadomasochist, the tall and burly deus, murmured, "We can't be careless, everyone. After all, our boss's gold fruit was snatched from the auction hosted by Don Quixote, Doflamingo. If the devil fruit at this auction is taken by someone else, it would be quite embarrassing. Have those on the list arrived?" Tezzalo rested his chin on his hand, revealing 10 fingers. Except for the ring finger of his left hand, all the other 9 fingers were adorned with precious rings. The list is actually those people we intentionally leaked information to. They are all powerful pirates and underground forces in the world. Mr. Tanaka replied, almost done. The beast pirates, Wang Ji, Hanavza, and some people from the world government member countries. Even people from the world government want to trade with us. Then let's release the news. The auction will start soon. From the very beginning, the auction was not meant for those small pirates hoping for luck. They aim to sell to those who are both wealthy and powerful. Whether it's a king or a pirate emperor, the wealth they possess is unimaginable. Moreover, after selling the devil fruits to these guys, Tezzalo can also take the opportunity to befriend them. That's a double win. Yes, boss. After everyone left, Tezzalo lay back on the sofa, his thoughts drifting back to that street from a few years ago. Stella, I have plenty of money now. What a pity. If I had the ability of the gold fruit back then, you wouldn't. With this thought, anger flickered in Tezzalo's eyes, and he smashed the table in front of him to pieces with a punch. After calming down a bit, he shook his head, casting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. Just watch. I will become the richest person in the world. One and Yamato walked along the streets of the Sabaody Archipelago, each holding a large bucket of juice and drinking it greedily. The auction is starting earlier than expected. I was planning to stay on the island for a couple more days. Receiving the news, Wen frowned and called Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, it's me, Xiao In. Yes, I'm right here. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Sengoku was a bit displeased. Wen was becoming increasingly unreasonable, failing to inform him of such important intelligence in a timely manner. However, Wen boldly replied, "What are you talking about, Admiral Sengoku? Didn't you say that the Blades could act first and report later, authorized by the Navy?" Did I ever say that? Sengoku tightened his brows. He and T said it, but the meaning was pretty much the same. But don't worry, it's just a few devil fruits. I will definitely get them and not let the evil pirates take them away. No, I've already sent Borsalino to the Sabaody Archipelago. I will notify him shortly. At that time, You can act according to the situation and help the Navy catch these pirates and seize the devil fruits. Upon hearing this, one agreed, okay, Admiral Sengoku. It's just about getting the devil fruits for the Navy, I understand. Soon, one brought Yamato to the auction center near the number 5 Red Tree, a huge auction venue. Upon entering, the extravagant decorations inside were immediately visible. The seating in the venue was tiered, and each seat had a bidding number plate. As soon as one entered, the attending waiter recognized him and hurriedly led him to a private booth on the second floor. Looking out from the wide one-way window, one could see the entire venue. Yamato immediately sat down on the sofa as soon as she entered, the soft and bouncy texture seemingly to her liking. She lifted her buttocks and then sat down hard again, bouncing herself up. One, this is so fun. Let's buy this. But you are the princess of Onigashima. You can have as much as you want. One sat beside Yamato, wrapping an arm around her to signal her to quiet down. Then he crossed his legs and looked at the pirates gradually entering below. Even though Tezulo announced that the auction would start 2 days early, the number of pirates arriving at the venue was still staggering. In no time, half of the seats below were filled. The devil fruits are indeed rare. At this moment, a man dressed in leather and wearing a hood walked in through the door. Upon seeing him, the pirates instantly stirred. It's Hanabza. The warlord of the sea has come. It seems we want to be able to buy the devil fruits. One looked in the direction of the voice. The pirate was tall and carried a spiked meteor hammer in his hand, dragging it on the ground as he walked, creating shallow grooves. The warlord of the sea, king of lizards Hanabza. It said that he is the emperor of a land on an island in the first half of the Grand Line, particularly fond of collecting Zoan-type devil fruits. In the original story, he was defeated by Ace, who had just set sail and later removed from the warlords. This guy's here too? One felt a surge of joy. This guy has collected quite a few devil fruits, and since he was defeated by Ace, his strength must not be that great. If I could borrow some devil fruits from him, then this would be a win-win situation. Hanabza below seemed to enjoy the cheers of the pirates, wearing a smug smile, and did not go up to the second floor, but directly sat in the front row. Following that, Wang Ji, dressed like a suit-wearing thug, entered the venue surrounded by a group of subordinates. It's the great pirate Wang Ji. This legendary figure has come too. He used to be a cadre on the Rock's ship. Upon seeing this guy, one raised an eyebrow. It seems I underestimated. There are such high-level characters at the auction. One was unsure about Wang Ji's strength, but having survived from that era and thrived in the New World for decades, he definitely wasn't an ordinary person. It could be a bit tricky. Meanwhile, Yamato muttered with a strange expression, the great pirate Wang Ji? One was speechless, tapping Yamato's little head to correct her. It's the great pirate, Wang Ji. He's the undefeated record holder in the underground boxing arena. The boxer Surti. He has a bounty of 370 million. A tall man with an exposed chest and bulging muscles walked in, raising his hand in a boastful manner and greeting everyone. Haha, it must be me. Besides the notorious criminals, a king wearing a crown also arrived at the scene, immediately capturing everyone's attention. That is, King Elizabeth II of the Protonus Kingdom. The powerful king? It is said that he is not only a king, but also the strongest warrior in the country. Rumor has it that his king's fist can defeat the 4 emperors. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Listening to the gasps around him, the corner of Elizabeth's mouth slightly curled up. After entering the booth on the second floor, he took off his red cape from behind, revealing his solid muscles. Then he put on 2 boxing gloves and began to punch the air. As he threw punch after punch, his aura surged, and visible white waves of energy appeared around him. Your Highness, aren't we here to bid on the devil fruits? What are you doing? A soldier beside him asked, confused. Humph. Elizabello snorted coldly. Pirates are not rule-abiding folks. I have a feeling that these inherently evil pirates will definitely cause trouble at the auction. Saying this, he glanced at the treasure chests on the ground and firmly stated, to obtain powerful abilities, to protect my people, I will do whatever it takes to get the devil fruits, whether with money or my fists. Meanwhile, many pirates below, seeing the heavyweight figures appearing, couldn't help but feel a sense of retreat. What a joke. The 7 warlords, the king, the great pirate, and that son-in-law of the beast pirates. None of them are easy to provoke. As more strong figures arrived, the lights in the auction house suddenly brightened, illuminating the entire hall. A man in a flashy pink suit stepped onto the auction stage, striding with a swagger, holding a microphone, and wearing an extremely arrogant expression. Haha, welcome to your arrival. Wayne recognized him. The future Golden Emperor, Tezulo. Money is power, gentlemen. Do you have the money to control these treasures? Ha ha ha. Tezulo looked quite punchable, and the pirates below immediately began to shout loudly. Let's get started. I can't wait. I want the devil fruit. Hurry up and give me the devil fruit. Tezelo curled his lips in disdain and said, then, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, a scantily clad Bakara, wearing sexy black stockings, walked onto the stage, picked up the auction hammer, and started the bidding. The atmosphere in the auction house instantly heated up as the voluptuous Bakara took the stage. The auction was not just for devil fruits. The initial item for auction were all sorts of bizarre things. Unclear treasure maps, unopened treasure chests, mysterious ores, and precious swords, jewelry, etc. Finally, after several items were auctioned off at high prices, the first treasure chest containing the devil fruit was brought to the auction stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Bakara's seductive voice reached everyone's ears. Don't fall asleep. What's next for auction is something you all have been longing for. Under the eager gazes, Bakara opened the treasure chest in front of her, revealing an orange-yellow fruit adorned with twisted patterns. Allow me to introduce this fruit, which belonged to the former high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, Gladius, the bomb fruit. Just by eating it, you can become a bomb man, controlling the expansion of yourself and inorganic materials you touch, leading to explosions. It is a very powerful devil fruit. Once, Gladius was able to fight against the Beast Pirates Bruce Wayne thanks to this fruit, and even gained the upper hand for a while. In the end, he only lost because he ran out of stamina. Upstairs, Wayne pulled at the corner of his mouth. Oh really? Spreading rumors to my face, huh? Wayne remembered that when that guy saw him, he didn't even have time to use his ability before Wayne cut him down with a single strike. These guys can really talk nonsense to sell for a high price. However, for the illiterate below who had not received 9 years of compulsory education, Bakara's words clearly had an effect. I'll offer 300 million. A loud voice came from a booth on the second floor, startling everyone. That was Wang Ji's room. Bakara's lips twitched, and after tightening her brows, she softly said, the starting price for this fruit is 500 million berries. As soon as this was said, the entire venue fell silent. Wang Ji in the booth had an awkward expression, almost cursing. A paramecia fruit is worth 2 to 300 million at most. You want 500 million? But for the sake of face, he could only add seriously. I meant 300 million on top of that. 800 million berries. Hiss, everyone gasped. As expected of Wang Ji, he really has money. Wang Ji felt his heart bleed, instantly regretting it. But seeing the adoring looks from his subordinates, he gritted his teeth and held it in. At least no one dared to compete with me. Tezelo, who had already retreated backstage, sat on the sofa, clapping and laughing. Did you see that? The greed in those guys' eyes when they look at the devil fruit. But they have no money, ha ha ha. Tanaka poked his head up from the floor. 800 million berries. What a big spender. This will definitely be a big profit. On the stage, the pirates dared not bid anymore. 800 million berries is not a small number, and it was Wang Ji's bid. No one dared to compete with him. Having money to buy requires the premise of being alive to go out. Bang! With the fall of the auction hammer, Bakara's eyes curved into crescents with a smile. Congratulations to Mr. Wang Ji. And for those who didn't get the devil fruit, don't worry. Seizing the moment. As the pirates' emotions were high, Bakara immediately began the auction for the next devil fruit. Again, in the same manner, a large chest was brought onto the stage. And when opened, it contained a banana with dark green patterns. Animal type, dragon fruit. Ancient species, wind god pterosaur form. After revealing the fruit's ability, the pirates' gazes were instantly drawn to it, their eyes wide open. An ancient species that is rare. It seems to have flying abilities. The Lizard King, Hanavza, sitting in the front, couldn't sit still. Just as he was about to raise his bidding paddle, Bakara spoke first. The starting price is 800 million berries. Wind god pterosaur? It's somewhat similar to Uncle Gene's fruit ability, Wayne thought. Below, the pirates began to curse angrily. Bastard, a devil fruit is actually being sold for 800 million. Are you crazy? Yeah, animal-type fruits should be cheap. Bakara was not angry. She just licked her lips and smiled lightly. This is not an ordinary animal type, but a noble ancient species with flying abilities. Most importantly, with this ability, you might even become a cadre in the Beast Pirates. 800 million berries is not expensive. As soon as she said this, the pirates gradually calmed down. It seems to make some sense. The Beast Pirates do favor those with animal-type fruit abilities. Moreover, just now, that ordinary paramecia bomb fruit sold for 800 million berries. 830 million berries. The Lizard King Hanavza was the first to lose patience and called out a price. He thought he would be like Wang Ji before, and no one would dare to bid against him. But the next second, 800 plus 1 berry. What? Hanavza looked up. Who the hell dared to compete with me? He saw in the corner on the sofa, the boxer Zephyr was raising his chin at him, full of provocation. Stinky kid, Hanavza gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to tear him apart, and raised the bidding paddle again. 850 million berries. 850 million berries plus one berry, Zephyr said. Stinky kid, are you trying to go against me? Hanavza could no longer hold back, standing up and shouting at Zephyr. As soon as I make a bid, you just add that little one berry. Are you trying to play me for a fool? Seeing the situation was not right, Bakara on stage quickly apologized to Zephyr. Mr. Zephyr, it's very difficult for us to manage this situation. Huh, difficult? Then don't manage it. A dangerous glint flashed in Zephyr's eyes as he suddenly leaped up from the sofa, charging towards the auction stage, clearly targeting that devil fruit. He had no intention of participating in the auction from the beginning. If he could grab it, why spend money? In the background, Tesla saw this scene on the video snail, cursed angrily, and hurried over. Seeing this, the audience in the hall also rushed towards the auction stage, clawing and shouting. Someone wants to snatch the devil fruit. Quickly protect it. I'll take care of it. Just let me eat it, and it won't be snatched away. Hurry up and give it to me. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Bakara stared at Hanavza and Zephyr rushing towards him, disdainfully saying, such behavior is not gentlemanly. And you guys are too careless. What nonsense are you talking about? Woman, the devil fruit is mine. Hanavza laughed. Hanavza's speed was clearly faster than Zethyr's, and his right hand was about to touch the devil fruit. But in the next second, his body suddenly changed, stepping on something slippery, and then his body seemed to lose gravity, swiftly sliding to the other side, colliding head-on with Zethyr's massive fist. With a loud bang, Zethyr's fist slammed into Hanavza's face, instantly causing his face to cave in. Afterwards, Hanavza was sent flying, crashing through a large number of chairs. Zephyr was a bit surprised and rubbed his fist. What are you doing? Looking for death? But as he turned to look at Bakara, his foot suddenly slipped, and he fell heavily to the ground in the same awkward manner as Hanavza. Banana peel? Seeing that he had stepped on a banana peel, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Why is there a banana peel here? Taking advantage of this moment, Bakara casually touched Zethyr's body. Then, she licked her finger. A slight smile on her lips. Looks like my luck is pretty good. Soon after, Zephyr and Hanavza got up and charged again towards the group of pirates around them, ready to fight once more. And predictably, an accident was about to happen. One by one, banana peels, watermelon rinds, and things like tacks and glass shards that shouldn't have been there appeared under the pirates' feet. In an instant, the auction hall was filled with a chorus of screams. One pirate, with a ferocious expression, raised a cannon, aiming at the devil fruit on the stage. Ha ha! If I can't have it, then I'll destroy it completely. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, sending the cannon and the pirate flying into the air. The cannon had exploded. In the second-floor booth, Wayne said to Yamato, stay away from that woman. She is the user of the luck fruit. As long as she touches someone with her hand, she can absorb their luck. Yamato nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with fighting spirit, seemingly eager to fight. Seeing her like this, Wayne knew she hadn't listened at all. What can I do with you? Wayne looked down at the chaotic first floor, deciding to clear the battlefield a bit. Then, he kicked hard the glass in front of him and fell towards the first floor. In mid-air, Wayne quickly assumed a split position, his body twisting agilely, and he kicked out with both legs. Raging wind, sky slash, swish. A sharp sound of wind broke out. Everyone first felt a wave of sharp air brush past their faces, and then a circular, powerful shock wave shot out fiercely, instantly slashing against the outer wall. Thud! The wall was cut open, the edge smooth and complete. At that moment, King Elisabello from the second-floor booth excitedly shouted, indeed, to deal with pirates, you still have to rely on these fists. Ha ha ha. Watch my family's secret technique. King's fist. Although he hadn't warmed up for an hour, it was enough to deal with these pirates. Elisabello's body was emitting white steam as he grinned and threw a punch, unleashing the full power of his gloves. A massive shockwave followed, the force nearly distorting the surrounding air. The king's fist, carrying a fierce gust of wind, instantly swept through the entire auction hall. The auction hall, already split in half by Wayne's kick, was once again struck by the overwhelming shockwave, collapsing in an instant. Boom! The dull sound echoed in everyone's ears. Elisabello gasped for breath. Looking down, the ceiling had long been shaken down, turning into chunks of stone that fell, knocking down a large number of pirates. The ground was also smashed into a huge pit, and the originally lavish auction hall had turned into a wasteland. The casualties among the people present were severe. Standing on a broken sofa, Elisabello wore a smile. Anyone who can come here is a ruthless villain. Definitely 9 out of 10 will leave a few fish that slip through the net. just as he ordered his subordinates to search for the devil fruit. A giant fist covered in gold came crashing down toward the back of his head. Bastard! You destroyed my auction hall. Elisabello quickly threw a punch to counter, clashing fists with the furious Teselo. On the other side, Wayne stood atop the ruins, dusting off non-existent dirt on his clothes. Inside, King's fist is quite interesting, but unfortunately a bit clumsy, almost hit me. Wayne raised his right hand, his thumb and index finger making a gesture of about to touch, but always falling just short. Did I get struck by lightning? The unfortunate Hanavza and Zephyr also crawled out from the ruins, rubbing their dizzy heads. A cloud of dust erupted from the ground, and Wang Ji jumped out, his suit already tattered. He tore off his clothes, revealing a strong chest and muscles, glaring fiercely at Elisabello. It's that bastard king. Damn it. Daring to snatch my devil fruit. The devil fruit. Yes, where's my devil fruit? At this moment, he could no longer care about the treasures buried beneath the ruins. The commotion here would soon attract the navy. They had to quickly take the devil fruit and leave. And Wang Ji was not the only one thinking this. All the other surviving pirates thought the same. Teselo was still fiercely swinging his fists at Elisabello. Die. Bastard. Ora ora. Huh. Protect me. Elisabello couldn't withstand it and quickly called for his subordinates to temporarily block Teselo, so he could recharge his King's fist. But a spiked mace suddenly fell from the sky and slammed down. Mahuanran. Both Elizabeth and Teselo fell to chill. Immediately afterward, several ice blades shot out from the mace and tangled in cold air. Whoosh, whoosh, crack. The powerful freezing force instantly erupted, freezing the ground beneath them. Their shocked expressions reflected on the white ice blocks. Your people? The two said in unison. Don't underestimate those two guys. Yamato. Not far away. Wayne said to Yamato. Hold them off, I'll go get the devil fruit. Oh, leave it to me. Yamato gave Wayne a thumbs up, then grinned, a small white tooth glinting. Brat, don't get too cocky. Golden Inferno. Teselo's right fist suddenly transformed into steaming gold, seemingly containing terrifying energy, and he slammed it down on the ice blocks. Boom! The ice shattered. Teselo abandoned Elizabeth and turned to attack Yamato, shouting, Bakera? Tanaka, if you're still alive, retreat with the devil fruit. Under the distant red tree. The graceful Bakera was hurriedly running towards the tree with a large box in her arms. At the same time, a large head popped out from the surface of the giant red tree. It was Mr. Tanaka, who had eaten the pass fruit. Bakera, he shouted. Mr. Tanaka. Bakera responded. Just as Bakera was about to hand the box to Mr. Tanaka, a large hand suddenly interjected, tightly gripping her wrist. Huh? Bakera turned her head sharply and saw Wayne grinning at her. Sell me that devil fruit. I'll pay 1 billion berries. Who would believe you? Bakera frowned. Wayne didn't expect to trick her into handing over the devil fruit just by talking, so he was about to snatch it. But just as he was about to exert force, his hand suddenly slipped, and Bakera's small hand slipped out of his grasp. Is there lubricant on her hand? When did she apply it? No, it's the fruit's ability. Wayne smirked. This lucky fruit really is a bug. Heh, it seems you don't have that luck anymore. After breaking free, Bakera first threw the box towards Mr. Tanaka, then quickly kicked at Wayne. However, sometimes luck has its limits. Wayne teased, then kicked the box into the sky, taking a solid kick from Bakera to his chest. Ah, a scream erupted, but it came from Bakera's mouth. So hard. It felt like kicking steel. Wayne leaped up, smashing the treasure chest with a punch and retrieving the dark green devil fruit. He was quite confident in his iron block. Although it didn't have much effect against equally strong opponents, it was very effective against weaklings like this. Mr. Tanaka's pupils narrowed. Damn it, we lost the devil fruit. How are we going to explain this to the boss? At that moment, the tall dais ran over in a frenzy, proudly holding a devil fruit, loudly boasting as if afraid no one would notice him. Hey, I found a devil fruit. Cheer for me. Bakera and Mr. Tanaka's faces darkened. Don't say it out loud. You idiot. Sure enough, after hearing Deus's words, Hanasfa and Zephyr stopped fighting and rushed towards Deus in unison. Wayne also stuffed the devil fruit into his bosom and lunged to snatch it again. Stop it already. No one noticed that behind Deus, the great pirate king had pulled out a massive iron hammer from who knows where, covered in dark hockey, and brought it crashing down on Deus. Bang! A violent sound of flesh colliding erupted. Masochist Deus's face showed an incredibly satisfied expression. So comfortable. But the next second, he lost consciousness from the impact. Boom! The shockwave from the hammer sent the gray, twisted-patterned devil fruit flying, ultimately landing in the hands of a pirate who miraculously survived. The pirate looked up and was instantly overjoyed. This is the third devil fruit, although he didn't know what type it was or its specific abilities. He didn't have time to think and directly opened his mouth, biting into it. The unbearable taste almost made him vomit, but he endured and swallowed the devil fruit. Ha! I'm a devil fruit user now. You guys are in for bad luck. He grinned menacingly at the approaching Wang Ji. However, when he activated his ability, everyone was dumbfounded. Gray, viscous chocolate liquid erupted from his hands, like a small fountain, splattering onto the ground beneath him. What is this? Huh, that's the superhuman chocolate fruit. It's not even a fruit suitable for battle. Bakara sat on the ground, rubbing her injured calf, and coldly said, they never intended to auction that fruit. They planned to keep it for Charlotte Linlin. If a pastry chef could eat that fruit, it would be a huge help. At that moment, Wang Ji's hammer had reached the pirate's front boom, sending him flying into the sky. Subsequently, everyone's gaze turned to Wayne. The dragon fruit was in his hands. Hanasfa gritted his teeth, and his body began to grow and change drastically. His skin gradually turned into brown, tough flesh, sharp claws grew on his hands and feet, and a stout tail suddenly sprouted from his backside. He transformed into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The dragon fruit, ancient type, Tyrannosaurus Rex form. Wang Ji took on the role of a temporary commentator. I really don't understand why you like collecting ancient type devil fruits. Don't forget, a person can only eat one devil fruit. So what? Why do you care? Hanasfa let out an unpleasant roar, coldly snorting at Wang Ji. Then he turned to Wayne and shouted, Wayne, give me that fruit, and I'll help you grab that bomb fruit. Today is 4th update. Please support. Oh. Wayne looked at Hanasfa with interest and said lightly, okay, as long as you hold these people off, once I find another devil fruit, I'll give you this one. Hanasfa's mouth twitched, almost unable to hold back his curse. This sentence was as absurd as if you were pursuing a girl, and she said to you, as long as you treat me well, I will agree to be your girlfriend. Meanwhile, Wang Ji didn't act rashly. He knew Wayne's formidable strength, so he spoke up, Wayne. I have a long-standing friendship with Kaido. Let's team up. Really? I don't believe it. Wayne didn't want to get entangled with them. From the battle, just now, it was clear that Wang Ji's strength was quite formidable. Moreover, this time the goal wasn't to take down pirates. As long as he could seize the devil fruit, it would be a victory. Suddenly, a pair of purple flame-wreathed wings emerged behind Wayne, and with a gentle flap, he quickly soared into the sky. Seeing this, Wang Ji felt insulted and shouted angrily to the sky, damn it, Wayne, are you trying to make an enemy of me? Wayne, undeterred, directly spat out an extremely arrogant remark that carried on the wind to everyone's ears. The beast pirates are not here to make enemies with you. The beast pirates are here to make enemies with this world. Damn bastard. Wang Ji swung his giant hammer, ready to chase after him, but suddenly felt a strong warning from his observation hockey. He quickly sidestepped, and Sethi's heavy fist whooshed past his ear. Big fool Chun, what are you doing again? Huh? The muscular man, Sethi, snorted coldly. It doesn't matter who has the fruit, because I'm going to knock all of you down. Sethi was itching for a fight, wanting nothing more than a brawl. Idiot! Wang Ji shouted angrily, quickly using his hammer to block Sethi's attack. Meanwhile, Hanafusa, after transforming into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, charged directly towards Wayne. He was not interested in the bomb fruit. From the beginning, his target was only that Zoan-type devil fruit. On another part of the battlefield, Tai Solo was dodging the white-haired girl while observing Wayne's movements. It didn't matter who won or lost. He couldn't afford to lose his devil fruit. That was his capital for acquiring wealth and developing power. Finally, Elizabello fired off another small king punch. Yamato flipped and leaped to avoid it. Tai Solo, on the other hand, charged forward, using the shockwave to propel himself into the sky, his figure resembling a cannonball as he smashed towards Wayne. The strong wind buffeted Tai Solo, distorting his face into a comical expression as he grinned widely. Give me back my devil fruit. Tai Solo turned his entire body to gold, rushing towards Wayne like a giant golden cannonball. You want to dance too? Wayne snorted, having already anticipated Tai Solo's attack route. If it were a few years later when that fruit awakened and became the Golden Emperor, he might have thought more highly of Tai Solo. But the current Tai Solo was just a rookie who didn't even know hockey. Thunderbird. G. Lightning gathered in Wayne's hand, shining with a brilliant light and emitting a high-pitched wail like 1,000 birds chirping in unison before heavily striking Tai Solo, who was charging in. Boom! A huge explosion erupted in the air, forming a thick cloud of black smoke. Tai Solo fell from the sky, covered in ashes, and crashed heavily to the ground. Damn! Tai Solo struggled to get up, but his body was overwhelmed by the powerful lightning, and he couldn't move for a moment. Boss! Bakara shouted in shock, rushing towards Tai Solo. There was no way. These guys were just too strong. Mr. Tanaka also weaved through the ground, arriving at Taisolo's side. In the air, Wayne was still searching for the trace of another fruit, worriedly saying, "Could it have been smashed into jam?" At that moment, Taisolo's resentful voice came from below. "Wayne, is this the strongest in the world beast pirates? You don't even understand a bit of rules." Wayne shrugged nonchalantly. "No, you really have the face to say that. Then tell me, how did your gold fruit come about?" Taisolo hesitated, realizing he had misspoken. Below, those pirates who were gradually crawling out from the ruins, covered in dirt and grime, were filled with panic upon seeing the fierce battle between the 7 warlords, the great pirates, and the mafia bosses. "Run!" A pirate screamed and turned to flee. However, he collided face first into the chest of a tall man, his head throbbing painfully as if he had run into a solid wall. "Excuse me, is the auction for that devil fruit here?" the tall man asked in an extremely lewd tone. "Who are you?" The pirate rubbed his head and shouted angrily. But when he looked up and saw the man's face, he instantly lost his composure. "Kizaru is a marine admiral." A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the sky. All the pirates turned to look, and upon seeing the middle-aged man in a marine admiral's cloak and sunglasses, their hearts sank. "Not good. It's Kizaru, the yellow flash of the Marines. Admiral Kizaru." "Wow, it's really you, Admiral Kizaru," Wayne murmured above. Only he could get from Marineford to Sabati Archipelago at such speed. Scanning the surrounding collapsed buildings, Kizaru dug at his ear with his finger and said, "Wow, it's quite a commotion. How scary." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed at a few pirates who were trying to escape, and a blinding beam of light gathered at his fingertip. With the sound of charging growing more urgent, a beam of light carrying terrifying power shot out. Boom! The laser struck the pirate, causing a violent explosion, and a mushroom cloud shot up, creating a deep pit in the ground. Hanafusa shouted at Wayne in the sky, "Kizaru is here. Wayne, if you don't cooperate with me, don't think you can leave here alive." Hearing this, Wayne almost laughed out loud. "That is my respected Admiral Kizaru." Seeing Wayne ignore him, Hanafusa's vertical pupils suddenly constricted. Then he crouched down, leaped up, and opened his bloody mouth to bite at Wayne. "Ha! You've revealed a flaw, Wayne." "Oh, how scary." Wayne raised an eyebrow in surprise. The next second, boom! Just as the Tyrannosaurus Rex was less than 10 meters away from Wayne, a laser shot came, hitting Hanafusa squarely, piercing through his body, and then a violent explosion followed. Hanazafaz fell to the ground, kicking up a large amount of rubble and dirt. He roared at Kizaru not far away. "Kizaru, what did you do?" "I'm one of the 7 warlords." "Oh dear, my apologies. It seems I hit the wrong person," Kizaru said apologetically while dealing with the remaining pirates. "Is this a joke?" The Marine Admiral actually showed up, but Kara trembled, covering her mouth, her face full of disbelief. "Boss, should we stay here, or should we retreat?" The usually calm Mr. Tanaka hurriedly advised, not caring about the few devil fruits anymore. Meanwhile, all the pirates present were crying and fleeing in all directions. That was the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters, and moreover, a user of the Logia type, Pika Pika, Nomi, simply a monster among monsters. Whoosh! Boom! Once again, there were several intense explosions of laser beams, sending countless pirates flying into the sky. At this moment, only Wayne remained calm and was still searching for the bomb fruit. Finally, in a corner beneath a stone pillar, a corner of the box containing the bomb fruit was revealed. Wayne rushed down. At the same time, he was not the only one who spotted the fruit. Some fearless pirates also charged towards it. "Dare to snatch the devil fruit from me. You've chosen the path to death." Wayne sneered, his body quickly transforming, a dazzling purple light suddenly shining, like a purple sun rising above the battlefield. Immediately, a giant purple figure flew out, swinging 2 long knives fiercely. Thunder Fire Sword. Boom! The powerful, slashing wave swept through the sky, striking the pirates above. After clearing the obstacles, Wayne landed directly and grabbed the bomb fruit. Just as he got hold of it, 2 furious shouts echoed in his ears. "Bastard!" One was from the vengeful Tezalo, and the other from the unwilling Hanavza. The purple giant wielded his dual blades, an unprecedented ferocity enveloping him, dark lightning like a substance splattering everywhere, threatening to lift the ground below. Armament Haki unleashed. Thunder Fire Sleep taking series. Lightning combined with flames, Haki combined with the strength of his arms. Damn it, who can stop this attack? Whoosh! 2 black, slashing waves tore through the sky, mercilessly hitting both of their chests, instantly unleashing a strong gale that wreaked havoc. Puff! Tezalo and Hanavza's bodies were sent flying backward like kites with their strings cut, swaying in the air. Wayne clenched his fist, feeling the surge of Haki within him. The armament Haki unleashed attack, combined with the fruit's abilities, was this powerful, this domineering. It was really exhilarating. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Yamato had already dealt with the One-Punch King, standing triumphantly on a human mountain made up of soldiers and the king, waving energetically at Wayne. "We won, Wayne." "Ha! Yamato, take that king and head to the port to find Bartholomew Kuma," Wayne said. Now that he had the fruit, all that was left was to retreat safely. The mission given by Admiral Sengoku was to get the devil fruit for the Navy. Now, the rear admiral of the Navy headquarters had obtained this fruit. Mission accomplished. At that moment, the blood-soaked Hanavza shouted, "Kizaru, forget about those pirates. Stop, Wayne. Don't let him escape. You Navy want to see the devil fruit fall into the hands of the beast pirates, would you?" After all, he was one of the 7 warlords, and Hanavza's words had some weight. Kizaru, who had been idly observing from a distance, couldn't help but rub his forehead with a bitter smile. What a hassle. He had originally planned to just deal with some small pirates. Now it seemed he had no choice but to intervene. Admiral Sengoku's order was to not expose Wayne's undercover identity. And now, it was indeed a bit unreasonable to let Wayne, who had just snatched the devil fruit, go unchecked while dealing with some minor fish. Thinking this, Kizaru looked at Wayne, and the two locked eyes, clearly understanding each other's intentions. Isn't it just acting? Coincidentally, both were good actors. Kizaru's figure flickered, transforming into countless light points that gathered in front of Wayne. Kizaru was about to engage Wayne in battle. How thrilling! One was the top combat power of the Navy, an admiral of the Navy headquarters. The other was Kaido's future successor, a man destined to become the pirate emperor. Witnessing the clash between these two strong men was truly worth the price of admission. In the sky, Kizaru coldly warned Wayne, "Drop the devil fruit and surrender quickly. You Navy still have a long way to go to catch me." Wayne extended his index and middle fingers, making a peace sign, then flapped his wings, rapidly ascending to greater heights. Trying to escape? Kizaru crossed his arms, his body gradually condensing into a brilliant cross of light. Soon, the light surrounding him transformed into countless glowing points, flying towards Wayne without missing a spot. Jata no Kagami. Whoosh, whoosh. Bright yellow light points rained down like a storm, mercilessly assaulting Wayne. Each laser could pierce through steel. As Wayne fled, he first released his fruit ability to significantly reduce his size. Then, without slowing down, he flew straight into the distance. The pirates below all widened their eyes, afraid to miss a single detail. In their eyes, there was no way Wayne could escape unscathed from this rain of light. The next second, the sky turned golden, illuminating the shocked expressions on everyone's faces. Each laser narrowly avoided Wayne's figure, never managing to hit him accurately. Huff! After the attack, Kizaru watched as Wayne disappeared into the distance and let out a heavy breath. What a terrifying observation, Haki. He seemed to fear that the surviving pirates and the 7 warlords hadn't heard clearly, so he purposely landed and loudly repeated. The Navy Admiral says Wayne's observation Haki is above his. The Navy Admiral says Wayne's strength is above theirs. The Navy Admiral says Wayne is invincible. The Navy Admiral says Wayne is qualified to be the king of the world. In the distant sky, Wayne smiled. He couldn't be sure if Kizaru had intentionally held back. After all, Yada no Kagami only misses when used against teachers and close friends. So whether that last attack was intentionally misfired or if he simply couldn't aim properly, he couldn't know. However, since Kizaru didn't chase after him, it was as if he had tacitly allowed Wayne to take the fruit. Soon, he arrived at the port, where Kuma and the others were already waiting at the ship's bow. "Kuma, let's go." Wayne landed on the deck and shouted, "Back to Onigashima?" "No, to the Pleasure District." "Huh? Are we going to play again?" Yamato excitedly leaned in close to Wayne's face. "Stop thinking about playing all the time." Wayne pinched Yamato's soft little face and made a long face. "First, we need to coat the ship, then head to Fishman Island. These guys' escape route is likely to be Fishman Island." Yo-yo. Kizaru watched Wayne fade into the distance, unable to suppress the brilliant smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked down at his watch. Completed the task so quickly, that's great. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bakara and Mr. Tanaka helped Tezelo up. "Boss, Wayne ran away. We should escape too." "Yes, that Navy Admiral is still here." "Damn it." Tezelo gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. "Return." Mr. Tanaka immediately used the ability of the prowess fruit to grab several people's bodies and drag them underground. Under the 5th red tree, Wang Ji had already knocked Seti to the ground. He angrily shouted at the lying Seti, "It's all your fault, you bastard." Then, upon seeing Kizaru, his expression tightened. Damn Navy, damn Vane. This time, just let you go. After muttering a harsh word to himself, Wang Ji quickly fled the scene with his large hammer. The auction had come to an end at this moment. Many residents outside were staring in shock at the auction site, which had turned into ruins. So, did the Navy Admiral catch those big pirates? It seemed none at all. After this incident, the whole world began to boil. Morgans was dancing with joy, overjoyed. Vane really didn't disappoint him. This would be another shocking news story for the world. Morgans had already thought of the headline for the front page. Shocking. Major forces gather at Zephyr Archipelago. The man who defeated the Navy Admiral. As the news spread quickly, Morgans was full of energy. In less than half a day, the Seagull newspaper took flight, scattering the latest news across the world. In the office of Admiral Sengoku, the Beast Pirates disaster Bruce Vane had caused a commotion in the underground auction house at Zephyr Archipelago, defeating the great pirate Wang Ji, warlord Hanavza, and the notorious criminal Seti, kidnapping Queen Elizabeth II, and defeating the arriving Navy Admiral Kizuru. What is this nonsense? Even the usually calm Sengoku was furious, slamming the newspaper on the table. If this kid really was that powerful, it would be great. Actually, this isn't so bad. Kizuru sighed and said lightly, isn't it said that the stronger the ability, the more Kaido values them? Let those underground forces make Vane famous. After all, Vane is one of us. Kizaru still had a favorable view of this junior. Therefore, he didn't care about the slander in the news. Besides, it was the Navy's face that was lost this time. What does it have to do with the admirals? You don't know, Borisolino. There are some things Sengoku couldn't say directly. The bigger Vane's reputation grows, the more anxious Sengoku becomes. He is genuinely afraid that Vane will fall into darkness. Vane is just a small rear admiral in the Navy. Yet in the pirate world, he is the son-in-law of the Beast Pirates, the king of Wano, and a valuable aide to Kaido. Now, with the promotion of the news, he has become the pirate hero who defeated a Navy admiral, and he is likely to become an idol in the hearts of many pirates. This is something that has never happened in Navy history. If this momentum continues, won't Vane grow into the next Yonko in just a few years? A purely righteous Navy becoming a Yonko? Just thinking about it is terrifying. Sengoku shook his head, casting aside his distracting thoughts. All right, enough of that. Borisolino, bring out those devil fruits. He picked up the hot tea on the table and took a sip. Devil fruits? Wasn't Vane supposed to take them? Puffed. Sengoku directly sprayed the hot tea onto Kizaru's clothes. Kizaru made a face of disgust, saying, this outfit is quite expensive, Sengoku. You owe me compensation. What? Sengoku exclaimed, surprised. You gave those devil fruits to Vane? No, Kizaru shook his head. One of them was eaten by a pirate on the spot. I brought back the rest. It seems there are two more, but Vane took them away. You didn't make it clear at the time. I thought it was only necessary to prevent the devil fruits from falling into the pirate's hands. After saying that, Kizaru shrugged, seemingly trying to shift the blame to Sengoku. You. Sengoku twitched his mouth, looking helpless. Did I really not make it clear? After Kizaru left, Sengoku contacted Vane again. Vane had just arrived at Fishman Island and, upon receiving the call, immediately said happily, Admiral Sengoku, how did I do on this mission? By the way, don't you think we are a bit short on vice admirals in the Navy? We're just missing a capable rear admiral to fill the gap. We will discuss these matters later. First, explain why you took the devil fruits. Didn't I ask you to find an opportunity to hand them over to the Navy? Yes, Admiral Sengoku, the devil fruits have already been handed over to the Navy, Vane said eagerly, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Oh, Sengoku's eyes lit up, thinking, could it be that Vane left first due to the chaotic situation and then quietly delivered them to a Navy base? Vane continued, yes. The devil fruits are now in my hands, and I won't let the pirates take them. Sengoku was momentarily stunned, then said sternly, aren't they still in your hands? When did I allow you to take them? Oh, Admiral Sengoku, what do you mean? Am I not part of the Navy? Am I not your personally appointed rear admiral? Of course. So, Admiral Sengoku, on the surface, it looks like the devil fruits fell into the hands of the Beast Pirates. But in reality, they're still under our control. Moreover, Teacher Kaido, oh no, that bastard Kaido, doesn't care about snatching things from his subordinates. In other words, the rights over these two devil fruits are still in my hands. All right, Sengoku nodded helplessly, but when you return to the Navy, you must hand over the devil fruits. They are very dangerous. Yes, Admiral Sengoku, your loyal subordinate, Bruce Vane, understands. After hanging up the phone, Vane arrived at the gate of Fishman Island. A few fishermen soldiers approached him respectfully, saying, Lord Vane, we have discovered a smuggling ship. It seems to be the ship of the Teslo family. We would appreciate any small gifts. At the port of Fishman Island, Lord Vane. We found them. Several fishmen soldiers excitedly walked to Vane's side. Vane's recent actions on Fishman Island had a considerable impact on the local fishmen, and coupled with the friendly promotion from Princess Otoheim, many fishmen had become enthusiastic fans of Vane. In fact, every day, numerous fishmen clamored to join the beast pirates. Bring them to the port, Vane ordered. Yes, Lord Vane. Soon, a flagless, unremarkable sailing ship sailed into the port along the internal currents of Fishman Island. In the cabin, Tezzalo was wrapped in bandages, lying on a sickbed, grimacing in pain. Damn Bruce Vane. I will remember this grudge. Meanwhile, Bakura, who was taking care of him by the bedside, sighed helplessly, Boss, we should think about what to do next. The 2 devil fruits cost us a fortune, and we nearly risked our lives to obtain them. Yet they were taken away so easily. Is it just money? Tezzalo clenched his fists and coldly said, As long as I possess the power of the gold fruit, one day I will become the richest man in the world. At that time, even the world government will have to obey me, Tezzalo said fiercely, his gaze gradually becoming ferocious. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open with force. Immediately, Mr. Tanaka and Deus were thrown in, crashing heavily onto the floor. The 2 had vacant eyes, their faces dazed, and their consciousness had already sunk into a coma. Tezzalo was taken aback at first, then looked towards a door. He saw a handsome young man with black hair walking in with a smile, exuding a dangerous aura. Wayne. Tezzalo nearly ground his teeth as he shouted this name. But as he exerted a bit of force, a sharp pain shot through his chest, which was wrapped in bandages, as the wound was torn open, and a trickle of blood seeped out, quickly staining his chest. Not long ago, Wayne had slashed him there. Wayne smiled and gestured for him to calm down. It seems you're seriously injured. I'm really sorry. If I apologize, would you feel better? You. Why are you here? Tezzalo's eyes widened, and his heart sank to the bottom. Wayne chuckled lightly. Fishman Island has long been my territory. Don't you read the news? Tezzalo muttered, Damn it. Bakura looked a bit confused. But why did you come so quickly? Upon hearing this, a glimmer passed through Wayne's eyes as he looked up and down at Bakura, who was dressed provocatively, and then said seriously, Well, that's a bit complicated. If you're interested, come to my room tonight, and I'll explain it to you in detail, just the 2 of us. I thought the famous Wayne would be a gentleman. Bakura frowned, but when she saw Wayne's strong body and handsome face, and thought of his identity, a hint of expectation clearly flashed in her eyes as she couldn't help but lick her lips, her voice becoming softer. Is what you said true? Wayne and Tezzalo thought simultaneously, shameless woman. All right, are you going to come with me obediently, or do I need to beat you up before taking you? Wayne decided to skip the villain act, so he spoke directly. Bakura, what are you waiting for? Do you really think you will let us go? Tezzalo yelled angrily from the bed. Okay. Bakura snapped out of her fantasy, quickly reached in her chest pocket, pulled out a handgun, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The pitch-black bullet was fired. Bakura smirked, believing victory was in her grasp. That was a sea prism stone bullet, the nemesis of devil fruit users. But Wayne merely tilted his head slightly, and the bullet whizzed past his ear. Sigh, I was hoping to have a nice chat with you. Whoosh! Wayne's figure flashed, and he charged directly at Bakura, even tossing a few dice that struck her chest mid-air. What is this? It doesn't hurt at all. Bakura scoffed. Then, she did not dodge Wayne's punch, seemingly wanted to take it to the face. She was confident in her luck fruit. Moreover, she'd absorbed the luck of several of her subordinates before boarding the ship. Right now, she was favored by the goddess of luck. But in the next second, bang! An intense sound of flesh colliding echoed. A massive fist struck her face, causing it to cave in, and then smashed her into the wall beside her, pinning her there. Clatter, clatter. The dice landed on the floor, all showing 6. Looks like your luck is really good, Wayne teased. How to deal with a devil fruit user who has eaten the luck fruit. It's simple. Just exhaust her luck. What do you think, Tezzalo? Wayne looked at Tezzalo on the bed with a wicked smile. I give up. Tezzalo's heart was already tumultuous. What a joke. The strong one is like a monster, and he even knows about the powers of the luck fruit. He didn't remember Bakura revealing her abilities to anyone. Inside Ryugu Palace, King Neptune had long arranged a private office for Wayne. At this moment in the office, want to join the Beast Pirates? Wayne reclined in a soft, comfortable office chair, looking with great interest at Bakura, who sat across from him. Bakura bit her lip and even leaned forward deliberately, accentuating her mature and beautiful curves. Yes, Lord Wayne, I admire strong individuals like you. If I could work under you, it would truly be my greatest honor. Wayne smiled before that. You need to tell me at least 2 things. Oh, Bakera's expression tightened. This guy was indeed not easy to deal with. The first thing is, you need to apologize to me because you shot at me. The second thing is, you need to show me your value. Otherwise, why would I take you as a subordinate? Wayne felt he had made himself clear. As a high-ranking member of Taizolo's family, Bakera must possess important intelligence and know where Taizolo's treasure is hidden. Wayne didn't think that a guy who valued money above all else would easily reveal this information to him. Thus, this was also the reason Wayne was willing to give Bakera a chance. After hearing Wayne's words, Bakera's face suddenly flushed. Even her originally darkened wheat skin showed a hint of a charming blush, her eyes flickering. I understand. I will apologize properly. Then, she trembled slightly, bent down, and reached for her clothing at her chest. Wayne's mouth twitched, unable to help but shout, if you're going to apologize, why are you taking off your clothes? Put your clothes back on. I want a serious apology. Wayne's eyes widened, showing immense anger. Bakera's face turned awkward, realizing she had misunderstood. Subsequently, she straightened up and deeply bowed. I'm sorry, Mr. Wayne. Sit down. Wayne nodded slightly. Let's talk about Taizolo. I heard Morgan say that your underground forces in the New World are quite significant. Bakera's expression shifted to shock, gradually turning to anger. Was it that damn bird that leaked the information? Including her devil fruit ability, it was likely also investigated by Morgan's. Wayne did not answer her question, only smiled lightly, thinking to himself, Morgan's reputation is really useful. Then what do you want? Bakera, being a smart person, spoke directly. Isn't Taizolo very wealthy? Take me to find that money, and then I will let you take his place, act on his behalf, and serve the beast pirates. Although she had mentally prepared herself, when it really came to betraying the boss, Bakera still felt a bit of sinful excitement. The smile on Bakera's face was radiant, unable to be suppressed. Seeing her expression full of enjoyment, Wayne couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It's even more hentai than hentai. Hurry up and speak. My patience is limited, Wayne urged. Yes, boss. Bakera bent down, pulling out a few sheets of white paper and a nautical chart from the table. Then, she detailed all the information she knew about the Taizolo family on the paper, including some basis information. After finishing, Wayne nodded in satisfaction. This gold and treasure is all evil. It is ill-gotten wealth obtained by Taizolo through illegal means. As a just navy, Wayne decided to put this money in a place full of positive energy, namely, in his own hands. All right. After putting away the information, Wayne smirked and pointed at Bakera. And you, my Miss Bakera, are the real hero. Then he called over a few fishermen soldiers and instructed, tie up Miss Bakera and take her to the queen, and when we arrive in Wano, send her to Rabbit Bowl. Yes, Master Wayne. Hey. Upon hearing this, the smiling Bakera instantly became agitated. You promised me. You said you would let me go. I have already told you everything I know. Wayne pursed his lips and sneered. Oh, Miss Bakera, let me teach you a lesson today. Don't trust any pirate, or else you'll lose everything. You liar. Bastard. Bakera shouted angrily, her chest heaving with emotion. Humph. Wayne snorted coldly, a wicked smile on his face. Don't be ungrateful, or I will tie you up in the square and let the fishmen line up one by one. You dare? Wayne laughed at the fishmen. Huh? She asked me if I dare. Do you dare? With Master Wayne's orders, we dare to do anything. The fishmen laughed uncontrollably. Hearing this, Bakera completely despaired. Her body went limp, and she collapsed on the ground. Take her away, and bring that Taizolo in. Yes, Master Wayne. The fishmen returned, bringing in Taizolo, who was handcuffed with sea stone. Let me go, name your price. Taizolo still had an unruly demeanor. Wayne's expression was strange. I didn't expect your obsession with money to reach this level. To be honest, in this world, money is not as important as you think. At least in the New World. What nonsense. Money could decide everything. If I had money, I could hire more powerful monsters. How could I be captured by you? Touching on Taizolo's beliefs, he couldn't help but retort, completely forgetting his status as a prisoner. Wayne wasn't angry, just squinting his eyes. Oh, really? Then tell me why. With your wealth? Did you end up in my hands? I didn't spend a fortune to hire any guards, nor did I have money to buy any weapons. Yet I easily captured you. Also, your life is now in my hands, as long as I want. No matter how much you offer, I can eliminate you with just a flick of my finger. Do you still think money is almighty? Money is definitely. Taizolo was stunned, his gaze suddenly becoming unprecedentedly confused. That's right. How much money would it take to buy back my life in front of such a powerful guy? Or, with his strength, he could completely eliminate me after getting the money. His heart began to ache violently, as if a feeling called despair was growing within him. He once thought that having enough money would allow him to have everything, to stand shoulder to shoulder with the celestial dragons. In the end, were his beliefs and dreams just a joke? A dream that could be easily shattered by the strong. He seemed to return to a few years ago, on that street of slaves, becoming that downtrodden boy who could do nothing. Stella, can I really do nothing? Damn it. How am I supposed to take revenge on the celestial dragons? Damn it. Hearing Tetsolo's resentful roar, Wayne's eyes lit up. Oh, the current Tetsolo is still a dragon-slaying boy? Not yet a wicked dragon dancing with the celestial dragons? Interesting. However, Wayne didn't say much, just used threats and inducements to make Tetsolo disclose some gold storage points. Then had the fishmen take him away, preparing to send him to Rabbit Bowl for a thorough transformation. Wayne took a deep breath, pulling out 2 beautifully crafted, uniquely shaped devil fruits from his pocket, unable to help but smile broadly. So beautiful, the devil fruits. With these 2, plus that artificial azure dragon fruit, he now had a total of 5 devil fruits, and all of them were top-notch. They could even spark wars if put on the market. Unfortunately, he didn't have any trusted subordinates around to consume these devil fruits. This could be considered a happy trouble. Next, let's head back to Onigashima. Wayne bid farewell to Princess Otoheim. Then, after the queen was fully prepared, they were set to sail. Just then, Bartolomeo suddenly spoke up on the deck. Captain Wayne, there's a call. Wayne turned to see Bartolomeo holding a phone bug adorned with a wide scarf, looking indifferent. You see, Wayne has too many phone bugs. So, he entrusted a part of them to Bartolomeo for safekeeping. And that phone bug was the one Katakuri handed to Wayne when the Charlotte family came to Onigashima last time. Katakuri's phone? After the call was connected, a calm, yet extremely weak voice came through Wayne. What's wrong, my brother Katakuri? Help me. I'll give you a location. Go there and rescue my brothers and sisters. Katakuri? You sound seriously injured? Wayne asked in confusion. It shouldn't be. There hadn't been any news from the Beast Pirates, and Admiral Sengoku hadn't mentioned any plans against the big MOM pirates. So it wasn't someone from Wayne's side who did it. That was strange. In a new world, who else could have injured Katakuri to such an extent that he could barely speak? The name of the island I'm on is Ruskina Island, located in the Calm Belt, and the island is full of ferocious beasts. Bang! Just as Katakuri finished speaking, a huge sound of branches snapping came from the other end of the phone, followed by a series of beastly roars, sounding particularly terrifying. Damn it, that group of beasts has found me again. Anyway, if you can help, go to Amazon Lily. That woman named Boa Hancock took my crew. Katakuri seems to have encountered a strong opponent, and I can hear intermittent sounds of fighting on the other end of the phone. Then after a busy tone, the connection was lost. What the hell? Wayne looked confused. Isn't Rizikana the island of beasts? In Wayne's impression, every beast on that island has the strength of Luffy when he had a bounty of 300 million berries. Where did Katakuri go, and what is he doing? Even if he encountered those beasts, he shouldn't be in such a predicament given his strength. Was it that pirate empress, Boa Hancock, who did this? Just as he was pondering, another call came in. Once connected, Morgan's sharp voice immediately came through, shouting, Wayne, big news, big news. Wayne was startled and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. So, excited, could it be that Roger has been resurrected? Heh, you really know how to joke. Morgan's chuckled, but this is indeed a piece of news that can stir the world. Do you remember what Stussy told you last time about the Golden Lion? That old bastard encountered people from Amazon Lily and Big Mom's crew on his way back to his territory, and for some reason, the 3 groups started fighting. Reportedly, for a whole day and night. The Golden Lion is involved too? Wait, Rizikana Island, the island of beasts. Could it be that the Golden Lion wants to? Wayne thought of something and directly asked, where are they fighting? In the Calm Belt, it seems not far from Amazon Lily. You know, it's very dangerous there. So we don't have specific information, just that Boa Hancock's people have returned to Amazon Lily and sealed off all news. Is it that explosive? Wayne smirked and said, all right, since the Golden Lion is involved, I have to take a look. Yes, to eliminate the evil pirates and change the rampant situation of pirates in the new world. Wayne must go. It is definitely not because that old guy, the Golden Lion, once caused destruction in Mariehua, wrecked his apartment, and nearly killed him. Wayne was very sure. Bartholomew, let's go to Amazon Lily. In the Calm Belt, Amazon Lily is a uniquely shaped island surrounded by dense forests. In the center of the island, a ring of peaks adorned with snake heads stands majestically, tightly enclosing the towns and palaces of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Since all the citizens are women, it is also known to the outside world as the country of women. At this moment, in a training ground, a tall figure stood. She was stunningly beautiful, like a fairy. The upper half of her body was dressed in a blue short-sleeved shirt, while the lower half was wrapped in a simple piece of cloth perfectly outlining her fair and slender thighs and curvy figure. A large red and white snake coiled at her feet, shivering and constantly flicking its tongue, clearly sensing its master's anger. This woman is the current empress of Amazon Lily, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The world-renowned pirate empress, Boa Hancock. Beside her, a short old woman holding a snake staff looked worried. Snake Princess, do we really have to do this? Offending Charlotte Linlin and the Golden Lion over a small island seems not worth the trouble. Just yesterday, a group of brats from the Charlotte family came to the calm belt and set their sights on that island of beasts, Rizikana, saying they wanted to take those beasts back to Whole Cake Island as food. Upon learning of this, Hancock was instantly furious and led the warriors of Amazon Lily into fierce combat with them. But later, no one would have expected that the Golden Lion would fly over that island and also want to seize it. Thus, a chaotic battle began. Katakuri from the Charlotte family seemed very concerned about the people on his ship, sustaining heavy injuries while protecting some children and hiding deep within Rizikana Island. The Golden Lion, after killing dozens of Amazon Lily warriors, also flew away from the sky. Snake Princess, you shouldn't have kidnapped those brats from the Charlotte family. We currently don't have the strength to contend with Charlotte Linlin, and the Golden Lion is an absolute madman. He will definitely come back. He won't give up on something he wants. Looking at the old woman's determined expression, Hancock raised an eyebrow and teasingly said, "So, the man you were searching for everywhere before was the Golden Lion? That's not the point." The old woman, also known as the previous empress of Amazon Lily, Gorgonzola, urgently shouted, "Before we have any deep-seated hatred, let those brats from the Charlotte family go. As for that island full of beasts, let those bastards fight over it themselves." Upon hearing this, the coldly beautiful Hancock raised a provocative smile. What nonsense. Rizikana Island has long been the territory of Amazon Lily. I will not allow anyone to take it away because Hancock pointed towards Rizikana Island, her head tilting back almost to the sky, and then coldly said, "I am simply too beautiful." Then, she commanded, "Immediately gather the army and guard that island." The old woman sighed helplessly, sweat breaking out on her forehead. "I really can't do anything about you, Hancock." Not long after, in a sea area of the calm belt, a golden pirate ship sailed on the sea, with sea stone installed beneath the ship. Even in the dangerous calm belt, it could sail smoothly. Wayne stood on the deck, murmuring, "The Golden Lion, Island of Beasts. It can't be wrong. This old guy must be targeting the powerful beasts on that island." At this moment, Leo, standing on the railing with a small telescope, shouted back, "Wayne, I see the island." "Oh, have we arrived?" Wayne walked to the bow and looked up, but in the next second, his pupils constricted. Right above that island, a flying battleship decorated with a huge lion head was slowly flying over, followed by several giant floating islands. Shadows instantly covered this sea area, and everything around became dim. "Damn it, it's the Golden Lion." "Meteorite? No, it's an island." Purple exclaimed in surprise, her face gradually turning pale. Leo and Mancheri had already been scared into expressions of shock, sticking out their long tongues and waving like snakes in the air. "It's going to fall. Help. If that thing falls, we're definitely going to die." Yamato took out her kanabo and said seriously, "Is it an enemy?" Wayne's expression was cold, staring intently at the massive island in the sky. It was obvious that the Golden Lion was here for that island of beasts. What to do? Should we confront the Golden Lion? Bartholomew asked, his face also turning grim. If the opponent is the Golden Lion, then it really is a bit tricky. At the same time, on that floating island group, in the central area of the highest island, there's a grandly constructed castle. On the spacious terrace of the castle, a man with golden long hair like a lion's mane, dressed in a yellow striped kimono, is coldly staring at the large screen in front of him, which is projected by a den mushi. A ship's wheel is stuck on the man's head, and his lower body has lost both legs, replaced by 2 sharp swords. The former legendary pirate, the Golden Lion. Next to the Golden Lion stands a man dressed like a circus clown, wearing a white coat. His name is Indieg, a senior member of the Golden Lion's crew and the chief scientist studying IQ. He glanced at the image on the den mushi screen and then gestured to the Golden Lion. "Huh, you mean?" the Golden Lion said with interest. But the next second, he suddenly changed his expression and shouted, "I completely can't understand what you're trying to say. Boss, are you referring to the island below? So you can talk." The Golden Lion exclaimed exaggeratedly with his mouth wide open. Then, the two of them, with a tacit understanding, leaned back against each other and extended one hand towards the sky, making a classic entrance gesture. "Affairs, the Golden Noon, Laulodi." "Ah, yes. Those beasts up there are terrifyingly strong. stronger than the latest batch of test subjects. Oh, the clown-dressed, evil scientist walked back and forth in front of the image screen, seemingly trying to see the situation on the island clearly. Phew, phew. As Indie moved, the soft shoes on his feet kept making puff-puff farting sounds. The golden lion's veins bulged in anger. Can't you change your shoes? Indie, expressionless, stomped his feet hard on the ground several times. The golden lion. Then, Indie suddenly noticed something and started dancing in front of the screen. What? The golden lion turned his head to look, and upon seeing a pirate ship decorated with a brachiosaurus head next to Beast Island, he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? A golden rooster?" Bang! Indie punched the golden lion's head. Clearly a pirate ship. Is that so? The golden lion looked closely, and when he saw the Beast Pirate's flag fluttering in the wind on the pirate ship, his eyes lit up. Isn't that the flashy Beast Pirates? Ha ha ha. Ayu. Beside him, a large gorilla in a pink shirt pounded its chest and roared. The golden lion stared blankly at the strong gorilla. Is that you, old lady? Bang. Indie punched the golden lion again and sternly said, "That looks like a gorilla, right? Didn't you say you were a rooster?" After saying that, the golden lion and the gorilla posed together. At this moment, a scientist dressed like a researcher ran over, excitedly saying, "Lord Golden Lion, the experiment report is out. Those animals have indeed undergone unprecedented evolution, and their genes are highly valuable for research. Ha ha ha, it seems I'm really lucky." The golden lion spread his arms and shouted to the sky, "It's not far now. Roger, dying in the East Sea is your shame. I'm going to destroy the East Sea to show you." "Boss, we found the Beast pirate ship below. What should we do?" The scientist continued to ask. "Those guys? It doesn't matter." Saying this, he grinned maliciously and waved to a small island in the distance, which immediately detached from the floating island group and rapidly fell downwards. Above the Queen, a small island 10 times larger than the Queen was rapidly descending. Leo shouted, "It's falling." Kuma's hand was already gathering bubbles. Wayne narrowed his eyes, then leaped into the sky with a moonwalk, and a layer of pitch-black hockey covered his right leg with a buzz. Whoosh! Wayne kicked out fiercely. Supersized storm kick. A huge light blue slash shot through the air, directly cutting into the falling island. The island paused in midair. The rocks in the middle emitted a huge buzzing sound, and then were sliced in half. But that's not all. Wayne kicked chaotically in the air, shooting out countless small slashes that tore the island apart into chunks of falling rocks. Bear shockwave. Kuma's palm also gathered a giant bear paw bubble, and after Wayne's slashes ended, it suddenly crashed out. Boom! Accompanied by a strong gale, the shockwave blew away all the chunks of falling rocks like meteors, dropping them into the sea. Wayne looked up at the highest island. So, the secret realm Mayu was never a location, but a floating island. As long as the golden lion is willing, he can take these islands anywhere in the world. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He mockingly said, "So this is how the power of the float fruit is used?" With the golden lion's current abilities, he can completely control several islands, even the seawater. This guy really is getting old and confused, going crazy. If he really wanted to destroy the East Sea, couldn't he just lift an island and smash other islands? Isn't that much stronger than any beast army? Wayne was contemplating whether to directly charge up to the floating island. After all, in Wayne's impression, that old guy should be quite weak now. Moreover, the ship's wheel on the golden lion's head is a huge limitation on his strength. The head of the legendary pirate is also his #1 enemy. There is no reason not to fight. Wayne murmured. Just then, he suddenly frowned and looked in another direction. Not far away on the sea, a luxurious ship being pulled by 2 green sea snakes was speeding towards them. 9 snake pirates. Lady Snake Princess. We found the Beast Pirate's large ship ahead. A 9-snake soldier shouted from the pirate ship, flying the 9-snake flag. On the deck, Boa Hancock's expression was cold as she looked ahead. Anyone invading the territory of 9-Snake Island is an enemy. "Hey, Hancock, you're too impulsive." The nearby Grandma Snake tapped her snake staff. Kaido has a deep friendship with Charlotte Lin. Maybe those guys are sent by Kaido to rescue these little brats. She looked back. On the deck, there was a large iron cage containing several children and some homie soldiers. "Stupid woman, hurry up and let us out, or Mommy will definitely kill you." Charlotte Pudding, still chewing bubblegum, shouted at Hancock. Hancock snorted coldly. "Foolish little brat. No matter what I do, I will be forgiven." Because she struck a classic pose, pointing at the little girl. "I am just too beautiful." The children of the Charlotte family tugged at their mouths, showing a speechless expression. At this moment, the half-blood Charlotte Joscapone said somewhat mournfully, "It's all your fault, Frank B. If you hadn't interrupted Brother Katakuri's fight, he wouldn't have gotten so badly injured. Huh. Frankby instantly got angry. It was clearly because he wasn't strong enough. Why blame me? I even thought he was the best brother before. He can't even beat a stupid woman. Now, I won't like him anymore. Brother Katakuri is the worst. Upon hearing these resentful words, Hancock frowned and quickly flashed over, kicking Frankby hard in the face through the gaps of the iron cage. Shut up, you brat. Ah. The surrounding children were instantly scared into silence, hiding in the corners and trembling. Sigh. Granny shook her head helplessly, recalling the events that happened on Beast Island. At that time, Hancock and hundreds of warriors from Amazon Lily were in a fierce battle with Shiki and Katakuri. The scene was extremely chaotic. The little ones from the Charlotte family were unaware of the strength of the beasts on Ruskin Island. Frankby had initially thought about sneaking up to attack, but unexpectedly was targeted by a beast and almost got eaten. In the end, it was Katakuri who bravely took on the attack from Shiki and Hancock, arriving just in time to save Frankby. So, the little guy from the Snakehead clan wasn't wrong. If it weren't for Frankby's interference, it really wouldn't be certain who would win or lose. On the other side was the big ship of the 9 snake pirates. Hey, Kuma shouted loudly. Vane was also watching the slowly approaching pirate ship, secretly contemplating, should we retreat? Ugh. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Vane immediately rejected it. Things are different now. He has so many capable subordinates. Yamato and Kuma don't need to be mentioned. Even Leo, Manchuri, and Baby 5 have considerable strength when working together. Why run? The advantage is mine. Roar, just as Vane was thinking about how to attack. A roar from the beasts on Beast Island echoed in the distance. Vane's eyes lit up. Those beasts are capable of matching billion-belly bounty pirates. Got it. Vane's eyes brightened suddenly, extending a finger to his face. Then, he landed on the deck and said to everyone, Kuma, you go stop the people from Amazon Lily. Hancock's ability is too buggy. There's a risk of petrification if anyone else goes. So, honest and devoted Kuma is the best choice. Besides, with Kuma's strength, dealing with the current empress should be more than enough. Yamato and the others will go to that island, find Katakuri, heal him, and... Before he finished speaking, Vane took out a devil fruit from the cabin and displayed it to everyone. Dango fruit. Vane explained the specific abilities of the Dango fruit. Leo exclaimed in surprise, huh? So, as long as the beasts on the island eat that Dango, they'll become very obedient? Baby 5 looked at him with admiration. As expected of Lord Vane, you must have thought of using this devil fruit to control those powerful animals already. Then, Vane handed the devil fruit to Xiaozi, smiling. I still hope we can become true companions. No one can survive alone at sea. Accepting the power of companions is not a shameful thing. So be my person. After saying these words, Vane felt a bit embarrassed. There's no way around it. This kind of persuasion really needs Naruto. However, the situation is urgent. And since he's decided to go all out, he must make good use of all his power. Even if he can't defeat Shiki, he can't let him easily take away the beast from Beast Island. Upon hearing this, Xiaozi was first taken aback. Then her gaze became resolute. Captain, I will believe in you just as you believe in me. Vane frowned, feeling that something about this was a bit off. Then Xiaozi took the Dango fruit and took a bite. Her face immediately turned extremely ugly. The surrounding elders looked at her with sympathetic eyes. Xiaozi endured immense pain and finished the entire fruit, then immediately pulled a round white Dango from her face as Vane had just instructed. Leo cheered. It worked. Vane, all right. Let's start the operation. Yes. Vane, Captain. Soon, the Queen's ship activated its acceleration device and reached the shore of Beast Island. After few people landed, they immediately assumed what they thought was an unbeatable stance. Baby 5 stood at the front, her hands transforming into 2 gigantic machine guns, with a rocket launcher on her back and various explosives strapped to her shoulders. Then Leo and Manchuri stood on her shoulders, responsible for observing the situation on both sides and could heal the injured in time. This formation resembled Jiraiya in Sage mode. Behind Baby 5 was Xiaozi, who had just eaten the devil fruit and gained the Dango fruit's powers. At the back of the group was Yamato, the strongest among them. Ha ha! Yamato laughed with bared teeth. What a perfect combination. Yeah. Leo looked at Baby 5's equipment with shining eyes, praising, so cool. Hey Leo, don't be careless. Vane said this island is very dangerous. Manchuri reminded. As soon as she finished speaking, Manchuri felt a chill behind her when she slowly turned around. A ferocious-eyed wild boar was charging at her. Ah! Manchuri screamed in terror, and then Yamato quickly rushed over, knocking the exaggeratedly large wild boar flying with a single hit. However, After rolling on the ground a few times, the wild boar stubbornly got back up. Wow, amazing. These guys are really strong, Yamato said excitedly, her face filled with battle intent. After a fierce battle, several beasts that had initially attacked them ferociously became exceptionally docile after being fed the dango. How amazing. The group sat on the back of a large elephant, shouting excitedly. Xiaozi also looked incredulous. Now, as long as she gave commands to the beasts, they would absolutely obey her. It was a strange feeling, as if it was meant to be. Hey, let's keep going. Yamato jumped onto the back of a striped tiger, waving her hands like a wild person. On the massive, floating islands, Shiki looked at the image on the Den Mushi in confusion. A figure with purple wings was flying towards his location. Huh, little sparrow? Shiki exclaimed in surprise. Bang! Indigo once again dealt Shiki a heavy punch. Although he had wings, he definitely looked like a person. Huh, didn't they get crushed? The golden lion was first taken aback. Then a grin spread across his face as he laughed heartily. Then let's go say hello to this little sparrow. In the air, Wayne's observation hockey was unleashed, sensing the fierce life signs on those islands. Were they beasts mutated by IQ? At this moment, Wayne felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had the ability to fly. Otherwise, just the mutated beasts on the island would be enough to give him trouble. As he continued to ascend, Wayne could clearly see the largest island, almost submerged in the clouds. Whoosh! Just then, a sharp slashing wave tore through the sky, accompanied by a fierce wind, shooting rapidly toward Wayne. Wayne's gaze sharpened, and his right fist quickly enveloped in a dark arm hockey, smashing out to intercept the slash. Bang! A violent collision sound suddenly erupted, causing the surrounding air to ripple. Keka! The wild laughter echoed through the sky as the golden lion's figure descended from a higher altitude, looking down at Wayne below. Little sparrow, you have quite the guts to dare intrude into my territory. He leisurely took out a thick cigar from his pocket, put it in his mouth, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke. His nonchalant demeanor was far from that of an aging man. Golden lion, Wayne sneered, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. After more than a decade of grudges, it was time to settle them. Oh, the golden lion said with interest. Have I seen you before? I was there when you caused a ruckus in Marineford. Oh, I remember now. You are. The golden lion suddenly realized, pointing at Wayne eagerly. You are little William? Who is that? Wayne looked speechless. However, it was now certain that the golden lion was indeed a bit out of his mind. Huh. Wayne took a deep breath, staring at the golden lion with eyes full of killing intent. The golden lion was clearly taken aback. Ahahaha. You are not William. William doesn't have such strong murderous intent. You are that Wayne from the Beast Pirates, Kaido's disciple. It seemed he hadn't completely lost his mind yet, Wayne said. But an old guy like you, abandoned by the times, should really stay hidden and not come out to seek death. Arrogant. The golden lion raised a leg, replaced by a famous sword, and forcefully slashed out a flying slash wave. Wayne's hand gathered lightning, easily dispersing the attack. Keka! After the attack was blocked, the golden lion was not angry but rather pleased. Interesting kid. Heh. Wayne's mouth twitched. From the previous attack, it was clear that the golden lion was definitely not someone whom the Luffy from 2 years ago could mess with. His strength was at least on par with that of a high-ranking member of the Yonko. The theatrical version was all a lie. A fervent battle intent flashed in the golden lion's eyes. It seemed he could enjoy this. Kid, it will be your honor to be killed by me. TC, who would come to seek death. Wayne smiled, clenched his fists, and made a crisp sound of bone colliding, full of provocation. An old bastard from the old era. It's rare to see someone so passionate at this age. However, the current C is the era of the young. As soon as he finished speaking, Wayne no longer hesitated, his fists gathering powerful lightning, and with a flap of his wings behind him, charged forward. Oomph! Viper! The golden lion opened his large hand, waved it forward, and his body suddenly retreated violently. At the same time, several massive aerial islands seemed to be summoned, rapidly crashing towards Wayne. Thunderstorm cannon. Wayne unleashed his fists in midair. The terrifying thunder contained powerful armed hockey, bursting outward. Boom! The twisted and entangled white lightning exploded the moment it touched the rocky island, sending countless rocks and debris flying. The shocking effect made the golden lion's pupils constrict. He could do that too? Yet Wayne's speed did not decrease at all, and he threw another punch in the air. The glowing punch mark approached, and the golden lion's eyes twitched slightly. He raised his double swords and swung them fiercely, sending out slashing waves that collided violently with the lightning. Kid, I underestimated you. The golden lion's momentum suddenly increased, clearly taking the fight seriously. Old bastard, I overestimated you. Talking trash, Wayne was serious. The golden lion was indeed furious. You little brat, do you really think I'm afraid of you? I am a golden lion. Accompanied by this roar, a series of figures flashed rapidly in the golden lion's mind. They were the innate monsters and top-tier powerhouses he had battled before. Sengoku, Garp, Roger. The one known as the Pirate King, Roger. The one who could help him conquer the world, Roger. If that bastard Roger had become his right-hand man, he would have already ruled the world. You little brat, you know nothing. Lion's might. The shattered rock fragments floated in the air, beginning to gather around Wayne, constantly swirling and reshaping. Finally, four ferocious lion heads coalesced, accompanied by a rumbling, earthquake-like sound, resembling a lion's roar. Facing the gigantic lion heads that resembled mountains, Wayne showed no fear, instead sneering, "Look, you're getting anxious." As soon as he finished speaking, he radiated a brilliant purple light, which then rapidly contracted, transforming into a purple giant holding double swords with an imposing gaze. I understand you, Golden Lion. You're just an old man who doesn't want to be abandoned by the times, right? Don't worry, I will personally arrange your funeral. Roar. A loud and heavy roar echoed between heaven and earth. The purple giant gazed ahead, with the four enormous lion heads blocking the sky, opening their abyss-like massive mouths, ferociously closing in on Wayne. Just then, a sudden rumbling thunder resonated in the sky. The purple giant erupted with lightning, striking down on the rocky lions with lightning speed. Instantly, a large area of dust and mist exploded, and the lightning completely neutralized the lion's attack. From shattered rocks, the golden lion, grinning wickedly, charged out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he arrived, a fierce wind whipped up from all directions, stirring up debris and dust towards the purple giant, instantly burying it. Thunderfire Empress! Wayne shouted loudly. Fiery flames ignited fiercely on the purple giant, and the swirling dust rapidly spread in the air, transforming into a sea of purple fire. The power of this flame was incredibly strong. Even before contact, the golden lion felt a tightness in his chest, quickly retreating from the sea of fire, watching helplessly as his attack was consumed and assimilated by the purple giant's flames. What a strange ability! As a legendary pirate, the golden lion's perspective was incredibly broad. But at this moment, he was also deeply shocked. Lightning and flames. What other abilities do you have? Show them to me, keka. The golden lion grinned wickedly, his cloak billowing wildly in the wind, appearing exceptionally mad. He clapped his hands and shouted, "Air escape water dragon." Before his voice fell, the massive island behind him seemed to summon the surrounding circle of aerial sea currents, which roared and surged forward. In an instant, the sea currents transformed into a gigantic water dragon, pouring down like a deluge. Wayne was secretly astonished. He knew that the float fruit could manipulate seawater, but he was surprised by the vast range and exquisite control it had. Wayne didn't dare to be careless. He covered the blades of his two swords with purple flames and swung them vigorously, creating waves of scorching slashes. Sizzle, sizzle. When the flaming slashes struck the water dragon, they emitted the sound of seawater melting, followed by bursts of white steam. A rolling wave of heat surged forth, even causing the golden lion's cheeks to feel burning hot. Is this useless too? The golden lion snorted coldly, his face darkening. Kid, even though you're my enemy, you're quite impressive. What's wrong? Can't dance so soon? Wayne, brimming with fighting spirit, confidently taunted back. Ha ha, I just think it would be a shame for a little sparrow like you to die here. Why not come to my side? If you beg for mercy, I'll let you go. Ha ha ha. An invitation from an old bastard? No thanks. Wayne charged straight at the golden lion, wielding his long knife and unleashing several black, flying slashes imbued with armament hockey. The golden lion didn't take it head-on. Instead, he slightly raised his hand and, as his body flew backward, a giant island rapidly flew toward his feet. His float fruit allowed him to manipulate himself and any inorganic matter he had touched. Therefore, an empty space without any external objects was not a suitable battlefield for him. Venomous snake wind vortex. He raised both hands, causing stones on the island below to surge, creating a tornado that shot up to the sky, swallowing all the black slashes. Subsequently, the exaggerated tornado swept toward the purple giant. The purple giant appeared like a tiny ant compared to the tornado, looking particularly insignificant. But in the next second, buzz, a wind-slicing slash. The purple giant executed a grand slash, accompanied by a crisp and pleasant ringing sound, cutting the tornado in half. And debris fell like rain to the ground. At that moment, the Golden Lion charged in, his dual swords wrapped in surging armament haki, striking toward the purple giant's head. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted. A massive long knife met the Golden Lion's sword, locked in a fierce struggle. What kind of knife is this? I've never seen such a material. The Golden Lion chuckled, suddenly exerting force. A long, sharp stone pillar suddenly shot up from deep underground, crashing into Wayne. The Golden Lion was overjoyed, but in the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. He saw that the stone pillar, upon striking the purple giant's armor, was completely unable to move him even a little. Instead, it shattered bit by bit, turning to dust in the air. How ugly, Golden Lion! Wayne twisted his massive body in the air and kicked the Golden Lion. Whoosh! The Golden Lion immediately raised the famous sword on his other leg to block. But the moment they made contact, he was kicked away by the overwhelming force. Before the Golden Lion could stabilize himself in the air, the purple giant's figure loomed larger again, as if the divine warrior Kanyu was charging over with his sword raised. TCH, don't underestimate me. The Golden Lion gritted his teeth, his face turning sinister. Threads of black-red lightning appeared around him, but the lightning couldn't be fully unleashed, giving off a feeling of oppression, as if it were being restricted. Damn, this cursed helm. Escape 10,000 Cuts Valley. The Golden Lion spat out his cigar and swung his sword, creating afterimages that shot out countless light red flying slashes. Overwhelming Wayne. Sensing the imposing aura emanating from the Golden Lion and the fierce haki in the slashes, Wayne's gaze tightened. Conqueror's haki wrapping, truly a legendary powerhouse of the sea. Even in old age, he remains so troublesome. Corrupted Beast Thunder Fire Sword, with armament haki wrapped around him, lightning entwined, and purple flames swirling, Wayne unleashed all his available abilities. It was as if he were stacking values, coalescing into a massive slash from his dual swords. Clang! Clang! The flying slash met the wild winds, cutting down the smaller slashes that blocked its path, ready to strike the Golden Lion. Ha! Kid, your haki is strong, but your swordsmanship is too poor. Where's the reckless swordsman who just charges in? Watch closely, this is how a sword is used. The Golden Lion laughed loudly, almost as if he were lecturing Wayne. Then, a hint of black-red lightning finally appeared on the dual swords of his legs, and he kicked out fiercely. This slash was more like a pinpoint. At the moment it collided with Wayne's flying slash, it seemed to strike at the weakest point, splitting it in half. Concentrating haki to a point, Wayne seemed to understand something. Indeed, both Conqueror's haki and armament haki could be covered on attacks, or even released outward. For top swordsmen, predicting the opponent's movements and then concentrating their attack to a point was the best use of haki. And a reckless approach like yours only wastes haki and stamina. On Beast Island, you must be Katakuri, right? Yamato and the others, after taming dozens of ferocious beasts, discovered the injured Katakuri deep in the dense forest. It's me. Katakuri replied weakly. Wayne and Lando will heal you. Mantri smiled and then displayed astonishing jumping ability, directly landing on top of Katakuri's head. A glimmer of vigilance flashed in Katakuri's eyes, but he relaxed when he sensed that Mantri meant no harm. He let this golden-haired girl release warm, dandelion-like light spots onto him. The light spots melted within him. Katakuri felt his injuries healing rapidly. Even the wounds were closing quickly. This is truly miraculous. At that moment, Leo pointed at the floating island above, speaking urgently, "Hey, big guy, hurry and help Wayne and Lando." Hearing this, Katakuri and the others looked up at the sky. The originally magnificent floating island group had been destroyed by nearly a quarter. Rocks occasionally fell into the sea, resembling meteorites. From high above, the sounds of clashing metal echoed. He had been curious about who was fighting that Golden Lion. It turned out to be Wayne. At this thought, a surge of emotion welled up in Katakuri's heart. He had initially just wanted Wayne to bring people to rescue Franpei and the others. He never expected that Wayne truly regarded him as a good brother, not only arriving here so quickly, but also engaging in battle with the Golden Lion. "Thank you," Katakuri whispered softly. "Haha, are you going up?" Yamato raised his fist eagerly beside him. Little Purple had already controlled dozens of powerful beasts with her abilities, so she no longer needed protection. Therefore, they can now go help Wayne. At this moment, however, Katakuri firmly said, "No, since Wayne has gone up, this is his battle alone, and we have no right to interfere." "Oh, is that so?" Everyone was surprised and felt unexpected about Katakuri's words. Katakuri nodded. A strong person like Wayne has his own dignity. If we interfere in his battle, it would be more painful for him than death. I see. Everyone suddenly understood and nodded heavily. Meanwhile, up in the sky, on a giant island, Wayne squinted at the golden lion and disdainfully said, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" However, although he said that, Wayne silently remembered the teachings of his master, the golden lion, in his heart. To concentrate He and strike at a single point. Ha ha ha. What an arrogant kid. Interesting, really interesting. Looks like I can have some fun now. The golden lion laughed maniacally, then directly pulled out two famous swords from his legs. It had been a long time since he had used a sword like this. It was truly nostalgic. I thought you were going to pull out that steering wheel on your head. Wayne chuckled. What are you joking about? Can that be pulled out? That steering wheel was accidentally inserted into the golden lion's brain during a storm. Since then, the golden lion had sought countless famous doctors and scientists, but they were all helpless. The steering wheel had embedded itself deep in his brain. If forcibly removed, he would die on the spot. Kid, too bad you haven't seen me at my peak. The golden lion's dual swords were covered in black and red He, with tangible lightning twisting around them, making a crackling sound. At this moment, his aura surged, and an unmatched might erupted from within him. Conqueror's He entangled. No wonder he was the man who dominated the skies. Even nearing death, he could still possess such He. I acknowledge you, bastard. Who needs your recognition, you little brat? The golden lion charged forward, his dual swords wrapped in Conqueror's He and armament He, slicing through the air, instantly reaching the purple giant. It was a fast and sharp blade, with a killing intent so cold it seemed capable of cutting through time. It's over. Kid, swish. A dazzling sword light shone brightly. The purple giant was cleaved in half, and the sword energy that erupted from the blade shot out rapidly, splitting a distant mountain in two. Sorry, I couldn't let Lord Golden Lion exert his full strength. Leaving behind the last regret, the purple giant's body fell in two halves. Ha ha ha. You overestimate yourself, kid. Now you know how powerful I am, right? The golden lion laughed back, feeling somewhat surprised by this victory. He thought Wayne could last longer. But he didn't expect him to be so easily cut down. But the next second, his expression suddenly tightened. He saw that, at the cut of the purple giant, what poured out was not blood, but violent thunder, seemingly capable of destroying the entire world. Don't be careless, golden lion. Crack. The purple giant's body rapidly transformed into solid white lightning. The golden lion reacted quickly, swinging his He-wrapped attacks down again, and the sky was filled with slashing waves that engulfed the purple giant. However, gradually, he sensed something was wrong. It was completely wrong. That was not an elemental transformation achieved by predicting the future before the attack arrived. Rather, after this bold thought sprouted, he retreated backward. But how could Wayne let this perfect opportunity slip by? Just as his body fully transformed into lightning, a spear of lightning condensed out of thin air and struck the golden lion. Bang! An explosion sounded. The golden lion was chased by the lightning, and a violent explosion burst forth in the air, the dazzling light blinding. A terrifying, giant, semicircular shockwave erupted there. Boom! Thunder rumbled. A fierce storm formed at the center of the two, surging outward in all directions. All the trees on the island were blown down. Rocks were swept into the sky, then crushed into fragments. Finally, the golden lion's disheveled figure staggered out. He was panting heavily, his clothes tattered, completely losing the composure he had before. The golden lion, gasped for breath, and his gaze towards Wayne sharpened. This kid's ability was quite tricky. He was ineffective at all. However, this state must have weaknesses, otherwise, this kid wouldn't have waited until now to use it. Just as he was about to raise his famous sword, he suddenly felt a strange numbness in his hand. Lightning. He looked up again and saw that the island had been utterly destroyed. His float, fruit ability, and that kid's lightning ability intertwined, triggering a massive storm that swept across the entire area. Storm. That's right, I was supposed to go to the Outwall Sea. Go there, find Roger, and have him be my right-hand man. Then, I will rule this world alongside the man I acknowledge. Thinking of this, he shouted to the sky, Roger. Where did Roger come from? Wayne shouted helplessly. What kind of nonsense was it to suddenly shout the name of a loved one while fighting? It's better to be accompanied than to miss Golden Lion. Since you can't forget Roger, then I'll send you to see him. The voice of the lightning giant rang out loudly, carried by the roaring wind to the Golden Lion's ears. Roger is dead. Hearing this, a trace of sadness appeared on the Golden Lion's face. Yes, that guy died at the hands of the Navy decades ago, in the weakest East Blue. The Golden Lion chuckled dryly a couple of times. Sometimes I have nightmares where I see myself as an old man lying in a hospital bed. And when I wake up, I can't help but cry, ha ha ha. He laughed to the sky, but tears flowed from his eyes. From the time he fought Wayne until now, he finally realized this cruel fact. He was indeed getting old. However, pirates also have their way of dying, kid. If you want to take my head to make a name for yourself, then be prepared to die, because I am a golden lion. With that bold declaration, his aura surged again, and a torrent of overwhelming spirit spread out in all directions. Tangible black-red lightning swirled around him. Even the air was distorted by the terrifying He. Wayne's mouth twitched. A moment of reflection? What the hell? Why? Lightning gathered in the giant's hand. In the blink of an eye, a bow and arrow made entirely of lightning took shape, and after drawing the bow and knocking the arrow, he aimed at the golden lion. Relics of the old era. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Just go die honestly. Thunderous spear. Whoosh. The thunder roared high, and with this strike, Wayne remembered the teachings of his mentor, the golden lion, and concentrated his willpower into a single point to release it. An arrow with a white tail tore through the sky, producing a sharp sound as it shot straight towards the golden lion. Lion's might. The golden lion slashed out a magnificent strike, colliding with the lightning arrow with a thunderous crash, then swiftly dispersing the lightning and shooting it out, cutting the thunder giant in half once more. Not enough. Not enough. You bastard. The golden lion roared in anger, like scolding a foolish disciple. Look carefully. He wrapped his conqueror's He around his dual blades, letting the surface of the famous swords be covered in a crimson aura, then flew above the thunder giant, wielding his dual swords. Completely forgetting the thunder giant's abilities, he unleashed countless flying slashes. The strong winds blew towards Wayne, who did not evade at all, allowing these attacks to hit him. At the same time, his observation He was released, also comprehending this method of attack. But unfortunately, a woman cannot cook without rice. Without Conqueror's He, he naturally couldn't learn this technique of wrapping He. However, he had already mastered the concentration of armament He and lightning flames. Thank you, Teacher Jean. Sizzle. Thunder exploded, and a lightning long sword suddenly formed in Wayne's right hand, shimmering with a faint purple-black glow. Thunderfire Pure Love Sword. Buzz. The thunder giant swung his sword upwards, this time unleashing not just a simple slash wave, but a laser beam that shot into the sky, scattering all the flying slashes in front of it, and finally piercing through the golden lion's chest. Oof! The golden lion's figure was violently propelled into the air, blood splattering into the air, creating a horrifying bloodline. Meanwhile, in that floating island cluster, several small islands seemed to lose their support and crash down into the sea, creating a deafening collision sound. The golden lion was nearing exhaustion. Wayne thought, although the two hadn't fought for days and nights, each clash of attacks represented a significant consumption of He and stamina. Moreover, the golden lion was old and weak, and his mind was not very clear. He might collapse at any moment due to excessive movement. However, Wayne's own condition was not much better. The third phase of the God of Thunder's construction was all about swift resolution. Short and powerful. Hey. In the storm, the weak yet excited voice of the golden lion echoed between heaven and earth. Now, this is more like it. This is a man of the sea. The golden lion suddenly roared, his face showing a fierce expression, and his He surged again. The helm that was suppressing him was under immense pressure, and the helm that had been embedded for decades actually began to shake. He abandoned the ability of the float fruit, crossing his dual swords in front of his chest, displaying the swordsmanship he was most familiar with and most spirited in his youth. Kid, you must remember this day forever, for you nearly killed Admiral Golden Lion of the Flying Pirate Crew. Ha ha ha. Two-sword style void slash. The Golden Lion descended rapidly with his dual swords, his intense killing intent seemingly wanting to shatter the very heavens and earth. The Conqueror's He he emitted made Wayne's heart tremble inexplicably. Is this the aura of a king? The thunder giant also let out a thunderous roar. Its body began to twist and transform, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a vividly realistic thunder dragon. Now, Wayne existed in the world as a concept of lightning. Therefore, the shape of lightning began to change freely. At this moment, he recalled what Teacher Kai had once said. Just do whatever you want, Wayne, as long as you can do it. The principle of the fire dragon torch should be similar. The thunder dragon swung its massive body, crackling with thunder, and above its head, black lightning intertwined, gathering terrifying energy. Rise. Ascending dragon. Thunder dragon torch. Roar. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded across the sky. The thunder dragon charged up from below. Golden lion Wayne boom. The dual swords collided violently with the Thunder Dragon, producing an earth-shattering sound. The Golden Lion's figure was instantly engulfed by the thunder, submerged in a sea of lightning. At the same time, Wayne's body began to quickly revert to human form from this impact. The time for the third phase was up. Roar in the sky. A phantom of a lion emerged from the clouds and pounced down, as if cheering, crashing into the rapidly dissipating Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon and the lion kept tearing and killing each other. Waves of aura surged in all directions, changing the color of heaven and earth. On the largest island of the floating island cluster, the clown-dressed Indig shouted in terror. The boss is going to get angry. This is too terrifying. Below, Katakuri on Beast's island also narrowed his eyes, sensing the astonishing momentum coming down from the sky. On the other side of the sea, the standoff between the bear and Hancock came to a tacit halt as they turned to look at the sky, illuminated by rolling heavenly thunder. The sky was overcast, as if mourning the impending fall of a powerful figure. The heavy thunder rumbled in response. The entire world was shrouded in shadow. At this moment, Wayne and the Golden Lion had separated. The Golden Lion struggled to float in the air, his body burnt to a crisp, his hands weakly drooping. Even his hand that held the sword trembled violently. Now, he could barely even grip the sword in his hand. On the opposite side, Wayne's condition was also at its worst. After exiting the third phase, his stamina and haki were almost drained. Even his purple wings could not be used temporarily, and he could only tread the moonwalk, suspended in midair. How could I possibly die in a place like this? At this moment, Wayne finally showed a rare determination, baring his teeth as he looked at the Golden Lion, his pale face carrying an overwhelming killing intent. The corner of the Golden Lion's mouth revealed a grim smile. "Kid, your eyes look good now. That is more like a man. It's not like I was forced by you. If you'd just gone to die honestly, there wouldn't be so much trouble." Ha. That won't do. No matter who it is, if they want to kill me, they must have the courage to die. The Golden Lion laughed loudly. "Kid, I must thank you." "Why?" "Because only such a death is worthy of the name Golden Lion." As soon as he finished speaking, his face showed intense determination, and he raised the long sword in his hand with all his might. The haki within him surged again, and that incredibly powerful momentum finally broke the decades-long restraint. Black-red lightning continuously swirled around him, and the helm above his head let out a muffled sound of whoosh as it was forced out by the magnificent haki, disappearing into the howling wind. At this moment, the might of the Golden Lion reached an unprecedented level, and the Conqueror's haki burst forth from him, spreading in all directions. Below, the fierce wind mixed with the Conqueror's haki struck everyone in the face, leaving them all in shock. Various emotions intertwined in their hearts: surprise, fear, and even a hint of admiration. He was one of the three legendary pirates, the absolute king of the old era. Roar, roar. On Beast Island, the ferocious beasts that had been fed dumplings by Little Purple were also affected by this Conqueror's haki, all opening their mouths and roaring restlessly. Will Vayne win? Mantry worriedly placed her hand on her chest, silently praying. Vayne will definitely win. Yamato cheerfully shouted, as a matter of course. Come on. Leo spread his arms and waved continuously at the sky. Drip, drip. Rain began to fall from the sky, showing signs of getting heavier. Droplets of rain fell on the Golden Lion's aged face. He excitedly looked at Vayne, this delightful junior. Ha. This feeling is truly liberating. With the end approaching, the Golden Lion was overjoyed, as if he had never felt this exhilarated before. Seeing the frenzied and grand Golden Lion, Vayne's expression changed slightly, already sweating profusely. How terrifying. The Golden Lion pulled out the last cigar from his tattered clothes, lit it, and slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke. His injuries were much worse than Vayne's. He could die at any moment, yet he was far more carefree than Vayne. This was the privilege of a born king, a legendary pirate like him. No matter when or against what enemy, would always look down from above, disdainful of everything. Rainwater and sweat intertwined on his face, flowing into his eyes, blurring his vision. He seemed to return to his youth, becoming that invincible Golden Lion again. People would become terrified just hearing his name, and speaking his name heralded disaster. He was the ultimate villain, deserving of justice's punishment. But now, he was also an elderly man in his twilight years, afraid of being forgotten after death. Vayne allowed the Golden Lion to finish his last smoke. Then, the white lightning in his hand began to gather, emitting a high-pitched sound like a chorus of birds. Kid, you must always remember this day, for you have killed the Golden Lion. Boom! The Golden Lion drew both swords. slashing down at Vayne with such speed that the blades trembled slightly, the sound of slicing air following, resembling the roar of an enraged lion. Two-sword style end. This was the fastest and fiercest strike the Golden Lion had unleashed from beginning to end. This strike was named End, marking the conclusion of this battle and also the end of his life. Simultaneously ending was his unfinished ambition. Whoosh! A red glow appeared in Vayne's eyes as he unleashed observation haki to its fullest. Time froze at this moment. In this instant, he saw a fleeting future and the vision of victory. The lightning ball gathered in Vayne's hand. This time, he truly had no backup. Whoosh! The Golden Lion's twin swords came down almost in a teleportation-like fashion to Vayne's head, but he immediately sensed something was wrong and was about to twist the blades again. Yet Vayne was a step faster. A tremendous pain surged through his chest, and the Golden Lion's pupils suddenly constricted. Vayne had sidestepped his own blade and pierced through his chest with the electrifying energy. Ah! The Golden Lion gritted his teeth and desperately swung out another strike. Slicing into Vayne's shoulder, tearing through fabric and skin, hot blood spraying into the air like roses at a wedding. I lost. After this strike, he could no longer hold on. Amidst the booming thunder and pouring rain, his consciousness and life rapidly faded like a wind-up doll with its spring unwound. In his final moments, he thought not of Roger, nor of the East Blue he longed to destroy, but of his absurd yet glorious life. Ha ha ha! I really lost a kid like you. But never underestimate the power of a little sparrow. Vayne let out a wry smile, clutching his shoulder wound, forcing himself to speak. Well said, the era of old men should indeed come to an end. The Golden Lion relaxed his grip, and the two famous swords fell before Vayne, who barely caught them in his hands. You deserve this, kid. Step over my corpse and cause a ruckus in the world. Ha ha ha. With his last grand words, his body plummeted toward the sea. The fierce wind lifted his tattered robes, a posture that slightly moved Vayne's expression. Villains do not need sympathy, but teachers can. Farewell, teacher Golden Lion. The sea buried one good man's tale after another. When you end your journey, the death knell will be sounded from this moment on, and the heroes of the sea should be buried in the sea. The Golden Lion slowly closed his eyes in the air. Roger, at least I didn't die as disgracefully as you, huh? Finally, my last words. Vayne, kid, I curse you. I curse you to tread the path to becoming king, stepping on the corpses of countless people, sitting upon that throne covered in thorns, drenched in blood. Ruling over all. Ha! Vayne held the sword Sakura Ten and Muku Kiga, murmuring, that was close, almost died at the hands of this old guy. Boom! Behind him, the enormous islands lost the Golden Lion's floating fruit support and were rapidly plummeting downward. Whoosh! Vayne immediately used the last bit of his strength, stepping on the moonwalk and flying toward Beast Island. Speaking of which, haven't Yamato and the others dealt with those beasts yet? Come and help out. Meanwhile, on the sea, Bear, who was confronting the Kuja pirates, saw the massive islands about to crush down from the sky and immediately used his pawpaw fruit ability to bounce himself to the shore of Beast Island. Captain Vayne, did you win? Bear asked. At this moment, everyone was anxiously looking up at the sky. Katakuri's eyes glowed with red light, and upon sensing Vayne's presence, a smile appeared on his face as he nodded, saying, yes, Vayne won. Yay! Leo and Yamato jumped up in excitement and cheered. At this moment, Katakuri noticed a small island about to smash down on them, his pupils shrinking, but one should not let their guard down. Bear had already gathered his hands for a shockwave, and in the blink of an eye, a giant bear paw-shaped, light blue bubble formed in his hands. Boom! As the small island was less than 100 meters from everyone, Bear leapt up and slapped the bubble onto the surface of the island. A violent explosion sounded, and the giant rocks instantly shattered into pieces, raining down like a light shower. Sticky rice cake. The recovered Katakuri summoned rich white rice cakes above everyone's heads, like a sunshade, catching all the falling rock fragments. Wow, can the fruit abilities be used like this? It's really amazing. Watching the abilities of the mochi fruit, Leo couldn't help but think of his own Stitch fruit abilities. If only his fruit abilities could be that powerful too. Meanwhile, on the large ship of the 9 snake pirates, the 2 giant sea snakes were terrified, their eyes bulging out. It's because a huge island was about to crash down from above the ship. Oh no, the children of the Charlotte family were so scared they made funny faces, their tongues dancing in the air like snakes. Shut up, Hancock shouted angrily. Then she kissed her palm, and a pink heart appeared in her hand. Then, like shooting an arrow, she pulled back the heart and released it, sending countless pink arrows shooting into the sky. Bang! Bang! Watching the non-lethal arrows explode the small island into pieces upon hitting the rocks, debris fell into the sea. Humph. Hancock flicked her hair and smiled. Even meteorites can't harm me, because I'm just too beautiful. It seems the beast pirates have already defeated the Golden Lion. Hancock, we should head back. Grandma Zhao anxiously reminded from the side. Aside from that man, just now, there were clearly other strong opponents over there, so it wasn't the time to show off. However, Hancock disregarded her and walked to the bow of the ship, ordering the 2 sea snakes to move at full speed, no matter who they are. She would drive them out of the 9-snake territory. Grandma Zhao shouted, but it seemed she didn't listen at all. Thud! Stepping through the air, Wayne landed on the shore of Beast Island, one side of his chest completely soaked in blood from his shoulder, a deep red. Wayne Lando. Manchelle rushed forward, releasing healing dandelions to treat Wayne's wounds. Wayne glanced back at the quiet beasts lying on the ground, knowing that was the ability of Little Purple's dumpling fruit. Good job, Little Purple. Thank you, Captain, Little Purple said a bit shyly. Then, Katakuri stepped forward and said seriously, Wayne, while I really want to thank you now, those guys are coming. He looked toward the sea where a pirate ship was rapidly approaching, saying, that ship belongs to one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Captain Boa Hancock, known as the Pirate Empress. Her ability seems to turn those who covet her beauty into stone. Huh? Turn into stone? Leo exclaimed in surprise, pulling out a mini telescope and extending it to look at the distant ship. Upon seeing Hancock standing at the bow, his eyes instantly turned into heart shapes, and his body turned to stone, becoming a statue. Ah, she really turned into stone. Manchelle exclaimed. So they are here for this island? Wayne asked Bear. Bear nodded, saying that no one can invade 9-Snake Island. Just based on her? Does she have that strength? Wayne raised an eyebrow. Not to mention that the Empress is still young and her strength may not be as formidable as later on. Just Bear, Yamato, and Katakuri alone are not something a mere 9-snake pirates could contend with. Not to mention Boa Hancock only brought a ship of people. The advantage is still on my side. Most importantly, these beasts on Beast Island each have the strength of billion-level pirates. Since we've got it, there's no reason to let it go easily. Just as he was thinking about how to move these beasts, the large ship of the 9-snake pirates had already arrived at the shore. It's the naturally evil Pirate Empress. Wayne murmured. The Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, swept her beautiful eyes over everyone and coldly said, Rude intruders, get off my territory. Wayne stood up, allowing Manchelle and Leo to stand on his shoulders. While receiving treatment, and LY saying to Hancock, Beast Island is already the territory of the Beast Pirates. It's you who should leave. Huh? What did you say? Hancock instantly became furious upon hearing this. But the next second, her pupils contracted. She saw the beasts on Beast Island, under the command of the green-haired girl on the opposite side, rushing to the shore, baring their teeth, and growling at them. How could these beasts not attack them? Hancock was shocked. Next to her, Grandma Zhao walked up with her snake staff, saying, Although you are from the Beast Pirates, this island has always been our territory. The territory of the 7 warlords of the sea. Since she couldn't persuade the Snake Princess, she could only try her best to negotiate with the Beast people. So what? Wayne smiled nonchalantly. I was going to let you go, but since you came to my door, you can't blame me. Those who are enemies with me? Unforgivable. Hancock coldly stared at Wayne. The next second, she placed her hands in front of her chest, forming a heart shape. Sweet, sweet, Gale. A wave of heart-shaped shockwaves shot forward rapidly. Just as they were about to hit everyone, Bear slapped out a paw, and a bear paw shockwave collided with the sweet, sweet Gale, dissipating in the air. Meanwhile, some plants on the shore turned to stone upon being touched by the wave of love. Wayne looked at the petrified plants, secretly alarmed. What a tricky ability. But who gave you the courage to actually make a move? Grass, a type of plant. The enemy not only refuses to surrender, but dares to attack us? Hancock, you have already chosen your path to death. Yamato, you all go. Wayne stepped forward and jumped onto the back of a giant elephant. Oh, this is exciting. Yamato tightly grasped the wolf-tooth club in her hand, her face full of battle intent, clearly fired up. At the same time, Bear, Katakuri, and Baby 5, who was carrying a rocket launcher, also approached Yamato. The 4 of them faced the female warriors of the 9-snake pirates, standing on the deck of the pirate ship. Katakuri was focused on his younger siblings on the pirate ship, and he couldn't care about any martial ethics right now. He had to rescue his siblings first. Prepare to shoot arrows. At that moment, Hancock said. The female warriors directly took out bows and arrows, fitted them with arrows, aiming at the 4 on the shore. Whoosh, whoosh. A silver rain of arrows shot toward the 4 on the shore. Bear shockwave. Mochi rice cake. Flame wedding. The 4 launched their attacks, colliding with the incoming arrows. avoiding the attacks while also hitting some of the attacks onto the pirate ship, causing localized explosions, and smoke filled the air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Katakuri leaped and jumped onto the pirate ship, ready to grab that large iron cage and bring it to the shore. It's Brother Katakuri. Brother Katakuri is here to save us. Meanwhile, Hancock also noticed Katakuri's arrival and was about to kick out. Clang! A massive spiked club blocked Hancock's attack. Hancock furrowed her brows and looked closely, realizing a white-haired girl was grinning at her. Bad woman, let me be your opponent. Yamato suddenly exerted strength, directly knocking Hancock back. After 2 backflips, Hancock landed steadily, her gaze becoming colder. This girl is strong, probably not beneath me. Hancock felt a bit flustered. It seemed she had underestimated these guys' strength. Moreover, that Katakuri was clearly heavily injured, but now he seemed to have fully recovered, which was simply unbelievable. Yamato, teach her a lesson, Manshili shouted loudly. Vane also said with interest, a fight between women? I can't miss this. Besides Charlotte Linlin, the strongest women in the New World are these two. If Yamato, who later mastered the Conqueror's Haki, were to fight, then Hancock probably wouldn't be able to beat her. But now, it was hard to say since Yamato hadn't learned the Haki yet. Leo thought about cheering for Yamato, but upon seeing Hancock's stunning face, he couldn't utter any encouragement, only suppressing the urge to nosebleed, putting his hands in his pockets, and pretending to be indifferent. Ha! Even women can't resist my beauty, because I'm just too beautiful. Hancock gathered a massive heart in her hand and shot it towards Yamato. White, icy crystals began to form on Yamato's spiked club, a bone-chilling cold instantly enveloping the entire pirate ship. Ice Demon Blade. Whoosh! Yamato swung her club, scattering the incoming arrows, then stepped forward, an overwhelming momentum surging from her. Conqueror's Haki. Hancock's expression changed in surprise. So you have it too. Oomph. After a brief surprise, Hancock regained her composure, and a similarly shocking aura erupted from her. Then, she stepped forward with her long legs, colliding fiercely with Yamato's spiked club. Boom! In an instant, their Conqueror's Haki clashed. Black-red lightning surrounded them, crackling loudly, and spread outwards in all directions. Pat! Pat! Although the Kuja pirates brought elite fighters this time, several weaker female warriors couldn't withstand the clash of Haki and collapsed to the ground. Hey, Hancock, what are you doing? Too reckless. Granny Nine shouted helplessly. They were already at a disadvantage, and using Conqueror's Haki so recklessly on the ship was just too outrageous. Bang! At that moment, Yamato and Hancock separated, both of their feet carving deep grooves into the ship's deck. Just as Hancock steadied herself, her observation Haki rapidly warned her. To her side, a bear paw wrapped in pitch-black armament Haki, accompanied by a powerful gale, struck her back directly. Boom! Hancock was sent flying, the terrifying impact smashing through a cabin. Lady Snake Princess! The crew on the ship exclaimed and looked at the bear who had attacked. The bear, expressionless, seemed indifferent. Seeing this, Leo, who was on Vane's shoulder, shouted in pain, Hancock, are you okay? In response, Manshili jumped on his head and punched him heavily from above, snarling Leo, which side are you on? Meanwhile, Katakuri seized the iron cage containing Frampe and others and tossed it to a safe area on the shore. They are now taken care of. After saying this, Katakuri returned to the Kuja pirate ship. Hancock crawled out of the cabin, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Hey! Yamato proudly lifted her chin at Hancock. You're quite strong. As soon as she finished speaking, her body began to change dramatically, white fur sprouting, teeth growing long and sharp, and her face becoming somewhat ferocious. Beastman form. No samurai ice fawn. Yamato suddenly lunged forward, spitting out a beam of ice that swiftly shot towards Hancock. So, she is an ability user? Great fragrance kick. Hancock refused to back down, kicking out violently to send the icy breath flying into the sky. Great fragrance kick. Hancock raised her long leg and kicked the icy beam shot by Yamato into the air. Despite this, a thick layer of ice crystals remained on the deck. It's not over yet. Yamato gritted her teeth, showing a fierce expression, military dragon's roar. This time she charged forward, swinging her spiked club, creating afterimages as she struck at Hancock. Continuous fragrance kicks. Hancock immediately coated her feet with Haki, facing the fierce wind as she countered Yamato's attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The pirate ship shook, waves crashing against the wooden planks beneath, and their battle left the female warriors in shock. Who is this white-hair girl? She can actually fight evenly with Lady Snake Princess. Meanwhile, Katakuri was also engaged in fierce clashes with these female warriors. The female warriors of Kuja Island were stronger than those from other New World countries. On one hand, nearly everyone was a soldier. On the other hand, for some unknown reason, the female warriors of Kuja Island seemed to have an innate familiarity with hockey. Therefore, after training, they could shoot arrows infused with armament hockey. However, their opponents this time were not the lowly pirates they usually encountered, but the second in command of the Charlotte family. The Sea Emperor, Charlotte Lean Strong's son, Charlotte Katakuri. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows sliced through the air, accurately aiming at Katakuri. But in the eyes of Katakuri, who possessed advanced observation hockey, these attacks were slowed down countless times. Just like he had practiced countless times, Katakuri merely tilted his body slightly, twisted his waist a few times, and dodged all the attacks, knocking down several female warriors with each strike. Too slow. Bang! With another swift strike, Katakuri knocked down the last female warrior. At this point, only Hancock remained in the Kuja pirates. On the other side, Hancock and Yamato were still engaged in fierce combat, when suddenly, the bear charged in again, knocking aside Granny Nyan, and unleashed another shockwave that slammed into Hancock's back. You exposed a flaw, Boa Hancock. Boom! Hancock was once again sent flying, her body crashing against the railing, denting it and nearly falling into the sea. On the shore, Vane was taken aback. Wow, Bear. I didn't expect you to have a sneak attack attribute too. This is not only about beating the elderly, but also ambushing women. It seems I've always misunderstood you. From now on, let's call you Ambush King. After that, Wayne looked at Hancock, who was spitting blood and in a bad state, feeling a bit excited and almost couldn't help but hum. Dealing with Yamato, who is as strong as a high-ranking officer of the Four Emperors, and the injury-free version of Bartholomew Kuma, who is always ready to ambush, would be tricky even for the Four Emperors and admirals, let alone the younger Hancock. I didn't plan to go after you, but since you brought it upon yourself, you can't blame us. On the other side, Little Purple, riding on the back of a striped tiger, suddenly spoke, Captain, a beast in the forest has found a person. Wayne responded with confusion. The next second, a giant wolf rushed over, carrying a clown-dressed man in its mouth. Notably, the man's shoulder was slung with a transparent large box containing some green reagents and a few round-headed white plants. Upon seeing Wayne, the clown-like man became very excited and began to dance around, waving his arms so fast that they left after images, seemingly eager to explain something. Hey, sign language? Does anyone among us know sign language? Little Purple asked. My name is Indig, a scientist under the Golden Lion, and I want to surrender to the Beast Pirates. The man said, so you can talk. Everyone shouted in disbelief. After a moment of silence, Wayne raised an eyebrow and said to Indig, Dr. Indig, the evil scientist, right? He had some impression of him as the scientist responsible for researching IQ. Then send him to the rabbit bowl. Wait, if you hire me, the Beast Pirates can get these drugs called IQ. The development of these drugs can be completed soon, and once injected into the beasts, they can mutate again, becoming stronger and evolving new skills. Indig said eagerly. Wayne's lips curled up. All right, then I'll spare you for now, and you'll come back with us to Wano. The beasts on this island are already terrifyingly strong. If they gain IQ gene evolution, I can't imagine how strong they will become. Just thinking about having a beast army soon made Wayne ecstatic, and he couldn't help but hum. Boom! A violent collision suddenly sounded. Wayne squinted, seeing that all the members of the 9 snake pirates had been knocked down on the deck, and Hancock had lost the strength to resist under the siege of Yamato and Kuma. Kuma took out a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs on the queen and directly cuffed Hancock's hands. Now you can't escape, Kuma said. Seeing this scene, Wayne couldn't help but curl his lips. No wonder they were once part of the Revolutionary Army. They were quite skilled at this kind of work. Then, Wayne glanced back at the large beasts and said, we'll think of a way for these beasts when we get back. Let's head back to Onigashima first. All right, Captain Wayne. Everyone boarded the ship, and Katakuri also brought his younger siblings onto the queen. Then, under Kuma's fruit powers, the queen flew back to Onigashima. On the sea, Granny Jia, lying on the deck, was stunned by what she saw. They easily captured the king of 9 Snake Island? What a joke. The sudden incident made even the usually calm her extremely agitated, and she immediately took out a long and used transponder snail from the cabin and dialed. What's the matter? A mature woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Xiachi, I shouldn't trouble you right now, but I have to ask you and Rayleigh for a favor. Hancock is in trouble. After hanging up the phone, the former emperor of 9 Snake Island, known as Xiachi, exhaled a puff of smoke and said to the old man with glasses at the wine table, Rayleigh, something big has happened on 9 Snake Island. I just heard the former first mate of the Pirate King, Dark King Rayleigh, said after taking a sip of his drink. These young people really don't let anyone rest. So what is your decision? Rayleigh sighed. I'll go take a trip, but I can't guarantee success. After all, the Beast Pirates are the strongest pirate crew in the New World. Looking at the old lover in front of her, whose hair was already white, Xiaqi's eyes flashed with deep worry. On the way back, Wayne called Fleet Admiral Sengoku at Marine Ford in Sengoku's office. Sengoku looked at the transponder snail that rang again, his expression becoming strange, muttering, "Why do I always have a bad premonition?" Buka, the call connected. Wayne, what now? Well, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, there's something I'm not quite clear about, so I wanted to ask you. As a member of SWORD, can we declare war on the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords without orders? Sengoku asked in confusion. That's indeed the case. But why do you ask this? Declaring war on the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords was just a privilege casually added to SWORD. Could it be that there are really Navy officers brave enough to take on those monsters in the Grand Line alone? Then that's fine. Wayne breathed a sigh of relief and said, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I killed the Golden Lion on 9 Snake Island and defeated Boa Hancock. I have now brought her back to Wano. What did you say? The amount of information was too overwhelming. Sengoku was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, You killed the Golden Lion and brought Boa Hancock back to Wano? So shouldn't we consider promoting me to Rear Admiral in the Navy? Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Sengoku's mouth twitched as he said solemnly, Enough. Wayne, this is nonsense. I sent you to infiltrate the Beast Pirates to gather intelligence and report on Kaido's movements, not to actually become a pirate. Saying this, he casually fed an important document to a nearby goat. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Watching the transponder snail vividly mimic Sengoku's expression of blowing his beard and glaring, Wayne said seriously, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, how can you say that? For the safety of civilians, to uphold the Navy's justice, isn't it good to catch a few more pirates using the identity of the Beast Pirates? Moreover, as you said before, some Navy undercover agents hide deeper and work from the shadows, while some pirates like me are just a bit more aggressive. Essentially, we are the same. Aren't we all serving justice? The words that Sengoku once used to coerce Wayne into going undercover hit him squarely in the forehead, leaving him momentarily speechless. Well, but involving the 7 warlords makes things a bit troublesome, Sengoku said with some concern. Although the strength of the 7 warlords of the sea varies, their reputation is quite intimidating. In the eyes of the world, the 7 warlords are one of the major forces that can contend with the world government and the emperors of the sea. In some respects, the 7 warlords of the sea are even on the same side as the world government. Are they really going to let Vayne be captured alive like this? The world government will not continue to stand by. After thinking for a long time, Sengoku issued an order to Vayne. Vayne, I am now issuing an urgent command. What command? You must immediately leave the Beast Pirates. Huh? Admiral Sengoku, are you joking at this moment? Vayne replied, surprised. At the same time, the highest authority of the world government, the Gorosei, also received this news. On the Red Line, in Panga City, within the power hierarchy. What exactly is Vayne up to? Wasn't he considering accepting the identity of a warlord? He, Saint Satan, you are really foolish to believe a pirate's words. Indeed, pirates are always untrustworthy. This young pirate has gone too far. We cannot allow the Beast Pirates to develop any further. Exactly, the inherently evil Beast Pirates. We should take matters into our own hands. Don't be impulsive. Finally, holding a famous sword, the financial martial god, Saint Nasu Shuru, signaled for everyone to quiet down, and then he slowly spoke, We really cannot allow the Beast Pirates to develop any further. Especially that Vayne, as a pirate, he is still constantly thinking about other pirates. This is simply unbelievable. According to the intelligence they received, Vayne seemed to have suddenly appeared in the calm belt and inexplicably fought against the legendary pirate Golden Lion. And after that, not satisfied, he directly kidnapped the pirate empress. If it weren't for the fact that they knew Vayne had always been so arrogant, they would have thought he was just being lustful. A pirate killing machine. Saint Satan seemed to be muttering to himself, mentioning Vayne's former nickname in the East Blue. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned strange. Considering some systems within the Navy, could it be that Vayne felt that killing pirates in the Navy was not enough excitement? So he thought about going to the pirate side. Not very likely. Saint Satan shook his head again. This reasoning is too far-fetched. I would rather believe he is an undercover agent sent by Sengoku to the Beast Pirates. But after saying this, they immediately dismissed that idea. To put it bluntly, the Navy is just a dog raised by the world government. Funding and resources all depend on the world government. Sengoku is a smart man. Would he dare to do such a thing? Or does he dare to let such a strong and arrogant Navy member become a pirate? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Let's contact Vane again, urging him to accept the recruitment of the warlords and to release Hancock. What if he still refuses? I see that he and Kaido really have a deep teacher-student bond. He. If he refuses, then call Sengoku to gather the Navy and show the Beast Pirates a bit of color. Then, Vane's bounty should also be increased. 800 million no longer matches his strength. 1 billion? 15 billion. An astonishingly high bounty. Even Charlotte Lingling, known as an absolute monster, didn't have such a high bounty at this age. But considering the things Vane has done, the enemies he has defeated, and his terrifying potential, it doesn't seem exaggerated. They are even convinced in their hearts that if Vane continues to grow unchecked, he will undoubtedly become the next Kaido of the Beast. I apologize to everyone. The author will be going to the factory to settle down for the next 2 months, and this book will not be able to maintain stable updates. However, it should not be abandoned. After all, this book has not really achieved much, and the main motivation for updating is love, so it will still be completed. You can keep it on your bookshelf. A major event occurred in the calm belt of the New World. The Thunder Disaster Vane of the Beast Pirates killed the legendary pirate on the sea, Golden Lion, in the territory of the warlord Boa Hancock, and also kidnapped Boa Hancock. In the land of joy. Big news. Morgans jumped up and down excitedly after learning about this. Oh my, this young man Vane really gave us a big surprise. Don't you think so, Stussy? However, a hint of worry flashed in Stussy's beautiful eyes. On the surface, she is the queen of the land of joy, the Dark Emperor of the underworld. But in fact, she is under the orders of the world government's CP0. However, CP0 is not her true identity. In fact, she cannot even be considered a complete human because she is a clone created by Dr. Vegapunk. Back in the day, Whitebeard's old lover, the mother of White 2, Mr. Buchan, was tired of being hunted by the Navy. Thus, through various means, she had Vegapunk use her lineage factor to create a clone, which is the current Stussy. So, calling the current Stussy a 3-surname servant is not an exaggeration at all. What does Vane really want to do? Stussy's eyes were somewhat confused as she let out a sigh. Young people at sea are just so impulsive. Who knows when they might create unexpected big news. I really like them. Morgans did not notice Stussy's strangeness and continued to laugh. He then hurriedly contacted his subordinates at the news agency to prepare the front page content for the next issue, eager to announce this big news to the world. Meanwhile, on the other side of the New World, in a castle in Whole Cake Island, Charlotte Lingling also learned about this news through a call with Morgans. While she was amazed at how quickly this little brat Vane was growing, she also unconsciously felt anger. Damn Kaido, I don't need your subordinates to save my people. During the previous call, Morgans had praised Vane to the skies and even hinted that Vane had saved his children. If it weren't for Vane's intervention, Katakuri would have already been killed by Golden Lion and Hancock. What a joke. Who is Vane? In her eyes, the old pirate queen, he is just a newcomer, merely the 4th in command of the Beast Pirates. How could Katakuri fail to such an extent that he needs Vane's rescue? You all are really giving me a headache. Charlotte Lingling's voice suddenly turned cold, and even the air around her seemed to freeze. The surrounding suite commanders trembled all over, not daring to meet the furious Charlotte Lingling's gaze. That foolish brother Kaido has been a bit rebellious lately. Just right, my anger is also quite high, and I need to vent it. Charlotte Lingling suddenly smiled sinisterly. Beside her, Parasparrow, with his long tongue, hurriedly said, Mom, are you thinking of going to war with Kaido? But Katakuri and Cracker are still in Wano. If we rashly go war with them, it could. What'd you just say? Charlotte Lingling glared fiercely at Parasparrow, who immediately terrifiedly swallowed the words he was about to say. I didn't say anything, Mom. That's my good son. She continued. Only obedient children have the right to survive. I am going to become the king of the sea. This ship does not need losers. Do you understand? Mother. Upon hearing this, the surrounding ministers did not dare to breathe, their panic reaching its peak. They truly could not believe these words came from their mother's mouth. As her children, were they merely pawns to be discarded after failure? Charlotte Lingling did not care what they thought. She spread her arms and laughed wildly. Gathering troops to attack Wano. I can't wait to cut off Kaido's doghead. Mother. At the same time, Wayne and his group returned to Wano. It must be said that with the presence of Bear, the all-map teleporter, sailing was incredibly easy. They didn't even need a good ship to instantly reach their destination. After arriving at Onigashima, Wayne first had Princess Mancheri heal his injuries, then wrapped himself in the supreme bandages, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. Wayne could clearly feel that after the life-and-death battle with the Golden Lion, both his physical condition and hockey had greatly improved. It seems that only by flirting with death can one truly unleash their potential. Subsequently, Katakuri respectfully thanked Wayne. It was indeed surprising for such a proud person to bow his head to someone else. Later, Katakuri also subtly indicated to Wayne whether he could release his brother Cracker. In response, Wayne told Katakuri not to worry, to take care of his injuries on Onigashima, and that he would plead with teacher Kaido, and in a few days, he would send them back to the land of Wano. This deeply moved Katakuri and his group, feeling that Wayne was indeed a good man. Wayne simply smiled. What good things was he thinking? How could he easily let go of the hostage in hand? Moreover, this was a great opportunity for teacher Kaido and Aunt Lingling to go to war, and he had to seize it. Not long ago, Sengoku had issued an order to Wayne, wanting him to leave the Beast Pirates as soon as possible. Because the five elders had set their sights on Wayne and the Beast Pirates, they did not want a pirate crew to develop so unrestrained. However, Wayne really did not want to leave the Beast Pirates so quickly. In the previous call, Admiral Sengoku clearly stated that Wayne was now completely exposed under the eyes of the world government. He could not return to Marineford, nor could he go to the branches of the Four Seas. The only place he could be arranged to go was the dark and gloomy Impel Down, or he could choose to join the seven warlords of the sea, serve the world government, and slowly shift his identity from pirate to a partner of justice, which is so-called whitewashing. Wayne did not want to choose any of these. If he really went to Impel Down or became a warlord, how could he progress? Oh no, how could he uphold justice? Wayne's mindset had undergone some subtle changes after the battle with the Golden Lion. Only after truly encountering the heroes of this world did he gradually understand that justice that is not constrained by others might be the true thing he has been seeking all along. He raised his head and gazed towards Marineford, his eyes gradually becoming firm. So, forgive me, Admiral Sengoku. I also want to see where my limits are. Let me see how far I can go. Look, that guy. In Wano, at the Rabbit Bowl Quarry, the pirates who were moving bricks stopped their actions and stared intently at the entrance, where several pirates were escorting a beautiful woman bound hand and foot. That was the legendary pirate empress, Boa Hancock. A pirate screamed, causing everyone to freeze. It was unmistakable, even if they had not seen her bounty poster. Just seeing the almost enchanting face before them was enough to guess her identity. One of the seven warlords of the sea, a pirate that even the world government dared not easily provoke, actually appeared in such a humiliating manner at the quarry. Hancock, with her hands and feet bound by sea prism stone, had a cold gaze, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails almost drew blood. Humiliation. It was truly too humiliating. Normally, these lowly bastards wouldn't even have the right to look her in the eye, but now. Damn, Wayne, I will never forget this humiliation. Hancock silently vowed in her heart. Meanwhile, not far away, Doflamingo, who had just finished moving bricks and was sitting on the ground resting, was also looking at the pirate empress with surprise. Even she was defeated by Wayne? That guy is really reckless. As Hancock was sent into the rabbit bowl, another group of pirates was brought in behind the beast pirates. Doflamingo's eyes lit up upon seeing the newcomers. Tesoro, you bastard. Tesoro had once led his subordinates to crash the devil fruit auction held by the Doflamingo family and stole the gold fruit, later establishing a force in the New World. The two could be said to be enemies seeing each other, their eyes filled with hatred. However, just as Doflamingo was about to teach this thief a lesson, he suddenly remembered the sea prism stone handcuffs on his hands. Yes, at this moment, they were both Wayne's prisoners. Thinking about past grievances compared to that bastard Wayne, they were nothing. Therefore, Doflamingo snorted coldly and viciously told Tesoro, "It's a pity I couldn't deal with you myself," before returning to move bricks. Tesoro was somewhat surprised. In his impression, this flamingo's temper was terrifyingly scary, and he just let him go? Could it be that he suffered some beating in the rabbit bowl? Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, "Doflamingo, you're not dead? HM?" Doflamingo turned around, his expression displeased. "Wasn't it reported in the newspapers that you were killed by Wayne?" Tesoro quickly explained. "Oh." Doflamingo's tone was cold, seemingly not wanting to hear the name of the man who brought him pain. "But you don't want to stay in this hellhole forever, do you?" Tesoro continued. HM? Sensing a hint of cooperation in Tesoro's words, Doflamingo unconsciously raised an eyebrow. "What are you trying to say?" Tesoro smiled faintly. "Let's cooperate, Doflamingo. Although we're in this hellhole, we have a common enemy, don't we? Moreover, believe me, the world government will not continue to let the beast pirates run rampant. By then, we might have a chance to escape." You kid always knows how to come up with new tricks. Doflamingo grinned wickedly. He had thought that too. "All right, let's wait for that day to come." Teacher Kaido, it's been a long time. I've missed you so much. On Onigashima, atop the dome, Teacher Kaido and Wayne, deeply bonded as master and disciple, sat directly on the ground, with several large bowls of alcohol placed in front of each of them. But in fact, Wayne didn't drink at all. Teacher Kaido didn't mind, drinking by himself and then laughing heartily. Waha, well done, kid. Even that old bastard golden lion was killed by your hands. It's all thanks to you. Teacher Kaido, Wayne said without a flush or heartbeat. Oomph. Teacher Kai's lips curled slightly. Don't come at me with that. He said he was unwilling, but his expression betrayed him. Teacher Kai, still saying you don't like being a teacher? Oh, right. Teacher Kai, how should we deal with that pirate empress at Trafalgar Law? I've heard the world government is very concerned about that Shichibukai, Wayne said, after the news of Hancock's capture spread. CP0, which had previously made black deals with the Beast Pirates, called to negotiate a trade for the Empress. This is understandable. The world government established the Shichibukai to appease pirates and maintain a balance among them. Losing one Doflamingo is manageable, but if Boa Hancock, who controls an entire country, is captured, the balance would be disrupted. At that point, which great pirate would still care about the title of Shichibukai? Huh. Teacher Kai took a few big gulps of alcohol and laughed arrogantly. Kid, don't you get it? They are your captives, you defeated them, and you have the right to plunder everything from them. That's how you treat the losers. It's an unchanging rule of the sea. You're right, Teacher Kai. Wayne nodded somewhat uneasily. Although he wanted to argue in his heart, he thought about it and realized that to live as a pirate in this sea, it really seemed like what Teacher Kai said was true, to go to any lengths to plunder everything. There was also something about the dumpling fruit. Wayne revealed that he had fed his subordinate the dumpling fruit and turned all the powerful beasts on Beast Island into adorable versions. Upon hearing this, Teacher Kai's eyes lit up. That's right, Teacher Kai, as long as you personally go to that island and move it to the inland sea of Wano, we can have a beast army. The beasts on Beast Island are incredibly strong, comparable to Luffy in Gear 3rd. Their power is terrifying. Teacher Kai said loudly, well done. Now you go bring that island over. Huh? Wayne was first taken aback, then exclaimed, you want me to go? Teacher Kai grinned, why not? Teacher Kai, you overestimate me. I don't have the ability to create flame clouds. Wayne waved his hand with a troubled expression. Flying abilities in the pirate world are quite rare. Moreover, those who can move other objects along with them are even fewer. The recently defeated Shiki, who possessed the float fruit, was a massive weapon in aerial combat, filling the gap of pirates in the sky. In a few years, the blind monster Fujitora, who became a marine admiral through world conscription, has the gravity fruit, which can change the weight of objects, even manipulating meteorites. And then there's Teacher Kai's flame clouds. However, whether the ability to create flame clouds is from the fruit itself or developed by Teacher Kai is something Wayne couldn't know. I remember, can't you control lightning? That's also your fruit ability, right? That's right, but how could that level of lightning possibly lift an island? Wayne said this without a hint of modesty. Teacher Kai, seeing Wayne hesitating again, instantly became unhappy and scolded in a tone of disappointment. What kind of expression is that? What S with those tears that look like you're about to cry? Can you get stronger with that? Get your act together and open your eyes wide. Boom. Teacher Kai suddenly stood up, his body beginning to change drastically. First, his neck elongated, his face became extremely ferocious, and then his entire body grew dark blue scales, transforming into a spiraling dragon, soaring into the sky. Wayne couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Clearly, Teacher Kai was having a teacher's addiction. He didn't say anything further, but carefully watched Teacher Kai's movements, afraid of missing any details. Huh. The azure dragon exhaled a white flame cloud that radiated intense heat, floating as if it would dissipate at any moment. But then the flame cloud began to condense and grow thicker. Listen well, Wayne. As long as you want to, you can do it. Huh. Under the control of the azure dragon, the flame cloud swirled, rolling down towards Wayne, enveloping him in an instant, and then lifting him into the air. This is amazing. Thank you, Teacher Kai. Wayne stood atop the soft, cotton candy-like flame cloud, trying his best to feel the techniques within it. During the 2 days, Wayne was healing and learning about flame clouds. The big news written by Morgans flew to all corners of the world on the white wings of seagulls. In an instant, the people on the sea were shocked. The 5 elders also abandoned the idea of negotiating with the Beast Pirates because both Kaido and Wayne were extremely arrogant in their attitudes. Especially Wayne, who completely disregarded the world government, as if he were eager to go to war with them. It's time to make these self-righteous folks pay a price. Saint Saturn said leisurely, we can notify Sengoku to send out admiral-level forces to invade Wano. Another elder, Saint Nasu Shuru, said, Do you want to eliminate the beasts? But if that's the case, the sacrifices will be huge. Moreover, the Seastone resources in Wano may attract various forces from the New World. No, I'm not foolish enough to that extent. Saint Saturn shook his head gently and explained, according to the report from CP0, lurking in the nations. That old hag Charlotte Linlin has gone mad again and wants to attack Kaido. Let the Navy step in, and if luck is on our side, we might completely take Wano. I see. This seems like a great opportunity. The other 5 elders echoed with wicked chuckles. On the other side of the New World, on Hive Island, in a massive skeleton castle, Wang Ji, wrapped in bandages like a giant rice dumpling, sat on a sofa, coldly staring at a newspaper on the table. The headline naturally featured the glorious deeds of the pirate hero Wayne. Smack! In anger, Wang Ji slammed his palm on the table. But the next second, his palm immediately swelled up, visibly growing larger, with traces of blood seeping out. Ow! That hurts! A pig-like scream echoed from the top of the skeleton castle. Boss, are you all right? A subordinate hurriedly asked. Do I look like I'm fine? Wang Ji cursed resentfully. That bastard Wayne. I will personally slaughter him one day. Wang Ji cursed, feeling humiliated because Wayne had ruined his good fortune at the auction of devil fruits on Sabeti Archipelago and almost got him caught by an admiral. For Wang Ji, who once was a member of the Rocks Pirates, it was a disgrace. But, boss, you could say you've gained something from this misfortune. The subordinate forced a smile. Indeed, this great pirate Wang Ji had escaped from Sabeti Archipelago and was heading towards Hive Island. On the way, he unexpectedly discovered a devil fruit on a deserted island. But that devil fruit was guarded by countless powerful beasts. Wang Ji risked his life to obtain the superhuman teleportation fruit. With the power of the teleportation fruit, I will never lose to that little brat again. One of his subordinates chuckled. Yeah, boss, even though you're older, and your strength isn't on par with Kaido and the others, and you don't have as much territory as the 4 emperors, you're still competing with a junior like Wayne. But everyone respects you. Wang Ji frowned, feeling that something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. However, he had to take revenge on Wayne. As an old-school pirate from the previous era, Wang Ji believed he was thriving in the New World, just a step away from the 4 emperors. If Kaido could be one of the 4 emperors, why couldn't he? With that thought, he took out a long and used Den Mushi from his drawer, symbolically blew off the dust, and dialed. The call connected quickly. Is it Lin? I want to collaborate with you to kill Kaido. After deciding to attack the Beast Pirates, Wang Ji contacted his old colleague, Charlotte Lin, who used to sail on the same ship. The two hit it off immediately and formed an alliance. Meanwhile, far away in Marineford, Sengoku felt uneasy after learning that Wayne defied orders and received a task from the 5 elders to eliminate him. He quickly summoned Admiral Zephyr. Speaking with displeasure, Zephyr, you've really taught a good disciple. Zephyr chuckled awkwardly. Haha, young people are always a bit rebellious. You value him a lot too, right? Besides, he just defeated the Golden Lion. After the Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down, the Navy had been on high alert. After all, the ability of the float fruit could cause catastrophic destruction. It's too late to say anything now. According to the intel I have, not only does the world government want the Navy to send troops to subjugate Wano, but even Charlotte Lin and Wang Ji from Hive Island have formed an alliance to create chaos in the New World, Sengoku said. Zephyr's expression changed slightly as he took a deep puff from his cigar, his tone becoming somber. What would Wayne do in this situation? Sengoku sighed at this point. We can only hope that this guy has some means to deal with it. With Sengoku's permission, Zephyr called Wayne. Wayne, why aren't you listening to Admiral Sengoku and want to stay with the Beast Pirates? Zephyr's tone was accusatory and quite dissatisfied. On the other end of the line, Wayne, who was eating meat with his comrades, was momentarily taken aback before respectfully saying, Teacher Zephyr? What Teacher Zephyr? How many times have I told you to use titles at work? Wayne's lips twitched. Zephyr-sensei, what can I do for you? The Navy has received orders to deploy Admiral-level forces to subjugate the Beast Pirates. Moreover, Charlotte Lin from the New World and Wang Ji from Hive Island have formed a temporary alliance to challenge Kaido. Zephyr's words were shocking, and Wayne was immediately startled. So soon, Wayne thought that the world government wouldn't let the Beast Pirates run rampant, and that Aunt Lin would challenge Teacher Kaido. However, he didn't expect it to come so quickly and with so many people. No, I must hurry and tell Teacher Kaido. Wayne muttered unconsciously. You little brat. Are you even listening to me? Zephyr said impatiently. If you continue to stay with the Beast Pirates, even I can't protect you. Zephyr's meaning was clear. In his view, with various forces attacking Wano, even if the Beast Pirates didn't perish, they would be severely weakened. The most important thing was that although Wayne had a terrifying bounty, he had never faced the Navy in combat. arresting the killer Cavendish, killing the warlord Doflamingo, provoking the war between Kaido and Whitebeard, occupying Fishman Island to spare it from turmoil. But if he went to war with the Navy, there would be no turning back. After pondering for a moment, Wayne suddenly asked, I understand, Zephyr-sensei. So, as long as the Beast Pirates are no longer so powerful, the world government will give up on attacking Wano, right? Huh, what are you talking about? Zephyr asked, confused. Wayne chuckled lightly and explained, what I mean is if I split from Kaido and cause the Beast Pirates to fracture, then the Beast Pirates won't pose a threat to the world government for the time being, right? If those lofty old geezers want balance, then I'll give them a balanced situation, right? Are you thinking of that? Exactly. I want to take some people from the Beast Pirates to re-establish a pirate crew. This way, I can gather intel on the various pirates in the New World and continue to serve justice under the guise of a pirate. Isn't that wonderful? Wayne said. Hearing this, Zephyr and Sengoku exchanged glances, clearly surprised. It sounded pretty good. Moreover, they'd been watching Wayne's actions while he was undercover. However, Sengoku took the phone and asked Wayne, with Kaido's personality, would he agree to such a thing? Even if it's to deal with the attacks from various forces. Being resisted by his own subordinates in public would be a great humiliation for a emperor. Wayne raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, Admiral Sengoku. Wait for my news. While Sengoku was still half convinced, Wayne had already hung up the phone and found Teacher Kaido. Coincidentally, Teacher Kaido, Uncle Jin, and Uncle Queen were all in the Grand Hall under the dome. When he arrived, Queen showed Wayne his latest invention. Huh? Kid, watch closely, this is my proudest work. Wayne saw the plump Queen wearing a huge backpack. Jin looked disdainful and said, a parachute? What a boring invention. A parachute? Country bumpkin. This is my latest flying device. You better watch closely, Queen said, pressing a button on the backpack. In the next second, 2 wide mechanical wings extended from the backpack, and flames shot out from the tail, propelling Queen into the air. His bulky figure paired with the giant bird wings looked particularly comical as he swayed in the Grand Hall. Yaha, with this, who would dare bully me for not being able to fly? Queen laughed wildly. Wow, it looks pretty good. Wayne rubbed his palms together, thinking that if this flying device could be mass-produced, it would be an excellent strategic weapon. But before Queen could bask in his glory for long, the flying device seemed to go out of control, rapidly descending, then suddenly revving up power, crashing chaotically in the air, and finally plummeting to the ground, turning into a pile of metallic wreckage. Ha ha ha. Jin and Wayne both burst into laughter. Wayne, having received professional training, usually wouldn't laugh. But this time he couldn't hold it back. Jin deliberately mocked. Stupid Queen, is this your proudest invention? It's really impressive. Quinn pushed aside the mechanical debris pressing on him, rubbed his head, and walked out with a face full of resentment, saying, damn it, Gene. What do you know, you illiterate? Scientific matters always require constant exploration and failure. Just wait and see. I will eventually invent the perfect flying device. Wayne gave Quinn a thumbs up, expressing his agreement. That's right, Uncle Quinn. It's impressive that you've come this far in such a short time. No wonder you're the smartest person in the Beast Pirates. Huh, you kid. Don't always say the truth out loud. Quinn instantly beamed with joy. At this moment, Teacher Kaido on the high seat asked Wayne, Kid, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to focus on training Flame Cloud? Wayne turned around, looked directly at Teacher Kaido, and with a slight smile, said in the most casual tone, Teacher Kaido, I want to go solo. In an instant, the air in the hall froze, and the atmosphere turned tense. What did you say? Upon hearing Wayne's rebellious words, Jean and Quinn shouted in unison. However, Kaido remained calm, sitting there with a faint smile on his face, as if he had anticipated this day would come. Did you think you'd be ready to challenge me so soon, kid? Seeing Kaido's demeanor, Wayne's eyes twitched. No, Teacher Kaido, you've misunderstood. I bled for the Beast Pirates and fought for you. How could I really challenge you? It's just that our Beast Pirates have been targeted now. Then, Wayne shared the intelligence about the world government and Aunt Linlin preparing to attack Wano Country. Although the Beast Pirates are the strongest pirate crew in the New World, facing so many forces simultaneously with our current strength is incredibly unfavorable for us. Jean and Quinn fell silent, which was rare for them. If what Wayne said was true, this would indeed be an unprecedented crisis. Unlike the last time with the Whitebeard pirates, the Navy, as the undisputed overlord of the seas, represented an extremely terrifying power. Additionally, the alliance between Charlotte Linlin and Wang Ji was no less powerful than the Beast Pirates. And now, even if the Beast Pirates were on the rise, it would be almost impossible to resist these forces simultaneously. But what does this have to do with your desire to go solo? Jean suddenly thought of something. Are you trying to flee? Jean looked at Wayne with a hostile gaze. Uncle Jean, don't look at me like that. I'm very loyal to the Beast Pirates. Wayne waved his hand. Teacher Kaido, however, clearly understood Wayne better and said with interest, What scheme do you have, kid? Let's hear it. Wayne, looking confident, smiled and said, The world government may claim to be just, but what they truly want is simply a balance. And I am the one who provoked them. Without me, Wano Country might even have a cooperative relationship with them, like in the Seastone business. Upon hearing this, Jean and Quinn nodded, somewhat understanding. The Navy is indeed powerful, but they have never really launched large-scale campaigns to eliminate major pirate crews. Wayne continued, and it's quite simple to make the world government give up their attack on Wano Country, which is to let me take some members of the Beast Pirates and establish my own faction, appearing as if the master and disciple have fallen out. In this way, it would create a scene that the Navy would be most pleased to see. Are you going to put on a show for the Navy? That's a bold idea, Quinn said, crossing his arms, his tone hard to read. Teacher Kaido, upon hearing this, first nodded slightly, indicating a simple acknowledgement of Wayne's suggestion. Although Kaido is brutal, he is not a fool. Otherwise, he wouldn't have collaborated with the world government on sea stones and later purchased those failed giant weapons. As an ambitious person, Kaido understands that strength alone is not enough. His dream is to draw the entire world and all the nobles into a grand war, rather than just fighting against various forces. Sooner or later, Kaido would confront the world government, but not now. Kid, your proposal is very reasonable. But the premise is that you must have absolute loyalty. Kaido's voice was loud, and a faint red glow appeared in his eyes. Conqueror's Haki. An incredibly terrifying pressure surged toward Wayne. Wayne's gaze sharpened, feeling a suffocating sensation rise in his chest. This powerful Conqueror's Haki was almost on par with the power unleashed by the Golden Lion when he was on the verge of death. But that wasn't all. Jean and Quinn suddenly moved, each using their shoulders to pin Wayne in the middle, staring at him with unusual eyes, as if trying to find a hint of guilt in Wayne's harmless expression. Wayne's mouth twitched, feeling quite helpless. You guys understand me. If I really wanted to defect, I would have left without saying a word. Why would I come here to tell you about the Navy's plans to attack Wano Country? That makes sense. The smartest of them, Quinn nodded. Lord Kaido, I think this kid is right. Jean also rarely echoed Quinn's words, but he said to Wayne fiercely, If you dare to truly betray Lord Kaido, I will personally take care of you. Gaining the recognition of the two elder figures, Wayne turned his gaze to Teacher Kaido. Teacher Kaido, what do you think? Teacher Kaido is not Aunt Lin. He is not that crazy. Moreover, Wayne's image in the Beast Pirates has always been one of achieving goals by any means necessary. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Teacher Kaido burst into laughter. Since the world government wants to suppress me, then let's put on a show for those high and mighty nobles to see. One day, they will realize how foolish their actions are. It's working, Wayne muttered to himself. This way, he could not only openly develop his own power, but also secretly align with Kaido, and he would have the Navy's identity to gain advantages for himself. What a wonderful start. Thinking of this, Wayne almost couldn't help but reach down and chuckle. However, the anticipated don't smile and challenge was instantly shattered by Teacher Kaido's next words. Don't be too happy too soon, kid. The world government is not a fool. Making them believe that you have left the Beast Pirates is not something that can be achieved just by saying a few words or having Morgans publish a newspaper. Teacher Kaido said solemnly, at the very least, you need to secure a territory of your own. Is Fishman Island not enough? Or Dressrosa? Wayne was taken aback at first, then replied. Upon hearing this, Jean directly interrupted. They're just two weak countries. Wayne, if you really want to implement that plan, you either need to start a massive civil war or take over a decent territory. A decent territory, Wayne pondered. You mentioned Wang Ji earlier, right? That old bastard. I thought he would hide on Hive Island for the rest of his life. Kaido's voice was almost a roar. He and Wang Ji, along with Lin, have old ties, having once been crew members on Rock's ship, and Hive Island used to be the base of Rock's. After the battle at God's Valley, the Rock's pirates were either dead or scattered. Wang Ji reassembled a group of pirates, occupying Hive Island, and for decades developed his power quietly by plundering passing ships, without any major actions. But now, he unexpectedly set his sights on the Beast Pirates, just like that old hag Lingling. Kaido was somewhat angry. Wayne, go prove it to me. As long as you can take Hive Island, I will agree to your plan. Then you can go independent and establish a new pirate crew. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Today, the newspapers in the New World all reported a major news story. The Thunder Disaster Wayne challenges the Navy to a duel at Hive Island. Upon hearing the news, The great pirate Wang Ji immediately lost his composure and cursed loudly, "Damn it, damn it." Wang Ji never expected Wayne to declare war on the Navy, and even chose his territory as the battleground. The key point was that the Navy actually agreed to it. Wayne had gone mad. In their youth, no pirate would dare to think like this. Even if they thought so, no one would have the guts to act on it. Even Captain Rocks wouldn't have the courage to do this. Boss, a subordinate beside him, comforted, "Don't worry. Although the newspaper says this, it's very likely that the Navy is trying to confuse us. Besides, Hive Island is easy to defend and hard to attack, and we have many men. As long as we set up a defense line at the port, even if the Navy and the Beast Pirates really dare to come, they can only watch from the shore." Hearing this, Wang Ji's mood gradually calmed down. He pondered for a moment and suddenly sighed in relief, saying, "That's right. Captain Rocks established himself on Hive Island. This island is a transit point among many large islands. Over the years, I don't know how many bastards have tried to take it for themselves, but they've all been beaten back by me. What does the Navy matter? What does Wayne matter? They can't send everyone out, right? Besides, the pirates on the island are all elite who have followed me for decades, and we have the geographical advantage. If the enemy really comes, the advantage will still be on my side." Wang Ji instructed, "Tell the men to stay alert and keep an eye on all the ports. If enemy ships approach Hive Island, report to me immediately and organize a counterattack." "Yes, boss." On the Navy's side, Sengoku, after learning of Wayne's plan, directly accepted Wayne's challenge on behalf of the Navy and dispatched several warships to prepare for Hive Island. The poor great pirate Wang Ji could never have imagined that Wayne and the Navy would actually be on the same side, at least for now. At a certain naval base's port, several large blue and white warships were docked. Leading the mission was the one known as a monster, one of the Navy's top combat powers, Aokiji Kazan. With a sleeping bag draped over his forehead and a lazy expression, Aokiji lay on a deck chair, speaking impatiently to Zephyr by the side. "So, this mission is to assist Wayne in attacking Hive Island? Isn't that a bit too obvious? After all, that guy is currently a key focus of the world government." Zephyr replied calmly, "Wang Ji's strength is formidable, but Wayne has already grown to the point where he can contend with such great pirates. So, unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to intervene." Also, he raised his hand and pointed to another warship, where several young Navy members were striking poses, some standing with their hands on their hips, while others half-squatted, looking cool. "Who are they?" Aokiji asked with interest as he recognized some of the young Navy members, dressed in Western-style leather jackets. With a slender sword at their waist and wearing philosophical-looking eye masks was ex-Drake, personally trained by Admiral Sengoku as an elite Navy. Another one, dressed in a patterned ninja outfit and with thick lips, was Bin's, Zephyr's new apprentice from last year, who was also the top of the latest recruit training camp. Showing great potential, a young female Navy member with sea blue wavy long hair and a blue cape draped over her shoulder was Ayn, who was in the same Navy class as Bin's. Finally, there was Peacock, with golden waves, who had eaten the whip fruit. "Let me introduce them. They will be the new members of the Secret Special Forces Blade from now on," Zephyr said, lighting a cigar with a smile. At this moment, Peacock walked over dissatisfied. "Why am I just now being told that Senior Wayne is part of Blade? I said such things to him before." Remembering her rudeness in Dressrosa, Peacock felt a bit embarrassed. After joining Blade, she learned many things, the most shocking being that Wayne, who once scolded the world nobility, was actually an undercover agent sent by Admiral Sengoku to the Beast Pirates. This made her both surprised and troubled. Thinking about her harsh words at that time, Peacock felt a unique sense of guilt. "When I see Senior Wayne, I must apologize properly," she murmured to herself. The others also held Wayne in high regard. Even when misunderstood, he still mingled among evil pirates for justice, even willing to bear the infamy. Senior Wayne was truly great. Zephyr continued to say to Aokiji, "Wayne always complains about not having enough manpower, so this time, you will lead the team under the pretext of engaging the Beast Pirates and let them mix in amidst the chaos. You're really concerned about Wayne, aren't you, teacher?" Aokiji remarked. "Ha ha ha, what nonsense. Whether it's Wayne, you, or Poliusolino, they're all my good apprentices." Zephyr laughed. Soon, several warships set sail under the command of Admiral Aokiji, rapidly heading toward Hive Island in the New World. At the same time, in the surrounding waters of Wano Country, on a deserted island. This island had once been leveled by the Whitebeard pirates during their battle with the Beast Pirates, leaving a desolate scene. However, at this moment, on a beach of the island, Yamato, Shinobu, and Bartholomew Kuma were nervously watching Wayne in the distance. Wayne stood in place, repeatedly stomping his feet on the ground and continuously punching the air. As time passed, A layer of faint white mist appeared around him, which gradually thickened, causing his momentum to rise continuously. The King's fist of Elizabello II. The longer the charging time, the greater the power generated. It was said that this punch could even defeat the 4 emperors. The one who taught Wayne this move was Elizabello II, who had been captured by Wayne on Sabati Archipelago. How long has Wayne been training? Leo asked. About 30 minutes, Kuma said with a worried expression. This time took longer than the previous punches, and he couldn't imagine what kind of power it would have. Just as he finished speaking, Wayne in the distance finally finished charging and threw a punch straight out. Before the shockwave formed, the air in front of Wayne had already begun to distort, as if being torn apart by an invisible force. When Wayne's fist extended, there was a loud bang. A massive shockwave erupted with a thunderous roar, charging forward with unmatched force, like a ferocious beast determined to shatter everything in its path. Boom! Boom! Watch out! At the moment the shockwave formed, the slightly stronger Deshiong and He quickly shielded Leo and the others behind them, preventing them from being pulled into the immense suction created by the shockwave. The entire island shook violently, the ground splitting in two, with the shockwave continuing until it reached the opposite coast before finally stopping, leaving a deep trench carved into the sea surface, which took a long time to return to normal. This scene was truly shocking. Even the watching Elizabeth II was dumbfounded. This guy had only been learning for a few days, yet he was more skilled than the king of the country, and the power was just too exaggerated. He felt incredibly fortunate for having backed down quickly. Otherwise, if such a terrifying being were to invade his country, who could possibly stop him? Vayne, that move is so powerful, he exclaimed excitedly, dancing with joy for Vayne. Vayne, meanwhile, squeezed his slightly numb arm, a faint smile on his face. The King's fist was indeed worthy of its name. Its principle was probably about mobilizing one's physical strength and domineering aura to concentrate into a single strike, somewhat similar to the third stage of Kenyu-Raiji. However, the drawbacks were also evident. The charging time was too long, and after one strike, there would be a brief period of weakness, known as sage time. It was completely unsuitable for prolonged combat. Nevertheless, Vayne was still very happy to have mastered such a technique. Next, it was time to meet with the old senior Wang Ji. On the high platform of the Skull Castle on Hive Island, Wang Ji looked down at the defensive lines set up at various ports and sneered. My Hive Island is indeed as solid as a fortress. Even if the Navy attacks, they won't gain an advantage. But just as he spoke, one of his underlings shouted in panic, Boss, look up at the sky. There's a pirate ship up there. Bastard, are you out of your mind? Wang Ji shouted angrily, kicking him to the ground in disdain. How could a ship fly in the sky? But the next second, his observation Haki suddenly gave a strong warning. A dangerous presence rolling in from above that made him shudder. Wang Ji looked up sharply and saw a gigantic golden pirate ship hovering above Hive Island, the Beast Pirate's flag fluttering in the wind. Standing at the bow of the ship was Vayne, the one he hated the most. Before Wang Ji could recover from his shock, a powerful shockwave suddenly slammed down from above, engulfing the entire Skull Castle. Boom! Boom! The massive explosion roared in the ears of all the pirates on the island, and some weaker pirates were even knocked out cold. The shockwave wreaked havoc for a long time, and when it was over, the once grand Skull Castle was left in ruins. What a pity. This was supposed to be my territory, but I guess I'll just rebuild later, Vayne said with a hint of regret. Below, a disheveled Wang Ji crawled out from the rubble, casually tossing the corpse of his underling onto the ground. When a shockwave hit, this unfortunate underling had been used as a human shield by his boss, taking the full force of the King's fist, and was now dead beyond recovery. Bastard Vayne, I'm going to kill you. Wang Ji shouted up at the sky. Vayne smiled, and as the pirate ship descended, leaped up to stand in front of Wang Ji, suddenly wearing an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Senior Wang Ji. I didn't mean to destroy your castle. I really wanted to express my apologies, even thought of many ways, like kneeling before a monument and performing a heartfelt sobbing act for you. What do you think? Pirate ships indeed cannot fly. Vayne's ship didn't fly there. It was wrapped in a bubble created by Deshiong's pawpaw fruit ability and launched into the air above Hive Island. Thus, the solid walls made up of elite pirates surrounding the ports of Hive Island instantly turned into the Maginot Line. Enemy attack. Someone has invaded Hive Island. It's the Beast Pirates. The pirates, upon discovering the invasion, panicked and hurriedly grabbed their weapons, rushing towards the center of Hive Island. In the center of the island, the once massive Skull Castle had been reduced to ruins by Vayne's King's fist. Vayne, I was just about to find you, but you came right to me. Wang Ji shouted angrily at Vayne across the way. Just then, The pirate ship, flying the Beast Pirates flag, rapidly descended, about to crash heavily onto the ground. Rice cake. A figure appeared below the ship. It was Katakuri, who had eaten the mochi fruit. Katakuri shot out large amounts of milky white mochi that splattered onto the ground, cushioning the falling pirate ship. Katakuri? Wang Ji recognized him and exclaimed in surprise, "You idiot! Don't you know your mom is allied with me?" After taking a step in the air, Katakuri landed steadily, his face still maintaining its usual indifference. Although he was facing an old senior, he still spoke with a condescending tone. "Is that so? Heh, my mom doesn't care about someone like you." Although he said this, Katakuri knew he shouldn't help Vane at this moment, since his mom had indeed allied with Wang Ji. However, he couldn't refuse Vane because Vane had saved him and his siblings. In Katakuri's eyes, this was a huge favor. "Oomph." Wang Ji sneered, feeling betrayed, and coldly said, "Fine, then let me personally take care of you." But as soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, followed by a large paw, launching an attack toward his back. Bear shockwave. A sneak attack. Wang Ji thought to himself that it was bad. And then his observation Haki gave a strong warning, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Boom. A loud crash echoed. A large cloud of dust was kicked up, and thick smoke billowed. Wang Ji's figure had already disappeared. Whoosh. The next second, Wang Ji appeared above a distant building, his expression vicious. "Is this what Kaido teaches you? No honor in battle, only sneak attacks," Wang Ji shouted loudly. Meanwhile, the attacker, De Xiong, clearly didn't care about that and was preparing to strike Wang Ji again. "De Xiong, you all deal with the other pirates. Wang Ji's head, I will personally take," Vane said. "Understood, Captain," De Xiong and Leo responded. Then everyone scattered to deal with the other pirates converging towards them. "Who are you trying to take down? Don't underestimate me, bastard." Wang Ji finished speaking, his figure suddenly flickering several times, and then a sharp giant axe appeared in his hand, shining with a dazzling white light under the sunlight. Fruit ability? Vane was a bit surprised. It seems that Wang Ji noticed Wayne's confusion and arrogantly said with a grin, "I am now the teleporter who has eaten the teleportation fruit. With my speed and this fruit, who in the world can cut off my head?" Revealing his trump card is an old tradition among pirates. Wayne raised his eyebrows after hearing this. He knew little about the notorious pirate Wang Ji. Previously, he only knew that he was a former officer on the Rock ship, an old generation pirate and not a devil fruit user. Later, Wayne inquired with the Navy and, according to his teacher Zephyr, Wang Ji's observation Haki and physical skills were quite formidable, especially his observation Haki, which likely reached the level of advanced observation Haki. As for whether he could predict the future, that remained unknown. Even if his overall strength couldn't compare to monsters like Teacher Kaido or Aunt Linlin, he should still be among the top in the New World. In the original work, Wang Ji occupied the valuable territory of Hive Island for over a decade before the arrival of Blackbeard and Law, who caused a ruckus there, finally bringing a new owner, Blackbeard. And the current Blackbeard was still hiding somewhere. The teleportation fruit? Interesting. It seems that Blackbeard's subordinate, Van Oka, obtained his teleportation ability from Wang Ji. Wayne carefully examined Wang Ji, noting his tall stature, silver armor, a giant axe in hand, and hair that had turned gray, yet his face bore a fierce expression. Wang Ji was probably in his 60s, but showed no signs of aging. Wayne didn't dare to be careless, and drew two sharp long knives from his waist, each adorned with reverse-edged cross patterns, finely crafted, with intricately carved designs on the handles, looking quite extraordinary. If I'm not mistaken, those are the swords of the Golden Lion, right? Indeed, he entrusted them to me before he died. To be honest, I didn't believe you could kill the Golden Lion before. Then why don't you try it for yourself? Wayne replied flatly. Just as Wayne's words fell, both of them moved simultaneously. With a whoosh, Wayne stepped lightly, creating afterimages in the air as he rushed towards Wang Ji, waving his long knives in the fierce wind, unleashing countless crescent-shaped, light blue slashes. The dense barrage of slashes poured down like a torrential rain. With a flicker of surprise on his face, Wang Ji quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Teleport." In an instant, Wang Ji's body seemed to vanish into a black hole. In just a moment, he dodged one of the slashes and stepped into the air. Then, using the same trick again, while evading the slashing waves, he quickly closed in on Wayne. Finally, Wang Ji leaped high, landing above Wayne. He raised the giant axe with both hands, leaning back and swinging in a half circle, then struck down with all his might. Thunderous half-moon slash. The giant axe was enveloped in armament Haki, with dense black lightning crackling as if it were solid. Boom! Wayne swung his knife to block, and their attacks clashed with a thunderous sound, freezing in midair. No matter how hard Wang Ji tried, he couldn't overpower Wang. Seizing the moment of stalemate, Wang Ji thought to withdraw his hand and use the teleportation fruit's ability to shift to Wayne's side. However, a faint red glow flashed in Wayne's eyes, as his observation-He had already predicted Wang Ji's next move. Bang! Just as Wang Ji activated the teleportation fruit, Wayne also slashed out, targeting the spot where Wang Ji would appear. But after Wang Ji teleported to Wayne's side, he unexpectedly teleported away again, landing back on the ground where he started. Phew, close call. This guy's really something, Wang Ji whispered, still feeling a lingering fear. Indeed, the old senior Wang Ji predicted Wayne's prediction. Advanced observation-He. While Wayne and Wang Ji engaged in battle, the others began a fierce offensive and defensive struggle with the pirates of High Violent. Wayne's group was not large, but consisted entirely of elite members. There were top-tier powerhouses like Yamato, Katakuri, and Bartholomew Kuma, who could serve as senior officers in the Four Emperors' crews. There were also Baby, Five, Leo, Manshelly, and Little Purple, who could be considered junior officers. Additionally, there were the ninjas and samurai from Wano Country, and Jack brought a group of subordinates to Hive Island with Wayne. The town of Hive Island was now in chaos. A large number of pirates rushed toward the central square, brandishing cannons and swords, shouting for Wayne's head. You dare invade Hive Island? You will be defeated. Damn, Wayne. Come out and fight me one-on-one. Ha! Just a bunch of pirates think they can attack Hive Island? Let Kaido come. But just as the leading pirate charged in, a violent explosion suddenly erupted, sending several charred corpses flying. The pirates froze in shock, only to see a white-haired girl wielding a spiked club charging towards them. Come on, I'll knock you all out. Yamato's figure flashed, appearing above the pirates. The spiked club in her hand radiated a crystalline glow with an icy chill. Kundali Dragon's Roar. Yamato descended from the sky, plunging into the crowd, swinging her spiked club, sending pirate after pirate flying, with cries of agony echoing. Get out of the way. You can't handle her. Leave this woman to me. A furious roar came from behind, and the remaining pirates began to retreat. A massive, over 10-meter tall, corpulent man with a bare upper body and a heavy war hammer approached Yamato with heavy steps, leaving deep craters in the ground with each step. The surrounding pirates immediately cleared a path for him. It's Lord Bobby, one of Wang Ji's top officers, Hammer King Bobby. Bobby looked down at Yamato. Foolish woman. Don't get too cocky. Just as his words fell, he raised his war hammer and swung it down violently. However, Yamato merely lifted her spiked club lightly to block the war hammer, which was several sizes larger than her body. Bang! A loud clash echoed, and sparks flew. Bobby's eyes widened in shock as he saw faint red lightning beginning to appear on Yamato's spiked club. Crackle, crackle! The nearby pirates felt their legs weaken, overwhelmed by a sudden drowsiness. That's Conqueror's Haki. This woman actually has Conqueror's Haki. Before Bobby could react, Yamato gritted her teeth, suddenly exerting force. And with one swing, she sent the massive war hammer flying away from her front. Then, she stomped down and delivered a heavy blow to Bobby's chest with her club. Phew! Bobby spat out a mouthful of blood. His body lost its gravity, and he fell backward, crashing hard to the ground. The pirates who had just cheered for Bobby fell silent in an instant. What the hell? Bobby was knocked down? And isn't the speed of this defeat a bit too fast? But in the next moment, the fallen Bobby stood up, trembling all over, his eyes filled with resentment. I never expected the Beast Pirates to have such a... I really underestimated you. Can you still stand? You're quite strong, aren't you? Yamato laughed, as if this war was just a game for her. Get serious. Bobby roared, raising his hammer and charging at Yamato again. At another entrance of the square, one of the senior officers of the Wang Ji pirate group, Mad Snake Snack, arrived with dozens of pirates, planning to break in to support Wang Ji. Just then, a sudden voice rang in his ear. Big guy, your opponent is me. Huh? Who's speaking? Snack looked around, carefully observing ahead, but saw no figure. Thinking he was hearing things. Just as he was about to move forward, the voice sounded again. Hey, look down. Here. Hearing this, Snack and the pirates curiously looked down. And what came into view was a little person with a long nose dressed in a green wizard's outfit, holding a thin needle. My name is Leo. I won't let you pass. Leo straightened his chest and said seriously. But once Snack and the others regained their composure, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Especially Snack, who was even rolling on the ground, clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha. Did you hear what he said? He said he would be our opponent. That's really laughable. Don't laugh. I'm very strong. Hearing their mockery, Leo angrily stomped his feet. Ha! I'm so lucky to meet a wild little person. If this were sold in the black market, it could fetch a lot of money. Yeah, Captain Snack, your luck is really amazing. Listening to the pirates in front of him discuss how to sell him, Leo jumped up, shouting loudly to stop them, but they completely ignored his presence. You guys are too much. Finally, Leo could no longer tolerate the cold violence and suddenly kicked Snack hard. Watch my flying kick. With a bang, Snack's big face caved in like a deflated balloon, and then he flew out like a kite with a broken string. This scene shocked the other pirates, their jaws dropping to the ground. Captain Snack, I told you to listen to him. Leo then smiled satisfactorily, revealing a set of small white teeth, full of provocation. Bastard, that hurt me so much, Snack shouted, trying to get up from the ground. But in the next second, a dark cannonball accurately landed on his head, exploding with a loud bang. Boom! Snack screamed in pain, not caring about his bodily injuries. His battle instincts made him quickly transform. In an instant, he changed from a strong man into a large black snake spitting out its tongue. Snake fruit, anaconda form. Wow, so big. Leo was astonished, his mouth forming an O shape. The giant snake, over 100 meters long, fixed its indifferent slit pupils on a girl in a maid outfit on a nearby rooftop, carrying a rocket launcher, with wisps of black smoke rising from the cannon's muzzle. Undoubtedly, that last shot was fired by this girl. What a terrifying ability. On the rooftop, Baby 5 silently retracted her rocket launcher and transformed her hands into 2 heavy machine guns, aiming again at the giant snake. Tear them apart. The giant snake hissed. Yes. At the same time, Katakuri stood with Bartholomew Kuma blocking the widest path to the square. In the distance, a sea of pirates was rushing towards them, and from a glance, there was no end in sight. According to the intelligence collected by Captain Wayne, Wang Ji had about 5,000 pirates under his command. Such a scale could form a legion. Kuma said. Katakuri nodded, still expressionless. There are countless monsters in the New World, among which Wang Ji from Hive Island is the one not to be overlooked. Even Mama once thought he could become one of the 4 emperors. What do you mean? Kuma asked, somewhat puzzled. What I mean is, if Wayne defeats Wang Ji this time, he might be qualified to become one of the 4 emperors. But do you think Wayne's ambition will reach that level? Katakuri said slowly. Upon hearing this, Kuma gently shook his head. I don't know, but one thing is certain. The captain is different from other pirates. Although I haven't spent much time with him, I believe he will eventually do something big enough to change this world. Oh, it seems you have a lot of confidence in him. Change this world, huh? Katakuri murmured, a strange light flashing in his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Wayne, get out from Hive Island, Wang Ji shouted, swinging his axe violently, attaching the ability of the teleportation fruit to the axe. In an instant, a giant axe wrapped in pitch-black armament hockey cut through the air, appearing above Wayne's head due to some spatial distortion and striking down. However, clang. A purple glow instantly erupted around Wayne, and a barrier resembling a skeleton suddenly appeared, timely blocking the aggressive axe. The blade struck the barrier with a loud noise, sparks flying. Wang Ji, if this is all you've got, Hive Island will truly belong to me, Wayne said in a low voice, slashing a famous sword at the axe and sending it flying. The ability of the teleportation fruit, combined with Wang Ji's advanced observation haki, would indeed be troublesome against others. But Wayne's observation haki is equally strong, even slightly surpassing Wang Ji's. Moreover, the capability of the Shinto god of construction is essentially a massive meat shield. Even if it drags on, it can wear the old senior down. In the next moment, lightning flashed and purple flames blazed. A gigantic purple giant appeared in the sky above the square, and then, like a loaded cannonball, it shot out. Although its body was massive, its speed was not slow at all, even leaving behind trails in the air. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. A deep pit was smashed into the ground where Wang Ji originally stood. Wayne looked up. Wang Ji was staring in shock at the purple giant. It has a speed that rivals my own, and its hockey level is equally impressive. What's even more terrifying is this inexplicable fruit ability with such exaggerated defense. While Wang Ji was still contemplating how to deal with the purple giant, the giant snorted coldly. Humph, one escape. The purple giant snorted, crossing its twin blades to unleash 2 long sword waves toward Wang Ji. Wang Ji thought to himself that it was bad, but it was clearly too late to dodge now. Bang! The slashing wave hit Wang Ji in midair without deviation. In an instant, the air was filled with smoke, and a thick cloud of smoke rose, faintly giving off a hint of gunpowder smell. Wayne's gaze was fixed tightly on the smoke. Was he blocked? Thud! Wang Ji's figure descended from the sky, landing steadily on the roof of a building. In his hand was an oversized sniper rifle, nearly 2 meters long, with wisps of black smoke rising from the barrel. "I didn't expect you could shoot," when said, his tone strange. "I hid my identity as a sniper when entering the new world just to make the enemy lower their guard when I lose my axe, and then strike them down." Wang Ji said fiercely, "Kid, you're the second one to force me to this extent." Saying this, he deliberately blew away the black smoke from the gun barrel. "So, who was the first?" One couldn't help but ask. "Captain Rox. Then it seems you haven't fought with Teacher Kai and Charlotte Lingling," when teased. So what? Sooner or later, I'll personally chop off Kaido's head. But first, let's deal with you, this arrogant little brat." Click! The crisp sound of a bullet being chambered echoed. Wang Ji jumped off the rooftop, his shadow clearly reflected on the wall behind him. Then, as if to deliberately show something, he pointed at the shadow on the wall from a distance. Unexpectedly, he turned around and shot at his own shadow. Bang! A strange thing happened. Wang Ji's shadow did not change with his movements. Instead, it clutched its chest as if it had been shot, appearing extremely pained, and then slowly fell to the ground. He killed his own shadow. Seeing this, Wang Ji wore a confident expression, tilted his chin at one, and said, "See, my gun is so fast that even a shadow can't react. Ha ha ha, is this reasonable?" Wen's eye twitched. Although he didn't quite understand, he felt greatly shocked. "Next is your turn. I want to see how tough you are." Wang Ji's teleportation fruit was activated again, flickering as he leaped into the air. The dark muzzle aimed at the purple giant, his finger quickly pulling the trigger. Dozens of bullets wrapped in armament He suddenly appeared in the air, raining down like a torrential downpour. Armament. Facing the onslaught of bullets, the purple giant's sturdy armor was enveloped in armament He, maxing out its defense. Bang! Bang! Many bullets distorted space, striking directly against the purple giant's armor, producing loud metallic clashing sounds, with sparks flying everywhere, creating large holes in the ground. Bullets rained down. Moreover, Wang Ji's sniper rifle seemed to have an endless supply of bullets, showing no signs of running out. For a moment, one was heavily suppressed. "This isn't good. I'll be a sitting duck," one thought, realizing the situation was dire. Wang Ji's gun combat skills were extremely high, and combined with the almost tailor-made teleportation fruit, he couldn't find an opportunity to counterattack. "Then let's try this move." Wen's body changed again, lightning illuminating the entire square, quickly condensing. At the same time, he returned to his human form, and the barrier-like armor shrank, transforming into an invisible armor covering his body. Lightning crackled around the armor. When called this form Kaminari no Kami, Stage 2. 5. The principle was to infuse his observation He into his fruit ability, thereby maximizing speed and the ability to foresee the future. It's just reverting to the original form. Wang Ji didn't pay attention to the lightning surrounding one, thinking he had simply dispelled his ability. However, when he fired again, unleashing a hail of bullets, Wen's speed suddenly increased to another level, making it difficult for Wang Ji's observation He to catch Wen's movements. Wen's figure darted through the gaps between the bullets like a ghost. Moreover, to Wang Ji's surprise, Wen didn't rush to attack amidst the dodging. Instead, he kept swinging his fists, his momentum steadily rising, and white steam was visibly rising. Wen was charging up King's Fist. The initial move? What a joke. That strike shattered my skeleton castle. I absolutely can't let him hit me. Wang Ji put away the sniper rifle, then looked to the sky, rapidly stepping on the air, desperately using teleportation. To onlookers, Wang Ji seemed to be lagging, flickering as he flew into the sky. But Wen's speed was even faster, like a thunderclap. In an instant, the small king's fist reached Wang Ji's face. Wang Ji felt a fierce wind like a knife cutting against his face. "What?" Wang Ji exclaimed in surprise. Without any hesitation, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, the lightning-wrapped fist suddenly sent Wang Ji flying. Wang Ji's body crashed down like a cannonball, heavily colliding with the buildings below, smashing several of them before finally stopping. Dust rose high into the sky from the friction with the ground, visible to everyone on the island. "Damn, that hurts." Wang Ji trembled as he emerged from the dust, feeling pain all over his body, as if wherever he touched hurt. Upon closer inspection, he found that the bones in his hand had been broken. On the other side of the battlefield, Katakuri and Bartholomew Kuma were engaged in combat with thousands of pirates from the Hive Island. Glutinous rice cake. Katakuri's gaze was cold, and a large amount of thick dough suddenly spewed from his hand, twisting in the air to form a gigantic spiked mace. Hardening. Glutinous, rice-heavy strike. The pitch-black armament He adhered to it, making it look like he was wielding a solid weapon, causing the pirates to stare in shock. Don't be afraid. Everyone shoot together. Katakuri's head is worth 1 billion berries. Bang bang. Gunfire erupted, countless bullets flying toward the two. But Katakuri merely raised the glutinous rice mace, positioning it in front of him, and the bullets struck it as if hitting hard steel, having no effect whatsoever. Whoosh! Katakuri swiftly dashed into the crowd. These pirates, having survived in the New World, had some strength but not much. And facing a monster like Katakuri, the gap in strength could not be compensated for by numbers alone. Katakuri charged into the pirate ranks as if entering a no-man's land, taking down one after another with hardly a thought, even without using his proud observation haki. In an instant, one pirate after another was sent flying, screaming in agony, many covered in blood, some with broken bones, looking extremely tragic. There's a gap. At that moment, a pirate raised a shotgun, shouting excitedly. His gun was pressed firmly against Katakuri's head. With the sound of the trigger being pulled, a fierce bullet struck Katakuri's head hard. Bang! Katakuri's head was penetrated, exploding like a water balloon being pricked. Ha! I killed Katakuri. But in the next moment, the imagined scene of brain matter flying did not occur. Instead, the thick, white rice cake quickly solidified from Katakuri's neck, ultimately restoring him to his original appearance. Don't you people here use haki? Katakuri casually spat out a sarcastic remark. But in reality, even if this pirate used haki, it would be impossible for him to inflict even the slightest injury on Katakuri, because Katakuri's observation haki, which could foresee the future, had already sensed the intentions of all the pirates present. Just as this pirate was in shock, Kuma suddenly flashed over and slapped him away with a paw, sending him flying out of Hive Island, leaving only a glaring point in the azure sky. Was he just sent flying? How much strength does that take? After witnessing the terrifying power of the two, the pirates finally stopped being so arrogant and began to panic. They even started considering whether to escape amidst the chaos. Although it was said that wise ministers would choose their masters and kill, Captain Wang Ji had always treated them quite well. However, since they had already become pirates, why talk about righteousness? Why risk their lives for the captain? Regardless of the facts, if Captain Wang Ji was strong enough, how could the beast pirates dare to attack Hive Island? So it's all Wang Ji's fault. On the other side, Katakuri saw Kuma's help and did not express gratitude, but instead said blandly, "I don't have a habit of cooperating with others." "Neither do I," Kuma replied nonchalantly. "I often acted alone back in the Revolutionary Army. But these are just small fries. Let's finish this quickly." Seeing the pirates who had lost their fighting spirit, the two exchanged glances and charged forward again. At this moment, in another battlefield, Thunderbawa, Yamato raised her kanabo and swung it down fiercely. Facing her was Pabi, who quickly covered his war hammer with dark haki to counter Yamato's attack. "It's useless." With a crisp sound of ice crystals shattering, to Pabi's disbelief, Yamato's body, which was a size smaller than his, suddenly erupted with immense strength, and the kanabo, imbued with cold air, smashed Pabi's war hammer, along with Pabi himself, deep into the ground. Boom! Smoke billowed, and when the dust settled, the ground had collapsed. A pitch-black, deep pit appeared. Lord Pabi. The surrounding pirates let out piercing cries. The scene before them was so shocking that they were all scared into comical expressions, jaws dropped to the ground, tongues flicking like snakes. "I'm not dead yet." Pabi's roar came from deep within the ground, and then a massive figure was about to jump out. But just as Pabi was about to reach the edge of the pit, Yamato, looking impatient, swung her kanabo down like a whack-a-mole, hitting Pabi squarely on the head and sending him back down again. Pabi was extremely frustrated and jumped up again, but was once more hit back down by Yamato in the same manner. This back and forth repeated several times, and Pabi could not escape from this seemingly tailor-made cage. "This is fun." Yamato was having a blast, even looking at the watching pirates with eyes gleaming, as if wanting to throw them in two. No, we aren't familiar with Pabi. Yeah, we don't even know who he is. Damn it, don't underestimate me. I am Lord Pabi. Pabi's furious roar echoed from the pit again, and this time he charged up, smashing Yamato backward a few steps with a powerful blow. "Ha, farewell. Cage." Boom. Following that, Pabi's war hammer spun twice in the air and came crashing down towards Yamato. "Looks like I have to use this move." Yamato's expression sharpened as she became serious. A dangerous red glow appeared in her eyes, and red lightning swirled around her, crackling in the air, creating a terrifying atmosphere that made the surrounding air heavy. Roaring Thunderbawa. If there were top-tier experts present, they would surely notice that Yamato's strike had wrapped Conqueror's haki around her kanabo. Yamato held the stick with both hands, and it collided thunderously with Pobby's warhammer. At the moment of contact, ice instantly formed under Yamato's feet and spread outwards, the bone-chilling cold invading the bodies of the surrounding pirates, freezing them into lifelike ice sculptures. Not only that, even the tall buildings were frozen, creating a vast expanse of white. Accompanied by the howling cold wind, one might think that winter had descended. Pobby endured the biting cold wind and exerted all his strength for one final strike, but crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed as Yamato smashed his warhammer in half with a single blow, and then the kanabo came crashing down onto his chest. Pobby's body flew back like a cannonball, blood scattering like flowers, leaving a striking blood trail in the air. What the hell? I'm not done yet. Yamato watched Pobby's figure with a hint of disappointment, pouting slightly. The high-ranking cadre under Wang Ji, Warhammer Pobby, has been defeated. Big guy, come chase me. At the entrance of the square, Leo and Baby 5 faced off against Wang Ji's high-ranking cadre, Mad Snake, who had eaten the snake fruit, python form. Just as the over 200-meter-long giant snake was about to open its bloody mouth to bite Baby 5, Leo directly shouted in mockery, "Hey, you're not scared of a brave warrior from the Little People tribe, are you? Since you're looking for death, I'll eat you first, little runt." Snake roared in anger. The size comparison between Leo and him was like that of a human and an ant. He didn't mind casually crushing a noisy little ant. Mad Snake dance. The giant black snake swung its thick tail at Leo with great force. What a size! Leo's lips curled as he couldn't help but take a deep breath. But don't underestimate the Little People tribe. Colorful stitching. Leo took out fine needles aimed at the giant snake. Various colored threads faintly visible on the needle's tip, and then those colorful threads seemed to come alive. Just as the giant snake's tail fell, they all wrapped around it, tightly binding it. What? Snake's expression changed as he fixed his vertical pupils on the colorful threads on his tail. Damn little person, I'll kill you. The giant snake let out a shriek, spitting out its fiery forked tongue, exerting force to break the threads binding its tail, and then its exaggerated body leaped up, aiming to bite Leo. Although the giant snake was huge, its speed was terrifying. Baby 5 had just prepared to fire her bullets, but couldn't aim properly, fearing she might hit Leo, making the situation extremely tricky. But Leo's figure flickered, and he evaded the giant snake's bite directly. I'm gonna bite you. I'm gonna bite you. Snake was frustrated after missing his strike, and in anger, he recklessly chased after Leo again, his massive head plowing a deep trench in the ground, with clouds of dust rising into the sky. Hey, big guy, you can't catch me, Leo said, suddenly having an idea, and playfully slapped Snake on the backside, filled with mockery. Boom, boom. Snake became even angrier and lunged forward, each attack creating giant craters in the ground, and every bite capable of crushing a sturdy building. The giant snake's head followed Leo's fleeing direction, but it was always just a step behind. Finally, after a few minutes of chasing, he got it. Ha ha ha. Snake laughed wildly, suddenly opening his mouth to bite down, vowing to swallow Leo whole. Meanwhile, Leo stayed in place, seemingly frozen in fear. Snake laughed heartily in his heart, thinking, is he scared stiff by me? Ha ha ha. For the next second, the giant snake's head suddenly stopped, unable to move forward an inch no matter how hard he tried. What's going on? Snake, look behind you. A pirate shouted loudly. Snake felt something and was taken aback. He turned his menacing snake head sharply, his slit pupils narrowing in realization. He had become so focused on chasing that little guy that he noticed his body had become twisted and tangled, forming a dead knot. What the hell? How is this possible? Snake exclaimed in terror. Now, there was no fear of missing. On the rooftop, Baby 5 smirked, aimed at Snake's head, and fiercely pulled the trigger of her machine gun. Bang! Bang! Flames erupted from the gun's muzzle, and countless bullets shot towards Snake as if they were free. No! Feeling the terrifying heat and intense danger above his head, Snake let out one last furious roar. But soon, the blazing fire engulfed him. Facing this live target, Baby 5 showed no mercy. After the machine gun barrage, she pulled out various weapons, cannons, grenades, knives, spears, axes, and forks, throwing them all at the giant snake caught in the sea of flames. Soon, under the terrifying firepower, a charred snake corpse emerged from the billowing smoke, shocking the surrounding pirates. This is the fate of those who hinder Lord Vane. Seeing the enemy thoroughly defeated, Baby 5 smiled with satisfaction, provocatively lifting her chin towards the pirates. Hooray! We defeated him. Now no one can disturb Vane's battle. Leo proudly jumped onto the giant snake's corpse, hands on his hips, happily declaring, the wild snake's neck has been defeated. In the square, due to the battle between Vayne and Wang Ji, the place had been utterly destroyed. Rebuilding would surely take a considerable amount of time. What a pity. It seems I'll have to redecorate this place after I take over Hive Island, or maybe I should change the architectural style, Vayne said with a faint smile, already opening champagne halfway through. Heh, for what you said, you're not here to take over Hive Island for Kaido. Wang Ji wiped the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. That's right, some old guys are right. Someone like me is too talented to be under Kaido's thumb. So, old senior Wang Ji, I'm going to plunder your Hive Island as my base. Just like the former Rocks, who started from Hive Island and developed into the strongest pirate crew in the world, I, Vayne, with so much talent, will have no problem dominating a small new world. Vayne grinned, his face full of aggression. Huh, Kaido has raised a traitor, but your ambition is really big, dominating the new world? That sounds terrifying, Wang Ji said, now with all his cards laid out but being countered by Vayne one by one, finding himself cornered, yet becoming more carefree. So, old senior Wang Ji, there's no room for you in the new world anymore. You've been in the new world for so many years. It's time for the newcomers to take you down. Kulme. Flowing shadow lightning flash. Suddenly, a terrifying thundercloud appeared in Vayne's hand, emitting a high-pitched sound like 1,000 birds chirping, with electric currents surging, even distorting the surrounding air slightly. Then, as the thundercloud continued to condense, just as it was about to reach its maximum, Vayne grinned and flashed towards Wang Ji. Fast as lightning, like a thunderbolt, the armed color of hockey in Vayne's fist was also infused into the thundercloud, further strengthening the power of this strike. Successfully applying all means, Vayne's momentum instantly surged, wildly increasing, intensifying, exploding, kill, 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 kill. His momentum at this moment was stronger than ever, an overwhelming aura, an extremely wild posture. With such a terrifying demon descending, what in the world could resist it? Who would dare to resist? Wang Ji stared wide-eyed, struggling to focus on the dazzling thundercloud approaching. You want my life? Then come and take it. Good Wang Ji. Even though the outcome was already decided, he still dragged his painfully aching body, casually pulling out a short knife from his pocket, the dark armed color of hockey coating it, charging towards the blinding lightning. The old generation of great pirates will ultimately die honorably on the Hive Island they have occupied for half their lives, rather than thinking of escaping with the teleportation fruit. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar. Wang Ji was engulfed by the surging lightning, his body disappearing directly into the erupting beam of light. The beam's speed did not diminish at all, destroying the buildings, floors, and even the rocky ground below, obliterating everything into dust. The earth-shattering roar echoed through the skies, and the violent wind pressure surged outward in waves. Even the pirates fighting with Bartholomew Kuma and Katakuri froze in place, incredulously gazing at the central area of Hive Island. What? What happened there? So terrifying. So scary. Some pirates couldn't even stand, nearly blown away by the fierce wind. The brilliant lightning sparkled like a magnificent firework, blooming across Hive Island. After an unknown amount of time, the raging storm calmed, and Vayne's strike completely dissipated. Who, is it over? Vayne looked ahead again. Wang Ji, bare and showing off his muscular physique, slowly emerged from the ruins of the explosion, his body covered in wounds from the lightning strike. But clearly he was still alive. Still not dead? Vayne was somewhat annoyed. He thought this dazzling ending would give old senior Wang Ji some face, but unexpectedly, he stood up again, time and again, again and again. Just give up and die obediently. Screech. A sharp, piercing sound cut through the sky as a thundercloud suddenly appeared in Vayne's hand, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. However, Wang Ji only stood for a moment before his body seemed to lose support and collapsed, his breath rapidly fading like autumn leaves falling. Wang Ji took one last look at Vayne, murmuring something that drifted into Vayne's ears with the wind. Kid, Hive Island is yours. Take her with you and head towards the pinnacle of the world. Wang Ji was defeated on the island he had fought for all his life. Vayne slowly exhaled, retracting the thundercloud in his hand. Goodbye, Senior Wang Ji. I will cherish this island. According to the original storyline, Hive Island would welcome its new master, Blackbeard, after the Marineford War. But now, with Vayne's intervention, after the war between Kaido and Whitebeard, the remnants of Whitebeard's crew had become a key focus for the Navy. It's a joke. The Navy wouldn't dare easily provoke a crew led by Whitebeard. Now that Whitebeard is dead, they're just a scattered bunch. As for Marco, the former second-in-command of the Whitebeard Pirates, while he has some leadership abilities, he still lacks the strength to bear the title of captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Moreover, There's a pirate named Edward Weevil, who claims to be Whitebeard's son and has his sights set on Whitebeard's homeland, even clashing violently with the remnants of Whitebeard's crew there. The outcome is still unknown. As for Blackbeard, he is currently hiding from the Navy's pursuit. With his thoughts collected, Vane scanned the battlefield, now just ruins, and his purple wings emerged behind him as he soared into the sky, heading towards Katakuri's battlefield. The remaining pirates, upon learning of Wang Ji and the senior official's defeat, lost all will to fight. Some pirates even knelt down when they saw Vane approaching, presenting a French salute. "Lord Vane, I surrender." "Me too. That old bastard Wang Ji has bullied me too much. I wanted to join the Beast Pirates for a long time." Yes, Lord Vane, we admire you." Looking at this group of fair-weather friends, Vane couldn't help but frown. Your moral bottom line is really flexible. But Vane didn't explode in anger. After all, the reconstruction of Hive Island still required a lot of manpower. Moreover, what he needed to do next really required hands. So, taking in some cannon fodder was fine. Anyway, he wouldn't feel heartbroken if they were sacrificed later. Just then, Vane suddenly looked up at the sky. A hot air balloon was slowly drifting towards him, and a birdman was sitting inside, excitedly taking pictures of the devastated battlefield below with a camera hanging from his neck. "Ha ha ha. Vane, I'm here." "Morgans? You really are everywhere." Vane smirked. Of course, this is big news. Since learning that Vane was going to have a battle with the Navy on Hive Island, Morgans had been so excited he couldn't sleep, quickly flying towards Hive Island in his hot air balloon. Unfortunately, he was a bit late. By the time he arrived, the war was clearly over. Although the Beast Pirates defeating Wang Ji is also big news, I'm still curious. Vane, weren't you supposed to be battling the Navy? What's going on now? Morgans jumped out of the hot air balloon and stumbled over to Vane. "Speaking of that, just right, Morgans, help me release a news article. Announce to the world for me," Vane said. "What news?" Morgans asked, puzzled. "From today on, I'm withdrawing from the Beast Pirates and forming a new pirate crew on Hive Island." "Oh, so you're withdrawing from the Beast Pirates? What? Are you crazy?" "Vane." Morgans was shocked. To him, Vane was Kaido's heir, the next captain of the Beast Pirates, and many underground forces were preparing to collaborate with him. But now he says he wants to withdraw from the Beast Pirates? What a joke. He. Vane sneered and calmly expressed his thoughts. A true man living between heaven and earth cannot remain subservient for long. From now on, I stand in opposition to that old thief Kaido. Vane's gaze was resolute. Not joking at all. This statement stunned Katakuri, who thought Vane was merely following Kaido's orders, feigning a confrontation with the Navy while actually attacking Hive Island. But he never expected that Vane intended to occupy Hive Island as his territory and establish his own faction. As for Bartholomew Kuma, he was much calmer. From the day he started following Vane, he knew his captain was no ordinary pirate. He just didn't expect this day would come so quickly. "Are you really going to do this?" "Vane, I advise you to think it over. If Kaido finds out, he will kill you." Morgans gulped, his tone even trembling. He wasn't a great philanthropist wanting to mediate. Rather, both Vane and Kaido were his partners, and if they fell out, his own interests would suffer. "That's right." "Morgans, haven't you always wanted big news? Are you satisfied with this news?" Vane smiled. Haha, that's true." Morgans finally reacted. Vane had truly given him a big surprise this time. "Okay, leave the headline to me. I've already thought of the title. Master and Disciple Break Apart. Thunder Disaster Vane is about to become the next Emperor of the Seas. Vane, just wait to be famous." Upon hearing this, Vane's expression darkened. In his impression, Monkey D. Luffy became one of the Yonko, largely thanks to this birdman embellishing the story. "So Vane, what will your pirate crew be called?" Morgans asked at last. "A name?" Vane fell into thought. This plan was somewhat rushed, and he really hadn't thought of a name. Meanwhile, as the two of them were talking, Yamato and the others had also finished their battle and arrived at the scene. Upon hearing that a new pirate crew was finally being formed, everyone was overjoyed. When they learned that a new pirate crew name was needed, several people immediately joined in and began an intense discussion. Leo jumped into the air and shouted loudly, "Let us call it the Leo Adventure Knights." "What proud name, Leo." Mancherry rolled her eyes. "Since it's Lord Vane's pirate crew, we must use Lord Vane's name, so it must be the Vane Pirates." Baby 5's suggestion was quite reasonable, and many former pirates under Wang, she couldn't help but nod, feeling it was appropriate. "No, it should be the Vane and Yamato Pirates, because Yamato and I are the strongest combination." The uneducated Yamato also chimed in. Xiaoji looked at everyone's eager comments and quietly suggested, "How about the Revenge Pirates? After all, Yamato and I are both seeking revenge on Kaido or the Hell Pirates." "That sounds good too." Vane's expression darkened upon hearing this. How could such an evil name come from such a beautiful girl? Don't say such terrifying names. Xiaoji. Amidst the back-and-forth debate, Vane finally took a deep breath and raised his hand to signal everyone to stop discussing. Then he walked in front of everyone and solemnly announced, "Everyone, no need to argue. I've already thought it over. Our pirate crew will be called the Beast Pirates." The Beast Pirates? The Beast Pirates. Oh dear, are you openly provoking Kaido? Morgan said with some fear. Just having left the Beast Pirates and immediately establishing the 100 Beast Pirates is somewhat impolite. The pirates around them, who once pledged loyalty to Wang Ji, immediately cheered loudly like grass on the wall upon hearing their conversation. Lord Vane, oh no, Captain Vane. From now on, we will be your most loyal subordinates. That's right. We swear our loyalty to Lord Vane. From now on, Kaido is our #1 enemy in the 100 Beast Pirates. Vane had a speechless expression. However, this is also a true reflection of most pirates. Without strong power, they can only serve as cannon fodder in the clash of the strong. Of course, Vane doesn't care about these things right now. The most important thing is still the reconstruction of Hive Island. Once Morgans spreads the news, who knows how many self-important guys will come to try and deliver their heads. Perhaps Charlotte Linlin might still have her eyes on him as well. All right, Morgans. I know about your relationship with Teacher Kaido, but you know better than anyone that there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. If you believe me, we can cooperate on intelligence trading. Vane said with a faint smile. You're really putting me in a difficult position. Morgans showed a troubled expression. To be honest, Morgans would prefer to cooperate with Vane, this rising pirate star. After all, although Kaido is strong, he is arrogant and brutal, indifferent to these profit matters. And those who cooperate with him usually do not end well. No worries, we can take it slow. I believe it won't be long before you underground folks will know who to choose. Vane continued. Oh, by the way, besides the news, please help me contact Stussy. Stussy? Morgans asked. I have a good business I want to discuss with her. Well, of course. Morgans nodded in agreement. Although he didn't know what business Vane was specifically referring to. Having fallen out with Kaido, the sea stone mines in Wano no longer belong to Vane, and besides, Hive Island has just been occupied. What business could there be to discuss? Vane didn't mind Morgan's reaction. Next, it was about the reconstruction of Hive Island and the appointment of the 100 Beast Pirates. Suddenly, a pirate shouted, Not good, Lord Vane. Several warships have appeared on the sea, and they are heading toward Hive Island. Upon hearing this, everyone became alert again. Vane was first taken aback, then silently thought. It has finally come. Before attacking Hive Island, Vane had issued a challenge to the Navy, saying he wanted to have a duel at Hive Island. Vane, are we going to fight again? Yamato came to Vane's side, excitedly shouting, her small face filled with strong fighting spirit. You really are energetic. Vane pinched Yamato's cheek, shook his head, and said to everyone, I will go talk to the Navy first. Perhaps everyone can sit down together for a drink. Then, Vane went to the port and gazed at the several blue and white warships approaching in the distance. On the leading large warship, a tall, lean man with an eye patch and a lazy expression stood at the bow, completely unfazed by the sea breeze, tousling his wild hair. Peacock, Ein, Drake, and Ben stood straight behind Akiji like little brothers. Are we about to meet Senior Vane? I'm really a bit excited. Ben's long arms twisted in the air. Cough, cough, Ben's. Don't act like that. Don't forget our identities. The light blue-haired, Ein reminded. Yeah, we are now the Sharpblades. Drake stood tall and straight, with a proud expression. Among this group, he was the most passionate, because when he was very young, his father, a pirate, died at the hands of pirates over a devil fruit. Fortunately, he was soon taken away by Sengoku and trained intensively, influenced by the Navy's sense of justice. He is now a hot-blooded youth who wants to bring any evil to justice. So, after learning about Senior Vane's deeds, he immediately took Vane as his idol on the path of justice. Just thinking about meeting Captain Vane soon makes me so excited. Drake shouted excitedly. Oh my, are the young people so motivated nowadays? Listening to the crowd, Akiji yawned, rubbing his messy hair, and took out his den mushi to make a call. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. That's right, Vane defeated Wang Ji, and then just put on a show, right? All right, I understand. After a few simple and perfunctory remarks, Akiji hung up the phone, secretly sighing, what a boring task. But it's just cooperating with Vane to put on an act, and then taking advantage of the chaos to let these sharp blade guys get close to Vane. Lord Kazan, Senior Vane is coming. Peacock's voice came from behind. Akiji lifted his still sleepy eyes to look at the sky. He saw Vane flying over. He came alone. Lord Kazan, should we attack? An uninformed Navy soldier asked. No, you all stay on the ship and don't move. Akiji rubbed his brow and then lightly stepped forward, leaping from the warship onto the sea. Crack, accompanied by a crisp sound of ice forming. The surface of the sea beneath the warships instantly froze, spreading out until it was completely invisible. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and some Navy soldiers sneezed before they could even react. This is the power of Admiral Kuzan's fruit, and it's a rare Logia type. The ice fruit. With this ability, even the sea cannot do anything to him, which is truly terrifying. Upon hearing this, the rookie Ein and Bins gasped in shock. They only knew that the Navy admirals were all as strong as monsters, but they didn't expect such a terrifying ability. Below, the originally vast sea, under Akiji's influence, turned into an ice field. From a distance, it looked white and misty, with gusts of cold wind whistling past. Akiji walked on the ice field, shouting to the sky, "Vane, come down! Vane, come down!" Upon hearing Akiji's call, Vane smiled slightly, dove down, and landed opposite Akiji. The next moment, Akiji waved his hand, and several thick ice spikes suddenly shot up from the ice surface, extending up to 100 meters long, then intertwined to form several ice walls that surrounded the two. Vane's gaze shifted. Seeing Akiji's ability firsthand, he was somewhat shaken. The ice fruit's power in his hands was being pushed to the limit. Moreover, the saying that the sea is a graveyard for devil fruit users does not apply to Akiji. In fact, in the original story, after the Marineford War, Akiji and Akainu fought for 10 days and nights on punk hazard for the position of fleet admiral. And even the terrain there was transformed into half volcanoes and half glaciers. Although Akainu ultimately emerged victorious, the strength of the two should still be quite comparable, just a notch apart. Well, Akiji spoke first. "Junior, to be honest, I think your actions this time are quite poor. Can you tell me why?" Wayne asked. Akiji calmly replied, "As a Marine, you should understand what it means to become a pirate, even as an undercover agent. Moreover, with what you're doing now, the Marines can no longer accept you. This means you might have to live in darkness for the rest of your life." Hearing this, Wayne raised an eyebrow. He understood Akiji's temperament. After the incident in O'Hara, he gradually shifted from burning justice to lazy justice. Until after the Marineford War, it was unknown what he realized that led him to defect from the Navy and even join the Blackbeard pirates. So, Wayne thought this lazy Marine admiral would casually say something unnutritious and then head back home. "Well, of course I know that." Wayne thought for a moment and said, "If I said it was just to follow Admiral Sengoku's orders, you definitely wouldn't believe me, right?" Akiji remained silent, which was tantamount to acquiescing. Wayne continued, "How should I put it? Actually, I initially thought about living a mundane life, being a Marine, catching a few pirates, and marrying an average-looking woman. Just living in this rotten world until I die. But, Senior Kazan, once a person gains strength, they can't help but think more. Can't help but take a subtle interest in things they once dared not dream of. I think you felt that way too, right? You guy." Akiji's gaze sharpened, and his expression became serious. "What are you trying to do?" "Senior Kazan, I believe you are a just person, but I still want to ask you, is the justice of the Marines now truly the same as the justice you once pursued?" Akiji furrowed his brow. "Junior, do you know what you're saying? Don't say anything that would harm unity." Wayne smirked. "Though you say not to speak, Senior Kazan, you seem quite interested." Thus, Wayne ignored Akiji's serious expression and said to himself, "I've been in the Marines for nearly 20 years and have been a pirate in the New World for 2 years. I found that the biggest problem with the Marines is not on the ground, but in the sky." Wayne pointed to the sky. "In the sky? Celestial dragons?" Akiji immediately reacted, recalling that Wayne had once drunkenly cursed the celestial dragons, making his heart tighten. Has Wayne set his sights on the celestial dragons? How bold. What a joke. If that were the case, wouldn't Wayne be stepping into opposition against the Marines? Seeing Akiji's increasingly serious expression, Wayne knew he couldn't continue. The Marines' justice was ultimately Akiji's bottom line. "Senior Kazan, I'm just joking." Wayne suddenly smiled and said, "As a disciple of Zephyr Sensei, the reason to become the Blade is, of course, to be a partner of justice." Partner of justice? Akiji's brow gradually relaxed, and his expression returned to a lazy demeanor. "Oh well, you really surprised me there." The two of them skillfully changed the subject. The reason Wayne said these things to Akiji was to plant a seed in his heart. As for whether it would sprout, that was left to fate. As for Wayne, after defeating several old pirate veterans, a flame named ambition had long been burning fiercely in his heart. After all, it was a rare opportunity to traverse into this world. If he couldn't stand at the top, wouldn't it be a wasted journey? Later, Wayne brought the topic back to High Violent. "By the way, Senior Akiji, does Admiral Sengoku have any new instructions?" You mean about High Violent? Admiral Sengoku just issued an order, saying we should just put on a show. Akiji replied. It's simple. Since Wayne has thrown down the gauntlet to the Marines, we must give the world an explanation. After all, there are quite a few scheming individuals trying to see the Marines make a fool of themselves. If the Marines retreat without a fight or are defeated by Wayne, then the Marines' dignity would truly become a joke. Senior Kazan, you can rest assured that Morgans, the head of the World Economic News, is my friend. The headlines will report what those big shots want to see. Wayne assured. No. Akiji, who usually lacked motivation, waved his hand at this moment. Since Admiral Sengoku wants us to put on a show, let's just move our hands and feet a bit. After saying this, he muttered to himself, let me see if you have the qualification to say such big words. Ice Spear. Akiji formed seals with his hands, and instantly, two sharp, massive ice forks appeared around him, emanating a terrifying chill. In the next second, the ice forks swiftly lunged at Wayne. Sensing the armed hockey entwined with the attack and the terrifying speed of the ice forks, Wayne's gaze sharpened. Senior Kazan, are you serious? Thundercut. Without hesitation, lightning quickly gathered in Wayne's hand, colliding violently with the ice forks that came piercing through. Crack! The ice forks were shattered into two, and white mist instantly spread out. After the first strike, Akiji did not let Wayne off the hook. He clasped his hands together and then suddenly opened them, forming a few ice balls. He grabbed these ice balls and hurled them at Wayne. Ice balls. Wayne became serious, and a high fighting spirit appeared on his face. Then let's see. He also wanted to know the gap between himself and the senior brother. Suddenly, a mass of purple flames appeared on Wayne's right hand, surging wildly, expanding to a meter wide and high, turning into a fireball. The mighty fireball of justice. The fireball charged toward the ice balls, and at the moment of contact, the ice balls immediately emitted a sizzling sound due to the intense heat, melting, and dispersing mist. However, several ice balls still broke through the fireball and came crashing toward Wayne. These were not ordinary ice balls, but ice balls entwined with hockey. Slash! Whoosh! Wayne swung his dual blades, cutting down all the ice balls. Not bad. Junior, you're worthy of being the one who defeated the Golden Lion. Akiji unexpectedly praised. Akiji was somewhat surprised. He didn't know much about Wayne. He had seen him a few times back at Marineford, only knowing that Zephyr-sensei praised him as a good seedling. But he hadn't paid much attention until he learned that Wayne joined the Blade and went undercover in the Beast Pirates. He gradually found out about his legendary deeds from the newspapers. Ah, well, what a lively junior. Just as Wayne sliced through the ice balls, within the white mist, a massive ice bird swooped down, flapping its wings. Compared to the Golden Lion's tornado of land and one, Ji's instant bullet, the ice bird created by Akiji was even more terrifying. Just a glance felt overwhelmingly pressuring. Of course, one could only take a glance because, looking again, it's terrifyingly strong. Wayne thought to himself, no wonder he was called a monster by countless Marines. Thundercloud. The sharp chirping of birds pierced the sky, and suddenly, large black clouds appeared around Wayne, filled with a massive amount of lightning that crackled and sparked. Similar to Teacher Kai's flame clouds. The thunderclouds created by the lightning ability derived from his devil fruit power were essentially an extreme manipulation of that power. Thundercloud. A crystal-clear ice bird swooped down from the sky, but Wayne simply waved his hand, and the thundercloud charged straight at it, colliding with a thunderous boom. Bolts of lightning erupted, twisting into an electric net that enveloped the ice bird, and then, under Wayne's control, the thundercloud carried the ice bird upward into the sky. Thunderstorm. With a roar, after reaching a certain height, the thundercloud and the ice bird exploded, and the rampant energy instantly spread in all directions, shattering the towering ice walls around them and causing large ice blocks to collapse. Wayne moved like a blur, dodging all the falling ice blocks with lightning speed. In contrast, Kazan did not dodge at all, allowing the ice blocks to strike his head. However, the moment the ice blocks touched him, they dissipated like steam, causing him no harm whatsoever. Windblade Slash. Seizing the opportunity as the ice blocks fell, Wayne transitioned from defense to offense, quickly drawing his famous sword, Sakura 10, and weaving through the mist created by the falling ice blocks, suddenly appearing above Kazan. The pitch-black blade slashed down, but was firmly blocked by an equally dark fist. Not bad, Kazan said earnestly. Your hockey is on par with the vice admirals in headquarters. Although Wayne was not a sword master and merely used the sword as a medium to launch attacks, Kazan could still sense Wayne's formidable hockey level from this strike. The sword and fist were locked in a stalemate in the air. As Wayne destroyed the ice wall, the pirates on Hive Island and the Navy on the warships were able to see the battle between the two. Look, Lord Wayne is fighting evenly with that Navy admiral. Lord Wayne is about to defeat the Navy admiral. Spread the word. Lord Wayne is publicly humiliating the Navy admiral. Lord Wayne is invincible. Before the outcome of the battle was decided, the cheers of the surrounding pirates and Navy reached their ears. "Ah, I really don't like such lively places," Kazan casually remarked, suddenly retracting his power. Wayne, understanding, slowly sheathed his long sword. Senior Kazan is truly a powerful man. No wonder I often heard people in the Navy say that Admiral Sengoku values you highly and wants to make you the next fleet admiral, Wayne said with a smile. Hearing this, Kazan rubbed his head. What nonsense is that? Who can say for sure about such things? All right, how do you want to take those guys away? He glanced back at Peacock and the others on the warship. Peacock, Drake, and the other four were members of a new Sword of Justice recruited by Sengoku and were directly led by Wayne. When Wayne heard that Admiral Sengoku wanted to send these people to him, he was overjoyed. He just happened to be short on manpower, and Sengoku was sending him reinforcements. It seems Sengoku is quite considerate. This is simple, but it might trouble you a bit, Senior Kazan. Wayne smirked and then whispered something to Kazan. After listening, Kazan helplessly shook his head. I really can't do anything about you. Then, Wayne leaped up and instantly transformed into a massive purple giant, charging towards the warship. In the astonished eyes of Peacock and the others, he grabbed all four of them in his hand. Kazan pretended to be surprised, but his feet did not move, allowing the purple giant to fly high into the sky. Admiral Kazan, Peacock, and the others have been captured by Wayne. A Navy shouted. Kazan still feigned ignorance. And as he watched Wayne almost reach Hive Island, he jumped onto the warship and casually said, "Ah, this guy's a bit tricky. Let's head back." What did you say, Admiral Kazan? You're a Navy admiral. Are you just going to watch our comrades get captured? The Navy immediately looked dejected and anxiously said. At this moment, another Navy approached Kazan and whispered, Admiral Kazan, that guy is planning to confess to Peacock. Hearing this, Kazan suddenly smiled in relief. All right, then you go save your beloved. I have no objections. As his words fell, a loud crash of a massive ice block shattering echoed, and deep cracks began to form on the ice field below the warship. As the cracks expanded, surging seawater erupted from the bottom, gradually swallowing the ice blocks. The Navy looked at the turbulent sea and the distant Hive Island, finally clenching his fists in frustration. Damn it. I can't do anything. All right, don't forget that those guys are very strong. Don't worry too much about them, Kazan comforted. But, enough. I'm the Admiral. Everyone, return to the ship. Kazan interrupted directly. On the other side, watching Wayne's victorious return, the crowd on Hive Island erupted in cheers. Lord Wayne is amazing. That monster Kazan was actually defeated. Am I dreaming? At this rate, Lord Wayne will soon become the next Emperor of the Sea. Morgans had already been snapping photos with his camera during the fight between Wayne and Kazan, and he didn't stop until he ran out of film. A satisfied, radiant smile spread across his face. Ha! I really came to the right place this time. One big news story after another. Even that cold woman Stussy will be shocked. After Kazan's warship turned back, the pirates on Hive Island cheered, and some daring ones even started planning a feast. In less than a day, several major events had occurred on Hive Island. The destruction of one pirate crew and the establishment of another. Led by Wayne, the Beast Pirates were destined to shine in the strong seas of the New World. Next was the reconstruction work on Hive Island. Morgan, satisfied, did not linger, hurriedly leaving after assuring Wayne that he would arrange a meeting with Stussy as soon as possible, busy with his big news. Wayne, who are these guys? On the other side, Yamato was looking at Peacock and the others with a serious expression. A pirate approached. They must be the Navy captured by Lord Wayne. What should we do? Should we lock them up? Wayne shook his head, walking up to them dramatically. I value talent, and the Beast Pirates have just been established. If we can recruit them, those pirates seeking refuge from the outside will surely consider us first. I see. The pirate immediately understood, as expected of Lord Wayne. He thought of what we couldn't. What? It's clearly Lord Wayne's generosity. Peacock and the others quickly reacted, expressing their willingness to join Hive Island. Yay! We have new partners now, Leo exclaimed, bouncing with joy. It looks really strange. They were Navy before, right? Little Purple couldn't help but speak up. Big Bear also felt that Captain Wayne's actions were somewhat hasty. But before he could say anything, Wayne flashed a smile and confidently told everyone, It's okay. Everyone, trust me. In the future, you will all become my wings. With these words, the crowd fell silent. Soon, the banquet began. At the banquet, Katakuri said to Wayne, I didn't expect you to really betray Kaido. No, you're wrong. It's not betrayal. I will eventually go back to Wano and conquer the entire Beast Pirates. Then, it's the ambition of a man in the new world that determines how far he can go, right? Wayne smiled lightly. Katakuri nodded, and his view of Wayne underwent a significant change. Then Wayne continued, "By the way, Katakuri, why don't you join the Beast Pirates?" "What did you say?" Katakuri was taken aback at first, then realized his rudeness and quickly replaced his expression with his usual indifference. "What kind of joke is this? How is that possible?" "Nothing is impossible, Katakuri. I've heard from your younger siblings that Big Mom doesn't treat you as her real children at all. You should know this better than anyone, right?" Upon hearing this, Katakuri furrowed his brow, about to say something, but he didn't know how to refute it. Yes, Wayne was right. Mom is a complete madwoman. Forget about family ties. She probably doesn't even have the most basic emotions. It would be better to say that my siblings and I are her subordinates, and not even that, just her tools. Bruley was executed for a failed mission, and Cracker was defeated and imprisoned by the enemy, while she only thought about punishing the failures. Is this what a mother should do to her own children? Seeing Katakuri fall silent, Wayne smirked, knowing that this matter was close to being settled. He then added fuel to the fire. "Yes, Katakuri, let us not talk about anything else for now. Let us talk about the incident at Hive Island. Although everyone knows you helped me because I saved you on Beast Island, what would your mom think if she found out?" "Mom." Katakuri fell into deep thought. If it were according to her usual temper, she might not punish him too much. After all, he was the second strongest in the pirate crew. However, others would most likely be labeled as failures by her and subjected to her cruel punishment. "Wayne, you're right." Katakuri's voice was barely audible. Wayne smiled. "But you don't need to worry too much, Katakuri. In this world, there's never a dead end. For example, right now, there's a great opportunity in front of you. It's up to you to cherish it." "Opportunity? You mean joining the Beast Pirates?" "Exactly. That old thief Kaido doesn't know yet that I'm going to break away from him. So I can have Big Bear use the power of the pawpaw fruit to go to Wano and bring your siblings to Hive Island." Katakuri was silent for a moment before asking, "What if I refuse to join? Then I will still bring them here and give you a ship. As for where to go, it's up to you." Upon hearing this, Katakuri trembled. "Why? Why help me like this? I told you we are friends, and you helped me unlock Yamato's handcuffs. That was a huge help." Wayne said sincerely. To deal with someone like Katakuri, sincerity is the best strategy. Sure enough, after hearing this, Katakuri first closed his eyes as if desperately thinking about something in his mind. After a long while, he slowly spoke. "It seems I have no reason to refuse anymore." Saying this, he stood up solemnly and looked into Wayne's eyes. "From now on, please take care of me, Captain Wayne." Wayne smiled and signaled the many drinking pirates to stop. Lifting a cup filled with juice, he stood up and loudly announced, "Let me introduce again, Bruce Wayne. Will be your captain from now on." Roar. Everyone at the banquet erupted in excitement. "And what is the first thing we need to do next?" "You should know, right?" Wayne asked loudly. "I know. We need to kill Kaido. We must be preparing to become the 4 emperors." "I knew it. The throne of the Sea Emperor must belong to Lord Wayne." Wayne's face darkened, and he glared fiercely at those pirates. "Wrong. Big mistake. The first thing is to build a new captain's room, and our pirate flag must be hung on the ship docked at the port. Do you understand?" "Yes, Lord Wayne." On the other side, Peacock and the others were getting familiar with Big Bear and the others. "The Sobel Kingdom in the South Sea? That is a long way away. How did you come here?" Benji curiously asked while chatting with Big Bear. "My fruit ability is..." Honest Big Bear directly revealed his ability to everyone. Unenviously said, "You guys with abilities are so lucky to have such interesting powers. I wish I could be an ability user too." Unlike Wayne's impression of a cold big sister, the current Ein was just a lively girl full of quirks. While the few were chatting excitedly, Wayne had already walked over. "Wayne Senpai." "Oh no, Captain Wayne." Peacock looked at Wayne with admiration in her eyes. "It's been a long time, Peacock." Wayne didn't hold back, as Big Bear, Yamato, and Leo were all absolutely trustworthy people. "Wayne, are we finally going to battle that bastard Kaido?" Yamato happily hugged Wayne. Although the establishment of this pirate crew was a bit rushed, Yamato understood its significance. "Yes, trust me, Yamato, it won't be long now." Wayne grinned and rubbed Yamato's head. This action appeared somewhat too intimate in Peacock's eyes, making her feel a wave of displeasure. Who is that woman? Why does Wayne Senpai care about her so much? I was the one who came first. Whether it's knowing Wayne Senpai first or liking him, I was the first. Why? Wayne didn't notice Peacock's odd behavior. He just greeted the others warmly. Then he took the Blade team to a separate room. "Wayne Senpai, I finally got to see the real Wayne Senpai." Drake excitedly shook Wayne's hand, almost moved to tears. "Is it really that exciting?" Wayne pulled at the corner of his mouth. Wayne senpai, I will train hard and strive to catch up to you. I'd also enthusiastically clench her fist. Wayne knew these guys were rare justices in the Navy, so he said directly, I think you all know that we Blade are people hidden in the darkness. So from the moment you join Blade, you should be prepared. Now, let me test you a bit. Benji, why do you want to join Blade? Beside him, Binz, dressed in a ninja outfit with a slender figure and thick lips, said seriously, Captain, I actually don't want to join Blade, but Teacher Zephyr insisted that I come, saying I need to serve justice properly. Wayne was momentarily speechless, thinking that the kid was quite honest. And what about you? Wayne asked next. Upon hearing this, Ein saluted Wayne and loudly declared with a serious face, of course it's to serve justice. To fight for the protection of civilians. Good. Very spirited. Wayne nodded in satisfaction. And you, Drake? Wayne turned his gaze to the sturdy masked man. Upon hearing his name, Drake suddenly stood up from his chair, startling those around him. He shouted at a deafening volume that shook the ceiling. Report. Of course it's to obey your orders, Senior Wayne. Oh, Drake, you are truly the best Navy I have ever seen. After a while, Wayne continued, I know each of you has your own special skills, but I still want to say something up front. Compared to the various positions in the Navy, Blade is more like an independent organization. Therefore, in certain special circumstances, our actions may not be recognized by headquarters. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously excited crowd suddenly calmed down. Joining Blade is one thing, but joining the Blade under my command is another. I hope to have a trustworthy team. Saying this, Wayne took out a dagger and stabbed it onto the table. In short, here, you must be absolutely loyal to me. If you don't trust me, it's best to withdraw now. I won't force anyone. What are you talking about, Senior Wayne? From a moment you scolded the celestial dragons and said you would lead us to overthrow the Red Earth continent. You became my object of admiration. Peacock said almost without hesitation, speaking hurriedly. So, please let me follow you, Senior Wayne. Wayne was taken aback. He really didn't expect that the seditious words he shouted in front of the new recruits when he was drunk that day would have such a big impact. Drake shouted loudly, me too. Ein said, I believe Teacher Zephyr. He said that Senior Wayne is a partner of justice, so I also believe in Senior Wayne. Believing doesn't require a reason. I want to join too. Drake, me too. Binz said, since Teacher Zephyr chose Senior Wayne, then I, Binz, will naturally follow. Drake, me too. All right, then from this moment on, Blade Squad. Wayne raised the juice cup in his hand high. The others followed suit, raising their cups. The 5 cups clinked together in the air with such force that the drinks splashed up. Established. After the lively banquet ended, many pirates followed Katakuri and others to begin the reconstruction of Hive Island. Fortunately, Wayne's attack did not cause too much damage to Hive Island. The most severely damaged were only the original skeleton castle and the central square. The wealth, ships, ports, armories, slave prisons, and so on were almost intact. Wayne first led several pirates to the prison where the slaves were kept. He gave them some money and told them to get lost, sending them back where they came from. Wayne looked at the slaves and instructed several of his subordinates. Lord Wayne, aren't you planning to keep these slaves? One of the pirates was somewhat surprised. Of course not. Hive Island doesn't keep idle people. Look at them, so pale and thin, they can't do any work. Are we supposed to keep them for food? Wayne said angrily. Yes, but, Lord Wayne, even if we don't let them do hard labor, wouldn't it be good to sell them? The previous Lord Wang Ji. Oh no, that old bastard Wang Ji made his fortune by trafficking people. Stupid. What do you take me for? Trafficking people? That is something lowly pirates would do. We, the beast pirates, are on the elite route, and we must completely draw a line with those vulgar pirate groups. Pass it down. From now on, our beast pirates will only rob the rich. Whoever has money will take it, Wayne said loudly. The pirates were stunned by this, thinking to themselves that Lord Wayne was truly brilliant. Indeed, Lord Wayne is simply a genius at being a pirate. Just as the pirates began to flatter Wayne, a sudden voice came from the corner. I don't want to go back to Zoe. I want to stay here and be a pirate. Huh? Wayne raised an eyebrow and looked toward the voice. In the dim prison, a wolf fur tribe girl was leaning against the wall, watching Wayne with vigilant eyes. She looked about 16 or 17, with a pair of wolf ears poking out from her blue hair, a slender figure, bare feet on the ground, and a fluffy wolf tail drooping beside her. That S.A. fur tribe, a very rare race that can even sell for 700,000 berries on the black market. One pirate reminded Wayne. Wayne ignored it and walked straight up to the girl. What is your name? Lena. You're Wayne, right? I heard you are the new master of this island, and I want to join you and be a pirate, Lena said. Why do you want to be a pirate? Upon hearing this, Lena's previously perked ears drooped down, looking somewhat disappointed. Because I am not a lowly slave. I want to take revenge on humans. I want a world to feel pain. From Lena's gaze, Wayne sensed a hint of madness. So, what will you do after becoming a pirate? Of course, I want to become the #1 villain in the world. To be the worst pirate ever. As long as I kill all the bad people, then I'll be the worst pirate. Lena's eyes were filled with determination. Upon hearing this, Wayne's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but grasp Lena's small wolf paw. Please be sure to join my team. With the addition of this wolf fur tribe girl, other slaves also shouted, I want to be a pirate too. Yeah, even if we return to our former country. We can't afford the expensive heavenly gold. And in the end, we still have to become pirates. Lord Wayne, we are willing to follow in your footsteps. Sigh. Wayne sighed lightly. It's not for nothing that this is a world of rotten things, under the cruel oppression of the celestial dragons. Some people would rather side with powerful pirates than continue to suffer in their so-called world government-affiliated countries. All right, since there is no way out, I'll give you one last path. Wayne drew his famous sword from his waist and quickly made several slashes in the air. The next second, with a buzzing sound, the shackles that had been on the slave's hands and feet were all cut off, falling to the ground and revealing smooth cuts. Remember, life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are determined by heaven. After that, Wayne led the group to loot Wang Ji's treasure. Although Hive Island was a pirate island, the previous owner, Wang Ji, had wealth that could rival some kings, and the treasury contained a vast amount of gold and silver treasures. Piles of gold coins stacked high like small mountains. Boxes filled with paper bills, silver jewelry, pearls, jade, precious paintings, and even some complete ancient treasure maps that had yet to be excavated. When these treasures were gathered together, they created a powerful impact, turning Wayne's eyes into money eyes. Ha ha ha! Wayne burst into laughter, then grabbed a handful of shiny rings and adorned all 10 fingers. The other pirates, noticing this, quickly found a gemstone-encrusted captain's cloak and draped it over Wayne's shoulders. Lord Wayne, it's cold. Put on some clothes. At that moment, Leo's voice came from outside. Wayne Lando, the pirate flag is ready. Come and see. Hearing this, Wayne walked out and called everyone to an open space. Meanwhile, Kuma also returned from Wano Country, bringing back Katakuri's younger siblings, but he didn't bring Cracker along. Wayne felt that guy was better off training more in the rabbit bowl, sparing himself the daily fear of pain. Looking at the crowd below, Wayne cleared his throat a few times to signal for silence, then took a microphone and began, Everyone, let me reintroduce myself. I am Bruce Wayne, and from now on, I will be the captain of the Beast Pirates. As soon as he finished speaking, a black flag slowly descended behind him. The background was ordinary black canvas, and in the center was a skull laughing heartily, with 2 beautifully shaped famous swords crossed behind it, modeled after Wayne's Sakura, Ten, and Magoku. The entire flag looked exceptionally arrogant and imposing. Beast Pirates, double sword skull flag. But that wasn't all. In addition to Wayne as the captain, the cadres below needed to be arranged properly. Otherwise, management would run into issues. After all, the Beast Pirates were not an elite crew like the Straw Hat Pirates. Now, his subordinates numbered in the thousands and would surely expand to tens of thousands in the future. Managing pirates required a firm hand, and a hierarchy was essential. First, the senior cadres of the Beast Pirates had to be strong and able to command respect. Therefore, rewards would be based on merit. Based on their performance in the attack on Hive Island, 3 senior cadres were temporarily selected: Yamato, Katakuri, and Kuma. At the same time, Wayne named these 3 the 3 heroes of the crew, following the example of the Beast Pirates' 3 disasters. Next were the 10 Blades, or ordinary cadres: Leo, Mansherry, Little Purple, Baby 5, Peacock, Drake, Ein, Binz, and Jack. There were 9 in total, with 1 vacancy. As for Jack, he was somewhat unhappy when appointed as a 10 Blade. He knew that Wayne was just putting on a show for the Navy, distracting them. But even so, he still wanted a higher position in the Beast Pirates. After all, he had dreamed of becoming one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates since he was a child. Damn it, why am I just a 10 Blade while that guy, Katakuri, can be one of the 3 heroes? I was clearly here first. Whether it was knowing Brother Wayne first or following him in a battle first, I was here first, seeing his disgruntled expression and unfriendly gaze. Katakuri walked up to him and said calmly, "What's wrong? Are you not satisfied?" In response to Katakuri's provocation, Jack couldn't hold back at all. "Who do you think I am? Come at me for a one-on-one." 1 minute later, the invincible Jack was down. Looking at Jack, who had been knocked out and was foaming at the mouth, the surrounding pirates gasped in awe. This Katakuri was indeed as strong as a monster. below the 10 blades. There were also small teams made up of professionals like chefs, shipwrights, and navigators, each led by a head called a director. Besides that, Wayne also established rules for the pirate crew: absolute loyalty, no disobedience to any orders, and prohibition of private plundering of passing ships. Anyone who violated these rules would be thrown into the sea to feed the Sea Kings. These pirates had once been under Wang Zhi's command. Even if they weren't brutal thugs, they were still beasts and scum. Moreover, they were now defectors, so Wayne needed to enforce strict control. I hereby announce the establishment of the Beast Pirates. Roar! The crowd erupted in cheers, raising their hands in excitement, creating a scene full of vitality and life. In the following time, Wayne waited for news from the outside while training several new subordinates. In the training ground, on one of the empty plots, Lena from the Wolf Fur tribe and Little Purple were training hard. Even though they were sweating profusely, there was no sign of stopping. Little Purple, that Kaido you mentioned is so bad. I want to help you defeat him, then become a worse pirate than him. Lena exclaimed with righteous indignation after hearing Little Purple's experiences. And me, we're the strongest pirate crew. Yamato also rushed over, joining the training team. However, after witnessing her monstrous physique, everyone else felt immense pressure. At that moment, they realized the gap between themselves and geniuses, and a sad atmosphere quickly spread throughout the training ground. On the other side, in an open area, Drake was wrapped in bandages and covered in wounds, looking terrified as he stared at the massive mammoth charging towards him. On the back of the mammoth, Wayne said sternly, "Drake, get your act together. Don't you want to get stronger? Don't you want to learn hockey? Then get up in charge of the mammoth." "I don't understand, Captain. This is too dangerous." Drake's cries echoed through the air. The events of Hive Island quickly spread throughout the New World. The establishment of the Beast Pirates also stirred up a fuss, thanks to Morgan's embellishments. For a time, forces from all over the world were shocked. In the New World, at Cake Island in the nation of Whole Cake, Charlotte Linlin opened her mouth in anger, completely ignoring the corrosive saliva dripping onto the floor, creating small holes. What? That old bastard Wang Zhi was killed by Wayne. Below, a sweating Perispero, holding a transponder snail, trembled as he replied, "Why yes, Mama. The entire New World is buzzing. Hive Island is now the territory of the Beast Pirates." The Beast Pirates? That's right. Wayne announced his departure from the Beast Pirates and established a new pirate crew on Hive Island called the Beast Pirates. It should be done intentionally. Wang Zhi, that useless waste, didn't dare to make any big moves for decades and unexpectedly died at the hands of a junior. He made a mess right at his doorstep. He has no face left. But this is good as well. A greedy light flickered in Charlotte Linlin's eyes. That potential little brat has finally fallen out with Kaido. This is excellent news. But Mama, there's one more thing. At this moment, Perispero cautiously spoke up. "What is it? Can't you say it all at once?" "Silly son." Charlotte Linlin glared at him fiercely. Perispero was feeling wronged. Clearly it was Mama who kept interrupting the conversation. Actually, it wasn't a big deal. It was just that Katakuri had also joined the Beast Pirates led by Wayne. The Navy even raised his bounty from 1,570,000,000 berries to 1.5 billion berries. Oh, I see. So that little brat Katakuri has defected too. Charlotte Linlin instantly erupted with rage, feeling as if she had returned to her childhood, to the moment her parents abandoned her. That sense of helplessness and fear rarely surfaced in her heart, causing her to shudder. Soon after, a roar that shook the heavens erupted from the castle. "Wayne, Katakuri, I will kill you both." Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, in a somewhat dim conference room, Admiral Sengoku and former Admiral Zephyr, current Admiral Sakazuki, and Kizu, Chief of Staff Sru, and a group of high-ranking Navy officials were seated around a conference table. The meeting was presided over by the meeting king, the green-haired Navy lieutenant. He walked in and turned on the lights in the room, then posted several recently dated newspaper articles on a small blackboard in front of the table. "Everyone, I believe you all have heard the news from this morning. Simply put, the Beast Pirates have split." Upon hearing this important news, everyone's gaze tightened, and even those leaning back in their chairs unconsciously straightened up a bit. The meeting king continued. "In the Battle of Hive Island, Wayne led his pirates with great speed. We seriously suspect that there are special fruit users among his subordinates who can quickly relocate large numbers of personnel and ships to other places. Moreover, in the photos provided by Morgans, we discovered many unfamiliar faces around Wayne who participated in the war at Hive Island, but we have no intelligence on them. It can be said that this Beast Pirates poses a tremendous threat to the Navy." Suru, looking aged but still spirited, said lightly, "So it's just a sudden rise of a pirate crew that has replaced Wang Zhi?" Although Sengoku and others knew Wayne's identity, among those present were not just Navy personnel, but also high-ranking officials sent by the world government, so Tsuru could only pretend not to know. Not only that, a high-ranking world government official said sternly, "This Wayne was once Kaido's man, reportedly even Kaido's son-in-law and the heir to Wano. Now, he has betrayed Kaido. One can only imagine how great his ambition is." Ha ha ha. At this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly echoed in the conference room. That person turned to look at the former Admiral Zephyr, who was draped in a justice coat, wearing black sunglasses, and had purple hair, and unhappily spat out, "What's wrong? Admiral Zephyr, am I wrong? I heard this Wayne was once your disciple." Huh. Zephyr ignored him and said to himself, "Isn't this great? Kaido is not a man of good temper." Wayne openly provoked him in the newspapers. Even the name of his pirate crew is Beast. Do you think Kaido will let this go? As soon as this was said, the conference room fell into silence. That's right, Sengoku echoed. Now is a favorable time for the Navy. Kaido has fallen out with Wayne, and that Charlotte Katakuri from the big MOM Pirates has also joined the Beast Pirates. Charlotte Linlin must be furious right now. At this moment, we must not act rashly. If we recklessly attack Wano again, other pirates will definitely take pleasure in it. Admiral Sengoku was right. Admiral Sengoku makes sense. Sengoku's words garnered agreement from many, and several were whispering about stopping the campaign against Wano. Meanwhile, the high-ranking world government official's mouth twitched slightly. He had made his fortune through arms dealing, profiting from war. The reason he could enter the world government was also due to money power. Now, the upper echelons of the world government were nearly rotten to the core. He needed more money to curry favor with his superiors to advance further. Therefore, among all present, no one hoped for war more than he did. Ahem. The meeting king once again signaled for everyone to quiet down. Now, based on the severity of the problems posed by various pirates, we have conducted the first bounty on the Beast Pirates. He took out a small pointer and struck it on a wanted poster on the blackboard. The defector, Navy Captain, formerly a cadre of the Beast Pirates, the actual controller of Fishman Island in Dressrosa, the Grand Captain of the Beast Pirates, Bruce Wayne, bounty, 3 billion berries. On the wanted poster, Wayne was arrogantly laughing at the camera, his eyes filled with aggressive intent, exuding dominance. Clearly, this photo was taken by Morgans from a perfect angle, showcasing Wayne's handsome face and his imposing demeanor after victory perfectly. Wayne's strength is incredibly formidable. As we know, he has defeated the former captain of the flying pirate crew, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and Wang Ji of Hive Island, and his reputation in the New World is very loud. A bounty of 3 billion will only be less, not more. Everyone had no objections to this. If 3 billion could buy Wayne's head, that would be a great deal. However, such a thing was nearly impossible. For decades, there have been very few pirates with bounties over 1 billion locked up and impelled down. These famous and powerful individuals rarely fall into the hands of the Navy, not to mention the powerful pirate Wayne, who occupies several territories. Moreover, we have given Wayne a new nickname, Natural Disaster. According to the intelligence, Wayne not only possesses the ability to fly, but also can use lightning elements and purple flames. When activating his fruit powers, even the sky responds to him. The title Natural Disaster suits him very well. Next, we have a special individual. The meeting king's pointer landed on another wanted poster, depicting a man with a cold expression and fierce eyes. Charlotte Katakuri has now become a senior cadre of the Beast Pirates, temporarily regarded as the second-in-command of the Beast crew, with a bounty raised to 5 billion berries. But that's not all. The meeting king then pointed to an unfamiliar face, a girl with white hair and a bright smile, looking very beautiful and giving off the vibe of a sunny girl. Do not be deceived by her appearance. According to intelligence obtained from underground forces, she is confirmed to be Kaido's daughter, Yamato, exceptionally strong and seemingly possessing freezing abilities. We have temporarily set her bounty at 500 million. As for the other pirates, without concrete intelligence, we cannot ascertain their specific strengths, so they can only be put on hold for now. Everyone in the conference room fell silent. Although Zephyr was right, a situation where pirates fought among themselves was the best. However, not understanding future enemies well enough would eventually lead to losses. By the way, there's also been some progress regarding that Whitebeard 2 matter. The meeting king took out a photo and slammed it on the table. In the photo, there was a scene of houses being smashed, engulfed in fierce flames. The hometown of Whitebeard, where Edward Weevil, who claims to be Whitebeard's son, and remnants of the Whitebeard pirates fought here. Neither side gained any advantage, and ultimately, this so-called Whitebeard too left his hometown injured, vowing to inherit Whitebeard's title. A high-ranking official from the world government spoke up, suggesting to recruit Whitebeard too, as there were too many vacancies in the 7 warlords. Previously, Whitebeard too was the target the Navy wanted to recruit, and now he was fighting back against the remnants of Whitebeard, making a name for himself. It was the perfect time to recruit him as a warlord. The proposal was quickly approved. After the meeting, Zephyr picked up the bounty poster of Vane, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Vane, you used to dislike trouble, didn't you? I never expected you would do something like this. In the New World, in the calm belt, above Beast Island, a purple giant looked down at the fierce beasts on the island. Beside him was a wind god pterosaur, flapping its wings with a wingspan of 20 meters. Senior Vane, the ability of this fruit is amazing. Thank you so much. The voice of Drake came from the pterosaur. Vane generously provided the devil fruit in his hand, adhering to the principle of trusting those he used. After Drake and others joined, Vane gave them devil fruits suited to their circumstances. Drake, who excelled in physical combat and desired the ability to fly, received the dragon fruit, ancient type. Wind, god pterosaur form. Senior Vane, I will never forget your kindness. Ein stood upright on the back of the wind, god pterosaur. Vane gave the bomb fruit to Ein, while the stone fruit was given to Bins. Only the perfect replica of the azure dragon fruit remained. It's worth mentioning that although Vane had many devil fruits, they were indeed rare. Most of the time, devil fruits were hard to come by. Therefore, when members of the Blade team received genuine devil fruits, they initially thought they were dreaming and were so moved that they nearly cried. Vane waved his hand nonchalantly, looking at their adoring gazes, and said with interest, "Don't look at me with those eyes. Let me remind you, admiration is the farthest feeling from understanding." What? Senior Vane, that is so hurtful. Drake felt a bit disappointed. Ein pondered, wondering if Senior Vane didn't he want absolute recognition from others. Recognition is too ethereal. Rather than having people recognize me for various reasons and follow me, I prefer to have more like-minded individuals, Vane said seriously. Drake and I nodded unconsciously. Although they didn't fully understand, they felt it was impressive. All right, time to work. Suddenly, a large amount of lightning surged from the purple giant's body, with black thunderclouds rising around it, and the purple, flowing lightning twisted and coiled like pythons. Thundercloud, striking bolts of lightning, fell from the sky, pouring into the sea, completely covering the bottom of the island. What a terrifying ability! An exclaimed. Soon, Beast Island began to shake and slowly rise into the air. The sound of massive ocean currents echoed in the sky like a prehistoric giant beast roaring in anger from the abyss. The beasts on the island also became restless, rushing into the depths of the dense forest. The forest was filled with the sounds of breaking trees and roaring beasts, creating a frightening scene. But soon, under Vane's control, the thundercloud successfully lifted the entire Beast Island, stabilizing it after completely leaving the water. Senior Vane really moved an island. An exclaimed in surprise. Before coming here, Senior Vane said he would bring Beast Island back, and they didn't believe it, thinking he was joking. Now it seemed they were the joke. Drake stared in awe and urgently shouted, "Captain Vane, I want to learn this." "All right, when we get back, Jack and I will help you train." Vane smiled. "Huh, I didn't really want to learn." Just thinking about the terrifying rampage of the mammoth made Drake feel a chill. Not long after, Vane dragged Beast Island, bringing Drake and Ein back to Hive Island. However, just as they were about to reach the port, several large ships anchored on the sea caught Vane's attention. "Captain Vane, that's the flag of the 9 snake pirates." Ein, riding on the back of the pterosaur, recognized the pirate flags fluttering on those ships. The flag featured a small skull in the center, surrounded by the pattern of 9 long-necked sea serpents. Vane looked down. The ships were filled with female warriors from 9 Snake Island, all armed and glaring aggressively at Hive Island. Clearly, they had seen the latest newspaper and knew Vane was at Hive Island, coming to rescue Boa Hancock. However, what they didn't know was that Hancock was not at Hive Island, but at the Rabbit Bowl Quarry in Wano Country. That old man, who is he? He looks a bit familiar. At this moment, Drake looked at the leading ship, where an elderly man with a head full of white hair but a sturdy physique stood at the bow. Vane smirked slightly, saying, "He even came, the Dark King Rayleigh." Dark King Rayleigh, once the second-in-command of the Roger Pirates and the Pirate King's right-hand man, he retired to Sabeti Archipelago after Roger surrendered and was executed, spending his time as a laid-back pirate, even selling himself into slavery for some drinking money. Besides that, he had another title, the Teacher Rayleigh. In the original story, Luffy trained with him for 2 years, learning a bit of hockey, with even the gear fourth being something he figured out himself. One could only say that Rayleigh was not as good a teacher as Kureha. Now, Rayleigh had brought the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates to Hive Island, clearly for the Empress, Boa Hancock. At sea, Rayleigh also noticed the giant and pterosaur flying above, along with the enormous island behind them, and his expression tightened, realizing, natural disaster, Vane. Then, the purple giant raised its arm. The beast-filled island seemed to be summoned, slowly descending to the position Vane had previously scouted, crashing into the sea. Boom! The sound of ocean currents echoed throughout the sky, waves rippling across the surface and sweeping in all directions, forcing the fish, shrimp, and sea beasts at the bottom to flee in panic. How terrifying, what is that? He actually moved an island? What a joke. Is he even human? The female warriors of the 9 snake pirates exchanged incredulous glances. Rayleigh also felt a sense of danger, secretly shocked, thinking this trip was indeed somewhat perilous. Yo. Isn't that the famous Dark King Rayleigh? After leaving the Beast Island, Wayne was the first to speak to Rayleigh, saying, if you're here to see Senior Wang Ji, then you really came at the wrong time. However, you could go and pay your respects to him. He. Rayleigh smiled slightly, thinking what a humorous young man he was. Indeed, he had known Wang Ji many years ago, but that was a long time ago. He had come this time for Hancock's matter. Whoosh! While they were talking, Wayne had already released his devil fruit powers and jumped onto the port of Hive Island. Yamato and many other officers had been waiting at the port for a long time, and they were all overjoyed to see Wayne return. If Wayne had been even a little later, both sides might have already gone to war. The Beast Pirates, lacking a leader, would likely not stand a chance against the Snake Pirates led by the Pirate King's first mate. Yamato jumped up and threw herself into Wayne's arms, excitedly pointing at the ships from Snake Island. Wayne, are those people here to fight? Wayne, holding Yamato's meaty legs, said somewhat helplessly, how much do you like fighting? This action made Peacock furious, thinking to herself, why are she and Senior Wayne so close? How many times have they hugged? If only I were the one in Wayne's arms right now. Just thinking about that scene made Peacock's face flush, nearly causing her to faint. Xiaozi, Wayne called out to a haired girl in a kimono on the other side. The beasts on that island will be entrusted to you. Xiaozi nodded earnestly. The Dango fruit's ability could control beasts and those with artificial devil fruit powers, but also had a drawback. It required regular feeding of Dango. Otherwise, those being controlled would gradually regain their own will. So, accompanied by Kuma, Xiaozi went to Beast Island to begin regular feeding. Next, it was time to meet this old Senior Rayleigh. Wayne was also somewhat depressed. It seemed he had been dealing with these old-timers in the New World. Teacher K, Aunt Lingling, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Wang Ji, and now Rayleigh had come along. Boom! Wayne stepped lightly, looking down at the aging but still spirited Rayleigh. You just mentioned Hancock? What's wrong with Hancock? Knowing full well, Wayne asked, we came with sincerity, so just tell us directly how we can release Hancock. Rayleigh said calmly. Behind him, Hancock's 2 sisters moved a few treasure chests over, opening them to reveal a trove of golden treasures. They wanted to ransom back the Snake Princess. Old Senior Rayleigh, you must be joking, right? Do you not understand the situation? Is the Snake Princess from Snake Island worth all this? Wayne scoffed, casually curling his lips. Just the title of the world's most beautiful female pirate could fetch a price at auction that would probably be no less than the surgery fruit. Rayleigh's attempt to use money to redeem someone seemed to underestimate Wayne's intelligence. Junior, you should also understand that if possible, we wouldn't want to go to war with the Beast Pirates. So, I hope you can give me some face, Rayleigh said, still in a calm tone. You want face too? Wayne raised the corner of his mouth. No, unless you dye your hair red and then cut off an arm. Sure. Wayne continued. You just want me to release the Snake Princess, right? Of course, that's fine. After all, we're all pirates, and it wouldn't be good to make a scene. However, I have one condition. You speak. Rayleigh, seeing that communication was effective, hurriedly asked. That is to make the Snake Pirates submit to the Beast Pirates, and Daughter Island will become an affiliated island of Hive Island. In this way, we will all be one big family, and naturally, there will be no need for swords to be drawn. Wayne said with a bright smile. Upon hearing this, the pirates of the Beast Pirates erupted in excitement. As expected of Lord Wayne, even managing to recruit Rayleigh the Dark King, who is the Pirate King's first mate. If we merge with the Snake Pirates, what other pirate crew could possibly stand against us? But the scene on the Snake Pirate side was not so harmonious. How could this be? Lady Snake Princess would never allow such a thing to happen. That's right. Hancock's second sister, Boa Sandersonia, said confidently, Sister would never submit to anyone. She would rather die. The elderly woman, who was quite old, helplessly told Wayne, we cannot agree to your request. Not to mention persuading Hancock to pledge loyalty to you. Even if it were false submission, Hancock would be furious. She was a proud woman with the qualities of a ruler and could never submit to anyone. So, it seems there's nothing to discuss? Wayne provocatively smiled at Rayleigh. Rayleigh's tone suddenly turned cold, his gaze sharp as he looked at Wayne. Although I'm indeed getting older. Don't be too arrogant, young man. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 red beams flashed in Rayleigh's eyes, and several dark red, lightning bolts erupted around him, rushing out into the surroundings, filling the air with a terrifying aura. The red lightning gathered into torrents of air, sweeping over the nearby port of Hive Island, causing many weaker pirates to soften their legs, losing consciousness and collapsing heavily to the ground. He, as expected of an old powerhouse, even in old age. He still exuded such great pressure. Wayne's gaze tightened. Rayleigh's white cloak rustled in the sea breeze. Then, he slowly drew his western sword, and dark red He instantly covered the blade. Wayne, let me give you a piece of advice. Young people should not be too impulsive. Wayne's mouth curved up, feeling a surge of battle intent, thunder crackling around him, and purple flames swirling as he transformed into a massive purple giant. God of Thunder, second stage. Enough talk. The booming voice of the purple giant echoed through the sky. Is it not being impulsive what young people should do? Compared to the Golden Lion, Rayleigh was not disabled, nor did he have a helm on his head. Thus, his strength had only declined slightly with age. Judging from his battle against Kizuru at Sabeti Archipelago, he could still be considered a monster-level figure. Then let's have a thrilling match. Although Wayne wasn't keen on fighting, after experiencing life-and-death battles with the old seniors, he found that the more he was in dire situations, the faster his strength grew. Therefore, since Rayleigh had actively invited him to a duel, Wayne had no reason not to accept. Pure love sword. The surging lightning and flames intertwined on the 2 divine weapons, converging at a point, along with the pitch-black armament He wrapping around them. Then a brilliant and dazzling beam of light shot out. Rayleigh's gaze sharpened, and he swung his sword in a reverse cut, unleashing a massive slash imbued with Conqueror's He that tore through the air, creating a deafening roar. Don't be too proud. The grand slash and the laser beam collided violently, the sound echoing through the sky. The once calm sea surface surged again, with fish and sea beasts leaping out of the water, making strange noises towards the sky in protest. In the next second, Rayleigh's figure flickered and appeared beside the purple giant, ready to slash with his sword. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. A divine weapon firmly blocked Rayleigh's sword. Rayleigh was secretly astonished. This kid's observation He had actually reached such a level. Another strike. Rayleigh's figure retreated violently, and then another flying slash surged from the sword's edge, directly hitting the massive blade of the purple giant. After this strike, Rayleigh suddenly seized the opportunity and swung his sword down towards the sea below. The seawater surged and actually rolled backward. Seeing this, Wayne quickly flew hundreds of meters into the air. Fruit users cannot touch seawater. Rayleigh also realized this, which was why he attempted to use the seawater's properties to attack Wayne. This old guy Rayleigh is really cunning. Wayne sighed, sheathing his twin swords. He began to gather invisible airflow on his right fist, and when it reached its limit, he struck down fiercely. Black flash. The pitch-black He twisted and coiled, transforming into a lightning sphere resembling a black hole, bursting forth. He being projected outward? Is this your proud confidence? Rayleigh's tone was indifferent as he reversed his sword, similarly covering its blade with He, but with a slightly different color. A faint golden halo began to flow from within. Thunder reaping blade. Slash. Rayleigh's speed was incredibly fast. In an instant, he sliced through the He projection that had formed into a light sphere, allowing it to explode violently in the seawater. Flowing cherry? Wayne gasped in surprise. Flowing cherry is considered a high-level application of He, capable of causing destruction from within an object. For the powerful figures active in the New World, whether it be the 4 emperors or admirals, flowing cherry is considered basic. Moreover, Wayne knew that this old man Rayleigh even mastered He coding. Perhaps he was quite skilled, truly a worthy teacher, afraid of teaching his disciple, lest he starve his master. Right? Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura surged from below, disrupting Wayne's thoughts. Rayleigh stepped on the air, exuding Conqueror's He, charging forward. Young man, get your act together. Huh, so passionate, old man. Wayne clenched his fists and dove down. At the moment their figures collided, the air let out a tearing wail, and shockwaves surged in all directions. As the light from that impact became increasingly bright, Rayleigh felt a surge of joy in his heart. because he sensed Wayne's aura rapidly diminishing, dissipating like lightning in the air. However, at the moment Rayleigh's strike dissipated, his observation-He suddenly gave a strong warning. There's killing intent. This lightning isn't right. By the time Rayleigh reacted, it was already too late. The strands of lightning drifting in the air seemed to have gained consciousness, rushing towards Rayleigh. Moreover, the lightning was imbued with powerful He. Not good, Rayleigh thought to himself. But the speed of the lightning was astonishingly fast. At the moment Wayne's figure completely vanished, the rolling lightning began to surge forth, filling the entire world. In an instant, dark clouds gathered and lightning exploded. A giant completely transformed into lightning appeared between the sea and sky, as if summoned by the storm, bringing the wrath of the gods. My transcendent wisdom tells me it's time to use my divine power. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from the lightning giant, engulfing Rayleigh within. Is even heaven and earth responding to him? How terrifying! This scene shocked the pirates below. The female warriors of the 9 snake pirates shouted in worry, "Senior Rayleigh." Soon, after a dull, thunderous explosion, a disheveled figure burst out from the grip of the lightning. It was Rayleigh, who was now covered in soot. His clothes were tattered, and his skin was somewhat charred. But Wayne knew that the previous attack had not actually inflicted too much damage on the old Senior Rayleigh. The strong ones in this world are all physical monsters. Elementalization? Rayleigh exclaimed softly, looking at Wayne, who had completely transformed into lightning. So what? Hockey coding, kid, Rayleigh shouted. Several grand, flying slashes shot out, and the pitch-black blades severed the massive lightning giant into several pieces. We won, Grandma exclaimed joyfully. Hockey coding can touch the solid form of a Logia user's elementalization. However, even though Rayleigh used hockey coding and his attack did not miss, the severed lightning still reformed, completely unharmed. How can this be? Who on earth is this guy? Rayleigh exclaimed in astonishment. Even with his vast experience, he had never encountered such a situation. The lightning giant spoke in a mocking tone. Look, we're getting anxious. As he spoke, the giant slightly raised his sturdy lightning arm, accompanied by a crackling sound of electricity echoing around. A shocking scene unfolded as a massive bow and arrow entirely woven from lightning suddenly appeared in his hand. Thunder Spear. The huge lightning giant stood atop the sea, his head towering into the sky, with clouds beneath his neck, reaching heights of over 1,000 meters. This posture truly resembled a descending demon. Thunder Spear. Wayne didn't hesitate, seizing the opportunity while the old senior was still figuring out the situation. He unleashed his strongest strike, utilizing the information advantage. A dazzling light gathered on that exaggerated longbow. The terrifying aura twisted the surrounding air. The people below found it difficult to breathe, but still struggled to open their eyes, staring at the terrifying scene above. Rayleigh's eyes twitched slightly, fixating on the giant's lightning bow and arrow. Complete elementalization? No, that is not a Logia ability at all. Whoosh, accompanied by the tremendous sound of 1,000 birds chirping. The arrow, entirely constructed of lightning, shot forth. Is this your trump card? Wayne, Rayleigh roared, his body wrapped in hockey, surged again, and the sword in his hand emitted a humming sound, like a dragon's roar. Dark golden hockey adhered to the sword, and countless bolts of lightning transformed into hockey knives, protecting him. As he unleashed a grand slash, a massive crescent-shaped wave surged towards the Thunder Spear. Boom! The Thunder Spear exploded upon contact. A dense mass of white lightning rapidly engulfing the slashing wave and Rayleigh's body. In an instant, the sky and the earth were a sea formed of thunder, while Rayleigh rapidly flickered within the brilliant lightning domain, dodging the lightning's onslaught. Swish! Swish! Each time he swung his sword, he could sever a strand of lightning. Just as Rayleigh was about to be exhausted from coping, his observation-He sensed Wayne's presence again. What? Rayleigh exclaimed lightly, focusing his gaze in one direction. Not far away, amidst the lightning, Wayne, clad in invisible armor, was charging towards him with 2 famed swords. Long before the Thunder Spear was shot, Wayne had deactivated the 3rd stage of the Kamiyomi, switching to stage 2. 5. A combat posture similar to a beastman form. During his training on Ghost Island, Wayne had already mastered these stages and could immediately exit the 3rd stage after evading damage, thus regaining his lost hockey and stamina, greatly reducing hockey consumption. Whoosh, like a breeze passing by. In an instant, Wayne appeared in front of Rayleigh, slashing with a blade entwined in black lightning. Rayleigh quickly countered. At the same time, the surrounding lightning raged, attempting to penetrate Rayleigh's body. Clang! A crisp metallic sound echoed as Rayleigh's armament hockey protected his body. Although the old man is aged, he is not someone who can be defeated by such tricks. Let's see how you handle this. As soon as the words left his mouth, a streak of crimson suddenly surged from Wayne's blade, followed by a strike that knocked Rayleigh's sword aside. Then he rolled in the air, delivering a powerful kick to Rayleigh's chest. Bang! Rayleigh was kicked back 100 meters, and after stabilizing himself, he patted the wrinkles left on his clothes and said sternly, "Have you already learned this, you brat?" "Thanks to you, old man." Wayne swung his blade in the air, grinning. "Yes, that last strike utilized flowing cherry blossom. An advanced application of armament hockey. I misjudged you, Teacher Rayleigh. I will never call you a mediocre teacher again." Rumbling below the two in battle, at the port of Hive Island, a group of massive beasts was charging towards the coast, the sound of their stomping like an earthquake, shaking the ground. Xiaozi was standing on the back of a large rhinoceros, directing the beast's advance. Soon, amidst the shocked gazes of the 9-snake female warriors, the beasts began to roar angrily at them. Roar? Aren't those the animals on the island? Who is controlling them? How is this possible? Why aren't they attacking the people of Hive Island? The beasts on Beast Island are both powerful and brutal. How could they be tamed in such a short time? The commotion below caught Rayleigh's attention, and as he looked down, Wayne laughed. "You are indeed strong, Senior Rayleigh. But this is Hive Island, my territory." Caw! A surge of black thunderclouds erupted around Wayne, swirling with billowing black smoke, resembling the legendary Soul Banner. Thundercloud. With a raised hand, the thunderclouds poured down, forming a natural bridge between Hive Island and the ships of the 9-snake pirates. Immediately, the beasts charged towards the warriors of the Amazon Lily at Xiaozi's command, roaring. "Not good. Quick, shoot arrows." Hancock's two sisters immediately reacted, ordering a defense. However, these beasts each possess strength on par with Luffy from 2 years ago. Even with their arrows wrapped in invisible hockey, they could not stop the beast's advance. Ha ha ha! Seeing this scene, Wayne let out a classic villainous laugh. "Rayleigh, I admit that if we keep fighting, I can't defeat you. But I am absolutely confident that I can stop you before all your men are dead." A layer of red mist clung to Sakura, Ten, and Muku, and Wayne swung his blade, giving the old senior no time to rest. Rayleigh could only block again, and after dozens of exchanges, he was extremely frustrated. This Wayne, how can you do everything? The 6 styles of the world government, non-trivial observation and armament hockey, some swordsmanship, and the most outrageous is various forms of devil fruit abilities. All absurd. Is this really a mythical Zoan type? Thunder and fire, and can change size at will. Let's not call it mythical Zoan. Let's just call it super beast type. Wayne remained silent, simply continuing to swing his blade. Thanks to the high defensive level of the Kamiyoshi Thunder God, Wayne felt that it wouldn't be a problem to drag out a fight with Rayleigh for 3 days and nights. But Rayleigh was starting to lose patience. He looked down. The situation of the 9-snake pirates was not optimistic. Some female warriors had already lost their combat ability under the beast's attack, and some were even directly knocked into the sea and drowned. The scene was exceptionally brutal. Meanwhile, the pirates of Hive Island were watching the spectacle at the port with great interest. Beasts were continuously charging towards the coast. "This can't go on." Rayleigh gritted his teeth, deflecting Wayne's attack, and rapidly descended. Just as he was about to land on the sea surface, he slashed out with his sword, severing a sea passage constructed of thunderclouds. Splash! The beasts on the path immediately fell into the surging waters. Rayleigh's speed did not decrease as he stepped on the sea surface, rushing towards the pirate ship. And then his western sword danced wildly, each strike claiming the life of a large beast. "Return." As Rayleigh guarded against Wayne's pursuit, he shouted loudly. "But, Senior Rayleigh, what about my sister?" Hancock's third sister, Boa Marigold, said anxiously. This, Rayleigh's face showed difficulty. To be honest, he had already done his utmost for the offspring of his old lover. Moreover, Hive Island was not only easy to defend and hard to attack, but there were also so many young and strong combatants. Most importantly, Wayne's troublesome abilities. If a battle broke out, the 9-snake pirates had almost no chance of winning. They might end up not only failing to rescue Hancock, but also leaving Rayleigh alone. And then how would he face his old lover, Shaki? "Listen to Rayleigh. We will not give up on Hancock. But now is not the time to fight to the death. We must retreat." The esteemed Granny Nyan saw Rayleigh's predicament, and knowing the urgency of the situation, she quickly spoke up. Upon hearing this, the female warriors had no objections, each performing their duties, steering the pirate ships away. While fleeing, Hancock's 2 sisters looked back at Hive Island, leaving a fierce remark, "I will definitely come back." Lord Wayne drove off Rayleigh. The pirates on the shore cheered and rejoiced as they watched the 9-snake pirates flee, their shouts echoing across the sea and sky. That's the right hand of the Pirate King. Lord Wayne is invincible. Lord Wayne is the best. Wayne watched the departing Dark King Rayleigh, secretly delighted in his heart. Now that he had even learned Flowing Cherry Blossom, could it be that I am truly a genius? Then, under Xiaozi's control, the beasts returned to the island. The originally ferocious beasts became gentle and even somewhat cute after eating the rice balls, as if being patted by Nangong Wenya. The rice ball fruit is too overpowered. Speaking of which, I could form a beast army. Wayne pondered, wondering how Uncle Quinn's flying device research was going. Perhaps it could be mass-produced to form an air force. In the following time, Hive Island began to rebuild rapidly. Wayne also received a luxurious castle, more than twice the size of the previous Skull Castle, along with a beautifully decorated captain's room. At this moment, he was lying on a soft sofa, holding a phone bug with its mouth replaced by a bird's beak. Morgans, how's that matter with Stussy coming along? You haven't forgotten while busy making big news, have you? Oh dear, how could that be, Brother Wayne? It's just that Stussy mentioned she has some urgent matters recently, so the meeting might be delayed a bit. Oh, Wayne stroked his chin, knowing Stussy's true identity. What urgent matters could she have at this point? However, Brother Wayne, I can tell you that Stussy seems to be getting close to people from the world government lately, Morgan said cautiously. World government? Yes, but that's not surprising after all. What we underground forces do isn't exactly honorable. Morgans quickly added, just don't say I told you. He. Wayne smiled. Of course, I wouldn't betray a friend. Wayne inwardly scorned Morgans. Such unscrupulous reporters who engage in false publicity for hype deserve to be scammed. However, he actually needed such talent now. Morgans, there's something else I want to ask you for help with, Wayne continued. You say, as long as it's something I can do, I'll definitely help. Morgans was quite generous. After all, Wayne is now a hot pirate star in the world, not only among pirates, but also catching the attention of nobles from various countries. Even in the black market, Wayne's photos have skyrocketed in price, and many noble ladies are eyeing Wayne's handsome face, thinking about gathering their armies to abduct him as a male pet. Morgans naturally wanted to maintain a good relationship with this big financier. It's not anything too troublesome. I need to find someone. He should be in the North Sea now. Perhaps he's already formed a small pirate crew. Name? Trafalgar Law. After some time, the New World became quiet after several major events, with various forces firmly holding their territories, and the Navy completely gave up on attacking the beast pirates. But Wayne knew this was just the calm before the storm. Not to mention others, Aunt Lingling was still keeping a close eye on him. So, Wayne could only focus on developing his own power, the so-called justice of doing one's best. If one doesn't strive to push their limits, how would they know their limits? Meanwhile, in Wano Country, in the inland sea area, the sun was shining brightly, and the air was hot. Splash! Several blue-skinned fishmen surfaced from the sea, breathing in the fresh air. Thanks to Lord Wayne, we fishmen can finally embrace the blue sky and enjoy the sunshine. Yes, we owe Lord Wayne a great deal. They are the vanguard that Wayne brought from Fishman Island to Wano Country, that is, immigrants. Since settling in the inland sea of Wano, Wayne has treated them with the highest standards. Moreover, after the events on Fishman Island, Wayne's status in the hearts of the fishmen is very high. Just as the fishmen were swimming and playing on the surface of the sea, one fishman suddenly leaped out of the water, shouting, "Everyone, look, what is this?" Hearing this, the other fishmen looked up. They saw that the fishman was holding a dark-colored board, and its material was unidentifiable. The leading fishman swam over, took the strange board, knocked on it, and said with a puzzled expression, "It seems like wood." Impossible. If it were wood, it would have rotted in the seawater long ago. One fishman rebutted. A young fishman naively said, "Hey, by the way, didn't Lord Wayne tell us to explore the underwater ruins here? This might be something extraordinary." Huh? Extraordinary? This. The fishmen began to discuss among themselves, but in the end, they couldn't come to a conclusion. All right. The leading fishman signaled for everyone to quiet down. Although he wasn't very educated, he knew that many valuable things often look plain and ordinary. Just to be safe, I need to consult Lord Wayne. Saying this, he swam to the shore and took out a special telephone snail with an antenna. Wait a minute, a fishman said worriedly. Didn't Lord Wayne already withdraw from the beast pirates? Shouldn't we? What nonsense are you talking about? The leading fishman immediately shouted angrily. It was Lord Wayne who protected the people of Fishman Island, not Kaido. Even if Lord Wayne is not currently in Wano, we shouldn't betray Lord Wayne or Fishman Island for our own sake. Yes, that's right. Once this was said, the other fishmen echoed in agreement, and no one protested anymore. Soon, the call connected. Lord Wayne, we found something at the bottom of the sea. What? Wayne on the other end of the line exclaimed in surprise. Did we find a Pluton? A mysterious part made of an unknown material dug up from the bottom of the inland sea of Wano? Could be Pluton? It's very possible. Lord Wayne, do you need us to send this to Hive Island? The leading fishman asked tentatively. No need, I'll send someone over. As for you, just live there peacefully and increase the search efforts, Wayne instructed. Yes, Lord Wayne. After hanging up, Wayne sent Bartholomew Kuma to Wano to retrieve the blackboard. Now, Wano was like a second home for Kuma. Returning there felt just like coming back home. Soon, Kuma returned. Wayne picked up the blackboard and examined it, calling all the shipwrights on the island to see if anyone understood it. I'm sorry, Lord Wayne. We really can't tell what this is for, but we can be sure that this is a very sturdy and highly corrosion-resistant type of wood. Yes, it's even tougher than the legendary atom tree. I can't imagine how good the performance would be if this material were used to build a ship. I think this looks a bit like a part of a ship cannon. How could a ship cannon need something this big? Listening to the shipwrights discussing back and forth, Wayne raised an eyebrow slightly. A peculiar type of wood that also resembles a part of a ship cannon. If this isn't Pluton, then what could it be? Thus, Wayne became interested. He planned to relocate another group of fishmen and conduct a large-scale fishing operation in the inland sea of Wano. One day later, on Fishman Island, in the Dragon Palace Hall, Wayne looked at the timid Shirahoshi hiding behind Odoheim, revealing a smile he thought was warm and friendly. Shirahoshi, come here. Big brother will give you candy. Upon hearing Wayne call her name, the already timid Shirahoshi trembled all over, her eyes brimming with tears, nearly crying out, No, I don't want. Wayne was momentarily speechless. Do I really look that scary? He had originally thought about making friends with Shirahoshi in advance, hoping to use this Sea King in the future to help with fights and find pure gold and such. He didn't expect that little Shirahoshi would be so shy. Seeing this, Odoheim smiled and stroked the scales on Shirahoshi's tail, saying, Little Shirahoshi, don't be afraid. Mr. Vane is not a bad person. He saved Fishman Island and is a hero to both our merfolk and fishmen. Hero? What is that? The cute little Shirahoshi blinked her big eyes, looking quite silly. Odoheim chuckled helplessly and said to Vane, It seems that Shirahoshi is naturally a bit timid. Vane waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind, and smiled lightly. This just shows that Shirahoshi is a gentle and kind person. I believe that in the future, she can also become a beautiful and brave mermaid like you, Princess Odoheim. Upon hearing this, Shirahoshi instantly blushed and dared not look at Vane anymore, just like a child feeling at a loss when relatives come to visit on New Year's Eve. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Vane explained his purpose to the king and ministers of Fishman Island. Of course, no problem, King Neptune said happily. The first batch of fishmen heading to Wano Country had already replied to Fishman Island, saying that Vane treats the fishmen very well, and that the environment there is not only suitable for fishmen to live in, but also allows for equal coexistence with humans. Naturally, King Neptune was willing to send more fishmen to the land to enjoy life under the sunlight. Then it's settled, Vane smiled slightly. However, Lord Vane, I heard that you have fallen out with Kaido of the Beasts. King Neptune asked with concern. I can't say much about this matter, but you don't need to worry, Vane replied. King Neptune nodded. Although Vane was flying the pirate flag, he had indeed protected Fishman Island. Moreover, from external rumors, Vane's current power was astonishing. There were countless non-member countries of the world government trying to curry favor with him, but failing. By the way, Lord Vane, what about that matter? Should we continue to hang it there? At that moment, a minister of the Dragon Palace pointed to a flagpole in the square. On that tall flagpole hung the flag of the Beast Pirates. Vane looked at Kaido's pirate flag, grinned, and said, Leave it there, but replace it with our Beast Pirates flag. After some time, Vane finally received a call from Morgans. Vane, I'm really sorry. Stussy had some urgent matters to handle a few days ago, and she said she would come to apologize to you. That's not necessary, as long as she comes back, Vane replied. Soon, Vane and Kuma arrived at the previously visited Joy Street and walked into a lavishly decorated private room. Please have a seat, Mr. Vane. Stussy, dressed in a tight-fitting cheapao, showcased her voluptuous figure perfectly. Vane flopped down onto the soft sofa, crossing his legs in a showy manner. Stussy smiled and didn't show any dissatisfaction. Vane now had the capital to act this way. The underground forces had assessed that, based on the number of territories, bounties, and influence in the New World, Vane was even qualified to become the next Emperor of the Sea. Moreover, it was said that after defeating Wang Ji, Vane immediately repelled the former Pirate King's deputy, Rayleigh, and the 9 Snake Pirates. Hence, becoming the Emperor of the Sea was practically a done deal. Of course, there was also red-haired Shanks. It shouldn't be long before the title of Emperor of the Sea returned to 4 individuals. So, Mr. Vane, what brings you to Joy Street? Stussy asked straightforwardly. Vane took the juice handed to him by a servant, took a sip, and said nonchalantly, I want to see someone through you. Who is it that warrants a big shot like you to personally make a trip? Stussy's gentle eyes focused on Vane, her voice soft and pleasant. She is a clone, and a beautiful one at that. She knows how to use her beauty. But Vane's next words made her lose her composure. I want to see Dr. Vegapunk. What? Stussy's expression changed in shock, but she quickly regained her composure and pretended to be calm, saying, You mean that genius scientist? I'm really sorry, but That's enough, Stussy. I don't have time to play games with you. If you don't want to keep your dignity, then I'll help you keep it. Vane said with a mischievous smile. Mr. Vane, I don't understand what you mean. Still pretending? Then it seems I can only go tell Morgans that one of the Dark Emperors of the Underground Forces, Queen Stussy of Joy Street, not only serves the world government CP0, but is also a clone planted by Vegapunk within the world government. Stussy's face changed dramatically. How do you know that? What did you say? Stussy exclaimed in disbelief, her tone raising several decibels. Mr. Vane, are you joking? This is not funny. Is it not, Stussy? Even at this point, you still maintain loyalty to Dr. Vegapunk? Good job. Then I can only let my good friend Morgans spread this false information to the entire world. By then, I wonder how the world government will punish this scientist who can't distinguish between light and heavy matters. Will he be locked in a dark prison for life? Or will he be tortured daily to conduct experiments? Haha, I truly look forward to it. After dropping that line, Vane stood up to leave. Wait, Stussy hurriedly called out to Vane. At that moment, she was genuinely panicked. She was almost certain that this man knew many secrets about the doctor. She absolutely could not let the doctor fall into danger. But how did he know? It would be one thing if he knew her identity as CP0, since she had indeed had multiple contacts with the world government. However, the fact that she was a clone placed within the world government by the doctor should not be known by anyone else. Who on earth is this man, or is he a special fruit user? Stussy was filled with shock and disbelief. Vane sat back down, a slight smile on his lips. I think the truth of the matter has become quite obvious. Next, we should sit down and negotiate terms properly. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed in Stussy's ears like a devil's whisper. Did I ultimately mess it up? I'm sorry, doctor. Stussy trembled all over, feeling deeply guilty. Actually, I'm very curious why you're so loyal to Vegapunk. He shouldn't have restricted your freedom, right? Heh. Stussy smiled and said in a low mood, You wouldn't understand. As a clone, I'm so afraid of this world. That kind of unbearable loneliness of having no family and no belonging is intolerable. As someone who has no relation to this world, the doctor is my only connection to it. This feeling is something that no one can understand. And seeing her in such a dejected state, Vane almost couldn't help but laugh. No wonder in the original work, after Vegapunk died, Stussy was so lost. Although these two weren't truly father and daughter, they were like a father and daughter in spirit. Vegapunk himself was Stussy's proof of existence in this world. What touching bond. Don't worry, Stussy, I won't make it too difficult for you. There's an old saying in my hometown, those who know how to adapt are the true heroes. Wayne stood up, walked in front of Stussy, looked in her eyes, and said slowly, So, Stussy, you don't want anything to happen to Vegapunk, right? Of course not, Stussy replied, her eyes filled with a hint of pleading, biting her lip. As long as you can keep this secret, I will agree to anything you ask, as long as it doesn't threaten the doctor's safety. Ha ha ha. Then take me to see the doctor first, Wayne said directly without any further ado. You want to see the doctor? No, that's not possible. The doctor is currently a scientist funded by the world government, and his location is under their surveillance. However, I can try to arrange a call for you. Stussy hurriedly reminded. Wayne shook his finger left and right. No, I'm gonna see him in person. But it's not that complicated. Just tell me the exact coordinates. I won't stay there long, and after I finish what I need to do, my friend will take me away from that place in an instant. Wayne pointed to the big bear standing behind him, who had been silent since earlier. Is that so? Stussy pondered, knowing that Wayne's ability to travel freely between various islands in the New World relied on that large, fat guy's special powers. Sigh, it seems I have no choice. Stussy sighed softly. Vegapunk, as the world's most genius scientist, was coveted by countless people for his research achievements, and some even wanted to recruit him into their forces. It seems Wayne is also thinking along those lines. The name of that island is Egghead. It seems Stussy didn't deceive us. Wayne said with a smile, while looking at the detailed map in his hand. Is it located below the Red Soil continent? Unfortunately, I haven't been to this island, but I can head to the nearby sea area first, the big bear said. Afterward, the bear's paw shockwave was charged, and they were about to leave from their spot. At that moment, Stussy walked up to Wayne again, tears in her eyes, and pleaded, Mr. Wayne, if you see the doctor, Please tell him that my willingness to work for him is not because I have nowhere to go, nor is it because I covet the so-called status, but because helping the doctor is what I truly want to do. I've always been grateful to him." Looking at the sincere Stussy, Wayne smirked. "So, you're not the emotionless monster after all, Stussy. You're gradually integrating into this world, becoming a real person. Your feelings for Vegapunk are enough to prove that, aren't they? Really? So, does that mean I can live as a real person?" Stussy's eyes widened in surprise, tears streaming down her face. "Of course, I will convey your feelings to Dr. Vegapunk," Wayne said, and then a flash of light appeared. Wayne and the big bear vanished without a trace. Stussy stared blankly at the direction they left, wiped away her tears, and couldn't help but reveal a bright smile. Not long after, in the New World, in a certain sea area, Wayne and the big bear were being dragged by a mass of thunderclouds, hovering in midair, looking down at a huge egg-shaped object also suspended in the clouds below. Beneath this giant egg was an island that showcased a futuristic style. "Incredible! Is this Future Island?" the big bear exclaimed as he examined the scenery on the island. Around the small island swam large sea beasts that had undergone mechanical modifications. On the island, there were various advanced technological products, buildings, roads, and even streetlights, almost all of which seemed to belong to a fantasy world. There were even rumors from the outside world that the island's level of development was 500 years ahead of the outside world. "Captain Wayne, how do we get in?" "Charging in directly might be a bit tricky," the big bear said. Wayne smiled. "Big bear, remember, the sea is not just about fighting. There's also human relationships. As high-level pirates, we should visit with the demeanor of guests." The big bear couldn't help but frown, thinking, "Captain, you're the one who fights the most, aren't you?" Whoosh. Wayne and the big bear moved quickly, like a shooting star falling, and with a loud bang, they landed on Future Island. Buzz. The alarm instantly echoed throughout the island. Countless red dots aimed at the two of them. Immediately, numerous holes suddenly appeared on the ground and walls of nearby buildings, extending out countless machine guns aimed at the two. Seeing this, Wayne and the big bear immediately raised their hands and shouted, "We surrender." This scene reached the monitoring room, where one of Vegapunk's avatars, the angry little lowly Atlas, said unhappily, "They surrender just like that? I wanted to test the new defense system's power." Another avatar, the righteous Shaka, said, "They should be people who accidentally wandered onto the island." "That's right, what a pair of pitiful people," Atlas commented. But the next second, she suddenly realized, how careless must they be? Shaka looked awkward. Hey, look quickly. How did that Lily's guy get out?" Atlas exclaimed in surprise. In the surveillance footage, the short-haired girl in a jacket, evil Lilith, had already arrived in front of Wayne, laughing. "Ha! You dare to intrude on Future Island. How bold. Hand over all your money, or I will make you work for free on the island for the rest of your lives." Lilith's most important role among Vegapunk's avatars was to make money, and she was willing to do so without regard for the scientist's dignity. Wayne looked at her, arms crossed, and said speechlessly, "So your vigilance is this low? I was still thinking of using surrender to get to Vegapunk. It seems as long as I kidnap you, I can meet the real deal, right?" "Huh? Who are you?" Lilith frowned. At this moment, the broadcast suddenly began to announce, and the voice spread across the entire island. "The identity of the intruder has been confirmed. Captain of the Beast Pirates, Calamity Wayne, bounty of 3 billion berries." "A pirate?" Lilith blinked at Wayne, her face showing an awkward yet polite smile. "He, misunderstanding, I was just passing by. You all carry on. I won't disturb you." "I'm leaving now," she said, about to turn and leave. But Wayne directly grabbed the back of her collar and pulled her back. Lilith immediately began to struggle. "No, let me go. I'm just a tool for making money for Vegapunk. Those jerks do nothing all day. If it weren't for me making money, everyone would have starved to death long ago. Whoa, look at how pitiful I am. Please let me go." What a good actress, Wayne thought. "All right, stop crying. I mean no harm." Wayne said to the camera, "Dr. Vegapunk, I'm not your enemy. Stussy sent me." At this moment, in a laboratory on the island, an old man with a half apple on his head and a long tongue stared intently at the footage on the monitor. Why did the pirates come here? Could it be that Stussy was exposed? To be safe, he brought a few combat robots and went down to square. Upon seeing the short old man in a lab coat, Wayne released Lilith and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Dr. Vegapunk." After taking a couple of steps forward, Lilith suddenly turned around and angrily commanded, "Open fire. Capture those 2 despicable pirates." Countless red laser dots once again shone on Wayne's face, and the sound of bullets being loaded was crisp and pleasant. But in the next second, Wayne suddenly drew his sword, and before anyone could react, a wave of slashing energy shot out, accurately destroying all the machine guns. Huh? What? Lilith could hardly believe her eyes, staring incredulously at the scene. Everyone else. It seems the local residents are not very friendly. Wayne sheathed his sword. Wait, please don't mind. Lilith tends to be a bit reckless. Vegapunk hurriedly waved his hand. Please come to my laboratory. Vegapunk led everyone into a large laboratory. Along the way, Wayne saw many experimental vessels and various data tables, which astonished Bear. If it weren't for the fact that the people of the pirate world had exceptional physical abilities and combat power with a technological level on this island, it would only be a matter of time before they dominated the world. You just mentioned Stussy, right? Vegapunk took out several cups of coffee from a machine and handed them to everyone. He was puzzled. He thought only he knew about Stussy's situation. Could it be that Stussy had betrayed him? Wayne looked at the confused Vegapunk and said, Yes, Dr. Vegapunk, I not only know the little secret between you and Stussy, but I also know that you are secretly researching those mysterious texts. What did you say? Vegapunk's expression turned to shock, and in his astonishment, he dropped the coffee he was holding, spilling it on the ground. What? What did he just say? Lilith hurriedly stepped forward and asked. The other two clones, Shaka and Atlas, were also bewildered. Although they were Vegapunk's clones, they did not possess all of Vegapunk's memories. I think we can talk privately, Wayne said with a smile. Okay. Vegapunk nodded and then led Wayne to a separate room. Vegapunk was very scared at this moment. Usually, his petty theft of world government funds was nothing. But if the research on the historical texts were discovered, no one could save him. Mr. Wayne, what are the mysterious texts you mentioned earlier? Vegapunk continued to ask. Doctor, it seems you really are a genius playing dumb, Wayne said with a half-smile. You should know more about the mysterious texts than I do. After all, that's the truth from 800 years ago, during the 100 years of blank history. Vegapunk's eyes widened. This guy really knows. Are you from the world government? He asked in panic. Dr. Vegapunk, you need not be so nervous. I'm just a passing pirate. I'm here to ask for your help, Wayne said with a faint smile. Vegapunk's intellect and technology were desired by everyone, and Wayne was no exception. But he also knew that collaborating with Vegapunk, or even recruiting him, could not be rushed. After all, his current identity was that of a notorious pirate, and even if he told Vegapunk that he wanted to overthrow the celestial dragons, Vegapunk would likely not believe him. Moreover, the Gorosei placed great importance on Vegapunk's research team. Therefore, such matters could not be rushed. Please tell me, what do you want me to do? Vegapunk asked. Upon hearing this, Wayne took out several pieces of pitch black wood that the fishmen had salvaged from the inland sea of Wano and handed them to Vegapunk. What a strange material. It seems to be a mix of several types of wood and metal, Vegapunk said in amazement after receiving the pieces. Doctor, please help me study these things, Wayne said. After the fishmen salvaged the first piece of wood, Wayne sent more fishmen to join the salvage team and retrieved more than a dozen pieces of wood of various sizes. Vegapunk also became interested in these items and began studying them on the spot. After a while, Vegapunk exclaimed, I understand. This is a type of composite material made from metals in different proportions. Moreover, it perfectly prevents corrosion from seawater. It's truly amazing. He walked in front of Wayne, displayed the edges of the wood, and continued. Furthermore, judging by the density of this material, these fragments were not destroyed. They exist independently in a manner similar to disassembly. Wayne stroked his chin and said, So you mean these are actually genuine parts? That's right, Vegapunk replied. Although I don't know what these things will be assembled into. The person who invented this must be an even smarter genius than I am. It's simply perfect. I really want to see its complete form. Wayne gazed at the pitch black wood, his brow slightly raised. So, as long as he obtains all the fragments and the method to assemble them, he can put them together, right? Most likely, yes. As long as you can meet those conditions, I should be able to reconstruct it. Vegapunk's eyes were fiery, as a fervent scientist. Seeing such a miraculous creation nearly left him speechless. Wayne's lips gradually curled into a smile, and a bold plan began to form in his mind. From Vegapunk's words and the intelligence he possessed, these wooden boards were fragments of the Pluto, and the method of assembly was naturally the design blueprint of the Pluto. Mr. Wayne, could you leave a few pieces of wood here? I can report my research findings to you at any time. Vegapunk's tone even held a hint of pleading. No scientist could refuse such perfect research material. I'm sorry, Doctor, but I must decline your request because this place is not absolutely safe. However, I believe that before long, I will find all the fragments and the assembly method, and at that time, I may still need your help. Wayne smiled and said, All right, we've been here too long. It's time to leave. Wayne did not hesitate too much and did not discuss other matters with Vegapunk. After achieving his goal, he quickly left Future Island with Bear. Vegapunk's eyes were filled with anticipation as he shouted in the direction the two were leaving, "Make sure to come back quickly." But then he realized, oh no, I forgot to ask him about the historical texts. However, it seemed that this guy truly had no hostility, Vegapunk muttered. Soon, Wayne and Bear returned to Hive Island. According to the intelligence Wayne possessed, the blueprint for Pluto was originally in the hands of the legendary shipwright, Tom. However, since Tom built the ship for the pirate King Roger, many years ago, he was sentenced to death by the world government. Before his execution, he entrusted the design blueprints to his apprentice, Frankie, for safekeeping. At that time, Frankie had already changed his name and was working as a ship dismantler in Water 7. The first half of the Grand Line? Then let's take a trip. Vane immediately gathered his crew and prepared to head to Water 7. Since the world government had been keeping an eye on that island and had even sent Lucci and his gang to lie in wait, Vane decided to bring along the second princess of Dressrosa, Violet, who possesses the dodge fruit ability for safety. Also, the waterways of Water 7 are the main battlefield for the fishmen. So, Vane had Fishman Island send Jinbei and several elite fishmen. Finally, he decided on the members of the beast pirates who would accompany them: Yamato, Shinobu, Ein, Drake, Leo, and Mancheri. The others would stay behind on Honeycomb Island. At the port, a pirate ship was docked. After everyone boarded, Kuma's palm began to gather energy, ultimately forming a giant paw of light that enveloped the entire ship. Then, with a powerful slap, the whole ship disappeared in an instant and soon arrived in the waters surrounding Water 7. With a splash, the ship entered the sea, sending up a large spray of water. Vane stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the island not far away. Let's start the operation. Remember to keep yourselves hidden. Don't expose yourselves. Yes, Captain Vane. Vane only knew that Frankie's family business was located in the back streets of Water 7, but did not know its exact location. Therefore, he could only send people to start searching. As everyone gradually landed on the island, despite their cautious movements, they were still spotted by several people disguised as shipwrights. On the rooftop of a tall building in Water 7, Vane, Yamato, Violet, and Jinbei stood. Violet used her dodge fruit ability to overlook everything on the island, nervously saying, "That group is splitting up to follow us. There's a man with a pigeon on his shoulder, a man with a long nose, and a man with horns. Since we've been discovered, it's not my fault. They can only blame their own bad luck," Vane said with a mischievous smile. He was not one to seek out fights, but CP9 were agents of the world government, and he did not want to attract their attention due to the matter of the Underworld King. "Jinbei, you and I will go and capture them alive. Leave as few traces as possible," Vane instructed Yinde. "Yes, Lord Vane. I want to go too." Yamato raised her hand, her little face filled with anticipation. Vane then extended 2 fingers and tapped them on Yamato's smooth forehead, grinning. "You know what I'm going to say, Yamato? Huh? Another time? How boring." Yamato's expression instantly fell, and she said pitifully, "It was a joke. If the reckless Yamato were to act, wouldn't she turn Water 7 upside down?" Next, the operation began. One member of CP9, dressed in shipwright clothing and sporting a long nose like Usopp's, Kaku, was weaving through an alley. His gaze was fixed on Ein not far away. Just as he was about to step forward, a large hand quietly landed on his shoulder, causing him to shudder and turn back. Bang! A fist the size of a sandbag struck his head, knocking him unconscious. With a dull thud, Kaku fell to the ground, making intimate contact with the floor. The assailant was Vane. Following that, Vane tied Kaku up tightly with ropes and brought him to the rooftop, leaving him in Yamato's care. At the same time, Jinbei was swiftly moving through the water. As a fishman, his speed was several times faster than on land. Soon, he spotted a man with horns lurking on the side of the road. Door fruit user, Bruno. Jinbei, not adhering to martial ethics, launched a surprise attack from underwater, sending a powerful current surging like a water dragon towards Bruno's back. "Huh? What is this?" Bruno turned around abruptly, his eyes filled with fear. Before he could use the powers of the door fruit, he was swept into the water by the strong current. Once in the water, it was Jinbei's domain. Bruno had barely seen the enemy's figure before he was bound by an iron chain, unable to move. With their extremely efficient actions, soon all of the CP9 tailing them were knocked out and tied up on the pirate ship. Even Khalifa, who was at the shipyard serving as Iceberg secretary, was not spared and was directly captured by Vane. In an organization, what matters is being organized. After the search, it wasn't long before they found the hiding place of Frankie's family. After a day's work, what should have been a joyful dinner, enjoying hot pot and singing, was suddenly interrupted as pirates raided them. Including Frankie, everyone was subdued on the spot. Vane then sat down on Frankie's exclusive soft sofa and asked the defiant Frankie, "Where did you hide the design blueprints?" "What blueprints? What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand." Frankie responded defiantly. "The design blueprints your teacher, Tom, entrusted to you," Vane added casually. Upon hearing this, Frankie was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted, "I don't know. Sigh, I really can't do anything with you. But I didn't plan to make you tell me in person," Vane said nonchalantly and then clapped his hands. Violet walked up to Frankie, made an okay gesture with her hands, and placed them over her eyes, staring intently at Frankie. Frankie felt a chill run down his spine from her gaze, his mouth twitching slightly. "Hey, what is this? A circus performance?" No one paid him any mind, and Vane continued to ask, "Now tell me, where are the design blueprints Tom entrusted to you?" "I already said, I don't know anything," Frankie roared angrily. But the next second, Violet coldly stated, "In that room behind you. The specific location is the second drawer of the desk, tucked between a book." "What?" Frankie exclaimed in disbelief. "Huh, Violet is really capable," Vane praised. "The ability of the dodge fruit is not just about standing high and seeing far. It also has the ability to see into people's hearts. Therefore, Violet, who ate the dodge fruit, is known as the woman who can see through all eyes." Flattered by the praise, Violet felt a bit shy. Meanwhile, Frankie was already yelling, "Who the hell are you? What's going on here?" In response to his loud questioning, Vane kindly explained, "In short, my friend here can see into your heart. So, it is useless to remain silent." "How can this be?" Frankie gritted his teeth, unable to hold back a roar. "Aren't you bullying honest people?" Frankie collapsed on the ground, unable to contain his sobs, lamenting that the design blueprints he had worked so hard to protect for so many years were so casually taken away. "How can I face the deceased Tom like this?" Frankie cried bitterly, truly sobbing, with snot and tears, "Give me back the blueprint." Meanwhile, Wayne had already found several thick pages of drawings in Frankie's room and opened them directly to take a look. So complicated, Wayne recognized the words on it, but when put together, he found them somewhat incomprehensible. However, it was certain that this was the design of the Pluto, and it was extremely intricate, making it at least clear that this was a ship's blueprint. "This is it. Thank you, Frankie," Wayne said with a bright smile while looking at the wailing Frankie. Upon hearing this, Frankie cried even louder. "All right, stop crying, Frankie. The blueprint is in my hands now. No matter how much you cry, this is an unchangeable fact." Saying this, Wayne stepped forward, lightly placed his finger on the knife handle, and gently pushed. With a buzz, the ropes binding Frankie were cut loose. Frankie was momentarily stunned, looking at Wayne in confusion. He did not lose his mind and try to fight Wayne. From the very beginning, the strength this man displayed was something they could not contend with. "Are you mocking me?" Frankie said angrily, baring his teeth. "I just want to give you a chance." "A chance? What chance? Don't you want to see with your own eyes what your master and what you are worth fighting to protect truly are?" Wayne raised the blueprint in his hand, displaying one of the pages in front of Frankie, and then said, "Join my team and be my shipwright." Frankie's skills were indeed strong, having been taught by the legendary shipwright Tom, and his shipbuilding techniques ranked among the best in the entire Grand Line. Compared to him, the half-hearted pirate shipwrights from Honeycomb Island were truly just small fry. Just a glance at the design made Frankie's pupils contract sharply. As a top shipwright, he could naturally tell this was a ship's design. Why would it be a ship? Wasn't it said to be something super dangerous? Frankie fell into deep confusion. When his master, Tom, handed over the blueprint to the young Iceberg and Frankie, he had repeatedly warned them that this was something with a great threat to the world. Super dangerous. But now it seemed, wasn't it just a special ship? Frankie wanted to take another look, but Wayne directly took it back, then said with a mischievous smile, "So what do you think? Interested? You really dare to say that? Stealing someone else's things and wanting people to work on your ship? Don't joke around," Frankie said resolutely. Hearing this, Wayne smiled, stood up, and said, "I see. Then there's nothing I can do. It seems you'll have to hide in the dark for the rest of your life, dismantling ships. How sad. I think you must be afraid of meeting those skilled shipwrights in the new world, afraid of losing face, right? It seems Master Tom isn't that great either, having taught such a disciple." Ha ha ha. After saying this, Wayne turned to leave, but as his laughter faded, it was as if a password had been unlocked. Frankie suddenly lifted his head, glaring with fierce eyes, and shouted, "Stop looking down on me." His face showed signs of struggle. After a long while, he spat out fiercely, "Of course I can be your shipwright, but I'm afraid you won't have the money to hire me." Wayne laughed. On the sea, using provocation was truly effective. "All right, but I hope you can show your worth. My honeycomb island does not support idle people. After cleaning up the scene a bit, Frankie ultimately decided to go with Wayne. The things entrusted to him by Master Tom could not just end like this. Big brother Frankie, have a good journey. Big brother Frankie, I will never forget you. Wah! Upon learning that Frankie was leaving, the members of the Frankie family all waved goodbye with tears. You bunch of bastards. Stop saying such ominous things. Frankie scolded, as if I won't come back. Meanwhile, Jinbe reminded them, by the way, Frankie and everyone, today's matter must not leak out. Otherwise, not only you guys, but this island will also face bad consequences. Who do you think I am? I definitely won't spill this. Frankie said anxiously. Soon, everyone quickly boarded the pirate ship. With the Pluto blueprint in hand, the next step was to return to the New World. Since Bartholomew Kuma stayed back on Honeycomb Island, Wayne could only return to the New World through Fishman Island beneath the Sabati archipelago. On the ship, Rob Lucci woke up from the darkness, feeling sore all over, and there was a slight dizziness in his head. He wanted to rub his head with his hand, but found that he was already bound by several loops of sea stone chains, completely unable to move. Where is this? You're awake, a crisp and pleasant girl's voice came. I said with a cold face, I've already heard from the captain about CP9. It's for those blueprints, right? Who are you? Lucci's pupils shrank instantly. Why did you kidnap me? As the strongest warrior of CP9 in 800 years, Lucci had never felt so humiliated. He recalled being knocked out by someone with a punch. And the ridiculous thing was that he didn't even see that person's face clearly. An looked at Lucci, who was confused and couldn't help but curl her lips. She had originally thought to learn from Wayne, saying some heart-wrenching words. But when it came to actual combat, she didn't know what to say. In the end, she casually said, well, explaining this is quite troublesome. You just need to know that you won't have to do that boring infiltration work anymore. What do you mean? Lucci felt a chill run down his spine. Soon, he heard the sound of waves crashing against the ship's hull. Are we on a ship? What is the destination? Lucci asked. Upon hearing this, Ein's lips curled into a beautiful arc, smiling lightly. Honeycomb Island, Labor 1. It wasn't long before Wayne's pirate ship arrived at the next stop after Water 7, the Devil S Triangle. This was a sea area shrouded in fog, with dark mist nearly obscuring the line of sight, and even the sunlight above could not penetrate, making it hard to distinguish between day and night. This is really scary. There won't be ghosts here, right? From the moment they entered, the timid Leo had shrunk into Wayne's clothing pocket, curling up and not daring to come out. Leo, you coward. Don't say scary things. Princess Mancheri complained, poking her little head out from another pocket. You two are equally cowardly. Wayne couldn't help but pull the corners of his mouth. Haha, this is so fun. Let us just rush through. Yamato was different. She stood at the bow of the ship, dancing excitedly and pointing at the dark sea ahead, shouting joyfully. Jinbe and the others, however, were vigilantly looking around, their observation haki spreading out. Uncertain how long they had been sailing, a clear and melodious singing voice reached the ears of everyone on the ship. Accompanying the song was a violin accompaniment. It was a melody familiar to countless people on the sea. Its name was Bink Sake. Yo-ho-ho, 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 yo-ho-ho. Bink Sake is served, facing the wind and rain and giant waves. The singing was melodious and particularly beautiful, making both Meng Shuili and Leo captivated, even forgetting their inner fears for a moment. Xiaozi sings so well, Leo exclaimed. Yes, yes, but the voice seems to have changed a bit, Meng Shuili said, suddenly realizing something was off. At that moment, Xiaozi walked over from behind Wayne, looking confused and said, It's not me singing. Huh? Leo and Meng Shuili immediately turned pale with shock. At this time, right in front of the pirate ship, accompanied by the singing, a dilapidated, ancient sailboat broke through the thick fog and stopped in front of the pirate ship. Everyone also saw the source of the music. On that rickety deck stood a skeleton wearing a black top hat and a suit, pulling a violin, singing with its upper and lower teeth clattering together. Upon seeing him, Leo and Meng Shuili were instantly frozen in place. Then, ah, devil, a deafening voice echoed across the sea and sky, the sound waves even blowing away some of the surrounding fog. Leo wailed, Please, let me go. If you want to eat someone, eat the fickle princess Meng Shuili. Hearing this, Meng Shuili, forgetting her fear, directly punched Leo on the head. Leo, what are you saying? The skeleton, who was Brooke proficient in the art of nose singing, upon hearing Leo's loud shout, also stopped playing his instrument, raised his hands, and cried out with tears flowing, Ah, fairy, don't eat me. Frankie, the closest to them, dug at his ears and said with disdain, Shut up. Keep it down, you guys. Jinbe and the others, upon seeing Brooke, drew their weapons, each ready for battle. There are many legendary stories at sea, but the most talked about is naturally the so-called wandering ghost. At this moment, the dim sea area, the dilapidated sailboat, and the living skeleton created a perfect atmosphere. But at this time, Wayne waved his hand, signaling everyone to lower their weapons and calm down. Don't be afraid, he means no harm. Wayne Landu, what are you talking about? That's the legendary devil. Leo was already frightened to tears, stuttering. The fairy is talking again. So scary. The skeleton on the opposite side also shouted in fear. Clearly, both sides were unsure of their situation. Wayne, however, looked at the musician drifting on the sea with great interest. No singing brook, a user of the revive fruit, no, the yellow spring fruit, has the ability to return his soul to the living world after dying once, merging with his own body and gaining rebirth. However, as the current user of the yellow spring fruit, Brook had encountered a major bug, resulting in his existence only as a skeleton. Don't worry, we're just passing pirates. Wayne smiled at Brook and said, living people? My eyes haven't seen a living person in a long time. Brook looked incredulous, rubbed his face, and let out a strange laugh. Although I don't have eyes. Yo ho ho ho, Wayne Landu. What are you talking about? Leo was already so scared he was in tears. Brook slightly bent his legs, using his bony legs to make a strong leap, landing directly on the deck of Wayne's ship. Nice to meet you all. I am. Before Brook could steady himself, he attempted to bow to everyone, but suddenly slipped and fell onto the deck in a comical pose. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My waist is about to break, although I don't have a waist. This bizarre joke made Frankie burst into laughter. What is this? A talking skeleton? A skeleton from a circus? Yamato also came over, starting to observe Brook up close. Leo and Manxueli's fear also diminished significantly, but they still cautiously hid behind Wayne. Peering at Brook timidly. I am Wayne, the captain of this ship and the leader of the beast pirates, and they, Wayne pointed to Leo behind him, are not fairies, but little people and also my friends. Yo ho ho ho. That was indeed rude. Brook got up from the ground and bowed apologetically. It's okay, Manxueli whispered. Then, Brook straightened up and briefly introduced himself. Mr. Wayne, everyone, hello. My name is Brook. I love singing and dancing. And I am the captain and musician of the Rum Bar Pirates. This skeleton is also a pirate. Rum Bar Pirates. Upon hearing this, everyone was confused and looking at that dilapidated, completely unable to sail sailboat made them even more puzzled. This guy can't be lying, right? Hello, Brook. I'm very curious about your experience. For example, your body. And why you appeared here. Can you tell us? Wayne said, voicing the confusion in everyone's hearts. Upon seeing everyone's expectant gazes, Brook let out a laugh. Yo ho ho ho. It's been a long time since I talked to anyone. I'm so excited that tears are flowing out, although I don't have eyes. Next, Brook began to tell the adventure story of the Rum Bar Pirates. From the initial islands to the entrance of the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. From the captain inviting Brook aboard to meeting a little whale named Laboon. Brook cherished these events like treasures, and as he talked about them, happiness filled his face. Everyone listened intently. However, at the end, when he spoke about the story of the Devil's Triangle, Brook's face suddenly became incredibly despondent. We were attacked, and all my companions died on the ship. Except for me. Later I found out that the devil fruit I accidentally ate had this kind of ability. Whoa, Brook is so pitiful. After hearing Brook's story, Leo and Manxueli couldn't help but shed tears of sadness. But Frankie still asked with some confusion, Brook, the islands and kingdoms you mentioned, I've never heard of them. Are you sure they are in the Grand Line? He is not wrong. It's just that too much time has passed. Wayne said, then turned to Brook. It is now the year 1513 of the Sea Circle calendar. 15 years have passed since Roger opened the Great Pirate Era. The year 1513 of the Sea Circle calendar. Brook was taken aback, then with a reminiscing expression, murmured, it seems there was a newcomer at that time. Roger? Newcomer? How could these two words possibly form a sentence? Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Wayne said, it's perfectly normal. Brook has been trapped here for decades. Brook was originally the captain of a royal guard in a certain kingdom, but later joined the music pirate crew. Just as he entered the Grand Line and hadn't even completed the first half, he ran into trouble in the Devil's Triangle and has been drifting at sea ever since. So, Brook can be considered an old newbie in the pirate profession. Brook, Wayne said straightforwardly, we can take you out of this sea area, but before that, we need to make a trip to the Thriller Bark. I want to meet an old friend. Yo ho ho. Mr. Wayne is such a kind person, but I must decline. My shadow was taken by a man, so I need to. But halfway through his sentence, Brook suddenly reacted, zooming in front of Wayne's face, and eagerly asked, what? Mr. Wayne, what did you just say? You also want to go to the Thriller Bark? Wayne nodded and smiled at him. I have a strange idea. I want to find that guy Moria for verification. I will make him return your shadow. The mention of Moria's name made Brooke look somewhat dejected. Mr. Wayne, I appreciate your kindness, but you should take a detour. That guy's abilities are incredibly powerful, and he is recognized by the world government as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Upon hearing this, Wayne couldn't help but chuckle. A 7 warlord like Moria was indeed something he could dismiss. The only trouble would be Moria and the abilities of the Ghost Princess. Without prior intelligence, it would indeed be easy to run into trouble. Wayne patted Brooke's skeletal shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't underestimate us. My crew is quite strong." At that moment, Drake, who had been sent out by Wayne to scout and had transformed into a wind god pterosaur, flew over and reported, "Captain, I found that ship. It's really big, like a small island." "All right, got it. Bring the ship over now," Wayne said. "Brooke, come with me. After all, you want to get your shadow back, right?" "Since that's the case, thank you, Mr. Wayne." Brooke took off his top hat, revealing his fluffy, explosive hair, and bowed deeply. Then, the pirate ship set sail again, following the direction pointed out by Drake. Along the way, Leo and Mantua secretly hid in the corner, curiously watching Brooke. Yo-ho-ho, I'm actually quite good at hair management, because I only have hair left. Brooke's cold joke made the 2 little ones laugh heartily. "I'm Leo, a brave warrior of the little people. I'm Mangsu." Mantua was still a bit afraid of Brooke. Are you the legendary, beautiful princess of the little people?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Brooke unexpectedly knelt directly in front of Mantua, staring at her with his hollow eye sockets, and sincerely asked, "May I see your panties?" "Panties?" Mantua was stunned for a moment. Then, after confirming what she had heard, she became furious and kicked Brooke in the face. "Who would show you that?" Brooke's lightweight skeletal body was sent flying into the air and then crashed heavily onto the deck. Frankie, witnessing this scene, said with some disdain, "What the heck? Turns out he's a perverted skeleton. By the way, do you still have reproductive capabilities?" Hearing this, Brooke took on an angry posture. "Hey, don't casually bring up someone's sore spot." Wayne also walked over. "What's wrong?" "Frankie, do you have some thoughts about Brooke's body?" Frankie's lips curled into a slight smile. He didn't expect that Wayne could see his interest in that skeleton just from a casual comment. So he smiled and said, "Body modification. Although this guy's flesh is already rotted, we can still focus on what he has left, like bones, for some high-intensity modifications, just like I did." After saying this, Frankie pulled open his abdomen, which looked like a small refrigerator containing several bottles of ice-cold cola. Interesting, Wayne rubbed his chin, looking at Brooke with interest. In his current state, Brooke was not invincible. Although chopping off his skull wouldn't kill him, if all his bones were ground into powder, his soul would have nowhere to go and would gradually dissipate and die. So, where should we start the modifications? "Hey, why are you looking at me with those eyes?" Feeling a shiver run down his spine as he saw the 2 looking at him with mischievous smiles, Brooke suddenly felt he might have boarded the wrong ship. Soon, the pirate ship navigated through dense fog and arrived at the massive ship drifting in this sea area, the Thriller Bark. Its size was comparable to that of some small islands. Moria was on this ship. Brooke introduced him to Wayne. He is a fruit user who can steal people's shadows. Anyone whose shadow is taken by him can only live in darkness for the rest of their life. "Mr. Wayne, are you sure you still want to find him?" Wayne raised a hand, indicating that there was no need for more words. Besides, now that they were here, they might as well go. "Yamato, Shinobu, Drake, Brooke, you come with me to the island. The rest of you keep a good watch on the ship." "Yes, Captain Wayne." Whoosh! In an instant, Drake's body underwent a dramatic transformation, turning into a massive wind god pterosaur. Unlike Uncle Jin's dragon fruit, ancient type, no-tooth pterosaur form, Drake's wind god pterosaur was much larger, probably the biggest among flying ancient types. Wayne and the others directly sat on the back of the pterosaur. The giant wings flapped, creating gusts of wind that dispersed the fog in the air as they flew straight toward the Thriller Bark. As they flew over a dark forest, Wayne's observation Hockey sensed something, and he said, "Let's get down." Thud! As soon as they landed, a rustling sound came from the ground around them. "What is that?" Drake looked up. Not far away, a grotesque-looking zombie crawled out from the ground with a fierce expression. Soon after, the sounds grew denser as dozens of zombies crawled out from the ground and charged toward the group with their claws bared. Storm Kick, Sky Splitter. A dazzling beam of light gathered from Wayne's leg and then kicked out fiercely, slicing through the air and directly cutting down all the zombies in half. One zombie, however, got stuck in the ground and couldn't rise, narrowly escaping the fate. He was about to drill back down when Wayne got ahead of him, stepped forward, and directly grabbed his collar, pulling him out from underground. "Xiao Zi, make a dumpling." "Huh?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Zi was a bit confused. but still pinched a round white ball from her face. Wayne took the ball and stuffed it straight into the zombie's mouth. Ayu, after a moment of panicked howling and struggling, the zombie surprisingly quieted down. At this moment, Xiao Zi said in amazement, "Captain, it seems I can control him now. It really works." Wayne felt a surge of joy in his heart. In the original story, the zombies created by Moria using the shadow fruit had a fatal weakness. They couldn't consume salt containing the energy of the sea. Therefore, it could be inferred that these zombies had a certain absorption ability. Moreover, the dumpling fruit not only made animals obedient, but also allowed users of artificial devil fruit powers to completely obey the commands of the user. It now appeared that this could also be effective against the zombies created by Moria using the shadow fruit. Wayne raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, also, can the dumpling fruit be further developed? At the same time, a transparent little ghost was darting through the forest, quickly arriving at a gothic castle and floating into a room. The little ghost master was one of the 3 major weirdos on the terrifying 3-masted ship. The ghost fruit user, Perona. Huh, someone is invading at this time. Don't they know people are having sweet dreams? This is simply unforgivable. Reluctantly, Perona put on her clothes, walking with her little pigeon-toed steps, her small red shoes clattering on the floor. Angrily, she grabbed a wine-red umbrella and flew towards Wayne's direction. Yo-ho-ho-ho! Upon seeing Wayne kick dozens of zombies away with a strong kick, Brooke laughed exaggeratedly. "Mr. Wayne, your strength is truly formidable." Then Brooke explained, "As far as I know, these zombies rely on Moria's fruit abilities to gain the ability to move." Just as Brooke and Wayne were talking, Wayne's observation, Haki, suddenly sensed something, and he directly grabbed Brooke and jumped to an empty space nearby. Turning back, he saw that Yamato and the others, who had been standing well just moments ago, were now weakly kneeling on the ground, exuding a sense of despair, mumbling something. "Xiaozi, I am so weak. How can I still dream of killing Kaido? It's really too shameful. Yamato, if there's a next life, I won't be a fish that drowns. Drake, I'm sorry for being human." This loss of fighting spirit and emotional despair was exactly like the effect of the ghost fruit. Wayne looked up. Sure enough, from a bush, a pink-haired little girl walked over with pigeon-toed steps, her mouth letting out strange giggles. "He, pitiful intruder. Curse your unfortunate fate for not having the ghost fruit." Wow, this beautiful girl. Before Perona could finish her sentence, Brooke leaped forward, fell in front of her, and pleaded, "May I see your panties? Where did this perverted skeleton come from?" Perona was startled, and with a wave of her hand, she said, "Negative ghost. Go." A huge transparent ghost flew out from her hand and passed through Brooke's body. No. Brooke, who was originally lewd, instantly took several steps back, and then, like the 3 others, knelt on the ground, his face twisted in sorrow as he whispered, "I shouldn't be living in this world. Let the wild dogs take my body away. Oomph. This is the consequence of offending me." Perona pouted and then turned to Wayne, saying, "And you? Why do you look so familiar? I feel like I've seen this face somewhere. Wait a minute." Perona suddenly turned pale. "You are that inherently evil pirate. Bruce Wayne, what a joke. The latest newspaper said his base is in the New World. Why would he?" Thinking of this, Perona felt a chill running down her back, and the smile on her face had long since frozen. "What? Suddenly so scared? Weren't you just arrogant?" Wayne smirked, his lips curling up as he said, "Stop underestimating people. Eat my ghost." Perona used the same technique. A ghost with a sorrowful face quickly spread its arms and crashed toward Wayne. However, in Wayne's eyes, the speed of this ghost was surprisingly slow. He simply dodged it with a slight shift. "It's not over yet." Perona was unwilling, swinging her arms and releasing countless small, transparent ghosts that densely filled the sky. Ghost forest. Countless little ghosts exuding a chilling aura dove down, launching indiscriminate attacks toward Wayne and the others. Black flash. Armament Haki released. Excessive Haki can eliminate some of the effects produced by devil fruit abilities. However, the negative ghost is more like a conceptual skill. Once hit, one becomes negative and even reluctant to use Haki. Therefore, Wayne could only use his powerful Haki to block it before Perona's ghost could hit him. ZZZ. A ball of black lightning condensed in Wayne's hand, and the terrifying energy created a gust of wind that whipped across Perona's face, causing her tender little face to feel as if it had been cut by a knife. "No way." In Perona's shocked gaze, the lightning-like orb violently collided with the ghost army, and the originally intangible little ghost suddenly revealed expressions of pain before directly dissipating into the sky. Boom! A huge sound echoed as the lightning orb exploded in the air, the strong wind pressure knocking down the surrounding trees. Ah, how is this possible? Perona's eyes bulged out in terror. This was the first time she had suffered such a blow. Even Moria couldn't deal with her negative ghosts. Caw! It wasn't over yet. Wayne's hand once again condensed a dazzling lightning orb, with white lightning intertwining like a python, emitting a sharp sound resembling 1,000 birds chirping together. Wayne grinned and stepped toward Perona. No. Perona screamed in fright. As the terrifying energy of the lightning orb drew closer to her, she felt her vision darken, her body going soft, and she collapsed straight down. Perona fainted from fear. Swish! After sensing with his observation hockey that Perona was not pretending to be dead, the lightning orb in Wayne's hand instantly dissipated. But then he turned his head. In the dense thicket, a small bat flapping its wings was staring at him with its shiny black eyes. Wayne grinned, walked over, and picked up the pink-haired little girl. Moria, don't hide. You wouldn't want anything to happen to Perona, would you? At this moment, in the master bedroom of that castle, the round-bodied, long-necked Moonlight Moria, with 2 small horns on his head, was monitoring everything that had just happened with the shadow bats. Damn it, why is Vayne here? It doesn't make sense. How long has it been since he defeated Wang Ji? Even if he flew over, it shouldn't be this fast, right? Damn it, but there was no choice. Perona was in his hands, and he couldn't abandon his companion. He had to go for it. Moria spread his arms, and the shadows beneath his feet instantly dispersed like liquid, gathering in the air into countless small bats that flew out of the castle. Soon, the bats assembled in front of Vayne, merging together to form Moria's shadow. This move was called Shadow Warrior. As the name suggests, it allows Moria to detach his shadow from himself and create a combat puppet with considerable fighting power. Immediately after exchange, Moria's main body replaced the Shadow Warrior, his bulky figure appearing before Vayne. He looked down at Vayne, his anger causing his eyelid to twitch involuntarily. Hey, what are you doing here? Let Perona go. Vayne smirked. First of all, my name is not He. Secondly, you should apologize to me for your reckless subordinate. Huh, you really dare to say that. You look down on people too much. Moria grinned widely, sneering. I was wandering this sea when you were still drinking milk. In the next moment, Moria bent down his massive body, slamming his hands forcefully on the ground, and shouted, Dirt Resurrection Technique. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted from beneath the ground, causing the entire surface to shake slightly, the earth rolling as if an earthquake had struck. Countless withered hands broke through the soil, and one zombie after another crawled out. At the same time, zombies in the distance seemed to receive some kind of summons, rushing over. Soon, a legion composed of thousands of zombies surrounded Vayne. Bringing the dead back to life? Vayne asked, He, I am a user of the shadow fruit. I can take anyone's shadow and put it into a corpse that should have died. Moria said maniacally, as long as they are alive, they will lose. So I want to build a zombie army that feels no pain and obeys unconditionally. It's an old pirate tradition to reveal trump cards before fighting. However, after hearing this, Vayne thoughtfully said, So the resurrected zombies will be completely emotionless? TCH, since you asked sincerely, I will generously tell you. Moria waved his hand, halting the zombies that had already charged forward, and explained to Vayne, of course, they are not without emotions. Everyone's shadow is another aspect of their soul, containing the personality and fighting ability of the original body. So the zombies that initially gain the shadow will live with the emotions of the original body. However, if the original owner of the corpse is strong enough, they can suppress the shadow. Vayne raised an eyebrow. For example, the Dragon Slayer swordsman Ryoma from Wano Country, and the once renowned Captain John? Huh, you know about that? Those 2 strong corpses were hard for me to find, especially Ryoma's body. I found it after fighting Kaido in Wano when all my companions had died, risking being caught in my escape. Moria's expression became strange. This guy Vayne has only been a pirate for a few years and is so young. How does he know so much about his ship? Huh, so what if I know? Who do you think I am? I'm going to take your shadow right now and create a stronger zombie. The West Sea hero Moria spread his arms, and the shadow beneath him shot out like a thick ink, then began to coalesce into a sharp spear, rapidly thrusting toward Vayne. Shadow Spear. The shadow spear sliced through the air, carrying a fierce momentum, howling towards him. But this attack was simply too slow for Vayne now. He merely sidestepped, then wrapped his right fist in a layer of black armament hockey, smashing down with all his strength. Bang! With a strange sound, the once unstoppable spear was actually shattered in half, splattering like an unidentified liquid on the ground. What? Moria's eye twitched. Go. Kill him. He hurriedly ordered, commanding all the zombies to charge. Vayne was just one person, while he had a legion of shadow soldiers. But the next second, something unexpected happened. The zombie army, which should have been united, suddenly became chaotic after taking a few steps forward, with cries of agony erupting from behind. What is going on? Moria quickly turned his head, catching a glimpse of an unbelievable scene. Among the crowded zombie army, some were actually turning on each other. About dozens of zombies not only disobeyed Moria's orders, but also roared as they pounced on their companions. Moreover, the number of rebellious zombies was increasing. The scene plunged into chaos. Well done, Little Purple. Vayne clapped his hands and said with a smile. The one who could create such a scene was, of course, Little Purple, who had eaten the dumpling fruit. It had already been tested that her ability could indeed control these zombies. Ha ha ha. Vayne laughed wildly. He loved the feeling of turning someone else's things into his own, especially when it was done right in front of him. Vayne clenched his right fist, and with a hum, a red glow emanated, resembling flowing magma, as the hockey coated his fist. Then, grinning savagely, he strode towards Moria. Whoosh! Vayne's figure instantly vanished from his spot. In a panic, Moria instinctively wanted to use observation hockey to dodge Vayne's attack. But he seemed to forget that after staying in the castle for so many years, he had lost touch with hockey. Moreover, Vayne's speed was not something ordinary observation hockey could predict. Boom! Without any warning, a punch slammed into Moria's belly, caving in his body like a ball. Puff! Moria spat out a mouthful of old blood, his body flying backward like a cannonball, crashing through several trees before finally stopping. Wow! It hurts so much. You bastard! Moria climbed up from a cloud of dust in the distance, his whole body trembling, and after a violent cough, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, clearly injured badly. No! He gritted his teeth against the pain and let out a howl to the sky. Then, with a gaze filled with resentment and unwillingness, he stared fiercely at Vayne. Vayne, are you going to take my companions away like that bastard Kaido? No way. I absolutely won't allow that. Accompanied by his grievances, his aura suddenly surged, and it was clear that Moria was going berserk. Hand over your shadows to me. Moria roared loudly. Immediately, the self-destructive zombies all froze in place, then one by one turned to face Moria. Their shadows twisted and slithered like snakes, breaking free and flying towards Moria. Hundreds and thousands of shadows gathered around Moria like ghosts, creating an exceptionally spectacular scene. This feels a bit like that scene where the horned demon tricks children with light. Vayne couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth, lending light to Digga, lending shadows to Moria. As all the shadows merged into Moria's body, his form expanded several times, growing larger than the surrounding trees, his belly becoming even rounder. Pooh! However, Moria suddenly began to gag, causing several strands of shadows to escape from his mouth. Damn! Come back! In his anger and humiliation, Moria was becoming somewhat delirious, unable to grasp his limit of absorbing shadows. Forget it, let it be. Vayne, I'm going to crush you. Moria grinned widely, raising his arm with all his might and smashing down towards Vayne. Meanwhile, Vayne slowly drew a famous sword, wrapping it with domineering aura, stepping forward quickly. Boom! Moria's giant hand smashed into the ground with a fierce collision sound, waves of air spreading out, enough to show the power of this strike. However, no matter how powerful it is, what's the use if it can't hit? Whoosh! A flash of white light appeared. Vayne's figure appeared above Moria's head, his long sword placed back in its sheath with an elegant motion. Then, with a pooh sound, a deep and long wound suddenly appeared on Moria's chest, blood gushing out like it was free. At the same time, amidst the crimson, there were also a large number of shadows mixed in. Vayne turned back and delivered a heavy kick to Moria's back. Bang! Wow! A large number of shadows began to rush out of Moria's mouth. After leaving Moria's body, these shadows instinctively fled into the distance, searching for their original bodies. One shadow spiraled in the air a few times before rushing towards where Brook was. Yo ho ho ho! Brook's excited voice immediately came. My shadow is back. That's great. As more and more shadows were lost, Moria's body began to shrink dramatically, reverting from nearly 100 meters tall back to his original form. The pain he hadn't felt for years resurfaced, making his vision gradually blur. Did I lose? Boom! The fat and bloated body collapsed to the ground, kicking up a lot of dust. The invincible Moria had fallen. After dealing with Moria and Perona, the loyal follower of Moria, the user of the invisibility fruit, and one of the three weirdos, Absalom, also rushed over, attempting to ambush Vayne. However, he was captured on the spot, knocked out, and tied up. The last weirdo, Hogback, known for sewing up zombie bodies with his medical skills, was also knocked down by Yamato and became a prisoner. Truly united, Moria. Although Moria's crew was weak, They were incredibly united. Just like now, Absalom and Hogback dared to come forward to die even after seeing their captain defeated. In the original story, Absalom was captured by Blackbeard, yet Moria dared to lead the zombie army to rescue him alone. Furthermore, after the Marineford War, Doflamingo attacked Moria with pacifists. At that time, Moria was already severely injured, and he could escape later thanks to Absalom and Hogback rescuing him. To defeat Moria so easily, he is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Mr. Vane. Truly powerful. Brooke cast an admiring glance at Vane. Vane smiled and said seriously to Brooke, "And you, my friend, who had the courage to challenge Moria again by boarding this ship, are the real hero." Brooke suddenly felt a bit shy, covering his face and letting out a strange laugh. "You make me blush, even though I don't have a face. Yo-ho, yo-ho-ho," after laughing for a while. He fell silent and solemnly said to Vane, "Mr. Vane, I have nowhere to go now. Can you let me join your pirate crew?" Long time drifting at sea has left Brooke in great pain. Every time he fell asleep, he would dream of reuniting with Captain Rumbar and that little whale. "In this world, I still have a wish. It is also our companion. Perhaps now, it is still waiting for us at Reverse Mountain." Brooke suddenly burst into tears, sadly saying, "So, Mr. Vane, please let me join your pirate crew. Even if the Rumbar pirates are left with only me. I want to make a name for myself and see Laboon. This is my lifelong request. Please." After saying this, he bowed deeply to Vane. "Since that's the case, I naturally have no reason to refuse. Then let us work together to grow strong and create brilliance again." Vane said with a smile, "Our pirate crew is thriving. And sooner or later, whether visible or invisible seas will be our territory. And at that time, I believe it will be the best moment for you to reunite with Laboon." Hearing Vane's grand words, Brooke had no doubt. Kneeling on one knee, he solemnly declared, "Thank you so much, Captain Vane, for your dream. I will give my all with this bone." "Ha! That means we have 2 musicians now." Yamato ran over excitedly and jumped onto Vane's back. "All right, this ship is safe now. Let us get our people on board and throw a feast," Vane said. The supplies on the terrifying 3-masted ship were still abundant, just enough to replenish. While another wave of people boarded the ship one after another, the fainted Perona woke up. Upon seeing Moria lying on the ground with a wound on his chest, she screamed in fright. "Moria-sama, are you all right? Moria-sama." The pink-haired little loli ran to Moria's side, pounding on his body. The wound that had been slowly healing cracked open again under her strikes, oozing out a large amount of blood once more. Seeing this scene, Vane tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Are you trying to finish him off? You bastard! How dare you treat Moria like this? You heartless guy! I will never forgive you. Never. Is that so? I was thinking of inviting you onto my ship," Vane said casually. "Whether it's Perona or Moria's fruit ability, both are concept-level abilities. If I can recruit them into my team, it would be a great boost. Moreover, the main thing is that Vane is very interested in the Shadow Fruit's abilities, especially after seeing that the zombies created by the Shadow Fruit can be utilized by the Dango Fruit, and the powerful zombies can briefly possess their own consciousness. Who knows, when I can collaborate with Dr. Vegapunk, I might be able to develop some unexpected things from these special fruits." "Huh? Onto your ship? To the outside world?" Upon hearing Wayne's invitation, Perona was taken aback. That's right. Hearing this, Perona's eyes lit up. As a 16-year-old loli, Perona had been living on the Thriller bark since being adopted by Moria, and she had no idea how boring it was. Every time she wanted to go out, Lord Moria would tell her how dangerous the outside world was and that she had to wait until he expanded his zombie army before she could set sail. Therefore, she had always yearned for the outside world in her heart. So, when she heard Wayne's invitation, she was immediately excited. Was she finally going to have a chance to go out to sea? Was she finally going to leave this dark place? How exciting. But then she realized something was amiss. Perona clenched her small fists, walked up to Wayne with her little pigeon-toed steps, looked up, and stared into Wayne's eyes. "You almost tricked me. I am Lord Moria's partner. You are Lord Moria's enemy, so there is no way." Wayne smirked, reached out, and tapped Perona's forehead. "Oh, well then, if you don't agree, then forget it." What? Forget it? Perona was even more furious, stamping her foot. "Shouldn't you be more sincere and ask me to join after being rejected? How could you be like this? You're really terrible." The pink-haired loli was acting all tsundere. Wayne shrugged indifferently, then grabbed Perona's little shoulder and turned her to face Moria on the ground. Immediately, Perona heard Wayne's devilish whisper in her ear. "It seems you can't tell the situation apart, Perona. What do you want? Don't forget, I am a pirate, and pirates naturally do as they please. However, even though you rejected me, I still choose to forgive you. But you're Lord Moria." "No," Perona shouted. "You can't hurt Lord Moria." She trembled all over, remembering the content from the newspaper, which said, "The Calamity Wayne is a killing machine of the 7 warlords. So far, he has already killed 1 warlord, captured another, and the third has not appeared since losing to him at the Devil Fruit auction. So, Perona, you wouldn't want Moria to be killed by me, right? Ha ha ha. I'll just join you. But you have to promise me not to hurt Lord Moria." Perona was almost in tears. For Lord Moria, she had no choice but to agree to Wayne's invitation. Wayne nodded with a wicked smile and said, "Then welcome aboard, Ghost Princess." Oomph. Perona wiped her tears. Although she still looked reluctant, she was very happy inside. Yay, finally going out to play. He, let us go build a ghost army. Perona thought to herself, the corners of her mouth already slightly curling up. At this moment, Brooke slid over to Perona's side. "Since we're all on the same ship, beautiful lady, let me see your." Before he could finish, Perona shot a negative ghost through Brooke's body. Instantly, Brooke felt like his heart had turned to ash. Collapsing in despair, mumbling to himself, "Born as a skeleton, I'm really sorry. Hey, what kind of crew are you recruiting?" Perona looked at him with disdain, pouting as she observed the others. Out of her tsundere nature, she naturally had to pretend to be dissatisfied. "This one," she pointed at Robin, saying she looked too gentle. "Can she really be a pirate?" She then ran over to Jinbe, who looked confused, and exclaimed, "Why is this guy's skin blue? Is he poisoned?" I'm a fishman." Jinbe sighed helplessly. When she ran over to Yamato, she accidentally bumped her head against Yamato's jelly-like soft and towering chest, then looked at her own somewhat barren plains and shouted angrily, "And this guy is really annoying." At this moment, a sudden voice came from below. "Hey, you're not feeling inferior, are you?" "Huh, I'm not feeling inferior at all." "Who said that?" Perona was furious, searching for the source of the voice. How scary. She was almost on par with Princess Mancheri. Perona looked down and spotted the evasive-eyed Leo. "What? This little guy is a pirate too?" She curiously picked Leo up. "Hey, don't look down on me. I am from the Holy Little Kingdom, the Dongtada tribe." Just as Perona was mingling with everyone, Moria on the other side was gradually waking up. But now Moria had been tied up like a big rice dumpling with bandages, his mouth and nose completely sealed, unable to move at all. "Just to clarify, it was Perona who tied you up." Wayne stepped forward and pulled the bandage away from Moria's mouth. It was clear that Perona's treatment skills were not ideal. She had just haphazardly applied various medicines to Moria's body and then wrapped him up in layers of bandages. "What did you do to her?" Moria asked anxiously. "Don't worry, she is doing fine now." Saying this, Wayne grabbed Moria, and with a flash of his figure, they arrived at another clearing in the forest. "Calamity Wayne, what exactly is your purpose?" "Very simple." Wayne got straight to the point. "I'm interested in you and your daughter." Moria's voice suddenly rose. "What? You actually want to be my son-in-law?" Wayne's face darkened, unable to help but twitch his lips. "Who wants to be your son-in-law?" "Then who do you want to be son-in-law to?" "I want to be a son-in-law of a hammer." Wayne now felt that Moria had eaten too many of other shadows and was somewhat out of his mind. He sat down on the ground and said in a plain tone, "Then let me make it simpler. Do you want to join my team?" "Huh, you little brat. Are you trying to recruit me? Who do you think I am?" Moria tried to move to look Wayne in the eye, but unexpectedly pulled at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain, looking particularly comical. However, Wayne could already sense his tough attitude. The heroes of the West Sea indeed shouldn't be beneath others. Moreover, his former mentor Kaido was Moria's archenemy. "You're making this hard for me." Wayne sighed helplessly. "It seems I'll have to use old methods again." To be honest, he really didn't like threatening others. But there was no other way. This method was simply too effective, especially against people like Cyrus and Moria, who had weaknesses. With this in mind, Wayne continued, "Moria, it seems your subordinates care about you a lot." Sure enough, Moria immediately roared in anger upon hearing this. "Bastard, if you dare to hurt them, I will never let you go even if I die." "Oh dear, I am so scared." "So, hurry up and tell me your choice." Just a reminder, my patience is also very limited. Facing the nonchalant Tao of Vayne, Moria let out a disdainful snort. "You little brat, is this the dignity of a strong person? Relying on such despicable means?" "So what?" Vayne shrugged. "Isn't that how pirates are? They do whatever it takes, right? But honestly, even though I've had to fight so many bastards during this time as a pirate, and there's always the risk of dying, I've never felt this relaxed before." Moria's pupils constricted. "If you have this kind of strength, why did you join the Marines before?" In Moria's impression, Vayne only started to stand out in the New World last year, under the banner of the Beast Pirates. "Well, that's a long story. It all started with my first love. I was only 7 years old back then, and she was 7 too." All right, stop. I don't want to hear about your love life." Moria interrupted impatiently. "What? You're really hurting my feelings here, Moria." "I don't usually share these things with anyone," Vayne said, clutching his chest. feigning sadness. Ha ha ha, you're really something. Moria laughed, then asked with interest, Vayne, you have ambition, right? What is it? Can you tell me? Vayne didn't speak, only pointed a finger at the dark sky. Seeing this, Moria asked in confusion, Huh? What's in the sky? The moon? Are you planning to go to the moon? Vayne was speechless and shook his head helplessly. It's really hard to communicate with you. Then he stood up, his gaze firm as he declared, in my hometown. There's an old saying, nobles and generals, are there any who are not of noble birth? Moria, do you think I have that opportunity? What? You brat. Moria was taken aback. Then his expression became subtle, and finally, he burst out laughing. Is your target this world? How arrogant. But I like it. Moria thought of something and continued to ask. I remember Kaido's ambition is also like this, right? Vayne nodded. Yeah, that's why you had a falling out with the beast pirates. Moria gritted his teeth. You will challenge that bastard Kaido sooner or later, right? Vayne. Of course, Vayne chuckled. But if I really want to get rid of Kaido, I have to use the world government's hand. I'm not stupid enough to fight Kaido directly and let the Gorosei benefit. Ha ha ha. Moria grinned. All right, then let's go cause a ruckus in the new world together. No matter who wants to fight Kaido, Moria, will definitely help. He raised his bandaged arm to the sky and shouted, This time, I won't lose a single comrade again. Do you have any objections? Future king of the world. So, when are we going to take down Kaido? My shadow fruit will definitely come in handy. By the way, is the new world still that dangerous? Should I just continue to build my zombie army here? I can help you when you go to take down Kaido. After a few days of feasting on the terrifying three-masted ship, Moria, who had originally reignited his hope, became dejected again. There was no helping it. This lazy guy had been cooped up for too long, even losing the ability to use haki. You have to know that he used to be called the hero of the West Sea, a title not everyone could bear. At this moment, inside the castle, Moria was leaning against the wall, resting his head on his hand, eyes closed. Seeing Moria in that slumped posture again, Perona couldn't sit still and angrily ran over. Lord Moria, get it together. Didn't you say you were going to avenge Kaido? How troublesome. You go handle it for me. Moria nearly let his catchphrase slip out, quickly changing his words. Let Vayne handle it, that guy is strong. Huh? Lord Moria is the worst. Perona stomped her feet in anger. In this lackluster, unmotivated state, even Moria's negative ghost might not be triggered. At this time, Vayne, along with Brook and Frankie, came over, loudly scheming. By the way, our pirate crew has quite a few members. So according to the hierarchy, we will divide into 3 levels of officers. Oh, sounds cool. Brook let out a strange laugh. So, Captain, do I have the honor of becoming one of them? As he spoke, he pulled out a bounty notice worth 30 million berries from his tuxedo pocket. Don't look at me as just a pile of bones. I was once an excellent crew member in the Rumbar Pirates. After thinking for a moment, Vayne said the officers from high to low are the 3 generals, the 10 blades, and the director. Once we reach Hive Island, Brook, you can temporarily serve as a director responsible for gathering intelligence. Although Brook's strength isn't that impressive, his Yomi no Mi allows his soul to leave his body, making him a great reconnaissance tool, perfect for gathering information. His musical talent can be showcased during gatherings later. Thank you very much. Captain Vayne, I won't let your trust down. Brook exclaimed excitedly. Just joined the pirate crew and hasn't done anything yet. Vayne already made him a junior officer, which is quite an honor. Hey, what about me? Frankie quickly chimed in. The most important thing in a pirate crew is the shipwright, right? And me. Perona floated over with a wine-red umbrella. I want to be a high-ranking officer too. The 3 generals, right? Although it doesn't sound too good, I'll reluctantly accept. Before she could finish, Frankie and Brook shouted in unison, no way. Oof. Perona pouted. Then at least I'm a 10-blade. Lord Moria must be one of the 3 generals. Hearing this, everyone looked at Vayne, and Moria, who had his eyes closed, opened them slightly, watching Vayne with some anticipation. Of course not. Vayne said seriously, someone like Moria, who has lost his dreams, is no different from salted fish. Even if he gets on my ship, he can only be a doorkeeper. Vayne, what are you saying? Moria instantly lost his composure, standing up with his round body. Don't forget, I'm currently a Shichibukai. Shichibukai? The Shichibukai who were hunted after the Paramount War? Vayne replied leisurely, yeah, the Shichibukai, it does sound intimidating, but it's just something the world government uses to scare people. What do you have to be proud of? Moria's eyes twitched, and just as he was about to retort, he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the current Shichibukai, many have been killed or captured by Vayne, their value has significantly decreased. Bringing up this identity in front of Vayne truly seemed somewhat laughable, and it wasn't over yet, as Vayne continued to say to Moria, so Moria, You should start exercising again. Not to mention, in your current state, even if you really went to the New World, who could you handle? Kaido? I'm afraid it will be worse than the defeats from decades ago. Or, why don't you get rid of Hawkeye Mihawk? After all, you both belong to the 7 warlords and share the same title, so not having a fight would indeed be unreasonable. Moria tugged at the corner of his mouth, and his expression suddenly turned ugly. He certainly knew the name of Hawkeye Mihawk. He was the world's strongest swordsman, an existence on par with the 4 emperors. There was no way he could defeat that guy. Thinking of this, Moria felt a wave of inexplicable shame in his heart. Back when he was rampaging on the seas, these kids are still drinking milk somewhere. But now, Moria clenched his fist, tried to use haki, but he couldn't channel it at all. I think what I've said has touched your soul. I won't say more, just a reminder. If you want to go to the New World together, then bring out your determination to die. After saying this, Vayne left with Brook and Frankie. Moria's expression froze in place, and after being dazed for a long while, his gaze gradually became resolute. Soon, it was time to leave. Everyone gathered by the shore and boarded the ship one after another. Moria also made up his mind to follow them to the New World. Vayne didn't provoke him further and directly let him sit in the last position of the Espada. From the entrance of the terrifying 3-masted ship, a small 3-masted ship slowly emerged, resembling the terrifying 3-masted ship. Perona floated over, holding a famous sword over a meter long in her arms. When she flew to Vayne's side, she angrily threw the famous sword at him here. The reason for her anger, of course, was because she didn't become a high-ranking officer, just like that perverted skeleton Brook, holding a minor position as a director. Isn't this the Black Blade Chiosue, one of the great grade 21? Vayne took the famous sword, and with a buzz, he drew it from its sheath. Accompanied by a flash of cold light, the pitch-black sharp, long sword suddenly appeared in front of Vayne. This was once the sword of the great swordsman Ryuma, with a chaotic blade pattern, black-purple color, red serrated designs, and a thick spine, extremely tough. Even if a dinosaur stepped on it, it wouldn't bend a millimeter. Perona retold what Moria had said. This was indeed a rare good sword, so Perona raised the corner of her mouth. Could that position of the 3 heroes be increased? Brook and Frankie immediately protested. So cunning. Meanwhile, Leo, upon seeing this magnificent famous sword, asked with some confusion, Vayne, why is this sword black? It's because it has haki infused in it. Haki? Does that mean it was painted black? Leo didn't understand. It's haki. That sword has haki added to it. Ein walked over to explain. It's rumored that only top swordsmen, after enduring countless fierce battles, can permanently engrave their armament haki into the sword. In that case, the original sword becomes sharper and stores haki, turning into a black blade. How amazing. Doesn't that mean they can fight with their haki? Leo's eyes lit up. Haki is the ticket for the strong in the New World. He certainly wanted to use haki. If he could gain it without effort, that would be even better. However, after comparing his size with Chiosue's, he immediately dismissed the idea. That sword was just too big. I don't need it either. Vayne murmured. He wasn't someone who wielded swords. He would rather practice his fists. What a cool sword. Yamato also came to Vayne's side, staring at Chiosue in admiration. Yamato, do you want to become the great swordsman Yamato? Vayne smiled and asked. Yamato held Chiosue, swung it in the air, and said, it's too light. It doesn't feel comfortable at all. This one suits me better. She took out her kanabo, swung it hard, and smiled, revealing her small white teeth. As for the others, none of them were suitable for this weapon. Vayne could only temporarily put away Chiosue. Before leaving, Vayne also asked Moria to take Ryuma's corpse with him. After all, that was one of the few valuable things on the terrifying 3-masted ship. Although the zombie army created by Moria and Hogback was weak, it didn't mean that this development direction was wrong. Moreover, after seeing that the dango fruit could completely control zombies, Vayne was even more convinced of this point. Guided by the small, 3-masted ship, the 2 pirate ships quickly sailed away from the mist-covered Devil's Triangle and entered a sunny sea area. So beautiful. This is the blue sea. Perona excitedly stood at the bow, feeling the warm sea breeze. Behind her, Moria looked at her like this, showing a smile like an old father. Yes, this child should see the outside world. With this thought, Moria took out a transponder snail and dialed. Hey Vayne, is the next stop Sabaody Archipelago? No, we're taking a detour. A detour? Where do you want to go? Do you know Hanavza? Vayne asked. That warlord? Didn't he disappear at Sabaody Archipelago? Moria replied. He may stay at home, but he still reads the newspapers. I'm good friends with the News King Morgans in the New World and Queen Stussy of Pleasure Street. They've already figured it out. That guy Hanavza escaped back to his territory after leaving Sabaody Archipelago and has been hiding. So, you want to take revenge on Sabeti Archipelago? Moria said with a strange expression. No, I don't hold grudges. Vane smiled. It's rumored that he is a collector of devil fruits, and I want to borrow some devil fruits from him. Moreover, Hanavza's base is not far from the sea they are currently in, so since they are already here, it's a convenient thing. Before long, the two ships quickly crossed the sea and arrived at the island where Hanavza was located, Fuego Island. At the same time, this island is also known as the Island of Gardens and Destruction. In the original story, Hanavza was defeated by Ace, who had just set sail. Moreover, based on the experience from last time at Sabeti Archipelago, Vane could be sure that Hanavza's strength wound T be much stronger than Doflamingo. Huh. Drake transformed again into the tall wind god Pteranodon, carrying Vane, Yamato, and Ein flying towards the island. At the same time, Vane's observation hockey was released, searching for Hanavza's hiding place. During the flight, the group also noticed that this island was somewhat different from other islands. The ground was littered with trees that had been cut in half, with broken branches and leaves scattered everywhere. Deep ravines appeared on the once flat land like scars on the earth, crisscrossing. The ground was in disarray, with rotting fruit emitting a pungent smell and animal carcasses scattered about. It looked as if it had just gone through a war, appearing particularly tragic. After flying for a while longer, they saw some civilians working in the fields below, all wearing frowns. Let us go down and take a look. Whoosh! The speed of the wind god pterosaur is extremely fast, its wings cutting through the air with sharp sonic booms as it directly plummets downwards. What is that? The people looked up at the sky in terror. Just as the wind god pterosaur was about to crash, a long rumbling sound echoed, and a strong gust of wind howled as the pterosaur stopped just a dozen meters above the ground. Immediately, Wayne leaped down, landing on the ground with a classic entrance like a child of the earth, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Looking at the panicked people beside him, Wayne said, "Don't be afraid, we are pirates." Upon hearing this, the onlookers breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, so it's pirates. Pirates have come. Everyone run. However, at that moment, the massive wind god pterosaur landed on the ground, blocking their escape route. "Don't be afraid," Wayne said with a friendly smile. "I just want to ask some questions." As he spoke, he pulled out several thousand berry bills from his pocket and waved them at the crowd. Hearing this, a young man stepped forward and took the berry, respectfully saying, "Please, go ahead. I want to know the details about this island and the location of the warlord of the sea, Hanavza." "Hanavza? Are you looking for that lord?" the man asked, somewhat fearfully. "That's right." The man's face showed hesitation, but upon seeing the massive pterosaur behind Wayne and glancing at the berry in his hand, he gritted his teeth and revealed everything he knew. There used to be a naval base on this island, just like many other islands. However, since that warlord of the sea arrived, the navy on the island was completely reassigned. This island had been entirely under Hanavza's rule. Unsurprisingly, Hanavza is a tyrant who, relying on his status as a warlord of the sea, treats all the island's inhabitants as slaves, living a life of a local emperor. Moreover, Hanavza has a peculiar hobby of collecting zoan-type devil fruits. A few years ago, Hanavza heard somewhere that when a devil fruit user dies, the devil fruit will randomly reappear among the world's fruits. Therefore, Hanavza issued a mad order for all the residents of the island to plant fruits, especially fast-maturing ones like tomatoes and pineapples, leading to widespread poverty among the islanders. The cruelest part is that Hanavza allows his subordinates to vent their frustrations on the plantations that do not yield devil fruits, often leaving the orchards in ruins. This is why Wayne and the others saw that scene when they first arrived on the island. This is also the origin of the name Garden and Destruction Island. At the same time, in the central town of the island, there is a loft that closely resembles Arlong Park, but its tall rooftop is decorated with a fierce-looking Tyrannosaurus Rex. Inside a room on the rooftop, one of the warlords of the sea, Hanavza, was sitting on a sofa, leisurely sipping red wine and admiring several uniquely patterned devil fruits displayed on the table. Suddenly, a patrolling pirate called him, "Boss, it's bad. A few invaders have come to the island." He waved his hand dismissively. "Humph, just take care of them. This is a paradise, not the New World. No strong people come here." But according to the footage from our transponder snail, that guy is natural disaster Wayne from the Beast Pirates. "What? How could Wayne come here?" Hanavza exclaimed, sitting up excitedly from the sofa. "It really is Wayne. Boss, what should we do?" Hanavza's expression showed a struggle as he muttered to himself, "No, I need to leave quickly. That guy is a madman." Just as he was packing his bags, preparing to take his precious devil fruits and avoid the danger, his subordinate walked in, looking serious. "Boss, you can't leave. If the world government finds out you fled without a fight, they will definitely expel you." Hearing this, Hanavza froze. his mouth twitching as he couldn't help but shout angrily. Then if I don't leave, how can we resist Wayne? The newspapers say his strength can rival the 4 emperors. No, boss, although Wayne is strong, you are not necessarily weaker than him. Seeing Hanavza still looking puzzled, the subordinate sneered and explained, First, you, boss, are a noble warlord of the sea, a great pirate recognized by the world government, while Wayne is just a rookie pirate. That's a victory. Second, this is our territory, and this loft is easy to defend and hard to attack. We have the geographical advantage. That's a second victory. We already have 2 victories, which makes it a 3rd victory. So, our chances of winning are high. Following the direction pointed out by the crowd, Wayne and his group arrived at the center of a town and saw the towering loft. The surrounding residents also came out from their dilapidated houses and chaotic streets. Gathering in the outer area, densely packed, even the rooftops were filled with onlookers. Have you heard? Pirates have come to challenge Hanavza. That's the warlord of the sea. Do you think they can win? If Hanavza loses, do we not have to? Shoo! Don't let Hanavza's people hear. Sigh. Another group has come to challenge Hanavza. Another bunch of pirates is about to lose their dreams. The noisy voices reached Wayne's ears. However, most people did not have high hopes for them, as Hanavza had been committing crimes here for too long, leaving heavy psychological shadows on these residents. At that moment, a tall figure, standing a full 10 meters tall with a round belly, walked out from the loft. He was holding 2 scythes, and his face was full of flesh. This man was the strongest subordinate of Hanavza, the butcher Draven. The enemy is before me. They will either flee or be utterly defeated. Draven roared angrily. Let me tell you the fate of challenging Lord Hanavza. As Draven struck a pose, looking provocative, Wayne hadn't decided who to send in a battle yet. But Yamato couldn't hold back any longer and rushed out, grabbing a kanabo, spike club. The kanabo was wrapped in black armament hockey, crackling with black lightning, carrying a strong gust of wind as it quickly reached Draven. Draven frowned, about to use his scythe to block, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Boom! A loud collision sounded. Draven's originally protruding belly was crushed in, and a large mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth. Subsequently, his tall body was heavily smashed away, plowing a massive trench in the ground, eventually crashing into the loft and creating a large hole. Draven's abdomen was smashed open by the kanabo, looking particularly tragic, and he fell into unconsciousness. Well, what? Draven actually lost, and it was so fast. Is that guy a monster? The crowd erupted in excitement, engaging in intense discussions, looking at Yamato in disbelief. Yamato's face broke into a radiant smile as he excitedly called out to Vayne behind him, Vayne, they all praised me. Vayne nodded. This guy Yamato has become stronger again. It won't be long before he reaches that peak state like in the original work. However, Yamato still has a lot of potential. Vayne decided that after returning to Hive Island, he would give Yamato special training, preferably helping her master advanced observation hockey and flowing cherry. At that moment inside the attic, Hanafusa looked in disbelief at Draven, who had been smashed into the wall and couldn't get free. Damn Vayne, how dare he kill me? Boss, you must avenge Draven, said his assistant with a mournful face. Hanafusa curled his lips and shot a fierce glance at his assistant. He regretted not running away sooner. He shouldn't have listened to this guy's nonsense. Don't even mention Vayne. Even Yamato, who attacked Draven just now, was not someone he could deal with. That 3 wins and 3 losses theory is really harmful. But at this point, he couldn't run away, so he could only brace himself. Vayne. Hanafusa leaped down from the upper floor, landing with a pair of resentful eyes fixed on the crowd. We meet again. As soon as he appeared, many people instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him. Vayne crossed his arms over his chest, sizing up Hanafusa, whose arms had been replaced by mechanical ones, and was wielding a huge scythe. This guy is too much like Teacher Kai. Both are Zoan-type devil fruit users, both tyrants, and both pirates with the concept of plunder. A very pure pirate. Without wasting any words, Vayne directly said, Hanafusa, hand over all your devil fruits, and I will allow you to go to Hive Island as an honorable laborer. Arrogance requires ability, and I just happen to have it. Hanafusa growled, swinging the giant scythe in his hand, unleashing countless sharp slashes towards Vayne. The crescent-shaped slashes tore through the air, whistling toward him. Clang! Clang! A barrier resembling a skeletal structure suddenly appeared around Vayne, blocking all the slashes with a series of metallic breaking sounds. First stage of the god of thunder. With a step, Vayne vanished from his original position and reappeared above Hanafusa's head. Hanafusa's pupils contracted, the scythe turned pitch black, and he violently swung the spiked flail from the handle. But Vayne merely kicked it away as if it were nothing and then delivered a heavy kick downward. Hanafusa raised the scythe, attempting to block the attack. Bang! Vayne's powerful kick struck the scythe. Hanafusa felt as if his arm was about to break. Intense pain sweeping through his body. How could he be this strong? Just as he was about to be defeated, Hanafusa gritted his teeth and spat out, "Transform." In an instant, his body swelled and transformed into a gigantic Tyrannosaurus Rex. At this moment, his physique and strength rose to another level, withstanding Vayne's blow. Vayne released his fruit ability, stepping lightly in the air, preparing to use a different tactic against Hanafusa. He began to throw punches at the air in front of him, and soon, his skin turned hot and flushed, white steam swirling around him. An invisible pressure began to release. Hanafusa's slit pupils flashed with confusion, wondering what he was doing. Vayne smiled lightly. "Guess what? If you guess right, I'll tell you." Damn it. Although Hanafusa was puzzled, he didn't act rashly. Vayne was too cunning. He was definitely trying to lure him into attacking first. "Oomph, I won't fall for that." Hanafusa scoffed inwardly, thinking he wouldn't be fooled by such an obvious trap. If Vayne wanted to waste his stamina, let him waste it. Thus, Hanafusa reverted to a more agile and faster hybrid form, ready to respond to Vayne's attack at any moment. However, as Vayne continued to throw punches, Hanafusa increasingly sensed something was off. He looked at Vayne, who was still throwing punches in the air, grinning maliciously at him, and couldn't help but mutter, "Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" Hanafusa remained on high alert, watching Vayne in the air. Around Vayne, white mist rose like white pythons, causing the surrounding air to become somewhat heated. What the hell is going on? After about 10 minutes of stalemate, Hanafusa sensed something was wrong. He noticed that with each punch Vayne threw, the smile on his face grew brighter. "Damn it! Eat my 8-point light wheel." Hanafusa spun the giant scythe rapidly in the air, forming a circular light blade, and then hurled it into the sky. The next second, his pupils constricted sharply. The light wheel that fell on Vayne was unexpectedly bounced away, causing no harm at all. How is this possible? What a joke. Hanafusa shouted in disbelief. Vayne grinned wickedly. He had already modified the King's fist. During the punching phase, he could freely control parts of his body to arm with hockey, perfectly solving the problem of insufficient defense during the charging period. "Now it's my turn." Upon hearing this, Hanafusa raised his arm and shouted in a pleading manner, "Hey, wait a minute. Do you remember? When we were at Sabaody Archipelago, I wanted to treat you to a meal." Vayne naturally ignored him, feeling his aura rise again, the scorching white steam sweeping out, forming a gust of hot wind that made his black hair dance wildly. Kings, Hanafusa was filled with terror as an unexplainable panic surged through him. Survival instincts kicked in, and he turned to run, but it was too late. Vayne swung down a fist. Fist! Boom! This incredibly powerful punch, wrapped in overwhelming hockey, instantly crushed the atmosphere, transforming into an astonishing shockwave that surged out. Hanafusa felt a flash of white light before him, and that terrifying shockwave instantly engulfed him. He covered himself with hockey, trying to block the blow, but could he withstand a punch powered by 10 minutes of effort? Boom! An ear-splitting sound echoed through the heavens and the earth, and the dazzling light blinded everyone around, making it impossible for them to open their eyes. A semicircular shockwave manifested around Hanafusa. Then, the shockwave erupted again, creating a deep trench in the ground in front of Vayne, extending to an unseen distance. After a long while, the dazzling light and fierce wind gradually calmed. How terrifying! The crowd collapsed to the ground, their faces showing disbelief. Is this still a human? Vayne jumped down from the sky, gazing at Hanafusa, who could barely be recognized, reduced to charred remains. Who? Wayne exhaled a breath of turbid air. Although the charging time for the King's fist was not long this time, the physical toll was still much greater than that of other moves. At this moment, witnessing the tragic scene, the deputy of Hanafusa, the pirate who had previously urged Hanafusa to fight, ran out from the attic. He then knelt directly in front of Wayne, holding a treasure chest in his hands. With great trepidation, he set it down and said, "Lord Wayne, this is the devil fruit collected by Hanafusa. It's all here. Please let me join your pirate crew." Wayne opened the treasure chest and saw the strange fruits lying quietly inside, exquisite like crafts. He couldn't help but smile. "I'm very happy that you are voluntarily offering the devil fruits. However, you might have mistaken me for someone else. The thing I hate the most is peak groups." "Huh? You?" Before the deputy could react, he was wrapped in lightning and suffocated in an instant. Subsequently, under the crushing weight of absolute power, all members of Hanafusa's pirate crew on the island were arrested and received a contract to work as laborers on Hive Island. Wayne then looked at the panicked civilians and said, I came here for one thing, to find Hanafsa. Now that Hanafsa is dead, you are free from now on. The people were first stunned, and then, upon understanding Wayne's words, they erupted with excitement. Great! Hanafsa has been defeated. No more endless labor. No more daily fear. Thank you, Lord Wayne, they shouted. After the cheers, people looked at Wayne with gratitude and were about to bow. However, Wayne sternly said, Stand up. No kneeling. I came here to trouble Hanafsa. What does it have to do with you? Get the hell out of here. Saying this, Wayne pulled out his pistol and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! The surrounding crowd immediately scattered, fearing that these capricious pirates would commit more cruel acts. Next, they went to search for Hanafsa's treasures, checking if there were any hidden devil fruits. The group split up, and not long after, Drake called out in surprise, Captain, I found a secret room. Wayne followed the sound and entered a basement in the attic. The door of this secret room was made of thick steel, incredibly sturdy. However, as long as it wasn't sea prism stone, it couldn't withstand Yamato's strike. Thunderbawa. Yamato swung her stick and smashed the door to pieces. Inside were some regular furnishings, along with a desk covered with various books, blueprints, and some ancient treasure maps. Wayne casually flipped through them. Most were illustrations of devil fruits, along with treasure maps marking their locations. Wayne had once come across a genuine devil fruit encyclopedia while in Mariewa, so he could tell that most of what Hanafsa had collected and organized was real, though some were fake. This guy really loves Zoan-type devil fruits, huh? Ein remarked. The Lizard King Hanafsa is basically a copy of Teacher Kai, except one likes Zoan-type devil fruits while the other likes to eat them. Moreover, Hanafsa was much crazier in his pursuit of fruits than Teacher Kai. Based on the information he left here, it's highly likely that he joined the 7 warlords to gain more information about devil fruits. Just notes on collecting devil fruits? After flipping through for a while, Wayne found it somewhat uninteresting and was about to leave when a notebook in the corner caught his attention. What is this? Wayne picked up the notebook. Upon opening it, his eyes widened in shock. As soon as he opened Hanafsa's notebook, he was taken aback. Of course, this was not the legendary death note, but the content was too secretive. Captain, what is recorded in there? I noticed Wayne's unusual reaction and quickly asked. After recovering from his shock, Wayne raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he had discovered something significant. What was recorded was a major event. When I caught a glimpse of the content on the first page, she asked in confusion, Valley of the Gods in the West Sea? What place is that? This guy is really crazy, daring to investigate such things. But he must have initially approached it for information on devil fruits. Now, Wayne had become immune to Hanafsa's bizarre actions. However, after Ein and Drake read the content above, they were both shocked. The information Hanafsa collected was incomplete, so the notebook only recorded the celestial dragons conducting inhumane hunting missions targeting enslaved civilians, as well as pirates attacking the Valley of Gods and the Navy teaming up with Roger to resist rocks. Could this really be true? Ein said in disbelief. She knew some of the ugly truths about the world government, but she could hardly believe that the celestial dragons could be this cruel, and the Navy seemed to also be accomplices in this matter. As for the outcome, Hanafsa did not know. After reading it, Ein and Drake were unable to calm down for a long time. The Navy justice concept they had once firmly upheld was gradually collapsing. Captain, you were right. The celestial dragons are worse than beasts. Drake shouted with his eyes tightly shut. Ein couldn't help but shed a tear. She knew the celestial dragons were guilty of many crimes. But since the moment she joined the Navy, she had been trying to understand the Navy and the world government. In the past, she believed that although the Navy was constrained by the world nobles and the world government, unable to influence the situation in the world, the Navy, which upheld justice, would always be the majority. No matter how rotten the order was, it was better than chaos. But the higher-ups of the Navy actually allowed something like the Valley of Gods to happen. This was only one incident related to the Valley of Gods. She didn't know how many more things were hidden behind the scenes. Seeing the scene of silent tears, Wayne sighed and put on a sad expression. So, when the Navy can't save this world, Ein urgently said, Captain Wayne, is this the reason you chose to join the Blade? No, Wayne honestly replied. I initially just want a higher salary. Drake and I. However, Wayne changed his tone. Although we can't change everything that has already happened, we can do our best to change this world. Upon hearing this, Yamato smiled and tiptoed in front of Wayne, her nose almost touching his face. So, this is Wayne's dream. I'll help you achieve it. After all, we're the strongest duo. Wayne smiled and ruffled Yamato's hair. At this moment, Yamato's eyes seemed to sparkle with stars. Wayne felt like he was really starting to like this girl. On the other side, Ein's gaze gradually became determined. She placed her hand on her chest and loudly said to Wayne, "Captain, I believe in you. I am willing to give you my heart." Drake made the same gesture, agreeing, "Captain, me too." Wayne smiled, "Well, you're all my wings." In fact, what shocked Wayne at first was not the God Valley incident in the West Sea, but the content at the back of the notes, which did not record the God Valley incident, but instead documented an animal-type devil fruit that Hanavza investigated over the past 2 years. According to the notes, the fruit was initially discovered by a group of pirates from the West Sea. In order to sell it at a high price, the pirates teamed up with a local gang to hold an auction. The outcome was remarkably similar to the auction held at Sabeti Archipelago. The difference was that those competing with Hanavza were not only pirates, but also members of the world government. In the end, amidst the chaos, the fruit was snatched away. Hanavza took the lead, following the group all the way to an island in the West Sea that was comparable in scale to God Valley. That island had a very poor country, which, to pay the heavenly gold, forced many impoverished people to go out to sea and become pirates. However, this inconspicuous country was surrounded by naval warships, and its ports were completely blocked. Even soldiers patrolled some islands thousands of meters away, prohibiting anyone from approaching that island. Hanavza was puzzled. The remaining reasoning told him that there must be government secrets on that island. Therefore, he had no choice but to tearfully give up on that devil fruit. But that wasn't the end. After that, he participated in several underground auctions. He noticed that a devil fruit bought at a high price by the world government was also transported to the West Sea. Many slaves and criminals who had committed crimes were also loaded onto transport ships, heading to a transfer station in the West Sea. This inevitably reminded Hanavza of the incident in God Valley decades ago. Thus, he recorded this strange occurrence after the God Valley incident, thinking he would search for valuable information later. However, he no longer had that opportunity. Celestial Dragons, God Valley. Wayne murmured, thinking about the Battle of God Valley from decades ago. At that time, Hive Island was still the territory of Roxy Zebek. The world government stole several devil fruits from Hive Island as rewards for the Celestial Dragons hunting operation, with the location chosen in God Valley of the West Sea. The hunters of the hunting operation were the Celestial Dragons, who were aristocrats of the world. The prey consisted of slaves and natives gathered from all over the world. Upon learning this, Rox summoned his pirate crew to attack God Valley, only to be blocked by the God Knights and the Navy, as well as the Roger pirates. In the end, Garp and Roger teamed up to defeat Rox, and God Valley completely disappeared from the world. Only a few people knew the true inside story of that event. It was from that point on that Garp earned the title of Hero of the Navy. Of course, the embellishment was quite high. Now it seemed that another island in the West Sea was going to be destroyed by the Celestial Dragons. Thinking of this, Wayne's mouth suddenly curled into a strange arc. However, this seemed like a fantastic opportunity. After hesitating about what fruit to write about in this book, does anyone have good suggestions? Currently considering the forest fruit or the bull fruit, mythical zoan, Chelan form. The name of that island in the West Sea is Balance Island. After Wayne finished reading, he closed the notebook. Then he turned around and saw Yamato pulling out a small notebook from her chest, grinning happily while writing something in it. "What are you writing?" Wayne asked. "Going out to sea is so much fun. I want to record all these things, just like Kazuki Oden," Yamato said with excitement all over her face. Wayne couldn't help but pull at the corner of his mouth. "Kazuki Oden, you really are a bad influence." However, now that Yamato has experienced so much with Wayne, she's not as obsessed as when he first met her. Back then, Yamato was a violent person who couldn't tell the difference between genders. After spending time with girls like Man Shirley and Kiku, she has become somewhat more feminine. After thinking for a moment, Wayne decided to thoroughly correct Yamato's mindset. "Yamato, let me see that diary of Kazuki Oden again." "Of course," Yamato said, taking out a warm diary from her chest and carefully handing it to Wayne. "Kazuki Oden is a brave man. Wayne, after you read it, you will definitely admire him." Hearing this, Wayne's eyes twitched. If that were the case, it could only mean that that clown Oden had really put some mind-altering magic into the diary. But that was impossible. Otherwise, Oden would have shown the diary to Kaido and gained a little fan among the 4 emperors. After mentally mocking for a moment, Wayne took the diary and casually flipped through it. The content on the first page made Wayne unable to hold back. When Kazuki Oden was 17, he attempted to go to sea several times, all ending in failure. On his way home, he forcibly abducted a married woman from Flower City to be his 19th wife. "What a beast, a damn beast," Yamato beside him said confidently. "How about it? Kazuki Oden is amazing. Even if he failed in going to sea, he didn't get discouraged and conquered so many women. He is not amazing. He's brutal and should be punished." Wayne retorted. Yamato was stunned. Unable to believe what she heard, Wayne, what are you saying? This bastard only cared about his own enjoyment, using violence and power wantonly, destroying others' families and harming innocent civilians. How is this behavior any different from Kaido's? No, that's not it. Yamato suddenly realized Wayne wasn't joking and hurriedly wanted to defend Kazuki Oden. And Wayne directly flipped to the second page, where Kazuki Oden attended a friend's funeral in Flower City and, in front of all the family members, dug up the grave, burned the friend's remains, and cooked a pot of Oden. That just shows Kazuki Oden's cooking skills are superb. Yamato immediately said, "Bang." Wayne couldn't stand this brain-dead fan and slapped Yamato on the head. "Hey Wayne, what are you doing? That hurts." Yamato rubbed her head, looking at Wayne in confusion. "Sigh." Wayne sighed helplessly. Yamato is not inherently bad. She can even be considered kind. Even after being treated like that by Kaido, she still admires someone like the morally corrupt Oden. When she grows up, she thinks about how to have pirates come to save Wano Country and how Joy Boy will bring laughter. Of course, believing in Nika is not as good as believing in light. Although her thoughts are hard to evaluate, her original intention is still good. After looking at a few more of Oden's peculiar incidents, Wayne let Ain and Drake go out first, then continue to speak to Yamato. "Yamato, do you know about the Celestial Dragons?" I heard from Peacock that the Celestial Dragons are a bunch of bastards, the people that Wano hates the most. I will help you kick those guys away," Yamato said angrily. "So do you know, Yamato, the things Oden did the Celestial Dragons often do too." "What? Are you kidding? How could Lord Oden?" At this point, Yamato was stunned, because according to what Peacock said about the Celestial Dragons, it seemed that Kazuki Oden did indeed do similar things. But, Yamato still couldn't give up. Oden changed after going out to sea, right? Right? Yes. Later Oden was a complete fool. Vayne directly closed Oden's journal and patted Yamato's not-so-smart little head with it. At that time, Kazuki Oden became the daimyo of Wano, and the people were looking forward to the appearance of a wise ruler. It was at this time that he went out to sea to become a pirate. Even if he became a pirate, he still abandoned all his subjects. It's really disgusting. If he didn't want to take responsibility, he shouldn't have accepted the appointment as daimyo in the first place. Lord Oden did it for freedom. Yamato's voice suddenly became smaller, obviously feeling a bit guilty. "Do you think the freedom you believe in is to trample on the freedom of others? For example, Yamato, what if the one forcefully taking a woman was you?" "Me? But I'm a man," Yamato stammered, her face turning a bit red. "Stop pretending, Yamato. You actually knew the difference between men and women a long time ago," Vayne said sharply. Although everyone on her ship had their special skills, after spending so much time together, correcting Yamato was still quite simple. She just hadn't communicated with normal people before, but she wasn't really foolish. Even so, Yamato was still stubborn. Lord Oden later fought desperately against Kaido for the country. "Oh, but how can I think that the person responsible for the tragedy of Wano is Oden himself?" Vayne looked at Yamato, whose eyes kept dodging. If he hadn't gone out to sea, Kaido wouldn't have been able to invade Wano. Moreover, even if we assumed that the returning Oden at that time wanted to defeat Kaido, it would have been easy. But what did he do? First, he believed in a promise that even a fool wouldn't believe, shamelessly danced naked in the flower capital for several years, and finally woke up, declared war on Kaido, and ended up fighting like that right at his doorstep, truly shameless. The most foolish thing was that, after being defeated by Kaido, Oden didn't even use his remaining strength and willingly had himself boiled alive. Still thinking about some savior? Vayne raised an eyebrow. "Is this the person you want to become, Yamato? I don't see a single good point about him." "Yamato," Vayne teased. "Could it be that you also want to dance naked, Yamato?" "Of course not." Yamato blushed even more and waved her hands repeatedly. "Just thinking about that kind of thing is embarrassing." Yamato fell silent. Some things one would never understand without experiencing them personally. Since meeting Vayne until now, she was no longer the big fool imprisoned by Kaido on Onigashima. Moreover, Yamato was straightforward and always said what she thought. But now, it seemed she couldn't find any rebuttal. After all, anyone who was even slightly normal wouldn't idolize a clown like Oden. So was it my fault? Yamato squatted down, burying her head deep in her chest, exuding an air of frustration, feeling as if her long-held faith had collapsed. Vayne also squatted down, pulled Yamato's head from the deep crevice, then pinched her soft face, looking directly into her reddening eyes. "I know you're feeling bad right now, but I just want to help you, to let you observe this world with your own eyes, to have your own thoughts, and not to live as anyone's shadow." Yamato began to sob softly, both because her long-held belief had collapsed, and because she was touched by Vayne's words. "So Vayne, I used to want to be like Oden, And you hate Odin so much. Have you ever hated me? Of course not. Vayne extended 2 fingers and tapped Yamato's smooth forehead, smiling. We're the strongest duo. No matter what you become, I will do my best to pull you back to my side. Really? Yamato sobbed and directly leaped into Vayne's arms. At this moment, she was like a lost child, extremely fragile. Vayne wiped away the tears at the corners of Yamato's eyes, saying seriously, yes. My will of the sea is to say and do. Yamato nodded heavily. Thank you, Vayne. Soon, it was time to set sail again. After getting on the ship, as she passed by Shinobu, Yamato awkwardly said in a small voice, Shinobu, I don't want to become Kazuki Odin anymore. But I will still fight alongside you to defeat that bastard Kaido. Shinobu looked confused. First, when she just got on the ship, Yamato was shouting every day to become her father. But after getting off this island, it was like she had become a different person. Moreover, that shy demeanor was nothing like the previous Yamato. She seemed to have become more like a woman. Vayne sat leisurely in the captain's room, sipping juice. This trip was indeed worthwhile. Not only did he correct Yamato's Odin-like thinking, but he also made Ein and Drake more loyal to him. It was truly exhilarating. Plus, he had a few devil fruits from Hanavuzer as spoils. Just thinking about opening the box of devil fruits made Vayne's hand unconsciously want to reach down, almost unable to suppress a light hum. Then, he opened the treasure chest containing the devil fruits. Inside were a total of 3 devil fruits, all of which were Zoan types. This showed how strong Hanavuzer's animal complex was. The 3 devil fruits were cat fruit, doll form, dragon fruit, ancient type, long neck dragon form, and lastly, surprisingly, an extremely rare mythical Zoan type, bird fruit, mythical type, cherry sparrow form. The cherry sparrow exists in certain legends and is a strange bird that inhabits cherry blossom trees, often symbolizing joy and luck. A mythical Zoan? Huh, interesting. Vayne held that mythical Zoan fruit in his hand, pondering. Currently, he already owned 2 Zoan-type mythical devil fruits. However, he didn't have anyone he could trust enough among his subordinates to eat these 2 powerful fruits. He couldn't sell them either, which was a waste of 2 powerful combat powers. But at that moment, Vayne's eyes suddenly narrowed, and in his peripheral vision, he saw the 2 famous swords leaning against the wall, Sakura Ten and Muku Kari. After thinking for a moment, he smirked and said, since no one can eat them, let's give them to the weapons. Weapons can gain the abilities of devil fruits, just like the slime that appeared later on Ice Fire Island, which ate the salamander fruit. It was composed of a mass of poisonous gas and a devil fruit. And Crocodile's subordinate, Mr. 4, Babu, has a cannon that possesses the ability of the dog fruit. Laba, dog form. However, it is worth mentioning that weapons gaining abilities is not because the weapon ate the devil fruit, but rather because the devil fruit ate the weapon. In Wayne's impression, after Caesar obtained the salamander fruit, he treated the fruit like a pet every day, even letting it listen to music and wrapping rubber bands around its surface to force out the entity hidden inside the devil fruit that resembled an animal. In the end, the salamander fruit really grew a body, and Caesar filled its mouth with poison, turning it into a puddle of red slime. Wayne took out a replica of the azure dragon fruit. Oh no, it should be called the pink dragon fruit. He then raised it into the air and shook it vigorously. After a while, he found that the fruit was still as round and smooth as before, with no changes. So, Wayne called Brooke in again. Captain, what can I do for you? Help me out, Brooke. At your service. All right, then sing to these 2 devil fruits. Wayne pointed at the 2 devil fruits on the table. Brooke looked puzzled. Captain, why is that? Have these fruits turned into fairies? Almost just sing. Okay then. Although Brooke didn't understand, he still took out his violin, stood up straight, and began to play. Yo ho 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 ho, yo ho 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 ho, bing sake. After singing several songs, Brooke collapsed onto the ground. I can't do it anymore. Captain, I'm exhausted. Although I don't have a waist or a back. Yo ho 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 ho. Meanwhile, Wayne was staring at the 2 unchanged devil fruits on the table, lost in thought. Was the method wrong? Caesar did it this way. Could it be that this method only applies to certain specific Zoan-type devil fruits? Or was there not enough time? Or was it not stimulating enough? Wayne took the 2 devil fruits and walked out of the cabin. Hey, Captain, what are you researching? Wait for me. Brooke quickly got up and chased after him. Upon reaching the deck, Wayne discovered Drake and Leo were fishing. He walked over and pulled out a new fishing rod from the ground. Then, he wrapped one of the devil fruits around the fish hook and, in the astonished expressions of the others, threw it into the sea. Hey, Captain, what are you doing? That S.A. devil fruit. Wayne, don't do anything stupid. Captain, even if you can't eat the 2nd devil fruit, don't be so impulsive. Wayne's face darkened. You misunderstood. I'm not using this to fish. I wanted to swim freely in the sea. Eh. The three stared with wide eyes, filled with confusion. Wayne didn't explain. He simply released his advanced observation haki to prevent the devil fruit from being snatched away by sea beasts. After several minutes, Wayne gently pulled up the fruit, which had been soaked in the icy seawater. After pulling it up, Wayne examined it in his hand, and indeed, noticed something unusual. Originally, the exterior of this cherry sparrow fruit was a pink oval with relatively large patterns, not as dense as those of other fruits. But now, the patterns had visibly become denser, and a thin layer of scales had formed on the surface, seemingly to resist the erosion of seawater. It worked. Wayne felt a surge of joy. Increased the stimulation. Whoosh! A pair of purple wings appeared behind Wayne, and he soared into the sky. After rising to an altitude of 1,000 meters, he forcefully threw the fruit. Immediately, Wayne accelerated to catch up, grabbing it just as it was about to fall into the sea. After repeating this process countless times, the pink fruit continued to change until it finally grew a pair of small wings, 2 tiny claws, and a beak-like mouth, resembling a little pink bird. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It worked, it worked. Wayne looked at the little pink creature flapping its mouth and chirping at him, bursting into laughter. Brooke, Leo, and Drake gathered around, all with expressions of amazement. Drake said, I don't know what it's saying, but it doesn't sound good. Leo added, yeah, if treated like that. Even a fruit wouldn't feel good. Brooke let out a strange laugh. Yo ho 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 ho. Captain, are you going to keep it as a pet? How amazing. Wayne took out the sword Sakura from the cabin and pointed the blade at the little pink creature. The next second, the little pink beast suddenly opened its mouth wide and swallowed the famous sword Sakura in one bite. Brooke and the others immediately gasped, raising their arms and shouted in unison, it got eaten. However, a miraculous scene unfolded after the pink creature consumed the famous sword. Its body quickly transformed and ultimately reverted back to the shape of the sword before everyone's eyes. Wayne picked up Sakura, feeling the changes on the blade. Then, he smirked, turned the sword upside down, held the blade upright in front of him, and exclaimed excitedly, watch closely, scatter, cherry sparrow, with a high-pitched and clear bird call. The blade of the famous sword instantly disintegrated into countless tiny metal shards, shimmering in the sunlight like floating cherry blossoms. Wayne's arm lifted slightly, and these fine shards seemed to be summoned, swirling in the air before growing larger and transforming into beautiful cherry blossoms. So amazing. So cool. The expressions of Brooke and the others suddenly brightened, their gazes fixed on the drifting cherry blossoms in the air. Aine, standing on the lookout of the ship, caught a cherry blossom in her hand, accompanied by a refreshing floral scent. Could this really be a real cherry blossom? That's right. Wayne said to everyone, this sword has acquired the ability of cherry sparrow, and I have also infused it with haki, so I can control this sword at will. With a thought, the cherry blossom petals reformed and returned to the hilt, assembling back into its original shape. One is called Sakura, and the other is called Cherry Sparrow. Then, from now on, your name will be Little Sakura. Buzz! As soon as the words were spoken, the blade of Little Sakura emitted a sound of metal clashing, seemingly expressing its delight. Using the same method, Wayne manifested the animal consciousness within the other replica Azure Dragon Fruit and fused it with another famous sword, Wood Withered. Roar! Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, the blade of wood withered rapidly transformed, first the hilt morphing into a lifelike dragon head, then the metal blade expanding to form a massive dragon body. Finally, a huge pink dragon soared into the sky, almost blocking out the sun, circling above the pirate ship. This is incredible. Little Purple looked in disbelief at the pink dragon in the air. She didn't know that if it weren't for Wayne's intervention, it should have been her brother Momonosuke who ate this mythical zone fruit. So big, I want to ride it. Leo cheered, spreading his arms wide. Wayne smirked slightly at the corner of his mouth. You want to be a Dragon Knight too? Then, with a thought, influenced by the domineering aura of the famous sword, Pink reluctantly let out a howl towards the sky, then dove straight down, transforming back into the shape of the famous sword and returning to Wayne's hand. From now on, I'll call you Little Dragon. After both swords gained their fruit abilities, the group set sail again, following the original route, and arrived at the midpoint of the Grand Line, the Sabaody Archipelago. They then passed through Fishman Island beneath the sea and returned to the New World. A month later, in Wano Country, on Agashima, inside Kaido's palace, Kaido was drinking in the Great Hall while listening to his subordinates report. You mean Wayne has been sending people to salvage things from the sea? Yes, Lord Kaido. According to Lord Wayne, he wants to improve the underwater environment of Wano Country to provide a habitat for the fishmen. This guy actually cares about those fishmen. Kaido snorted but said nothing more. Initially, the command to conquer Fishman Island was given to Wayne by him, simply to prevent that old hag, Lin Lin, from taking over Whitebeard's territory. Unexpectedly, after Wayne took over Fishman Island, he insisted on forming a Fishman army. Faced with his disciples' plan, Kaido naturally supported it wholeheartedly. He just wondered how his silly son Yamato was doing. Kaido muttered to himself. At the same time, on the shores of Onigashima, hundreds of fishmen were surfacing one after another from the sea, each time bringing up a piece of black wood. Although the size and shape varied, the material was remarkably consistent. After salvaging the wooden boards, the fishmen uniformly placed them into a large box. Once it was full, Kuma would use his pawpaw fruit ability to launch it to Sabaody Archipelago. After repeatedly performing this sort of delivery work, Kuma even gained some insights and developed new applications for his fruit ability. For instance, he could now temporarily repel part of the gravitational pull on inorganic objects he touched, thereby reducing their weight. Wayne was pleasantly surprised to learn about this and felt it might be a sign of Kuma's pawpaw fruit awakening. Thus, he ordered to speed up the salvaging process, leaving Kuma with almost no time to rest. Push to the limit, then surpass the limit. During the salvage of the Pluto, Wayne also contacted Stussy again, asking her to investigate Balin's Island in the West Sea through the underground forces. Balin's Island had closed all its ports since last year, and there were many world government personnel on the nearby islands. The world government explained that Balin's Island had experienced a serious rebellion due to its inability to pay enough heavenly gold and prohibited anyone from investigating Balin's Island. This was Stussy's exact words. This further confirmed to Wayne that the world government intended to treat Balin's Island as the next God Valley. Wayne then pondered in his mind. If he intervened in the God Valley incident, it would mean making an enemy of the Celestial Dragons. And being an enemy of the Celestial Dragons basically meant being an enemy of the world government. With Wayne's current strength, he couldn't possibly humiliate the entire world alone. Therefore, after thinking it over in his mind, he decided that the purpose of this action was to expose the misdeeds of the Celestial Dragons. In this way, he couldn't say it would have a significant impact on the overall situation of the world, but at least many high-ranking individuals in the Navy, like Zephyr and Akiji, who truly had a sense of justice, will be able to recognize the rotten system of the world government. It would let them know that the world nobles they were loyal to and protecting were the greatest evil. If this action could succeed, it might become a spark of resistance against the Celestial Dragons in the hearts of the common people. Thus, Wayne first sent people to the West Sea to report on the situation there at any time. It is necessary to explain that the New World is a paradise for pirates. However, in the Four Seas, the kings of various countries and their armies, along with the Navy, are the real rulers. Therefore, Wayne could only make rough judgments about the world government's actions from vague intelligence. He also called Morgans to purchase a large number of Den Mushi with video capabilities and some equipment for live broadcasting. The gossip-loving Morgans immediately sensed a big news story. Wayne, if you're not trying to become a star, you must be planning to create a big event again, right? Just tell me if you're selling. Yes, Wayne replied. Of course I'm selling, and I'll give you the biggest discount. However, Wayne, based on our friendship, just tell me. Maybe I can help. Morgans pleaded. All right, then I'll tell you. I'm planning to go to war with the world government and become the king of the world. Want to join me in starting a business? I'll give you all the newspapers in the world. Wayne said with a smile. Don't joke around. Forget it. If you don't want to say it, that's fine. I'll have those Den Mushi sent to Sabaody Archipelago as soon as possible. Morgans awkwardly replied before hanging up the phone. After that, Wayne visited Kuma at Future Island. This time, there was no scene of being bombarded by weapons. Vegapunk warmly invited the two inside, making them feel like they were back home. You found the design blueprint for that thing so quickly? Vegapunk said in surprise. That thing naturally referred to the legendary Pluto. It is said to possess world-destroying capabilities. There are only 3 such legendary weapons in this world. Uranus, currently in Im's hands, is suspected to need fuel to activate, and Vegapunk received a command from the world government to research the mother flame that can activate Uranus. Poseidon, Princess Shirahoshi of Fishman Island, has the ability to summon and control marine creatures. Once Shirahoshi can freely use her abilities, it is likely that no one in the entire ocean will be her opponent. Doctor, I think we should be more honest, Wayne said seriously. For example, I know you've been trying to understand the blank 100 years of history and would like to know about the legendary sun god Nika. What are you trying to say? Vegapunk asked in a panic. Although I'm a pirate now, as long as our interests align, we can always cooperate, right? Wayne replied. Young man, you think too simply. Even though I know you're a different kind of pirate, Vegapunk said awkwardly, Both the research on bloodline factors and the historical documents require funding. And although you are strong now and have a large territory, I must say, it's not the right time to oppose the world government. From any perspective, a big pirate in the New World does not have enough power to openly pry away the scientific defense organization that the world government takes very seriously. Moreover, Wayne has not yet established a foothold in the New World and split from Kaido, nor has he made enemies with Charlotte Linlin. There are countless others rushing to challenge him in the New World. Wayne smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? I originally wanted to move the entire future island, but it seems I will have to wait a little longer. However, Dr. Vegapunk, you still have to come with me. You need to help me assemble that thing, and I also have an interesting topic I would like you to research." This. Vegapunk's eyes darted away. "Can I not go?" "No." Wayne smirked with a wicked grin. "Don't forget, Dr. Vegapunk, about your private research on the historical texts. If the world government finds out, the consequences could be severe." How despicable. Vegapunk felt a chill run down his back, almost forgetting that the seemingly gentle young man in front of him was a pirate. Wayne stroked his chin with interest. "He, doctor, once you come to terms with it, come with me. This secret of yours, I could live off it for a lifetime." "All right, I'll bring my communication device with me. As long as it's not someone from the world government wanting to see me in person, it won't be discovered." Eventually, under Wayne's friendly persuasion, Vegapunk agreed to Wayne's proposal for temporary cooperation. Soon, on Egghead Island, a simple laboratory was constructed. Wayne and Vegapunk began their discussion. After hearing Wayne's ideas, Vegapunk immediately exclaimed in excitement, "What? This is too crazy. How is that possible? Your idea is completely unscientific." Vegapunk looked incredulous, even biting his own long, exposed tongue in his agitation, causing him to grimace in pain. "Science? This world isn't scientific at all, is it?" Wayne shrugged, for example. "The devil fruits. Can science explain them?" Vegapunk grew anxious. "That's different. Gaining abilities from eating a devil fruit is because the fruit inherently contains a devil. What you're talking about reviving is not the same. Reviving someone is something bloodline factors and cloning technology can't achieve." Wayne waved his hand, signaling him not to rush. "It's not reviving. It's about bringing their consciousness back to the world. Currently, having a devil fruit can achieve this, but the revived person won't possess their former strength." "Really? I don't believe it." Although Vegapunk knew that devil fruits had many strange, even bizarre abilities, the idea of reviving a dead consciousness was still too far-fetched. The Shadow fruit can do it. The ability of the warlord, Moria? Exactly. Wayne nodded. When Moria first acquired the Shadow fruit, he could only steal other shadows to strengthen himself or let enemies without shadows perish under the sun. It was only after collaborating with Hogback in the Devil's Triangle that he could truly create zombies. According to the unique principle of the Shadow fruit, shadows are another form of a person's soul. Soul plus body equals a complete person. The reason the Shadow fruit cannot completely revive the dead is that zombies lack the true soul of the deceased. So, what we need to do now is pull the souls of the deceased back from the underworld. "You do have quite the imagination," Vegapunk remarked, tugging at the corner of his mouth. Wayne smiled lightly and said, "I initially thought the same, but to achieve this goal, we need to awaken Brook's revive fruit. Moreover, even if it truly awakens, it may not necessarily open the gates of the underworld. Indeed, if such a thing existed, then souls would definitely have varying strengths. And finding a specific individual among billions of deceased souls, perhaps only a deity could do that," Vegapunk sighed. "It's not over yet, Doctor." Wayne pointed at his own head and continued, "In the past few days, I thought of another method." "You have more ideas?" Vegapunk said with a strange expression. In his view, Wayne's imagination was indeed rich, but it was also very unrealistic. That is the pawpaw fruit. Bartholomew Kuma's ability can not only expel pain and fatigue from the human body, but now can also condense a person's consciousness and thoughts into a bubble of bear paw energy, storing it. "Oh, is there such a thing? Please continue." Upon hearing Wayne's explanation, Vegapunk's eyes lit up, immediately piquing his interest. "We can first find the corpse of a strong individual from their lifetime, and then use the Shadow fruit ability to turn them into a zombie. The stronger the person was in life, the stronger their retained self-awareness will be. Then, we can use the pawpaw fruit's ability to expel their consciousness and thoughts. Finally, by merging this consciousness with a clone, we can allow the original owner to revive from a shell. Now, Doctor, please tell me, if we were to extract the shadow from the shell at that time, whose shadow would it belong to?" Vegapunk's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, his mouth agape. "But if your idea really comes to fruition, how would you control the person who has been revived?" Vegapunk asked again. "I have a friend. She is the user of the dumpling fruit. A few days ago, I conducted an experiment where I had Moria turn the legendary swordsman Ryuma into a zombie. After Ryuma was revived, he indeed retained most of his memories from life, but many of his habits were consistent with that of the Shadow's owner. Essentially, both clones and zombies are like containers and are likely controllable. After a long silence, Vegapunk's mouth twitched slightly. You really have a wild imagination, huh? But this is ultimately your hypothesis. As long as one step fails to materialize, it is absolutely impossible to succeed. From his years of research, he believed that such bug exploits and experiments had almost no chance of success, and even if successful, it would not be perfect. For example, the shadow taken from the clone cannot be one devoid of emotions and consciousness, right? For instance, is the consciousness and thought expelled by the pawpaw fruit equipped with a complete personality and emotions? For example, Vegapunk was about to retort, but saw Wayne's gaze become fervent. Nothing happens overnight. How would we know if we don't try? He said, Doctor, your experiments relying on bloodline factors to create clones must not have gone smoothly either, right? You must have faced failures. Vegapunk remained silent for a long time, then gently nodded and said, All right, I could give it a try, but don't get your hopes up too high. Thank you, Doctor, I'll go get that design. Saying this, Wayne was about to leave the laboratory to fetch the stack of design blueprints for Pluton he received from Frankie. But at that moment, Vegapunk called Wayne again, asking, I want to know, who is the first experimental subject you have chosen to revive? Is it that legendary swordsman Ryuma? Wayne paused, a slight smile forming on his lips as he uttered a name that left Vegapunk stunned in place. Joel D. Roger. The specific burial location of Pluton was actually recorded on the historical text in Alabasta. But now, since the fishmen have discovered the burial site of Pluton, there is no need to travel to the desert anymore. At this moment, all that is needed is to excavate the fragments of Pluton. During the excavation process, hundreds of people led by Vegapunk and Frankie began assembling work based on the design drawings. Soon, a dark, hollow circular tube was created, measuring over 100 meters long and nearly 20 meters in diameter. That's a ship cannon. Isn't that too exaggerated? If this thing can actually be used, it could sink an entire island. The power to wipe out a nation with a single shot. Frankie was startled as he looked at the terrifying weapon he had assembled with his own hands. He now completely believed that Mr. Tom's words during his lifetime were absolutely correct. This thing definitely possesses the ability to destroy the world. Meanwhile, Wayne was doing his best to arrange more manpower for the excavation work while also keeping an eye on Teacher Kai. If that guy found out about his ambitions, it would likely lead to big trouble. He certainly didn't want to be robbed by Teacher Kai halfway through his entrepreneurial journey. But Wayne thought in the newly built captain's cabin on Hive Island, as he looked at Yamato lying on the sofa, casually swinging her 2 fair feet in the air. What if, when it comes to that point, he used Yamato to pretend to threaten Teacher Kai? Teacher Kai should have some familial affection, right? Wayne, what are you thinking? Yamato sat up, walked to Wayne's back, and leaned on his shoulder. Wayne could even smell the unique fragrance of a young girl, which was quite pleasant. He wondered if it was due to her shampoo. It's nothing, just thinking about why that guy Kaido believes he is Joy Boy. He turned his head and buried it in Yamato's softness. Yamato, what do you think of Joy Boy, that legendary sun god? Hearing this, Yamato grinned, her eyes sparkling. Wayne, I've thought about a lot since then, and I have some insights. Oh, tell me about it. Seeing Yamato's proud demeanor, Wayne was also intrigued. The so-called Joy Boy should be a symbol, symbolizing all those who pursue their dreams and desire freedom, rather than a specific person. Anyone who finds what they are pursuing. No matter what it is, even if it's something that doesn't exist, if they keep chasing and searching, they will surely become Joy Boy. Even if they die along the way, their souls will definitely laugh out loud. This made Wayne shiver involuntarily. Yamato, your understanding is too strong. It reminded Wayne of an ancient saying from his past life. A scholar should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days apart. Noticing Wayne's surprised gaze, Yamato pressed her forehead against Wayne's chin, then lowered her head and softly said, So, Wayne, I also see your passionate heart, shouting to change this world. No matter how far you go, I will always be by your side. For a moment, Wayne was speechless. Damn it, what should he do if he was a bit moved? Yamato then said with an expectant face, When that time comes, Wayne, we will never be apart, and we will adventure freely together, sailing our ship to the ends of the world. The girl's voice seemed to carry a kind of magic, and Wayne surprisingly saw stars in Yamato's eyes. After saying this, Yamato's gaze even became a bit evasive, her skin turning pink, perhaps due to shyness. This girl finally found her femininity. He just didn't expect that even her previously bold personality had changed somewhat. Wayne smiled. Yamato, thank you for making me more certain of my purpose in this journey. Yes, my dream, the ambition deep within me, doesn't allow me to just do my best. Instead, it pushes me, even lashes me, to aim for this world. In this moment, I also heard the voice of my life shouting. Then they made a pact. Wayne and Yamato would become the freest people in the world, never to be apart. Wayne cupped the girl's already flushed cheeks, his gaze rare and affectionate as he looked into her slightly shy eyes and kissed her softly. Yamato's cheeks instantly turned hot. An unprecedented emotion surged in her heart, and then 2.5 hours later, Wayne stumbled out, leaning against the wall. Time passed quickly, and after a while of excavation and research on the clones, the outer framework of the Underworld King was completed. However, at this point, some problems arose during the excavation process. Captain, I think you need to come personally, Bear notified Wayne from Wano Country. Thus, Wayne immediately arrived at the inland sea of Wano. An artificial island and several temporary ports had already been built on the sea here. Wayne explained to Teacher Kai that it was to provide a resting place for the fishmen, and naturally, Teacher Kai had no suspicions. In reality, this was the transfer station for the Underworld King's excavation, where all parts were uniformly collected before being sent to Hive Island by Bear. Tell me the specific situation again, Wayne asked. Simply put, the outer sea of Wano separates Wano from the outside world, forming the inland sea, Bear said. And the fragments you mentioned are largely connected together, buried deeper. That is beneath the inland sea, separated by a thick seabed, and below the seabed is magma. Wayne understood. According to the original work, the Underworld King could only be excavated after the founding of Wano, which should be the reason. This meant flattening the outer high walls or terrain, draining the inland sea, and then proceeding with excavation work. Impossible under the current conditions, we simply cannot do it. Even if we could deceive Teacher Kai. It's a project large enough to expose the Underworld King to the world. Wayne fell into deep thought. He didn't want to give up on the Underworld King for the time being, as he urgently needed top-tier combat power. The world government, the Marine Admiral, Ant Lingling, and Teacher Kaido, these potential or overt enemies made him eager to enhance his strength. Well, let us gamble. Wayne gritted his teeth and instructed Bear, bring Jinbe over. Captain, what do you want to do? Wayne's gaze was resolute as he said, I'm going down to personally pull it out from the magma. Happy New Year. In the new year, I wish everyone smooth sailing and good health. Mr. Wayne, do you really want to go down yourself? Jinbe asked worriedly. He knew that Wayne, although a devil fruit user, seemed to possess the ability to completely elementalize his body, making even hockey and seawater unable to affect him. However, if he wanted to excavate that part of the Underworld King's parts, he would need to not only pass through seawater, but also smash the seabed surface and pull a massive object out from the deeper magma. If he could do this, he would be practically superhuman. Wayne said, no need to say more, Jinbe. You'll be waiting for me at the seabed to assist me. I'll make a hole in the seabed. When I pull that thing out, you just help me seal the hole to prevent magma from leaking. All right, just be careful. Rest assured. After Vayne finished speaking, dazzling lightning began to flicker around him, making it difficult for the nearby fishmen to open their eyes. Soon, a small giant, composed entirely of lightning, stood above the sea, looking extremely imposing. In the next moment, the lightning giant's size shrank again, approximately to the size of Vayne's original body. Then he leaped down, jumping into the ocean. As he entered the sea, Vayne transformed into an arc of electricity, racing towards the depths of the sea following the direction indicated by the fishmen. The seawater, which was supposed to restrain a natural enemy, could not hinder Vayne's path at all. Before long, Vayne reached the bottom of the inland sea of Wano Country. In the dim environment, he could barely see a large black wooden plank exposed on the flat seabed mud. Judging by its shape, it looked like the keel of a ship, but only half was exposed. It seemed the other half was deeper within the magma. One must say, the materials used for the construction of the Underworld King are incredibly sturdy, able to remain so intact even in magma. It was hard to imagine what could completely destroy it. Just a moment of contemplation, and Vayne's body erupted with lightning, transforming into a massive lightning ball that crackled as it made contact with the seawater. Under Vayne's control, the lightning ball plummeted towards the seabed, and with a loud bang, the mud was blown apart, dispersing into the seawater under the onslaught of thunder. A large hole appeared on the seabed. Scorching hot magma gushed out from it, and the entire ghost island shook briefly due to Vayne's strike. Immediately, the lightning that Vayne transformed into recongealed, barely forming a humanoid shape, and a pair of giant hands made of white lightning extended out, grasping the large, dark keel. Then, with With a sudden burst of strength, he attempted to drag it out. A rumbling sound echoed from the seabed as the keel was slowly pulled out and magma continuously leaked out, increasing in speed as if it were about to explode completely at any moment. That was something Vayne did not want to see, so he could only muster all his strength and pull with all his might. In the distance, Jinbei, who had been watching, was astonished. The scene was terrifying. The dark red, scorching magma nearly covered the seabed mud, and an unsettling heat filled every corner of the seabed, causing all fish and sea creatures to flee in panic. Would Mr. Vayne succeed? Jinbei murmured. Fortunately, Lady Luck was still on Vayne's side, just as the magma was about to erupt, and the third stage of the Thunder God was nearing its limit. The two giant hands made of lightning forcibly pulled out the massive keel, which was nearly 1,000 meters long. The thick and hot magma slid off the surface of the keel, landing on the seabed and creating bright spots of light. However, the part of the keel that had been submerged in magma showed no signs of damage and emitted a brand new sheen. Truly too sturdy. It was hard to believe that anything in this world could completely destroy the Underworld King. After pulling it out, Jinbei exclaimed now. While Vayne held the keel and advanced quickly upwards, he shouted to Jinbei in the distance, yes. The sea was the main battlefield for the fishmen. Even under the high temperatures emanating from the magma, Jinbei's speed remained fast. His blue figure darted through the water, holding a large rock, and water continuously gathered on the surface of the rock, forming a whirlpool. Fishman Karate, ultimate technique, whirlpool barrier. With a wave of his hand, the massive rock, engulfed by the rapidly spinning water, crashed into the magma's outlet, directly filling the gap. The magma ceased to erupt, and the air at the seabed quickly cooled down. Jinbei exhaled a breath of turbid air and looked up through the water. Vayne's figure had already reached the surface, where Bartolomeo was leading a group of fishmen to transport the keel ashore. Fortunately, they succeeded. It was truly dangerous. But when did Mr. Vayne become so aggressive? From his impression, Mr. Vayne was wild, but he had never really put himself in such peril. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, Lord Vayne succeeded. Captain Vayne actually dragged that thing out all by himself. He was simply a Superman. Amidst the praises, Vayne leaped out of the water and turned to ask the fishmen if there were any more fragments at the bottom. Lord Vayne, the leading fishman, said, "We've searched everywhere else. There should be none left except for this one." Vayne nodded. According to Frankie and Vegapunk, the construction of the Underworld King was nearly complete. They just needed the keel and some scattered items. With the fragments they had excavated, it should be enough. While Frankie and his team worked overnight to assemble the Underworld battleship, Vegapunk had already completed the creation of the clone as per Vayne's request. This clone had almost no functionality. It was just created to mimic human features. It could not be used for combat, nor did it possess strong learning and memory capabilities like Stussy. Vegapunk said. In other words, it was just a shell. Hearing this, Vayne looked at a large culture dish containing a man submerged in an unknown liquid. He appeared ordinary, with physical qualities similar to an average person, and his face showed no signs of human emotions. However, when Vayne released his observation hockey, he could sense the thump-thump heartbeat coming from the clone's chest. Stussy has gathered intelligence from me. Over 20 years ago, the pirate King Duldi, Roger, recognized by everyone, was executed in Lowtown in the East Blue, and it was publicly claimed that his body was disposed of at sea. But in reality, the body was simply buried carelessly on a hillside. The reason for the public announcement of sea burial was to avoid troublesome individuals coming to Lowtown to pay their respects to Roger. An AC burial was a relatively decent funeral for a pirate. The world government despised Roger so much that they would not allow him to rest in peace, even in death. Vegapunk said, "Is Stussy working for you now?" "Of course, she cares about you. So I threatened her with the doctor's secret," Vayne replied nonchalantly. Vegapunk fell silent, his mouth twitching slightly. "You're quite honest." After a sigh, he looked at the clone in front of him and thought about Stussy's feelings and said flatly, "Mr. Vayne, when do you think a clone starts to have emotions?" Vayne fixed his gaze on Vegapunk, pondering for a moment before saying lightly, "Perhaps. It starts when you give it a name." In the East Blue, Lowtown, inside a tavern in the town, the patrons were chatting and laughing, eating and drinking, all in a leisurely manner. Just at that moment, a loud crash echoed from the tavern door, followed by flying debris as a tall figure was hurled inside, crashing against the wall. Cough, cough. The man was tall and fierce-looking, clad in armor made of gold, exuding an extraordinary presence. But at this moment, he was covered in blood, and the stains on his armor were shocking. "Ah!" The surrounding patrons immediately gasped in horror, ready to scream. "It's none of your business. Get out of the way." A booming voice came from outside. The tall man flinched, a look of fear crossing his face. He then gritted his teeth and turned to the nearest little girl, reaching out to grab her by the neck. Just at that critical moment, a uniquely shaped military baton flew in, piercing his arm and nailing him to the wall. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't pull it out. The man grimaced in pain, his eyes filled with resentment. "Smoker, what did I ever do to you?" "He." The voice from outside came again, laced with heavy mockery, as Smoker walked in, cigar in mouth, wearing a white naval coat. Click, hailing from the East Blue. "You've committed countless crimes over the past 2 years, burning, killing, looting without restraint, and even forming your own pirate crew, calling yourself a pirate admiral. Is that you?" Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke, pulling out a bounty poster from his pocket and showing it to Click. "Pirate Click, bounty of 5 million berries. This bounty amount is considered high in the East Blue." Yes, it's Colonel Smoker." The crowd recognized him. They heard he had been hunting pirates in the East Blue recently, and over the past 6 months, dozens of pirates with bounties exceeding 1 million had fallen into his hands. No wonder the reports called him a pirate-killing machine. Colonel Smoker is so cool. Ignoring the noisy voices, Smoker casually dug at his ears, raising his voice. "Shut up. Can't you see I'm dealing with a pirate?" This Click was quite cunning, having pursued him for a long time before finally injuring him in Logtown. Just then, seeing he couldn't free his arm, Click shouted, "Bastard. Then let us die together." Toxic gas bomb. Boom. A large amount of black mist sprayed from the armor on his other arm. Stop wasting your effort, Click." Smoker spat out his cigar, and his body suddenly expanded, transforming into a mass of white mist that quickly enveloped Click and the spreading toxic gas. Ugh. Click inhaled the toxic gas, immediately showing a pained expression, but still managed to say, "Why are you unharmed?" Just as his consciousness faded, a cold voice entered his ears. "Fool, I'm a smoke man. The future ruler of the East Blue." Click fell. Huff. Smoker merely glanced at the fallen Click, then pulled out a newspaper from his pocket, the headline boldly stating, "Wayne betrays the Beast Pirates, occupies Hive Island to form a pirate crew. Wayne, my former friend, wait. When we meet again, we will be enemies." After the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast Pirates, Smoker returned to Log Town and began grueling training. He often left Log Town to other islands to eliminate powerful pirates. After nearly a year of training, while he had gone bald, he had indeed grown stronger. In the current East Blue, whether Navy or pirate, almost no one could match him. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up, feeling he was close to catching up with Wayne. It won't be long before he returns to the New World to defeat the stubborn Wayne. Take Click back and publicly execute him. Smoker instructed a few sailors outside. "Yes, Colonel Smoker. Brew, 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 brew." At that moment, Smoker's transponder snail suddenly rang. A hurried voice coming through. "Colonel Smoker, it's bad. What's going on?" An unidentified man went to the cemetery east of the town. Smoker casually replied, "So what? Maybe he's here to pay respects to a relative. What's the big deal? But the former pirate king, Roger's body, is buried there. Colonel Smoker, you should come and take a look yourself." Upon hearing this, Smoker's heart tightened. The matter of Roger's corpse was actually not a big deal. After all, he was already dead. Why care about the body? Moreover, Roger had disbanded his pirate crew before surrendering, and there were no reports of any family. However, this matter was indeed suspicious, so Smoker decided to go take a look. Soon, a group of Navy arrived at a hillside. Here, many tombstones were scattered about, most of them very simply adorned. Some were even just a small wooden board with words carved and placed at the head of the grave. Most of those buried here were pirates. Smoker saw the man mentioned on the phone. He was extremely tall, sporting a round belly, holding a book under his arm, and wearing a pair of spotted pants that looked particularly ridiculous. "Hey, who are you? What are you doing here?" Smoker said coldly. The man, who was actually the bear sent by Wayne, ignored Smoker and stared intently at a mound of earth rising from the ground, asking, "Is this the grave of Joel D. Roger?" Beside him, a navy in blue and white uniform immediately replied, "Yes, buried here is the man who opened the era of great pirates." Smoker roared, "Bastard. How could you casually tell him that? You idiot." The Navy waved his hand and said, "Colonel Smoker, this way we have reason to arrest him." Smoker replied, puzzled. He heard the Navy sternly say to the bear, "Hey, you sneaky guy sneaking in a log town, what's your purpose? You should come with us." Saying this, he pulled out a pair of handcuffs from his waist, ready to put them on the bear. "If that's the case, then I'm sorry." Whoosh! A small bear paw shockwave gathered in the bear's palm and struck the Navy's chest, sending him flying several meters away. "What?" Smoker's pupils constricted. "This guy is strong. You all step back, I'll handle him." He drew the sea stone baton from his back, specifically 10 hands, and charged forward. 1 minute later, Smoker lay on the ground in despair, his eyes filled with disbelief. Did I lose again? Meanwhile, the bear, after confirming that the coffin dug up from the grave contained Roger's body, immediately used the powers of the pawpaw fruit to return to Hive Island. Moria, bring Dr. Hogg back to Vegapunk's lab. Got it. Moria impatiently hung up the phone. Recently, that big-tongue guy in a white lab coat, Vegapunk, always made Moria go to the lab to study his shadow fruit. Moria was quite frustrated. Doesn't he know that using my abilities consumes stamina? It's exhausting. You know? Moria walked through the door of the lab, and what caught his eye was an enormous petri dish, within which stood none other than Roger, whom he had seen over a decade ago in Lobetown. That day, Roger was on the execution platform, and Moria watched from below. One was in the light and the other in the dark. Roger? Although Roger's body had been buried underground for over a decade, as a top-tier powerhouse, the rate of decay would definitely be slow. Just like Dracul Mihawk, the great swordsman from Wano, who had been dead for so many years. Moria could still dig him up and then stitch some flesh to make a zombie. Not to mention Roger, who had only been dead for a little over a decade. Seeing Moria's stunned expression, Vegapunk smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Scare the corpse?" "Of course not, just a bit surprised. You really found Roger's body." Moria feigned nonchalance. However, while powerful zombies require strong bodies from their previous lives, the most crucial factor affecting a zombie's strength is still the shadow. Whether it's a shadow or not doesn't matter. You just need to cooperate with the doctor to use your abilities. Huh, as if you know so much about my fruit ability, Moria said disdainfully, then found a place to sit down. Soon after, Shiryu also walked in. Vegapunk said to her, "Shiryu, make a ball." Shiryu nodded, Then, she pinched off a white ball from her smooth, delicate face, resembling a glutinous rice ball. Vegapunk handed the ball to Vegapunk and said, "We can start now, Doctor." Just as Vegapunk was about to agree, the snail phone in Vegapunk's arms suddenly rang. Vegapunk looked at the model of the snail phone. It was actually a call from Sengoku. To be honest, if it weren't for this call, Vegapunk would have almost forgotten that he was the captain of the Blade Secret Unit. However, right now, the entire Blade was still under his command. "Buka," the call connected, and Vegapunk said directly, "Hello? Sengoku, what is the matter?" On the other end of the line, Sengoku frowned. How dare this kid call him by his full name? Bold. But then, Sengoku suppressed the urge to explode and continued, "Vegapunk, are you still on Hive Island?" Hearing Sengoku's serious tone, Vegapunk raised an eyebrow, realizing something significant was happening. So he slowed his speech and replied calmly, "Admiral Sengoku, feel free to tell me what is going on. I want you to investigate the movements of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin along with those New World pirates." The movements of a New World pirates? Could it be the hunting at God Valley in the West Sea? Is it about to begin? Vegapunk paused, then smiled and said, "Admiral Sengoku, don't you know my loyalty to the Navy? What is so important that you personally called? If you tell me, I can understand my mission better." But this time, Sengoku firmly stated, "Vegapunk, this matter is different from usual. You just need to carry out the orders I give you. You don't need to know the rest." "I see. Then I'll keep a close watch on that group of pirates." If any pirates attempt to leave the New World, you must," before Sengoku could finish. Vegapunk abruptly grabbed the snail phone and hung up. Time was of the essence. He needed to act quickly. Almost at the same time, another snail phone in Vegapunk's arms rang again. After connecting, the person on the other end said urgently, "Lord Vegapunk, the world government has begun to take action. Several surrounding islands have had their ports blocked, and all ships are forbidden to sail on the sea. They've come. But I didn't expect it to be so soon. Unfortunately, the Phantom King hasn't been assembled yet." Meanwhile, on the other side, Sengoku, sitting in his office, frowned. What was going on? Did Vegapunk encounter some problem? He irritably put down the snail phone and instructed his deputy outside the door. The situation on Balin's Island in the West Sea must not leak a word. Call the several warships sent by the Navy and ensure they remain on high alert, preventing any ships from passing through Balin's Island. "Yes, Admiral Sengoku." The deputy took the order and immediately began to act. Only Sengoku remained in the office, wearing a look of struggle and confusion. He glanced back at the plaque hanging on the wall, which read "Justice for the Majority." Sengoku let out a long sigh, speaking in a low tone, "For the justice of the many. This is a necessary sacrifice now." He could only say such things to comfort himself. West Sea, Balin's Island. This is a medium-sized island, larger than Hive Island in the New World. The island has many valleys and lakes, with a complex terrain. There was originally a country named Balance, ruled by King Balance III. However, 2 years ago, a notorious treason incident occurred here. King Balance III, unable to pay the enormous heavenly gold, actually sold the country to a group of pirates. But after the pirates became the kings, they immediately killed the king and all royal family members, beginning their brutal rule. Before long, the country fell into endless poverty and warfare. This time, the world government arranged the celestial dragons slaughtering competition, which occurs every 3 years on this island. Whoosh, whoosh, the wild winds swirl the flying snow, ravaging the land of Balin's Island, presenting a scene of silver-wrapped beauty. In this cold weather, a group of people wearing only thin, white short sleeves, with the Target logo printed on their backs, were desperately running through the snow. They were all emaciated, their faces filled with immense fear. Run! They're coming after us! Those beasts! No, no way. Even if we run for our lives, they'll catch up with us. They never planned to let us live. I can't run anymore. Just let them kill me. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you still want to find your lost wife? Get up quickly. The crowd was already in chaos. Behind them, the sound of gunfire was dense, and, at any moment, someone could be hit and lose their life. Precious lives here seemed to be trampled like dirt. Just then, in the direction they were heading, a group of armed men appeared, with the leader holding a massive snail phone in his arms, its eyes rotating like an automatic camera. Is this the behavior of the celestial dragons? Truly ugly. Katakuri casually handed the image snail phone to a subordinate beside him and stepped in front of the fleeing crowd. Who are you? Are you with the celestial dragons? One of the fleeing people asked. Behind the fleeing crowd, a few celestial dragons dressed in aviation suits with transparent half-domes on their heads were also armed, curiously watching the sudden appearance of a group of people. What? That bunch. Are they prey to? He. No matter what they are, just kill them all. Hey. As the tall man with a fierce gaze stood before them, the people being targeted felt in even greater panic. Please, let us go. What nonsense are you saying? I have no reason to kill you. Katakuri, holding a several-meter-long weapon, stood still and said in a flat tone, distributing weapons to them. Yes, Lord Katakuri. Accompanying Katakuri were hundreds of elite members from Hive Island. Although they weren't considered experts in the New World, they were all tyrants in the Four Seas. They had come to this island using Kuma's abilities. After receiving Katakuri's order, the pirates unwrapped the large packages on their backs, walked to the front of the crowd, opened the packages, and dumped their contents in front of everyone. Clang, clang. With the sound of countless metal collisions, dozens of swords, shotguns, and cannons were poured out, displayed before the fleeing people. From now on, you're no longer prey, but hunters like them. Go on. If you want to live, pick up a weapon and fight. Katakuri crossed his arms over his chest and said with an indifferent attitude, what? You want us to kill the celestial dragons? But they are celestial dragons. The people were taken aback for a moment and then instantly became agitated. Some even stepped back in fear, as if they had heard something terrifying. No one dared to step forward to pick up a weapon. Katakuri frowned, his gaze growing colder. What? You don't even have the courage to resist? If you keep this up, I'll have a hard time. Meanwhile, the celestial dragons had walked closer. Have you already given up resisting? Indeed, a bunch of lowly commoners. A fat celestial dragon with a runny nose arrogantly shouted at Katakuri. Katakuri looked at him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The fat man trembled all over, his mouth twitching slightly. You lowly commoner. How dare you look at me like that? You filthy thing, Dai. He raised a long gun in his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! A flame burst from the gun's muzzle, and a black bullet sliced through the cold air, shooting toward Katakuri's head. Inside, the fat celestial dragon laughed heartily. Lowly slaves, did you see that? I am your god. This is what happens when you go against a god. But the next second, to everyone's astonishment, Katakuri merely tilted his body slightly and easily dodged the deadly bullet. Claiming to be a god? Katakuri snorted coldly, then took a step forward, holding the earth dragon weapon that resembled a trident, and thrust it toward the fat man's chest. Whoosh! With a huge disparity in strength, the fat man didn't even have time to react before Katakuri was in front of him, and the earth dragon had already pierced through him. The air in the venue instantly froze. Not only for the prey being hunted, but also for the celestial dragons as hunters. They never expected that mere commoners could. How could they dare to attack them? And it was such a casual strike, without any hesitation, that pierced through the chest of St. Charles of the JoinsSWORD family. Drip, drip. Crimson blood dripped from St. Charles's chest onto the snow, leaving pits on the pristine white surface. St. Charles, in pain, glared at Katakuri with extreme resentment, struggling to say, Lowly commoner, I will kill you. But Katakuri, like a stone-faced man, showed no emotion other than indifference throughout. Gods can die too. This was the last thing St. Charles heard. Then, immense pain surged from his chest, swiftly spreading throughout his body. Katakuri abruptly withdrew the earth dragon, blood splattering into the air like a flower. The next moment, he exerted force with his right arm and cleaved St. Charles's blood-soaked body in half at the waist. He bisected a celestial dragon. The surrounding people exclaimed in shock. The celestial dragon's pupils dilated sharply. No, it can't be. How is this possible? The pirates, on the other hand, were overjoyed and excited, even wanted to hold a banquet to celebrate. Which pirate crew would dare to openly kill a celestial dragon besides their beast pirates? Lord Katakuri is mighty. Lord Katakuri, we admire you. Katakuri shook the blood from his weapon, then turned to look at those who were stunned in place due to shock. Pointing at the two halves of St. Charles on the ground with the earth dragon, casually stating a profound truth. See, when people are killed, they die. At the same time, at a port on Balance Island, a man and a woman arrived on the island. Both of them were dressed in luxurious night attire with long black cloaks draped over their shoulders. The man had red hair, a long western sword at his waist, and held a transponder snail in his hand, his expression indifferent. The woman concealed her face beneath a black hood, her face wrapped in bandages, with a cold gaze that exuded arrogance and contempt. Before them stood a man adorned with jewelry, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The bandaged woman recognized the visitors and coldly said, "The great pirate Wayne from Hive Island. Why are New World pirates appearing here?" At that moment, the transponder snail in the red-haired man's hand emitted several urgent shouts. "It's bad. Intruders have appeared on the island. St. Charles, and St. Jodl. St. Modkaiser have all been killed. Why? What's going on? The Knights of God. Weren't you supposed to protect us?" Noisy. The red-haired man merely snorted coldly and tossed the transponder snail aside. He slowly drew his long western sword, pointing it at the black-haired man before him. The man with slightly disheveled black hair was, of course, Wayne, who then spoke. "The strongest individuals on this island are distributed among several ports here. And among them, the two strongest must be you, right? State your intentions, Bruce Wayne, and the events that just occurred on the island must also be related to you." The bandaged woman asked coldly. "Huh?" Wayne chuckled lightly, a strong fighting spirit suddenly appearing on his face. "My purpose here is simple. To either be killed by you two or to kill you two." What? They went to the West Sea? And the Celestial Dragons? Inside a laboratory on Hive Island, Vegapunk looked at the projection before him in shock. That's the footage captured by the image phone bugs that Wayne sent to Balance Island. And Moria is laughing heartily, that guy. He's really insane. Hee. Xiaoji said with some worry. "Dr. Vegapunk, you should focus on completing the final research. This matter will be explained to you in detail when Captain Wayne returns." No. Wait a minute. I need to talk to Wayne first," Vegapunk said firmly. "So?" Xiaoji nodded and said, "All right, Dr. Vegapunk, Captain Wayne left a phone bug here before, so we can talk to him directly." As she spoke, she took out a phone bug that resembled Wayne and held it to her chest, dialing the number. Brubru, Buka, why are you calling me at this time?" "I'm busy." Wayne's casual tone came through. "Wayne, why didn't you tell me about this in advance?" Vegapunk rarely got angry. "You didn't ask." Wayne stopped teasing Vegapunk, chuckled, and said, "Ha, Doctor, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I was really afraid the situation would be exposed." "So, are you currently at war with the world government?" Vegapunk continued to ask. "The world government should still be at the coast, but it won't be long before they land on the island. As for my opponents," Wayne said, glancing at the vigilant duo in front of him, "it's probably an organization called the God Knights, a judgment army entirely composed of celestial dragons." After saying this, he added, "By the way, one of the men looks exactly like Shanks the Red-Haired." Shanks the Red-Haired. Upon hearing this name, Vegapunk suddenly exclaimed, "Are you talking about the captain of the Red-Haired Pirates?" "Oh, Doctor, do you know some insider information?" Wayne raised an eyebrow and glanced at the red-haired man across from him, who was pointing a sword at him, looking like he was about to attack at any moment. "It's so similar. They can't really be brothers, can they?" Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, Vegapunk bit his teeth and said with difficulty, "If I'm not mistaken, the Shanks you saw is not the pirate Shanks from the New World, but a modified human created from the bloodline factor of a person of noble status 10 years ago. I don't know who that person is, but I still remember their appearance. So when I saw that Shanks bounty, I was also shocked." "Modified human?" Wayne asked in confusion. "That's right, and he's a very powerful person. Calling him a monster is not an exaggeration. I was surprised at how strong the person who provided the bloodline factor must be." "You must be careful," Vegapunk warned with concern. Wayne chuckled. "I didn't expect you to be so worried about me, Doctor. Don't joke. If I had known you were targeting the celestial dragons, I would never have let you go. The power of the world government is not something a pirate crew can resist. So, Dr. Vegapunk, you need to hurry up and finish that experiment. I need help. Wayne said with a light smile, completely not looking like someone under pressure. Because from the intelligence he knew, and was unlikely to act personally during this time. The Celestial Kings also didn't have the Mother Flame Seed as fuel. As for the 5 elders, although it would be tricky if they came, they shouldn't be able to hold him down. Worst case, he could have Kuma come back and send everyone flying. All right, you crazy guy, take care of yourself. The call ended. Wayne looked with great interest at the cold-faced, red-haired Shanks. If he remembered correctly, after the God Valley incident decades ago, a red-haired intern named Shanks suddenly appeared on Roger's ship. So, the person in front of him is the clone of the previous member of the God Knights. Figureland Garling. Figureland Shanks? Your name? Wayne asked the red-haired man. Upon hearing this, the red-haired man's face showed a condescending disdain. As if he were looking at an ant he could crush at will, coldly replying, a mere commoner. I don't care how you got here or what you said in the phone bug just now, because I will make you kneel before me and say it in person. As soon as the words fell, the red-haired man's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly raised his sword, swinging it violently in the air, sending a dark flying slash that tore through the air in an instant. This slash, infused with black lightning and a violent aura, ripped through the atmosphere, causing the falling snow in the sky to quickly dissipate. I also don't intend to let you two leave alive. Wayne sneered, holding his long knife with a reverse grip, drawing it and positioning it in front of him, then murmured, "Scatter, Sakura-chan." The name blade, Sakura, instantly disassembled into countless flying cherry blossoms, appearing particularly enchanting and poetic in the white expanse. Each petal, however, was as sharp as a blade, slicing through the sky and gathering together to envelop the ferocious flying slash, forming a massive pink floral ball. Kyuka, Senbenzakura, Kageyoshi. The originally fierce flying slash could not advance even a fraction, unable to break free from the binding of the cherry blossoms. Break! It sounded like a balloon popping echoed, and the flying slash and cherry blossoms canceled each other out. But the cherry blossoms seemed to possess a spirit of their own, regathering in the air to form a ribbon that surrounded Wayne. That's not ordinary cherry blossoms, the red-haired man murmured. A devil fruit ability? Brother, let me handle this. It's just a pirate, the bandaged girl said, stepping forward with a slight change in her expression. I promise it won't take too long. However, a dangerous glint flashed in the red-haired man's eyes. Did you just hear him say modified human? Do you really believe his nonsense? Wayne hadn't intentionally lowered his voice while talking to Vegapunk, so he never intended to let the two of them leave. I wouldn't dare, brother. The bandaged girl's tone clearly dropped a few notches, evidently struck by a sore spot and lacking confidence. The red-haired man sheathed his sword and took a step back, tacitly allowing the bandaged girl's request. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. While the two were talking, Wayne had already activated the second phase of the Kaminari no Kami. A massive purple giant, clad in ancient armor, suddenly appeared on the snowy ground, its enormous pupils exuding an indescribable majesty and mystery. The legendary 2 sacred artifacts stood before him, crossed over his chest as he grasped them, with purple flames and thunder intertwining on the blades, causing the surrounding air to slightly distort. I won't take up too much of your time either. Thunder Fire Sword. On the other side of Balin's Island in the West Sea, Lord Katakuri. The footage has been collected, and several other squads have encountered the hunted slaves. And the weapons we brought have come in handy. The slaves' counterattack has also begun. The group of beasts, the celestial dragons, is fleeing towards the coast. A pirate stood behind Katakuri, excitedly reporting the situation. In front of the group of pirates, led by Katakuri, the marked targets saw Katakuri kill the celestial dragon. Some were already eager to pick up weapons and fight back, but no one truly took that step. However, behind them, in the direction where the celestial dragons had just been, a squad of soldiers in silver armor, wielding spears, was charging towards them. Hey, it's the guards. They're coming to kill us. Think of something. Someone rushed in front of Katakuri, kneeling and pleading, My lord, please save us again. Yes, we beg you. We don't want to die. Katakuri first glanced at the weapons on the ground, then coldly looked at them, and finally turned to leave, leaving behind a sentence. What are you thinking? We are not saviors. Who cares about your lives? Katakuri turned and walked away with the pirates, leaving a group of stunned targets. No, don't. That's the Celestial Dragon's Guard. How could we? Hearing this, a hint of red light flickered in Katakuri's eyes. and everyone felt a jolt in their hearts as a strong, killing intent emanated from him. Do you even lack the courage to resist? Then there's even less reason to save you. Previously, you had no possibility of resistance, merely prey waiting to be slaughtered. Now that you have the chance to accept power, you still wish to entrust your lives to others. He, ugly people like you are not worthy of pity. You deserve to die. With that, Katakuri turned his head and stopped looking at them, but his feet stayed in place. The targets, treated like prey and slaughtered at will, looked at each other in confusion, and many began to show determination on their faces. Some even turned red with shame, no longer looking down on others. I'll fight them. Yes, damn celestial dragons. I want to avenge my children. The loud voices spread through the crowd. And as someone stepped forward to pick up a weapon, the others, driven by this excitement, hurriedly grabbed all the weapons they could find. There was a flame in their eyes that gradually ignited. Boom! A pirate hoisted a rocket launcher, lit the fuse, and aimed at the approaching guard squad. With a loud bang, flames erupted, and a black shell landed on the heads of the dozens of guards. After a violent explosion, several armored soldiers were blown into the air, and the splattered blood stained the snow. Charge! Kill them! The crowd instantly became passionate, rushing forward with weapons in hand. Very good. Seeing the scene, the corners of Katakuri's mouth slightly rose beneath his large scarf, and his gaze softened a bit. He looked up at the dim sky darkened by the snow and murmured, whether in endless wars or in this hunting that only ends in death, whether weak or strong, fair or unfair, there is only one rule. If you don't fight, you can't survive. At a port on Balance Island, a large ship of the world government was docked at the shore, with several individuals wearing white masks and white robes standing at the bow. They were members of the world government's secret intelligence organization, CP0. Furthermore, those selected for such occasions were the most elite of CP0, especially the leader, wearing a red demon mask, was the head of all CP0 and the strongest CP0 since the organization's establishment. What a joke. How could there be pirates on the island? Not only pirates, they're even giving weapons to those prey. Is it the Revolutionary Army? On the island, several places were already ablaze, and a female CP0 wearing a white mask and holding a telescope reported urgently. On the eastern coast, 2 members of the God Knights are fighting against Disaster Vein. New world pirates? How could they come here? Should we rush over? Said a white-masked member. The tall CP0 leader in the red demon mask waved his hand, saying it's better not to interfere in those adults' battle. After all, if we offend them, we can't bear the consequences. To others, CP0 is an extremely dangerous existence, a weapon hidden in the darkness by the world government, striking fear into hearts. Yet they knew very well that a mere word from the celestial dragons could determine their lives and deaths. This situation is too unexpected. We must report to the Gora CEI. Yes, go to the island to deal with those pirates, and we must also protect the celestial dragons who are hunting. All right, it's an emergency. Let us split up and act immediately. Whoosh! Members of CP0, wearing various masks, used the Soru from the 6 powers, moving at incredible speed, leaving only the leader with the red mask. This is truly a huge problem, the red mask said worriedly, then pulled out a beautifully decorated transponder snail to make a call. But just then, his observation-He suddenly began to give a strong warning, and he quickly looked up at the sky. He saw a massive spiked club descending towards him, carrying intense wind pressure and wrapped in dark He. Thunderbagwa. The red mask's eyes tightened as the spiked club magnified in his pupils, instantly coming to his face. Iron block. Without hesitation, he unleashed the strongest defensive skill from the 6 powers to meet the sudden attack of the spiked club. Bang! A violent collision echoed, shaking the entire ship below and causing the sea to churn. The red mask was instantly sent flying. However, he managed to unload the force in midair and landed unsteadily in the snow on the coast. Boom! Yamato's Thunderbagwa then struck the world government's ship, creating a massive hole. Additionally, a thick layer of ice spread from the spike club, covering half of the ship's surface with frost. This guy is, the red mask glared at Yamato. Yamato leaped onto the shore, releasing his observation-He to confirm Vane's location. What? Didn't Ti teleport to the same spot as Vane? Ah, forget it. A high fighting spirit surged on Yamato's small face as he said, "You're the enemy, right? That means if I defeat you, I can go find Vane." He, the red mask, let out a strange laugh upon hearing this, then brushed off the falling snowflakes from his body, saying, "You mean I can be killed at will?" On the coast where Vane was located, a fierce wind swirled the falling snow into the sea, creating a heavy atmosphere. It seemed that the fish and beasts in the water sensed some danger and fled in panic, making the surface of the sea appear exceptionally clear and calm. Is it really that kind of ability, like the Buddha of the Warring States? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that the devil fruit could achieve this level. A woman draped in a black cloak, her face wrapped in bandages, stepped forward, her eyes fixed on the purple giant poised to strike. Then, with a tone full of disdain, she coldly said, "I will first cut off your legs, then your 10 fingers, and finally, after you reveal all the secrets you know, I will pronounce your death sentence." "Heh!" Vane snorted coldly. "Since you want to die like this, then I will satisfy you." Thunder Fire Sword. Swish! The blade was intertwined with scorching purple flames and lightning. The high temperature instantly melted the snow in the air, releasing bursts of white mist, forming a wave of heat that spread in all directions. A grand slash wave suddenly shot out, lifting the snow on the ground and bombarding the bandaged woman. A glint of cold light flashed in the bandaged woman's eyes, and she shouted binding technique. Without moving, she conjured dozens of bandages as thick as a bowl from the void in front of her, wrapping around the slash wave at high speed. Using the same method, just like you dealt with my brother. Clearly, she wanted to imitate Vane. Vane had just used cherry blossoms to block the attack from the red-haired man, so she also wanted to use a similar technique to nullify this attack. In midair, the bandages tightly bound the massive slash wave, and it seemed she was about to succeed. However, in the next second, the slash wave actually recoalesced in midair, transforming into a laser beam that erupted from the bindings. The bandaged woman watched all of this, unable to think further, placing her hands in front of her, from which countless white bandages spewed forth as a shield. But the two forces only touched for less than a second, and the bandages were completely pierced through, having no effect whatsoever. Boom! The earth rumbled, and snow flew everywhere as a violent shockwave spread out from where the bandaged woman had been. Once the shockwave subsided, it revealed her figure. She was clutching her chest, gasping heavily, her expression in a state of panic, the black cloak gone, revealing the armor beneath, and her hands also wrapped in bandages. At this moment, several streaks of blood had already seeped through the bandages on her right arm. "Louise, is this what you guaranteed? Wanting to join the Knights of God, is this all you rely on? It seems that what you take pride in." Behind her, the red-haired man looked at all of this with indifference, a hint of disgust in his tone. "It's not over yet," the woman called Louise immediately retorted, her eyes fierce as she charged toward the purple giant. Vane also roughly understood her ability. It doesn't seem like a natural type, and there was no haki in the previous attack. So is it a special paramecia like Katakuri? And has she awakened it? Bandage binding. Louise clapped her hands and around the ground, near the purple giant, and on her hands, countless large bandages surged forth again. In an instant, they tightly wrapped around the massive body of the purple giant. Success! Louise felt a surge of joy, but just as she was happy for 2.5 seconds, the purple giant wrapped in the bandages began to swell, emitting a dazzling light. Even if the fruit had awakened, this kind of attack was merely futile. She must be lamenting her sad fate of not having a mythical beast type. A loud and dignified voice echoed through the heavens and earth, carrying an unmatched momentum. 2 blue slash waves cut vertically out from within the bandages, plowing deep grooves into the white expanse of land. Seeing the situation was bad, Louise retreated with a wary expression. But the purple giant's speed was incomparably faster than hers. In the blink of an eye, it broke free from all the bandages and then punched out. The intense momentum instantly crushed the atmosphere and slammed down on Louise without reservation. Bang! Thunder roared, and the fierce wind howled. Louise's slightly petite body was sent flying like a rocket. But it wasn't over yet. Vane's figure vanished from the spot, his massive body now incredibly nimble. When he reappeared, he was already high in the air, catching the flying Louise, enveloping her in purple flames, and then throwing her fiercely toward the red-haired man. Purple flame meteor. The red-haired man squinted his eyes slightly, displeased, and said, "Don't throw that kind of trash at me carelessly." Swish! A long sword cut through flesh with a sudden sound. The red-haired man had drawn his sword from his waist without anyone noticing. Then, just as Louise was about to fall in front of him, he pierced her heart. Uft! Louise spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the European sword red, her face pale as she stared at her brother with a look full of confusion. "Brother, I'm sorry." Her body pierced through, immense pain coursing through her chest. Even as her life rapidly faded, the woman known as Louise, the bandaged woman, still spoke with her last strength. "Actually, I don't care whether you're a modified person in my heart. You will always be." Swish! Before she could finish her sentence, the red-haired man yanked the sword out violently, blood splattering like a flower, and then he struck down again, completely ending the woman's life. Bang! The woman fell into a pool of blood, her face filled with guilt and frustration, as the falling white snow quickly buried her under the accumulating snow. What a heartless person. Looking at the scene before him, Vane said flatly, "Isn't she your sister?" The red-haired man's eyes twitched, and the sword in his hand felt an unprecedented heaviness. But he still maintained a cold expression, staring directly at Vane, and said, "I don't need a failure as my sister. Whether it's my kin, family, or subordinates, slaves, as long as they are in front of me, there should be no failure, nor will there be." Saying this, he glanced deeply at the fallen Louise, a complex emotion flashing through his gaze, but it was only a fleeting moment. And her life, you're not qualified to take it. What deep sibling affection? Since that's the case. Vane's mouth curled up slightly, unable to suppress a laugh. "I will show mercy and send you to heaven to reunite with your good sister. Remember to apologize to her properly." Upon hearing this, a dangerous red light suddenly flared in the red-haired man's pupils, and his aura surged violently. Even the air seemed to solidify as a result. Black and red lightning appeared around him, twisting and coiling like thick pythons, surging toward Vane. The brilliant conqueror's haki illuminated the snowy night. "Shut up, you don't understand anything. Ignorant ants," the red-haired man shouted coldly, preparing to charge forward with his sword. But in the next second, he was taken aback, staring fixedly at Vane, because, from Vane's body, a conqueror's haki also erupted, dark red tangible lightning leaping and recklessly surging outward. Crackle! Crackle! Vane wore a sinister smile, and though he was still not very skilled, it should be enough to deal with you. He clenched his right fist, dark red domineering lightning swirling above it, emitting a sharp sound like the chorus of 1,000 birds. "Do you have that too?" The red-haired man's expression finally became serious. Of course. Wayne smirked. He was finally feeling it. That kind of unprecedented, powerful force from deep within his heart was responding to the shout of his life. "Right now, I lack nothing. Strong warriors are fighting on the island." Two masked CP0 agents were sprinting across the snowy ground. With each step, they used the shave technique from the 6 styles to cover a significant distance in the air. One of them, a voluptuous female CP0 agent wearing a head mask, was only draped in a white robe in this cold weather, covering only the critical areas while exposing her thighs, showcasing her full figure. The other was a tall, muscular male CP0 agent wearing a dog mask. At this moment, both were gazing towards a certain coastline where black and red lightning danced in the sky, and the shattered earth emitted a deafening roar. Is it the Knights of God? But who are they fighting? Suddenly, 2 white waves of energy appear beneath their feet as they use the moonwalk technique from the 6 styles to soar into the sky, wanting to take a closer look. But at that moment, one of the CP0 agents shouted, "Watch out." A red-hot cannonball suddenly flew from their side and back, appearing particularly abrupt amidst the swirling snowflakes. With a loud boom, intense flames filled the entire sky. The 2 CP0 agents quickly fell to the ground, scanning their surroundings. Step, step, step. Several figures also landed on the ground, surrounding the 2 of them. The newcomers were Leo, Brooke, Perona, Baby 5, Peacock, and 9, who had just been summoned here by Kuma for support. The dog-masked agent glanced around with interest and said to the head-masked woman beside him, "Oh, taking the initiative, huh? Interesting, right? Snow Woman?" The woman known as the Snow Woman crossed her arms in front of her chest and said nonchalantly, "Humph, they just look like a bunch of annoying guys. Let's wrap this up quickly." "You got that right." The dog-masked agent squinted his eyes, surveying the group. Brooke, upon seeing the explosive figure of the masked woman, had his hollow eyes shoot out 2 pink hearts. Then he slid to his knees in front of her, humbly saying, Beautiful lady, could I see your panties?" Not only Leo and the others, but even the dog-masked agent were all dumbfounded, their tongues sticking out in shock, moving like snakes in the air. "How pathetic. Perverted skeleton. What are you doing?" Perona looked at him with disdain. Captain Wayne really recruited an interesting person." Peacock teased, pulling out a small whip. Only Leo had an admiring expression, thinking, "Brooke, you're so brave. I actually wanted to ask that question too." "Oh." The sexy masked lady chuckled lightly, not insulting Brooke like the others. Instead, she lifted one of her smooth legs in front of him, under the astonished gazes of everyone. Brooke's teeth were trembling violently, and with an excited shout, 2 streams of blood shot out from his skull's nostrils like a fountain, flying backward. So happy, Brooke fell heavily to the ground, his bony frame trembling, blood still gushing from his mouth and nose, but his face was filled with great satisfaction. Leo looked at the half-dead Brooke on the ground, worriedly saying, "Hey, Brook, are you okay?" Perona, holding an umbrella, floated in the air. "You won't bleed to death, will you?" Peacock helplessly tugged at the corners of his mouth and suddenly shouted angrily, "But he's a skeleton, right?" Roar. The Snow Woman took off her mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, then covered her mouth and laughed. What a bunch of small fries, taking down one so easily. "Snow Woman, I've warned you so many times. Don't use such despicable tactics again." The dog-masked agent also removed his mask, revealing a standard face of a muscular man. Clenching his fist, he made cracking sound with his bones and shouted loudly, "Even as a member of the intelligence organization, I only rely on these honest fists." "Idiot," the Snow Woman said disdainfully. The dog-masked agent was already getting excited. "All right, let's begin, small fries. Don't die too quickly." After saying this, he stomped the ground hard, leaping into the air, and then did a front flip to land, his right leg crashing heavily into the snow. So fast. "Get out of the way." Boom! With a huge sound, the snow shattered and collapsed, forming a spiderweb-like crack that spread in all directions. But that's not all. A deeper ravine appeared ahead, splitting the battlefield into two parts. Whoosh! The Snow Woman and the dog-masked agent clearly coordinated well, splitting up to act, quickly choosing their targets. On the part where Brook lay, Perona watched in horror as the dog-masked agent charged towards her, his massive fist growing larger in her vision. "Why am I stuck next to this perverted skeleton?" Perona was so frightened that she froze in place, her expression a mix of fear. The dog-masked agent laughed heartily to himself. Another one. Finger gun. His fingers danced in the air, creating afterimages, and countless rapid-fire bullet-like finger marks shot out. Accompanied by the biting cold wind, Perona felt a cold sweat break out on her back. Just at this critical moment, a small figure darted out, charging directly into the barrage of finger marks. Ultimate Stitch. Swish, swish, swish. Moving so fast, it was dizzying. The small figure transformed into a blur, weaving through the powerful finger marks, and finally brushed past the dog-masked agent, darting towards his back. The dog-masked agent's gaze sharpened, and just as he was about to reach Perona, his body suddenly lost balance, then flew backward like a cannonball. Boom! Under Perona's bewildered gaze, the dog-masked agent crashed heavily into the snow, kicking up a large cloud of snow dust. Just as the dog-masked agent was about to get up, his feet seemed to stick together, and he couldn't separate them for a moment. Caught off guard, he stumbled back into the snow, looking quite ridiculous. "Damn it! What is this?" At this moment, standing in front of Perona, the small figure was none other than the leader of the Holy Little People's guerrilla team, Leo, who had eaten the Stitch fruit. "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." Leo turned his head, showing Perona his golden left face, grinning, one of his small white teeth shining with a bright light in the dim snow. Where did this little guy come from? And he's a devil fruit user too? The dog-masked agent glared angrily at Leo. Meanwhile, Perona looked at Leo with gratitude. Then, upon catching a glimpse of Brook lying in a pool of blood on the ground, she immediately changed her expression, angry, and kicked Brook's skull with her little red shoes. "Hey, colorful skeleton, stop pretending to be dead. Get up. Yo-ho-ho. Yo-ho-ho." Brook's upper and lower teeth opened and closed, slowly waking up, and after shaking his head, he exclaimed in surprise, "That wasn't a dream just now. This is amazing. At a time like this, what are you even thinking about?" Perona harshly slapped him on the back of the head, saying with disdain, "Oh dear, you're right. We can't hold back, Captain Wayne." Brook's expression became serious as he drew the sword hidden in his skeletal frame, the blade shimmering with a cold white light. "I've been drifting in that dark sea for so many years, but I truly haven't given up on my training. Yo-ho-ho-ho." With a step, Brook's speed became so fast that it left an afterimage. He swung his sword in the air, slashing towards the dog-headed mask. No song, 3 beats. The dog-headed mask's expression changed slightly, and after clenching his fists, he crossed them at his waist and shouted, "Iron block." Whoosh! Brook's attack rushed through like the wind, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the dog-headed mask. He knelt on one knee, slowly sheathing the sword that resembled an umbrella back into its scabbard, and while retracting the sword, he said, "No song, 3 beats. Arrow tail, slash." Clang! Clang! Several beams of light passed over the dog-headed mask's chest, producing a metallic clashing sound. Yet the dog-headed mask remained motionless, with no wounds appearing on his body, fully absorbing the attack. Did Brook's attack not work? Leo said in surprise upon seeing the dog-headed mask's relaxed demeanor. "Hey ha 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 ha." The dog-headed mask laughed loudly, to become CP0. "I have to put in 100 times the effort of ordinary people every day. Now my physique has reached its peak. Do you think this group of half-baked amateurs can defeat me? Wait another 20,000 years. Thud. The moment the voice fell, the dog mask suddenly vanished from sight. Brook, be careful. Before Brook could react, a massive fist appeared in his line of sight, the whistling punch scraping painfully against his bones. Don't. With the sound of a bone shattering, Brook was sent flying by a heavy punch, his body carving a deep trench in the snow, finally coming to a stop after sliding for hundreds of meters. But it wasn't over. After this punch, the dog mask slightly grinned, displaying a speed like lightning towards Leo, arriving in front of him. Finger gun inch. The dog mask brought his 2 fingers together and pointed down. Sewing shield. Leo drew a fine needle in the air, and a blue glowing line emerged from the needle's tip, blocking in front of him. However, as soon as the fingers made contact with the blue thread, the line created by Leo's ability bent down. Then the finger gun heavily jabbed into his chest. Bang! Leo's small body shot out like a bullet. But during his flight, he took the opportunity to stick the blue thread to the dog mask's finger, creating a long, glowing blue line in the air. Blue splicing. Using the momentum from being thrown, Leo continuously fell to the snow, sticking segments of the thread to the ground with each contact. What an annoying ability. The dog mask shook his hand, unable to shake off the thread, immediately feeling frustrated. Meanwhile, Leo finally stopped at a distance, pulling on the thread with all his strength, then shouted to Perona, "Perona, now's the time, quickly use your ghost." Oh, Perona, just recovering from her shock, immediately flew towards the dog mask with her umbrella, waving her little hand to release a ghost with a dejected expression, arms wide open. Negative ghost. The ghost, having no physical form, passed directly through the dog mask's chest, causing him to flinch and his mood to involuntarily drop. Then he knelt on both knees, murmuring, "I'm just a coward who likes the snow woman but doesn't dare to confess." At this moment, Brook, far away, seized the opportunity and ran over wildly, wanting to deliver a finishing blow. But the dog mask only remained dejected for a few seconds before suddenly returning to normal, angrily saying, "Damn it, does your fruit ability make people say what's on their mind?" Fortunately, the snow woman didn't hear it. Otherwise, I'd be a laughingstock. Perona curled her lip. Isn't your own insecurity at play here? But why does secretly liking someone make you negative? Perona was puzzled. Just as the two were conversing, Brook's attack came again. This time the blade was covered in a cold frost, dispersing like smoke, as if it carried the freezing breath from the underworld. Night song, straight piercing. An intense thrust charged toward the dog mask. Whitebeard. The dog mask roared. Dark-armed color wrapped around his arms, and strands of lightning erupted from them. Then he swung his fist, violently colliding with the tip of Brook's sword. In an instant, a wave of air spread outwards, generating wind pressure, rippling around the two. Brook's attack was blocked, unable to advance an inch, and he felt a sense of foreboding. The dog mask grinned menacingly, suddenly grabbing Brook's skeletal arm and lifting him up before smashing him into the ground. Brook cried out in pain. Let go of the colorful skeleton. Ghost bomb. Perona flew into the air, throwing countless small ghost girls down towards the dog mask. The dog mask's pupils contracted as he forcefully yanked, freeing the blue thread from his hand, then punched the air in front of him. A cylindrical shockwave shot from his hand, colliding perfectly with the swarm of ghosts. Boom! The sound of explosions echoed one after another. Under the flying snow, a cloud of smoke spread out. Then, Perona's figure was thrown out from the shockwave, and even the burgundy umbrella in her hand was broken by the overwhelming force, finally collapsing in the snow. In contrast, the dog mask remained unscathed, grinning. You think you can defeat me with such boring tricks? Wishful thinking. The gap between us is a whole dimension apart. He freed one hand and tightly grasped Brook's neck, a murderous glint in his eyes die. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the dog mask actually twisted Brook's skull off. With a pop, the headless skeleton immediately lost its gravitational support, collapsing weakly to the ground. After doing all this, the dog mask cruelly smiled, casually tossing aside the skull, and pretended to clap his hands. Brook, from a distance, Leo, still desperately running forward, saw this scene and instantly burst into tears, falling onto the thick snow, crying out loud, "It's all my fault. I'm not strong enough to protect my own companions, boo-hoo." And upon seeing this, the dog mask became even more excited, popping open champagne early, mocking, "Weaklings are born to be trampled underfoot. You should thank me for helping you get rid of the burden. A fool who can fall into the snow woman's trap, and you still treat him as a companion? Don't joke around. Ha ha, shut up. You cold-blooded guy." Leo's eyes turned red as he let out a furious roar that didn't match his small stature. "Don't laugh, Brook." Leo charged again, and the fine threads from his needle flew chaotically in the air like spider silk. The user of a stitch fruit can create fine threads out of thin air to stitch any object without causing harm. So what Leo needed to do was touch the dog mask's body again to trap him firmly in place. But the next second, the dog mask simply lifted his right leg and forcefully slashed forward. Storm kick. A pale blue slash suddenly shot out. Leo gritted his teeth and leaped swiftly to avoid the attack. However, the thread from the needle were completely destroyed by the violent slash. Your threads are as insignificant as your size, just like a little bug. Ha ha ha. Soru. As soon as the words fell, the dog mask moved at an even faster speed, reaching Leo's side. Before Leo could react, he kicked him dozens of meters away, creating a small crater in the snow. But right after that, Leo endured the pain throughout his body and tried to stand up. However, he wobbled and fell helplessly to the ground, his chest heaving as he coughed violently. Cough, cough. Damn it. Leo's eyes twitched violently, gritting his teeth as he spat out a sentence. I'm so weak, I can't do anything. I promised Wayland to take a break. At this moment, his heart was filled with self-reproach and helplessness. But just then, he felt a mysterious power awakening inside him, as if a warm current surged from his feet straight to the top of his head, really full of energy. At the same time, the dog mask observed everything with a twisted smile, saying, I love to openly kill every opponent in front of me. Just watch your companions die, one by one in front of you. Next, he glanced at Perona, who was lying on the ground, and said, She's another one of your companions. Whoosh. The dog mask flashed and leaped toward Perona's head. Perona's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't dodge such a speedy attack. The dog mask twisted his right arm, clenching it into a fist as he descended, wrapping it with powerful wind pressure, forming a current around his fist, and smashed down. Iron block fist punch. Faced with this overwhelmingly powerful strike, Perona shut her eyes tightly, seemingly resigned to her fate. Bang! But just as this powerful punch was about to land on Perona's body, it suddenly halted in mid-air, as if it were playing a game of stop. How is this possible? The dog mask's eyes gleamed with menace as he exerted force. But strangely, no matter how hard he tried, his fist could not advance an inch. What is this? The dog mask's tone was tinged with confusion and terror. Snowflakes fell to the ground, and the air seemed to freeze. Perona felt the surrounding environment was eerily silent. She struggled to open her eyes and looked up. She saw a thick, red light tightly wrapping around the dog mask's body, binding him firmly in the air. Not far away, Leo appeared, his eyes filled with determination, resolve, and a hint of ferocity. I'm not a little bug anymore. I've now evolved into a dragon. 7-colored fusion red dragon. Leo flicked the needle lightly, and a red thread shot out. Then, during its flight, its size suddenly increased, taking the form of a fierce red dragon. Accompanied by a high-pitched dragon roar, the red line slammed into the dog mask's chest, pinning him down into the snow. The next second, something strange happened. The thick red line and the threads binding him disappeared the moment they touched the snow, as if they had melted into the dog mask's body. Damn it! The dog mask cursed angrily, trying to get up, but his body was stuck firmly to the ground, unable to move no matter how hard he tried. It's useless. Leo jumped in front of Perona and shouted at the dog mask on the ground. I am the stitch fruit user. I can stitch any object together, and those threads have penetrated deep into the ground. Unless this island is destroyed, you won't be able to escape. What? The dog mask's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted. What kind of joke is this? I won't accept such underhanded tactics. Seeing the shift in the offensive and defensive positions, Perona jumped out and pointed at him. You scared me half to death. And my umbrella, that was a birthday gift from Lord Moria. The dog mask broke out in a cold sweat, you guy. Meanwhile, Leo's mood sank, his eyes downcast as he couldn't help but cry. Even though we won, Brooklyn, just as he was about to cry out loud. A dark green, skull-shaped ghost floated beside him. Mr. Leo, were you looking for me? Huh. Leo turned his head and saw Brooks' soul floating out. He was momentarily stunned, then suddenly scared out of his wits, his tongue sticking out and writhing like a snake in the air as he shouted in fear. A ghost! Yo-ho-ho-ho! Brooks' ghost let out his signature laugh and said, It's so great to have a companion like Mr. Leo. It's my honor. Upon hearing this, Leo calmed down a bit, and after thinking of something, he choked up and said, So, is this just Brooks' soul at the brink of death? Whoa, I don't want that. At this moment, Perona couldn't take it anymore, walked over, and picked up Leo's small body, making him look directly at the headless skeleton on the ground. Hey, take a good look. Don't forget, this guy doesn't even have a body. How could he easily die? Are you saying Leo's eyes lit up. Brooke's ghost stopped being silly and floated over, seriously saying, "Mr. Leo, I am a user of the Revive fruit. I have died once. So as long as my body and soul are not completely destroyed, I will not die completely." Leo immediately wiped away his tears and jumped up excitedly, saying, "So that's how it is. That's great. But it's also thanks to Brooklyn that my fruit ability seems to have awakened. Yo ho ho, so amazing." Brooke laughed too. Then Perona walked in front of the dog mask, staring at him with anger. "Hey, what are you going to do? I'm CP0, do you understand? I belong to the world government." Before she could finish, Perona interrupted. "Who cares about that? You broke my umbrella. That's simply unforgivable. Ghost Forest." Perona waved her hand, releasing countless small ghosts that rapidly approached the dog mask. As Brooke's soul saw this, it suddenly floated over with a whimsical idea. "These ghosts seem to match my state perfectly." He crashed into the group of ghosts, and the dark green light instantly attached itself to them, causing their size to increase. Then, they plummeted down violently and exploded with a bang in the terrified gaze of the dog mask. Boom! The explosive sound echoed around, illuminating the entire dark, snowy ground. The power was enhanced. "It really works," Perona exclaimed in surprise. "Oh ho ho, is this how soul power is used? This is my first time discovering it," Brooke laughed. However, Leo noticed a blind spot. "But Brooke, your soul doesn't seem as green as before. Has it consumed soul power?" "Ah, that's true, but don't worry. It will gradually recover," Brooke replied. Perona thought for a moment and naturally said, "I see. So, it's just temporarily a bit soul depleted, right?" "Soul depleted?" Upon hearing this term, Leo and Brooke's expressions became somewhat strange. It felt like something was off, but they couldn't pinpoint it. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Marineford, in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. "What a joke. How is this possible?" Sengoku shouted in disbelief. "Isn't Wayne supposed to be in the New World?" Opposite him, the aide replied nervously, "It's absolutely true. Fleet Admiral, that pirate named Wayne has gone crazy on Balance Island. Just now, headquarters received an urgent telegram from Balance Island. A group of pirates led by Disaster Wayne suddenly appeared on Balance Island and incited the slaves who were supposed to be the targets to rebel against the celestial dragons on the island. Fleet Admiral, it has been confirmed that celestial dragons have been harmed on Balance Island, and the casualties may be beyond what we can bear." "What?" Sengoku frowned. "This matter is simply too incredible, leaving even someone who has been a fleet admiral for decades stunned. It's still uncertain how many pirates are on the island and how they got to Balance Island." The aide said anxiously, "But the world government wants us to issue the Demon Slayer order, and they want us to immediately send someone to rescue the celestial dragons on the island." "The Demon Slayer order?" Sengoku's gaze tightened. Issuing the Demon Slayer order means launching indiscriminate destructive attacks on Balance Island to eliminate everything there. "Send a Kaido." Sengoku understood the urgency of the situation. Regardless of Wayne's intentions for appearing on that island, he had to prepare for the worst. "Akainu's ship is currently in the West Sea, right?" "Yes, Fleet Admiral." The aide said, "Akainu is currently on a mission in a sea area of the West Sea, and it's not far from Balance Island. Immediately notify him to head to Balance Island. At the same time, mobilize the naval ships stationed near the islands in the West Sea to provide support." "Yes," the aide replied, and immediately went out to give the order. Sengoku also took out the exclusive transponder snail for Wayne and dialed it. He simply couldn't imagine how Wayne, who had just spoken with him, could appear there and likely be involved in the attack on the celestial dragons. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall Wayne's outburst against the celestial dragons in Marineford. Wayne, you wouldn't really abandon the justice you bear, would you?" He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with worry. Brew, brew. The phone rang for a long time without being answered. Sengoku's expression grew increasingly grave. On Balance Island in the West Sea, the sounds of shouting and cannon fire rose and fell, creating a symphony. This place was no longer a hunting ground for one-sided slaughter, but a battlefield that had sounded the horn of war. Almost all the targets encountered groups of pirates during their escape, who then handed them weapons. "We are not prey to be slaughtered. I want revenge for my daughter. Quickly, pick up weapons. Even if we keep running, we will eventually be caught and killed. Don't your lives cry out? Celestial dragons, you should die." In an instant, flames erupted across the island, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Meanwhile, the pirates assigned special tasks were roaming around the island, using their transponder snails to record everything that was happening. In a snowy area, strong winds howled, and the heavy snow transformed the landscape into a silver-clad sight. From a distance, it appeared as an expanse of white, with several tall and thick stone pillars still standing around. 10 celestial dragons, dressed in exquisite armor and white robes, arrived here, each with cold faces and an aura of intense killing intent. If someone who knew the celestial dragons were here, they would surely recognize that these individuals were the judges among the celestial dragons, the Knights of God. Each one is an elite selected from major celestial dragon families, considered the strongest among them. Number 1, the red-haired man, and Louise seemed to have encountered formidable opponents. At this moment, a male celestial dragon with number 3 engraved on his chest spoke. I can already sense number 1's angry emotions in the air. I haven't seen him this serious in a long time. In this book's setting, the Knights of God are referred to by numbers. He. A female celestial dragon with number 4 engraved on her chest said with a smile, I'm really looking forward to it. I hope number 1 loses to that guy. If that happens, we can see number 1's defeated expression. Oh dear, I accidentally let that slip. Number 5 beside her smirked and said, TCH, clearly deliberate, number 4. However, there probably aren't many people in this world who can make number 1 this serious. At that moment, among the group, the celestial dragon number 1, who carried a huge folding fan on his back, suddenly said, someone is coming. The group immediately became alert. They saw a group of heavily clothed pirates walking towards them. Leading the group was none other than Charlotte Katakuri, the second in command of Hive Island, who had defected from the big MOM pirates and joined the Beast Pirates. Oh, so pirates really have barged in, huh? The number 4 celestial dragon licked his lips, looking at Katakuri with an excited expression. It seems that this hunting operation is more thrilling than usual. Hee. Number 4, even at this time, you really are carefree, number 5 mocked. To be honest, although I dislike number 1, he said something right. Useless trash is just a pest and should be eliminated. Even celestial dragons. Number 4's eyes held a hint of madness. Don't be too careless, judging by that guy's emotions. Even facing us, he remains exceptionally calm. Number 3 remarked, a slight smile on his lips. But this is a rare opponent. I really want to kill him. Number 3 is an emotional person who has eaten the emotion fruit, allowing him to see the emotions within others. His fruit ability has awakened, enabling him to accurately detect the emotional fluctuations emitted by specific individuals in the air, which helps him roughly gauge the strength of his opponents based on the intensity of those emotions. A group of very strong guys. The opposing Katakuri said lightly, as his advanced observation haki allowed him to see the formidable strength of the 10 individuals before him. He couldn't possibly defeat them alone. What should we do, Lord Katakuri? Should we retreat? Their gazes are terrifying. A pirate shouted. What nonsense are you saying? If we run away now, then the plan that Wayne executed at such a great cost will be in vain. Katakuri, holding a long earthen dragon, narrowed his eyes, his tone resolute. However, you should retreat. Staying here is just a burden. Yes, Lord Katakuri. The surrounding pirates were immediately moved to tears, some even crying genuinely. In the pirate world, emotions can shift from tears to laughter in an instant. And evidently, the opponents before them were fearsome. Lord Katakuri cares so much for his subordinates. It's truly touching. Seeing these guys weeping, Katakuri's forehead was lined with black lines, and he said with a harsh tone, don't be an eyesore. Hurry up and get lost. Yes, Lord Katakuri. While they were moved, when it came time to fight, these pirates were still very pragmatic and immediately turned to flee. This is a bad situation. Katakuri turned his head and scanned the 10 individuals ahead. The strongest one, number 2, likely had strength on par with his own. This time, it seemed like he would meet his end here. Katakuri thought to himself. But at that moment, he had no reason to retreat. He had never backed down nor turned to flee. Now, in order to free his family from their mother's brutal rule, he had joined Wayne. A man who entrusts his dreams to another man will act without hesitation and cannot turn back. He took out a transponder snail from his pocket, feeling a rare surge of excitement, and shouted towards it, tell Wayne if I die, take my place and defeat Mom, conquer the world. I Katakuri. Entrust this dream to him. However, on the other end of the line, Dr. Vegapunk's voice came through. What are you saying? I can see the scene over there through the video transponder snail. You can't handle those people. Wayne has already made arrangements. Just focus on completing your mission, and those guys will be dealt with. As he said this, Dr. Vegapunk's voice was noticeably trembling, clearly excited. Katakuri thought of something and quickly asked, has that experiment been completed? On the other end of the transponder snail, Little Purple excitedly said, you guessed it. Kuma is adjusting the landing position. You can retreat from there. If it's him, then there's no need to hesitate. Katakuri let out a long breath. Then his figure flickered and quickly disappeared from the spot. racing towards the back. Over at the Knights of God, number 4 roared, "Hey, you were just fighting like crazy. How can you turn around and run? Bastard, I can't wait to kill you." A very plump female, celestial dragon, number 7, licked her lips and greedily said, "Humph, catch up to him. I want him to be my slave." After saying that, she stomped her foot, splattering the snow on the ground, and was about to chase after him. Wait. Number 3, who had eaten the emotion fruit, shouted loudly, "The atmosphere is off. A powerful guy is coming. A monster is approaching." What? Number 2 frowned. Understanding number 3's ability, she was surprised. Is it the guy who fought with number 1? No. Number 3's eyes suddenly widened, looking at a giant stone pillar rising in the snow, his lips twitching as he said, "There." Hearing this, everyone raised their heads to look at the top of the stone pillar. They saw a man wearing a red captain's hat and a pirate captain's robe, walking to the edge of the pillar with a confused expression, looking down at them. "Huh, is this heaven?" the man questioned. But the members of the Knights of God below froze in an instant upon seeing the man's face, their mouths agape in shock. "Hey, this isn't a dream, is it?" Number 10 shouted. "That face and that nose hair that looks like a mustache, it's exactly the same." Number 4 gritted her teeth, disbelief etched on her face. "He should have been dead a long time ago. We've only seen his face in old newspapers." Number 3 gaped, saliva flying. But the aura he emitted was even stronger than those 5 old guys. The 10 individuals were either surprised, fearful, or excited, because standing on that stone pillar was none other than the legendary pirate who found Raftel over a decade ago, recognized by the world as the King of the Seas, and who initiated the Great Pirate Era, the first pirate king, GOLD. Roger. Roger. Someone shouted his name aloud. Above, Roger was still in a daze. "Huh, this doesn't look like heaven. Is it hell?" He clenched his fists and soon realized something, saying, "No, there's no pain. This body should be dead." He observed his condition, discovering that all his cells had died, and even some decaying flesh was wrapped around his bones. No matter how he looked at it, it was a corpse. What on earth is going on? Roger's mouth twisted into a grimace. But the next second, a transponder snail with cyan hair at his waist emitted a brew sound. He narrowed his eyes, took it out, and pressed the answer button. "Can you hear me, Roger?" A clear and pleasant girl's voice came from the other end. "Who are you?" Roger asked. "My name is Little Purple. I should be considered your master now?" Little Purple awkwardly said, as it was her first time encountering a situation like controlling a real person with a dumpling. So she struggled to come up with the term master. "Huh, what kind of joke is this, you?" Roger was about to explode, but in that instant, his soul trembled violently, and he felt an overwhelming desire to submit to the girl. His pupils contracted as he realized something, and he was suddenly horrified, because he discovered that this body seemed to unconditionally obey any command from the girl. "Don't worry, Roger." Little Purple also forced herself to calm down. After all, she was talking to the former Pirate King. "Let me explain briefly. My captain has, through certain means, accomplished something akin to a resurrection technique. However, the current experiment is still unstable, and we don't know how long it can last. According to the owner of the shadow fruit, maintaining the connection between your powerful shadow and your original body consumes a lot of stamina, so your resurrection time is limited. Now, having eaten the dumplings I made from the dumpling fruit, your body will unconditionally obey my commands." Listening to Xiaozi's calm words, Roger's heart was already tumultuous. He never expected that this place was neither heaven nor hell. He was actually being used by someone with ulterior motives. "Now, what time is it?" Roger inquired. "It is the year 1513 of the Sea Circle calendar, and 15 years have passed since her death." "Is that so? It's been so long." Roger's expression dimmed a bit. "So, can you tell me what kind of person has used me? And these guys below, they're celestial dragons, right?" He looked down and recognized the celestial dragons dressed in white armor. Decades ago, in God's Valley of the West Sea, he had seen a member of the Holy Knights named Galen, who wore almost the same attire as these people. Moreover, the eyes of each person concealed a nature of arrogance and cruelty, which was exclusive to the Holy Knights. Xiaozi explained, "My captain is a pirate named Wayne, and he is leading the entire crew in participating in the Celestial Dragons hunting operation. And our enemies are these Celestial Dragons you see." Oh, Roger became interested. So this place is just like the God's Valley from decades ago. This group of world nobles is indeed as cruel as ever. During their conversation, several holy knights below secretly began to summon the surrounding guards. Soon, loud footsteps of marching troops could be heard not far away. The sound of their feet crunching through the snow was particularly loud. "Ha ha ha. So, your captain is going to war with the Celestial Dragons, right?" Roger grinned. What a crazy guy. Isn't that the same as going to war with the world? Does he want to become an Extrox? Ha ha ha. What an interesting guy. I really want to meet him. The captain is also fighting a powerful opponent. Xiaozi replied seriously that he couldn't get away. Roger said, I see, what a pity. So, Roger, are you willing to help us? Xiaozi asked. Ha. Even if I am unwilling, you would force me to fight, right? Roger laughed. That's right. The transponder snail in his hand nodded. I will use my abilities. Please don't. Roger waved his hand, then took a deep breath and said, Since I can't refuse, let me enjoy the fun of battle. Speaking of which, I really miss this pain-free body. During the time after returning from Raftel, he had suffered from illness until his death freed him. That would be best. I won't give you any commands. You can act freely. And I should mention that your current body hasn't had a chance to be modified yet. So, you exist in this world in the form of a zombie. Simply put, you have no sense of pain. Upon hearing this, Roger smiled, then jumped down, landing in the snow, creating a large cloud of snow mist. The 10 members of the Holy Knights immediately panicked, assuming a posture for battle. No sense of pain. Roger's mouth curled into a mocking smile. That is not entirely a good thing. This way, I can't truly feel the battle. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly surged. Black and red lightning swirling around him. The terrifying aura made the surrounding accumulated snow boil, transforming into wisps of smoke. Seeing this, the members of the Holy Knights immediately became extremely alert, not daring to blink. No matter the reason. The opponent standing in front of them this time was the former Pirate King, one of the strongest pirates in history. Ha. War is inevitable at any time. But just right, it's been a while since I've fought so seriously. Roger sighed, instinctively reaching for his famous sword ace at his waist, but instead grabbed another heavy long sword. What is this? He drew out the sword, which was engraved with patterns and had a black blade. The sharp blade reflected a piercing light in the snow. At this moment, the transponder snail hanging at his waist reminded him again. We haven't found your sword ace, but this sword was once wielded by the dragon-slaying Swordsman Ryuma from Wano. It's a great sword of the 21 works, the Black Blade Shioshui. I see. It is indeed a good sword, but unfortunately, it has already been blackened by someone. Roger muttered to himself. Just then, behind the Holy Knights, hundreds of guards armed with long spears advanced. Faced with this unexpected enemy, they all looked tense, not daring to make a sound. The scene momentarily froze. However, after a few seconds of stalemate, the large female, celestial dragon number 7, shouted loudly and lunged at Roger. Stop pretending. Even if it's really Roger, what of it? Be my slave obediently. Human cannonball charge. She jumped up, her back wider than a door, aiming directly at Roger below, crashing down. As No. 7 took the lead in charging, hundreds of guards sent by the world government followed suit, continuously roaring. He. Roger simply raised his head slightly, a smile on his lips. Looking at the enormous number 7 in the air, then his eyes flashed with cold light, and he casually swung his sword. Whoosh! A fierce slash wave shot out from the blade, striking number 7's plump body squarely. Blood sprayed instantly, and number 7's figure flew backward like a cannonball. The members of the Holy Knights and the guard were shocked. They hadn't even seen Roger's movements clearly, and number 7 was already sent flying? But before they could think too much, Roger began to charge into the crowd. The other 9 members of the Holy Knights immediately scattered. In an instant, the guards charged to the front, especially the one in armor running at the very front, about to collide head-on with Roger. At this moment, he could care less, only shouting loudly to encourage himself, raising his spear with all his might, aiming to stab up. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound of flesh colliding. The man felt his feet leave the ground, being grabbed by a large hand and casually thrown into the air. Immediately after, boom, 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 Roger plunged into the crowd, as if entering a no-man's land. Almost 1 punch per person, 2 kicks per person. The soldiers of the guard could hardly withstand even a single blow from him before losing their combat effectiveness. Even the blackened sword, Roger couldn't be bothered to use, because dealing with these kinds of people wasn't worth him drawing his sword. In an instant, the intense sounds of weapon clashes, the crisp and loud sounds of bones breaking, gunfire, explosions, and agonizing wails echoed continuously from the crowd, creating a horrific atmosphere. A figure covered in blood was blasted away like a cannonball after its armor was torn apart, about to land on the head of number 2. Number 2 snorted coldly, drew a huge folding fan from her back, and heavily slammed it onto the snow-covered ground. Truly powerful, she said with a smirk. In a very short time, Over 500 guards who rushed over were reduced to just over 200 by Roger. At this moment, number 8 of the Knights of God could no longer hold back. He lightly jumped, then his head touched the ground, and he quickly burrowed underground. He was a mouse man who had eaten the mouse fruit and could dig underground in any terrain to hide and launch surprise attacks. Roger was standing on the corpse of a guard, holding one guard's neck in each hand, when suddenly his officer.He sensed something unusual underground. He quickly retracted his legs and jumped into the air. At the same time, 2 large hands reached up from the snow, but grabbed nothing. Seizing the opportunity, Roger stomped down forcefully, and with a bang, number 7's hand were instantly reduced to a bloody mess. Number 7's agonized wails came from underground. Then he shouted at his teammates, "Quick, save me." Meanwhile, a triumphant laugh came from behind Roger. "You've exposed your weakness, Roger." The big fat number 7 charged over with legs as thick as tree trunks, ready to punch Roger in the back. Whoosh! But just as she was about to succeed, Roger's figure suddenly vanished from sight. A hint of unease rose in number 7's heart when a massive fist, crackling with dark lightning, suddenly appeared in front of her face. The fierce wind from the punch howled past, and number 7 felt as if her face was being cut by a knife. Before she could resist, Roger's heavy punch slammed into her face, causing it to cave in, looking quite terrifying. Bang! With a physique like that of Porca's Diaz, number 7 flew out and crashed into the snow, creating a large cloud of snow. However, she did not faint. Instead, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and shakily attempted to get back up. "How tenacious," Roger said with a smile. Although he had not yet adapted to this insensible body, the punch he just delivered was fully wrapped in armament hockey, exerted with all his strength, about 70% of his peak power. It seemed that number 7's physique was as tough as a monster. How terrifying. The Knights of God are truly a troublesome bunch, Roger seemed to enjoy saying. Meanwhile, several other members of the Knights of God began to surround and attack Roger. "Don't get too proud." With a loud shout, the small, childlike number 10 Knight charged toward Roger with bare hands. In the eyes of ordinary people, his speed was not fast, especially against an opponent like Roger. This action was practically asking for death. However, the members of the Knights of God sneered at this. Smack! Sure enough, just as number 10 rushed over, Roger reached out his right hand, firmly gripping his neck and lifting him effortlessly, sneering, "You want to dance too?" He. Number 10 did not struggle. Instead, he raised the corners of his mouth in a strange arc, calmly saying, "Immerse yourself in the dream, Roger." In the next moment, his pupils changed, twisting into a bizarre pattern resembling a hook. He had eaten the dream fruit, a mythical Zoan-type fruit, and had awakened its powers, allowing him to pull those caught in his gaze into a dream, torturing them within to psychologically break them. Immerse yourself in the dream. Although number 10 was being choked by Roger, he still spoke coldly. Roger, however, calmly smiled. "Oh, your fruit power sounds really interesting. But, as much as I'd love to experience it, I don't have time to play with you right now." As he spoke, a dangerous light suddenly flashed in Roger's eyes, and a powerful conqueror's hockey emanated from him, fiercely impacting all directions. Number 10, who was closest, was horrified as an invisible force instantly engulfed him, evoking a primal fear that made him feel like kneeling. Of course, he couldn't T-kneel now, since Roger was still gripping his neck. The power of the devil fruit is strong, but it shouldn't be misused, Roger laughed. Especially when your hockey isn't strong enough. Sufficient hockey can eliminate the effects of fruit powers. This is a technique understood by top-tier experts. As soon as he finished speaking, Roger's grip tightened. Just then, number 2, who had been watching from a distance, suddenly darted to Roger's side, opened the folding fan she had been carrying on her back, and fanned Roger away. "Don't underestimate people," number 2 shouted angrily. Whoosh! Roger performed a backflip in midair and landed steadily on the ground. At this moment, the remaining members of the Knights of God and the guards regrouped cautiously, watching Roger. Roger's expression became serious as he drew his black blade, Chiu Shui, wrapping it in a dense conqueror's hockey. Black-red arcs of electricity surged along the blade, exuding a terrifying aura. He gripped the sword tightly, raised it, and slashed down fiercely. "God avoid!" Whoosh! Amidst the terrified gazes of everyone, a majestic flying slash cut through the air, racing towards them. At the same time, violent winds blew up all the snow on the ground, surging towards the crowd. Boom! The slash struck the crowd, cutting through them like a hot knife through butter, targeting the panic guards. Accompanied by countless screams, large numbers of armored soldiers fell one after another before Roger. either struck by the flying slash or knocked unconscious by the Conqueror's haki wrapped around God of Void. The wind pressure continued for a long time before finally stopping. The air was still filled with a faint black-red haki. The members of the Knights of God, as soon as that move was unleashed, quickly retreated to the back of their army, shielding others in front of them. Thus, they did not suffer significant harm. It was now clear that this guy was the real GOLD. Roger. He was simply not human. The gap in strength was too vast. Unless they attacked together, they would never be able to defeat him. Even the once extremely proud Knights of God had to admit at this moment that their opponent before them truly deserved the title of Pirate King. At this time, the ninth member of the Knights of God, a robust and muscular man, resolutely tore off his clothes, exposing his bare body, and covered himself with a pitch-black coating of haki, then clenched his fists and charged towards Roger. There's no other way. Get out of the way. Let me handle him. Seeing him make a move, the other surprisingly stood still, quietly watching. Roger also sensed something was off, but he was never one to think too much. So when the ninth member charged in front of him, he raised his famous sword and fiercely stabbed it through the ninth member's chest. Shoo! A deep knife wound suddenly appeared on the ninth member's body, and blood spurted out violently, an alarming amount of blood. His face instantly turned pale, and due to the excruciating pain, his expression became particularly twisted. However, the brilliant smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. Cough. You fell for it, Roger. With a loud sound, a knife wound appeared in the same spot on Roger's chest. The ninth member grinned fiercely, enduring the pain in his chest. Grasping the blade of the sword, and tremblingly said, I am the pain man who ate the pain fruit. No matter who it is, in whatever way, as long as I experience pain, that person will share this pain with me. So, Roger, you're very strong, and it's hard for us to hurt you, but now, get ready to feel pain. Ahaha. Even though his chest had been pierced by the sword, the ninth member still forced himself to look up and laugh wildly, already anticipating the sight of Roger collapsing in pain. The ability of the pain fruit was something he would not use unless absolutely necessary, as it was a method that would harm both the enemy and himself. Ha ha, it doesn't matter anymore. Roger, it's your honor to force me to use this ability. But as time passed, the smile on the ninth member's face gradually began to freeze. Roger continued to look at him with a dumbfounded expression. Why? A sense of unease surged in the ninth member's heart as he urgently questioned, why do you look like you're fine? What are you pretending for? Hurry up and scream in pain. Pooh! Roger couldn't help but laugh out loud, realizing, so that's how it is. It does sound like a tricky ability, but he scratched his head and pushed the sword forward again, causing the ninth member's expression to twist once more. In this body, I feel nothing. Hearing this, the ninth member was first stunned, then instinctively looked at the wound on Roger's chest. There, although there was a deep hole that looked like it had been pierced by a sword, not a single drop of blood flowed out. This guy is telling the truth. The ninth member was shocked. Ah, it's such a pity that I can't empathize with you. Roger smirked, twisting the black sword, suddenly exerting force. Shoo! Under the astonished gazes of the other 8 members of the Knights of God, the ninth member was cut in half, becoming 5 members. The ninth member was actually killed by him. Roger, you've killed a celestial dragon. Even if you are the resurrected Pirate King, you won't escape the endless pursuit of the world government. The second member of the Knights of God coldly shouted. However, Roger shook his head with a bitter smile. If that's the case, that would be great. After all, he had died many years ago. The reason he could temporarily come back to life was thanks to those unknown people conducting experiments of an unspecified nature. His mind was still in a fog. However, being able to fight again, he was still very excited. Not understanding the circumstances, he simply chose not to think about them. Roger had always been this carefree person. Just like when he first set sail, seeing Rayleigh with a ship, he ran over excitedly, insisting on taking him to sea as a pirate. Speaking of which, Roger said, I actually dislike you guys quite a lot. It's a pity that the timing for us to go to that island is wrong. A fleeting moment of reminiscence crossed his gaze, but it quickly disappeared, replaced by an expression of desire to fight, exuding the aura of a king. He sneered, all right. My time is limited. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Roger brandished his sword, his body exploding with terrifying speed, charging towards the 8 members again. Hey, he's coming again. The members of the Knights of God looked grave, not having time to mourn the defeat of the 9th member, knowing that if they didn't respond properly, they would be the next to die. The deafening roar once again echoed, and the battle resumed in this snowy field. At the same time, in a place where a celestial dragon was fighting with targets, not far away, A CP0 agent wearing a wolf-headed mask and a white robe was rapidly approaching the battlefield using moonwalk, laughing as he said, "Ahaha, this is truly a marvelous opportunity for redemption. Although this island has been invaded by pirates, as long as I can save a celestial dragon, I will be a great contributor. At that time, maybe I won't just avoid punishment, but will even be rewarded." Aha! The wolf mask laughed wildly in the air, his mind already fantasizing about becoming the new leader of CP0. Suddenly, he lowered his voice. There's killing intent. Without hesitation, he raised his right leg and kicked hard in a certain direction, using the gale foot technique. A light blue slash flew from his foot, disappearing into the swirling snowstorm. Nothing happened. Am I scaring myself? He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, muttering to himself. But the next second, a massive figure plummeted from above, descending at lightning speed and crashing down on him. Bang! Bang! Two figures fell simultaneously into the thick snowdrift. Damn! What the hell is this? The wolf mask rubbed his head, getting up from the snow, and when he saw the massive figure in front of him, his pupils suddenly contracted, because what had just fallen on him was not a person, but an exaggeratedly large pterosaur. Due to the snow, it was hard to see the road. The pterosaur spoke human words, its body rapidly changing, shrinking to a normal size, reverting to Drake's original form. "Who are you? You look familiar," the wolf mask asked unkindly. Drake smiled, clenched his fists, assumed a fighting stance, and loudly declared, "The beautiful youthful beast of Hive Island, Drake." Drake? Upon hearing this name, the wolf mask was taken aback, then clapped his hands. "So, it's you?" "Huh? Drake asked in confusion. "Do you know me?" "Of course. I fear I'll never forget you, this interesting guy." The wolf-masked figure spoke with a hint of playfulness. "I've been keeping an eye on you, especially after hearing you became a pirate." As he said this, he looked at Drake with a curious gaze and even licked his lips, making Drake shiver involuntarily. "Who are you, really?" Drake asked. "Well, let me tell you, since you're a pitiful guy," the wolf-masked figure said as he removed his mask, revealing a smiling yet fierce face. "You should still remember your childhood, right? Because of that fruit, you left your pirate father and accidentally joined the Navy. I've heard that Admiral Sengoku appreciates you." Hearing this, Drake's expression froze. That was over a decade ago. Back then, he was just the son of a pirate captain, bullied on the ship for his frail body, enduring a dark childhood in a den of pirates. His father was a cruel and greedy pirate who would beat and scold Drake daily for his small stature, making him work like a slave on the ship. Drake hated such pirates. He even longed to join the Navy to uphold justice and save those who were weak and helpless. Later, his father accidentally obtained a devil fruit called the op fruit and intended to sell it for a good price. However, on Minion Island, a pirate raided Drake's father's base and stole the op fruit on a snowy night. It was during that chaos that Drake was unexpectedly rescued by the Navy and recognized by Admiral Sengoku, who wanted to train him as an elite. "But how do you know all this?" Drake asked in confusion. Although these events weren't major, they were indeed confidential. Even the fact that he was once the son of a pirate was something Sengoku had helped him keep hidden. How could the CP0 know? "Ha!" The wolf-masked figure laughed. "What a coincidence. It's great to run into you here." As he spoke, his gaze suddenly turned fierce, and he ripped open his robe to reveal a shocking scar. "Your bastard father nearly got me killed." "What is that?" Drake still didn't understand. He chuckled. "Let me tell you. The world government had long set their sights on that fruit, and I was given the order to seize it. The worst part is," he abruptly changed his tone, "afterward I was nearly executed, but fortunately I survived that torture and became CP0. However, to this day, I still resent everyone involved in that incident, especially you and your father, Drake." Since that event, the wolf-masked figure had been gathering intelligence, vowing to kill that group of pirates. It was then that he was shocked to discover that the Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku, had actually adopted a pirate's child. Ha! How ironic. Drake, the son of a pirate, has become a Navy man, but now has returned to being a pirate. Interesting, truly interesting. The wolf-masked figure laughed maniacally. "It seems you are indeed absolute evil." Drake frowned tightly at these words and gritted his teeth. "That's not true. Whether in the past or now, whether as a Navy man or as a pirate, my beliefs have never changed." The wolf-masked figure snorted coldly. Don't joke around. A noble child is still a noble, and a pirate's son is forever a pirate. That is the eternal truth of the world. Drake, stop hiding your inner weakness with pretty words. You damn parasite. The wolf-masked figure's face twisted with malice as he said, "Even if you accidentally join the Navy, you cannot escape the fate of becoming a pirate again and being killed by me here. That is your destiny, Drake." "That's not true." Drake clenched his fists and stomped the ground, charging at the wolf mask figure with a powerful punch aimed at his face. Whether following Captain Wayne or coming to this island to fight you, it's my own chosen destiny. It's not some damn fate. Iron block. The wolf masked figure crossed his arms at his waist, hardening his chest like iron to withstand Drake's punch. His lips curled into a sneer. You filthy creature. You're truly disgusting. Bang. The wolf masked figure punched Drake in the face, sending him flying. He then leaped into the air, supporting himself with his hands and spreading his legs in a split, twisting his hands forcefully on the ground. Storm kick. A wave of blue light slashed through the air, shooting out with a piercing chill, ready to hit the flying Drake. Iron block. Drake quickly used the same Six Styles technique to resist the attack. Bang. The overwhelming slash exploded in midair, and a strong figure crashed into the snow. Drake jumped out of the snow, his eyes locked on the wolf mask figure not far away. Roar. You even mastered Iron block. What a talented guy. I'm really curious why you chose to betray the Navy, which could grant you power and wealth, to become a pirate who lives in constant fear of death. The wolf mask figure asked with great interest. Drake took a deep breath and said, There's no special reason. It's just that I believe the Navy, under the so-called world, nobles and celestial dragons, cannot give me peace of mind. Oh, then you truly are a foolish guy. Justice is merely a shield for the weak. In this sea where strength reigns supreme, justice wins because the victors are justice. A sinister laugh echoed as the wolf-masked figure suddenly accelerated, appearing in front of Drake, and quickly pointed 2 fingers at him. Finger gun. Swish. Swish. The afterimages of his fingers struck at Drake. Drake's eyes sharpened, his head moving back and forth, his speed even faster than the finger strikes, narrowly dodging each attack. Is this reaction speed observation hockey? The wolf-masked figure was startled. At that moment, Drake shouted, hardening. In an instant, his fist turned jet black, aiming at the wolf-masked figure's head, and he struck with all his might. Bang! A massive fist hit the wolf-masked figure's astonished face, causing it to cave in. Damn! I really underestimated you, little bug. The wolf-masked figure took the punch head-on, kicking off the ground and leaping into the air, putting some distance between him and Drake before launching a fierce counterattack with both legs. Storm kick. Chaos. Countless slashes descended, each sharp wave capable of carving deep trenches into the ground. A hint of tension appeared in the corner of Drake's eyes. This guy's martial arts were completely above his level. Although he had learned all the 6 styles under Captain Wayne's guidance, he still hadn't reached this guy's standard. There was no choice left. Transform. Drake's body suddenly expanded, his hands sprouting sharp claws, his legs transforming into reverse joints, and a long tail extending behind him, his face looking extremely ferocious. However, this time he did not unfold any wings on his back, and his size was not as enormous as before. This was a special form of a Zoan fruit user, Beastman form. Evil Dragon Roar. With a loud roar, a powerful wave of air surged from the Beastman's mouth, sweeping towards the air with a violent slash. The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out, and the slashes from this attack vanished in an instant, dissipating into nothing. Could he really be a fruit user? Before the wolf mask could voice his doubt, Drake suddenly erupted with lightning speed, raising his massive head and colliding with his chest. Bang! A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of the wolf mask's mouth, turning into a projectile as he flew backward. Drake was overjoyed and was about to continue his pursuit. However, as he flashed in front of the wolf mask, his claws clenched into a fist and struck his blocking arm. Puffed. The skin on Drake's claws was torn, and blood immediately splattered out. What is this? He quickly kicked the wolf mask away, but his foot felt like it had kicked a nail, sending a sharp pain through him, and a stream of blood suddenly gushed out. Ha ha ha! The wolf mask executed a beautiful backflip in the air and landed steadily, grinning wickedly. Good fruit ability. But if you can only fight up close, you will be killed. On his arms, and under the skin on his chest, numerous white bone spurs had grown, looking exceptionally terrifying. I am the bone man who has eaten the bone fruit, allowing my bones to become indestructible and changing their shape at will. So, even from the perspective of fruit abilities, you have no chance. As soon as he finished speaking, the wolf mask charged forward again, his arms with sharp bone spurs suddenly smashing towards Drake. Drake flickered, moving with swift steps, hardening his claws with the speed of the impact, and collided with the wolf mask's attack. Bang! The pitch-black claws and white bone spurs clashed violently. However, Drake could only hold on for 2.5 seconds before he couldn't withstand it and quickly retreated, his claws already a bloody mess. Awaken, Drake! The wolf mask pressed the attack, stepping on the ground and turning into an afterimage as he chased after, then opened his arms wide, directly embracing Drake's body and driving all the bone spurs in his chest into him. Ah! Drake let out a painful roar. With a thought, his body changed again, growing larger and completely transforming into a pterosaur. The wolf mask was blasted away, but suffered no harm. He had grown small bone spurs all over his body, like armor covering his surface. Useless. As long as I have this bone spurs armor, even if you learn hockey, you won't be able to break through this defense. Oh really? Then I won't get close to you. The massive pterosaur spoke human words, then opened its mouth wide, aiming at the wolf mask, dragon's breath. Intense flames gathered in its mouth, then transformed in an instant into a torrent of blazing fire, spewing forth. Boom! The brilliant flames erupted, the terrifying heat evaporating the flying snow into scorching mist. The fierce flames surged forward, directly engulfing the wolf mask. Bastard! The flames continued to burn for a long time, and then a disheveled, ash-covered black figure stumbled out, the wolf mask cursing. Where did this flame come from? Why can a Zoan fruit user use the burn fruit's abilities? He fell into deep confusion. Meanwhile, Drake grinned, his loud roar almost shaking the heavens. Ignorant fool, don't you know? Ancient pterosaurs cooked their meat like this. What a joke. Ancient pterosaurs breathe fire and eat barbecued meat? The wolf mask found it hard to believe. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought he was hearing a ridiculous joke. Ignorant, aren't you? Drake replied. That's impossible. The wolf mask felt a burning pain on his body, roaring angrily. Just then, the massive pterosaur opened its mouth again, aiming at the wolf mask. Not good. The wolf mask thought to himself. He couldn't afford to think about whether it was reasonable for the pterosaur to breathe fire anymore. He had to dodge the next attack quickly. The bone fruit could indeed create a layer of bone spurs armor all over his body, but it was countered by this long-range attack, and using the fruit ability also limited his movement. Whoosh! The wolf mask quickly retreated, creating a large distance from the pterosaur. But the next second, the pterosaur did not breathe fire. Instead, it spat out countless wind blades, shooting towards the wolf mask. Countless wind blades, like a violent storm, howled towards the wolf mask. The razor-sharp wind blades instantly engulfed the wolf mask's entire body. Faced with this sudden attack, the wolf mask reacted quickly. He almost instantly used the strongest defensive technique from the 6 dials, Iron Block. However, those wind blades were too dense and sharp, continuously hitting the wolf mask's body like raindrops. In an instant, small and gruesome wounds appeared on the wolf mask's body, bright red blood quickly flowing from those wounds. What is this? The wolf mask was nearly questioning life itself. Was this also your fruit ability? Of course, Drake said impatiently. This is how ancient pterosaurs cut their prey into pieces. Otherwise, how could they eat their food so freely? That's just your assumption. The wolf mask finally couldn't take it anymore. Drake said nothing, simply continuing to shoot flames and wind blades at the wolf mask. The scene became chaotic, the once pristine snowy ground now a mess, filled with pits and scorched marks from the flames. Boom! Another explosive sound of flames erupted, smoke billowing and spreading in all directions. Just as the smoke was about to dissipate, several small bones, resembling white bullets, shot out from within. Bone gun, iron block, pterosaur shield. Drake wrapped his broad wings around his body. The hard feathers combined with iron block directly blocking the bone gun, which fell to the ground. It seems my fate won't end here. This is over. Drake let out a deafening roar. He flapped his wings, his claws lifting off the ground, charging forward with his massive body. Impossible. You evil criminal should die under the justice of punishment. The wolf mask let out his last roar, slamming his hands against the ground. Countless sharp, long bone spurs burst up from under the snow, like spikes attacking the soaring Drake. Although Drake is large in size, he is incredibly agile. With the perception of observation hockey, he continuously flies swiftly, dodging the attacks of bone spikes while constantly circling in the air. As his speed increases, streams of green air begin to form and swirl into a cyclone, quickly transforming into a terrifying and massive tornado. The wolf-masked figure, holding a sharp bone spike, thrusts it with all his might into the green air, attempting to break through and attack Drake, who is hiding inside. Clang! The surface of the tornado acts like a barrier, causing the wolf-masked figure's arm to ache from the impact. His pupils constrict, and he instinctively asks, is this also a pterosaur's ability? Yes. Ancient pterosaurs used to trap their prey this way. As soon as the words are spoken, the tornado approaches the wolf-masked figure. carrying countless wind blades, and ends it, tornado blade. With no way to evade, the wolf-masked figure's thoughts race, and all the bone spikes on his right arm begin to spin and condense, forming a bone spike drill. Following that, the drill is enveloped in pitch-black armament hockey, and his body begins to spin rapidly. He transforms into a gigantic drill, paper drawing essence dance of snow. Boom! The two forces collide violently. The snow around them is lifted and splattered in all directions. A pressure of wind bursts forth, and a terrifying wave of air sweeps across the entire sky. Their clash continues for a long time until the wolf-masked figure is the first to falter. The bones in his arms snap and shatter, blood pouring from his mouth as he is sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. After this blow, Drake has nearly exhausted all his energy, reverting from pterosaur form back to human form. He quickly approaches the wolf-masked figure, placing a foot on his face and with two fingers of his right hand together. He prepares to use a finger gun to end this guy's life. Hey, wait. The wolf-masked figure, unable to move, desperately pleads, I admit defeat. You are the victor. Your actions are justice. So let me join you. I am willing to submit. Whether it's to protect civilians or to resist the world government, I am willing. Hearing this, Drake, with an expressionless face and calm demeanor, replies, You've misunderstood something. My justice has never been about protecting anything. It's simply what brings me peace of mind. Whether as a pirate or a navy, what I steadfastly follow is my justice. Upon hearing this, the wolf-masked figure's eyes widen in shock, about to say something else. But in the next moment, a dark surge appears on Drake's fingertip, and a finger gun strikes the wolf-masked figure's forehead, ending his wicked life. In the West Sea, in a maritime area not far from Balance Island, a blue and white naval ship cuts through the sea, swiftly heading towards Balance Island. At the bow of the ship stands a man in a white naval cap, dressed in a burgundy suit, with a cloak reading justice draped over his shoulders. His expression serious and even somewhat fierce. Admiral Sakazuki, the headquarters has urgently reported that there are celestial dragons on that island. Admiral Sengoku has instructed you to act cautiously. Listening to his officer's report, Akainu furrows his brow. Why is Vayne there? And how could there be celestial dragons on that island? Some celestial dragons do leave the Holy Land to travel elsewhere to cause trouble. However, incidents of collective murders like this are unheard of. I don't know. And I've heard that Admiral Sengoku is also in a state of panic over this matter, the officer said. Usually, if a celestial dragon encounters an emergency, they have the right to call upon the power of the Navy headquarters admirals, and if necessary, the Navy will issue a demon hunting order. Moreover, the latest reports from headquarters indicate that several celestial dragons are already dead. Well, that's good. The officer can't help but mutter under his breath. What did you say? Akainu's face twitches, and he says in a deep voice. In nothing, Admiral Sakazuki, the officer quickly replies. Remember, the Navy never needs confused people. This era demands complete justice, allowing no evil to exist. Akainu raises his voice. Yes. The officer's expression stiffens, and he immediately extends his right palm to salute. Palm facing backward. Full speed ahead. We can't let the pirates run rampant any longer. Akainu orders. Yes. The blue and white naval ship accelerates towards Balance Island. At the same time, on Balance Island, at a coastal area, fierce winds arise, stirring up large amounts of accumulated snow. The violent elements formed by Conqueror's hockey continue to swirl around, and the air is filled with a dangerous atmosphere. The two individuals responsible for all this are facing each other in confrontation. I never expected that you, a lowly commoner, would possess such talent, the red-haired man coldly remarks. Opposite him stands a massive purple giant, towering like a mountain, whose voice rumbles like thunder, saying, that line should be mine. Can cyborgs also wield Conqueror's hockey? From what Vayne knows, cyborgs like Stussy can master armament hockey and observation hockey. However, Conqueror's hockey is something very special. Perhaps as long as the owner of the bloodline factor possesses Conqueror's hockey, the cyborgs created from that bloodline factor will also inherit that kingly quality. Vayne pulls back his thoughts, once again swinging his long blade to unleash a purple slash that cuts through the air and shoots towards the red-haired man. The sharp flying slash, carrying a fierce momentum and entwined with terrifying thunder, reaches the red-haired man in an instant. The red-haired man holds a beautifully decorated Western sword and executes a simple but unadorned slash, crimson slash. Whoosh, accompanied by a metallic roar. An equally massive flying slash collides with Vayne's attack, resulting in a struggle. Finally, with a bang, their attacks cancel each other out. Then, both begin to exchange attacks. countless slashes colliding violently, erupting into intense flames and sharp sword energy that spreads in all directions. After a prolonged standoff, the red-haired man suddenly speaks. "You're a decent swordsman. I've changed my mind. I can spare your life and allow you to submit to me. Once I reach that supreme throne, I will grant you unimaginable glory." As he says these words, the red-haired man's face remains unchanged, as if he is merely stating facts, like a machine programmed to achieve a goal without considering the reality. "Huh!" Vayne, now transformed into a purple giant, scoffs. "Your strength is not enough for you to be so arrogant. It seems you've misunderstood something. I'm not a swordsman." As soon as he finishes speaking, Vayne's enormous form vanishes in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he enters the second stage of Kanemitsu Raijin, shrinking the purple giant's armor to form an invisible suit of armor that envelopes his body, while also enhancing the effects of observation haki, significantly improving his reaction time and speed. Vayne's fists, wrapped in pitch-black armament haki, are thrust down with great speed. So fast, the red-haired man barely had time to react before a punch landed hard on his chest, causing his body to fly backward. His gaze sharpened, and a dark red wave of energy enveloped his sword as he strangely halted in midair, then began to push against the air to counterattack Wayne. Divine Judgment. This sword tore through the atmosphere, distorting the surrounding air as it surged toward Wayne with overwhelming momentum. Wayne narrowed his eyes. The two legendary swords, Sakura and Xiaolong, which possessed phantom beast abilities, seemed to gain sentience. One scattered into a sky full of cherry blossoms, while the other transformed into a fierce pink dragon, charging bravely at the red-haired man. Immediately after, Wayne exploded with astonishing speed, his right fist wrapped in the aura of cherry blossoms. Red energy swirling around his fist as it collided violently with the red-haired man's blade. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and the terrifying force caused the entire island to tremble slightly. The sea began to boil, with torrents of waves crashing onto the shore, creating a particularly terrifying scene. As the two attacks reached a stalemate, sharp fragments of the blade began to wreak havoc on the red-haired man's body, and the red dragon seized the opportunity to bite into his waist. Damn it! The red-haired man had dark clouds gathering on his forehead, his expression turning extremely sinister. Meanwhile, a sharp pain began to radiate from his hand. The terrifying electric current from Wayne's fist was spreading throughout his body. Bang! Finally, the red-haired man was sent flying. But it wasn't over. Black-red lightning began to materialize on Wayne's fist, a small black that condensing in front of his fist, distorting the air and continuously expanding like a black hole. Black flash. Wayne unleashed a punch, and the twisted, coiling black lightning transformed into a tangible force, tearing through the air and striking the red-haired man. Even the red-haired man, who had maintained a cold expression until now, couldn't hold back his pained grimace, letting out a painful howl. Seeing this, Wayne proclaimed, "Cyborgs feel no pain. Any living being attacked will feel pain, fear, or show a flaw. But cyborgs do not have that feeling. Therefore, to defeat a cyborg, you must completely destroy them. Tear them to pieces." These words fell into the red-haired man's ears, making him unable to help but twitch the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for maintaining his aloof persona, he would have cursed Wayne out right then and there. He was in so much pain, yet Wayne was here stating that he felt no pain as if it were a matter of course. The next second, Wayne's figure flickered, his eyes glowing red as he charged at him. Wayne was always a man of his word, and taking advantage of the red-haired man's weakness, he was about to strike again to tear him to pieces. The red-haired man's eyes widened as the fierce wind from Wayne's punch hit his face, feeling as if it were being cut by a knife. Just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Wait! With a loud bang, a tall, serious-looking man stood in front of the red-haired man, extending a massive fist imbued with molten lava to collide with Wayne's electrified fist. Hiss! Scalding steam erupted, melting the falling snowflakes into droplets, creating small craters in the snow on the ground. "Admiral Sakazuki?" Wayne exclaimed softly. You know, Wayne, quickly confess what you were doing on this island." "Admiral Sakazuki? What did you arrive?" Wayne asked in confusion. He could have predicted that the Navy would send an admiral-level figure, and he had even thought it would be Admiral Kizuru, the Yellow Flash. But he didn't expect it to be Akainu, and it's such a critical moment. "Wayne, answer me, what is going on?" The two of them stood there in a deadlock, neither willing to back down. Akainu was also astonished. This kid's current strength seemed terrifying. 2 years ago, he wasn't even a commander. Wayne's lips curled slightly. "I see. Then let me explain to you, Admiral." He withdrew his fist and quickly dashed in a direction. Seeing this, Akainu ignored the red-haired man behind him and hurriedly followed. Swish! Swish! The two moved at incredible speeds, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at a battlefield. Here, smoke billowed, and flames soared into the sky. Many corpses burned fiercely in the flames. On one side of the battlefield were people dressed in target clothing, some of whom had fierce expressions. And on the other side was the exclusive guard of the Celestial Dragons, clad in white armor. Behind the guard, 2 Celestial Dragons were trembling in fear, being protected as they retreated. Seeing the scene here, Akainu's brows furrowed. What on earth had happened? Admiral Sakazuki, as you can see, this is a battlefield, and I am the one who instigated this war, Wayne stated bluntly. Noticing the increasing confusion on Akainu's face, Wayne continued to explain. Baron's Island was originally a member state of the world government, but after a series of events, this country became a hunting ground for the Celestial Dragons because it could not pay the heavenly gold. The Celestial Dragons treat the entire nation's civilians as prey, putting targets on them to conduct a brutal slaughter game. Upon hearing this, Akainu's expression grew increasingly serious. If you don't believe me, you can personally go to other parts of the island and take a look. Wayne looked at the prey desperately resisting and felt a sense of satisfaction. He never indiscriminately showed kindness to save those who were beyond help. Since these guys knew to resist, it indicated that they were still worth saving and had the potential to become Wayne's allies in the future. Wayne pointed at the 2 Celestial Dragons in the distance. Look, Admiral Sakazuki, the greatest evil in the world is right here, embodied in the Celestial Dragons. With a swish, Wayne transformed into a gust of wind, instantly reaching the back of the guard, effortlessly lifting the 2 Celestial Dragons with one hand each. The 2 Celestial Dragons struggled desperately in Wayne's grip, shouting curses, "Bastard! Let go of me, you damned lowlife. I will make you wish you were dead." Noisy. Wayne narrowed his eyes, suddenly exerting force with one hand, choking the Celestial Dragon until he couldn't breathe, his face quickly swelling up like a pig's head. It wasn't over. Wayne slowly placed the other Celestial Dragon on the ground and then kicked hard at his toe. Ah! The Celestial Dragon let out a heart-wrenching scream, one foot already crushed and bloodied. Wayne, seeing this scene, Akainu shouted angrily, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? As a Navy officer, this is not your place to interfere." Wayne retorted matter-of-factly, "I only know that I am upholding justice. I am carrying out the mission given to me by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Since most people in the world are unaware of this matter, I have a responsibility to make it public." Enough. Akainu's expression became ferocious. "Are you going to be an enemy of the world government? I'm not going to be an enemy of the world government. I'm going to be an enemy of this world," Vane said, the corners of his mouth beginning to rise, his eyes showing a hint of madness as he shouted. "That's right, Senior Sakazuki. Aren't you going to carry out absolute justice? Come on, slaughter the civilians, trample on lives? The despicable Celestial Dragons are right in my hands. Since you say it's for justice, then kill them first for me to see." Akainu's gaze tightened, his facial muscles twitching a few times as he said in a deep voice, "Vane, I understand your feelings, but your extreme justice is unworkable. On this sea, how many people are homeless because of pirates, and how many have sleepless nights in fear because of their existence? The Navy's justice may indeed not be able to protect every civilian, but justice like yours, carried out by a group of pirates, is absolutely unworkable." A strange expression appeared in Akainu's eyes as he stared intently at this junior he used to think highly of, and he uttered, "Vane, if you don't stop now, you will regret it." Upon hearing this, Vane couldn't suppress the grin on his face and laughed maniacally. "Ha ha! To the victor go the spoils. There's nothing to regret. And Senior Sakazuki, what do you think the consequences of killing the Celestial Dragons will be? The fact that I am here means I can't turn back anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, Vane suddenly exerted force with one hand, directly choking the Celestial Dragon whose head was swollen like a pig's, causing him to suffocate. Immediately, a pair of large purple wings appeared behind him, and he flew into the sky above the battlefield, attracting everyone's attention. "Hey, everyone, look carefully. This guy in my hand is the master of the world, a Celestial Dragon." Vane shouted down, "Don't you want freedom? Don't you want to live? Then reach for what you desire most." As soon as he finished speaking, lightning erupted from his hand, and a thunderous roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. Accompanied by a series of piercing wails, the Celestial Dragon was reduced to charcoal by the terrifying lightning, and a gust of wind blew, dispersing him into dust. Roar! Almost simultaneously, the rebels below let out deafening roars, gripping their weapons and charging bravely towards the Celestial Dragon's guard. Vayne chuckled. So, Senior Sakazuki, are you interested in joining my team to change this world? But Akainu's face darkened as he silently took out a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and exhaled a swirling cloud of smoke, saying coldly, Vayne, you have fallen too far. His arms began to exude boiling magma, the rich color standing out starkly in the snow. The scorching steam caused the surrounding snow to show signs of melting. Vayne knew he couldn't persuade this man anymore. With a thought, two famous swords sliced through the air and appeared before him, producing a crisp and pleasant ringing sound. Akainu, you are too arrogant. Since you are beyond saving, I can only end you myself. Akainu's massive fists were wrapped in thick magma, aimed at the sky where Vayne was, and a magma ball was fired like a cannonball. Are you saying you can easily kill me? Vayne's tone also grew cold. Ever since awakening his conqueror's haki, the pride in his heart had been rekindled. If it were the old him, facing such a powerful opponent, he might have thought of how to escape. But now, his heart was filled with a high fighting spirit. During his time in the Navy, he often heard about the heroic deeds and monstrous abilities of the admirals. This time, facing one for real, he felt an inexplicable excitement. Go, Sakura. Vayne grabbed Sakura and hurled her away. The blade clashed with the magma, producing a thunderous sound as sword energy and sparks shot out in all directions. At this moment, Akainu was engulfed in thick magma. Then he stomped his foot, his muscular form shooting into the sky as he slammed a fist down towards Vayne. Fallen dog, the magma-wrapped fist transformed in the air, becoming a vividly alive and ferocious dog head that lunged down. As the scorching magma fist came crashing down, Vayne did not dodge or evade. Wrapping his flowing cherry blossom haki around his small dragon, the dark blade slashing down on Akainu's fist. Boom! Flames surged, and black lightning crackled in the air. Feeling the overwhelming momentum of the haki, a hint of surprise flashed across Akainu's face. You brat, have you actually grown to this extent? So Akainu, overthrowing the celestial dragons is not just talk. Stop talking big. The Navy's justice is not child's play. Akainu's gaze turned fierce as he suddenly exerted force, his fist striking fiercely towards Vayne. The scorching breath rushed towards him, and Vayne also shouted, choosing to put away his sword. His fist wrapped in black lightning, striking out like a gale. Boom! Boom! The majestic fist wind howled out, and shockwaves radiated from the center of the two, spreading in all directions. The intense sounds of their physical collisions erupted suddenly. Each punch was breathtaking and dangerous. Vayne was right. Aside from the highest-level Conqueror's haki and the nearly impossible-to-achieve Devil Fruit ability awakening, he lacked nothing now. A powerful physique, haki cultivated to perfection, and a mythical Zoan-type Devil Fruit. Entering the third stage, he could even reach that invincible state. With Vayne's current haki, stamina, and skill in developing his fruit abilities, he finally had the qualification to challenge the world's top combat power. Even if the sun god Nico were here, Vayne would have the confidence to fight him. Aura, 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 aura. Vayne's fists became electric shadows, and as part of his body entered the third stage, known as complete elementalization. Akainu quickly sensed something was wrong. He hurriedly retracted his fist, but even with haki to resist, his hands were still bombarded by the overwhelming lightning, covered in electric marks. In contrast, Vayne was not only unharmed, but also wore a strange smile on his face, sending chills down Akainu's spine. Boom! Akainu instinctively wanted to retreat. Taking advantage of this moment, Vayne transformed, a 1,000-meter-tall purple giant appearing before Akainu. Current propulsion, sizzling, sizzling, light blue lightning gathered behind the giant's arms. Then it erupted, turning into a strong propulsive force. Vayne punched straight out, delivering his strongest hit, Conqueror's wind-chasing fist. In an instant, the atmosphere twisted, and a giant fist filled with terrifying power slammed down. Akainu's eyes widened in disbelief. Shock etched on his face as he struggled to comprehend that the person he was fighting now had been an inconspicuous little Navy officer just a few days ago. Explosive magma dragon bullet. In a fleeting thought, a burning magma cannonball quickly formed in front of Akainu. But before the magma bullet could fully form, blinding lightning swallowed him whole. Accompanied by the enormous sound of thunder and lightning, the entire world transformed into a sea of lightning, illuminating the originally dim battlefield with blinding flashes. The spectators in the distance couldn't even open their eyes. Suddenly, a massive semicircular shockwave unfolded, evoking an indescribable shock in people's hearts. Waves of air erupted, blown in all directions by the howling wind. How terrifying! Is that the one leading us? His opponent is a general. After a considerable commotion among the crowd, a strong figure was sent flying out like a kite with a broken string from the raging shockwave. Akainu barely steadied himself on the ground, his retreating legs plowing deep grooves in the snow. His chest heaved violently, and his clothes were tattered. He simply tore them off, revealing a chest riddled with scars. Wayne, Akainu roared, you have this kind of power, but you shouldn't let this world fall into greater trouble. Even if you really make the world resist the celestial dragons, what will happen then? It will only lead to more wars, and the victor will inevitably reclaim the throne. New nobles will emerge, and new rebels will appear. The world's order will remain unchanged. Listening to Akainu's words, Wayne shouted like thunder, that's right. Since someone will always become the victor, someone will always ascend to that highest throne, then why can't that person be me? At least I will do my utmost to change this chaotic world. By that time, I will establish a new navy and strive to implement true justice. Wayne's voice was loud, and many people became fervent upon hearing it, raising their hands in excitement in response to him. We are willing to follow Lord Wayne. Lord Wayne, if that day really comes, I am willing to follow you forever. To Lord Wayne, I offer my heart. Lord Wayne, we respect you. The thunderous shouts echoed in Akainu's ears, darkening his expression even more. But Wayne, what if you fail? What if after the celestial dragons are overthrown, the world faces an even greater war? Everything you say is just your wishful thinking. Facing Akainu's questioning, Wayne did not respond again. Both had their own steadfast beliefs. Perhaps there is no absolute right or wrong, just differing ideologies. However, Wayne confidently said, I will not fail, absolutely not. Why? Akainu frowned. In the next moment, the purple giant clapped his hands, transformed. His body grew massive once again, towering over 1,000 meters, almost reaching the clouds. Immediately, his body began to transform into tangible lightning, and the original white thunder was replaced, turning into dark red domineering lightning. The gigantic lightning giant occupied a quarter of Balin's island, standing on two mountains, with his head in the clouds, truly resembling a descending demon, making it hard to look directly at him. At that moment, everyone on the island noticed the towering giant and gazed in awe. The lightning giant's hands began to gather thunderclouds, emitting a low roar like the wrath of a deity, because I have already struck the other shore. The purple giant's body suddenly shot upwards, and the purple armor along with his entire body transformed into tangible thunder. With his head in the clouds and feet on two massive mountains, he occupied nearly a quarter of the island's space. This was not the end. The originally white thunder continued to change, ultimately completely transforming into dark red domineering lightning. After completing all this, Wayne felt a sense of refreshment. It was like a doctor who had been performing surgeries all day, finally rushing into the bathroom just before he couldn't hold it anymore. The super-large range of Conqueror's-He wrapped around him. Although Wayne had not used this before, he had experienced it many times under the guidance of his predecessors. As the saying goes, a long illness makes a good doctor. After awakening the Conqueror's-He, this was also Wayne's first attempt to wrap it around the Kainu's Thunder God in the third stage, achieving a comprehensive wrapping effect. Thanks to the meticulous teachings of Teacher Kai and Teacher Golden Lion, the combination of Conqueror's-He and Fruit abilities succeeded. Wayne spread his arms wide, emitting a roar like a demon. Now I'm the strongest in this world. From now on, I will stand above. Crackle, crackle. The red giant's body was intertwined with dark red lightning, and rolling thunder struck the sea, producing a terrifying sound that sent chills down the spine. The air was filled with an extraordinarily dangerous aura. Everyone looked up, watching the red giant that resembled a demon, their faces filled with shock and an impulse to worship in their hearts. Akainu's face twitched, and cold sweat broke out on his back. As the observation He rapidly warned him, his instincts told him that Wayne's current state was several times stronger than before. Such He, Akainu murmured. Suddenly, a resolute expression crossed his face, his eyes sharpened, and he clapped his hands together, shouting, "There's no other way. Magma, fruit magma giant." Boom! With the sound of rolling magma. Akainu bathed in thick red magma, and as more and more magma erupted from his body, it began to coalesce, layer upon layer of magma adhering to him, until he transformed entirely into magma, his once strong body suddenly towering, becoming a magma giant hundreds of meters tall, clad in magma armor. The falling snow in the air turned into steam under the terrifying heat. The aggressive magma giant appeared at the feet of the red giant. However, although the giant form Akainu transformed into was massive, in front of Wayne's red giant, it was like a human looking at a mouse. After both completed their transformations, Wayne struck first, with lightning gathering on his giant fist, carrying a heavy gale as it crashed down. Thunderous 64 hexagrams. The magma giant did not dodge, seemingly intending to take this blow head-on, its size appearing small like a leaf in the wind before Wayne. Explosive magma, rising fist. With a booming sound, the magma giant's right fist rolled with magma, and its massive body leapt up, colliding head-on. Bang! The magma and red lightning crashed together. A thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth, and a powerful shockwave radiated outwards. The area where the two stood was instantly filled with blinding white light, and an unparalleled, terrifying power was clashing. Akainu, Wayne, their roars fell. After that, the magma giant's body rapidly fell towards the ground, letting out a mournful cry, wanting to escape, but was ensnared by the red lightning like a giant python, unable to break free no matter how hard it struggled. I have already struck the other shore. Boom. After smashing Akainu to the ground, Wayne's momentum did not diminish at all. That punch was launched without holding back, stirring up the snow on the ground, surging wildly towards the distance. Lightning raged, and the earth roared. A magnificent shockwave roared from this side of the coast, directly blasting through the center of the island. After racing across the sea for a considerable distance, it finally exploded with a deafening sound. Dazzling flames illuminated the ocean, and a mushroom cloud rose from the water. At the same time, a chasm tore open on Balance Island, splitting it in two. The seawater gushed out, and those who witnessed this scene scrambled to flee to safety. Everyone was frozen in place, mouths agape, faces filled with terror, and a sense of fear surged within them. This strike was enough to destroy the island. After witnessing all this, the once fighting Knights of God, along with Roger, were also dumbfounded. Is there really such a powerful being in this world? Roger wondered in confusion. The magma giant transformed from Akainu rapidly descended, carrying immense impact, directly smashing through the surface and plunging into the depths of the earth. Just a mere admiral, nothing more. A thunderous roar echoed down, and the red giant, having regained its stance, took a step forward, its mountain-like hand reaching down fiercely towards the lying Akainu, as if grabbing a chick. The gigantic hand, wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, tightly gripped the magma giant, causing Akainu to let out a roar of pain. Bang! After lifting Akainu, Wayne slammed him hard onto the ground, sending intense heat waves surging out in all directions. Akainu's defensive capability was indeed formidable. Even though the magma giant was battered beyond recognition, he still managed to unleash countless heavy punches of magma into the air. Meteor volcano. Boom! The magma projectiles, resembling cannonballs, struck Wayne's body, but it was like a mud cow entering the sea, having no effect whatsoever. Useless in this state, I am invincible. Wayne took another step forward, and amidst the booming sound, a small mountain was crushed to dust. A massive bow and arrow made entirely of red lightning began to form in his hands. What is this? Akainu looked up, a dangerous feeling shooting from his feet to the top of his head. Wayne's next strike would be even more deadly. Magmador. Akainu's giant hand slammed the ground, summoning magma from deeper underground, and several thick magma doors erupted before him. Meanwhile, the red giant gathered a red giant bow in his left hand and an arrow that emitted a piercing sound in his right. After drawing the bow and knocking the arrow, he aimed at the Akainu below. Indra's arrow. The red giant drew the bow and shot his strongest strike. Wrapped in terrifying Conqueror's Haki, along with the purple flames and thunder from his Devil Fruit ability, the arrow released a sharp, ringing sound as it pierced through the sky. Upon touching the magma door, it pierced right through. Dong! 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 Dozens of magma doors were effortlessly shattered, failing to impede the arrow's speed. Finally, under Wayne's precise targeting, the arrow struck Akainu's chest, and dazzling lightning engulfed him. Boom! Accompanied by the splattering magma from Akainu, his Gundam form collapsed, falling to the ground. Unable to rise again, Akainu coughed up a mouthful of blood, an indescribable pain spreading throughout his body, and he was paralyzed by the overwhelming Haki. Boom! Indra's arrow exploded, a ring of dark red light instantly spreading across the sky, the air filled with residual Haki, drifting down like leaves in an autumn breeze. At the same time, the red giant's size rapidly shrank, its aura suddenly diminished, and the overwhelming pressure vanished, like a deflated balloon. The time for the third stage had arrived, and Haki was nearly depleted. Wayne thought to himself, Haki and stamina are similar, but there are many differences. Stamina includes many aspects, such as strength in one's hands, mental state, etc., and stamina can influence the performance of Haki under certain circumstances. However, Haki is more like a consumable. Even if half of the Haki remains in the body, one can still exert its original power, which is the strength of Haki. When Haki is exhausted, one enters a weakened state, needing time to naturally replenish it. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Wayne transformed back into his human form. As he descended, his gaze swept across the seething magma below, finally landing on the battered Akainu. "Akainu, you lost," he said lightly, then stepped onto the air, landing steadily on the ground. Looking at the fallen Akainu, Akainu's gaze was heavy as he stared at Wayne, his mouth twitching as if he wanted to say something. But under the dual fatigue of Haki and stamina, his head fell back, his pupils dilated, losing consciousness. The expressions of the surrounding people were filled with terror. After witnessing the entire battle between the two, their hearts remained in shock, difficult to calm. "Is this still a human?" Someone exclaimed in disbelief. "It is something that humans cannot achieve at all. So, I want to be like Lord Wayne in the future, not human anymore." Someone was filled with passion. At this moment, Katakuri and Kuma approached Wayne's side. Yamato was also there, holding a fainted CP0, jumping onto the snow and excitedly saying, "Wayne, I saw it all. Your new move is so cool. I can't believe, Captain, you become so strong." Kuma spoke up. Not long ago, Wayne and Kuma had sparred, and at that time, the two were almost evenly matched, with little difference in strength. But now, Kuma had to admit that Wayne's strength had far surpassed his own. Initially, they only planned to finish recording the footage of Balance Island and then leave. Who would have thought Wayne would be so powerful that even an admiral was defeated by him? Wayne Lando. The petite princess, Mancheri, leaped down from atop Kuma's head, landing in Wayne's hands, and tears of healing tears fell from her eyes as she healed Wayne. Accompanied by a warm current, Wayne felt his injuries rapidly healing. "I need to rest for a while." Wayne said to everyone, "Kuma, you saw that red-haired man through the Den Mushi, right? Go after him. Don't let him escape." Wayne had always been a man of his word. When he said he would tear the red-haired man to pieces, he meant it, not a piece less. Moreover, the red-haired man was severely injured and could no longer be Kuma's opponent. "All right, Captain," Kuma replied and immediately dashed off. Just then, the Den Mushi in Katakuri's arms suddenly rang out. "Not good. Lord Katakuri, a lot of Navy ships have arrived at the seaside." Hearing this, Wayne's brow furrowed. Although continuing the battle would still be advantageous for him, it would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Moreover, most of the Navy were not his enemies. Thinking of this, Wayne said seriously, "Yamato, Katakuri, you go to the coast and hold those warships. Just a little time is enough." "Huh?" Katakuri asked in confusion. "Are you trying to occupy this island?" "No." Wayne shook his head and said with determination, "I want to move the entire island. Baron's Island is indeed very large, and there's still many people fighting on the island. If he lets Bartholomew Kuma use his powers to knock them away one by one, that would be too troublesome. Moreover, Wayne doesn't want to let those celestial dragons get away." "I understand," Katakuri replied calmly, and then disappeared in a flash. Soon, at the coast, countless blue and white warships sliced through the sea, rushing towards Baron's Island. Seeing this, Yamato immediately used her devil fruit ability, and white fur grew on her body, increasing her size as she entered her hybrid form. What puzzled Katakuri was that several white flame clouds appeared around Yamato's shoulders and waist, swirling around her. "What is this?" Wayne said it was the awakening of her devil fruit, and with this, she had become much stronger. Yamato grinned. "That's amazing. How did you awaken your devil fruit ability?" Katakuri asked. Upon hearing this question, Yamato's face suddenly turned very red, and she turned her head to look at the warships on the sea. "Oh, those guys are coming." This was because her devil fruit ability awakened after she had deep conversations with Wayne several times, so she felt a bit shy about it. Seeing this, Katakuri did not press further, but looked at the countless warships on the sea and said, "My machi can trap the warships, but it can't touch seawater. Do you have any ideas?" "Of course. Just watch me. We absolutely cannot let them land on the island." Yamato's small face was filled with fighting spirit. She jumped up, and her kanabo was suddenly covered with a thick layer of ice crystals. Then she swung it down towards the sea. Ice slash. Whoosh. A bone-chilling cold air shot from the kanabo, instantly freezing the surface of the sea. The sound of ice forming suddenly rang out, and the area of the sea from the coast to the leading warship was completely frozen, a vast expanse of white. Several sea beasts leaping out of the water didn't have time to evade and were frozen into ice sculptures. The Demon Slaughter Order is a military operation that strikes fear into countless pirates on the sea. It is issued by the highest authority of the Navy, equipped with 10 large warships and 5 vice admirals, with thousands of elite Navy personnel on each ship. Because this incident involved the Celestial Dragons, the Navy called back almost all warships patrolling near Barons Island and the various islands in the West Sea. As the main force was about to land on Barons Island, suddenly, the sea near Barons Island froze rapidly, spreading quickly from the coast. In an instant, a large ice field was formed. "What is this?" a vice admiral on the leading warship said in disbelief. But that was not all. After the ice field formed, a large amount of thick machi surged in, like a tsunami. "Get out of the way." "No, the warships are already frozen." Under the astonished gaze of the Navy, the thick machi sprayed wildly onto the warships ahead, making it difficult for them to advance. "Damn! Fire at these obstacles." The sound of pulling triggers and loading ammunition rang out. The Navy raised their weapons, intending to fight their way through. But the next second, something even more shocking happened. "Look at that island. It's flying." A Navy officer wearing a naval cap shouted in shock. An officer shouted angrily, "Damn it, are you awake? How can an island fly?" As he spoke, he looked up and his expression changed, shouting louder, "The island really is flying?" In the astonished eyes of everyone, a large circle of black thunderclouds appeared around Barons Island, emitting a dull rumble with flashes of lightning. Then, Barons Island rose from the sea. The sound of water flooding back was particularly alarming. Boom! Soon, Barons Island completely soared into the air, and it flew in one direction at a considerable speed. "What should we do?" Seeing this scene, a vice admiral tremblingly took out a round-framed, glasses-wearing, serious-looking snail from his pocket, saying, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the mission may fail." Meanwhile, on the rising Barons Island, the crowd resisting the Celestial Dragons was also in chaos. Experiencing so much in such a short time was overwhelming for their hearts. At this time, the loudspeaker snails that had been previously placed all over the island played their role. Wayne stood at a high point, holding a snail, and shouted, "Everyone don't worry. This is my ability. I'm going to move this island to the new world, where our base is. Of course, I won't force anyone. If you don't want to go to the new world, you can jump off the island at any time, and no one will stop you." With his loud voice echoing across the island, many people began to cheer. Although some things were still unclear, one thing was certain. They had survived. "Great! We're saved." A couple, tattered and with blood on their skin, embraced each other, crying tears of joy. That's not enough. The blood of these celestial dragons is not enough for revenge. I want to follow Lord Wayne and kill more celestial dragons. A man with a crazed look shouted. A frail little girl stretched her arms toward Wayne, feeling the gradually warm sea breeze, and softly said, "This is freedom." Hearing these words, the celestial dragons were terrified. "Damn it, what the hell is going on? Those slaves dare to resist us. I will kill them all." The guards protecting them were initially desperately suppressing the targets resisting, but after Wayne defeated the admiral and hearing Wayne's earlier victory declaration, many of them knelt down and put down their weapons. On another battlefield, Roger was still fighting the remaining 7 members of the Knights of God. As for why it was 7 people, it was because Roger had first used his special physical mechanism to kill the pain fruit user, number 9. It could be said that 9 was simply charging in to die. Then, during the battle between Wayne and the red-haired man and a Kaido, Roger displayed great prowess, killing the mole fruit user, 8, and number 7, who had a physique similar to Bodhi. "Ha, this is exhilarating. So satisfying." Roger laughed as he prepared to kill to his heart's content. But at that moment, the shadow beneath his feet suddenly dimmed and began to twist and pull outward, as if trying to escape from his body. What is going on? Roger wondered. Is this what that girl meant by unstable? Previously, Xiaozi had told him over the phone that the effect of this resurrection experiment was not very stable and that the duration was likely limited. It seems that the time has come. At this moment, Roger turned his head, grinned in a certain direction as if sensing something, and shouted, "Hey, you're the one who started this war, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in the air, rapidly descending towards Roger's position and finally landing steadily. After landing, Wayne smiled slightly at Roger. "You're really young," Roger said. "Before I saw you make your move, I thought these crazy things were done by some nefarious organization." It's no wonder Roger was surprised. In their era, although top-tier powerhouses emerged one after another, the only one who dared to take action against the Celestial Dragons and nearly overturned the world order was Rox. "So, pirate named Wayne, is your goal to overthrow the Celestial Dragons? Or to become the next Rox?" As Roger posed his question, the members of the Divine Knight Order also turned their gazes towards Wayne. Upon hearing this, a warm smile appeared on Wayne's face, his lips slightly curling up, his eyes narrowing, and then he slowly began to rise into the air. Under everyone's gaze, Wayne extended his hand, mimicking the action of taking off glasses, even though he wasn't wearing any. He then slicked his hair back, transforming his previously messy black hair into a smooth and shiny style, as if he had applied hair gel. No one starts off standing at the top, whether it's you, Roger, or me, Wayne. Even the celestial dragons, who have ruled the world for 800 years, were not born to stand at the pinnacle. But now, whether it's the legendary One Piece or the truth of the blank 100 years, or that king of the world on the Void Throne in Panga City, none of this matters anymore. The era of the celestial dragons is about to come to an end, and the age of great pirates will also conclude. As he spoke, Wayne's gaze turned fierce, and the little Sakura at his waist scattered into countless fragments surrounding him. From now on, I will stand at the top. Do you even know what you're saying? After Wayne's words fell, several members of the Divine Knight Order were momentarily stunned, then immediately filled with rage, angrily shouting at Wayne, lowly commoner. The only outcome for resisting the celestial dragons is death. Meanwhile, Roger watched Wayne with great interest, just as the shadow beneath him was about to detach from his body. He said, "One last thing, Wayne, I hope we meet again one day. Of course, I will have someone fully restore your body. Next time, let me witness the full glory of the Pirate King." Ha ha! After a burst of laughter, the shadow beneath Roger completely dissipated, leaving behind an unconscious corpse. Wayne took one last look at Roger, then shifted his gaze back to the members of the Divine Knight Order. A flash of red light suddenly glimmered in his eyes, and an incredibly strong momentum emanated from him. Crackle, crackle. Wayne clenched his fist, producing a crisp sound of cracking knuckles, dark red arcs of electricity swirling around his skin, causing a suffocating sensation in everyone's hearts. He said to the members of the Divine Knight Order, "Next up is you beasts. Right now, I can kill you in just a few seconds, so watch closely. Watch out. This guy is no weaker than Roger." Number 3, who had eaten the gank fruit, warned urgently, but the next second, Wayne's figure instantly vanished from his spot and appeared right in front of him. Then a punch imbued with overwhelming conqueror's hockey slammed into his face. Boom! The sound of flesh colliding erupted, and number 3 was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground, already covered in blood. Bastard! Number 2, wielding a large fan, opened it and swung it violently at Wayne. However, midair, Wayne easily caught the fan with one hand, crushing it effortlessly. A blinding light flickered like a daylight lamp, and powerful lightning shattered the fan into pieces, scattering in the wind. What? Number 2's pupils constricted suddenly. So weak, lacking power. After Wayne casually commented, he delivered a knife hand strike that pierced straight through her chest. Originally, these members of the Divine Knight Order had already fought Roger for a long time and were somewhat injured. Now facing Wayne, who had almost fully recovered his strength and hockey, they were naturally powerless to resist. Seeing the strongest number 2 easily defeated, the others exchanged glances and immediately felt the urge to retreat, swiftly backing away. However, in Wayne's eyes, this action was no different from seeking death. Leaving your backs to me? What a wise decision. Wayne's lips curled slightly, and he took a step forward to catch up with number 4, the fragments of little Sakura in his hand coalescing into a long knife, which he swung down, cleaving her in half. Number 6, seeing this, was terrified and was about to draw the rapier from his waist, but Wayne directly kicked the hilt, causing the sword to return to its sheath with a sharp metallic clang. Immediately after, Wayne struck his fist down like lightning onto his head. In an instant, number 6's thought process ceased because he had lost the brain needed for thinking. Finally, the remaining members of the Divine Knight Order consisted only of number 5, who had eaten the dog fruit and transformed into a fierce hyena. He had circled around to Wayne's back, attempting a sneak attack. Boom! Just as number 5 was less than half a meter away from Wayne, a giant pink dragon suddenly roared and lunged at him, swallowing him whole. The next second, a blinding firelight gathered in the dragon's mouth and shot out a blazing flame, spitting out number 5's battered form, covered in burn marks. "No, please don't kill me." Number 5 cried out in pain, baring his teeth while begging. Sure. Unexpectedly, Wayne smiled and agreed to number 5's plea. Number 5's expression froze for a moment, but then Wayne grinned maliciously. "Keeping you alive to broadcast your execution live across the world sounds exciting, haha. No, you bastard. How dare you treat a celestial dragon like this?" Number 5 roared in anger. "Scream all you want. No one will save you, even if you scream your throat raw. Wayne continued to laugh, adding, "Oh, and I forgot to tell you, I'm actually an extreme racist. But unfortunately for you, in my eyes, the celestial dragons are the lowest of the low." "What did you say?" Number Five's eyes twitched violently, and in his emotional agitation, he fainted. Wayne had his subordinates bind him tightly with sea stone. With the defeat of the Divine Knight Order, the celestial dragons had almost lost their ability to resist. Before long, all surviving celestial dragons and their guards were captured. Even the strongest red-haired man was caught by Wayne. Naturally, Wayne kept his word and, in front of everyone, dismembered the red-haired man. Afterwards, under the pull of numerous thunderclouds, Balin's island flew back to the New World from the West Sea. Next, Wayne no longer kept a low profile and directly contacted big news morgans. "Hey Wayne, what's up? You said there's big news? What? You should have told me earlier. Hurry and send me all the photos." A few days later, a headline news capable of shaking the world appeared in the newspapers. Initially, the world government contacted Morgans, the president of the World Economic Journal. "Morgans, do you know what you're doing? This is tantamount to opposing the world government." "Ahaha. I only know this is the super big news I've been waiting for decades. If I miss this opportunity, I won't get another chance in my lifetime. You crazy dog. Just wait to face the wrath of the world government along with Wayne. Ahaha. Life and death are nothing compared to the big news. Also, I'm not a crazy dog. I'm a crazy bird." Thus, countless white seagulls set out from the newspaper office, scattering newspapers around the world. So, the world government's unknown secrets. Over the years, the mysteriously disappeared islands are actually related to the celestial dragons. The world government and the world nobles collude with each other. The celestial dragons are the greatest evil, the boldest pirate. Natural disasters. Wayne descends upon Balin's island, saving the innocent. The Balin's kingdom is liberated by pirates. The entire populace is immensely grateful. Wayne defeats Admiral Kaido, the world's strongest pirate. The beast pirates declare war on the world government. These news spread rapidly across the world. Additionally, on the newspapers, photos taken on Balin's island left people feeling unsettled and their scalps tingling. All of this recorded evidence is of the celestial dragon's heinous acts. People who saw the news were all shocked, their emotions hard to calm down. This is the ugly behavior of the world government. The celestial dragons never regarded us as humans. And the Navy, who claims to fight for justice, collects so much heavenly gold every year, yet treats us like this. The Navy is actually their accomplice. Aren't they supposed to uphold justice? A killing game? They're truly more beastly than pirates. What do they think life is worth? The inherently evil celestial dragons. I really want to take matters into my own hands. All around the world, whether in world government member countries or non-member countries, whether pirates or civilians on the streets or in alleys, everyone found it hard to believe the newspapers, almost doubting their own eyes. Some bold individuals directly cursed out loud. Even the timid harbored resentment against these celestial dragons who were more cruel than demons. The Navy personnel in bases around the world, completely unaware, also fell powerless to the ground, their faith in justice collapsing. What are the higher-ups doing? I never expected the Navy I joined would be like this. Even Admiral Kaido is an accomplice of the celestial dragons. Many justice-minded Navy personnel spontaneously gathered, wanting to go to Marineford to demand an explanation from Admiral Sengoku. In Lobetown, Smokeman Smoker's face turned ashen as he crumpled the newspaper in his hand and slammed it on the table. Celestial dragons, go die. Is this what the world nobles do, playing with the lives of civilians? But then he seemed to think of something and spread the newspaper back out to carefully read the news about Wayne. Could it be that Wayne betrayed the Navy from the start, just to expose these matters one day? A bold idea surged in his mind. He immediately took out a din mushy and dialed. "Tina, I need to talk to you." "Oh, you're talking about this morning's news?" "Exactly. We might have misunderstood Wayne." Smoker shouted eagerly. On the other side, Tina couldn't help but sigh, tugging at her mouth, and said, "I really can't do anything with you. Isn't this obvious?" Wayne, although he always seems cautious and a bit timid, has never been a person to back down. And what?" Smoker asked. "And Wayne previously told me he betrayed the Navy because he received orders from Admiral Sengoku to join an intelligence organization called Blade. But now it seems he has his own agenda." "What did you say?" Smoker was taken aback, yelling out in realization. "So you were hiding this from me from the beginning?" "Maybe, probably, possibly, I guess." "Huh. What about Zephyr-sensei?" Tina replied, "Of course he knows. It was Zephyr-sensei who recommended Wayne to Blade." Smoker frowned, his eye twitching violently a few times, nearly fainting from Tina's words. "Damn it. What do you think I am to you?" Okay, don't be angry. Tina is apologizing for everyone. Isn't that enough? Tina's tone softened, as if soothing a child. So what are your plans now? Are you going to stay in the East Blue? Of course not. I'm going to find Zephyr-sensei. Smoker said, his gaze firm. It's useless. This matter will ultimately evolve into a world-class major event. I think Zephyr-sensei is probably also overwhelmed right now. Then you. Tina said she was going to find Wayne. What? You want to quit the Navy? Smoker said. Exactly. Tina has made up her mind. Smoker, if you go to the Navy headquarters, please apologize to Zephyr-sensei for me. With this kind of Navy, Tina really has no reason to stay. What nonsense are you talking about, Tina? Since you insist on going to the New World, then wait for me. I want to go too. At the same time, atop the towering red line, within Panga City, amidst the power struggles, the 5 elders, with grave expressions, gathered together, sitting on the sofa. This is the worst incident we've had in hundreds of years. Saint Satan said, first, the authority of the celestial dragons is almost non-existent. That natural disaster Wayne has committed such crimes in less than 3 years. Clenching the famous sword, the supreme grade Okatachi, one of the 5 elders said angrily, a pirate dares to challenge the celestial dragons? This is outrageous. It's all the fault of those stupid Navy personnel, allowing a pirate crew to become so arrogant. However, that Wayne seems indeed very strong. The Knights of God were almost completely annihilated. When this was mentioned, the others fell silent. Indeed, the Knights of God are among the strongest 12 celestial dragons, aside from us 5 and St. Galleon. Not a single one returned alive. Although they didn't know how many helpers Wayne had called, according to the intelligence they possessed, the 2 great pirate emperors of the New World, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, did not come to the West Sea. This means that Wayne alone, with his pirate crew, defeated all the forces on Balance Island. Truly terrifying. What should we do? Should we send troops to attack Hive Island? First, let's suppress the public opinion. After all, there might be some trouble with the Navy. Meanwhile, inside a white palace, in a room called Between Flowers, a tall figure hidden in a black robe with a crown on his head walked through a sea of blooming flowers, stepping onto the red-carpeted stairs, and slowly ascended to the high throne. He looked down at a wanted poster in his hand. It wasn't him, but gave him a similarly dangerous feeling. A harsh, hoarse sound escaped her mouth, her gaze fluctuating between clear and cloudy. Soon after, the 5 elders received a transmission from him. This man makes me feel disgusted and uneasy. He must be eliminated as soon as possible, or there will be endless troubles. Saturn, yes, Lord M. We will have the Navy launch the highest level of demon-slaying orders, and if necessary, we will also participate in the battle. Also, the mother flame that Vegapunk is developing must be expedited. If possible, send more personnel to Future Island. I do not want to hear any more news of failure. As these words were spoken, the 5 elders felt the invisible pressure emanating from him, almost suffocating them. 5 elders. Yes, Lord M. With the support of Morgans and some underground forces, public opinion around the world was almost one-sided. In fact, many passionate journalists directly arrived at the Navy headquarters, spontaneously raising banners to protest against the Navy. Have we given all our heavenly gold to demons? If we can't afford heavenly gold, we will become prey for the celestial dragons to kill at will. May I ask the Navy, which island will be the next to be slaughtered? May I ask the Navy, do the words justice written on the Marineford headquarters only represent the justice of the celestial dragons? May I ask Fleet Admiral Sengoku, has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Sharp words and piercing questions echoed from the square of Marineford. Who would have thought that Marineford, which would become the battlefield in a few years in the original work, would today become a place of public outcry and protests worldwide? At this moment, in the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku looked out at the scene outside, his forehead clouded with gloom, his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling violently. This is outrageous. The Navy is not that weak. As he spoke, his gaze was erratic, as if he was caught in a painful struggle. After pondering for a long time, his eyes became paranoid, and he gritted his teeth. For the justice of the majority, sacrifice is necessary. Should we wait for pirates to enforce justice? I absolutely will not allow that. He could believe in Wayne and some of Wayne's subordinates, who might indeed want to overthrow the celestial dragons to make the world a better place. But most pirates only want to gain wealth and power. They are brutal, ruthless, cold-blooded, selfish, greedy, and bloodthirsty. Sengoku absolutely cannot tolerate letting pirates rule this world. Neither can Wayne. Thinking of this, Sengoku immediately began to take action. With the assistance of the world government, the Navy exercised many privileges, bribing several major newspapers to start publishing false news. Do not trust the pirates. The plan to eliminate Balance Island was actually set by Wayne, Wayne attempts to achieve his cruel goals by discrediting the world government. Wayne led outlaws to capture Balance Island and kidnapped the celestial dragons vacationing there. He even attempted to spread rumors to attack the Navy. Simply outrageous. A criminal more ferocious than Monkey D. Dragon, the most evil criminal in the world. Wayne has become the new 4 emperors. Bounty: 5, 678, 901, 234 berries. The Navy will deploy troops to eliminate the pirates that threaten the world. The power of the world government is extremely vast. After some operations, Fleet Admiral Sengoku personally conducted several live broadcasts. Thus, another voice began to emerge gradually. I believe in the Navy. That's right. Our family once encountered a disaster at sea, and it was the just and kind Navy that saved us. Not believing in the Navy, should we believe in the inherently evil pirates? What a joke. Exactly. Members of our royal family all support the Navy, support the world government, and support the rescue of the celestial dragons. This news caused a huge uproar and quickly reached Wayne's ears. And Wayne had long prepared countermeasures. Spread the pre-recorded footage. I want the whole world to see it. Wayne instructed Morgans. Morgans was like a shot of adrenaline. Don't worry. Just imagining their surprised expressions when they see this footage gets me fired up. This precious footage could have been sold at a sky-high price in the black market, but Wayne provided it for free to everyone. Many countries with image phone bugs also received special signals and channels to watch the footage. In the video, the celestial dragons wielding guns indiscriminately attacked the civilians treated as targets, their faces twisted with rage, their gazes frenzied, sparing even infants and pregnant women, showing no mercy towards living beings. The screen was filled with scenes of brutal slaughter, and the sounds of screams were incessant. Now, the public was completely disappointed with the world government, and a surge of intense anger welled up in their hearts, wishing they could tear apart those damned celestial dragons shown in the footage. Less than beasts. The ugly world government, the ugly Navy, I curse you. The Navy actually boasts about justice. Disgusting. Disgusting. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, has your conscience been eaten by the celestial dragons? At the end of the footage, there was also a segment of Wayne's narration. In the footage, Wayne looked just as handsome and arrogant as on the wanted poster. People immediately recognized him. Wayne said seriously, "Today, I will announce to the whole world. What world's most evil criminal? What new world's sea emperor? I do not recognize these titles. I have never been a pirate. I am a partner of justice. Joining the Beast Pirates and capturing Balance Island was all to find an opportunity to expose the evil deeds of the celestial dragons. I risked my life, enduring countless hardships, to find the evidence of the celestial dragons' crimes and save many people on Balance Island. Yet I was attacked by the corrupt world government, almost losing my life on Balance Island, and the Marine headquarters Admiral Kaido, repeatedly shielding the celestial dragons, even committing the shameless act of shelling civilian ships, is simply beyond redemption, a grave sin. For the peace of the world, starting today, I, Bruce Wayne, will establish a justice alliance in the new world, recruiting partners of justice. Together, we will storm the Red Line and eradicate the celestial dragons. When that time comes, I guarantee that anyone, any race, can drink from the same bottle and live freely under the same sky, creating a world without discrimination and suffering. Perhaps achieving that kind of life requires a long journey. Maybe will never be realized. But I, Wayne, promise to continue walking this path, devoting my life to world peace." After speaking these passionate words, Wayne dragged the trembling celestial dragons in front of the camera and executed them one by one, leaving none alive. This made the viewers feel immensely satisfied. After the execution, Wayne took out a naval flag and said to the camera, "I know there are many in the Navy who have been kept in the dark and are unaware of the true situation, becoming accomplices of the celestial dragons. I understand your pain and confusion, but it's okay. As long as you turn away from evil and embrace righteousness, our Justice Alliance is willing to welcome you back. Always remember, it's not because you became a Navy officer that you can uphold justice, but because those who uphold justice in their hearts become the righteous Navy. Wherever the seagull flag flies, justice will live on." Wayne clenched his right fist, extended his arm, and thrust his fist toward the camera, shouting, "So for love and peace. Let us become partners in justice together." After watching this video, many felt their blood boiling, and some were eager to go to the new world to join Wayne. The world government had completely lost the war of public opinion, and the previous press conference was even more ironic. In an instant, the slight credibility the Navy had managed to regain was gone. Bang! At the Navy headquarters in Marine Ford, in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, a tall man with purple hair kicked the door open and strode in. Sengoku, I want you to give me an explanation. The visitor was none other than Admiral Zephyr, known as Black Arm. With a loud slap, he slammed a stack of photos documenting the crimes of the celestial dragons onto the table, glaring angrily at Sengoku. You already knew, didn't you? Sengoku stammered. Bastard. Zephyr took a step forward, grabbing Sengoku's sleeve tightly. Is it true what happened with the celestial dragons? Answer me, Sengoku. Sengoku's eyes twitched, but he nodded. You should have known long ago. Bastard. Zephyr roared through clenched teeth, then punched Sengoku in the face, sending him flying and smashing a desk to pieces. The loud crash made the waiting aide at the door rush in. Sengoku waved his hand expressionlessly. It's nothing. You can go out. Yes. The aide could only respond and close the door again. Zephyr, I know you're very agitated right now, Sengoku said, looking at Zephyr, whose body was trembling violently. Sengoku, how many more things are you hiding from me? The Navy, which claims to uphold justice, is actually an accomplice to the massacre of innocent civilians. Zephyr shouted, wide-eyed with rage. The previous establishment of the 7 warlords, letting pirates balance each other out, was already an absurd proposal. But who would have thought that you, as fleet admiral, could actually let such a wicked system pass? And the celestial dragons? Who would have thought that the greatest evil in the world lies not with pirates, but with the so-called world aristocrats? And what about our navy? Sengoku, tell me, what were you doing when you knew the celestial dragons were going to commit a massacre? I never would have thought that the self-proclaimed righteous navy would actually be a hypocritical accomplice. As Zephyr's heart-wrenching roar echoed, the aide outside was so tense that his back became wet with sweat, not daring to breathe. Admiral Zephyr was truly enraged this time. In the office, Sengoku remained expressionless, listening to Zephyr's outburst. You are right, Zephyr. Our navy indeed cannot achieve absolute justice, but the sacrifice of a few is necessary. Sengoku said calmly. What did you say? Zephyr looked at Sengoku, who was slowly getting up from the floor in disbelief. I said, the Navy's justice will not perish. Zephyr, believe me. Zephyr interrupted him directly. How can I believe you? Sengoku, I see you are truly confused. After all these years, I try to understand the Navy, to pursue justice within it. Now it seems it would be better to find Wayne and get rid of those damned celestial dragons first. At least my disciples won't go mad and slaughter civilians. Hearing this, Sengoku's expression became particularly serious, and his tone grew angry. That's enough. Zephyr, I am the fleet admiral. He pointed at Zephyr, his face filled with rage. What qualifications do you have to speak here? The 4 Seas and the Grand Line are all on my shoulders. The phrase Navy justice is not for you to say. After Sengoku finished speaking, Zephyr stood frozen in place. Sengoku seemed to realize that his words were somewhat extreme, and a hint of regret surged in his heart. The two men silently stared at each other for a long time. In that moment, Zephyr's faith collapsed, and he was utterly disappointed in the fleet admiral before him and a vast Navy headquarters. Zephyr took a deep breath, his tone filled with disappointment. Since that's the case, then I have nothing more to say. Sengoku, I resign. You stay here and carry out your so-called justice. After saying that, he turned and left, not looking back. Seeing this, Sengoku immediately stepped forward, trying to grab Zephyr. Zephyr, come back. But Zephyr completely ignored Sengoku's pleas and walked straight out of the headquarters building. In the square, he saw the Navy personnel nearly filling the entire Marineford Square, also seeking answers. Some sailors were tightly clutching letters resembling resignations, seemingly wanting to withdraw from the Navy. Zephyr's anger flared again as he tore off the justice cape from his back and threw it into the air, letting it be carried away by the wind until it disappeared. Sengoku, from now on, I will kill every damned celestial dragon I see. Zephyr, Zephyr, Zephyr. Sengoku called out the name of his comrade, who had fought alongside him, with increasing intensity. The last call even carried a hint of pleading. But all he could see was Zephyr's figure growing farther away, until he left Marineford and boarded a small sailing boat. Alas, has this guy really left? Just as I thought. At that moment, Carp, with white hair and holding a bag of snacks, approached and patted Sengoku's shoulder, his face serious. Carp. Sengoku's gaze flickered. You saw the video that Wayne spread, didn't you? Carp nodded. That kid has indeed gone too far. The order of the world cannot be destroyed so casually. Carp, who had experienced the Battle of God Valley and had teamed up with Roger to defeat the then mighty pirate rocks, had long been aware of such matters. For many years, Carp and Sengoku had stood on the same front line. He could understand Sengoku's difficulties as fleet admiral and knew how challenging it was to protect the people and uphold justice. Although today's order was somewhat chaotic, it was hard won. Moreover, If Wayne was allowed to develop unchecked, the world would eventually face a greater war. By that time, it would not simply be a matter of destroying a few countries. Perhaps the entire world would fall into endless panic and turmoil. Sengoku looked up at the sky, unable to help but sigh, softly uttering, "Alas, this is truly a turbulent era." Just as the two were feeling emotional, a panicked officer rushed over, saluted, and reported to Admiral Sengoku. "Admiral Sengoku, General Kazan has left on a bicycle. He said he was going to chase after Admiral Zephyr." "What?" Sengoku's eyes widened suddenly, shouting in disbelief. "Who told him to go after him?" A wave of unease surged in his heart. Sakazuki's fate was currently unknown. He was likely imprisoned by Vayne. The headquarters now only had two high-end combat powers left, Kazan and Borisolino. Sengoku was counting on the two of them to deal with Vayne. Zephyr had already left. They couldn't afford any mishaps at this critical moment. "Get him back." "Yes, Admiral Sengoku." Zephyr stood at the bow of a flagless sailing ship, gazing at the boundless sea ahead, his back appearing somewhat desolate. For a moment, he didn't know where to go. Not long ago, he had cursed the celestial dragons in front of Sengoku and declared his intention to join Vayne's Justice League. However, Sengoku was right. The Navy's justice was false. Could justice obtained through the power of pirates be true justice? Although it was called the Justice League, most of its members were just pirates who had submitted to Vayne. After being a Navy man for his entire life, how could he suddenly decide to become a pirate in the New World? After pondering for a long time, his gaze hardened and his brows relaxed a bit as a bold idea surged in his mind. He wanted to establish a new navy, a navy that only fights criminals and does not get involved in political interests, a new navy that exists solely for the sake of justice. He looked out at the distant sea, a smile creeping onto his lips as he murmured, "I never expected that in the end. This old man could only stir things up like this, haha." At that moment, the sun was setting, casting a golden hue over the endless sea, and the sea breeze brought a slight chill. In that orange glow, Zephyr seemed to see his younger self, that small figure, yet so capable of anything. Later, an illegal organization named Z emerged on this sea, born specifically to combat evil, led by an elderly man wearing a mask, renowned for his powerful fist techniques. Whenever they defeated their enemies, they would always strike a cool pose and shout a somewhat cringeworthy line, "We are the heroes of justice, Z." In the New World, on Hive Island, inside Vayne's room, several phone calls came in while he was busy. "Captain, several kings from different countries are calling us, saying they want to cooperate with us. There are also several pirate crews that want to pledge allegiance to us and become our affiliated pirate crews. Lord Vayne, the king of shipping, is calling, wanting to meet you." Listening to the messages from the transceiver, Vayne said, somewhat displeased, "How many times have I told you? When working, use titles. We are not a pirate crew now. We are the Justice League. Call me Captain." "Yes, Captain." The pirates on the other end saluted. Ever since Vayne released that video, not only were the Navy and civilians shocked, but the pirates in the New World were also taken aback. They never expected that Vayne not only defeated a Navy admiral, but also publicly killed a celestial dragon. What a joke. While the major pirate crews were still fighting for territory in the New World, Vayne had already declared war on the world government. Is this how pirates operate? This is too intense. Moreover, the most critical point was that since Vayne so boldly announced the establishment of a Justice League, especially in the New World, what would the pirates do? What would happen to the remaining two Emperors of the Sea? Vayne's actions left the major pirate crews in a state of panic. Perhaps before the world government could send troops to deal with Vayne, he would clash with the other two Emperors of the Sea, or even ignite a war among the emperors. And Vayne was not in a hurry. The most critical task was still the restructuring of the underworld. Besides that, he needed to take some time to resolve certain hidden dangers. For example, the island known for music, Elijah, where a psychologically twisted little girl lived, always thinking of using extreme methods to create a world without pain. Additionally, Yuta's abilities were also formidable. If she could be brought on board, she would be a powerful ally. Another example was the Land of Giants. In the original story, Charlotte Linlin hoped to marry her daughter Lola to Prince Loki of the Land of Giants to gain their assistance. If we calculate the time, 3 years later, in the year 1516 of the sea calendar, Prince Loki would be imprisoned in the underworld. At the same time, Shanks would become one of the 4 emperors. But now, with his own influence, perhaps Charlotte Linlin would start acting early. So let's first visit Elijah. Vayne decided to meet this nation destroyer witch. Thinking of this, he gently patted Yamato beneath him, prompting her to change her position. In Wano Country, on Onigashima, inside the Dome Palace, Kaido was drinking heavily. What the hell? That little brat. He smashed the supreme wine jug in his hand into pieces and roared angrily towards the sky. Has he already dealt with the celestial dragons so quickly? He's stealing my thunder. Jinbei stepped forward. Mr. Kaido, it seems Vayne has indeed betrayed you. Let me go kill him, no matter who it is. Anyone who wants to betray, you must be prepared to die. This. On the other side, Queen looked a bit troubled, opening his mouth but ultimately saying nothing. In fact, Queen felt that since everyone knew each other, there was no need to fight. If they did, it would only benefit the Navy and other forces. Wouldn't it be better to throw a wedding for Vayne and Yamato, have a drink together, host a grand banquet, and then the two pirate crews could unite to rule the new world? Why resort to fighting and killing? Moreover, his precious queen's ship was still in Vayne's hands. If they tore their faces, what would happen to his queen's ship? No need to complicate things. Kaido thundered, I'll personally go to Hive Island. Let's see what this kid is really up to. On Cake Island, within a palace, Charlotte Linlin stared wide-eyed at the latest newspaper. What the hell? Has this kid gone mad? Defeating an admiral and killing a celestial dragon? Has he become that strong? Saying this, a few drops of saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth, corroding small pits into the floor. Mom, what should we do? Asked Perispero, the candy minister, with a cold sweat. Let him be proud for a few days. Charlotte Linlin said, the people from the land of giants have sent word that Loki has seen Lola's photo and really wants to meet her. As long as we can marry into the giants, it's equivalent to having their power. By then, the world will belong to me, haha. Music Island, Elijah. On a medium-sized island in the New World, once a world-renowned music paradise, countless musicians longed for this place, gathering many singers who loved music. Its status was akin to that of O'Hara in the archaeological world. However, this country, which was neither impoverished nor war-torn, suddenly experienced a nation-level disaster a few years ago, disappearing from the annals of history. The culprit was a group of pirates from the New World, the red-haired pirates. On Elijah Island, the sun shone brightly, and a warm breeze blew. Wayne, along with Yamato, Bartholomew, Mancheri, and Leo, walked along a path in the forest, searching for Yuta's whereabouts. Bartholomew recounted everything he knew to the group. After listening, Yamato immediately expressed her outrage, saying, Red-haired Shanks? He's too cruel. How could he harm these poor musicians? Mancheri's small face was filled with sorrow, unable to believe that anyone would target musicians. Leo frowned and said, it must have been the inherently evil celestial dragons. They must have framed someone else. Wayne couldn't help but laugh. Although the celestial dragons had done many bad things, this time it truly wasn't their doing. To put it simply, it was a tragedy triggered by a musical score. The full name of the score is Tot Musica, which sealed the demon known as the Demon King of Song. Only someone with the ability of the Song fruit could summon it. This demon was also a bug-level existence. In the theatrical version, it had to be defeated both in the real world and the dream world to be completely killed. It was, after all, the culprit behind the destruction of Elijah. But no matter how you looked at it, it was Yuta who had summoned it, although it was unintentional. Calling her the nation-destroying, which in the pirate world was not an exaggeration. Shanks knew that Yuta at the time couldn't bear such a dark and heavy secret, which is why he voluntarily took the blame. The group emerged from the dense forest into an abandoned town. It was truly tragic. The town was in ruins, with buildings nearly all collapsed, and everywhere one looked were broken walls and remnants. In one pit, a row of seats still remained. Clearly, this used to be a concert hall specifically for performances. What a pity, this was once a prosperous country, Bartholomew said with a look of regret. Leo jumped onto Wayne's shoulder and, after confirming that Mancheri wasn't looking this way, whispered, Wayne Rando, is that red-haired songstress you mentioned pretty? You little rascal. Are you trying to become one of the 4 emperors of the New World? Wayne said with a strange expression. It's not about whether she's pretty or not. She's truly rare, and her fruit ability is very special. We can't let her fall into someone else's hands. She must join our crew. What if she refuses? Bartholomew asked curiously. Hearing this, Wayne's mouth curled into a strange arc, his right fist clenched in front of him as he grinned. Anyone who refuses to follow me is an enemy. And then I must strike hard. Bartholomew twitched his mouth, feeling that Wayne was being a bit extreme. Soon, under Wayne's extensive observation with his kin Bunchika Haki, the group found Yuta standing on smooth steps in a valley, her small face filled with confusion. Yuta, rarely seeing outsiders, was surprised for a moment, and upon recognizing Wayne, she became even more astonished. Wayne, though she was young, she still paid attention to news from the outside world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have achieved great success in music at such a young age and received letters from fans early on. Why, you were that great pirate. Yuta, caught off guard, stepped back, and almost fell into the water. Wayne quickly stepped forward, steadying her shoulder with a warm smile. Looks like I'm still quite famous. Hello, Yuta. How do you know my name? Yuta asked in disbelief, her voice timid. As the Emperor of the Seas in the New World, isn't it reasonable for me to know the name of a little girl? Wayne replied nonchalantly. This left Yuta speechless. After a long pause, she continued, W, what do you want? I have my eye on your ability and want to ask if you would like to join my team, Wayne stated plainly. But you're a pirate. I hate pirates the most. Yuta's emotions suddenly became agitated. Ever since that incident, her mental state had been somewhat abnormal. This country became like this because of pirates. Yuta shouted through gritted teeth, her face no longer showing any signs of panic, which was a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. That Shanks stole everyone's treasures. He destroyed this country. Everyone was killed by him. The little girl with red and white hair grew more and more agitated, her eyes filled with intense hatred. Hearing her words, Leo immediately corrected her. We're not pirates. We're partners of justice. That's still pirates. As long as you are pirates for a day, you will be pirates for a lifetime. Looking at Yuta's fierce expression, Leo panicked and hid behind Wayne's neck, curling up. So scary, so scary. More frightening than the angry Princess Mancheri. Wayne waved his hand dismissively. If I remember correctly, you used to be on a pirate ship, right? You were a musician on the Red-Haired Pirates. Huh. How do you know everything? Yuta asked, her face awkward and confused. I know even more than this. If you're willing to come with me, I can tell you more interesting things. Saying this, Wayne took a lollipop from his pocket, handed it to Yuta, and then playfully ruffled her hair, saying, All right, let's become partners of justice together. Then come back with us to Hive Island, and I'll throw you a welcome party. Oomph. Yuta pouted, shaking off Wayne's hand with a resolute face. Who wants to go with you? I told you, I hate pirates the most. If you want me to join you, you'll definitely regret it. Wayne smirked. This naturally evil little brat, refusing a toast and wanting to drink a forfeit? Wayne raised his arm, pretending to launch an elbow strike at Yuta. Ah, Yuta screamed, fearfully closing her eyes. However, instead of the anticipated pain, a warm finger tapped her forehead. Then, Wayne said, So, you think everything was caused by Shanks, right? All right, I'll take you to find him. Whether for revenge or something else, it's better to clear things up. After all, you were once on his ship. If you want to become my partner, you can't have such an unclear relationship with other pirate crews. If you've thought it through, then come along. After saying that, Wayne tapped Yuta's forehead and turned to leave with the others. Who wants to be your partner? Yuta gradually realized. Going to find Shanks? To take revenge? Could it be that he truly wanted her to become a partner? Since being abandoned by Shanks, she has had no friends except for her adoptive father Gordon, enduring great loneliness over the years. The only companions that accompanied her through the days were the stream in the valley, the birds flying in the trees, and her own voice, repeating songs without an audience. But at that moment, someone suddenly approached her, inviting her to be a companion. This feeling was warm yet frightening. She was afraid of being pushed away again, of being abandoned, of becoming the unwanted person once more. Tears welled up in her eyes, and Yuta's body trembled violently as she fought to keep the tears from falling. After struggling internally for a few seconds, she bit her lip, forced an ugly expression on her face, and cried out heartbreakingly at Wayne's departing back. Please take me with you. Take me to find Shanks. Wayne, who hadn't gone far, paused in his steps, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seemed there was no need to force anything now. Wayne was very pleased with Yuta's decision. As for becoming companions, once the first step was taken, everything else would fall into place gradually. Moreover, perhaps Red-Haired would come to help. After all, you wouldn't want that matter to be known by your daughter, right? When are we going to find Shanks? Yuta asked, sobbing. No need to go looking for him on purpose. Trust me. I'll make him come to us himself, and at the fastest speed. Wayne grinned. Not only Yuta, but everyone else also looked puzzled. Red-Haired Shanks would come by himself? Why? This island had already been destroyed once. Meanwhile, Bear was thoughtful, seemingly realizing something was off. Soon, Wayne and the others followed Yuta to a relatively intact palace, with a large stage for singing and dancing in the hall. Yuta, you're back. Wait, who are they? An older man looked at Wayne and the others in surprise. Wayne recognized him as well. The king of the music kingdom, Gordon, who had unexpectedly survived that incident. Gordon had made a promise with Red-Haired Shanks to be Yuta's adoptive father, responsible for raising her and ensuring the secret remained, so she wouldn't know the truth. Wayne, as Gordon approached, he recognized the popular man as Face. Gordon, he is Wayne, who said he would take me to find Shanks. Yuta hurriedly explained, then introduced Wayne. This is Gordon, the former king here, and someone who has also been hurt by Shanks. Wayne smiled at Gordon, stepped forward, and shook his hand. Hello, Gordon. Gordon's heart skipped a beat. But he still pretended to be calm and said, Hello, Mr. Wayne. I wonder what brings you here. If it's treasure, it has already been taken by Shanks. Gordon, didn't I tell you? Wayne is going to take me to find Shanks. The little girl thought Gordon hadn't heard clearly and repeated herself. Huh? Find Shanks? No. No way. Gordon instinctively shouted. Why not? Gordon, didn't you say yesterday when you saw the newspaper that Wayne is the strongest pirate now? He is not afraid of the celestial dragons. So how could he be afraid of Shanks? Well, Gordon was momentarily stunned, then worriedly said, Because it's too dangerous. You're still a child. Don't worry. Wayne said, We will protect Yuta. That's right. That damn Shanks. I will definitely beat him up. Bear said cheerfully. Gordon was utterly confused at this point. What is going on? A group of fearsome pirates suddenly appeared in a country that had already been destroyed and wanted to take Yuta to find Shanks? No way. He had made a promise with Shanks to take good care of little Yuta. Besides, if Yuta accidentally learned the truth, she wouldn't be able to bear it. She might live in guilt and pain for the rest of her life. Noticing Gordon's strange expression, Bear stepped forward and asked, King Gordon, you seem unwilling. Do you not trust us, or do you not want Yuta to meet Shanks? No, I definitely don't. When saying this, Gordon looked guilty, his eyes darting around, almost having suspicious written on his face. Bear narrowed his eyes, realizing something was off. Something was very, very wrong. His own country had been destroyed, and yet he remained so calm upon hearing the name of his enemy, Shanks. Moreover, Gordon seemed very afraid of letting Yuta meet Shanks. When he heard that they wanted to take her away, he didn't first consider whether Wayne was reliable, but instead urged Yuta not to meet Shanks. Right, Yuta? You're still not an adult. Your strength isn't enough. Going out to sea should wait a few more years, Gordon advised again. Gordon, I'm not going out to sea with them. I just want to go with them to find Shanks. The little girl quickly corrected. I haven't agreed to be their companion yet. But Gordon wanted to say something more. At this moment, Wayne directly interrupted. All right, Gordon, since you're so worried about Yuta, why don't you come on our ship too? Just in time, our Justice Alliance is in urgent need of people. And you can continue to take care of Yuta. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Yeah, Gordon, come along. Yuta said, and then realized she had misspoken, quickly covering her mouth and correcting. What I mean is to go together to find Shanks. At this point, Gordon had completely run out of words. He could only pray silently that Shanks wouldn't be found by Wayne too quickly. In that case, he would still have a chance to secretly pass information to Shanks, to let him hide and definitely not be found by Wayne. But Wayne's next words left Gordon stunned. Shanks' ship is almost here. What? How could Shanks come here? Gordon exclaimed in surprise. Wayne pretended to be confused. I spread the news early that I arrived in Elijah. He might be coming to challenge me. So there's no need to look for him deliberately. That bastard. Is he really coming? Yuta gritted her teeth. In a sea area not far from Elijah Island, a pirate ship was cutting through the waves, its pirate flag fluttering in the wind, moving at high speed. This ship belonged to red-haired Shanks. On the deck, the usually carefree pirates now wore serious expressions, their gazes heavy as they looked at the island they were about to reach. Yuta used to be one of Red-Haired's crew. Although she had disembarked for a special reason, she was still their companion. Therefore, upon hearing that the new Emperor Wayne had come to this island, they were worried something would happen to Yuta and directly set sail for Elijah. Fortunately, their original base was not far from here, so it didn't take much time. Shanks, do we really have to go? First Mate Ben Beckman asked anxiously. If Wayne finds out about your relationship with Yuta, it might cause even greater trouble. Beckman, it was us who brought her to Elijah. We should take responsibility for everything regarding her and ensure her safety, no matter what Shanks does there. As Shanks spoke, he suddenly burst into laughter, shouting at the tense crew, Hey, if you act like this, they'll see through your flaws. Don't forget, our purpose this time is to challenge the Emperor of the Sea. Huh, that's true, haha. Upon hearing this, the pirates immediately changed their expressions. The ship was once again filled with laughter and joy. However, Shanks turned his head, and although he wore a smile, his eyes became increasingly serious. He picked up a newspaper and looked at a photo of Wayne, whispering, Wayne, I don't know what you're doing there, but if you dare to harm Yuta, I will never let you go. Almost done. Asked for a small gift from Poseidon. On the stage in the hall, seeing the worried Gordon, Bear felt he was very suspicious and even asked again, King Gordon, do you have something difficult to say? You can tell us. Maybe we can help you. Huh? Of course not. What could I possibly have to say? It's just that the country was destroyed and the citizens were all killed by pirates. What's the big deal? As he spoke, Gordon realized he had said the wrong thing, immediately covering his mouth and stammering, no longer paying attention to Bear. This left Bear speechless, and he had to stop asking. While waiting for the red-haired pirates to arrive, Wayne found many music sheets on the stage where Yuta had lived since she was little. Most of the sheets were covered in strange doodles, and one had been smeared with so much paint that it was unreadable. Wayne picked up this drawing and examined it closely, finding that it seemed to depict a ship with many pirates on the deck holding up wine glasses and laughing heartily. In the center was a man with red hair, wearing a rapier at his waist, while a little girl was excitedly riding on his shoulders with her arms wide open. Is this a drawing of Shanks? Don't move. Yuta rushed over upon seeing this and snatched the drawing away, hugging it as if it were a beloved toy. Then, as if remembering something, she disdainfully threw the drawing on the ground, saying it was just a discarded music sheet. Wayne raised an eyebrow, looking at her with interest, but said nothing more. Perhaps Yuta, in her own way, was starting to sense that something was amiss. The group waited on the island for a while longer. Suddenly, Wayne's expression became serious. His observation Haki sensed several strong auras rushing toward Elijah Island. They're coming, Bear. Take us to the shore, to the same place we arrived. Wayne said to Bear, finally here. I can't wait to knock those guys away. Yamato said with a fierce expression. Are we going to see Shanks? Yuta said, looking troubled. For some reason, she had always dreamed of seeing Shanks again to question him about why he did those things. But now that they were about to meet, she found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, a warm hand rested on her little head. Wayne, with a sunny smile, said to her, let's go. If you want to know something, ask boldly. Don't be afraid. I'm right behind you. Yuta was taken aback for a moment, then put on a world-weary face. Who's afraid? Seeing this, Wayne helplessly shook his head. Sigh, kids are really the most annoying. On the shore, the sea breeze blew, and a few seagulls circled above. A pirate ship flying the Jolly Roger was sailing toward Elijah Island, now less than 100 meters from shore. At that moment, whoosh, 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 with the sound of air fluctuations, Wayne and the others, along with Yuta and Gordon, appeared one after another on the shore. They're here. Shanks stood at the bow of the ship, his expression becoming particularly serious. When he saw Yuta appear, he was obviously taken aback, and his eyes suddenly softened. Yuta. That is his daughter. While Shanks watched Yuta, she also noticed him on the ship. Shanks. The little girl ran to the front on the golden beach, her red and white hair blowing in the wind. Her eyes inexplicably moistened, although Yuta believed she was mentally prepared and would not cry. Seeing her former companions appear one by one made tears uncontrollably flow down her cheeks. She struggled to steady herself and yelled heartbreakingly at Shanks in the distance. Shanks, you bastard. On the other side, Shanks hadn't heard Yuta's words in a long time, and he couldn't help but tremble, a sour feeling appearing in his nose. Yes, that is his daughter. At this moment, Shanks's mind raced back to all the past memories with Yuta, the most precious and joyful time of his life. He clearly remembered a sunny afternoon when he opened a treasure chest and found not just golden treasures, but also a smiling little baby looking at him and laughing. Wanted to touch his face. Where did you come from? Their meeting was so reminiscent of Roger's first encounter with Shanks, as if it were a reenactment. Hey, Shanks, you're not really going to bring her on the ship, are you? Yeah, we're risking our lives with the sea. How can we raise a little life? Ha ha ha. At that time, Shanks made a decision with a smile. My former captain once said that all encounters in this world are guided by destiny. So, it was fate that brought me to her. Later, with the addition of this little one, the ship became lively. Everyone liked Yuta, and the little Yuta received princess-like pampering. Warm scenes flashed through Shanks's mind. He remembered one time when he almost fed Yuta alcohol instead of milk. Thankfully, Beckman stopped him in time and, along with the crew, gave Shanks a good beating. After that, Jesus Burgess took over the responsibility of taking care of Yuta, as he was a man who had children. Shanks once asked him while drunk, Jesus, what does it mean to be a father? Jesus shook his head helplessly. I'm not a competent father, so I have nothing to say. At that time, Shanks silently vowed that he would not only be a good captain of this ship, but also a good father. He still remembered the first time he taught Yuta to call him daddy. Yuta could never get it right and would cry when anxious, while the surrounding companions laughed at Shanks, calling him a fool. When Yuta heard this, she also laughed and cheered that Shanks was a big fool. Haha. From that day on, Yuta always called Shanks by his name. The time with Yuta was happy, as if worries had nothing to do with Shanks. It was so blissful that even getting beaten by the Mountain Bandit King felt inconsequential. He would just smile internally and think that she wasn't as strong as his daughter. Later on, Yuta grew a few years older, and at that time, from the bow to the stern of the ship, even up in the lookout, one could see her singing joyfully. Even singing from dawn till dusk, it seemed she would never tire. Shanks thought to himself, kids really have so much energy. Then, later on, there were too many happy moments like a disc that would never age, pressing the play button in Shanks' mind whenever night fell. How he wished time could stop at that moment. Unconsciously, Shanks' vision became a bit blurred. He hurriedly closed his eyes, forcing back the tears that were about to burst forth. When he looked around, he noticed that Beckman and Jesus Burgess had reddened eyes as well, their bodies trembling slightly. Yes, Yuta was not just his daughter. She was their companion. They were all family after all. But at that moment, Yuta was still crying out to them, her voice so familiar, yet so desolate. For a moment, Shanks almost couldn't help but reveal the truth. But fortunately, Beckman placed a hand on his shoulder. Shanks, don't forget our purpose for being here. Upon hearing this, Shanks was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly awakened, his gaze sharpening as he said, "Thanks, brother. Such things must never be told to Yuta." She couldn't bear such a sin. With determination, Shanks walked to the bow, his expression darkening, his eyes suddenly becoming terrifying as he stared directly at Yuta, a strong killing intent rising around him. Enough. Who the hell are you? As soon as he finished speaking, a dark red substance, lightning, formed around him, accompanied by a powerful gale, striking towards Yuta on the shore. Yuta immediately froze, looking bewildered at everything happening before her. Just as the current raced across the sea and was about to strike Yuta, a figure appeared, casually slapping it away, causing the lightning to suddenly dissipate into the air. And that dangerous aura vanished as well. Seeing the person who intervened, Shanks' lips curled into a slight smile. "You must be Veen?" Veen said nothing, simply shielding the pale-faced Yuta behind her, then looked at Shanks with a strange expression, thinking to herself that he was going too far. Although hockey can be controlled, wasn't he afraid of scaring Yuta silly? Is this how a father behaves? "Shanks, you are the singer's dad? How could you not even recognize your own daughter?" Veen said with a slight smirk, smiling at Shanks. Shanks shrugged and feigned indifference. "Ah, was there such a person? You do seem somewhat familiar. Turns out it's her." Yuta listened quietly to these words, feeling as if her heart was about to shatter. Deep down, her last glimmer of hope collapsed, and she no longer held any illusions. A cruel reality lay before her. Shanks truly had abandoned her. TSK, TSK. Yuta tightly grasped Veen's pants, starting to sob quietly. Seeing the scene, Bartolomeo's gaze shifted slightly as he said, "Something feels off here. How could he forget a companion he lived with for several years? Besides, Yuta was raised by them. As a father himself, Bartolomeo had the most say in such matters. Whenever he saw Bonnie laughing heartily, he couldn't help but laugh along. Whenever Bonnie got hurt from accidentally bumping her head or fell ill, Bartolomeo would feel sad, as if he could empathize with her. How could a father bear to hurt his own child? Bartolomeo was utterly confused. Meanwhile, Leo angrily exclaimed, "This Shanks is really despicable. He must be a celestial dragon in disguise." Mancherry shouted at Veen, "He doesn't deserve to be a father. Veen Lando, we mustn't let Yuta go back to his ship." Veen tried to cooperate with Shanks' act, continuing to ask, "This child has been wanting to ask you about the destruction of the Music Kingdom. And also, why did you abandon her?" "Ha! Pillaging and plundering is the pirate's duty. How could a Yonko like you ask such a question? But you seem like you really haven't done such a thing. Perhaps you look down upon it?" "Too slow." Shanks asked in confusion, "What did you say?" Veen grinned and replied, "I said too slow. Killing, looting, fighting for territory is way too slow. Why not take the whole world for yourself? That way, everything will belong to me." This remark surprised Shanks, causing his lips to twitch as he remarked, "No wonder people outside say you're a madman. It seems calling you a madman is still too mild. You should be called a freak." Veen chuckled, saying titles don't matter, but let's not digress. "First, tell me why you abandoned Yuta." "Oh, you care about her that much?" Shanks squinted his eyes. "Of course. I've already invited her to be the third musician of the Justice League. In other words, this kid will be my companion from now on, including Brooke and the purple-haired girl. Indeed, there would be 3 musicians. It was hard to imagine how lively the future banquets would be." "Ha ha." Shanks on the opposite ship seemed to have heard a joke, bursting into loud laughter. Under his influence, all the members of the red-haired pirates unknowingly put on sunglasses and laughed heartily, mocking Yuta together. "Ha ha, a companion? That's really laughable. Yuta can become a pirate? This is hilarious. Yuta is so weak." "Yeah, that guy Yuta, apart from being cute, singing well, being lively and smart, and understanding others, she is nothing." These mockeries carried on the wind into Yuta's ears, making her feel as if her heart had been stabbed several times. It hurt, too much pain. "Enough already." Yamato took out a spike bat, pointing it at Shanks, and roared angrily. If you say one more word, I'll kill you all. Leo also raised his fist, pulling a grim face, as if he intended to teach them a lesson. Only Bartolomeo frowned deeply. This is even stranger. Aren't they concerned about Yuta? After laughing for a while, Shanks spoke in a deep voice again. So I'm curious, how could such a powerful man like you want her to be your companion? Hearing this, Yamato replied, first, you bastard. A companion is a companion, not your tool. No matter what happens, we face it together. That's what a companion is. That's right. Leo nodded emphatically. You cold-hearted guys will never understand the meaning of companionship. Did you hear that? Veen smirked, feeling the timing was right. This is my answer. Listening to these words, Yuta felt a strong sting in her nose. Due to the overwhelming emotions, her stomach also began to ache. Oh, I see. I don't know why, but a bitter smile first appeared on Shanks' face, then it quickly vanished, replaced by a grimace as he shouted at Wayne. In the end, it's all about strength. All right, let me see the gap between me and the Emperor of the Sea. As soon as he finished speaking, accompanied by a crisp sound of metal clashing, Shanks suddenly drew the Western Sword Griffin from his waist and swung it fiercely. Divine avoidance. This strike was fast. So fast it seemed capable of cutting through time, sharp enough to sever everything of the past. So powerful that even the air was crying out in anguish. Wayne moved his fingers, and several arcs of electricity leaped up, surging rapidly. Shanks, I see your determination. Wayne, with a burden like Yuta, you can't defeat me. Shanks continued to spew trash talk. Although he didn't understand why Wayne had specifically invited Yuta, he absolutely couldn't let Wayne know about his relationship with her. He couldn't allow Yuta to be harmed because of that. Moreover, even if Wayne really wanted Yuta to be his partner, Shanks had to ensure that Wayne had the strength to protect her. Shanks was surrounded by an overwhelmingly strong conqueror,He, and a dark red airflow gathered above his sword blade, distorting the air. Hearing the word burden, Yuta's body trembled violently again, and her small hands unconsciously tightened around Wayne's pants. Wayne reached out and rubbed her small head, confidently smiling. Don't worry, I will win. Saying this, he had Bear bring Yuta back to a safe position. Accompanied by the surge of red arcs, a powerful force also gathered in Wayne's hand, transforming into a dark red thundercloud that crackled loudly. Conqueror,He. Shanks stared at the thundercloud in Wayne's hand, his eyes narrowing sharply as he sensed a dangerous aura from it. It had been a long time since he encountered such a strong opponent. He hoped this time would be enjoyable. As soon as he finished speaking, Shanks swung his sword violently. A miraculous thing happened. At the moment he struck, a red griffin phantom appeared on the surface of the sea ahead, spreading its arms and claws as if it were about to pounce fiercely on its prey. The next second, the griffin disappeared, transforming into a magnificent slash wave that rapidly cut through the air toward Wayne. Divine avoidance. Wayne's eyes flashed red. Shanks' strike appeared exceptionally slow under his observation,He, as foresight. As long as Wayne wanted, he could easily dodge this attack. However, a 1T avoid divine avoidance. Wayne's thundercloud suddenly enlarged, producing a piercing sound like 1,000 birds chirping, with Conqueror's,He and Armament,He entwined within, making the color of the thundercloud even richer. Thunder sacrifice. Whoosh! The massive thundercloud transformed into a long bolt of lightning, like a laser beam, colliding violently with the slash wave. The thunderous and earth-shattering sounds echoed in everyone's ears. The terrifying,He shot into the sky, piercing through the already thin clouds and tearing them apart. Yes, the sky was torn open again. Then, rolling heat waves spread out, surging in all directions. Even the pirate ship under Shanks' feet was pushed back significantly by this collision. Waves surged fiercely against the shore, creating a breathtaking feeling in everyone's hearts. Shanks, at this moment, Wayne's mouth curled up as he suddenly asked, "You should know about my situation, right? Both the world government and the other emperors of the sea will soon participate in the struggles of the new world. So, I want to know, what is your choice?" "My choice." Shanks faced the raging wind, his red hair blowing wildly, revealing a serious expression on his face. The previous clash had put unprecedented pressure on him. This feeling made him feel a sense of defeat. Clearly, that strike was not even Wayne's full power. The young man in front of him likely surpassed his dearly beloved Captain Roger. Perhaps Wayne truly was the strongest in the world now. Shanks' hesitation was within Wayne's expectations. After all, this guy always aimed for balance. Shanks did not answer directly, only snorted coldly before sheathing his sword and saying to his crew behind him, "It seems we are not yet at the level to challenge the emperors of the sea. Let us go." As he spoke, The red ship under his feet began to turn around. But at this moment, you think you can leave after offending our Justice League? A cold voice rang out from the shore, and Wayne transformed into a flash of light, instantly appearing at the bow of the ship, standing in front of Shanks. Everyone was immediately shocked, their expressions filled with disbelief. Beside them, Ben Beckman's pupils contracted as he reached for his gun. However, before his hand could touch the gun handle, Wayne extended a glowing finger towards him. The finger crackled with terrifying electricity, seemingly ready to unleash a violent current at any moment. "Don't move, Beckman," Wayne coldly warned, exuding a chilling aura that filled the air with his unique conqueror's haki. "Ah, it seems I got into big trouble." Shanks gazed at Wayne, his expression also becoming serious. "So, is reconciliation not possible? After all, you're enemies of the world government, right?" Shanks rarely backed down, not out of fear of everyone perishing here. The main reason was that he came here to ensure Yuta's safety, not to actually take the position of an emperor. Moreover, even for the sake of world balance, he would only intervene when Wayne was in a war with the world government. In short, once he confirmed that Wayne genuinely wanted to take Yuta as a crew member, Shanks had no reason to stay here. "Yes, we are all pirates of the New World. It's better to get along." "Ha ha ha," a big, rotund man holding a piece of thigh meat let out a strange laugh, saying cheerfully, "Right? So can we reconcile?" Shanks also said with a grin. Wayne raised his eyebrows. Shanks now looked like he had just been beaten by the Mountain Bandit King. This inexplicably made him feel uncomfortable. "Clearly, I was the one who made your daughter impressive. Why does it feel like you're enjoying it too?" "This one do." Wayne's mouth suddenly curled up as he said, "Of course, the pirates of the New World all know that I am not fond of fighting, so I prefer to resolve conflicts." Upon hearing this, Shanks and Ben Beckman secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Wayne's next sentence made their pupils shrink. "But Shanks, since you've come all this way, that last move must not have been enough fun, right? Just in time, I've heard of your great name, so let us have a contest." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Shanks' response, Wayne directly threw a punch at his face. Caught off guard, Shanks realized it was too late to draw his sword and could only raise his arm to block. Bang! His fist collided sharply with Shanks' shoulder. The forceful punch sent Shanks flying several meters away, crashing into the ship's cabin and creating a large hole. Damn it! The dignified Emperor of the Sea actually resorted to sneak attacks. "Shanks, are you okay?" The people on the ship shouted angrily. Even Jesus Burgess pulled out a spear and aimed it at Vane, his face dark, saying, "Captain, this guy's going too far. Let's all attack together. He can't kill us all." It must be said that the red-haired pirates are indeed very united and follow an elite route. In the original story, among the elite pirate crews, only the red-haired pirates, the straw hat pirates, and the Blackbeard pirates are considered very strong and famous. In contrast, the Whitebeard pirates have too large a gap between their officers. Some, like Diamond Jozu, Marco, and Ace, can even go toe-to-toe with admirals, while others can be manipulated by Doflamingo using the string fruit, attacking their own teammates. For example, the sweet commanders of the big MOM pirates are quite the joke. There are not even a handful of normal people among them. So, if the red-haired pirates really attacked Vane together, it wouldn't just be a hassle for Shanks. However, a deep voice rang out, "Put down your weapons. Since Captain Vane wants to spar, let's give it a try. I also want to see the gap between me and the Emperor of the Sea." Vane smiled faintly. "That's the spirit." Then, the two found an open area on the island. They tacitly decided not to let others come and watch. The residual shock waves were too powerful. Not everyone could withstand them, especially Yuta. This time, Vane didn't transform into his beast form. Or rather, it didn't matter whether he transformed or not. After the Tadakai in God Valley, battling against Shanks and Akainu, and then defeating the Knights of God, Vane had become increasingly proficient in using haki and his devil fruit abilities, reaching an extreme state. While using haki, he could also layer the abilities of his devil fruit onto his attacks and defenses, enhancing his own condition. At the same time, he could wrap powerful haki around various parts of his body while activating his fruit's abilities. In a word, it was the simplest path to greatness. Vane clenched his fists, the joints making crisp cracking sounds, and dark red arcs of electricity intertwined between white lightning and haki surged around him. Power! He felt a strength more potent than before, as if each battle enhanced his power. Teacher Kai was wrong. It wasn't just haki that could surpass everything. Rather, it was continuous fighting that could lead one to the pinnacle of the world. Tadakai, I just touched Tadakai." Vane mumbled, eyes gleaming with madness. This expression made Shanks break into a cold sweat, thinking this guy can't be a battle maniac too, right? Suddenly, Vane's face twisted into a grim smile, his expression becoming extremely distorted. Then he threw back his head and laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. His laughter shifted from self-deprecation to relief, then to a mocking frenzy, sending chills down Shanks' spine. What on earth does this guy want to do? The next moment, Vane grinned. Let's dance, Shanks. Whoosh. As soon as the words fell, Vane's body shot forward like a cannonball, crashing into the ground before soaring up, his dark, flowing fist again aimed directly at Shanks' face. But this time, Shanks had drawn his sword early, wrapping it with flowing haki, and, as he foresaw Vane's attack in his mind, he swung his sword. Bang! An intense collision echoed through the air. The pressure from the wind spread out, bending the surrounding trees almost to the point of breaking. The violent force did not last long. Shanks' figure was sent flying back, his expression one of deep shock. This guy's strength seems to have increased again. Suddenly, a pair of deep purple wings appeared behind Vane, with scorching purple flames burning at the tips, propelling him forward. Whoosh! It's not over yet, Vane shouted, reappearing in an instant and catching up to the half-airborne Shanks, delivering a kick to his chest. Clang! An abrupt, crisp metallic sound rang out. Shanks blocked the kick with his famous sword griffin. Dark haki lightning swirled around the two, carving deep grooves into the ground, leaving it ravaged. In the next moment, a grand black-red slash wave was unleashed from the sword, shooting toward the sky, exploding into brilliant flames and creating ripples in the air. Vane dodged this strike, then seized the opportunity to punch Shanks hard in the chest. Boom! Shanks was violently pushed back, barely withstanding the blow. But the horrified look in his eyes showed that he wasn't feeling well. This is terrifyingly strong. This was Shanks' internal assessment of Vane. He knew the strengths of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, or rather, before Vane arrived in the New World. He understood the powers of many strong individuals and the gap between himself and others. Although he couldn't necessarily defeat Kaido or Charlotte Linlin, there were only a handful of people in the New World who could engage him in battle. Whoosh! The sound of breaking wind erupted as Vane charged again, this time wielding the famous sword Little Sakura, surrounded by dazzling cherry blossoms, striking down fiercely toward Shanks. Shanks' gaze sharpened. Those seemingly beautiful cherry blossoms were, in fact, extremely dangerous. Thus, Shanks dared not take them head-on. He could only resist Vane's onslaught while continuously dodging backward, try to find a flaw in Vane's attacks. However, to his surprise, this guy in front of him seemed unconcerned about being attacked, and even actively exposed flaws, inviting him to strike. This is too strange, he thought inwardly. His superb observation haki was on high alert. He knew that if he attacked recklessly, he would truly fall into Vane's trap. Thus, the situation turned one-sided. Vane kept pursuing, while Shanks remained on the defensive. Occasionally, pillars of haki shot into the sky, illuminating the entire sky, making the onlookers in the distance feel their hearts race. Would Vane win? Yuta nervously clutched her skirt, her eyes filled with worry. Shanks, I'm curious. Would someone like you casually abandon your companions? Besides, Yuta was once your adopted daughter. Vane's intriguing words reached Shanks' ears, causing his pupils to constrict. Meanwhile, as he questioned, Vane's offensive never ceased, landing another heavy punch that sent Shanks reeling backward once again. A terrifying wave transformed into a circle of ripples, constantly surging on Wayne's fist. After catching up to the red-haired man, he slammed down a punch. Buzz! The sword let out a ringing sound, and the griffin, entangled in black and red lightning, quickly blocked in front of Shanks, colliding fiercely with Wayne's fist once again. Suddenly, Wayne's body began to change rapidly, transforming in an instant into a mass of tangible lightning. Darting to Shanks' chest, and a massive fist entirely made of red thunder struck heavily against his chest. Bang! After taking a solid punch, Shanks couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale, and his body instinctively bent down, appearing extremely disheveled. Huh, didn't I say it earlier? Yuta is a burden. Shanks was still being tough. Oh, really? I don't believe it. Wayne grinned, saying, although your crew members are all quite balanced in strength, there are still weaklings, right? Why haven't you abandoned them? Shanks was left speechless. He couldn't answer such a question at all. Wayne continued, stop pretending, Shanks. I know a bit about the inside story regarding Yuta. What did you say? Shanks' pupils contracted rapidly, ignoring the pain in his body, staring at Wayne in disbelief. Don't get too excited. I only know some. Anyway, you had to abandon her because of some special circumstances, right? Upon hearing this, Shanks was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, thinking Wayne was trying to extract information from him, and opened his mouth to refute. But taking this opportunity, Wayne struck him with an elbow from above. smashing into his face, causing it to cave in, and his body flew backward for dozens of meters before crashing to the ground. Wayne smiled faintly. Why the hesitation, Shanks? With the speed of your previous attack, you could have easily dodged, yet you were distracted by my words. Shanks got up from the ground, the corners of his eyes twitching violently, as if he had made some significant decision, then said, You have been using Yuta, right? Try to use her against me. Huh, finally admitted it. Wayne took a deep breath, a faint smile on his face, and said, However, you are mistaken. It's not using or interest. I genuinely want to invite Yuta onto my ship. Moreover, I will treat her just like my other crew members. As for you, if you don't want to join the Justice League, then get out of the New World, because there is no place for your ship in the New World anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Wayne transformed again into a terrifying red lightning bolt, rushing towards Shanks at lightning speed. Gritting his teeth, Shanks swung his sword, Divine Avoidance, with all his might, delivering his strongest strike. Boom! There was no equal footing. As soon as they made contact, Shanks instantly lost, the griffin was knocked away, and the terrifying lightning wreaked havoc on his body, causing him to let out a series of soft groans. Thud! Blood spilled from Shanks' mouth, his legs unable to support him, swaying dangerously close to kneeling on the ground. Meanwhile, from the beginning until now, Wayne had hardly sustained even the slightest injury, aside from some depletion of his haki. This is the result of combining haki and fruit abilities to the extreme. Moreover, Wayne's combat techniques were particularly effective against swordsmen. You can't hit me, but I can bombard you with haki lightning. With this, how could I lose? Make a choice, Shanks. It has nothing to do with Yuta. Only you and your pirate crew will either all die here, in front of Yuta, or honestly roll out of the New World, vowing never to return. Wayne asked coldly. Unlike other great pirates, although Wayne didn't particularly like this guy, Shanks was indeed a good person. In the New World, the territories under him were quite weak. Yet he still provided a lot of protection, preventing many civilians from being disturbed by pirates. Furthermore, although Shanks was once a celestial dragon, always a celestial dragon, he was picked up by Roger at a very young age and had long since taken on the shape of a pirate. Wayne had no reason to kill him. Of course, there was no reason to recruit him either. People like Shanks, who are intent on competing for the New World. Even if they join you now, their personal consciousness will still be very strong, and who knows when they might come back and say, Forgive me, I want to be willful for a moment. So, it's better to kick him out of the New World. What if I don't agree? Shanks replied expressionlessly, unafraid. Then you won't be able to leave today, but I will take good care of Yuta, because she is already my partner. Upon hearing this, Shanks' expression changed, and he suddenly burst into laughter. Ah, you really are an interesting person. It seems I have no reason to refuse anymore. Then, Shanks stood up and said solemnly, I now believe Captain Roger's words even more. Oh, which one? Everything in the world is the fingerprint of fate, whether it's Captain Roger meeting me, or me meeting Yuta, or even me losing to you today. I still feel a bit unwilling. I was originally thinking about making a big move. Forget it. Since I lost so thoroughly, I have nothing more to say. Afterwards, Shanks looked at Wayne, a deep light appearing in his eyes, and seriously instructed. I leave Yuta in your hands. You must protect her well. Wayne raised an eyebrow. Why does that sound so strange? Like a father earnestly reminding his good son-in-law when his daughter is getting married. Wayne nodded. Of course, no one on this sea can keep their promises better than me. With Wayne's promise, Shanks let out a long sigh of relief, his tense expression relaxing a lot. And the territories under my command will also need your care. As a man who wants to be the king of the New World, you will surely treat these weak islands just like you do Fishman Island and Dressrosa, right? Of course. Wayne smiled and said matter-of-factly, I have always been very gentle with those loyal to me. That's good. I look forward to seeing what the future of a new world will be like. Just as Shanks was about to turn and leave, Wayne called out to him again. Wait a minute, there's one more thing. Shanks turned back. Since you abandoned Yuta back then and left without a word now, in front of everyone, say a farewell to her. Upon hearing this, Shanks trembled all over. Soon, their battle ended in a draw. Shanks reboarded the ship, seemingly to end without incident. But just as the pirate ship was about to leave, Shanks suddenly shouted towards the shore, staring blankly at Yuta, saying, Yuta, you are no longer my crew, and I am no longer your captain. Next time we meet, we will still be enemies, ah ha ha ha. The others on the ship all turned their backs to the shore, laughing heartily. But everyone was actually crying their eyes out, nearly choking. This scene was almost identical to when they first abandoned Yuta years ago. The difference was that this time, they were not sitting on a ship full of treasures. And Yuta was no longer alone. She was surrounded by new companions. Don't cry. Shanks shouted to his crew with a comforting smile on his face. Yuta had found companions willing to accept her, and she would no longer be alone. Isn't that great? As Yuta's former family, they were willing to bear the heavy sin and shouldered that burden, even if it meant living on as the objects of hatred. After the pirate ship left, it was already evening, and the setting sun cast a fiery glow on the coastline. Yuta was still softly sobbing, her eyes swollen from crying. It was painful. That feeling was really unbearable. She clearly should have hated those bastards, but why did she only feel regret, deep regret? Yuta, at that moment. Wayne's voice came from behind her. Let's go. Where to? To Hive Island. To be a righteous partner with us. We won't abandon you. Yuta's face showed a distorted expression that was hard to tell if it was crying or smiling, and she ran over, leaping into Wayne's arms. Then closed her eyes and shouted, I will become stronger than anyone else. When that day comes, I will personally kill that man. Wayne, can you teach me? Of course, let's make a pact. From now on, Yuta will become stronger than anyone else, Wayne grinned. Yuta's eyes became determined, and she nodded repeatedly. Just at that moment, she suddenly froze, her pupils blurred, and a scene inexplicably flashed through her mind. At that time, it was also a man holding her tightly, surrounded by flames. I'm sorry, Yuta. Goodbye, Yuta. All she remembered was that the man's arms were strong, and his big hand was warm, just like Wayne's now. Who was that man? Never mind, it's already forgotten. At the same time, while Wayne was recruiting talent in the New World, the world government was also busy conducting an emergency conscription operation worldwide. Those with names and surnames, capable in both literature and martial arts, were all targets for recruitment, and the world government sent these individuals to the Navy, preparing to form a vanguard unit to go after Wayne. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, you must go take a look. They're indeed a group of interesting people. The Devil Fruit users are as numerous as stray dogs on the street. In Sengoku's office, Garp excitedly tugged on Sengoku's clothing while eating sunbae as they walked outside. Oh, coming so soon? Sengoku said, donning the justice cloak handed to him by his aide and following Garp to the plaza. In the plaza, a large number of Navy personnel had already gathered, about 100, all with solemn expressions, exuding an air of authority, since they had not yet received their ranks. They all wore standard uniforms. Upon seeing Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Hero Garp's arrival, many Navy personnel instinctively placed their hands to their temples, palms facing back, and respectfully shouted, Loyalty! Sengoku nodded and walked over to get a brief understanding of these people's strength. The first to catch his attention was a tall, thin man with a yellowish complexion and a dagger at his waist. He looked like he had been overly rewarded. Ha ha ha! Fleet Admiral Sengoku, are you curious about the dagger at my waist? The man noticed Sengoku's gaze and immediately approached them, drawing out the pitch-black dagger from his waist. The Black Blade. Could this be the legendary Black Blade? Is he a great swordsman? The people around gasped in shock, their expressions particularly astonished. Garp and Sengoku frowned, feeling something was off. Sure enough, the man gently shook his head, a brilliant smile on his lips. This dagger may not be a black blade, but it is coated with deadly poison. Even a monster would die from poisoning upon contact. Ha! Let me use this knife to take Wayne's head. The man laughed wildly, but in his overconfidence, he carelessly brought the dagger to his mouth before sheathing it, then stuck out his tongue and licked it, looking intoxicated. Everyone. The next moment, the man's pupils dilated, and he fell backward, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. Quick, get the bandages. Before long, the man was taken to the emergency medical room. Sengoku's eye twitched, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition. Garp also looked embarrassed, and could only scratch his head and laugh. Ha ha, seems like just an accident. The next man was a soldier recruited from a world allied nation, reportedly the strongest soldier from that country. He drew out a 3-meter-long famous sword from his waist, the blade gleaming with a chilling light, exuding a dangerous aura that instilled fear. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction. This guy was a swordsman, perhaps even a great swordsman capable of performing flying slash. Then, as the man sheathed his sword, he added, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I usually 1T draw my sword easily. When I do, it must see blood. After saying that, with a thud, he suddenly slashed his arm, blood gushing down. Only then did he sheath his sword. Sengoku couldn't help but twitch his mouth, secretly sighing that heroes in this world truly abound. Next, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. My name is Araki. Loyalty. Upon hearing his name, Sengoku thought of something and hurriedly asked, could it be that Araki known as Green Bull? That's right. I am sent by the world government to assist you. With his bare chest and a tattoo reading dead in heart, Araki, who had a standard physique unlike others, respectfully said, Justice will prevail. We will surely eliminate Wayne. Reconstruct the glory of the Navy. It is our duty. Araki shouted passionately. Good. Very spirited. Sengoku nodded in approval, looking at Araki appreciatively. He had heard that even within the world government, Green Bull's strength ranked among the top, and he was regarded as a monster. A man with the potential to become an admiral. Not bad, not bad. Sengoku smiled and stepped forward. After a while, when he saw a middle-aged man with a full beard, rough skin, and tightly closed eyes, his brow furrowed. A blind man? The blind man seemed to sense someone approaching, suddenly letting out a loud shout and began to dance around, jumping sideways in front of Sengoku, grinning with bared teeth, his behavior particularly bizarre. Sengoku and Garp were taken aback and startled. What is this? The man began to explain in a leisurely manner. Don't look at my eyes, not seeing the things in front of me, but I can see the distant future. Oh, Garp became interested and quickly asked, what does the future look like? Then the man began to mumble strange, almost spell-like phrases. Ba, God bless, amen, amen. Soon, a brilliant smile appeared on the man's face. Sengoku curiously asked, did you see it? Yes, we won. In the not-so-distant future, the world will become better and better, and all races will be able to sit equally at the same table, holding a banquet, with everyone's faces radiating happiness. Upon hearing this, Sengoku was overjoyed. Are you saying we successfully eliminated Vayne? But the man's expression suddenly changed, and he said in a panic, eliminate Vayne? Are you kidding? Isn't this the Justice League? Everyone fell silent. Sengoku's face twitched, his whole body trembled, and dark clouds gathered on his forehead, as if he were about to erupt at any moment. If looks could kill, this man would have been dead several times over from Sengoku's murderous glare. Bastard! Finally unable to hold back, Sengoku cursed angrily. His mood was already extremely irritable, and hearing the man's words only fueled his anger, even giving him an impulse to explode. Seeing this, Garp hurriedly stepped forward to grab Sengoku and quickly called a few people to send this great prophet to impel down. Then, Sengoku suppressed his terrible emotions and turned to the next strong man dressed in a red and blue tight suit, his face hidden under a mesh hood. Who are you? My name is Spider-Man. I am the person who has eaten the spider fruit. The man said excitedly. A fruit user? Sengoku thought. In the next moment, the man directly extended his palm, curling his 5 fingers slightly, then turned it upside down in front of Sengoku, exposing the pulse point. Admiral Sengoku, watch closely. Whoosh. In an instant, a thick thread shot out from his wrist, extending all the way to the Marine headquarters building, then sticking directly to it. Not bad ability, Sengoku praised. Finally, Sengoku saw a middle-aged man with black hair, dressed in a purple kimono and wearing wooden sandals, who was not in military uniform. Upon seeing him, Sengoku's pupils constricted. This man was also blind, with 2 striking cross scars over his eyes. I am called Fujitora, and I'm also very interested in that distant future. If you go to the New World, please take me along. Sengoku nodded. This guy had a strong aura, and he had heard of Fujitora before, which made him feel a bit pleased. He was also a man as famous as Green Bull, and it was said that Fujitora had a terrifying fruit ability that could easily destroy a country. By the way, I am also a swordsman. Let me show you simply, Fujitora said, slowly drawing the sword from his waist. Buzz. A flash of cold light passed. The nearby Spider-Man immediately fell to the ground. Subsequently, Fujitora began to slowly sheath his sword. This cut was extremely effortless and relaxed. Such a fast sword, Garp exclaimed, but isn't it unnecessary to actually cut down? Fujitora waved his hand. Don't worry, I used the back of the blade. He won't be harmed. Sengoku looked at the ground, where Spider-Man lay motionless, blood continuously oozing from his chest, and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. But that guy is bleeding. Oh, it seems I might have used the wrong method, Fujitora said somewhat apologetically. I see that all of you have extraordinary skills, Sengoku commented. He then asked his accompanying officer, have you still not found Akiji? Report to Admiral Sengoku. We did find Admiral Zephyr. He returned to his hometown with his family. But there is no news of Admiral Kazan. It seems he did not pursue Admiral Zephyr. Strange, this is a critical moment. Where could that guy have gone? Did he go ahead to the New World to hunt down Vayne? Sengoku wondered. After reviewing these newly recruited Marines, Sengoku received several resignation letters, all from officer-level personnel. These people were the backbone of the Navy. How could they do this at such a time? Moreover, the morale within the Navy had recently plummeted to an extreme low. He didn't understand why many Marines were discussing in private that Akainu was trapped on Balance Island, as if the battlefield in the New World was destined for disaster. Sigh. Sengoku exhaled deeply. Garp, you old bastard, prepare well. I have a feeling this will be a war that can change the world order. Garp nodded, Sengoku, do you also think this is right? Of course, Sengoku's gaze was firm. For so many years, the Navy's prestige has declined repeatedly, and there is indeed a reason related to the celestial dragons. But in most cases, we have been too tolerant of evil. After eliminating Vayne this time, I will represent the Navy to fight for greater voice in the world government. After that, I will adopt the toughest attitude to end this great pirate era once and for all. New World. A sailing ship flying a black pirate flag was cutting through the sea, rapidly heading towards Hive Island, with a deck full of fierce-looking pirates. Ha ha ha. Ahead is the lair of the natural disaster Vayne. As long as we kill him, there will be plenty of fine wine, barbecued meat, and women. The man standing at the bow of the ship laughed arrogantly. He had 2 huge ram horns on his head, a bloated figure, and short legs, with a severely disproportionate body. As soon as these words came out, the pirates raised their swords and guns, cheering loudly, roar. Let's go kill Vayne. As long as we kill him, we will be the Yonko crew. Captain, when will you become a Yonko? Listening to his subordinate's flattery, the bloated man smiled even more. Ha ha ha. Today, bring the ship closer. At the same time, on the coast of Hive Island, atop a tall lookout tower, Leo stood on Jack's head, using a small telescope, intently watching the pirate ship that was about to dock. Next to them was a table, surrounded by Baby 5, Peacock, Drake, and 9, who were calmly drinking tea. Why are they coming again? Didn't we just deal with a group of human traffickers? By the way, why did the human traffickers dare to provoke us? Drake said with a face full of confusion. Since Vayne was labeled as a Yonko by the world government, challengers have been flooding to Hive Island one after another, wave after wave, as if it would never end. Even though every pirate crew that came would be wiped out and thrown into the sea to feed the Sea Kings. The pirates still tirelessly came to seek death. Are the pirates in the New World always this brave? Peacock also complained. Meanwhile, Baby 5 flipped through a navigation manual, stopping on one page, looking at the content on it, and said, "It's forging pirate ships. The captain has eaten the goat fruit, goat form, with a bounty of 11 for 151. For 100 berries. All right, whose turn is it now?" The Peacock asked. "I'll go, after all. I didn't contribute much during the fight with that snow woman." Mine stood up and said calmly, "Last time on Balance Island, when the 3 of them faced the snow woman, it was Peacock's whipped fruit that restrained her. And then Baby 5 bombarded her, easily ending the battle. Compared to the other 2, Ein really didn't exert much effort. During these days, it was Drake who volunteered to deal with the challengers. That's why Ein took the initiative to step forward. Soon, Ein stood straight at the coast, her indifferent gaze fixed on the pirate ship speeding towards them. What kind of ridiculous Justice League is this? Sending a woman to battle. Bring Wayne here. Ha ha. She's such a beauty. Yes, such a beauty. Wouldn't it be a waste to kill her? Just wait for my orders. Line up, yaha." Hearing the pirate's vulgar words, Ein coldly spat out, "A bunch of scum." Then, with a whoosh, her figure flashed, using the 6 forms of shave and moonwalk. She instantly arrived on the deck of the pirate ship, startling the pirates. Damn it, Owen roared, his body beginning to swell, about to transform into a giant goat. Ein completely ignored him and, amidst the confused gazes of everyone, suddenly slammed her hands down on the deck beneath her feet and shouted, "Explosive ship celebration." After this action, she actually leaped up, performing a perfect backflip in midair, landing back on the coast. Suddenly, the pirate ship began to visibly swell, all the wooden planks, barrels, the helm, and even the pirate flag bizarrely inflated, almost like turning into balloons. This terrified the pirates. What is this? They wouldn't know that Ein had already eaten the paramecia-type bomb fruit, allowing her to expand herself and any inorganic matter she touched, then detonated, creating a violent explosion. Soon, the pirate ship became round and bulging, every part making a crackling sound as if it were about to burst at any moment. Finally, in the terrified eyes of the pirates, Ein clapped her hands, explode. Boom! An intense explosion suddenly erupted, deafening, as the pirate ship completely shattered, sending a massive wave splashing up on the sea. "We won." Leo cheered excitedly. But then, his expression changed, pointing at the still rising waves behind, where another ship resembling a submarine with a pirate flag design carved on its surface was approaching. Another one. Upon hearing this, I was about to move forward to deal with them. The next second, a white bear in a diving suit appeared on top of the submarine, waving its arms and shouting, "Don't shoot. We're here to find Captain Wayne." I narrowed her eyes, thinking, haven't all the pirates coming here these days been looking for Captain Wayne? However, after confirming they had no hostility, she and the others took this group to the captain's cabin. Upon seeing the newcomers, Wayne's face lit up. Isn't this Trafalgar Law? I had Morgan go to the North Sea to find you, but I didn't expect you to come here yourself. Have a seat, Law. Wayne gestured to the chair in front of him. You know me? Law was quite surprised. After all, he had only recently formed the Heart Pirates, and his bounty was still at a very low stage. Moreover, it was his first time in the New World, so he naturally wouldn't have any fame. He didn't expect such a big shot like Wayne to know his name. Seeing the confusion on Law's face, Wayne smiled and said, I used to be a Navy officer. You should know that, right? Of course. So, while carrying out missions in the Navy, I unexpectedly learned about a man named Corazon. Mr. Corazon? Law exclaimed. Wayne waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. I know you're the child that Corazon saved. Law was even more shocked, looking at Wayne in disbelief. He never imagined he would hear about Mr. Corazon in such a situation. However, that was all in the past, since he can live safely to this day. Corazon must also be very pleased in heaven. Upon hearing this, Law trembled. You even know this. Wayne smiled, not elaborating further, and continued to ask, by the way, why did you come to Hive Island? Law suppressed his excitement and said, in the past, I wanted to risk everything to gain power to avenge Mr. Corazon. However, after hearing the news that you killed Don Quixote da Flamingo, I didn't know where to go until now, when I heard you established the Justice League in the New World. I also watched that recording. It was really inspiring, making my companions, and I want to follow you. Then, with determination in his eyes, Law said, in short, I'm a user of the Ope no Mi, and I want to bring my talents to the Justice League. Wayne's lips curled up as he stood up, walked over, patted Law on the shoulder, and looked into his passionate eyes, appreciating him. Good, we need talents like you in the Justice League. After Law joined, many more pirates or gang groups came to Hive Island to challenge Wayne, but unsurprisingly, they all met with total defeat. Moreover, for Law, who had eaten the Ope no Mi, Wayne didn't let him idle around, directly sending him to Vegapunk's laboratory to assist in body modifications. After learning about Wayne's true intentions, Vegapunk also decided to lend Wayne a helping hand. After all, the world ruled by the celestial dragons is rotten to the core. Furthermore, Wayne agreed to let Vegapunk research ancient historical texts. He wasn't afraid of the sun god or history at all. If there were a blank 100 years of history, it would likely describe the origins of the celestial dragons and Emu's crimes. Otherwise, Emu wouldn't be so wary. A few days later, at a port on Hive Island, a small sailing ship cut through the sea, flying the flag of the Beast Pirates, heading towards Hive Island. At this moment, Wayne and Jack happened to be at the shore, seeing the newcomers. Oh, isn't that Runmi and Pejuan? The brother and sister waved their arms excitedly upon seeing Wayne and Jack. Brother Wayne, Brother Jack, long time no see. Pejuan's small face was filled with excitement. Runmi was also thinking of shouting, but seemed a bit shy, so she turned her face slightly and said proudly, I didn't think that much about Instructor Wayne. The small boat docked. Wayne looked at the two, who had grown quite a bit since their last meeting, and a faint smile appeared on his lips as he patted Pejuan's little head, saying, You've gotten much stronger, Pejuan. Hearing this, Pejuan's face turned red, and she nodded vigorously. Yeah, it's all thanks to Brother Wayne's good teaching. Wayne then extended his other hand, wanting to pat Runmi's head. Just as she was about to touch her little head, Runty suddenly dodged with a quick movement, avoiding this head pat, and immediately smiled at Wayne. Oh, not bad reaction speed. Little Run has gotten much stronger. Hee, but compared to Instructor Wayne, there's still a big gap. I heard you become one of the 4 emperors. That is quite impressive, Runny said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jack burst into loud laughter, his voice booming. Ha ha, looks like our beast pirates are finally united. At this point, even the Navy can't handle 2 4-emperor crews. As soon as he said that, both Runty and Pejuan looked at Jack with strange expressions, as if they were looking at a fool. This left Jack momentarily stunned, puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? By the way, Jack, you're not dead yet? Runny asked. What kind of talk is that? Who do you think I am? Jack shouted angrily. Runny ignored this big fool and turned to Wayne, speaking slowly. Instructor Wayne, Lord Kaido is coming to see you. And I heard from Brother Quinn that Lord Kaido is very angry about what you did. Pejuan nodded in agreement. This is indeed Teacher Kaido's style. Wayne was not too surprised. Whether it was Teacher Kaido or Aunt Lin Lin, if they wanted to compete for the New World, he would inevitably face them sooner or later. At this moment, a curious smile appeared on Wayne's lips as he looked into Little Run's eyes and asked, if I were to fight Kaido, which side would Little Run stand on? Upon hearing this question, Pejuan was about to say something, but was directly covered by Runny's hand. Runty had a mischievous smile and replied nonchalantly, of course, will stand with whoever wins. Instructor Wayne, you have to do your best. If you get killed by Lord Kaido, I will be very sad. So cunning. Jack exclaimed in frustration. Can we just not fight? ISNT Brother Wayne and Lord Kaido, the best master and disciple? Even if they are competing for the top position, there is no need for one side to be completely destroyed, right? Jack didn't care about who would win or lose between Wayne and Kaido. He was even looking forward to their battle, because if Brother Wayne won, he would continue to be the 10th blade. If Lord Kaido won, he would strive to become one of the 3 disasters. At that time, with the 2 pirate crews united, what other pirate crew could stand in their way? Even the world government would be trampled underfoot. It would truly be a double joy combined together. And this joy would bring even more joy. Just thinking about everyone making dumplings together made Jack unable to suppress a hum. Wayne said nothing. He knew that there was no way for Teacher Kaido and himself to reconcile. Even if one side won, the other would not simply submit. Wayne was very clear about this. Therefore, what he could do was to do his utmost to defeat Teacher Kaido, which was the true meaning of respecting teachers and valuing the way. After arranging for Little Run and Little Page-Eye, Wayne went to another port, where a huge black warship was docked. The pirates were all shocked and couldn't believe their eyes when they saw this massive object. The king of the underworld was indeed a ship, not just any ship, but a giant battleship. Moreover, it was made from extremely special materials. Even after being buried in magma for so many years, it still looked brand new. From a distance, it looked like an oversized black warship. But up close, one could see the luxurious sheen on the surface of the king of the underworld, exuding an extraordinary majesty. Since all the parts were excavated from the depths of Wano Country, Frankie and a group of shipwrights, along with occasional help from Vegapunk, finally reassembled this legendary ancient weapon today. Just as Wayne arrived beneath the king of the underworld, Frankie, who had slept for several days and nights and had dark circles under his eyes, came over. But after the king of the underworld was completed, Frankie was still very excited. Wayne, this ship is powerful. Frankie said, of course, otherwise I wouldn't put so much effort into a ship. And the most terrifying thing is that this ship actually has its own energy source. Although I haven't fully figured out its principle, I can be sure that its power system and the firepower of the ship's cannons are stronger than any warship in the world. Frankie said with a face full of certainty. Wayne naturally believed him. Before the emergence of the king of the underworld, the most powerful and largest ship in the world was the large military ship he had seen in the Navy. Those types of warships were crafted by the top shipwrights of Water 7 using the best techniques, costing over $1 billion. Frankie must have seen those kinds of warships to make such an exclamation. Looking at the thick, long cannon barrels on the deck and the main cannon that was over 100 meters long, many pirates stared wide-eyed, and some even boldly approached, tentatively asking, Lord Wayne, Boss Frankie, let us fire cannon. Some proposed, and many began to agree. Yeah, let us fire cannon. I can't believe how powerful this cannon will be. However, upon hearing this, Frankie's expression changed, and he shouted angrily, You bunch of idiots, get away. This ship is not for reckless use. As the battleship he had painstakingly assembled day and night, Frankie had a deep affection for the king of the underworld. Moreover, this ship was assembled based on the design blueprints left by his most respected Mr. Tom, which gave it a special significance. At that moment, he recalled what Mr. Tom had once told him. Frankie, you must remember, there has never been a design blueprint for a pirate ship in this world. All ships that are built, once they fly the pirate flag, become pirate ships. If they fly the seagull flag, they become warships. And as a designer, regardless of what the ship is used for, a man must face it proudly. No matter what kind of ship it is, there is no distinction between good and evil when it is built. Thinking of this, Frankie solemnly said, Although I only have the right to cherish this ship and not the right to demand what it must do, I hope you can use it to protect the weak and let it become a partner of justice. Wayne, this is my request. Wayne patted Frankie's shoulder heavily and said naturally, Then it's settled. Frankie, let us make this ship famous together. Just as Wayne was thinking about how to test the power of the king of the underworld, his observation Hockey suddenly sensed something. Wayne narrowed his eyes, slightly raised his head, and looked up at the thick clouds above, where it seemed that a massive creature was stirring. In the next moment, with a thunderous roar, a claw covered in dragon scales reached out, followed by the enormous body of a blue dragon and a huge head with a fierce expression. Soon, most of the people on the island noticed it. It was a dragon. Just the exposed part of its body was an exaggerated blue dragon. Immediately after, the massive azure dragon flew out from the clouds, rapidly descending towards the ground, eventually stopping in midair above Hive Island. Looking down at the terrified faces of the people below, it let out a loud laugh. Wokakok. This strange laughter, along with such an arrogant entrance, naturally belonged to the Emperor of the New World, known as the strongest creature, the governor of the Beast Pirates, Kaido. The moment he appeared, Hive Island was thrown into chaos. Is the enemy a dragon? It's Kaido. He has come to challenge Lord Wayne. Without needing Lord Wayne to take action himself, that bastard Kaido. I'm going to have to take him down right now. Of course, there were also the timid ones, like Run-T, who had already taken Peggy Wan to a safe area on the island, quietly watching the changes, flexible in their choices depending on who won. Yamato, Little Purple, and Moria, who had grudges against Kaido, directly stood at a high point, confronting him. Before the battle even began, the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, creating a tense atmosphere. Whoosh! A figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning, arriving in front of Kaido in an instant. The lightning transformed back into Wayne, revealing his form with an extremely arrogant demeanor as he spoke. Yo, yo, yo. Isn't this Teacher Kaido? Why did you barge into my Hive Island without even greeting me? Your Hive Island? Kaido seemed to have heard some joke, his tone turning cold as he spoke slowly. Wayne, you've really grown. The vertical pupils of the Azure Dragon emitted a dangerous light, sizing up Wayne. Do you still remember the promise you made to me before? Wayne couldn't help but chuckle coldly, a wicked smile on his face as he replied, as everyone knows, I am your disciple. Since you don't keep your promises, naturally, I have to learn from you. Upon hearing this, the corners of Kaido's eyes twitched, and he exhaled a breath of hot air through his nose, clearly angry. On his way here, he had been thinking of giving Wayne a chance. If that kid could repent in time and willingly hand over Hive Island and the massive Justice League, he might consider forgiving Wayne once more. But now it seemed unnecessary. Wokakok. Kaido let out a roar like thunder, his imposing aura making the pirates below feel immense pressure, some even feeling weak in their limbs, as if a giant stone was pressing down on their chests. Enough. There's no need to waste words with this bastard. Down below, Moria could hardly contain himself, shouting at the Azure Dragon circling above. This time, I'm going to avenge my fallen comrades. Isn't that Moria? Kaido looked at the corpulent Moria with interest, mocking him. I remember you weren't this fat before. With this body, can you still wield a sword? Wokakok. Damn it, stop looking down on people. Moria's face flushed red, feeling quite embarrassed, and could only curse angrily. Then he turned a Little Purple and said, let that bastard Kaido see what he's missing. Quickly use that resurrection move. Summon Roger to teach him a lesson. Little Purple shook her head, shrugging helplessly. Do you remember that Roger who came a few days ago? The captain sent him to help Dr. Vegapunk with body modifications, so that move can't be used for now. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Moria was instantly drenched in sweat, having just made a fierce declaration only to find out that move was unavailable. What a joke. Moria, you're still as annoying as ever. Heat wave. At this moment, Kaido also showed a look of disgust, gathering intense flames in his mouth, which transformed into a surging fire pillar that shot out in an instant. We're doomed, Moria exclaimed in shock. Just then, a figure enveloped in white flame clouds, entirely snow white, stepping on ice crystals, the great-mouthed true god, took a step forward, leaping into the air and unleashing a violent chill. Chhh, the cold air violently collided with the fire pillar, creating thick steam that spread in all directions. Fudish-son, are you still standing on Wayne's side? Kaido said with a harsh tone upon seeing Yamato take action. Kaido, although I misjudged many things because of Odin in the past, I still want to kill you. You don't deserve to be my father. Wayne also crossed his arms in front of his chest, a smirk on his face as he said, Go for it, Yamato, take down that bastard Kaido. Hearing Wayne's words, Kaido's dragon face immediately fell, feeling a sense of betrayal. Wayne, it seems I've been too indulgent with you. Do you really think that killing a few celestial dragons means you can rule the world? Wishful thinking. With the strength of you bunch of small fries. You're still far from it. Kaido ignored Yamato's angry retorts, only redirecting his focus back to Wayne, coldly shouting at him. Wayne couldn't help but smirk. Teacher Kaido, isn't it you who can't see reality? Besides, you're the challenger this time. But just then, a loud voice came from below as Yamato shouted up towards Wayne. Wayne, don't act yet. Yeah, Moria echoed. If you casually kill that bastard Kaido, it would be too boring. Is that so? After pondering for a moment, Wayne voluntarily stepped back, clearing the battlefield. After all, as the gentlest creature on land and sea, Teacher Kaido wouldn't really go all out against Yamato. Moreover, as the world's #1 teacher, isn't it only natural for him to teach his daughter? Even if Teacher Kaido got too worked up, he was confident he could save Yamato from his hands. All right, then go all out. Wayne laughed. Roar. Now, whether it was Yamato, Moria, or Little Purple and the others, it truly was a case of revenge for grievances and settling scores. Even some who were overestimating their abilities and eager for battle also gathered around, raising their weapons to charge at Kaido. Kaido, on the other hand, was furious, feeling deeply disrespected, actually believing he could be defeated. What a bunch of fools. Wayne, your subordinates are nothing but this. As soon as he finished speaking, Yamato, who had transformed into her beast form, had already leaped into the air. Arriving in front of Kaido, her wolf fang club seemingly coated in ink, shining with a dark luster as it slammed heavily into Kaido's fierce face. The force was so great that it actually dented in. Kaido's vertical pupils narrowed. She had indeed grown stronger, but it still wasn't enough. Kaido's massive body suddenly twisted, and with a powerful rotational force, a thick, long dragon tail swung towards Yamato, sending her flying away. Still too weak. At that moment, a strong figure suddenly appeared on his back, raising a fist resembling a bear's paw and smashing it down. Bear shockwave. Bang! The sneak attack was successful again. This punch, carrying strong wind pressure, slammed solidly against Kaido's back, and it was also covered in haki. Accompanied by a fierce sound of physical collision, Kaido's dragon body plummeted violently, crashing into a newly built high-rise building. The sound of several structures collapsing suddenly rang out. Taking this opportunity, the surrounding crowd immediately launched a fierce attack. Shadow Spear. The inky black shadow under Moria's feet came to life, transforming into an exceptionally sharp long spear that stabbed towards Kaido in the ruins. Phantom Blade. Yamato raised her spiked bat, which was shrouded in cold air, and swung out countless white crescent-shaped slashes, each carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Animal Friends. Let's go. Little Purple also controlled several animal friends enhanced by IQ nearby, charging bravely towards the direction where Kaido had fallen. Baby, 5 and 9 created countless red-hot cannonballs and explosive stones, trailing long flames as they crashed in. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, smoke filled the air and dust was kicked up. The intense sound of collisions echoed throughout the island, unending. Our newly built house. In the distance, several watching pirates howled to the sky. As one of the few builders on the island, seeing that scene was truly heartbreaking. Before anyone could check on Kaido's condition, several sharp wind blades shot out from the dust, emitting a strong wailing sound as they plowed deep grooves into the ground and slashed towards the crowd. Bang, 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 after a series of continuous collisions. Yamato and the others barely managed to strike down these wind blades. Waha! After a maniacal laugh, Kaido, in his human form, emerged from the smoke. Following the principle of no harm when there's smoke, there wasn't a single wound on him, not even a speck of dust. He hadn't actively defended himself. He had merely used the black-armed haki wrapped around his clothes and the wine gourd at his waist to withstand these concentrated attacks. On Kaido's face was a mix of 3 parts mockery, 7 parts indifference, and 90 parts nonchalance. He and these guys in front of him were simply not on the same level. Whoosh! With a sinister grin, Kaido charged towards the nearest Moria like a meteor, moving so fast that it was hard to perceive. Not good. Moria looked up about to dodge. However, although his observation haki had recovered somewhat during these days of training, it was simply insufficient against Kaido. The spiked bat, completely beyond his reaction speed, smashed directly into his chest, sending him flying like a cannonball. Bang! The heart-stopping sound echoed as Moria crashed through several buildings before finally stopping. A shocking, massive wound appearing on his chest, his face filled with immense pain and unwillingness. How could he be this strong? Our combat power isn't even on the same level. Have I really regressed so much over these years? Moria felt a deep sense of discomfort. After all, although he had lost to Kaido last time, it had never been this quick, almost a one-hit kill. Meanwhile, after easily dealing with Moria, Kaido showed no signs of emotional fluctuation. He simply fixed his gaze on Little Purple, who had been controlling the beasts earlier. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Purple lightning crackled as it wrapped around the spiked bat, charged with violent haki, ready to swing down. Little Purple's pupils suddenly widened, staring in disbelief at the increasingly close Kaido. The terrifying killing intent made her shiver all over, rendering her unable to move. Clang, however, the imagined heavy blow did not occur. In front of Little Purple, Yamato tightly gripped her own spiked bat, which was also wrapped in haki, and collided fiercely with Kaido. Waves of scorching air erupted from between the two, surging outwards in all directions. Bang! Bang! Amidst the dull sounds, Kaido and Yamato's spiked bats clashed violently, creating a whirlwind at their center that prevented the watching pirates from opening their eyes. Even in the sky, the presence of Conqueror's haki lingered, causing heart palpitations. Fuji-san, come back to your father's side. You are the next king of Wano, Kaido said to Yamato, a smirk on his lips. After all, she was his daughter, and Kaido was willing to give her another chance. Don't be ridiculous. Since you trapped me in that cave, you are no longer my father. Whether for myself or for Wayne, I will defeat you. As soon as the words fell, Yamato suddenly exerted force, first withdrawing her spiked bat, then stepping forward and charging at Kaido's chest, delivering a heavy blow to his abdomen. Yamato felt a surge of joy in her heart, but she quickly realized something was wrong. Kaido let out a sinister laugh. Too weak, no power. The ground beneath him shattered, and exploding stones flew into the sky. Lower 3 worlds, Indra's fall. Boom! With this move, Kaido directly used haki to send Yamato flying. The remaining black and purple lightning shot up into the sky, creating a large hole in the clouds in an instant. Clearly, Kaido had held back again. Yamato, with a defiant expression, took a brief pause before dragging her already heavy body and charging relentlessly again. Boom! The two began their contest once more, their spiked bats swinging out after images as they collided repeatedly. During this time, Bartholomew attempted a sneak attack, but this time Kaido's observation haki directly caught his presence. He withdrew his hand and struck several blows until he knocked Bartholomew deep into the ground, temporarily pausing the chaotic battle. Yamato was also panting heavily. Although her eyes were still filled with hatred as she glared at Kaido, her body was clearly exhausted, her heart willing, but her strength insufficient. That bastard Kaido hadn't even used his full strength against her. It was a blatant humiliation. Don't underestimate the power of my friends. At this moment, Leo's small figure emerged from the ground, shooting out an enormous red beam towards Kaido. At the same time, transformed into the wind god, Drake dove down, turning himself into a sharp, giant slash. Just Kaido, Drake will take you down. Waha, truly fearless guys. Kaido laughed sinisterly as flames gathered in his mouth. And after a few moments, a magnificent column of flame was spat out towards Leo. Boom! The flames collided with the red beam, resulting in a violent explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. A grand circular shock wave burst forth, then exploded, creating a terrifying wave that directly affected the diving Drake, causing his aim to deviate and crash into the ground. The raging energy surged wildly, wreaking havoc on the surrounding environment, causing the land to collapse and spiderweb-like cracks to spread in all directions. This is terrifying. Many pirates lay on the high-rise buildings, facing the raging winds and the oppressive atmosphere in the air, incredulously witnessing this scene with shock in their eyes. This is the destructive power of the strongest creature. I wonder if Lord Wayne can defeat him. At this moment, Wayne was using observation haki, focusing his mind to perceive everything on the battlefield. As he expected, although Kaido's attacks were fierce, he never went for the kill. Sure enough, after a while, the smoke from the explosions cleared, revealing Kaido's massive figure. He was standing on top of the unconscious Drake and Leo, still looking completely unscathed. Kaido stared at Wayne. Had enough fun? No matter how many of these guys come, it's all in vain. Now it's your turn, Brad. As he spoke, countless dark red arcs of electricity surged around Kaido, striking towards Wayne. Wayne casually swatted away all the haki lightning, then smiled slightly and said, "What's the rush, Kaido? I still have something good to show you." He then turned around and shouted to the back, "Frankie, where the hell is the Pluton? Get out here." Upon hearing this, Kaido narrowed his eyes. "Cannon? What nonsense are you talking about?" That kind of thing. But before he could finish, his dangerous pupils suddenly constricted, because he saw a pitch-black warship approaching from behind Wayne, with an incredibly large main cannon on its side. Boom! This warship, powered by an unknown force, rolled over from the land, making a heavy sound and kicking up a lot of dust, causing the entire Hive Island to shake. A mechanical, twisting sound echoed as the dark main cannon aimed at Kaido, its broad black mouth making it hard to imagine the power of the shells that would come from it. Frankie stood in the control room, shouting outside, "Hey, Captain, the remaining energy of the ship's cannon can probably only fire one shot. Are you sure you want to use it now?" Meanwhile, while the few were talking, Mancherry and Peacock quickly ran to Kaido's side, rescuing the unconscious Leo and others, bringing them to a safe area. Kaido naturally didn't care about this. He was now curiously staring at the exaggerated giant warship. "Kid, you really surprised me. This ship can't be the legendary ancient weapon, can it?" As one of the old-school Yonko of the New World and a pirate who survived from the old era, Kaido was certainly well informed. The moment he saw Pluton, he vaguely guessed the name of the warship. We'll find out by trying. Wayne grinned and said, Frankie, fire the cannon. Okay, got it. Frankie replied excitedly. This was the colossal thing he had built with his own hands, and of course he wanted to see its actual power. Kaido, however, sneered, looks good. But are you underestimating me? He was not a fool standing still. The moment Frankie responded, his body suddenly transformed into a fierce azure dragon, soaring into the sky. But the next second, an intense sound of fire burning erupted from within Pluton, as if it were about to explode. At this moment, both Wayne and Kaido's observation, Haki sensed that a surging energy was gathering inside Pluton, and then it surged through layers of channels into the cannon. Countless points of light gathered at the cannon's mouth, forming a dazzling sun that illuminated the entire hive island. Not good, Kaido thought to himself as the massive azure dragon body quickly flew upwards. But in the next instant, the light at the cannon's mouth condensed to an extreme point, transforming into an incredibly brilliant white beam that shot out. The design diagram of Pluton recorded the name of this shot, Pluton Annihilation Cannon. Whoosh above the sky, an exceptionally bright light burst forth. A gigantic beam shot out from Pluton's main cannon. Instantly, the air was violently distorted. Kaido's vertical pupils were filled with disbelief. He thought that flying several thousand meters high and relying on his high-level observation Haki would allow him to easily dodge this shot. After all, on this sea, almost no pirate had truly died from such a heat weapon. However, when the enormous beam shot out, he realized he had made a colossal mistake. The speed of the shot was simply extreme. Kaido didn't even have time to react before the massive beam engulfed him, and the sky instantly turned blindingly white, as if the wrath of a deity had descended to completely cleanse this place. Boom! Immediately, a terrifying explosion erupted, producing a sound that shook the heavens and the earth, drowning out everything in the world. Then, several beams of light rippled out, penetrating the clouds above, creating an exceptionally horrifying scene. Wayne looked up at the sky, his pupils slightly constricting. Seeing the power of this shot with his own eyes, he was somewhat shocked. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still deeply shaken by this terrifying capability. Watch out! The shockwave is coming. At this moment, a pirate shouted. Immediately, from several thousand meters above, a violent gust of wind rushed downward, carrying terrifying natural power, as if it were going to sweep away everything on the island. Whoosh, 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 wave after wave of fierce winds came, accompanied by the sound of thunder, causing everyone to be astonished and incredulous. Sticky rice wall. Katakuri flashed to the top of a tall building, and every part of his body erupted with white, viscous, sticky rice, gathering in front of him to quickly form a thick white wall to resist the onslaught of the wind. Kaido should be dead, right? Luckily, Kaido flew up. If that shot hit the island, wouldn't it kill us all? A few pirates clung to a pillar to avoid being blown away, their faces showing fear, with unspeakable terror arising in their hearts, feeling a lingering dread. Wayne nodded slightly. The power of this shot was indeed enough to destroy an island. This is the power of the ancient weapon, Pluton. Perhaps all the weapons in this world combined would not equal the power of a Pluton warship. The fierce wind continued to rage, and the rumbling sound seemed like it would never cease. Wayne also made a slight move, firing a few thunder clusters to greatly reduce the force of the residual wave. After that, the residual wave of this shot gradually dissipated, and in the gradually clearing sky, a disheveled figure appeared. Kaido felt an immense heaviness in his body. He was now, in his dragon-human form, bathed in blood, with a horrific large hole blasted in his chest, looking particularly terrifying. Many dragon scales had also fallen off his body. He gasped for breath, his face looking extremely grim, as if he were experiencing immense pain. At this moment, his face was filled with anger, pain, and great confusion. This power is truly unbelievable. After gritting his teeth and spitting out this sentence, Kaido's chest heaved violently again, and he actually spat out a large mouthful of blood. How about it, Kaido? Wayne squinted his eyes, staring at the heavily wounded dragon in the sky. The outcome of this battle was already without any suspense. But in the next moment, almost without hesitation, Kaido, dragging his injured body, turned and transformed into a dragon, soaring rapidly into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. Although Kaido is brutal, he is not foolish. Although he sometimes shouts that he wants to die, it is clear that he does not mean being beaten up and then shot down by powerful cannons before being killed. Just as Wayne was about to leap up and chase after him, a small, thin old man ran over, shouting, "Not good, Wayne. The world government has sent people to Future Island." Wayne frowned. Could it be? That's right. It's about the Mother Flame. If they find out that I'm not on Future Island, all the technology and research on the island will definitely be moved away by them, Vegapunk said with a worried expression. Wayne nodded and glanced at the empty sky, confirming that Kaido's aura had already faded away. Even injured, he ran away so fast. He truly is a man who has escaped from the Navy over 100 times. Wayne shrugged and casually teased. However, Kaido was severely injured and would not be making any moves in the short term. The urgent matter now is to go to Future Island. Especially after witnessing the power of Hades, Wayne must prepare against Uranus. Although he doesn't know how much energy the Uranus in Im's hands currently has, he absolutely cannot let it obtain the research results on the Mother Flame from Future Island. Thinking this, Wayne dug out the giant bear from the depths of the ruins and had man surely heal him. Once the giant bear regained consciousness and some strength, Wayne immediately had him use the abilities of the pawpaw fruit to create a bear paw-shaped small bubble, launching Wayne into the air, flying all the way to Future Island. At the same time, on Future Island, splash, splash, this sea area was experiencing a torrential downpour. The sky was overcast, and from time to time, deep thunder could be heard. The strong wind mixed with heavy rain poured down onto the island and the sea. At the port, a giant warship approached, its seagull flag soaked by the rain, showing signs of decline. On the deck stood hundreds of Navy personnel, each warily holding weapons as they were executing the highest level mission. Although they were not hunting down any major pirates or capturing any terrorists threatening world security, Future Island, as the headquarters of the World Scientific Defense Organization, held great strategic significance. The commander of this operation, who is also the highest authority on this island, Admiral Borsellino, was sitting leisurely on a stool, holding a bowl of noodle soup and slurping up the noodles. After finishing the chewy noodles in 2 or 3 bites, Kizaru had a satisfied look on his face. Delicious. Compared to the other 2 admirals, Kizaru's situation and mindset were much better. Akainu had been brought back to Hive Island by Wayne, and his life or death was unknown. Akiji was currently missing, and even Fleet Admiral Sengoku couldn't find him. The other vice admirals had been urgently summoned to the Navy headquarters to form a force to go to the New World to hunt down Wayne. As the slacker admiral who clocked in and out on time, Kizaru's work was quite easy at the moment. He was simply following orders to execute some simple tasks on Future Island. However, just as the warship was preparing to land on the island, Kizaru suddenly frowned, his pupils constricting to the size of needles. Someone's coming. With an exaggerated expression, Kizaru looked up in disbelief. In the dark sky, a bright white lightning bolt suddenly streaked across, illuminating the sea momentarily and allowing everyone on the warship to see the figure rapidly approaching them. Someone is coming from the sky. That face looks like Wayne. How is that possible? Isn't he on Hive Island? Kizaru's forehead was already beaded with cold sweat, and the moment his observation Haki sensed the approaching figure, he felt a terrifying aura, coupled with that familiar face. Who else could it be but Wayne? High up in the sky, amidst the howling wind, Wayne held knives in both hands, breaking through the storm, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over the Navy below. His eyes glowing dangerously red, as if flowing with lava, appearing particularly bright in the dark sky. He had yet to make a move, but his imposing aura already enveloped the entire sea area. "Don't move, Admiral Kizaru." "Yo, yo, yo. Isn't this Wayne?" Kizaru said with a teasing smile. Still using a casual tone, "What brings you here?" Wayne responded from the air, saying calmly, "Of course, it's about this island. I'm very interested in what's on this island, and was just thinking about moving it all away." Then Wayne added with a smile, "And Admiral Kizaru, you saw that video of the celestial dragons, right? The world government is beyond saving. If you come with me now, nothing will happen, and I can even make an exception to arrange a high-paying job for you." Hearing the words high-paying, Kizaru's eyes lit up, and a joyful expression appeared on his face. His aide beside him looked helpless and nudged Kizaru, clearing his throat. "Admiral Borsellino, don't do that, don't do that." "Oh, well." Kizaru slapped his forehead and pouted. "That's right, I almost got swayed by this guy." "Clearly, you were the one tempted," the aide said with a wry smile, feeling quite helpless. Then, Kizaru shouted at Wayne, "Although I don't know why you're eyeing this island, I cannot let you take it away. At least, not now." Upon hearing this, Wayne nodded and said to those below, "If that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. Admiral Kizaru, this is the last time I'll call you Admiral. You should prepare to face defeat with your ambiguous attitude." The moment the words fell, Kizaru moved first, seemingly not wanting to implicate the Navy on the warship. After all, if they got involved in a battle of this level, it would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Kizaru's figure flashed, piercing through the storm as he charged towards Wayne. A bright yellow light radiated from his body, and he extended his right index finger towards Wayne, gathering a dazzling light at its tip. Whoosh! A particularly bright golden beam shot out. Wayne's right hand suddenly turned black, as if coated in a layer of pitch-black ink, and he smashed down with a powerful punch. Boom! A violent explosion echoed through the heavens and the earth, like an extraordinarily beautiful golden rose, instantly illuminating the dark sky. Immediately afterward, Kizaru displayed a terrifying speed, and in an instant he reached above Wayne, his right leg already in a position to fall, the light on it suddenly swelling, resembling a golden sun. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Whoosh! A beam of terrifying energy shot out from Kizaru's leg, instantly piercing through Wayne's body, creating a large hole in the middle. The beam shot far away, landing on the sea below, and with a boom, a massive explosion occurred, sending up a large splash of water. Is he dead? Kizaru looked at Wayne's broken body, first stunned, then his observation-He immediately sensed something was wrong. In the next moment, Wayne's body restored itself at an indescribable speed, then he delivered a heavy kick to the chest of Kizaru, sending him flying just like before. What? Kizaru squinted his eyes, feeling puzzled inside. That attack clearly hit him just now. But why is it like this? Without having time to think more, in the next second, Kizaru's body changed again, and a long sword formed from golden light appeared in his hand. Wayne did not hesitate, directly activating his gaunt, transforming into a dazzling purple giant of lightning, whose size was so immense that it could almost be described as blocking out the sky and covering the sun. The giant wielded two artifacts, clashing fiercely with Kizaru's artifact, the heavenly sword of clouds. Sizzle, sparks, lightning, overwhelming He, and the points of collision illuminated the entire sky. The navy below looked on in disbelief, staring at the terrifying scene above. The two exchanged blows back and forth, engaging in several rounds of fierce combat. The residual He surged forth powerfully in all directions. Have you gotten so much stronger? No wonder even Sakazuki was defeated by you, Kizaru said lightly, his clothes already soaked, unsure whether it was rain or sweat. Boom, boom, boom. Brilliant lights filled the sky, and each clash produced deafening sounds and the metallic clang of blades meeting. After another round of intense swordplay, Kizaru had been forced back step by step, feeling a deep shock. This guy Wayne was simply ridiculously strong, both in He and strength. He was above him. There is no other way. Kizaru clapped his hands together, retreating to a higher altitude, crossing his arms over his chest, his expression cold as he uttered, "Eight-span jewel." The next second, countless points of light that could easily shatter steel shot out, pouring down towards Wayne like a torrential rain. At this moment, the purple giant's body expanded again, its brilliance surging, and it retracted the long sword, transforming itself completely into red lightning. A pair of hands wrapped in He shot towards Kizaru like lightning. Kizaru, you're too dangerous. The thunderous sound of the red giant's lightning echoed, drowning out the rumble of thunder and the sound of pouring rain. Kizaru squinted his eyes slightly, a puzzled expression on his face. The countless points of light, upon touching the red giant, passed straight through it. When they hit the sea, they exploded violently. How did he avoid it? Not having time to think too much. A hand moving at extreme speed suddenly appeared in front of Kizaru, blocking his line of sight. He quickly began to elementalize, preparing to dodge this strike. However, the hand wrapped in powerful He directly grabbed him, the strong force suddenly contracting. Kizaru was taken aback. He wanted to break free, but couldn't move. And as Wayne suddenly exerted force, Kizaru spat out a mouthful of blood, then was thrown away, leaving a long yellow trail in the dim sky. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Kizaru crashed heavily into a forest on Future Island, breaking numerous trees and splattering a large amount of rain-soaked soil. Admiral Kizaru, the Navy on the warship could hardly believe their eyes. They could never have imagined that the Navy's ultimate combat power, a man regarded as a monster and idol by countless Navy personnel, would be defeated by a pirate. No, without Admiral Kizaru, how can we contend with Wayne? Another admiral has been taken down, and another island is about to be seized by Wayne. The Navy felt dejected, and the pouring rain seemed to add a layer of sorrow to their already sad hearts. But one young Navy officer stood at the bow of the ship, his eyes filled with passion, a determined expression on his face as he shouted towards the direction where Kizaru fell. "Come on, Admiral Borisolino." transformed back into light. At this moment, lying in the mud, Kizaru's face twitched violently a few times, and he murmured, "How terrifying. But it seems that if I just lie here, nothing more will happen, right? After all, even Sakazuki lost to that guy. It's understandable if I lose too. Moreover, from what I know of Wayne, he is not that kind of evil pirate. Even if he took my old friend Vegapunk, it should be for some weapons. He wouldn't do anything excessive." Thinking this way, Kizaru was even less willing to get up. Wayne also understood this admiral who adhered to ambiguous justice very well, secretly feeling relieved. He was about to take action to move Future Island away from this sea area and return to Hive Island. But in the next moment, both Wayne and Kizaru tightened their gazes simultaneously, glancing towards a clearing not far from the coast, where a strange patterned magic circle was gradually forming, with thick black mist billowing out above it, looking extremely eerie. That is, Kizaru thought of something, his eyes narrowing. Wayne also noticed the teleportation array and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Is it coming so soon? However, this was understandable. After all, the 10 Commandments could rival the ancient weapon Pluto. With the Mother Flame Seed, it was almost equivalent to possessing the power to destroy the world, and would naturally want to ensure everything was foolproof. Sizzle, sizzle. Accompanied by the sound of strange flames burning, two figures stood atop the teleportation array. One was a corpulent figure with extremely disproportionate short legs. It was none other than Saturn, one of the 5 elders, Saint Satan. The other was a cold-eyed figure, bald on top, holding a famous sword radiating a dangerous aura. This person was one of the 5 elders, financial warlord, Saint Nezashru. They really are the 5 elders. Even they have come. Kizaru snorted, slightly raising his head to confirm the newcomers before lying back down in the mud, placing his hand over the wound on his chest. His expression peaceful. If I can avoid it, I won't go up. After all, I'm getting old, and I don't have any ambition. Being a Navy is just a job, and I only earn a little each month, so why risk my life? In this regard, Kizaru saw things clearer than anyone. On the other side, Wayne said calmly, "Only 2. I feel a bit underestimated." Wayne didn't know much about the 5 elders. He only knew they each possessed abilities similar to mythical Zoan types and were endowed with immortality. Even if they lost some body parts, they could quickly recover, making them indeed quite tricky to deal with. However, not dying doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing. The reckless pirate dared to barge in here. Saint Nezashru looked up at Wayne in the sky, drew his famous sword, and with a metallic humming sound, the blade emitted a chilling light filled with murderous intent. Saint Satan also stepped forward, unleashing a powerful conqueror's haki, instantly forming a terrifying wave of air that rushed towards Wayne. The reckless guy prepared to face the wrath of the gods. In the storm, thunderclouds rolled, lightning flashed, and countless black-red bolts twisted together, forming a tangible attack that crushed towards Wayne. "Ha! Once I catch you, I'll slice you up for research." Wayne's gaze turned cold, a dangerous red light flickering in his eyes, and an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki erupted around him, charging forward to meet the attack. Boom! 2 waves of tangible energy collided violently, producing a deafening roar like thunder, with circular shockwave rings surging outward in all directions. Na Sholong Sheng also did not remain a passive observer. He unleashed his own Conqueror's haki without any sense of martial ethics, surging into the sky to assist Satan Sheng, and their offensive force crashed violently against Wayne's. Bang! A circular shockwave appeared, terrifying energy continuously converging within it, black-red lightning clashing against each other, and after a prolonged struggle, it erupted in a blazing explosion. Waves of haki shockwaves surged forth, expanding in all directions. The sea boiled, with massive waves crashing against the shore one after another. It nearly swept away Kizaru, who was lying in the mud. In panic, he could only sigh and shift a bit deeper into the island. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, many Navy soldiers could not withstand such oppressive pressure, collapsing onto the deck, their legs giving way, their pupils dilated, losing consciousness. The sea kings and marine beasts in the water fled in terror, afraid of being affected by this horrifying scene. Boom! Haki reached the sky, piercing through thick clouds, shattering all the dark clouds. In an instant, the terrifying storm covering the entire sea area dissipated briefly, sunlight spilling down anew, brightening people's vision. At this moment, Satan Shang's body suddenly swelled, his legs transforming into several long spider legs, his face becoming grotesquely terrifying, his size increasing several times, transforming into a legendary monster. The Nyogue. In the next moment, Nyogue's eyes widened, white light emanating from his pupils, aimed at Wayne. Fierce eye. Fierce Eye. This move could crush a person's head from afar. However, Wayne did not dodge. He let it hit him. Satan Shung felt a surge of joy, ready to mock Wayne's foolishness. But then, he saw a dazzling flash of lightning flicker across Wayne's body, and then it healed at light speed, leaving no trace of damage. Satan Shung and Na's Sholong Shung both had their pupils tremble in disbelief. Wayne smirked, thinking to himself, an immortal body, this bizarre devil fruit ability is nothing special. In terms of hockey, they are still far from Wayne. And in terms of mechanisms, the five elders are even less comparable. Poison Bomb. Without any hesitation, the massive Nyo-Gue extended 8 spider legs, aiming again at Wayne, launching countless pitch-black poison bombs. Wayne directly threw out Xiao Ying after the blade shattered. Numerous dark fragments collided with the bombs, canceling each other out, producing a series of explosions in midair. Then he dove down, drawing another knife from his waist. Buzz. Xiaolong's blade appeared as if coated in ink, dark lightning continuously swirling around the blade. Seeing this, another five elder, Na's Sholong Shung, stomped his feet, leaping into the air, undergoing transformation, becoming a large and powerful skeletal horse. The skeletal horse had skin only on its face and back, where a ring of blazing black flame clouds burned. In its massive jaws, it clutched the extremely sharp, famous blade, Dai Dai Oki, slashing towards Wayne. Slash. Demon Car. 2 sharp blades sliced through the air, violently colliding, with black lightning spreading like a spider web. But after just a few seconds of grappling, Wayne's strength suppressed the horsebone, forcing the supreme blade back continuously. Bang! Wayne sliced the famous blade out of the skeletal horse's mouth, then, with another downward chop, directly severed its bones. He cut in half. The 5 elders are dead. Wayne killed the 5 elders. Speaking of which, were the 5 elders such monsters? Meanwhile, below, Satan Shung's gaze darkened further, staring up as the severed skeletal body plummeted rapidly. But Wayne knew that such an attack could not kill the 5 elders. He just didn't know if they could be revived after being torn to pieces. Hiss! Sure enough, at the joint of the 2 halves of the skeletal body, blazing black flames erupted, quickly stitching back together, and before touching the ground, it mysteriously resurrected from the flames. Wayne, you cannot win, for we possess the power bestowed by the gods. No matter how strong your power is, you will never leave here alive. The horsebone spat out resentfully. But Wayne ignored him, rapidly descending towards the transformed Satan Shung. Bold! The horsebone rushed through the air, speaking human words, and at that moment, it spewed out a torrent of flames, almost engulfing the entire sky, pressing towards Wayne. The intense heat swept through the sky, and seeing the densely packed attack that could be called a sea of fire, Wayne raised his knife, delivering a simple yet unadorned chop. Accompanied by the terrifying sound of distorted air, a majestic slash wave shot out, instantly slicing the sea of flames in half. In the next moment, Wayne flashed again, enveloped in hockey, carrying terrifying pressure, appearing above Satan Shung's head. Satan Shung's pupils suddenly constricted, raising several spider legs to try to block, but was rapidly struck by dozens of cuts from the incredibly sharp long knife. While cutting off all his long legs, it also chopped his body into dozens of pieces. A wailing scream pierced the sky. Although Satan Shung had an immortal body, it didn't mean he could ignore pain. Intense agony swept through his entire being, a sensation he hadn't felt in many years. At this moment, his eyes were filled with resentment and rage. As one of the 5 elders with supreme power, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? He silently vowed that once he caught Wayne, he would torture him in countless ways to vent his frustration. And those Navy watching the show, since they saw the 5 elders in such a predicament, should just wait to die. By then, not a single live one would be left. While he was contemplating, Wayne sheathed his knife and switched to using his fists, hockey wrapping around them, launching another attack on Satan Shung's scattered body. What? Damn guy, already chopped into pieces, yet still unwilling to relent? Satan Shung cursed inwardly, but at this moment, he couldn't move. Bang! Bang! As Wayne's dark fists fell from the sky, countless powerful fist imprints struck Satan Shung's body, instantly turning him into a pile of skin fragments. Satan Shung's life force plummeted to the bottom, nearly undetectable. However, just before dying, countless specks of light surged from the scattered fragments on the ground, burning more and more fiercely. In order to resurrect Saint Satan without interference from Wayne, on the other side, the horse skeleton stomped on flames, galloping through the air, and a giant skeletal warhorse charged towards Wayne. Demonic horse. St. Assuring shouted. Extreme electric thousand birds. A thunderous sphere formed in Wayne's hand, entwined with armed color hockey and conqueror's hockey, emitting a sharp sound like 1,000 birds chirping. Whoosh! The thunder sphere struck the approaching horse skeleton like a bolt of lightning, exploding with a deafening blast that shattered the horse skeleton's body into several pieces. But in the next second, dark flames reappeared, rapidly restoring the horse skeleton's body. This is quite troublesome, Wayne murmured. At that moment, he suddenly focused his gaze and turned to look in the direction of the teleportation array, where 3 figures of different shapes appeared. Have they all come? There are 5 such immortals in the world. Wayne's gaze swept over the fragments of Saint Satan on the ground and landed on the 3 arriving elders. Their faces were all grim, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Wayne shrugged indifferently. There are many ways to die anyway, and it's just right to capture another elder for experimentation. But just then he paused, looking at the sky with a strange expression, tugging at the corners of his mouth, and saying, "More experts?" The other 3 elders seemed to sense something and also looked up. Suddenly, a green whirlwind swept across the clear sky, stopping above the island and continuously condensing, eventually transforming into a middle-aged man. The man wore a large robe, hiding half of his face under a hood, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present. The elders were instantly taken aback, almost exclaiming the name of the newcomer, Monkey D. Dragon. Monkey D. Dragon? Everyone looked at the figure in the sky with confusion. Draped in a large robe, half of his face hidden under the hood, his sharp eyes seemed somewhat ominous. The leader of the Revolutionary Army. It is Monkey D. Dragon, the second most wanted criminal in the world. The number 1 criminal, of course, is Wayne. The Navy below was already in shock, their mouths agape, unable to speak. The scene they witnessed today was simply too shocking. First, Wayne suddenly arrived at Future Island and defeated Admiral Kazoo. Then the elders showed up, displaying terrifying powers. Now, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, another man attempting to overthrow world rule, has also appeared on this battlefield. Wayne squinted his eyes, looking at Dragon. The visitor was not here with good intentions. This remark reached the ears of the elders below, causing their mouths to twitch as they coldly said, "Natural disaster, Wayne. You're also a visitor." Wayne grinned at the words, casually replying, "Old folks, don't you understand? The times have long changed." Then he looked up at the man walking in from the wind, Dragon. This man, who sweats the most? In the original work, whenever Dragon appeared, he was either sweating or on his way to sweat, thus earning the title Sweat King. "Dragon, what brings you here?" Wayne was the first to ask the question everyone wanted to know. At this moment, Saint Satan and Saint Assuring had fully restored their bodies and returned to the coast. Standing side by side with the other 3 elders, their expressions serious as they watched the 2 uninvited guests in the sky. If they were just ordinary invaders, it would be one thing, but who came was exactly the 2 people the world government feared the most. At this time, Dragon, floating in the air, did not answer Wayne's question, but instead said, "Wayne, it seems you are in quite a bit of trouble." Wayne smirked slightly, replying casually, "Oh, did you have a vision of me encountering trouble?" Dragon shook his head gently. "I just saw it clearly. That group seems to have the ability of rebirth, a power that shouldn't exist in this world. So, are you here to help?" A subtle expression appeared on Wayne's face as he raised an eyebrow and asked. "Probably," Dragon replied expressionlessly. "In any case, whether it's you or that Justice Alliance you formed, you are both unexpected variables. So, what kind of future you speak of? I want to see with my own eyes. Until then, let us temporarily join forces to bring the celestial dragons down from their pedestal." Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions instantly turned cold, their faces serious. Wayne nodded slightly. After all, the Revolutionary Army aimed to take the celestial dragons' lives, which aligned with his current goal. A free helper is not to be missed. Moreover, he also wanted to see what this Sweat King was truly capable of, whether he really only sweats or possesses terrifying strength that even him fears. Just then, a roaring sound of flames burning came from below. As the elders stood side by side, simultaneously activating their abilities, transforming into 5 grotesque, varied, and massive monsters. "So, do you have any ideas, Dragon?" Wayne shouted. "We can't use Sea Stone, can we? Sea Stone contains the power of the sea, no matter what zone type or the power granted by the Sea Devil. It would be completely restrained by Sea Stone. But Wayne is an ability user, and looking at how Dragon appeared just now, it was obviously the Logia Wind Fruit's ability. Using Sea Stone would be very troublesome. No, we are both ability users. Using Sea Stone won't work, Dragon said, and their immortality likely has nothing to do with Devil Fruit abilities. No matter how miraculous a devil fruit is, it cannot bring someone back to life. And 5 people possess this ability. It seems you are also at a loss. We can only try again, and if it doesn't work, we can only withdraw for now, Wayne said solemnly. Meanwhile, watching from the island, Kizaru hid in a thicket, placing his left hand on his chest and his right hand on his brow, as if using it as a telescope, squinting his eyes, muttering, "That power is terrifying." "Wayne, how will you respond?" Boom! While Kizaru was still playing dead, a sudden explosion of flames echoed in his ears, and the 5 monsters took the lead to strike. Saint Satan unleashed the fierce Aya dragon. Mars Makas roared, transforming into a giant monstrous bird that charged towards Wayne, opening its massive beak to swallow him whole. Ha! A green wave of air surged around Dragon, forming a giant tornado, and in high-speed rotation, shot out countless sharp wind blades. The wind blades, capable of slicing through steel, emitted a pleasant humming sound, wrapped in high-intensity armed color hockey and conqueror's hockey. Bang! Saint Satan's fierce eye dispersed the tornado surrounding Dragon. The wind blades mercilessly sliced into the strange bird known as Itzamantan, leaving countless tiny wounds. As expected, the moment the wounds formed, dense black flames surged forth like blood, burning fiercely. Finally, the bird, engulfed in flames, used its beak as a weapon and fiercely bit down on Vayne. In the next moment, thunder erupted, and arcs of electricity surged. Vayne transformed directly into light. The blinding radiance illuminated the entire sky, quickly condensing into a towering purple giant, clad in ancient armor, with an indescribable majesty and solemnity in its eyes. "Let us see how you'll be reborn." The purple giant's voice boomed like thunder, and then its massive hands grabbed the beak of Itzamantan and tore it apart with force, splitting it in two, with a grotesque sound of flesh tearing. The insides of the strange bird were exposed, but in an instant, the black flames quickly crawled up, seemingly performing rapid healing on its body. "Don't you understand? You can't kill us." Below, the horse skeleton roared angrily, transforming into a human beast form, the upper body human and the lower body a skeletal horse, wielding a famous blade and stepping on flames as it charged forward. At the same time, the wild boar, Fengshi, sprayed hot air from its nostrils and roared angrily, rushing towards Vayne. Meanwhile, the sandworm, resembling a giant insect, spewed toxic mist towards Dorag. With a rumble, accompanied by the sound of mountains collapsing, the battlefield had reached a fever pitch. The ocean boiled, and fierce winds howled. The coast of Future Island was covered in flames, the vegetation almost entirely burned away. The ground a scene of devastation. Yellow Ape had to retreat deeper into the island, shielding everyone in front of him. The warship, no longer caring about Admiral Yellow Ape, sailed far away from the growing shockwaves of the 7 combatants, only able to watch the blazing inferno from a distance. Vayne and Dorag displayed extremely terrifying power. Dorag didn't disappoint Vayne, not only using the Wind Fruit's abilities with incredible finesse, but also reaching a level of Conqueror's hockey comparable to red-haired Shanks. However, the 5 elders were not that strong. Aside from their unique monster forms and immortality, their strength might not even match that of Yamato or Bear. However, what made them troublesome was their immortality mechanism. In the past half hour, Vayne and Dorag had killed them countless times. Whether through lightning strikes, wind cuts, sword slashes, or punches, or even using their own poison bombs to attack them, all were ineffective. Even if only a trace remained, they could resurrect using that black flame, completely unharmed. After being resurrected, the 5 elders would also cover the recently killed ones to revive them, creating an endless cycle that left Vayne and Dorag extremely frustrated. Could it be that they were truly avatars of him? If they didn't kill him, they wouldn't die at all? Vayne thought, his brow slightly furrowing. It seemed impossible to wipe them all out at once, but his gaze suddenly turned cold as he made up his mind. "Dorag," he whispered to Dorag beside him, "with your abilities, you should be able to temporarily send a few of them outside the battlefield, right?" "Of course. But they seem to be able to return here through that black teleportation array," Dorag said with a worried expression. "It seems you understand quite a bit." Vayne replied, "But that teleportation array requires one of them to act as a conductor to bring the other 5 elders back. Let's give it a try. I have a good idea I want to experiment with." Dorag didn't express any more doubts, just nodded. "All right, I will do my best." Thus, Vayne once again transformed into the purple giant and launched an attack on the newly resurrected 5 elders, his enormous divine weapons, entwined with black-red lightning, crashing down. Boom! Several of the 5 elders staggered back, but after stabilizing themselves, they fearlessly unleashed their abilities against Vayne. While Vayne relied on the Conqueror's haki flowing over his body and the formidable defense of the Thunder God to withstand their concentrated attacks. At this moment, Vayne's level of haki could be described as terrifying. He was confident that even if he stood there for an hour to let the 5 elders strike, he wouldn't sustain a single injury. Moreover, he had techniques from the 3rd stage. If he felt he couldn't withstand the attacks, he could completely elementalize parts of his body in an instant, avoiding the strikes. For a time, the 5 elders could do nothing to Vayne. Seizing the opportunity, Dorag in the air wasn't idle either. He immediately began to activate the powers of his wind fruit, forming a massive tornado that reached the clouds above and the sea below, with its rapid rotation growing louder. Dust from the island was swept into it, and the sea was stirred up, creating a deafening roar that sounded like the apocalypse was upon them. What a huge tornado! If you get hit by that, you'll definitely die. Don't let that happen, retreat. But what about Lord Palusalino? Don't worry about that. Quickly steer away from the tornado's range. Run. Under that giant tornado, the large warship looked like a leaf on a river, swaying in the wind, appearing exceedingly small. Naturally, the 5 elders also noticed the anomaly, looking up at the massive tornado with puzzled expressions. Dorag now. Just then, Vayne roared, bursting forth with lightning speed, first arriving in front of the closest ox ghost, Satan, and tightly grabbing one of its spider legs, throwing it forcefully. The massive body of the ox ghost shot like a black cannonball towards the tornado, quickly being swallowed by it. Immediately after, Vayne transformed into a towering lightning giant, his entire body engulfed in red lightning. In this state, he could freely use haki and would not be harmed by any attacks. Thus, even though the other 5 elders were slightly shaken by the aftermath of the tornado, the red giant remained unwavering. 2 giant hands came down again, firmly grabbing a chicken and a long bug, namely the sandworm and Itzamantan, and threw them into the tornado in the same manner. At the moment of being thrown out, the strange bird let out a reluctant squawk, as if saying, "What are you doing?" Ow. Finally, only Horsebone, Nazashuru, and Fengshi watchfully remained. "You bastard. You damn lowlife. It's useless, all in vain. Vayne, this is your death ground today. We will show you what true despair is." Vorkuli, Saint roared in anger, and the 2 of them thought that Vayne would continue to throw them into the tornado after seeing his actions, but that did not happen. Just as they were filled with doubt in their hearts, not far away, Dorag's abilities reached their peak. The massive tornado, which could touch the heavens above and reach the deep ocean below, roared like a frenzied beast, clawing and snapping. The 3 originally terrifying monsters, thinking they could break free from the horror of the tornado, were once again pulled back into it under Dorag's control, emitting a shocking roar that shook the heavens and the earth, wrapping around them and sweeping them away at an incredible speed. Boom! The tornado howled away, carrying terrifying power, stirring up countless waves, and in an instant disappeared into the sky in the distance. "What have you done?" Vorkuli's Saint's tone was filled with anger and a hint of confusion. "Are you trying to scatter us?" Wishful thinking. Nazashuru, Saint shouted as well. Saying this, the 2 of them were about to perform the teleportation ritual again to bring the 3 elders back here. However, Vayne would not let them succeed. Seizing the moment, he attacked continuously, not giving them a chance to cast their spells. Wave slash. The purple giant swung the artifact in his hands, creating afterimages as countless crescent-shaped, slashing wave shot out from the blade, cutting the 2 monsters into pieces once again. Thundercloud. Suddenly, a large amount of thunderclouds surged around Vayne, with currents flowing and thunder rumbling. Then, with a thought, the thunderclouds floated to the bottom and edges of the island, emitting terrifying sounds accompanied by the huge sound of flowing water. The entire future island, along with the small island above that looked like an egg, also rose from the sea and flew up. Damn it, he wants to take future island away. The last time Balin's island disappeared out of thin air, it must have used this ability. Nazashuru, Saint exclaimed, horrified, but he could not act yet, as his head was covered in black flames and had not yet merged back with his body. "Let us just return to Hive Island. I have a good plan to deal with them," Vayne shouted to the distant Dorag. "Okay, I will help you." Dorag's abilities could indeed be of great assistance, bursting forth with countless green winds that spiraled to stir the air and help increase the speed of future island's movement. At this moment, the other 3 elders had already been blown to the red Earth continent by the raging tornado and barely stopped tens of thousands of meters away from future island. Damn it! Such great humiliation. The Revolutionary Army bastards and the pirate bastards actually joined forces. The three saints of Satan urgently communicated telepathically. Among the elders, there was a special ability to hear each other's thoughts, of course, and could also hear them and issue instructions remotely. At that moment, they suddenly heard the cold voice of the Supreme being from the throne of heaven. Vane is seeking his own death. You just need to wait for Future Island to land on Hive Island. When the time comes, teleport over together. Even if you can't kill Vane, you must destroy all of his strongholds. Im said, at that time, he will definitely act to stop you. So take the opportunity to find Vegapunk on Future Island and the research results of the Mother Flame. Then, I will personally summon you back to the Holy Land. Hearing this, the elders immediately nodded heavily and replied in their hearts, Understood, Lord Im. After transmitting this message, Vorkulai's saint, who had transformed back into a wild boar, was once again decapitated by Vane's blade. Thus, under Vane's control, Future Island quickly rose and then sped toward Hive Island. Meanwhile, the hidden Kizaru on the island frowned tightly, his face full of worry. After pondering for a long time, he couldn't help but clap his hands and exclaimed, There's no other way. As soon as he said this, his body instantly transformed into countless light spots, scattering into the sky. In an instant, he returned to the warship. The Navy, already in shock, was astonished again upon seeing Admiral Kizaru. Lord Paulusolino, you're not dead? Kizaru's face twitched. What nonsense are you talking about? I was heavily injured trying to stop Vane. After finishing his words, he signaled to his adjutant with his eyes. The adjutant was taken aback for a moment, then sighed secretly and stepped forward, pretending to address all the Navy personnel. Lord Paulusolino is severely injured, and Vane's abilities are too strange. He has actually moved the entire island. It's too dangerous. Now, I'm issuing an emergency order for everyone to return. Everyone was dumbfounded. Some Navy personnel even found it hard to believe, saying, but just now, that Vane moved the entire island. ISNT our mission to land on that island? HM? The adjutant glared at him with an unfriendly expression and coldly said, What? Are you not convinced? As soon as these words were spoken, the Navy personnel who wanted to say something immediately covered their mouths, not daring to say another word. The adjutant then nodded in satisfaction. Good, since everyone agrees. Let us return immediately. After the order was issued, the large warship quickly turned its bow and sped toward the direction of Marineford. After several hours of flight, Future Island arrived above the sea where Hive Island was located. Under Vane's control, the entire island flew steadily in the air without any bumps. The Vegapunk clones on the island only knew that there were strong fighters fighting on the island, but they could not intervene. Moreover, Vegapunk had long instructed them to protect the equipment in the laboratory and not to panic about other matters. The two elders, however, were in dire straits. Although Im had already instructed them to wait until they reached Hive Island before taking action and teleporting the other three over, Vane and Dorag were too brutal. Almost every time they were reborn with black flames. Before they could make a move, they were cut down again, dying repeatedly. Although they could revive, the pain in their bodies was very real. Damn Vane, we will remember this grudge. When we get our hands on you, we will make you experience the sights of hell. Ah, with a voice filled with resentment, Vane turned Vorkulai, saint, into a roasted pig. On the other side, Dorag transformed into a gigantic wind dragon, shredding Nazashuru Saint's horse form into pieces. Throughout this journey, the two elders endured immense suffering, having been killed by blades countless times. However, this time, before Vorkulai's saint died, an island entered his line of sight, which was unmistakably Vane's stronghold, Hive Island. Just as he and Nazashuru Saint prepared to fight to escape Vane and teleport at the cost of their lives, Vane suddenly jumped down from Future Island and flew rapidly towards Hive Island, as if something urgent was happening. The two elders were puzzled, although their minds were recovering. They were not in their bodies yet. Dragon was also somewhat confused. What was Vane up to? Before long, Vane returned, holding a bulky man nearly 10 meters tall with a hideous face. Hey Vane, what is going on? Why the rush? Moria asked eagerly. He had just woken up after being knocked out by Kaido and was brought here by Vane, feeling completely dazed. Former warlord of the sea, Moria? Dragon said, Huh, you know me? Moria turned to Dragon, but upon seeing his face, his pupils suddenly constricted. You're Dragon, the Revolutionary Army, Vane said with interest. As expected of a former hero of the West Sea, you know quite a few people. However, this isn't the time for reminiscing. Moria, I need to use your abilities for an experiment. Another experiment? Moria said with an unhappy expression. You're strong, but don't keep calling me over like this. All right. Vane shrugged helplessly. Come over and give it a try. Just use the Shadow Fruit S ability. The shadow fruit? Dragon's expression changed slightly, as if he guessed Vane's intention. The powers of devil fruits are unpredictable. Some may be relatively weak, requiring the user to continuously develop them for stronger effects. Others can even touch on another level of things, similar to rules. Seeing Dragon's expression, Vane smiled and said, "The shadow is the soul of a person. Once a person loses their shadow, they will no longer be whole and cannot survive in the sunlight. Moria's ability touches on the rule power of this world. But I wonder if it can affect the elders. We won't know unless we try." But Dragon continued, "You should know that the powers of devil fruits are restrained by the sea and Haki." "You mean using Haki to negate the fruit's ability?" Vane said lightly. Just like in the original story, when Law was hit by Blackbeard's sex change plague, he turned into a beautiful woman, but still managed to negate the fruit's effects using Haki. That's the clever use of Haki. As for the elders, they are definitely stronger than Moria's Haki. "Don't worry, I'll have them bound with sea prism stone." Vane smirked and said. Then, Dragon saw a massive wind god wyvern flying swiftly towards them, with a dozen pirates sitting on its back, holding a long sea prism stone chain. As the former king of Wano, Vane had already sent people to the rabbit bowl quarry to take away a large amount of processed sea prism stone products. These chains were part of that, and they were high concentration, an excellent weapon against ability users. Thanks to teacher Kaido. Soon, the two elders were firmly bound by the chains and could not move. The sea prism stone contains the power of the sea, which restrains all flashy abilities. And even the elders are no exception. "Now, take away their shadows, Moria," Vane said. "Okay, I'm really looking forward to how strong the elders' shadows will be." Moria grinned as he walked up to the bound two, extending his hands to touch the ground right over their dark shadows. The two elders, Vachali and Nasu Shru, were suddenly startled, feeling an ominous premonition. Sure enough, as their shadows were drawn away, a strong burning sensation immediately hit them, causing them to cry out in pain. Following that, an overwhelming fire appeared on their bodies, gradually turning the massive, monstrous forms into ashes. "Did it succeed?" Dragon said, somewhat surprised. "Ha ha! Who do you think I am? Losing their shadows and exposed to sunlight. How could they possibly survive?" Moria laughed maniacally, excitement in his tone. However, the next moment, as the two elders were engulfed in flames, another black flame suddenly erupted from their bodies, burning rapidly and healing their forms at an astonishing rate. For a moment, they reached a balance, putting Vachali and Nasu Shuru in a state of being both dead and not dead, essentially like being in limbo. "What is this?" Moria exclaimed, sitting on the ground in disbelief. He was extremely confident in his abilities and had never encountered such a situation. "They are indeed human, but monsters," Dragon said calmly. Meanwhile, Vane smiled slightly, a playful grin on his face as he looked at the elders, engulfed in flames, unable to escape the bindings of the sea prism stone. "Isn't this great? Now, we don't have to worry about them being reborn." Hearing Vane's devilish voice, the two elders were shocked and quickly communicated telepathically. "Not good. Lord him. Moria is now under Vane's control. They've taken our shadows and used high-concentration sea prism stone to prevent us from using Haki. Ah, it hurts so much." Nasu Shuru could hardly speak, only shouting in his mind. "Lord him, help. It's too painful. Quickly teleport us back to the Holy Land." The next second, Im's cold voice echoed in their ears. "Useless things. Oomph." As soon as the words fell, a large amount of black mist suddenly surged from Vachali and Nasu Shuru, looking extremely eerie. Moreover, their forms began to darken, as if a mysterious power was enveloping them, preparing to teleport them elsewhere. This was Im's special ability, no matter where the elders were, as long as she wished. She could activate her power to summon them back without needing a teleportation array. But Vane merely snorted, unleashing a strong Haki that intertwined black and red arcs of electricity, crashing into the strange black mist. "What is this?" They lost their shadows and are exposed to sunlight, yet they haven't died immediately. Moria looked on in amazement at the two monsters that were both dead and alive, astonished. Vane waved his hand dismissively and said, "Although I'm not clear on the specific abilities, at least they are bound." Next, just as Vane was thinking of sending someone to fetch more sea prism stone chains to construct a sea prism stone prison to completely imprison the two elders, an unexpected change occurred. A large amount of dense black smoke suddenly erupted from the elders, almost swallowing all the flames. But the bodies of Saint Vorchali and Saint Nejiru began to become ethereal, as if being transported to another place by some mysterious force. Seeing this, Wayne immediately took action. Black and red arcs of electricity intertwined and crashed into the black mist, producing a piercing, buzzing sound, and even a slight sound of vaporizing mist could be heard. It works, Wayne thought to himself, delighted. Even though he didn't understand Im's abilities or the transportation method between the five elders, he knew that besides the energy of the sea, the most powerful force was He. Accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, the Conqueror's He and the armament He that burst forth from Wayne combined instantly, forming a He net that enveloped the black mist. Sure enough, under Wayne's overwhelming He, the black mist emitted a hissing sound as it dissolved, quickly dissipating into the air as if it had never existed. What? St. Vorchali's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell have you done? St. Nejeru opened his mouth to say something, but the pain that burned through his body re-emerged. The screams of the two echoed through the sky, piercingly tragic and unending. What a delightful sound. Wayne smiled, realizing that not only had he successfully brought back the future island, but he had also captured two incredible individuals. It was truly unbelievable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe that such terrifying monsters existed among the celestial dragons. Beside him, Monkey D. Dragon also felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, Wayne was there to help. If Wayne hadn't been there, he wouldn't have been able to deal with those 5 monsters alone. Thinking of this, a cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Damn it, Lordum will not let you go. St. Vorchali's strength was indeed greater than the other 5 elders. At least his ability to endure pain was significantly stronger than that of St. Nejeru beside him. While the other guy was too pained to speak, he could still glare at Wayne with fury, spitting out a harsh threat through gritted teeth. Oh, you can endure this much? Vorchali? Wayne stepped closer, a mocking smile on his lips. You insolent fool. The name of the celestial dragons is not something you can simply call out. Oh dear, how terrifying. Wayne smiled nonchalantly. I was originally planning to let you go. What did you say? St. Vorchali said in disbelief. But then he realized something. No matter how strong Wayne was, he was just one person, and as a human, he must have desires, whether it was wealth, power, or the chance to rule the new world. This guy Wayne must be planning to trade him and St. Nejeru to the world government. Yes, it must be that. Thinking this, St. Vorchali was about to speak, but Wayne beat him to it, saying, I can let you go, but the condition is that you tell me the secrets of your bodies and everything about him. Upon hearing this, not only was St. Vorchali shocked, but another elder, as well as Dragon and Moria, were all stunned. Who is I'm? Dragon asked in confusion. How do you know? St. Vorchali shouted in shock. It had clearly been 800 years. All evidence of their existence in the world should have been destroyed. Who is Wayne, and how does he know Im's name? Lordum, this is an emergency. This guy Wayne actually spoke your name. St. Vorchali thought frantically. On one hand, he wanted to send a message, and on the other, he wanted to remind him to hurry and find a way to transport them back. After all, the feeling of being burned by flames was too painful. He wished he could die on the spot. After sending the message, he stopped speaking, only letting out muffled groans. Not going to say? Wayne repeated. St. Vorchali still gritted his teeth, glaring at Wayne without a hint of wavering. Because he knew that if he revealed what he knew to Wayne, the endless torture from Lord Im would definitely await him. It seemed that this was no ordinary celestial dragon. He had to strike hard. Wayne continued, his expression darkening. Well then, just keep feeling the pain. In a few days, the whole world will see the miserable state of the 5 elders. No, Lord Im, please save us. Hearing this, the 5 elders once again let out desperate cries in their hearts, filled with tension, fear, and a hint of despair. But the next moment, Im's cold voice suddenly echoed in the ears of the 5 elders. Useless fools. What use are you to me? Go die. No, don't. Lord Im, you can't do this. Don't do that. St. Vorchali and St. Nejeru's faces suddenly filled with immense fear, even more than when their shadows were taken away. Wayne and the others only saw black flames suddenly erupting from their bodies, shooting into the sky, followed by even more tragic wails. What is happening? Could it be that the ability of the Shadow fruit has failed? Dragon hurriedly asked, while gathering a small tornado in his hands, ready to act at any moment to trap the 5 elders. But then they saw that those flames not only did not heal the burns on the 5 elders' bodies, but were instead continuously tormenting them. Soon, under the dual burning of normal flames and black flames, the bodies of St. Vorchali and St. Nejeru quickly shriveled, their faces becoming incredibly aged. Their already frail bodies further hunched over, until they ultimately turned into mere skin and bones. This truly was the bones of the grave. It was as if their life had been drained away. Wayne watched this scene deep in thought. Then, a wave of black smoke erupted from the bodies of the 5 elders, continuously surging into the air, then quickly condensing, forming a vague shadow cloaked in a robe, with a head shaped like a spike. In the next moment, the shadow opened its eyes, revealing a blood-red pupil that looked exceptionally eerie. The 3 of them instinctively jumped at the sight of this thing. Moria was even more incredulous, sitting down on the ground in shock, pointing at the shadow and asking in surprise, "Why is your head so pointy?" "Huh, Moria, what a sharp question you have." "Oomph, insolent fool." The shadow, upon hearing this, appeared extraordinarily angry, its mouth emitting a voice that sounded like a young girl's spoiled whining. "Is this a girl? She seems rather tsundere." Dragon's eyes widened in shock. Hearing this, Wayne couldn't help but twitch his mouth. How could such words come from the mouth of a revolutionary leader? "Dragon, I thought you were a serious person." But before anyone could express their confusion, the shadow struck out in an instant, a powerful conqueror's haki erupting from her body, transforming into several thick blood-red lightning bolts aimed at Moria. "We're doomed." Moria let out a strange cry, his pupils dilating rapidly as he seemed about to be struck. At that moment, Wayne moved with lightning speed, unleashing a more violent conqueror's haki to collide forcefully with the shadow's attack. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound. The 2 haki forces clashed fiercely, ultimately tearing through the thick clouds and splitting the sky open. Heaven, it's so damn hard. I'm constantly being torn apart. Subsequently, Wayne's conqueror's haki clearly proved to be superior, directly dispersing the shadow's haki, which then shot through the shadow's body and sped across thousands of meters of ocean, resulting in a massive explosion. Afterward, the shadow's form recoalesced, as if nothing had happened. "Wayne, you're quite impressive." Then she added lightly, a hint of admiration in her tone. "Have you considered living in the heavens? I could forgive your heinous crimes and grant you supreme power and eternal life. At that time, not just you, but your companions as well, could all become celestial dragons." "Heavens? Celestial dragons?" Upon hearing the shadow's lowly voice, Wayne raised an eyebrow slightly. It wasn't that he was tempted by these offers, but rather, since him could say such things, it meant she was afraid. "I'm not interested in being a celestial dragon, but I'm quite curious about your gender." An old hag who has lived for 800 years still wishes to maintain a young girl's voice? That's rather disgusting. As soon as Wayne's provocative words came out, the shadow instantly became furious, her blood-red pupils widening, her whole body trembling with rage. "Bastard! You damned lowlife! What are you saying?" The shadow let out a sharp explosion of sound, clearly enraged by Wayne's words. "Look, you're getting agitated again." Wayne crossed his arms, a grin spreading across his face. "Even if I hit the nail on the head, there's no need to be this angry, right? After all, you've been around for quite some time. You should be more composed. How can you act like a child?" "Enough. Enough. Wayne, just wait. You'll regret this." Im seemed unable to bear the humiliation and, after leaving a harsh remark, vanished into the sky. Her current state couldn't unleash her full power, and Wayne seemed to understand her well, constantly trying to provoke her with words. Therefore, Im had no choice but to leave in frustration. After the shadow departed, Moria let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, how terrifying. What on earth was that? Just a shadow has such terrifying power. "Oh, you think that was her shadow?" Wayne asked. "Now that you mention it, it really isn't. That thing is very different from my shadow warrior." Moria said awkwardly. Drag, who was nearby, spoke up. "In any case, today has truly opened my eyes, Wayne. The development of the situation is a bit different from what I expected. I need to hurry back. So I apologize. I was planning to sit down and have a drink and chat." Wayne waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he said, "It's fine. We still have plenty of time." After learning that him also used haki to launch attacks, and that she had some apprehension toward him, Wayne's mood improved greatly. As long as him wasn't some conceptual being that couldn't be defeated by common sense, he was confident he could defeat her. Whether it was fruit abilities, haki strength, or ancient weapons, he had everything he needed. We will see each other again soon." After saying this, Drag's body began to change rapidly, eventually merging into the wind and flying away into the distance. After bidding farewell to Drag, Wayne, carrying the massive future island, arrived at a nearby deserted island, carefully locating the spot before smoothly placing future island down. After a series of rumbling sounds of rocks cracking and colliding, future island successfully moved. Mission accomplished. After finishing all this, Wayne returned to Honeycomb Island. After recovering his strength and resting, suddenly a transponder snail rang, and upon answering, Stussy's anxious voice came through. "Lord Wayne, Lingling's ship has already arrived at the Land of Giants. and the king of the giants has warmly received Lingling's people. So fast, one after another, they're really worrying. Although Wayne and Charlotte Lingling hadn't had any intense conflicts, he had taken her son as a crew member and declared in the execution of a celestial dragon that he was opposed to evil. Therefore, a war with Aunt Lingling was just a matter of time. Most importantly, Charlotte Lingling had said in the original work, once she obtained the power of the giants, she could gain control of the entire world. This might be somewhat exaggerated, but the power of the giants was definitely tricky and shouldn't be underestimated. Therefore, he absolutely could not allow Charlotte Lingling to successfully marry into the giants. At that moment, on a large island in the New World, a vast country was established here. This is the homeland of the giants, Elbaf. Today is a grand day for all the giants of Elbaf. Their beloved Prince Loki is going on a blind date, and the match is none other than one of the 4 emperors of the New World, Charlotte Lingling's daughter. Her name seems to be Lola. Just hearing it suggests she is a great beauty. Mama. At this moment, not far from Elbaf on a stretch of sea, the Queen's anthem was humming a strange tune as it surged forward through the waves. Charlotte Lingling stood at the bow of the ship, greedily gazing at the vaguely visible island of Elbaf. Lola, you must perform well this time. Whether I can reconcile with the giants depends entirely on you. Behind her, a heavily made-up woman in bright clothing was looking at her with trepidation, her face showing strong signs of struggle and a hint of fear in her eyes. Today, Elbaf was particularly lively. Giants rushed to the port, eager to catch a glimpse of Lola. Photos of Lola in the comments. Moreover, they had heard that Prince Loki had already seen Lola's photo and was very satisfied, even talking in his sleep about wanting to marry Lola as his princess. However, it was said that Charlotte Lingling had also spent some time on the island when she was younger. Some giants began to discuss. Yes, that was an unpleasant memory. An elder of the giant race patiently explained. At that time, she brought a lot of trouble to Elbaf. The young Charlotte Lingling was deemed a monster by her parents and was abandoned on some coast. Later, she was picked up by Sister Carmelo and taken in at Elbaf's House of Lambs. At that time, Charlotte Lingling displayed strength that was completely on par with the giants. She once punched a giant bear to death, kicked a giant child into serious injury, and nearly killed other children taken into the House of Lambs. Even so, the giants did not expel her, citing her young age and immaturity as reasons. However, during the subsequent 12 days of fasting, Charlotte Lingling's eating disorder flared up, leading her to rampage through the giants' village, even killing an elder of the giant race. This forced the nuns to relocate the House of Lambs from Elbaf to another place. Later, it was Charlotte Lingling's birthday when she encountered the Longbread. Although many years have passed, the once little girl Charlotte Lingling has grown old. However, due to the long lifespan of the giants, many still remember the events of that year. When they learned that Elbaf was to form a marriage alliance with the Charlotte family, they felt uneasy and uncomfortable. After all, Charlotte Lingling's reputation on this sea cannot be said to be commendable. It is notorious. But there was nothing to be done, since the king was willing to meet Charlotte Lingling, and Prince Loki was infatuated with Lola. The giants with lingering grievances could not voice their concerns. At that moment, a brightly decorated pirate ship cut through the sea and arrived at Elbaf. Mommy, Charlotte Lingling, wearing a pink dress and with a plump figure, stood at the bow of the ship, feeling excited and nostalgic. It had been so many years, she could barely remember what it looked like here. Lola, you are so lucky to see those giants on the shore welcoming us. They are brave and powerful soldiers of the giant race. Every giant is qualified to become a vice admiral in the Navy after adulthood. Once you become the princess of the giant country, these powerful giants will follow your commands. At this moment, Charlotte Lingling was in the highest spirits. Originally, a few months ago, when Wayne killed King Ji and occupied Hive Island, she wanted to send troops to Hive Island to teach that arrogant little brat a lesson. However, she never expected to receive a reply from Elbaf. The letter stated that Prince Loki was very fond of the girl in the photo and wanted to marry her as his princess. This thrilled Charlotte Lingling. For decades, she had tried everything to ease her relationship with the giants. Unlike the marriage with the Vinsmoke family in the original work, Charlotte Lingling sincerely wanted to reconcile with the giants to achieve cooperation. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a giant sycophant. Therefore, when she learned that Loki had taken a liking to her daughter, she was so excited that she nearly jumped up, forgetting all about Katakuri's betrayal. She poured all her energy into the marriage with the giants. As for which daughter Loki liked, or whether her daughter liked Loki, that was unimportant. Whether it was Lola, Perispero, or Smoker, they were all tools for her to become queen. She wouldn't even feel sorry for their sacrifice. Charlotte Lingling's bottom line regarding family feelings had always been quite flexible. Thinking of this, she turned her head with a sinister smile to look at Lola, who was struggling with her expression. "What's wrong, Lola? Do you have any objections?" "Emma." Lola nervously clutched the hem of her dress. Her eyes filled with fear as she stared at her mother. "I am fine, I'm good." After struggling with her thoughts for a few seconds, Lola ultimately did not dare to voice her true feelings. After all, with the examples of her previous siblings, Lola knew what would happen if she angered her mother. So she did not dare to defy Charlotte Lingling's orders, even though she had no interest in Prince Loki whatsoever. Soon, the pirate ship docked at the shore. Charlotte Lingling, accompanied by several pastry ministers and dozens of homie soldiers, landed in Elbaf, wearing a beaming smile. "Giants, I'm back." The entire harbor fell into silence. Curious giant children all looked at the pirates with intrigue. Even as children, the giant kids stood at several meters tall, with extremely uncoordinated physiques. Lola tightly followed behind Charlotte Lingling, feeling terrified. "These giants are so huge. Am I really going to marry a giant? I don't want that." The giants also held their breath, not daring to make a sound, because the leading plump woman, Charlotte Lingling herself, radiated a terrifying aura. Just one glance was overwhelming. Of course, they could only take one glance, as looking again would be impolite. "Ha ha ha, you all have arrived, Lingling." The welcoming party was grand, and even the current king of Elbaf arrived, smiling as he said, "Elbaf welcomes you." Upon hearing this, Charlotte Lingling's smile widened, and she joyfully responded, "I have long admired you, your majesty." And then she looked at the tall giant behind the king, adding, "Prince Loki." Hearing this, Lola, who was hiding behind her, stepped forward and looked at the man she was about to marry. "Is that Loki?" The giant, Prince Loki, wore a Viking hat and was noticeably taller than other giants, but his proportions were quite harmonious. Loki noticed Lola's gaze and lowered his head to look down at her. Their eyes met. In the next second, Loki's eyes instantly turned into heart shapes, and with a lovesick expression, he exclaimed, "Hello, Miss Lola, please marry me." Loki's words stunned everyone present, as no one expected Prince Loki to be so proactive and propose on their first meeting. Prince Loki is so direct. "Ha, as expected of his royal highness. Achieving what we cannot. What do you think, Miss Lola? Quickly accept the prince." "Yes, Prince Loki is a very gentle person." "Ah." The king of the giant country felt a bit awkward after hearing their words and awkwardly said to Charlotte Lingling, "My son is a bit rude. Please forgive him." Charlotte Lingling was not angry. On the contrary, she was very pleased, because she came to Elbaf for this very reason. Mommy. Charlotte Lingling laughed. "How could I be upset? I am genuinely happy that Prince Loki likes Lola." She turned to ask Lola, "What do you say, Lola?" Hearing Loki's words, Lola's expression kept changing and became increasingly grim. "Marry? Marry this giant. Marry this giant who is so many times bigger than me." In the end, for some reason, Lola's pupils turned white and she fainted straight away. In an instant, everyone was stunned. How did Lola faint? Lola? Charlotte Lingling, seeing this, couldn't help but twitch her face, almost gritting her teeth as she pretended to be calm, and said, Mom. Lola must have fainted because she was too happy. Ever since the World Summit, she has been clamoring to see Prince Loki, and today she finally met the brave and handsome Prince Loki. She must have been too excited. Hearing this, the giants around them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Loki looked at Lola with a worried expression, his eyes filled with tenderness. "So that's what happened. Miss Lola." Then, under the guidance of the giants, the Charlotte family followed and arrived beneath a giant tree. There was a huge dining table set up, with seats of varying heights, clearly considering the differences in size between the two parties. Charlotte Lingling saw this and smiled broadly, exclaiming, Mom, thank you so much. I can't wait to eat the engagement cake of Lola and Prince Loki. Ha! As long as Miss Lola is willing. The giant king smiled faintly. In fact, he wasn't very supportive of this marriage. After all, Charlotte Lingling was a pirate and had done such excessive things on this island before. But there was nothing he could do. His foolish son Loki had decided he would marry no one but her after meeting Lola. He wouldn't listen to a word. As a father, what could he do? He could only support him. Just as the ministers of the Charlotte family were seated, several elderly giants also arrived. The lifespan of the giants is extremely long. So many of the elders had beards that dragged on the ground, making them look particularly comical. The young members of the Charlotte family couldn't help but laugh upon seeing this. Thus, this special banquet began. Meanwhile, high above Elbaf, a figure with purple wings on its back was hovering, its sharp gaze fixed on the banquet below. Has it started so soon? I'm really anxious, Charlotte Lingling, Wayne said with a smirk. But even if I don't intervene, This union should end in failure, right? After all, in the original story, Lola completely disliked Prince Loki. When it came time for the wedding, she resolutely chose to run away. After wandering the sea for several years, she ultimately married a cadre of the supernova pirates. Interestingly, that supernova was also Lola's brother-in-law, Capone Beach. Of course, Lola's sister, Charlotte Chiffon, was also a rebel. Speaking of which, Pudding was also a rebel, and Bruley later became a rebel too, and now Katakuri has become a rebel. Charlotte Lingling, shouldn't you reflect on your own reasons? Wayne then placed his hand on his brow, looking at the giant next to the giant king. Is that Loki? Not quite what I imagined. I thought he would be a complete shut-in, but it turns out he has a normal build, and his exposed muscles are quite aesthetically pleasing. Completely different from those other giants who look rather thick-headed. But this aesthetic is indeed quite unique. So is this love? Seeing Loki's gaze fixed on Lola, Wayne's lips curled slightly as he chuckled. Love comes so quickly, like a tornado, unable to escape its storm circle, with nowhere to hide. At that moment, Lola, who had been lying on the dining table, woke from her faint. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Loki across from her grinning widely. Lola couldn't help but shiver all over, almost fainting again. Mom, my good daughter, you're finally awake. Prince Loki was very worried about you. Mom, Lola hesitated. Loki across from her seemed to be unable to wait any longer, grinning broadly as he reached out a large hand towards Lola, sincerely saying, "Be my princess, Lola. I will love you forever. I won't let you come to any harm." What a love-struck brain. The ministers of the Charlotte family all silently complained. Meanwhile, Charlotte Lingling laughed even louder. "What are you waiting for? Quickly agree to him, Lola." The giant king, sitting at the high seat, also expressed, "If Miss Lola is willing, then I naturally support your marriage with both hands." At this moment, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone was waiting for Lola's response. However, Lola fell silent, her body trembling violently, her face filled with struggle, and she didn't speak for a long time. Charlotte Lingling's expression darkened as she leaned down, staring intently at Lola, a strong sense of pressure radiating from her. Her tone was filled with urgency. "Lola, if you just nod your head now, you'll be the next princess of the giant kingdom. There is no better opportunity than this. What are you waiting for? Everyone agrees with your marriage." But at that moment, a loud voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. In the silence, it sounded particularly abrupt. "I oppose this marriage. I oppose this marriage." As the voice fell, a figure appeared on the dining table, looking around at everyone with interest. Who opposes? Which bastard said they oppose? Such a talented and beautiful pair, and yet some bastard opposes? Charlotte Lingling was the first to react, angrily shouting. But then she saw Wayne, who was smiling at her. Charlotte Lingling's pupils widened in disbelief. "Wayne, how did you get here?" The earlier opposition was said by this brat. She hadn't even settled accounts with him yet, and this guy had come over to court death? As soon as this was said, everyone recognized the newcomer. Wayne from Hive Island, another pirate emperor. He vowed to eliminate all celestial dragons and was a righteous ally. In Elbaf, Wayne's reputation was far better than Charlotte Lingling's. But how did this guy appear here? Sitting nearby, the dessert minister, who was also the eldest son of the Charlotte family, Perispero, asked in confusion, "Are you here to steal Miss Lola from me?" On the other side, Loki glared at Wayne with hostility, his pupils wide and round, his enormous eyes seemingly hiding a lion. Wayne smirked, seriously saying, "I'm not here to steal Miss Lola from you. And remember, I will never compete with you. Everyone has different tastes. I understand that. However, if you indirectly question my taste, then that's your fault." Phew, that's good. Upon hearing this, Loki immediately changed his expression and let out a long breath. But at this moment, Charlotte Lingling was anxious. "Hey, Loki, this kid is here to ruin your wedding. Can you tolerate that?" "Yeah, that's true." Upon hearing this, Loki quickly nodded and glared at Wayne again. Wayne was somewhat speechless. "Big fool Chun, what exactly do you want to do?" Then, under the gaze of everyone, Wayne walked step by step to Lola's front and said to Loki, "Loki, you keep saying you like Lola, so you must want to hear what Lola thinks, right?" Loki was taken aback at first, then nodded vigorously. "Of course, I like Miss Lola the most. From the moment I saw her photo, I felt deeply in love with her." At this moment, even Wayne felt a bit sorry for this guy. He even wanted to tell him, dog lickers never have a good ending. This kind of humble attitude not only harms oneself, but also harms the other party. An unequal love will ultimately turn into a dream bubble. Unfortunately, Loki did not understand this principle. Wayne smiled and turned to Lola. "Lola, you must have heard about Katakuri, right?" Lola replied, "Yes, brother Katakuri is now your subordinate." "Not a subordinate. To be precise, we are friends." Moreover, I promised him to protect you in Elbaf. So, bravely express your thoughts. I guarantee that neither your mother nor the giant race can interfere with your marriage. Lola was taken aback. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Wayne. Is this true? Wayne nodded and smiled. Trust me, just like you trust your brother Katakuri. Brother Katakuri. Lola's gaze became resolute. Seeing this, Charlotte Linleen's expression changed slightly, and her tone suddenly rose. Lola, my dearest daughter, are you going to betray me because of Wayne's words? Lola's body trembled violently a few times. But the next moment, she saw Wayne's confident gaze. That kind of look, just like brother Katakuri, made her feel incredibly at ease. So, Lola raised her head and looked at Loki with unwavering determination. Loki was also expectantly staring at Lola. Then Lola shouted, I refuse. Although Prince Loki is a good person, I do not want to marry him. I would rather die than agree. I absolutely refuse. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed dramatically, as if struck by lightning. They all had expressions of disbelief. Prince Loki was rejected. The Charlotte family is playing us. It must be that inherently evil Wayne's doing. I will personally. Wayne couldn't suppress his bright smile. Good job, Lola. Refusing is the right thing to do. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin was furious, her face becoming extremely distorted. Like someone suffering from bulimia, she roared to the sky. Wayne, I will tear your mouth apart. Perispero and the others all drew their weapons, watching Wayne with a tense demeanor. On the side of the giant king and the elders, there was more of a shock. What is going on? One pirate emperor is enough, and now another pirate emperor, the thriving Wayne, has appeared? What is he here for? Just to ruin the wedding? That really twisted. But the most agitated was Prince Loki. The tall giant prince, the future heir of all Elbaf, was now heartbroken and crying loudly. No, why? Why? Ah! Loki grabbed his face with both hands, leaving 10 long blood marks. I have only one wish, to end all my suffering with her. But now, Lola, why are you doing this? Why do you refuse me? Loki questioned in pain. Seeing him like this, Lola instinctively hid behind Wayne. It's okay, Lola. Just say everything you have in your heart. After all, having your life interfered with by others is indeed quite uncomfortable. And Loki, do you really like her inner self? If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time Loki and Lola are meeting. To boldly say you like her right away makes your affection seem too cheap. Lola continued shouting. I have no feelings for you, not even sympathy. I have no reason to like you, nor do I have any reason for you to like me. You are really annoying. Lola completely ended the competition. Following this, Loki's cries became even more painful. At this moment, he cried like a heavy child, wiping his tears while shouting loudly. I will not accept a world without Lola. Lola, just wait. I will not give up. One day you will like me. Before that, I must become the strongest warrior of Elbaf. Hearing this impassioned declaration, Wayne couldn't help but smirk. Is that what you call liking? You clearly just lust after her body. You shameless fool. After his wild shouting, Loki, with heavy steps, ran off into the distance, tears flowing like a torrential rain, freely splashing in the air. Each of his steps shook the ground as if an earthquake were coming. The giant king and the elders looked at each other, both wearing confused expressions. Meanwhile, the children of the Charlotte family, not understanding the situation, still holding their forks, shouted, when will dinner be served? But the next second, their faces were filled with terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as if they sensed something horrifying. Wayne, you should know the consequences of angering me, right? Charlotte Linleen's hair flew up behind her, radiating a violent conqueror's haki, her face becoming extremely distorted, resembling an enraged beast. Many officials of the Charlotte family turned pale and fainted. Her move was all aimed at her teammates. Because the giant's physique is extremely exaggerated, usually, an adult giant possesses strength equivalent to a vice admiral in Navy. And Charlotte Linlin was clearly furious to the extreme, oblivious to the surrounding situation, still recklessly releasing her conqueror's spirit. Even her eldest son, Perispero's cries were unheard. I finally have a chance to reconcile with the giants. And you make me lose so completely. Wayne, you won't get away today. Elbaf will be your burial ground. Wayne's mouth curled slightly, just as I wish. A similarly fierce and domineering aura emanated from Wayne, clashing violently with Charlotte Linleen's haki. The roar suddenly echoed through the heavens and the earth, and terrifying waves surged from the center of the two, rushing out in all directions. No, don't fight anymore. Stop. Please stop. Don't fight anymore. The giant king shouted at the two. Both of them paused, looking towards the giant king. At this moment, the giant king looked at Wayne with curiosity and asked, Wayne, I actually have some questions I want to ask you. What's the matter? Charlotte Lean's tone was somewhat unfriendly, but she didn't want to confront the Giant King directly. So she could only suppress her anger and replied expressionlessly, "Of course you can, but these questions might just become Wayne's last words." Wayne shrugged indifferently. "Don't get ahead of yourself, Charlotte Lin. I don't think I'll be killed by you right now." Then, Wayne raised his head to look at the tall Giant King. This Giant King was not much different from other elderly giants, and his aura didn't seem particularly strong. Besides wearing a huge crown on his head, there was nothing special about him. He asked in a voice like thunder, "Wayne, we have heard of you, the Justice Alliance, and your declaration of war against the Celestial Dragons. So I want to ask you, do you want to become Joy Boy?" As soon as this was said, all the giants turned to look at the small figure standing on the dining table. "Joy Boy?" Wayne raised an eyebrow. "Why do you think I want to become that guy?" "Because Joy Boy is a warrior who can bring laughter to everyone. And we know that in your territory, the people living on Fishman Island, Dressrosa, and Balance Island, which you have occupied, are all very happy. You also said you want all races to live freely under the same sky. Isn't that the liberation warrior who brings laughter to the world?" The Giant King said passionately. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Lin became somewhat unsettled. It sounded like you giants wanted to ally with Wayne. Moreover, Wayne's purpose for this trip was likely not just to destroy the alliance with the giants. He also wanted to win over the giants. Charlotte Lin looked around, and to her surprise, the giants were looking at Wayne with expressions full of expectation. This made her feel a sudden sense of being NTR'd. Wayne just chuckled lightly and said, "Of course not. Are you all stuffed with mush? If you can't even be yourself, how can you think of becoming someone else? Isn't that something only a fool would do?" Hearing this, the Giant King was not angry and continued to ask, "So you mean if one does well in being oneself, one can become Joy Boy and bring laughter to everyone?" Wayne smiled slyly. "That's even more mistaken. If you can do well in being yourself, why would you want to become someone else?" This left everyone momentarily stunned, their expressions slightly changing. What Wayne said seemed to make some sense. Then, the Giant King said solemnly, "So, Wayne, the last question, what is your purpose for coming to Elbaf?" Other pirates who drifted to the island could be forgiven, but Elbaf was a powerful nation that ordinary pirates could not invade. However, a Sea Emperor was different, especially an uninvited Sea Emperor. It was clear that he was not here for good. Wayne's eyes, glowing red, scanned everyone present, and his tone suddenly turned cold, locking onto Charlotte Lin. Charlotte Lin grinned wickedly at Wayne, reaching for her captain's hat on her head, pulling it hard, and transforming the originally pink hat into a sharp long knife with a gaping mouth. When their gazes met, an electric arc crackled appeared in the air. Wayne said, "A schemer meets a pirate. How simple is that?" "Mommy," Charlotte Lin grinned sinisterly, the wind whipping her hair into a frenzy, making her look even more terrifying and ferocious. "Stop talking nonsense. You definitely want the power of the giants, right, Wayne? Then let's see if you can handle it. Neither you nor Kaido can stop me." Boom! Charlotte Lin moved like lightning. In an instant, she leaped onto the dining table, which couldn't bear the weight, and cracked open, deep fissures spreading out like a spiderweb. Happy New Year, dear readers! The battle erupted the moment Charlotte Lin landed on the dining table. The two of them almost simultaneously unleashed their powerful Conqueror's Haki, colliding fiercely in the air, sending terrifying shockwaves radiating in all directions. "Don't fight here. At least take it outside," the Giant King exclaimed in panic. The fight between Wayne and Charlotte Lin was unavoidable. However, if these two terrifyingly powerful individuals fought freely on Elbaf, it could cause great harm to the nation. Moreover, while the citizens of the Giant Kingdom were strong, they were still far from enough in front of these two, and they might be caught in the aftershocks of the battle at any moment. "So, can we fight somewhere else?" But Charlotte Lin's eyes glowed with a dangerously bright red. Her face distorted in a terrifying manner, seemingly indifferent to the Giant King's words. She was panting heavily, her eyes fixed hungrily on Wayne, drool dripping from her mouth, corroding the already cracked dining table with pits. Beside her, Perospero's expression changed suddenly, breaking into a cold sweat. Mommy actually showed such an expression. That's a sign of food addiction. Wayne spread his arms, stepping forward with his left foot, placing it in front of his right foot, slightly lowering his head and squinting at Charlotte Lin, a strange smile curving his lips. "Let us begin. This battle that should have ended long ago. Don't die too quickly, you little brat." Charlotte Lin grinned, swinging the large knife back, dark purple Haki surging around her hand. Then she swung down fiercely. King's Wrath. The curved blade sliced through the air, carrying overwhelming power, transforming into a massive shockwave that erupted outward. Accompanying this strike, a deep trench was carved into the tabletop where the shockwave passed. Immediately after, all the splinter debris was destroyed by the overwhelming force. In front of Wayne, it was a dazzling white. Charlotte Leanlean's strike was entwined with flowing Sakura haki. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, suddenly resonating through the sky. The shockwave continued to fly far away, traveling a long distance before exploding in midair, transforming into a mushroom cloud that shot into the sky. What monster? Wayne stood high in the sky, a pair of large purple wings appearing behind him, shimmering as if he were wearing a transparent armor. As soon as Charlotte Linlin unleashed that king's wrath, Wayne activated his observation haki, which allowed him to foresee a brief moment into the future. He dodged that strike. Now it's my turn, Wayne shouted, his arms suddenly turning pitch black as if coated with glossy black ink. Dark red arcs of electricity flowed around him, rapidly gathering in his hands. Thunderbolt technique. A terrifying bolt of lightning shot from Wayne's hands, blindingly bright, like a sun formed by lightning. Oomph. Lightning, huh? Don't underestimate me. I have that too, and it's even stronger than yours. Charlotte Lingling snorted coldly, raised her left hand, and shouted, Zeus. Yes, Mom. A childlike voice sounded, and the small white cloud that had been floating on Charlotte Lingling's shoulder, wearing a sun hat and sporting a nonchalant expression, suddenly became exceptionally fierce, expanding into a massive dark cloud. Lightning strike, Charlotte Lingling shouted, throwing the thundercloud helmets in her hand. At the moment of release, Zeus transformed into a bolt of lightning and collided violently with a thundercloud in Vane's hand. Boom! In an instant, the lightning exploded, and the sound of crackling electricity echoed in everyone's ears. The dazzling lightning made it impossible to open one's eyes. Get out of here! The giants, along with the members of the Charlotte family who had just prepared to pick up their weapons to fight, all shouted loudly and quickly fled into the distance. They are real monsters. Even we can't withstand this kind of power. Hurry and leave. After a brief exchange between the two, they fully realized what the Sea Emperor truly was, what the highest level of combat power in the world was, and they didn't even have the qualification to spectate. Rumble. Several purple-black lightning bolts struck down, shattering the enormous dining table into powder. Yet Charlotte Lingling was unbothered, stepping forcefully and leaping into the air, her plump body unleashing a terrifying speed not typical of her size, smashing through the domineering lightning. Then she clenched her right hand in the air, and in an instant, a blazing little sun appeared in her hand. Prometheus. Yes, Mom. Under Charlotte Lingling's mental control, Prometheus's body elongated, transforming into a blazing flame blade. She used her observation haki to lock onto Vane's position and then unleashed a grand slashing wave. Buzz, accompanied by a sharp buzzing sound. The raging flame blade tore through the air and shot directly at Vane. At this moment, Vane's pupils suddenly constricted. Then, his body erupted with a speed far beyond that slashing wave, slightly tilting to avoid the vicious strike. The flying slash traveled thousands of meters before exploding in an unseen place. Oh dear, how terrifying. Vane didn't turn to look at the explosion, but the scorching heat wave fell on his back was enough to witness the terrifying power of that attack. Did he dodge? Impossible. Charlotte Lingling's voice was filled with doubt. Even if Vane's observation haki had reached a high level, under such circumstances, he shouldn't have been able to evade. But in the next second, she realized something was wrong. Her gaze sharpened as she surveyed the scattered lightning currents in the air, coldly stating, the problem lies with these lightning bolts. Vane merely smiled, not denying it. As expected of Aunt Lingling, her battle experience is truly rich. In the initial battle, Vane scattered the lightning he could control into the air. Then, through the weak perception of these lightning bolts, he further enhanced his observation haki. Just like Enel in the original work, who possessed the Rumble fruit, he could combine his fruit abilities with observation haki or mind web, allowing his perception to cover the entire Sky Island. Thus, Vane could naturally do the same. In this way, his observation haki could be maximized. You clever little brat. Not a bad idea. Charlotte Lingling's mouth curled into a sinister smile, her face filled with battle intent. Standing atop the thundercloud Zeus, she gazed up at Vane and said, I misjudged you before. Vane, you are indeed strong. Possibly even stronger than that bastard Kaido. Vane raised an eyebrow. What are you trying to say? Charlotte Lingling continued. Let's cooperate, Vane. The power you possess now is no less than Elbaf. So I've acknowledged you. I acknowledge your strength, acknowledge your ambition. You truly have the qualifications to conquer the new world. However, you should also know that whether it's the Marines, the Celestial Dragons, or Kaido, monsters in this world are as numerous as fish in a river. If you really go against them, neither I nor you can win the final war and become the sole victor. But if you can cooperate with me, then if our two pirate crews merge, who in the world can stop our advance? So, let us cooperate. Vayne, I am willing to give you a chance. Charlotte Lingling's mouth revealed a radiant smile, her eyes flashing with a hint of madness. Clearly, her mental state was not very stable at that moment. Vayne smiled and said, "While your proposal is quite good, however." He tilted his head, glancing sideways at Charlotte Lingling, and coldly said, "I refuse, what? Even after I showed such mercy, you're still so ungrateful? Then die." After being ruthlessly rejected by Vayne, Charlotte Lingling instantly changed her demeanor, gripping the small sun transformed from Prometheus tightly in her right hand, holding the large knife, turned from Napoleon in her left hand, and fiercely charging towards Vayne while standing on the thundercloud Zeus. Destruction Blade. The large knife, wrapped in pitch-black hockey, continuously sliced through the chaotic lightning in the air. Soon, Charlotte Lingling flashed and appeared above Vayne's head, raising Napoleon to slash down. Thunder Fire Sword. Looking at the powerful hockey on the large knife, Vayne's expression slightly changed. At the same time, instead of choosing to evade, he instantly activated his fruit ability, transforming into a massive purple giant. Holding two gigantic artifacts, he crossed them to collide with Napoleon, creating a deafening sound of impact. Crackle, crackle. Lightning erupted from the center of the two, forming circles of electric arcs that surged outward in all directions. Destruction. Charlotte Lingling shouted loudly. Boom. Accompanied by a dull sound, Vayne felt a ferocious hockey being transmitted from Charlotte Lingling's large knife. Conqueror's hockey? I have that too. Rumble centered around Vayne. Conqueror's hockey mixed with terrifying lightning erupted, instantly wrapping around the blade in his hand. A scream echoed. The blade named Napoleon, created by Charlotte Lingling using the Soul Fruit's ability, began to wail in pain, its blade forming a face that continuously oozed cold sweat. What? You even learned to wrap Conqueror's hockey? So sharp, Vayne. Ignoring Napoleon's cries, Charlotte Lingling's battle intent was ignited, and she pushed even harder, wanting to compete with Vayne. Huh? Mom. No, I'm going to die. Napoleon shouted loudly in panic. Although Hamet's life is very special, a powerful enough Conqueror's hockey can suppress all things. Napoleon sensed an extremely dangerous aura emanating from the Conqueror's hockey released by Wayne. Charlotte Linlin remained silent, completely disregarding Napoleon's words, and continued to unleash her Conqueror's hockey. Boom! Ultimately, the powerful energy generated by the attack forcibly separated the two. The purple giant retreated hundreds of meters before stopping in mid-air, its large pupils staring directly at Charlotte Linlin, suddenly asking, "Charlotte Linlin, have you ever been defeated?" Charlotte Linlin's chest was heaving violently at this moment, clearly at a disadvantage after the recent clash. Hearing Wayne's words, a cruel smile appeared on her face. "Don't get too proud, you little brat." She raised her large sword again, preparing for another strike. Meanwhile, Wayne had already released his devil fruit ability. After transforming back into his smaller human form, Wayne suddenly began to fly rapidly around Charlotte Linlin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of a violent wind suddenly arose, and a circle of light green small tornadoes appeared in Charlotte Linlin's line of sight. Mom. Her pupils suddenly constricted. "What are you up to this time?" The next moment, Wayne's voice came from the wind. "Tornado that destroys Elbaf." Boom! In just a few seconds, the tornado grew larger, even surpassing the height of the giant treasure tree of Elbaf. A storm cloud was also sucked in, turning it into a massive thunder tornado. Roar! The thunder tornado let out a roar like a ferocious beast. Under this enormous thunder tornado, Charlotte Linlin's figure appeared particularly small, like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. This move, Wayne developed the Thunder Tornado after being inspired by Dorag and observing the Wind Fruit's abilities. Wind Blade Chaos. Wayne clapped his hands violently and shouted. Subsequently, in a very short time, countless pale green crescent-shaped slashes shot out from the Thunder Tornado, densely flying toward Charlotte Linlin. Useless. Charlotte Linlin did not dodge or evade. First, she wrapped Hamet's weapon with invisible hockey, then quickly swung her long knife at the incoming attacks. Bang, bang. Bang! In an instant, the sound of shattering wind blades rang out continuously, causing heart palpitations. The two continued to clash back and forth for over 10 minutes. Afterward, Wayne clapped his hands again, and the raging thunder tornado began to sweep toward Charlotte Linlin, seemingly wanting to engulf her. A thunderous roar erupted between heaven and earth. There's no way out. At the moment Wayne clapped his hands, the tornado, wrapped in dark purple arcs of electricity, became even more violent. Then, in Charlotte Linlin's wide-open eyes, the towering hurricane twisted like a living creature, grinding all the trees and buildings in its path into dust. Amidst the splattering dust, the thunder tornado completely engulfed Charlotte Linlin's massive body. Zeus, Prometheus, Napoleon. A deafening roar came from the center of the storm, and two crimson golden pillars of fire suddenly pierced through the wind wall. Flame of the Blade Mother. The monster, wrapped in scorching flames and terrifying lightning, crushed the storm. The small sun burning on Napoleon's giant blade swelled, and the terrifying heat wave made giants 1,000 meters away feel an immediate rise in temperature. A wave of heat rushing toward them. Wayne's eyes narrowed. Charlotte Linlin's aura was continuously rising, and her presence became even more frenzied. Sure enough, Charlotte Linlin's eyes suddenly turned blood red, wide as lanterns, and uncontrollably drooling corrosive saliva. Engagement cake. Wayne, you ruined my engagement cake. Charlotte Linlin's craving had struck. She raised Napoleon and swung her sword fiercely, unleashing several terrifying, slashing waves. Clang, clang. Wayne's little dragon and little Sakura both unsheathed simultaneously, with the black-armed He solidifying into black flames on the blades. Then he stepped on air, kicking out waves of white air, and the blade light transformed into hundreds of dark red spiral shockwaves, colliding with Charlotte Linlin's attacks. Bang, 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 the moment their weapons clashed. The spherical shockwave created by the clash of Conqueror's He shattered the ground within 1,000 meters, turning it into blocks that collapsed with a roar. Kingdom away. Charlotte Linlin suddenly spun and heavily slashed, creating slashing waves with Napoleon that even tore the space apart. Wayne crossed his blades to hard block the slash, causing the ground beneath him to collapse layer by layer, and he was sent flying until he disappeared into the horizon. Charlotte Linlin let out a vicious laugh. Mom, be buried in the sea, Wayne. At this moment, everyone was astonished. Did Wayne lose? Had this battle of the Sea Emperor come to an end? For some reason, when they saw Charlotte Linlin laughing wildly amidst the ruins, the giants felt an inexplicable discomfort. Some giants even murmured, "What a pity, Wayne." On the Charlotte family side, after seeing their mother win, their faces showed no signs of joy. Instead, they were all frowning, and fear flickered in their eyes. What did Mom want to eat just now? Quickly prepare the engagement cake. Hurry up, otherwise, Mom will kill everyone. Under Parasparrow's command, the Charlotte family quickly took action to find food to suppress Charlotte Linlin's cravings. However, just when everyone thought the outcome was decided, the giant king looked up at the sky with a grave expression, his furrowed brow never relaxing, and he said in a deep voice, "No, everyone retreat further away. That guy Wayne has not lost yet." Boom. As soon as his voice fell, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted from a distance, and a colossal giant of lightning, towering almost to the sky, stood above Elbaf, its entire body composed of terrifying red hockey lightning. Compared to Wayne in this form, even the giants, who were usually known for their massive size, appeared particularly small. Wrapping Conqueror's He around yourself? Not bad, Wayne. Charlotte Linlin roared, heavenly fire. Then, she violently threw Prometheus at the lightning giant, crashing fiercely into its body. In an instant, a brilliant light burst forth, and the small sun created a violent explosion, deafeningly loud. But the next moment, Charlotte Linlin's pupils constricted as she looked at the unharmed giant. She saw that where Prometheus had struck, the wild lightning overflowed, and in an instant, the area that should have been wounded completely healed and returned to normal. Does He not work? She was filled with doubt. There was clearly He wrapped around that flame. It shouldn't be like this. Charlotte Linlin, you are too arrogant. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the thunder giant stretched out a massive hand and grabbed the sun homets. Mama, save me. These homets, endowed with souls by Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit, possess self-awareness and emotions, so they can feel joy, anger, sorrow, and fear. Thus, Prometheus, caught by Wayne, was terrified, tears streaming down as he pleaded in fear. Is this life created by the fruit's power? Wayne pondered. If that's the case, then this energy form should be restrained by He. Boom! Surging He instantly engulfed Prometheus. Terrifying black-red lightning pierced through the little sun's body, making it emit a painful wail. Submit to me, Prometheus. Seeing this scene, Charlotte Linlin's eyes widened in shock. You bastard. Trying to take my homets. Whoosh, in the next moment, an invisible soul link formed, causing the flame homets form to twist as flames were pulled away, beginning to fly toward Charlotte Linlin. Emperor's Sword, Destruction, Thunderblade. At the same time, Charlotte Linlin attached the Thundercloud Zeus to Napoleon's blade, wrapping it in a layer of crackling purple lightning. She leaped high and then fell with a crash, powerfully slicing down the Thunder Giant's arm, freeing Prometheus, who immediately returned to her shoulder. From the shoulder joint of the Thunder Giant, what emerged was not blood, but red hockey lightning, continuously surging out in a dazzling glow, restoring it to its original state. What the hell is this? My attack seems to have no effect. It shouldn't be. It was clearly wrapped in hockey. Mama, engagement cake. Charlotte Linlin was exceptionally frantic, and after just a moment of hesitation, she launched another reckless assault. Thunder Fire Sword, 30,000 miles. The rampaging Yonko forcibly fused a large amount of thunderclouds and the injured sun fire, covering the big sword, and after gathering terrifying energy, it transformed into a spiral shockwave, rushing straight toward Wayne. Thunder Fire Sword, 30,000 miles. Charlotte Linlin combined 3 homets into a sound light sword, then concentrated 3 abilities at the tip of the sword homets, exploding a massive shockwave. The terrifying power made the air emit a mournful cry even before the attack was unleashed. Wayne, transformed into a red thunder giant, stood in the center of the battlefield, surrounded by raging lightning, and in his enormous hand, a bow made entirely of lightning was formed. In the other hand, there was a dazzling lightning arrow. The giant drew the bow, Indra's arrow. In the next moment, the arrow shot out, producing a sharp, high-pitched sound like 1,000 birds chirping, colliding violently with that shockwave. Boom! An earth-shattering sound reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Even the giant island of Elbaf began to shake. A semicircular white-hot light erupted, unleashing terrifying airwaves. And hockey lightning fell like raindrops to the ground, carving deep trenches. Everyone was astonished, all bearing expressions of disbelief. Finally, after the thunderous roar, Charlotte Linlin's form was sent flying like a cannonball. The big sword in her hand had long disappeared, and an arrow pierced through her chest, staining her clothing with blood. But the madness in her eyes burned fiercely, showing no signs of retreat. Mama, Charlotte Linlin grined savagely, her fist kid tigli. The thundercloud Zeus and the little sun Prometheus once again swirled around her, fire and lightning intertwined, forming a violent energy barrier. Her body suddenly expanded, muscles bulging like steel. The ground beneath her feet cracked from her power. Come on, Wayne, keep stealing, keep fighting. Even if I die, I will use my last ounce of strength to let out an unwilling roar. Even if I lose everything, I will bite off a piece of the enemy's flesh. All you bastards who came to this sea, isn't that what you're all doing? Isn't it all for that throne? And now I have seen it. As long as I defeat you, I can have it, the throne that surpasses all races, reaching high into the sky. Charlotte Linlin roared and charged toward the Thunder Giant. At that moment, Charlotte Linlin seemed to have experienced a sudden resurgence, bursting forth with speed and strength far beyond before. Her fists, infused with the power of fire and lightning, smashed fiercely against the Thunder Giant's chest. The moment her fist collided with the Thunder Giant's body, a deafening roar erupted as fire and lightning intertwined in the air, forming a dazzling halo. All of this was naturally in vain, because Wayne in this state was invincible. Boom! The Thunder Giant reached out with its gigantic palm and suddenly grabbed at Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin sneered, skillfully dodging, and countered with a punch aimed at the Thunder Giant's arm. The fist collided with the Thunder Giant's arm, bursting forth with dazzling sparks. As Charlotte Linlin's fist was struck by lightning, her skin burned black. Coupled with her bloodied body and a fierce expression, Charlotte Linlin appeared terrifying, like a demon. Wayne, Charlotte Linlin roared, smashing fiercely toward the Thunder Giant's head. Big M.O.M. The Thunder Giant raised a hand to block, its massive palm colliding with Charlotte Linlin's fists, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy, as if the surrounding air was torn apart, creating a fierce wind that surged in all directions. Then, the Thunder Giant suddenly exerted force, flinging Charlotte Linlin away. Her body rolled through the air several times before landing steadily, the ground beneath her cracking from the violent impact. Charlotte Linlin's skin, known as the steel balloon, showed no signs of defeat even after enduring Wayne's unreserved blows. Instead, As the pain throughout her body intensified and the area of burns increased, she became even more frantic and combative. Without stopping, she charged at the Thunder Giant again, fists clenched, fire and lightning converging on her fists, forming a devastating air bullet. Thunder fire, hockey fist. Charlotte Linlin roared, her fists smashing fiercely against the Thunder Giant's chest. The air bullet exploded upon impact, engulfing the entire battlefield in flames and lightning, creating a massive dent in the Thunder Giant's chest, with lightning scattering everywhere. However, the Thunder Giant did not fall. Its body quickly recovered, and the power of lightning recongealed on its surface. Then, Wayne stomped the ground fiercely, creating a massive pit, with debris flying everywhere. Charlotte Linlin's body was also blasted away by this fierce assault, crashing heavily into the trunk of a nearby giant tree, her body sinking into it. Ah! Charlotte Linlin let out an unwilling howl. She hadn't been hurt this badly in a long time. However, don't underestimate me, Wayne. I'm not dead yet. After a furious roar, she suddenly leaped up, fists clenched, the power of flames and lightning gathering around her fists, and charged forward again. The battle grew increasingly intense, with each clash between the Thunder Giant and Charlotte Linlin shaking the entire island, as the forces of fire and lightning intertwined in the air, creating devastating shockwaves. This was a life-and-death battle between kings. Only death could bring a complete end. After continuous fierce collisions, even a monster like Charlotte Linlin could no longer hold on, collapsing heavily to the ground, gasping for breath, with several shocking wounds on her chest, her body almost entirely devoid of unscathed flesh, marked by the ravages of domineering lightning. Such injuries would have instantly killed any normal person. Meanwhile, the two surviving homies, Thundercloud and Little Sun, were completely annihilated under Wayne's onslaught. But Charlotte Linlin merely chuckled lightly. Damn, Wayne, I really didn't expect to lose to you. Realizing she couldn't defeat Wayne, Charlotte Linlin instead became carefree, letting out a series of strange laughs. Whoosh! Wayne transformed back into his human form, drawing his famous sword, appearing before Charlotte Linlin, and coldly said, "You lost, Big Amon." Hearing this, Charlotte Linlin slightly turned her head and saw the giants watching from a distance, along with her children. Perhaps recalling something, a relieved smile appeared on her face as she said, "Wayne, do you know what my dream is?" Upon hearing this, Wayne raised an eyebrow and replied, "Is it to establish a nation where all races and all beings can live together without distinction? Yes, I want all races to become family, but..." She suddenly shifted her tone, saying, "But I was wrong. That ideal nation is impossible to achieve. At least, it won't be realized in the hands of a brutal pirate like me." As Charlotte Linlin spoke, the vitality within her was gradually fading. When a person is about to die, their words become kind and sincere. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin's eyes were incredibly clear. Countless images rushed by in front of her eyes, whether painful memories or joyful ones. They all seemed so nostalgic. What a messed up life it has been. Tears of hot emotion flowed from the corners of Charlotte Linlin's eyes. By the way, Wayne, she finally turned her head to look at Wayne and said, "You once said that all races should be able to live freely and equally under the same sky, regardless of status or strength, right?" Wayne nodded gently. "That era is indeed something to long for, but unfortunately, I won't be able to see it." So, she suddenly widened her eyes, staring directly at Wayne, gritting her teeth. As if using all her strength, she shouted loudly, "You must become the king. Wayne, take my dream along and sail to the final destination. If you can't do it, even if I fall into hell, I won't let you go." Charlotte Linlin's vitality rapidly faded, along with her ability to control souls. Seemingly, something disappeared into the air. "Goodbye, Charlotte Linlin," Wayne said solemnly. The relic of the old era should indeed make a proper exit. The battle between the two finally concluded with Wayne's victory, and the surrounding giants secretly felt relieved upon seeing the result. If Elbaf were to ally with any pirate, it should be Wayne. No matter how bad it got, it couldn't be a brutal pirate like Charlotte Linlin. Mom, on the Charlotte family side, Perispero scanned the ruins around him, his gaze landing on the fallen Charlotte Linlin, unable to hold back his tears as he cried out, "Mom!" Some of the sweet commanders also knelt on the ground, shedding sorrowful tears. Wayne walked towards the crowd. The giants and Charlotte Linlin's children, upon seeing this, quickly picked up their weapons, warily watching Wayne. But the next moment, Wayne suddenly smiled and said lightly, "Since Charlotte Linlin is dead, I have no reason to stay in Elbaf. As for you all," Wayne glanced at Perispero, who was sticking out his tongue, and continued, The matters of Tado land will be handed over to Katakuri from now on. After all, Katakuri was once the second in command of the big MOM pirates and had high prestige in Tado land. After saying this, Wayne conjured a storm cloud, lifting Charlotte Lean's body. It would indeed be a waste not to make good use of the body of such a powerful being. Back on Balance Island, Moria could collaborate with Vegapunk and Little Purple to create a zombie that could temporarily exist in the world and perfectly inherit the consciousness and strength of the deceased. Now, with the addition of Law, who possesses the Ope no Mi, the zombie corpses could naturally be modified and enhanced. The zombie resurrected from the dirt would also become even stronger. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wayne soared into the sky, rapidly leaving Elbaf with Charlotte Lean's body. The Giant King, with a dazed expression, watched Wayne's departing figure, then surveyed the ruins around him, unable to help but mutter, so, who was going to pay for all this destruction? Wayne brought Charlotte Lean's corpse back to Hive Island, handing it over to Vegapunk and others for modification, hoping to revive her and have her obey orders in battle like Roger did before. Upon hearing this news, Katakuri was stunned for a long time, feeling as though the burden that had weighed on him for so long had finally lifted. The Charlotte family was no longer a pawn that Charlotte Lin could manipulate at will. After receiving Wayne's permission, Katakuri led several ships towards Tado land, preparing to take over the entire Charlotte family in the name of the Justice Alliance. After completing these tasks, not long after, Wayne sent Bartholomew Kuma to Wano Country to dig up Whitebeard's corpse. As previously mentioned, Kaido had brought Whitebeard's body back to Wano. With the experience from Fushia Village, Kuma was very skilled, even more so than professional tomb raiders, and he quickly dug up Whitebeard's body and brought it back to Hive Island. During this time, on the Red Line, in Panga City, Im sat high on the throne, her crimson eyes radiating a dangerous light as she looked down at the three Gorosei kneeling on the steps, Saint Saturn, Saint Beth, and Saint Mars. The other two Gorosei, Saint Nasushi and Saint Vacheli, had already been killed by her own hands. At this moment, Im spoke, just to inform you, Saint Galindo from the Figureland family will replace Saint Vacheli's position and become the next justice god. Upon hearing this, the three elders dared not say much, merely nodding their heads slightly while kneeling on the ground. The selection for another elder had not yet been finalized. Imu continued, saying that before that, the Navy's actions should also commence. Yes, Lord Imu. The three elders responded in unison. After the incident on Balance Island, Lord Imu's emotions had become very unstable, especially after the future island was taken by Wayne. Not only did Lord Imu lose Vegapunk and his research results, but he also lost two loyal elders. Even more infuriating was that Lord Imu was publicly humiliated by that bastard Wayne. For someone who had been the king of the world for 800 years, this was an immense shame. At this time, the three surviving elders naturally dared not express any dissent, fearing that if Imu were displeased, they might be sent to meet the two elders who had just been dispatched. Thus, an urgent telegram from the Holy Land reached Admiral Sengoku's office at Navy headquarters. I understand, Sengoku said solemnly. We in the Navy have the same intention. He walked to the square of Marineford, looking at the rows of well-trained Navy soldiers, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. The time has come to mobilize. Starting today, we will take action. This operation will be unprecedented, a massive war that will go down in history, and, as the side of justice, the Navy will surely achieve victory. Sengoku, with unwavering resolve, gazed towards the new world and issued his orders, betting on the Navy's prestige to eliminate the beast pirates in one fell swoop. Set sail. Destination, Hive Island. Roar. Countless Navy soldiers shouted in unison, their voices echoing in the skies above Marineford, the seagull flags fluttering in the wind, resembling war drums. Soon, over 100 large warships departed from Marineford's port, heading towards Hive Island in a grand procession after entering the New World. Shortly thereafter, in a sea area not far from Hive Island, countless large warships were slicing through the waves, accompanied by the thunderous sound of crashing waves, creating an overwhelming atmosphere that made the surrounding air feel suffocating. This is bad. The Navy is coming. Hurry to the captain's office and summon Lord Wayne. Several patrolling pirates at the port exclaimed in horror, holding telescopes. What are you panicking for? At that moment, the corpulent Moria approached, grinning widely. He first glanced at the fleet at sea from a distance, and then turned back to shout to the rear, "Get those guys up here." Yes, Lord Moria. Behind Moria, 4 wooden coffins were set upright, neatly lined up along the coast. Each coffin had a large character written on it, reading, Luffy, White Dragon, Summer. Inside were some of the world's once-renowned top powerhouses. Moria's eyes gleamed with joy as he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Come on, let the Navy see the guys who once swept through this sea. With a loud bang, Moria bent down and slapped the ground. At his feet, 4 dark shadows suddenly shot out and dove into the coffins. The next second, boom, the lids of the 4 coffins were violently blown away, startling the surrounding pirates. Upon seeing the figures inside, the pirates' eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? What a joke. He. Moria raised his hands, letting out a strange laugh. There's no need to be afraid. There are people now. Just watch closely. Bang! Another loud noise erupted. The coffins exploded, and the 4 figures emerged, appearing slightly damp but surprised. Is this heaven? A man in a kimono and wooden clogs spoke up, looking around in confusion. Mommy, what a strange feeling. Didn't I get killed by that bastard Wayne? A large woman in a pink dress exclaimed, equally bewildered. Ha, so this time I can feel pain. Not bad, but I wonder who our opponents will be this time. Roger laughed heartily, quickly grasping the situation after his previous experience. Huh, isn't that Roger? Since you're here, it seems this is hell, an elderly man with a crescent-shaped white beard mocked. Haha, Newgate, I didn't expect to see you again like this. But you're mistaken. This isn't hell, nor heaven, but the original world, Roger replied with a smile. What did you say? The man who spoke first, the legendary swordsman Ryuma from Wano Country, asked in confusion. What on earth is going on? Just as the few were puzzled, Moria, Lilith, and Vegapunk approached together. I need to explain things to you all again. Vegapunk patiently explained everything to them, just as Lilith had explained to Roger last time. After hearing this, the 3 of them, aside from Roger, were all astonished. So there's such things? Does that mean we are just puppets at your disposal now? Ryuma frowned. If you understand it that way, you're not wrong, Lilith said, crossing her arms. That damn kid Wayne. How dare he use my body like this? At this moment, Whitebeard suddenly roared, exuding a powerful aura that pressed towards everyone. They all felt a tightening in their chests, nearly fainting. But the next second, Whitebeard's expression changed to one of surprise, as his overwhelming conqueror's haki dissipated instantly, leaving him frozen in place, unable to move. It's useless. You've consumed the dumpling fruit made by the ability user, and it's a special version that will unconditionally obey the user's commands, Vegapunk stated. Whitebeard gritted his teeth, spitting out through clenched jaws. Damn it, I really want to. Seeing this, Moria laughed heartily. The once invincible Whitebeard has now become like this. It's really quite pitiful. In any case, that's the current situation. And your opponents will be the approaching navy, Vegapunk said, slightly turning to point at the fleet on the distant sea. If it's you all, it should be easy to deal with them, right? Upon hearing this, Charlotte Linlin smirked wickedly. Mommy, since that guy Wayne is in trouble, I must help him out. After all, I entrusted my dreams to him. Then, Moria took out a famous sword from his waist and threw it to Ryuma, saying, this sword can return to its rightful owner. Ryuma caught the sword, a familiar feeling surging in his heart. He drew the blade, a chilling gleam flashing across the edge, causing him to momentarily daze. It seems that no matter the era, one cannot avoid gripping the sword in hand. He raised his head, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Since there was no way to resist for now, he would fight like a beast, relying on instinct. Haha, Roger laughed wildly, seemingly unable to wait any longer, speaking urgently. Come on, it's been a long time since I've fought. You guys better not hold me back. At this moment, Whitebeard shouted again, enough. Wayne is my mortal enemy. Even if I die again, I will not obey his people. Upon hearing this, Moria had a mocking expression, sneering. This is not up to you, Whitebeard. What did you say? You. Whitebeard was about to say something, but the next second, his body became immobile again. Following that, he unexpectedly began to move against his will. I told you, we are not requesting you. We are giving orders, Xiaozi said calmly, looking at the towering Whitebeard. Whitebeard's eyes twitched violently, filled with flames of anger. If looks could kill, Moria and the others would have died countless times already. Pat. Roger gently patted Whitebeard's shoulder. Newgate, don't get agitated. Whitebeard was first taken aback, then looked at Roger with confusion. What? Do you want to become someone who can be manipulated at will? That is not like you, Roger. If there was a way to get rid of that control, I would have used it long ago. Besides, we've already died, haven't we? Roger said nonchalantly. This made Whitebeard squint his eyes. What are you trying to say? So don't get too tangled up, Newgate. That damned life has already ended, and the battles of the past have been fought. The new era has long since not had a ship that can carry us. On the leading Navy warship, Sengoku looked grimly at the distant Hive Island, saying seriously, "All warships prepare to bombard." Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The geographical location of Hive Island is very special, almost like a hub. Therefore, once Wayne knows the Navy is coming to attack him, he will definitely seek help from Fishman Island, Dressrosa, and other territories. The Navy must end this quickly. They cannot allow the battlefield to expand. After all, this is the new world, a territory of great pirates. But just then, a communication navy rushed over, saluted Sengoku, and hurriedly reported, "Not good. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, someone is blocking our ships." Is it pirates? Sengoku frowned, narrowing his eyes as he looked in the direction the communication navy was pointing. The next moment, Sengoku's pupils shrank rapidly. "Akiji, how could he be here?" In front of the warship, a tall man wearing a trench coat and brown sunglasses was standing on the ocean's surface. Next to him was an ordinary bicycle. If someone got closer, they would see that the seawater beneath Akiji and the bicycle had been completely frozen into ice. "Oh dear, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly," Akiji said, locking eyes with Sengoku from a distance, then spoke indifferently. "Kazan, if you're not here to take down Wayne, then you must have fallen into darkness," Sengoku said coldly. Akiji remained silent, only slightly raising his hand, exhaling a faint cold mist. Then he clapped his hands and shouted, "Ice Age! Crack! Crack!" The sound of ice freezing suddenly rang out as an extreme cold began to rapidly spread from Akiji's feet in all directions. In an instant, the sea surface within a radius of over 10 miles was frozen into an ice field. Even the warships were trapped in the hard ice, unable to escape. The frozen sea extended all the way to the coast of Hive Island, eventually forming a vast natural battlefield. "Kazan, I didn't expect you, with your thick brows and big eyes, to have also betrayed us." Sengoku was furious. Akiji was someone he had always had high hopes for. In Sengoku's mind, he even regarded Akiji as the next fleet admiral to cultivate. He never imagined that Akiji would openly oppose the Navy. There was no other choice. Sengoku hesitated for a moment, then made up his mind. Notify everyone. Prepare to attack. As for this fallen guy, saying this, Sengoku tore off the justice cloak behind him and leaped into the air, radiating a dazzling golden light all over his body. The golden light was blinding, resembling a small sun. As he suddenly fell downward, the golden light condensed rapidly, eventually forming a massive Buddha. "Kazan, Fleet Admiral Sengoku." Akiji's expression darkened as ice energy swirled around his fists, shattering the ice beneath his feet as he charged forward with fierce momentum. At the same time, the Navy soldiers, armed with weapons, bravely rushed towards Hive Island. At this moment, on the Red Line in the Holy Land, sitting high on the throne, suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of crimson eyes, and emitted a pleasant voice like that of a girl. "Someone has intruded." Whoosh! Her figure instantly vanished from the throne, teleporting to the high altitude above Mariehua. "It's been a while." Wayne crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the woman before him with great interest. She was draped in a black robe, but if one looked closely, they would realize it was not clothing, but a mass of thick black smoke. On her head, she wore a strangely shaped crown adorned with several sharp spikes. "What should I call you? Goddess of Death?" Wayne added. Before coming to the Holy Land, Wayne had made another trip to Elbaf, where he saw the ancient mural that recorded all of history and learned everything. 100 years of blankness before, the Moon people, due to overexploitation of the Moon's resources, could no longer survive and had to come to Earth, reaching an agreement with the then king, the rulers at that time. The Moon people provided advanced civilization and developed technology, while the rulers enslaved their own people, beginning to mine underground and transport the resources to the Moon people's ships. But this action angered the divine being lurking in the shadows. Under the strong prayers and visions of the slaves, the divine being unleashed its wrath. Of course, the divine being was not a specific person or entity, but a part of the earth. As long as the earth exists, the divine being will never perish, only reborn in different forms. At that time, the divine being did not have a recognized name, but later, people in this world called it the devil fruit. Some obtained the power of the divine being, and that power resonated with their visions, granting them boundless imagination and an incredibly free fighting style. People called him the sun god. Some obtained the ability to control earthquakes, and in moments of anger, could even split the contiguous land apart. People called him the earth god, faced with the coalition formed by the rebels. The rulers could only join forces with the Moon People, using high-tech weapons to wage war against the rebels. The gods had no distinction between good and evil in responding to the strong desires of the slaves. They also responded to the brutal ideals of the rulers, granting them the powers of death and darkness, giving birth to the god of death and the god of darkness. The Moon People brought forth powerful technological creations, including Pluto, Uranus, and Poseidon. Among them, Pluto was a giant battleship capable of traveling anywhere in the world. Uranus was a war weapon that could destroy everything. Poseidon was a genetic weapon that could cause all living beings to undergo mutations. In that grand war, the Earth was left in ruins. Even a towering landmass encircled the world, which people called the Serpent of Hellfire, due to its color and features. Later generations referred to it as the Red Earth continent. Other lands were also divided, forming 20 vast continents on Earth. Many humans were attacked by Poseidon and transformed into various races. Some races, to avoid war, fled to the sea with some mutated creatures. Later, they were called mermaids and fishmen, while the powerful mutated creatures were referred to as the Sea Kings. The brutality of the war exceeded everyone's imagination, and the world was heading toward destruction. Ultimately, all races, all people, including the Moon People, had to stop the destruction, temporarily set aside their grievances, and choose their own places to survive, living under the same sky. The Moon People also decided to temporarily integrate into the humans, establishing a kingdom on the Red Earth continent, hoping to return to their homeland in the future. The people of the continent referred to the Moon People as the Lunarians. Due to the ocean and the Red Earth continent, people from various continents could no longer meet. The power of humanity was strong, establishing one nation after another on the continent, while other races had no ability to compete with humans. Thus, the humans, hailed as the god of the forest, united with the god of death and the god of darkness, attempting to unite the royal nobles of all nations to enslave all races. They sought to become the masters of the world. The flames of war quickly spread. A new sun god named Joy Boy emerged among humans, leading all races, including the Moon People, merfolk, and various other races, along with creatures from the ocean, to initiate a world-class war. Those who followed Joy Boy were given the title D, but were also looked down upon by humans as traitors and pirates. With the spread of free will, betrayers also appeared among the royal families of the 20 kingdoms, one of whom was Queen Lily of Alabasta. In the subsequent war, the king of the merfolk, known as the god of the ocean, joined the battle, and the Moon People also added their high-tech weapons into the war. The world was once again devastated, the continents were torn apart, sea levels rose by 200 meters, and the once vast land, except for the Red Earth continent, became countless scattered islands. At the climax of the war, Queen Lily was seduced and framed. Betraying Joy Boy and the title D, the rulers led by the god of death achieved victory. They established the kingdom of the gods on the Red Earth continent and completely expelled the Lunarians. Queen Lily, realizing her grave sins, refused to ascend to the heavens. The god of the ocean, in a fit of rage, merged his power into the seawater as he was dying and cast a curse to repel all humans and gods. From then on, seawater became the nemesis of those with abilities. At the same time, the god of the ocean combined the genetic weapon Poseidon with his own bloodline, allowing his descendants to awaken the power of the sea, capable of commanding all marine creatures. With this in mind, Wayne casually spoke, 800 years ago, among the initial 20 people who established the Celestial Dragon Kingdom, there was someone named Emu Nerona, right? Lord Emu? Moreover, Emu is also the god of death from that mural, possessing powers that transcend death, which is why you have survived to this day. It's not due to any anti-aging surgery. As for the 5 elders, they were also stripped of the power over death and aging by Emu, which is why they cannot die normally and go to the underworld. Emu's entire face was hidden beneath a black mist, revealing only her red glowing pupils, her gaze filled with coldness. She did not expect that before the day of the agreement arrived, someone would stand before her first. She thought that the war would be reignited by the sun god, but unexpectedly, you became this variable. So, tell me, Wayne, as an unforeseen variable, what role will you play in this doomed war? Wayne, I must admit, your dominance and that fruit ability are indeed surprising. The voice of the girl came from the demon's throat, carrying 3 parts harshness, 7 parts sarcasm, and 90 parts indifference. Wayne was powerful, and words were unnecessary. What? The great king of the world wants to beg for mercy now? Wayne smiled lightly. You little pirate who can only boast with words. I want to let you see the true hell. Imu no longer hesitated and took the initiative to attack, as black-red arcs of electricity emerged from the surrounding black mist, carrying immense pressure, and rushed towards Wayne in overwhelming waves. Wayne's gaze sharpened. He also gathered a wave of dominance, and the imposing force clashed with Imu's attack. Boom! A loud explosion erupted from the center of the two, and the terrifying shockwave spread in all directions. Many celestial dragons below were stunned by this force. The fierce dominance of the two even shot up into the sky, completely tearing apart the thick clouds, creating a terrifying scene. Imu's pupils slightly contracted. It's a pity I couldn't get rid of you sooner. Although she had anticipated Wayne's strength, this actual confrontation still surprised her, just from a clash of dominance. Imu realized that Wayne definitely had the confidence to battle her. I can keep this up for an entire day. Wayne maintained a nonchalant attitude. As he thought, Imu was not strong enough to be unbeatable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been hiding behind the scenes, worrying every day about the sun god, Poseidon, and even Princess Vivi. Let me remind you, even if you, an 800-year-old old hag, kneel and beg for mercy, I won't spare you, Wayne declared, so use all your abilities. Upon hearing this, Imu was first taken aback, then instantly flew into a rage. Old hag? Who are you calling an old hag? Call me Lord Imu. At this moment, Imu was almost at the peak of her fury, and the black mist surrounding her turned a light red, as if it had become red-hot. Countless dark shadows crawled out from beneath her feet, twisting and transforming in the air, turning into spears that shot rapidly toward Wayne. Seeing this, Vayne raised his right hand, and dazzling lightning quickly gathered, emitting a sharp sound like 1,000 birds chirping in unison. Thunder cut. Whoosh! An incredibly terrifying lightning ball collided with the shadow spear. In an instant, a thunderous explosion erupted, resonating through the skies. Rumbling. Is this the power of lightning? Your devil fruit is truly special. Im squinted her eyes and commented gravely. Since that's the case. She focused her thoughts, suddenly closed her eyes, then her right eye snapped open, the crimson outline aimed at Vayne. Amaterasu. Crack. A ball of black flames suddenly appeared on Vayne's body and began to burn fiercely. Is this the flame that burned Saint Vacheli to death? Vayne thought, recalling that on Hive Island, before dying, Saints Nasu Shiro and Vacheli were also engulfed by this scorching flame. This seemed to be Im's special ability. However, you got the wrong target. Vayne directly activated the third stage of Kanemoto Raijin. He intertwined the Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki within the lightning. And a towering red lightning giant stood on the red Earth continent. In this state, nothing in the world could harm Vayne. Im, prepare to face the pain of defeat. What you will lose this time will be the entire world. The lightning giant let out a roar like thunder, reverberating throughout the Holy Land. Looking at the massive giant, Im's heart tightened. She originally didn't want to reveal herself, but there's no choice. She clapped her hands and shouted, "Open!" Dense black mist surged from her body like a tide, rapidly coalescing into a huge cloud of smoke. As the smoke churned, it ultimately formed a grotesque, grinning demon image. In the next second, the smoke exploded, and at the center of the explosion, the pitch-black demon spread its wings. Like a fierce and brutal dragon, it was as if a devil had descended to the mortal realm. Its entire body was covered in strange scales. With only the large wings behind it made of black mist, its legs transformed into reverse joints with sharp claws, and a thick tail sprouting from behind. Yet, its face was that of a small, cute girl, with a pair of backward-curving horns on her head, looking particularly mismatched with this body. And this is Im's fruit ability, fully named the human fruit, mythical Zoan, Hela form. Hela, the death goddess in Norse mythology who rules the realm of the dead, also controls aging and disease. According to legend, she leads a ship made of the nails of the dead to take revenge on the gods. Sword of the Night Sky. A pitch-black longsword appeared in Im's hand. Then, she violently flapped her wings, and a raging wind swept in, carrying destructive power towards the lightning giant. The longsword sliced through the air, emitting a piercing wail. As Im wielded it rapidly, Sword of Thunder. Vayne also used his ability to create a longsword made entirely of condensed lightning, striking straight at him. Bang, bang, bang. Countless sword shadows appeared in the sky. The two did not give way to each other, and a thunderous explosion erupted from the center of the two, spreading out in waves. The battle continued for an unknown amount of time. Under Vayne's overwhelming offensive, even Im, with her extremely strong defense, gradually began to falter, her stamina and haki continuously dwindling, and there were faint signs of defeat. However, just then, A horn of charge suddenly sounded from the heavens. At the same time, Im's vitality was rapidly recovering. Vayne naturally noticed this and thought to himself, is it like the drum of liberation? Im, so you can do sit-ups too? But the thought was fleeting, and Vayne coldly said, I am not Teacher K. Hurry and finish her off. With that thought, the strongest of the present age, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, the master of Hive Island, the leader of the Justice Alliance, the killing machine of the old era, the world's most vicious pirate, and a man who vowed to become the king of the world, Vayne gripped the lightning sword tightly, raising it above his head. On the blade, violent energy surged like a tide. The surrounding air distorted violently due to this power, as if even space was trembling. Im's pupils suddenly constricted, filled with terror. In the next moment, Vayne swung his sword down vertically. A brilliant lightning illuminated the heavens and the earth, instantly engulfing Im's vision. Eat curry stick, sword of oath victory. Accompanied by Vayne's low roar, the lightning sword carried unparalleled might, piercing through the body of the World King. Lightning raged, as if even time stood still at that moment. Only that destructive power echoed between heaven and earth, proclaiming the end of an era. From now on, I will stand above. The ending of this book indeed feels a bit rushed. In fact, I had already written the outline for the later chapters. But due to the information provided by the manga, many things got mixed up, and the more I revised, the more it felt wrong. Plus, I also lacked the desire to write, so I could only hasten to conclude. Overall, the pacing of this book is very fast, and there are quite a few issues that I won't enumerate, but I can only say that I will reflect on it seriously. Lastly, I thank all the readers for their support along the way. Wishing all readers a better new year. May you all make great fortunes and have good luck. Finally, let me promote my new book you can find on my homepage. I'll probably start stable updates after a 2-day break. New book, Fusing Devil Fruits. Then Standing Above, Not Following the Ship, Pirate Camp. If you have any questions or suggestions, you can post them in the comments. Here's a brief summary. Saji never expected that simply completing a game called Fantasy Pirates at Home would pull him into the world of One Piece. After surviving alone on the cruel seas for 18 years, Saji finally obtained a fusion system for devil fruits in the game. As long as he defeats opponents, he can gain physical upgrades, hockey enhancements, or opportunities to fuse devil fruits. Thus, a combat maniac emerged on the seas. Forest Fruit, Flower Fruit, Fusion Fruit, Immortal Technique. Would release, True Thousand Hands, Buddha Transformation. Clay Fruit Bomb Fruit Art is Explosion. Slash Fruit Burn Fruit, MO, Fruit Bankai. Flowing Blade like Fire. Magnet Fruit Weapon Fruit Light, Fruit Handcrafted Nuclear Bomb. Years later, Im no longer needs to worry about the sun god. From now on, I will stand above. Summary. Transcending into the pirate world, Bruce Vayne becomes a Navy officer, initially planning to gradually rise to the rank of admiral, waiting until he has enough strength to make a move. However, one day, teacher Zephyr suddenly approached him. Vayne, I found you a good job. Thus, Vayne went alone to Wano Country, serving as an honorable undercover agent. First year in the Beast Pirates, loyal to the Navy, always remembering his mission. Second year, Kaido, Whitebeard is a blatant provocation. Can you tolerate this?